Family. Admiral Akainu gave his nephew Shios a wooden box, and when opened, it contained the animal-type mythical beast fruit, human fruit seraphim form. Previously, Shios had undergone special training from his uncle for 3 years before being promoted to Rear Admiral at the Navy headquarters. After eating the fruit, he actually wanted to spar with his mentor Zephyr. Who will win this battle? Let me tell you, I was dumbfounded at that moment. My iron-faced, ruthless uncle, Admiral Akainu, smacked a wooden box on my table, and when I opened it, I saw something that looked like an apple, covered in feathered folds. Devil fruit. At that moment, I was calculating in my mind, something that my uncle treasured must be a Logia type, right? But then he opened his mouth. It's an animal type. I felt a chill run down my spine. Animal type? It couldn't be the pigeon fruit, right? Did that mean I endured 3 years of beatings for nothing? Just as I was thinking about how to refuse gracefully, his next words completely stunned me. Animal type, mythical beast fruit, human fruit seraphim form. Wow. I instantly stood up. A mythical beast type, even rarer than a Logia type. Just a second ago, I wanted to run away, and now I only wanted to say, "Uncle, my good uncle, hurry, feed me." This story has to start 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I closed my eyes and opened them to find myself in this deadly pirate world. At that time, I was panicking, afraid of being killed by a pirate as soon as I stepped outside. After sorting out my memories, I found out that Shios, was actually the biological nephew of Admiral Akainu. Family who understands. A heavenly ultimate support. I thought my life was secure. My later years would either be spent slacking off or on the way to slack off. But what happened? I was too young. You know how carp train Luffy, right? Tossing him into the forest to feed wolves. I used to think that was ridiculous until I met my uncle Akainu. I realized what it meant to have a strict relative for me. It was all about handing out ruthless training. Akainu is a one-track mind absolute justice. He can't tolerate a speck of sand in his eyes. And for me, his only relative, the demands were extreme. Join the Navy? Did I have a choice? If I dared to say no, his magma fist would make me experience what blood ties really meant. Thus began my hellish 3 years of training. In the first year, former Admiral Zephyr trained me as a private tutor to strengthen my body. I tell you, Teacher Zephyr is really nice, but with my uncle watching, the sweat I poured out was several times that of others. After a year, I transformed from an ordinary person into a martial arts master proficient in the Navy's 6 styles. With the foundation laid, the more intense training came. For the next 2 years, practical combat classes. My uncle directly transferred me from a small soldier at the Navy base to his own ship. Did you think I got special treatment? Dream on. He threw me into the most dangerous battlefields right at the front line. From the New World to the Grand Line, I was constantly covered in scars, and my comrades changed one after another. After 2 years of fighting like this, I gained more scars and more achievements. So today, at Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku personally awarded me a medal, making me a Rear Admiral at the age of 20. Looking at that justice cloak, tears streamed down my face. Who knows what I went through in these 3 years? As soon as the award ceremony ended, my 3-meter-tall uncle stood in front of me like a mountain. At my 2-meter height, I barely reached his chest, and I seriously doubted our blood relationship. Of course, only dared to think that in my heart. Admiral Sakazuki. I stood at attention. My uncle had a rule. When wearing military uniform, you couldn't call him uncle. Then, something absurd happened. That eternal iceberg face, actually smiled at me. He even praised me. Well done. At that moment, I had only one thought. It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. This is scarier than the sun rising from the west. I quickly replied, "Thank you for your care over the years. Although the process was like hell, without him, I wouldn't have survived it today." He patted my shoulder. "Come to my place tonight. I have something for you." After saying that, he left, leaving me alone in the wind, feeling bewildered. That night, I nervously went to his house, a villa that was as simple as a bare shell. My uncle was a practical person. He rummaged around for a long time and couldn't even find a cup of tea to serve guests. Then, the scene at the beginning happened. He handed me the mythical beast fruit. I was so moved that I was almost in tears. This was a mythical beast. He must have put in a lot of effort to get this for me. This man, though he doesn't say it, cares about me more than anyone. "Eat it here, don't let the night drag on," he urged me. I picked up the fruit, thinking of its legendary taste, and cautiously took a small bite. Damn, the taste was indescribably disgusting. I held back the urge to vomit and swallow that bite. Instantly, an indescribable power surged through my body. I felt my muscles expanding, my strength multiplying several times. With a rip, my back tore my clothes, growing a pair of huge, pure white wings. I opened my palm, and a ball of sacred white flame burned in my hand. Strong, too strong. I felt that now, within 3 minutes, I could beat my pre-fruit self into calling me daddy. Seeing my transformation, my uncle nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. In the future, when you encounter tricky opponents, you'll have more means to protect your life. I retracted my wings in flames, sincerely asking him, "Is there anything I can do for you?" He scoffed, "Wait until your fruit awakens, then we can talk about helping me." Seeing I looked a bit disappointed, he added, "Shios, if you really want to help me, think about how I can become the Fleet Admiral." I looked up at him sharply. Fleet Admiral? Although my uncle's strength is top-notch, with his personality, he is too rigid for the Navy's high-ranking officials, making him unsuitable to be the top leader. The Navy is a deep pool. There are many factions inside, like the iron-blooded faction, the conciliatory faction, and the kind of lazy faction that the Kizaris aristocratic family invests in, all mixed up. With my uncle's personality, the chances of Akiji rising to power are even greater. But I knew this was his belief. I couldn't persuade him, nor did I want to. All right. I looked at him solemnly. I will help you become the Fleet Admiral. This was my vow to the only family I had in this world. After leaving my uncle, my shirt was torn by my wings, and I had to borrow a floral shirt from him. Family, who understands? At 2 meters tall, I wore a shirt meant for a 3-meter giant, making it look like a bodycon dress, walking down the street like a weirdo. This was definitely an atmospheric outfit. As a result, what I feared came true. I turned a corner and bumped right in my mentor, Zephyr. Seeing my peculiar outfit, Teacher Zephyr had a complex expression, probably thinking I had some special preferences. I quickly explained how I tore my clothes after eating the fruit. Animal-type mythical beast? Teacher Zephyr was surprised, then saw his brand new mechanical arm shining with metallic cold light, clearly powerful. This is the new weapon the science department built for me. It can restore my former combat power. Restore combat power? I looked at his arm and felt the surging power within me, suddenly feeling a bit itchy. I blurted out, "Teacher Zephyr, are you sure this thing can really restore your combat power?" My expression was practically screaming, "I don't believe it." Teacher Zephyr was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled and looked down at me, his eyes clearly saying, "Give it a try." While this move was a top-notch business tactic, we exchanged glances and instantly reached an agreement. Third training base, the old place, it's empty now. I have no tasks tomorrow. How coincidental, neither do I. So we walked side by side towards the training ground where I had once poured out countless sweat. Standing on the familiar ground, looking at Teacher Zephyr warming up across from me, I suddenly felt a bit inflated. Back then, all of us graduates were taken down by him in just 10 minutes using 6 techniques, even with an arm injury. Now, he was said to be in peak condition. Who cares? I clenched my fists, feeling the power brought by the Seraphim fruit this time was different. Let's get started. Teacher Zephyr shouted, suddenly pushing off with his back foot, launching himself at me like a cannonball. I didn't back down either, exerting force to meet him heat and bang! With a loud crash, we collided hard, both of us staggering back several steps. I looked down to see that the special ground beneath my feet had 2 deep footprints left by me. Awesome. So exhilarating. In the past, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't leave a mark. Now, I finally did. Not bad, Shios. I'm going to get serious now. Teacher Zephyr's voice pulled me back to reality. He charged at me again, this time with a speed and force that was several levels stronger than before. I didn't dare to take it heat in. I could only rely on my combat instincts to counter his moves. We exchanged blows, and we had already gone through dozens of rounds, but experience prevailed, and I gradually fell into a disadvantage. Honestly, this old man doesn't hold back when he fights. Every move targets my weak points. But as I fought, an opportunity appeared. I noticed his mechanical arm seemed to lag behind the rhythm, always half a beat slower than his left hand. Anyone who understands knows that in a battle between experts, this half-beat delay is practically a free opening. I seized this chance, sidestepped a whip kick from him, and shot out a finger gun. Let me tell you, this finger gun isn't ordinary. It's my own modified advanced version, incredibly fast. He went straight for the position of his left chest, where the heart is. I thought to myself, your right arm is a beat slow. You definitely won't have time to defend. And even if this doesn't seriously injure you, it should be enough to disrupt your rhythm, right? But what happened? Good grief. I was completely stunned. His mechanical right arm was indeed half a beat slow, exactly as I had predicted. But, damn it, I forgot one thing. His left arm, having been disabled for so many years, had compensated by becoming much faster than a normal person. Just as my spear was about to stab him, his left hand shot out in defense, as fast as lightning, and directly grabbed my wrist. The force from my spear, which had been gathering, ended up just tearing his shirt apart, revealing a body of muscles, which was completely useless. He held on to me, chuckled, and said, "Kid, you're still too young to play tactics with me." At that moment, I felt like 1,000 alpacas were galloping through my mind. That old dang. from start to finish. He was acting like me. That right arm slight delay was clearly a flaw he deliberately sold to me. I watched as his sluggish mechanical arm drew a large semicircle in the air, with a sound of wind rushing down towards my head. If that hit me solidly, I'd probably have to meet the Buddha directly. In a flash, I didn't dare to hide anymore. With a roar, two huge white wings suddenly sprang out from my back, snapping together forcefully above my head like a shield. There was a loud bang. The mechanical arm smashed against my wings, and the tremendous force shook the ground beneath my feet, causing cracks to appear. I gritted my teeth, holding on tightly, and glared at him. Teacher Zephyr, is playing tactics really so dirty? The old man was still lecturing me, saying that on the battlefield, there are only wins and losses, and the losers don't even get a chance to regret. I really just had a chuckle with those words. There was no trace left of the old him who wouldn't kill the main general. However, once the wings were out, the situation changed instantly. My physical abilities skyrocketed, and I was now on the same level as him. This was great. His slight advantage in combat experience was almost erased under the various disturbances from my big wings. We were wildly flashing around the training ground, throwing out various Navy 6 styles like they were free, fighting until the sky turned dark and the earth was in chaos. For over half an hour, and neither of us could gain the upper hand. I taunted him while we were fighting. Teacher Zephyr, it seems the science department didn't fool you. This arm is quite useful. Old man Zephyr didn't say anything, just kept getting more intense as we fought. But I could feel that we both knew that if we continued like this, we wouldn't be able to determine a winner by dawn. He was getting older, and his stamina was not keeping up, but my Phantom Beast Fruit had an incredible recovery ability, aside from feeling a bit mentally exhausted. My stamina felt full. But the purpose of our fight today was to test our limits, right? Ending it like this would be too boring. Eventually, it was the old man who couldn't hold back first. He was a bit shy to directly suggest we go all out. So he hinted, your Phantom Beast ability should be more than just this, right? I haven't seen you use your mythic ability. As soon as I heard it, I understood instantly. This old man wants me to speak first. Fine. I immediately responded, Teacher, if you want to see it, I can show you. But I'm afraid I might not be able to control its power and might lose control. The implication was, old man, if you don't show some real skills, I won't show you my ultimate move. Zephyr laughed upon hearing this. The warm-up is over. It's time to get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leaped back, creating a distance of several dozen meters, and then shouted, Kid, let me show you what black arm is. In the next second, my eyes almost popped out. I saw the glossy black armament hockey pouring out from his arms like ink, instantly dyeing his huge mechanical arm completely black. The pressure, let me tell you, was overwhelming, making it hard for me to breathe. I've been around in the new world and seen many big shots use hockey, but none have been able to master armament hockey to this extent. I started to murmur to myself, is my perverted Uncle Akainu really that strong with his hockey? It's truly frightening, and Teacher Zephyr is still as formidable as ever. While I was reflecting on this, my hands didn't stop moving at all. Since that's the case, I can't let you down. I suddenly bent my waist, and the two wings behind me instantly spread open. Then with a swoosh, a brand new pair of wings grew beneath them. For wings. Then I extended my hand, and with a low shout, Sacred Flame, a flame with a golden edge and a white core appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the entire training ground with its brilliance. In Zephyr's shocked gaze, this flame quickly condensed in my hand, elongated, and transformed into a cross-long sword engulfed in blazing flames. The sword body was a pure white, and the blade had a thin layer of gold. I gripped the flame long sword, Revidin, feeling like a deity descending to the mortal realm. I pointed at him from distance and said, Teacher Zephyr, please instruct me. The old man had a wonderfully expressive face. He probably never imagined that this freshly graduated kid could bring him a sense of crisis. After all, he was a former naval admiral. Come at me, he roared, launching the first attack. But instead of using those high-tech weapons, he assumed a starting posture of the Navy 6 styles. I saw him tighten his left arm into a fist, his entire arm tensed like steel, and he slammed it toward me from a distance. I was puzzled at the time, thinking that we were more than 10 meters apart. How could your fist reach me? But the next second, I realized I was wrong. He swung his fist, and the air between us was instantly filled with a massive surge of energy. It felt like an invisible cannonball, dull and heavy, charging straight at my face. This was the advanced technique of a 6 style, using the skills of the Gale Foot to compress the power of armament hockey and the strength of his fist, then striking from a distance. If I got hit, it would definitely result in serious injury. I couldn't afford to be careless, so I gripped my flame long sword tightly and slashed down at that wave of energy. Judgment Day. The Leiwa Dingjin in my hand surged with golden light, instantly engulfing the white sword body and transforming into a pure golden flame giant sword. The scorching heat met that wave of energy, and the entire training ground exploded instantly. The ground, paved with special materials, first turned white and cracked from heat, and then was crushed into powder by the collision of the two forces. When the commotion settled down, Teacher Zephyr and I stood in a pile of ruins, our clothes tattered, staring at each other in disbelief. The entire training ground had been destroyed by the two of us. I looked at the ruins beneath my feet and thought to myself that I had messed up this time. Tentatively, I said to Zephyr, Teacher, what do you think we should do about this? I'm all ears. I'm just shifting the blame, thinking that as an elder, you shouldn't let a junior like me take all the responsibility, right? As a result, Teacher Zephyr turned out to be an honest person, directly taking all the blame. I'll report to the Wano country tomorrow and say that it was my mistake while experimenting with the weapons that caused the explosion. The repair costs will be deducted from my pirate guerrilla team. As soon as I heard that, I thought it wouldn't work. We both got into trouble together, and I can't let him take the blame alone. If my uncle finds out, he'll definitely skin me alive. I quickly said, no, I can't let that happen. I'll cover half of the cost too, deducted from my fleet budget. We pushed back and forth, and finally came to an agreement. He would write the report, and we would split the costs. Just as we finished discussing, countless points of light suddenly shot down from the sky, coalescing into a figure in front of us. Goodness, it was Admiral Kizaru. As soon as he landed, he pinched his lewd tone and said, "Oh dear, this is really chaotic." He looked at the mess on the ground, his face full of headache. If only it were a day later, tomorrow it's Sakazuki's turn, and he loves handling this kind of work. I can see the veins on Zephyr's forehead bulging. Kizaru was a student back in the day and was also the one who gave him the most headaches. This attitude of slacking off and goofing around is something that Zephyr, being an old-school type, cannot tolerate. With a grim face, Zephyr said, "Borsellino, it's your shift tonight. With your speed, you could have arrived much earlier." Kizaru chuckled and said, somewhat sheepishly, "Well, it's been a while since I've seen you in action, so I wanted to watch a bit longer." After saying that, he turned his gaze towards me, looking at me with great interest. "So you must be Shoes. Your uncle went through quite a bit of trouble for you." I didn't expect that what he asked for was this evil devil fruit. When he said this, my heart skipped a beat. Not only did he know that the fruit was given to me by my uncle, but it seemed like he also knew its origins. I hurriedly asked, "Admiral, can you tell me how my uncle obtained this fruit?" Kizaru feigned surprise, covering his mouth. "Looks like I said something I shouldn't have." "This old fox." Zephyr, also intrigued, directly said, just say it. The Navy has nothing to hide." Just as Kizaru was about to continue being cryptic, a cold voice came from the darkness. Just some old, rotten matters. In the dark, heavy footsteps echoed. Kizaru casually shot out a beam of light, illuminating the ruins and revealing a stern, expressionless face. "My uncle, Akainu, has arrived." He didn't even glance at the surrounding ruins, his gaze fixed directly on me. "Tomorrow, you will also submit a report in your own name." I felt a chill in my heart, knowing that there was no escaping this scolding. So I quickly nodded and said, "Yes, I will write it when I get back." Teacher Zephyr wanted to speak up for me, but was cut off by Akainu's words. "Teacher Zephyr, I never said you were wrong." Then he turned to Zephyr and said, "As for the origin of this fruit, I obtained it from the world government, and you can verify that." As soon as the world government was mentioned, Zephyr's expression immediately darkened, and he warned Akainu, "The Navy is here to uphold justice, not to be a watchdog for certain individuals." I was extremely nervous at the time, fearing that my uncle's bad temper would lead him to confront Teacher Zephyr right then and there. To my surprise, he managed to hold it in and calmly asked, "Teacher Zephyr, do you have any business?" Teacher Zephyr also realized that reasoning wouldn't work, snorted, gave a brief explanation to Kizaru, and turned to leave. When Kizaru saw there was no excitement left to watch, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished. In the vast ruins, only my uncle and I remained. The atmosphere was so awkward it felt like you could scrape out a 3-bedroom apartment. Just as I was about to make a run for it, he called out to me, "Wait." Oh no, I thought. Those unique punishments flashed through my mind, and my calves started to tremble. But instead of scolding me, he asked, "Aren't you curious why the world government would give me this fruit?" "Of course I'm curious. But how dare I ask? This matter sounds quite disgraceful." He looked at my timid appearance and actually smiled, finding a piece of broken wall to sit down on, gesturing for me to sit as well. "Now, call me uncle." His voice lowered, "and this matter is indeed difficult to bring up. Have you heard of O'Hara? My heart tightened suddenly. O'Hara, how could I not know? That was the biggest point of controversy surrounding my uncle. He personally ordered the destruction of a refugee ship carrying civilians. I nodded. He sighed, his expression becoming complicated. Back then, the people from the world government found me alone. They didn't trust the Navy and made me guarantee that no one from O'Hara would be able to leave alive. I felt a chill down my spine. Anyone, including those civilians. Why look for you? I couldn't help but ask. Because the world government suspects that the scholars of O'Hara, besides studying the blank 100 years, are also researching ancient weapons. He looked at me and said, word by word, that kind of weapon should not appear in this world again. Ancient weapons. I gasped. So, do they really exist? Akainu shook his head. I haven't found any. But do you know what the biggest mistake the scholars of O'Hara made? I thought he would say that it is not appropriate to study the history of taboos. Instead, he said, their biggest mistake is that they made the world government believe they have the power to destroy the world, when in fact they do not. I was stunned. In an instant, I understood that those with nuclear weapons and those suspected of having them face completely different outcomes. O'Hara is the one who doesn't have nuclear weapons, but is suspected of having them. I looked at my uncle, not understanding why he was saying these things to me. He stared into my eyes and uttered a line that I still can't forget. Shoes, he said with utmost seriousness. The Navy cannot become the second O'Hara. I was taken aback for a moment, then slowly nodded. I understood. I completely understood what he was trying to express. So, he was betting the entire future of the Navy on me. I told you at that moment my mind went blank, and I understood that this old man wasn't just making empty promises. He truly wanted to train me as a successor and hand over his crazy plan to overthrow the world government to me. All right, I'll take on this task. I immediately said to him, what do you want me to do? The old man Akainu probably felt quite emotional, seeing that I wasn't scared off by his shocking revelation. So he directly assigned me a mission. Guess where he sent me? Alabasta. Goodness, I was completely dumbfounded. I thought he was going to throw me into the new world to wrestle with the four emperors, but instead, he exiled me to that desert country. I was feeling uneasy in my heart, but I still asked, what's the task? He replied, there is no task. I don't even know what to have you do. I almost choked on my words at that moment. He said the Navy's own intelligence system was a mess compared to the world government's CP agency. It was like a small workshop. He couldn't dare to investigate openly and only knew that the scholars from O'Hara were particularly focused on Alabasta back then, so he suspected something was amiss there. He patted my shoulder and said that while the four emperors were at a standoff in the New World, I should go check out the entrance to the Grand Line. The task was heavy. It felt like he was about to give me a coming-of-age theme song, saying the future of the world depended on me. I thought to myself that this was completely unreliable. It felt like this guy's grand ambitions were all based on passion and intuition. But this was a dangerous business. Who among my family understood that? However, since it had come to this, I could only brace myself and go for it. Before I left, he specifically reminded me to submit the report on the destroyed training ground to the marshal's office before work the next day. I was really overwhelmed. The Navy's reports were notoriously long and tedious, and just the format could be torturous. After saying goodbye to him, I realized that the shirt I had borrowed from him had long been torn to shreds, leaving only a few strips of cloth. Great, I can only go back shirtless. Walking along the road, I felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, my strength had skyrocketed, and I had received such an exciting rebellion script. It was absolutely cool. But on the other hand, I couldn't mess this up. I needed my own intelligence network, one that only listened to me, secretive yet powerful. Back in the dormitory, I burned the midnight oil, grinding through that 3,000-word report until midnight. This was way more tiring than a fight. It was said that after the Sengoku period changed corporal punishment to writing reports, the troublemaking rate of Navy generals dropped threefold. This approach was so effective. It precisely targeted our group of rough men. The next morning, I showed up at the marshal's office with dark circles under my eyes, carrying the report, and ran into my accomplice, Teacher Zephyr, halfway. We exchanged a glance, chuckled, and everything was understood without words. I sneaked a peek at his report. Wow. His handwriting was elegant, and the formatting was neat. Then I looked at my own scrawl, which was utterly embarrassing. I silently asked him what was going on, and he proudly shook his huge mechanical arm, saying, "It's inconvenient for me to write, unhelp me." I was filled with envy and jealousy right then and there, and I resolved to find a deputy who could write reports in the future. It didn't matter if they were strong or not. This paperwork had to be top-notch. When we arrived at the marshal's office, Teacher Zephyr was quite impressive, striding in boldly, and shouted at Sengoku, "Sengoku! Last night, I was testing equipment and accidentally destroyed the training ground. Here's the report." after slamming the document on the table. His imposing manner looked like he was paying protection money. I understood immediately. The power of example. I followed his lead, striding in. But as soon as Sengoku looked up and our eyes met, my previously inflated arrogance vanished in an instant, and I turned into a cautious little lamb. Carefully placing the report on the table. Marshal Sengoku, here is my report. Sengoku opened the report, glanced at it, then looked up at me with a look as if he were staring at a monster. He probably didn't expect that the newly promoted Major General he had just commissioned yesterday would be able to spar with General Zephyr so fiercely the night before. He turned to Zephyr, his eyes full of uncertainty. Zephyr, being an old hand, immediately patted my shoulder and proudly announced, "That's the kid. He fought fiercely with me last night. Just like you, he is also a mythical Zoan type with the human fruit. Now I was out in the open. My trump card had been revealed, but I had no intention of hiding it, so I generously admitted it." Sengoku, being an experienced person himself and understanding how perverse mythical Zoans could be, nodded in acknowledgement of my strength and said, "So that fruit was prepared for you. Don't let Akainu down." Great, he knew everything, but I wasn't surprised. After all, he was the marshal. I immediately stood at attention and pledged my loyalty. I will never let General Akainu down. This fruit will help me uphold the Navy's justice. There was significance in my words, especially in emphasizing General Akainu's name, meaning that from today on, I was on his side, representing absolute justice. Teacher Zephyr, that honest old man, was still praising my high awareness, completely missing the underlying meaning. After Sengoku finished with the report, he sent Zephyr away and kept me behind for a private talk. I was a little nervous. This was my first one-on-one meeting with the marshal, and I wondered what he wanted. Then, what he said next completely shattered my worldview. He slowly opened his mouth. I know about Akainu's connection with the world government. I also turned a blind eye to it. I was stunned at that moment. He sighed and revealed everything to me. It turned out that the Navy's funding entirely depended on allocations from the world government. They had to beg for money, which made it hard for them to stand tall. Many times, they had no choice but to take on dirty work that went against justice. Sengoku said that rather than making everyone uncomfortable, it was better to let one person bear all the blame and filth. And Akainu was that person who voluntarily stepped up, willing to sacrifice his dignity, honor, and even life for the Navy and the so-called greater good. After listening, a surge of anger welled up inside me, and without thinking, I blurted out, "That's not fair. He might bear this disgrace for a lifetime." I was surprised that I dared to question the marshal to his face. Sengoku didn't get angry. He just looked at me calmly and said, "Everything is to end this chaotic era of pirates." At that moment, I was left speechless. For this belief, these high-ranking Navy officers were truly willing to give up anything. Before leaving, Sengoku told me that my warship had been delivered, and my aide had been assigned, named Kyle, a colonel from headquarters. Coming out of the marshal's office, my mind was still a jumble. I realized that Akainu carried so much on his shoulders, and Sengoku was not the simple conciliator I had imagined. The waters within the Navy were much deeper than I thought. To calm down, I changed into my training uniform and went to the first training ground, planning to run 10 kilometers to clear my head. As I ran, I noticed a female soldier was following me at a distance that was neither too close nor too far. I accelerated, and she accelerated too. I slowed down, and she slowed down as well, always maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. I turned around and walked toward her. Is there something wrong? The female soldier looked a bit nervous when she saw me approaching, but she quickly adjusted and saluted. "Reporting, sir." "Did I disturb you?" It was then that I remembered what Zhangguo had said and tentatively asked, "Are you Kyle?" She immediately nodded. "Colonel Kyle from Naval Headquarters, reporting to you." So she really is my adjutant. I took a good look at her. Wow, she's 8 meters tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Her features exquisite as if she stepped out of a painting, and her figure is simply exceptional. How are we going to work together in the future? I asked her why she was looking for me, and she surprisingly shook her head, swaying her body. Cough, cough, what a sin. I'm just a passionate 20-year-old. She actually told me, "I just wanted to see what you look like in advance, sir." After saying that, she even bowed and apologized. At that moment, I felt a bit dizzy. However, the moment she stood up, alarm bells went off in my mind. My intuition told me that this woman was definitely not as simple as she seemed. So, when she lifted her head, what she saw was not a lewd superior, but a face full of vigilance. I'll get straight to the point. Whose person are you? She was taken aback for a moment, still trying to act innocent. I'm your person, your adjutant. Are you putting on a show like in Empresses in the Palace? I took a step back and exposed her. You can't hide it from me. It's the warring states that sent you to monitor me. ISNT it? Seeing my serious expression, she knew she could no longer pretend, tossed her hair, and her demeanor instantly changed. Becoming sophisticated and mature. I don't know how you found out. She still wanted to play it cool, saying something about having served on General Sikarsky's ship before. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with her. I directly conjured a pure, white flame in my hand and stepped closer to her, placing my hand on her lower abdomen. I don't like jokes, especially when it comes to my family. You have one last chance. Surprisingly, she showed no signs of panic and provocatively leaned her face close to my ear, saying, "Are you going to make a move? There's so many eyes watching. This woman is truly ruthless." She calculated that I wouldn't dare to act against a comrade in front of so many witnesses. The smug smile on her face seemed to say that I had lost. Huh, you think you can win against me? It's not that easy. I steeled my resolve and decided to play along, moving the flame steadily closer to her lower abdomen. I could feel her heartbeat accelerating, her facial muscles twitching, but she was still holding on. She was betting that I wouldn't dare, but I was determined to make her believe that I would. Just as my hand was about to touch her clothes, I saw a flash of despair and regret in her eyes. The moment had come. I suddenly withdrew my hand, extinguished the flame, stepped back and smiled, saying, "Just a joke, don't take it to heart. By the way, I helped you with your cold uterus. No need to thank me." She looked down and saw that her clothes were intact. Lifting them revealed no burns on her skin, and instead, she felt much lighter. By the time she looked up at me again, I had already turned and left. This woman is insane. She can't play with me. I decided that tonight I would go find Akainu and demand a new vice admiral, or else I would eventually be led to my doom by her. To shake off this troublesome matter, I decided to check on my new warship at the dock. When I arrived, the dock staff warmly guided me to dock number 4. As soon as I entered, a brand new 2-masted warship was docked there, its blue paint shimmering under the lights. Although its configuration couldn't compare to those of the great pirates' flagships, it still gave a sense of reassurance. The final adjustments were being overseen by an old shipwright, who told me that the ship was ready to set sail. But a sudden order had come from above to modify the entire vessel. I felt a jolt in my heart and asked him if it would delay our departure. The old sailor smiled and said, "No, the people from the scientific experiment department will arrive in the afternoon. It's just the installation of the seabed stone technology, which won't take much time." Seabed stone technology. I was stunned at that moment. This thing is a strategic black technology of the Navy, allowing warships to ignore the doldrums and directly traverse the seas and the Grand Route, according to regulations. This is a privilege only available to those at the rank of lieutenant general. So how could I, a major general, have the qualifications? That old stickler Akainu would never use his position for personal gain. The only person who could give such an order is Sengoku. What on earth does he want me to do by giving me such a huge favor? As it turns out, the answer came much faster than I had imagined. I was still pondering, thinking that Marshal Sengoku must be playing a big game. But then I turned my attention away from this matter. After all, the beautiful adjutant Kyle was my real headache. I was convinced that she was sent by Sengoku to spy on me. And how could I tolerate that? That night, I sneaked into Akainu's office. Let me tell you, I was genuinely furious at that time. I walked in and got straight to the point, saying, "Boss, can I get a different adjutant? She's too smart. We definitely have a secret mission to Alabasta, and having her along would be inconvenient." I thought this reason was sufficient, right? But Akainu just quietly listened to me finish, then casually tossed out a sentence that left me dumbfounded. He said, "Kyle is not Sengoku's person." My heart skipped a beat. Not from the Warring States? Then whose people are they? The next thing he said blew me away. It was I who sent you there. It was also my suggestion to the Warring States to let you take care of Alabas. Wow, my pupils practically. After all this time, it turns out it's not an external enemy, but an internal issue. The Warring States gave me the technology for Hailu Stone, and the condition for the exchange was for me to take care of the East China Sea area, which I can understand. But Kale, looking at Akainu's eternally icy face, I really can't figure out when his taste became so, well, so on point. I couldn't hold it in and asked, "No, boss, her style is too different from yours, right? These two people, one is like an ice cube in summer, and the other is like a flame in spring. How could they possibly come together?" What Akainu said next was concise. In 3 sentences, he told me the tragic life of a girl. He said, her family was killed by pirates. She was sold to the black market. I saved her. I understood instantly. People who come from places like the black market can't be innocent little rabbits, can they? No wonder she has a wild energy about her. But I still didn't understand. So I asked, "Then why don't you keep her by your side?" Guess what Akainu said? He actually forced out a really ugly smile and mimicked my words, saying, "Didn't you say it yourself? Her behavior and style are too different from mine." I wanted to slap myself at that moment. I was shooting myself in the foot. Family. Does he think that Kyle's offbeat style suits me better? Am I really that unreliable? I still wasn't ready to give up, and made one last struggle. Can I replace her? Akainu calmly replied, yes, after 2 years, according to the regulations. Well, at this point, there was nothing more to discuss. I had to accept it. Fine, I'll take her as my deputy. I originally came to resolve external conflicts, but ended up discovering it was an internal arrangement. Okay then. Seeing that there was still time, I simply shared another idea. Boss, I plan to set up an intelligence department that only reports to us. It will make things easier in the future. I was fully prepared to be scolded by him. After all, this sounded like I was trying to carve out my own territory. Who would have thought that Akainu didn't even raise an eyebrow and directly agreed? Just one requirement. It must not violate justice. At that moment, I understood that scholars may fail to rebel for 3 years, but it's people like us, the reckless. Oh no, the action-oriented ones, who can get things done. Time flew by, and soon it was the day of departure. At the dock, Teacher Zephyr patted my shoulder, speaking earnestly. Brat, be careful. You are my most outstanding student. I was so moved I almost shed crocodile tears. As soon as I boarded the ship, wow, Kairi was already waiting there. Today she was dressed in a colonel's uniform, draped in a justice cloak, with golden hair flowing over it, looking extraordinarily heroic. I have to say, her aura really had that same vibe as Akainu's ship. Captain Shoes, all 500 soldiers are in position. Please give the order. With a wave of my hand, I declared set sail. As the warship slowly sailed out of the gate of justice, I stood at the bow, feeling a sense of liberation that my family could never understand. The feeling of breaking free from constraints, soaring high like a bird in the sky, was simply exhilarating. I didn't notice when Kyle had come over, standing behind me, and saying, shout if you want to. The lives of everyone on this ship are in your hands. I didn't want to shout and express myself, but after what she said, I lost that mood. I turned around and looked at her very seriously. What happened that day was a misunderstanding caused by you, and I have no need to apologize. I hope we can work together happily in the future. This woman is also a sensible person. She extended her hand and smiled, saying, of course, I also don't want to offend my boss. Let's collaborate happily. We shook hands, and that matter was considered settled. However, the slap in the face came too quickly, like a tornado. At noon, during lunch, I followed the crowd to the cafeteria to queue up, originally wanting to be down to earth. Kyle quietly reminded me from the side, sir, you're here. The guys are feeling pressured while eating. Just look at how tense they all are. I took a glance, and indeed, the cafeteria was silent. Everyone was focused on eating. All right, I decided to take their advice and thought I would just have dinner delivered to my office. But when I got my meal, I turned green with anger. The tray was piled high like a small mountain, all cheap vegetables, and I had to use a magnifying glass to find the bits of meat. I was furious. On the first day at sea, someone dared to cut rations? I was about to flip the table. Then Care slowly sat down across from me with a tray exactly like mine and said, Captain, I advise you to sit down. Most of the leadership on this ship comes from General Sakasaki's fleet, and no one dares to play tricks. I was taken aback and asked her what's going on. She glanced at me and reminded the 3rd training ground. Did you forget your promise to General Zhangwa? Our fleet's budget is responsible for half of the repair costs. I was petrified on the spot. Damn, I almost forgot. For a long time to come, are we all going to have to eat nothing but scraps because of me? It turns out this punishment meal was actually takeout I ordered for my 500 brothers. Kyle added insult to injury. All right, it's only us eating scraps, while Zephyr's pirate guerrilla team has a budget over 3 times ours. A curse word. I don't know whether to say it or not. I admit, I was young and ignorant. After eating grass for 3 days, we finally arrived in the Alabasta Sea area. As soon as I took over, I found out that the previous base commander, a rear admiral, had been taken out by an unknown pirate. This matter feels suspicious. Old Sengoku suspects it was the Shichibukai crocodile's doing, and my secret order translated to, you go investigate. If you find evidence, take action. If there is no evidence, just take action first and find the evidence later. Let me tell you, with this kind of situation, I was instantly kneeling in awe. But the morale in the base was low, and they looked at me like I was just a rookie, completely not respecting me. Just as I was worrying about how to break the ice, Kyle directly threw me a shocking piece of news. She somehow dug out a book of black accounts and slammed it on my desk. It was the bribery records of that unfortunate former commander. He died so suddenly that they didn't even have time to destroy the evidence. I opened it and took a look, and I was shocked to see it filled with corruption records, written more seriously than my school notes. Among this pile of mess, I spotted a name that caught my attention, Baroque Work Society. Isn't that the secret crime organization of Old Shah? Folks, this is what we call a timely opportunity. I was just worrying about how to start building my private intelligence system from scratch, and now it's presented to me on a silver platter. As long as I can take down Crocodile and take over the entire Baroque work society, won't I have the foundation of my intelligence agency? This matter is too big for me to handle alone. I've decided to confront Kyle. I called her to the office and got straight to the point. Kyle, can I trust you? She shrugged, and her expression seemed to say, the thief's already on board, and you're asking me this now? I knew she was a smart person. I told her my plan to establish a private intelligence agency that would only be accountable to me in detail. After hearing it, her eyes lit up, and without a second thought, she joined in, even starting to help me plan on the spot. Incredible. She was like my electronic friend, instantly understanding all my moves. So, under the pretense of eliminating pirates, we set sail with 200 loyal followers. By nightfall, just the two of us changed into casual clothes and stealthily boarded a small boat, heading straight for a stronghold of the Baroque works, the Whiskey Peak. That little broken boat rocked me to the point of dizziness. Once Kyle changed into casual clothes, she looked incredibly hot and kept teasing me, making me feel a bit distracted. After drifting for a day and a night, we finally arrived. As soon as we landed, a man who claimed to be the mayor approached us, accompanied by a girl with sea blue hair. The girl shyly introduced herself. Hello, I'm Wei Wei. My mind went blank at that moment. Wait, Nefertari Vivi, Alabast Princess? How could she be here? This timeline doesn't match. I was still dealing with a CPU overload when suddenly I felt a gust of wind hit the back of my head. My observation hotkey was going off like crazy. I shouted in my mind that it was bad news, an ambush. But to avoid alerting the enemy, I gritted my teeth and didn't dodge. With a muffled thud, everything went dark in front of me, and I instantly saw several golden stars flying in the sky. Let me tell you, that crazy woman Kyle really hits hard. She knocked me out with one punch and was still laughing, saying to that villager named Simba, sorry, my husband is not feeling well. Can we get something to eat? We'll pay. Goodness. As soon as Simba heard there was money, his eyes lit up, and he immediately led us into the village. I was rubbing my head while suppressing my voice to curse Kyle. Is this part in the script? Why did you hit me? You guess what she said? She gave me a disdainful glance and said, that girl is at most 15, and you, an old man, are staring at her lewdly. Isn't that disgusting? I can't help but laugh in anger. Who understand my family? I was just sizing up. I was observing. Is it my fault that my eyes are a bit small? This is pure revenge. I just criticized her, and now she's hitting me back with a look that says, yeah, I did it on purpose. Come and hit me. Fine. I'll endure it. Once we entered Simba's house, he found an excuse to take his daughter out. I have sharp ears and immediately heard the commotion next door. Simba was fiercely warning his daughter. This is your first mission. Don't mess around. That little girl, Wei Wei, was crying and said she understood. Then I heard Simba pour a packet of powder into the tea, and Wei Wei tried to stop him, saying we aren't pirates. Guess what Simba said? What's the difference? In this day and age, anyone who dares to go to sea isn't a good person. Damn, this sentence really struck a chord with me. It's so philosophical. I also think that in this day and age, there aren't many good people who dare to venture out to sea. At the same time, I'm 100% sure that this little girl is definitely the princess of Alabasta, Vivi. As a result, Kale heard it too, and her damn sympathy flared up again. She quietly asked me, can we let that little girl go later? I shook my head directly. Just kidding, this is Princess Vivi. If we let her go, won't that expose us? Kyle wasn't happy, why not? She is so young. She wants to save us. Looking at her determined expression, I had no choice but to lay it all out. She is most likely Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta. If we let her go, we're both done for. As soon as I said that, Kyle's face instantly fell. She knew I wouldn't joke about something like this. The next moment, her gaze turned cold, and she made a gesture across her throat at me. I was sweating at that moment, and I said, sister, isn't this a bit too much? This woman's mood changed too quickly. 1 second she looked so pitiful, and the next she wanted to physically eliminate someone. I even started to doubt if she was really from the Navy. Kyle had a serious expression. Of course it's necessary. Have you forgotten what we are here for? If this gets out to the world government, it won't just be 1 or 2 people who die. Even Admiral Sakazuki would be dragged down with us. Seeing she was not joking, I became serious too. We are the Navy. Killing an innocent princess goes against justice. Besides, I added, the relationship between the Alabasta royal family and the world government isn't as strong as you think. After much persuasion, Kyle finally didn't insist on going for a lethal blow. But from his expression, it was clear he still thought that eliminating the threat was the safest option. I couldn't help but ask her. I've never asked before, but what is your view on justice? Her behavior today was too extreme. She didn't seem like a Navy officer at all. Kyle laughed and casually said, "Who told you that being in the Navy means you must firmly believe in justice? For most people, it's just a stable job, a way to make a living. Not everyone is qualified to enter the headquarters training camp, and certainly not everyone has a general uncle. What can you talk about with people who are struggling for their daily meals regarding some abstract notion of justice?" Although this statement was quite heretical, I have to admit it was the truth. I was too presumptuous, thinking that all Navy officers were like the people around me. I asked again, "What about you? With your abilities, you could have a better life outside the Navy." She paused for a moment, as if she had never thought about this question. After a long time, she looked straight into my eyes and said, "Maybe it's because the person who pulled me out of hell back then was a Navy officer. You can't understand how dazzling that light was that illuminated my life. So, I won't allow anyone to hurt him." I understand. What she said is about Akainu. It's neither love nor familial affection, but a kind of pathological obsession, like a drowning person desperately grabbing onto the last straw. Akainu probably realized this too, which is why he sent her to my side. I can only warn her again. In short, we cannot touch Vivi. She is very important to our plans ahead. Just as I was saying this, Simba came in with a plate of food, smiling warmly. Vivi didn't follow, which actually relieved me. Given Kyle's current state, I was really afraid that something would happen if the two of them met. I thanked them and started to eat. After all, I had the white flame protecting me, immune to all poisons. Kyle was much more cunning, claiming to feel unwell and didn't touch a single bite. Simba didn't try to persuade him either, probably thinking it was enough to take me down. When the time was right, I rolled my eyes back and fell to the ground, starting to act. Kyle immediately got into character, shaking me and wailing dramatically. Seeing that he had succeeded, Simba whistled and a few big men rushed in from outside, surrounding Kyle. However, to be fair, these guys had some professional ethics. They just tied Kyle up and asked us where the money was without laying a finger on him. This really hit Kyle hard, and later he complained to me that he was starting to doubt his looks. They searched for a long time and only found 1,000,000 berries, which made the pirate hunter leader Simba turn pale. He must have been cursing under his breath, feeling that this deal was a huge loss, especially since that meal I just had was worth more than that. He sighed and ordered them to take us away, saying we were going to meet the boss. I closed my eyes and pretended to be dead, and I felt myself being carried for about 10 minutes before being thrown to the ground with a thud. I heard Kyle's delicate voice nearby, and I knew she was telling me she was right next to me. Then I heard a sharp male voice roaring, "Bastards! Didn't I tell you to only deal with pirates? Which civilian goes out with so little money?" Simba was there apologizing repeatedly. They came to us on their own, and I was thinking the boss has been short on cash lately. I quietly opened a crack, and wow, isn't that Mr. 3? The wax fruit user. With a big 3 on his head, it's hard not to recognize him. I heard Mr. 3 sneer and say, "You don't need to worry about the boss's business. That Navy major has too big of an appetite. The boss doesn't plan to cooperate with him anymore. This sea of Alabasta can only belong to us." It's confirmed. The death of the former base chief is indeed related to Crocodile. For what he said, they were partners before, but later, due to uneven distribution of loot, Old Sand directly backstabbed him. Hearing this, I felt it was about time to stop pretending. I stood up from the ground and brushed off the dust on my clothes. "You guys continue, don't mind me." Simba's eyes were about to pop out. He had seen me eat a meal that could take down an elephant. Mr. 3 reacted the fastest, cursing at Simba. "Bastard, this is your doing." Simba quickly commanded his subordinates, "Hurry, tie him up." In the end, I didn't even have to lift a finger. The seemingly weak Kyle suddenly erupted, effortlessly taking down several pirate hunters who charged at him, even stepping on one of their faces, unsatisfied, saying, "You really don't understand how to cherish a lady at all." Mr. 3 was so scared that his face turned pale. He flung out a large amount of wax and turned to run, looking quite decisive. Unfortunately, if he wanted to run, he had to ask for my permission. I used the shave technique to appear in front of him, blocking his escape route. When he saw the Navy's 6 dials, he immediately panicked, stuttering, "Navy, Bob's death has nothing to do with me. I don't know anything." I tilted my chin, signaling him to go back to his original position. I wasn't interested in that matter. "Of course, if you want to talk about it, I can listen." Mr. 3 cautiously retreated, not daring to move again. This guy was indeed clever. He knew when he couldn't win and chose to back down, waiting for a chance. I had already planned in my mind. What I want is the Baroque Working Society as an intelligence agency, not to go head-to-head with Clockdale. As for Old Shy himself, how could such a strong figure submit to others? I'm not even interested in those prominent officials under him. What I want is the 2,000 or so people from Whiskey Peak. Their abilities aren't that great, but they have the advantage of being numerous, adaptable, and lacking distinct personal traits. making them able to blend into any environment. They're practically born intel agents. What does it have to do with you as the boss if they poach your employees? The main strategy is to undermine from within. That's why I deliberately came here, to see the professionalism of this group and to take a look at who the person in charge is. Fortunately, it's not old Shah himself. Otherwise, poaching right in front of the boss would really lead to a fight. I gave Mr. 3 a friendly smile and said, Garl, I've decided to call you by your real name from now on. Garldino. I have a big project here. Are you interested in teaming up with me? What's the point of being a pirate? No benefits, always living in fear. Work with me, and I guarantee you'll retire at 50, living a worry-free life. I'm not here to beat around the bush or make empty promises. We're all adults, so let's get straight to the point. Mr. 3, also known as Galdino, was completely bewildered. Aren't the Navy here to capture me? Are they here to recruit me? Is the sun rising from the west today? Of course. He was excited at the thought of being able to clear his name and come ashore, but as soon as he remembered that his boss was the warlord crocodile, he hesitated. While he was still indecisive, Shimba next to him was much more proactive and suddenly knelt down, saying, I am willing. Sir, I am willing to do anything. Now, that's more like it. Working for someone is still work. These lower-tier people have no idea that their boss is Crocodile, so they feel no pressure to betray him. With someone taking the lead, the rest quickly followed suit and knelt down in a wave. I had Kyle take everyone else out, leaving only me and the conflicted gal in the room. I'll get straight to the point. You're worried about Crocodile's revenge, right? His expression changed drastically. I calmly continued, I know you very well. Mr. 1, Das Bones, the Chop Fruit. Mr. 2, Von Clay, the Clone Fruit, and still a transvestite. With every word I said, Gal's face grew paler. By the time I finished speaking, the look in his eyes had changed. He must have been imagining a scenario where one of us was a traitor. Could it be that the traitor was the boss himself in a spy drama? I didn't push him, just patted his shoulder. No rush. Take your time to think. Just then, a sudden shout of battle came from outside. Jair's eyes lit up, and he was about to take the opportunity to slip away, but when he looked up, he met my cold gaze. Don't test my patience. He instantly froze in place. We walked out one after the other, and saw Kyle single-handedly taking on hundreds of pirate hunters. These people were armed, yet none dared to step forward. That guy Simba probably wanted to take the lead in resisting, but ended up being the first to be knocked out by Kyle. I said to Kyle, let me handle this. As I spoke, a tearing sound came from behind me, and 2 pairs of pristine white wings unfolded, lifting my body slowly into the air. I raised my right hand, and flames gathered in my palm, forming a gigantic sword. Judgment. With a single swing, it was as if the world was coming to an end. Golden flames filled the entire sky, and the scorching brilliance even overshadowed the sun. The pirate hunters hadn't reacted, yet when their bodies began to dissolve from the head down, silently melting away like snow in the sunlight. God is a divine being. The remaining people, untouched by the flames, were so terrified that their souls fled their bodies, all kneeling on the ground, repenting to me. Even Princess Vivi knelt among the crowd, staring blankly at me as I descended from the sky. Kyle teased from the side, you should have done this earlier. They're all smart people. Indeed, a fist is the hard truth. Just moments ago, Kyle had taken down a couple hundred of them, and they might have thought there was still a chance with their numbers. But my move had brought them an insurmountable despair. Gar, who witnessed all of this, no longer had any thoughts of escape. I smiled at him and said, Gar, here's your task. Go find a large ship that can hold everyone here. We're getting ready to move. Gar had completely resigned himself and worked with high efficiency. Soon, a large ship was ready, and all 1,900 people were gathered without a single one missing, along with the 200 million berries accumulated at Whiskey Peak during this time. At that moment, Vivi and her captain, Ikaram, approached and introduced themselves. I already knew their identities and didn't bother with pleasantries, directly smiling and saying, Princess Vivi, I've seen your photo. Have you been taken hostage? I can take you back to Alabasta. I need to hurry and send these 2 away, or that crazy woman, Kyle, might start thinking of something devious again. I casually found a small boat, provided them with enough food and fresh water, and urgently sent them off. Watching their small boat sail away, Kyle stood beside me looking regretful. Sigh, if only I just nudged them a little. I gave her a sidelong glance, thinking to myself, I'm just being cautious of you. Everything was settled, and our big ship officially set sail. I finally flew back over Whiskey Peak, unleashing a sea of fire, reducing the entire island to ashes, completely erasing any trace of our presence there. Our destination is an uninhabited island that is shrouded in sea mist year-round. The place is fraught with hidden currents, and the nautical charts are centuries old. Relying on his memory and skills, Kyle managed to navigate the ship inside. By the time we reached the shore, that battered old ship had fulfilled its mission. I commanded the group of pirate hunters to move all the supplies ashore, then set the ship on fire, completely cutting off their escape route. I called Gar over and told him, "For the time being, you all will live here and be self-sufficient." I didn't manage the distribution of supplies. I knew Gar would definitely create privileges and form small groups. That was exactly what I wanted. As long as they weren't united, I could have them firmly under my control. After doing all this, I looked at Kyle. "Are you staying here or coming back with me?" She smiled and said, "I'm staying here. These guys wouldn't dare to do anything to me. You should go back early. Just don't get lost out there in the sea." I gave her an okay gesture, and with a flap of her wings, she soared into the sky. Let me tell you, it's quite a struggle to find direction out at sea, but we have high-tech equipment in the Navy, a specially designed pointer, so it's all good. After flying for about an hour, I finally spotted my warship and made a direct landing on the deck. Wow, a bunch of duty sailors instantly surrounded me, staring at me like I was an alien, until someone shouted, "It's the Major General." Only then did they put their guns down. The third officer came running over, saluted, and said, "Report, Major General. While you were away, we captured over 180 stragglers. I'm not interested in this performance. It was just a cover." As a result, these three were looking around, and after a long pause asked, "Colonel Kyle, I think I've figured it out. On this ship, Kyle is the favorite, while I'm just a working general." I quickly explained, "She's fine, still on a mission, and will be back later." The third officer's expression visibly relaxed. I couldn't be bothered with him and went straight back to the captain's cabin, pulling out a list that Kyle had prepared long ago. It contained 50 people, all elite individuals carefully selected by the two of us, with clean backgrounds and good character. These 50 unfortunate souls were the devilish instructors I had prepared for those 2,000 pirate hunters. I handed the list to the third officer. "Notify these 50 people to gather on the deck with their belongings." The third officer is also a sensible person. He didn't ask anything and saluted before going to carry out the task. This guy is actually very capable, with a strong sense of discipline like that of a ruthless soldier, but unfortunately, he is too upright for this dirty work. Half an hour later, 50 spirited young men stood straight on the deck, each with their chests out and heads held high, their eyes shining with the light of dedication to justice. I cleared my throat and got straight to the point. "Brothers, there's a secret mission. There are no medals or honors, and you can't tell anyone about it. But it is absolutely for justice. Are you in? Please give the orders, sir." They shouted back with great enthusiasm, their voices echoing. The soldiers who weren't chosen looked on with envy. All present, board the auxiliary ship. I had the 3 deputies keep an eye on the house while I jumped onto the auxiliary ship myself. When the ship reached the vicinity of that deadly sea area, I first brought Kyle on board. With the experience from last time, she was much steadier at the helm this time, although it was still a bit bumpy. We managed to reach the shore safely without any major issues. Sure enough, besides Kyle and me, the 50 naval elites who had just landed were all doubled over on the beach, throwing up uncontrollably. The group of pirate hunters on the island, however, had already adapted. Some were chopping trees to build houses, while others were foraging for food, and their roles were quite clear. The leader, named Gal, was sitting there with his legs crossed, eating fruit. When he saw me, he rushed over as if he had seen his own father, pointing at the wooden houses that were taking shape and flattering me. "My lord, don't worry. In 3 days. It will be completed in 3 days." Kyle, standing next to me, quietly commented, "These guys may not be good at fighting, but they sure are skilled carpenters." I patted Gal on the shoulder and painted a big picture. "Work hard, and if you do well, I'll let you out." Guess what? This guy started crying right there, tears streaming down his face from the emotion. He probably thought this was a new experimental prison built by the Navy, and that he'd never get out in his lifetime. He patted his chest and promised, "I will definitely perform well." At that moment, in his eyes, I probably went from a demon to an angel. I couldn't help but chuckle to myself. Goodness, this Stockholm Syndrome is almost at an advanced stage. I need to up the dosage. Once he walked away, I immediately changed my expression and said seriously to the 50 naval elites, "Did you see that? You all need to be even more amiable than me later. We won't resort to violence. We will win them over with love. It's all about a mental massage." The expressions on these naval officers' faces were like they had just eaten a fly. Getting them to be buddy-buddy with the pirates was harder than killing them. But I had no choice. These people would be my informants in the future, spreading information all over the world. Relying solely on force would only lead them to turn around and sell me out. I had to completely reform their mindset. After pondering for a long time, I finally decided to use the most popular brainwashing techniques from the last century. I sit cross-legged on the beach, inviting them to sit down as well. And I start to explain my company culture. From now on, all of you are not allowed to use names. You must call each other family. When speaking to anyone, you must begin with family or family members. I talked with them from dusk until dark about team building, reward and punishment systems, and how to subtly change a person's mindset. They listened attentively, taking notes in their little notebooks. Just as I was speaking, Giles showed great insight by bringing over some food. With a glance, the closest Navy guy immediately stood up. The guy looked pale, forcing out a mournful tone as he said, "Thank you for the food sent by family. Family, would you like to eat together?" After saying that, he managed to squeeze out a smile that looked worse than crying. Let me tell you, the scene was so awkward it could make a 3-bedroom apartment out of it. Gal shivered all over, probably got goosebumps, but felt a bit inexplicably moved and slipped away after putting down the food. That Navy guy's hands were shaking. He was disgusted to the max. But he still took the food. Right then, I gave him a 360-degree, all-angle compliment, praising him as a peerless hero who endures humiliation for the sake of justice. You know what, this sugar-coated shell really works. After hearing my words, the guy's expression changed, and he truly felt like he had done something incredibly great. I'm quite happy in my heart. If you want to brainwash others, you must first go crazy yourself. I hope these young guys won't be fooled by me by the end of the training. While I was working on corporate culture development here, on the other side in Alabasta, Crocodile was about to go insane. The Whiskey Peak had been out of contact for 3 whole days. His more than 2,000 pirate hunters, his most important money bag, just vanished into thin air. Mr. 1's deputy, Pora, came to report that all methods to contact Mr. 3 had failed, and there was no life card made previously, so they didn't know if he was dead or alive. Crocodile had never fought such a confusing battle in his life. His branch company of more than 2,000 people just disappeared without a trace, not even a word. Being a CEO was utterly ridiculous. Worse, Pora sent someone to Whiskey Peak to check, and the entire island had been burned to the ground, leaving no clues at all. Crocodile was so angry he slammed the table, but he had more important matters to deal with. So he had to temporarily set this aside and let Pora take over Mr. 3's work, continuing to cause trouble in Alabasta. Once everyone left, Nico Robbins stepped out from the shadows and smiled, asking if he wanted help finding someone. Crocodile sneered, "Just 2,000 people, why would I care? I only care about Pluton." He raised his golden hook, its tip almost touching Robin's neck. The threat couldn't be more obvious. Meanwhile, after arranging everything, I slipped away with Kyle in a small boat. Kyle was still uneasy. "Are you just leaving like this? 2,000 pirates. How can 50 people keep an eye on them? If they want to run, this broken island can't stop them." I sighed and said, "There's no way around it. We are short-handed now, so we can only take a gamble. This is just an attempt." Kyle asked me what we should do next, whether we should wait to see Crocodile's reaction. I replied that we didn't need to worry about him. That guy was currently focused on finding the ancient weapon Pluton in Alabasta and couldn't care less about his 2,000 employees. Our next focus was also Alabasta. I told Kyle to keep a close watch on all the ships coming from the Sabati archipelago. We couldn't let a single one slip by. Kyle was taken aback and asked, "Sabati? Why? Shouldn't we be on guard against the world government?" I nodded and lowered my voice, saying yes. What I'm worried about is the world government. Because in Alabasta, there is the underworld king. Clang! Kyle got so excited that he missteered the ship, causing the small boat to tilt sharply, and I almost got thrown into the sea. "Kyle, steady!" I shouted. Only then did she react, hurriedly correcting the ship's wheel. Her face filled with shock as she asked, "Is there really an underworld king?" I made an analogy to her. Suppose we, 20 people, teamed up to pull off a big score and directly ruled the world. When it came time to divide the spoils, one person, the ancestor of the Alabasta royal family, suddenly had a change of heart and said he wanted to go back home, giving up his identity as a celestial dragon. Do you think the remaining 19 ruthless individuals would let him leave safely? Kyle thought for a moment and shook his head. Impossible unless. I continued for her, the person wanting to leave was holding a gun that could take out everyone. Those 19 kings had to let him go because they feared that gun. And that gun, I guessed, was the underworld king. Kyle's eyes lit up with understanding. She immediately grasped my meaning. I get it. Once back at the base, I had people secretly investigate all the ships coming from Sabati. By the time we returned to the main ship, life had returned to normal. I spent my days processing documents and occasionally going out to beat up those clueless rookie pirates. Goodness, in the blink of an eye, a year had passed. During this year, the internal conflict in Alabasta had escalated, with the rebels now able to confront the Royal Army head-on. Kyle placed a year's worth of intelligence on my desk and pointed to the records of one ship, saying, "This merchant ship from Sabati has issues. Other ships have reduced their voyages due to the war, but this one is coming more frequently. Behind this ship are those lawless black market merchants from the Sabati archipelago. Kyle's expression was grave. They were supplying weapons to the rebels and then using the money they earned to buy slaves in Alabasta, making a fortune in the process. Damn, I finally understand. I was wondering how the rebels developed so quickly. It turns out there are these war profiteers fanning the flames behind scenes. Crocodile originally wanted to boil the frogs slowly and gradually take over the country, but these arms dealers directly brought the water to a boil, and the entire situation is almost out of control. I asked Kyle if he could find out who the leader of these black market merchants was, as I wanted to cut off the source directly. Kyle shook his head and said it was difficult, as behind this ship was an entire black market merchant alliance from the Shambati archipelago, deeply intertwined, and there might even be the shadow of the celestial dragons. Let me tell you, these guys are not just playing small tricks. They're connected to the celestial dragons, which is like poking a hornet's nest. Don't just take my word for it. Even Akainu would have to think twice about it. I was puzzled at the time. Those rebels in Alabasta, weren't they always shouting for the people and for justice? How did they end up teaming up with such heartless merchants? I remember their leader, what was his name? Kusha, who was also Princess Vivi's childhood friend. He should have been a passionate young man. But then Kyle said something that woke me up. She said Kusha was indeed an idealist at first, but as the group grew, people's hearts began to scatter. When those merchants from Sabati mixed in with their real gold and silver, those so-called revolutionaries instantly forgot their original intentions, compared to their vague ideals. The clinking of coins was much more attractive. Now, Kusha and the elders have long been sidelined, and the entire rebel army has become puppets of the black market merchants. Who understands this, family? Idealism ultimately can't compete with the invasion of capital. Kyle concluded that Alabasta's situation was basically hopeless, and the only way out was to kneel and beg the world government to send troops. I shook my head at this, but I set that aside for now. I needed to assess my own resources first. I asked Kyle how the 2,000 people we picked up from Whiskey Peak were training. Kyle was quite proud and said my brainwashing method was extremely effective. Not to mention those pirate hunters. Even the 50 Navy men I sent and have now forgotten what they were doing, calling each other brothers every day and referring to each other as family, as if they had joined some mysterious organization, primarily focused on mental control. Their loyalty was absolutely no problem, but their combat power still needed some training. All right, that's the effect I wanted. I immediately started to make arrangements, using these 2,000 people as my global intelligence network. 40 people per group, spread out across the seas, the Grand Line, and a new world. The Grand Line is the priority. I need it monitored closely. The remaining groups will have flexible communication, and I'll keep 3 small groups by my side, ready to respond at any time. A few days later, Kyle brought me the head of this intelligence network. Guess who it was? Mr. 3, Galdino. This guy's been thoroughly brainwashed. The moment we met, he wanted to call me family. I shot him a look, and he swallowed the rest of his sentence. Has he become addicted to this pyramid scheme? I won't waste words with him and directly assign a task. Alabasta. Familiar with it? Take your people and infiltrate. Find out the dirt on Crocodile. At the mention of the name Crocodile, Gal trembled with fear. It was a terror ingrained in his bones. However, he still gritted his teeth and accepted the mission. Indeed, this would be their intelligence organization's final exam. After arranging all this, I prepared to personally go to Alabasta. When Kyle heard I was going to stir things up, her eyes lit up, insisting on following me. I quickly stopped her and said, "Sister, someone has to keep an eye on things at home. I'm violating the internal affairs of another country. If the higher-ups come to check, I'll need you to handle it." After some persuasion, I managed to convince her. I have small goals and can come and go easily by myself. That night, I flapped my wings and flew directly to a port city in Alabaston called Rapeseed Flower. This place is now under the control of rebels and is also a trading point for that smuggling ship. I randomly found a rundown inn to stay in, anyway. Nobody checks IDs these days. I had just lied down for a short while when suddenly, outside, there was a loud, clattering noise like demolition, making it unbearable. Just as I was getting annoyed, suddenly, with a bang, someone kicked my door open from the outside. I opened my eyes and guess what I saw? Hey, giant freaking duck. It charged straight into my room. I realized at that moment that it must be the Kingdom Army's people who were blocked by the rebels. I originally didn't want to get involved and planned to continue pretending to sleep, but then I heard a familiar voice outside the door. "Kalu, you've run to the wrong place." Wow, Kalu. I know that name well. It's the fast-running steed of Princess Vivi. I immediately lowered my voice and called out, "Is that you, Princess Vivi?" In the darkness, the girl clearly froze for a moment and stammered, I am." "No, I'm not." Hilarious. This princess is a bit of a scatterbrain, being chased and still playing dress-up. The footsteps downstairs were getting closer, and she couldn't care less. She hurried into my room and closed the door, nervously asking for my help. I took a look in the moonlight and saw that, wow. The little princess has grown quite a bit in the past year. She still didn't recognize me, so I reminded her, "Isn't Mr. Carlin with you?" Only then did she remember, surprised and delighted. "You are that Navy officer." I nodded. She immediately looked like she had found her savior and begged me to take her away. I said, "Okay, you stand behind me, don't get hurt by mistake." I casually patted the wing of the big duck, Karoo, and a dozen ways to cook wings flashed through my mind, startling the duck and making it shiver. I directly pushed open the door and walked out. The narrow corridor was filled with fierce-looking rebels. The leader saw me, pointed a knife at me, and shouted, "Get out of the way, we're searching the room." I was just talking nonsense with him. I went up and gave him a big slap, knocking him out on the ground. Another one had just raised his knife, and I gave him another backhand, and he happily lay down too. The one behind wanted to pull out a gun, so I dashed forward and slapped him hard across the face. I tell you, at that moment, all I could hear in the corridor was the sound of slap, 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 nonstop, with a rhythm like a DJ mixing. The last one was the innkeeper, and I couldn't stop in time, almost giving him a slap to send him off. I quickly held back my hand and gently told him, "There was just a fly on your face. Really, I'm not lying to you." The innkeeper turned pale, probably thinking that this place hasn't seen a mosquito in hundreds of years, but seeing my fist as big as a sandpot, he said there was one. So there must be. With all this commotion, there was definitely no way to stay at the inn. I settled the bill and sneaked away with Weiwei and Karoo. On the way, I found out that this princess had sneaked out to go undercover, trying to persuade the former leader of the rebels, Kusha, but ended up being exposed. She even begged me to save Kusha, saying that as long as Kusha stepped forward, they could resolve the issue peacefully. I laughed at the time. "Little princess, are you trying to drag me down with you?" I directly refused, saying the Navy cannot interfere in internal affairs. Seeing her about to cry, I leisurely added, "I won't agree to anything you ask. However, even if we want to save Kusha, the one saving him is not me, but you." At this point, I remember another person, Old Shah, Crocodile. I wonder what this guy is doing. His territory is in chaos, yet he can still sit still? Just as I finished thinking about it, the perspective shifted to Crocodile, who was having a headache. His plan to become a national hero was going well. But these new rebels were incredibly powerful, despite him trying to suppress them several times as a hero. He not only failed, but was also injured by a hidden expert on the opposing side. Family, who understands? It's like watching the cabbage you painstakingly grew about to ripen, only for a pig with armed color to come along. Old Shah is now forced to work every day, being dragged by the king to comfort the refugees. I bet he has almost convinced himself that he is a good person. Back to me and Vivi, we spent the night in the desert outside the city, and the next day, we prepared to re-enter the city. I told Vivi that she needed to disguise herself, and that her duck was too conspicuous and needed to be hidden as well. Vivi agreed, and let Karoo play in the desert for a few days. Then she started fiddling with her face. After a long while, I took a look and went silent. Family, her so-called disguise was even less impressive than the makeup girls were when going out nowadays. Just this, she was particularly confident, saying it was taught by her captain. I thought to myself, she might as well learn makeup from her maid. That's real head-changing magic. Anyway, I couldn't be bothered to criticize her anymore. I figured the face blindness in this pirate world must be late stage. Maybe this disguise could really pass unnoticed. All right, let us pack up, and we strolled back to the canola flower. I tell you, this time is different. There were rows of soldiers at the city gate, checking everyone entering and exiting. My heart was in my throat, ready to grab Vivi and run at any moment. Guess what? That soldier pulled out a wanted poster, drawn in the most abstract way imaginable. I bet even Picasso would be speechless. He glanced at Vivi for a moment, waved his hand, and let us through. Good grief. All the witty remarks I had prepared were swallowed back. Fine, we changed hotels. As usual, I stayed next door to her, focusing on protective companionship. Meanwhile, I was just waiting for my people to send me news. I had long instructed my subordinate, a guy named Gal, to infiltrate various cities in this country. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Princess Vivi. To be honest, her undercover skills were like someone just out of the newbie village. She was exposed in seconds yesterday. But while I could wait, she couldn't. Just past noon, there was a knock on my door. Groggily opening it, I saw her with a face so anxious she looked like she was about to cry, asking me what arrangements I had, saying she could take me to find the imprisoned Kusha. I yawned in thought, sister. It's your family's country that is about to fall. Why should I be anxious? I slowly told her, Don't rush. My people haven't arrived yet. Upon hearing I had people, her expression improved a bit, and she turned to leave. Since she had come all this way, I called her to join me for a meal. As a result, I nearly went bankrupt from that meal. Family, who understands? I just politely mentioned it would be enough to fill me up, and she piled the dishes higher than I did. With that kind of fighting power, she'd be wasting her talent not being a food king on Luffy's ship. Plus, with the skyrocketing prices in this crappy place, that meal made my heart bleed. After eating and returning to the hotel, my man, Gal, was already waiting for me in the room. As soon as Vivi saw him, they both exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" They recognized each other. I waved my hand and directly introduced, "He is one of us, now under my command, responsible for intelligence." I asked Gal to report quickly. As soon as he arrived, he dropped a bombshell. The rebels suddenly ordered the entire army to prepare for a decisive battle against the royal city, and all the ammunition in the warehouse was distributed. This is a matter of life and death. When Vivi heard this, she exploded, shouting that the royal city has hundreds of thousands of troops and the 7 warlords Crocodile guarding it. How could they possibly lose? Oh, upon hearing Crocodile's name, Gal turned pale. The worst thing in a job transition is mentioning the old employer in front of the new boss, and his survival instinct kicked in. I was quite curious. So I asked him, how did Crocodile become a hero? Gal wiped his sweat and said that even though Crocodile is not a good person, he has indeed been using sandstorms to restrain the rebels' musket teams during this time. Otherwise, the king's army would have been finished long ago. I understood that the current situation regarding emotions is a complete mess. Well, we can't wait any longer. We need to rescue Kusha, and it must be prioritized immediately. I directly asked Gal where Kusha was held. Vivi was about to answer, but I shot a glance at Gal. It's the professionals' time to speak, and the bystanders should step back. Gal immediately provided a series of precise data. The dungeon in the northwest corner of the base, with 3 shifts, 10 men per shift, all armed with muskets, and even a chef delivering food to them is one of ours. Vivi went silent right then and there. The intelligence she had gathered after lurking for half a day was still not as clear as what they had figured out in 2 days. I patted Gal on the shoulder and asked him to give me a map of the rebel base. This guy was also quite remarkable, without a word. He used his wax fruit ability to create a 1-to-1 3D sand table model right on the spot. Wow, isn't this more useful than a navigation map? Remembering the map, I sent them all away. Vivi still wanted to follow me, saying she wanted to help. I shot her down directly. Since you know you can't be of help, don't create more chaos. Then I pushed her out the door and warned her that if she dared to follow me secretly, I would not take responsibility for it. By midnight, I quietly infiltrated the rebel base. With Gal's 3D model in my mind, I navigated through the place like I was strolling in my backyard, easily avoiding all the guards. When I reached the dungeon entrance, I didn't waste any time and got straight to it. I dashed forward and with 2 loud bangs. The 2 guards at the entrance fell to the ground. I rushed into the corridor, and there were 2 more muffled sounds. By the time I reached the cell area, there were 6 left inside, and I didn't even give them a chance to shout. With a smooth series of moves, I took them all down. From the start to finish, the number went from 10 to 0 in less than 10 seconds. Then I looked into the cell. Good gracious. The one called Kusha was sprawled out on the bed, snoring loudly. This was not imprisonment. It was clearly a vacation. I banged on the iron bars to wake him up, and he groggily asked who I was. I couldn't be bothered to explain, igniting golden flames in my hand, and melted the iron bars before grabbing him by the collar and dragging him out. No time for nonsense, Vivi's friend, come with me. He tried to struggle, but when I gave him a death stare, he immediately complied. I dragged him out, smoothly exiting the dungeon. Once outside, I spread a pair of wings behind me and flew up into the sky with him in my arms, keeping my accomplishments hidden. What I didn't know was that, just as I was flying away, 3 men in white suits and masks were watching me from a tall building at the rebel base. One of them said, "It's Bell from the Royal Guard. He saved Kusha. Should we pursue?" Hey, they mistook me. Well, it's true that I deliberately spread only 1 pair of wings, and at night, I did look like that Birdman Bell. As a result, the leading masked man with a pale face coldly said, "Don't bother, just find what we need." They didn't care at all about the troubles of this country. I just sneaked out of the rebel base, and I felt a chill behind me. I'm telling you, there's definitely a master observing me in the shadows. The pressure I felt was completely beyond what this part of the sea should have. But I didn't look back, pretending I didn't know, and I managed to walk out of his perception range. That guy was strange, though. He actually let me go just like that. I don't know who this mysterious figure is. Now I understand why Old Shah is struggling so much as one of the 7 warlords. With such big shots hidden in the rebels, it's no wonder he can't hold his own. The plot is getting wilder and wilder, just like an unrestrained husky. I brought Kusha back to the inn and directly tossed him into Wei Wei's room. There you go. You two can chat on your own. I want to be a third wheel. I'd rather not waste my breath explaining how I friendly rescued him from the dungeon. After about half an hour, I figured they must have cried and hugged enough, so I went over and knocked on the door. Luckily, they were both dressed neatly, which meant they hadn't reached the point of thinking about clapping for love when their country was in ruins. As soon as Kusha saw me, he was so excited that he wanted to bow, saying he had already heard from Wei Wei that I was his savior. Well, he kept glancing at my hands, probably recalling my simple and rough lock-picking technique. His elbow still hurt from it. I quickly supported him and said, "All right, enough with the formalities. We need to get moving." It had been a while, and there was still no movement from the rebels. I wondered if someone was orchestrating things behind the scenes, deliberately letting Kusha go to cause a rift among the rebels, prolonging the war so they could profit from selling arms in the meantime. TSK. These war profiteers are truly heartless. Without further ado, the three of us set off under the cover of night. On the way, I asked Kusha if Quinn hadn't interrogated him. He didn't look like he had suffered at all. To my surprise, Kusha told me with a pained expression that his time in the dungeon was the most materially prosperous period of his life. Quinn didn't interrogate him at all. Instead, he provided him with good food and drink just to use his reputation to appease and recruit the civilians. Who understands this, family? This world bullies honest people, using the lives of civilians to control you, and you have no choice. Hearing this left me speechless. I could only say that the world is indeed too harsh on good people. We ran for 2 days straight, and I felt like I was under a curse of not being able to stay in inns anymore, sleeping rough in the wilderness every day. That night, just as we found a place to settle, we saw a huge cloud of dust in the distance. A gigantic duck, Wei Wei's pet Karoo, was charging towards us at full speed. Wei Wei was quite happy, waving her hands. "Karoo, I'm over here." But that duck was quacking loudly and frantically looking back, as if it wanted to say, "Stop shouting. There are pursuers behind us." I took a closer look and wow. The dust behind Karoo was not something a single duck could stir up. It was clearly being followed by a big fellow. Kosha also got tense, looking around for something to use, but when he turned around and saw me standing there calm and composed, he immediately relaxed. He probably figured that if I couldn't handle it, a firewood stick wouldn't be much help either. Can I not stay calm? This is not a pursuer. This is just a late-night snack, delivered right to my door. When that thing got closer, I could see it was a gigantic desert crocodile called F-Croc, incredibly fast, and a top predator in the desert. I made a quick move and instantly disappeared from my spot. When I reappeared, I was already positioned between Karoo and the crocodile. I shouted at the stunned duck, "Get down." Karoo didn't know what I was up to, but its survival instinct kicked in, and it dropped to the ground with a thud. In the next second, I crossed my hands and merged them, with only my 2 index fingers thrusting forward like a rhino's horn. Finger gun, rhino horn. I tell you, when Karoo felt a gust of wind sweep over his head, the entire duck was pressed down hard against the ground by the wind. Behind him, the F-crocodile that had chased him for over 10 kilometers had just opened its mouth, ready to feast, when its consciousness was completely wiped out. Its massive body crashed to the ground with a thud, not even twitching once. Karoo turned back to take a look, and the crocodile's gaping mouth was still aimed at him, almost scaring him into fainting on the spot. I grabbed the soft-footed duck by its neck and said, "Don't be afraid, it's dead. Go, call your little buddy over. He's good at handling ingredients." It was then that Karoo noticed the 2-finger-wide blood hole on the crocodile's forehead. I couldn't see how deep it was in the dark, but I knew that the strike had gone all the way through, piercing several meters into the ground. The advanced development of the Navy's 6 style had its first practical application, and the effect was outstanding. Now dinner would be sumptuous. Kusha skillfully began to dismember the crocodile while educating me, saying that this F-crocodile was different from the banana crocodile. It was smaller in size, but fast on land. That wasn't important. The important thing was that the meat smelled really good when roasted. I also conveniently collected the most complete crocodile skin to make a bag later, a pure natural limited edition. After eating and drinking to our fill, the 3 of us lay on the sand dunes, watching the distant lights of the rapeseed flowers. Kusha began to get emotional, saying that it wasn't so prosperous here before. It was later because a big ship came that he first saw the outside world, which made him determined to improve his own country. He said we must do something, even if it's just to tell future generations that their ancestors had made an effort. I felt a bit respectful hearing this, and I apologized for treating him like a tool in the dungeon before. This guy was different from delicate flowers like Vivi. He had truly experienced hardship and was willing to face it head on. Just then, The distant rapeseed flowers suddenly became lively again as teams of people emerged with torches. Searching everywhere. It was obvious. They must have discovered that Kusha had escaped, and the entire city was in a manhunt. I asked them where they were going next, and Kusha said he was heading to Caturlia, where he had some old subordinates. He wanted to persuade them to join him. Vivi nodded and said she would go with him. All right, this plan isn't bad. I bid them farewell, as my mission was not to accompany the prince and princess in their quest to restore their kingdom. The next day, I sneaked back to the canola flowers alone. The room in the inn where I was staying had been turned upside down. When the owner saw me, his face turned pale. Without saying a word, I handed him a stack of Belizes, and he immediately brightened up, saying that he had connections and would ensure I was fine. When the money is in place, it really works wonders. Before long, a wax seal was thrown in through the window. It was a message from my people. The smuggling ship would arrive at the port at 10 in the morning. I was waiting for this. I pulled a bedsheet over my face and slipped out of the window, dodging the patrols all the way to the port, arriving just in time at 10 o'clock. Goodness. The port was heavily guarded, and the dock was filled with people, mostly civilians and quite a few beautiful girls, all waiting like livestock to be loaded onto ships and sold. Some rebels were inside, crying and begging for mercy, but no one paid them any attention. Soon, 2 pitch-black smuggling ships docked. I was a bit puzzled as to why there were 2 ships. A big-bellied merchant came down, stuffed money into the rebel leader's hands, and then began unloading cargo. The first ship was filled with guns and ammunition, which the rebels were laboriously moving. Once they were done, the merchant stuffed them with more money, saying that the second ship had contraband and they didn't need to lift a finger. Something was off. Taking advantage of the chaos as they were escorting the slaves onto the ship, I quickly slipped onto the second ship. Once inside, the smell hit me. Damn. The stench of blood and the foul odor of excrement mixed together, more overwhelming than a dungeon. Then, I heard the roar of beasts. As I walked further in, I was stunned. In the cabin, there were a dozen or so, monsters locked up with iron chains. I didn't even know whether to call them human. They had human physical features, but also possessed the limbs of beasts. At first, I thought they were Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, but something was wrong. One of their arms was that of a tiger, while the other was still human. This completely contradicted the 3-stage transformation rule of the Devil Fruits. At that moment, my mind went blank. Isn't this just cyberpunk coming to reality? These bastards are conducting human experiments. These failed products of artificial devil fruits have completely lost their sanity and have turned into beasts that only know how to bite. The fire in my heart flared up instantly, and I was about to take action to give them a swift end when the cabin door slammed shut with a clang, and the lights went out. Great, the people on the ship discovered me. They want to unleash all the monsters' chains and trap me inside for a buffet, right? In the darkness, I could hear the sound of chains dragging on the ground, the roars of monsters, and the footsteps closing in from all directions. Though they had lost their sanity, their hunting instincts remained. A goat-headed monster was the first to charge at me, and just as I sidestepped to avoid it, several clawed attacks came from behind. My wings suddenly spread wide open, sending the attackers flying. A ball of golden flame ignited in my palm, illuminating the entire cabin. I was completely surrounded. What disgusted me even more was that I saw the few feline monsters I had knocked away actually tearing into the goat-headed monster that had just attacked me. They were cannibalizing. No, they were just hunting. The flames in my hand can no longer contain this group of crazed beasts. I look at the hell on earth before me and roar, bastards, to hell with your experimental data. I'll crank the golden flame to the max. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire ship is instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. The people on the dock are knocked over by the heat wave, helplessly watching as the ship turns to ashes in the inferno. 2 black market merchants turn pale, screaming madly, but no one can save them. The fire spreads with the wind to the first ship, and the entire port descends into chaos. I flew to a high altitude on the explosive air currents, looking down at the sea of fire below, ensuring that no monsters emerged before turning to leave. Back at the inn, I felt a bit dazed. That night, my subordinate gal took the opportunity while the city's patrol was dispatched to the port to come find me. He said that Quinn had originally planned to attack the capital, Albana, tomorrow, but now with this incident, it might be delayed, though not for too long. I finished listening and directly told him, I'm going to Albana. Pack your things and come with me. There's really nothing worth staying for here in the rapeseed flower fields. The final showdown will definitely be in the capital. An hour later, I grabbed Gal and took off through the window, hurrying overnight to Albana. Upon arriving in the capital, our people were already there to assist us. Gal went to consolidate the intelligence network, while I was arranged to stay in an inconspicuous hotel, quietly waiting for the final storm to arrive. As a result, the capital before this final storm was remarkably calm. Early the next morning, my little brother Gal brought me breakfast. Wow. He delivered the intelligence along with soy milk and fried dough sticks, emphasizing efficiency. I tell you, the situation here in the capital is changing rapidly. Gile told me that the king's army is fully prepared for battle. The news is likely brought back by Princess Vivi, as the troops that were previously focused on the rebel direction have started to shrink. But that's not the main point. The main point is that those people from the Baroque works have been acting like they've been injected with adrenaline lately, bouncing around the capital, digging through old documents as if they're searching for some treasure map. What are they looking for? Don't need a guess. It's obviously in pursuit of the ancient weapon Pluton. That guy, Crocodile, has not changed his ambitions at all. On the other hand, the palace is in chaos. The old king, Cobra, is as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, gathering a group of ministers for an emergency meeting. I tell you, the scene was like a market meeting, with a bunch of ministers shouting slogans louder than anyone else, but not a single useful word. For the glory of Alabasta. Evil will surely fail. I almost got calluses in my ears from hearing it. At this moment, the only one who understood the situation, our warlord and national hero, Mr. Crocodile, spoke up. He was straightforward, silencing the room with one sentence. What a load of crap. There's no chance of victory. Who understands? The thrill of flipping the table in front of someone. Crocodile directly stripped the king's army of their bottom line, saying their firearm troops are only 1/3 of the enemy's. And they're hesitant in battle, afraid of harming innocent civilians. How can they fight? It's pure debuff stacking. His words were obviously meant to undermine the king's confidence, forcing him to reveal the secrets about Pluton. Crocodile had already guessed through various documents that the thing was in the hands of the royal family. But due to his special status as a warlord, he cannot directly interfere in the politics of member countries. So he can only use the rebels as a knife to pressure the king. He knows very well that the real competitor for the treasure is the world government hiding behind the rebels. This is a high-level game of mutual maneuvering. Both the king and the rebels are just pawns. After hearing this, the king turned pale and still wanted to struggle, asking Crocodile, "Aren't you the sand fruit user? Can't you whip up a sandstorm to take out their gunmen?" Crocodile shook his head. "No, they have experts. I need to focus on dealing with them. You guys handle it yourselves." One excuse he found. After the meeting, the old king went alone to the royal treasury door, sighing in front of a large stone door, recalling what his ancestors said about not opening it unless absolutely necessary. In the end, he still didn't dare to move. Just as he left, Crocodile transformed into a pile of sand and appeared at the door, sneering, thinking to himself that once the great battle begins and the situation gets chaotic, he would come over and break down this door. After chatting with Gal, I let him head back first. Then I took out a phone bug and called my troublesome subordinate Kyle. As soon as the call connected, I was met with a barrage of complaints about how I was shirking my responsibilities and that the documents at the base were piling up. We exchanged a few banter, and I quickly found an excuse to hang up, fearing she might actually make me review documents remotely. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, I wandered aimlessly around the city and unknowingly ended up at the entrance of the National Library. I thought, since I'm here, I might as well check in. And guess who I ran into? Nico Robin, alive. At that moment, I was completely frozen, and I directly pulled out a chair and sat across from her. Her little eyes were as alert as a radar. I got straight to the point. "Hello, Nico Robin." My voice immediately left her speechless. You see, at the Baroque works, apart from Crocodile, no one knew her real name. She was ready to make a move, asking me who I was. I quickly waved my hand to show that I meant no harm, but her next sentence almost knocked me down. She smiled at me and said, "Friends? You mean the kind that rolls around on the sheets?" I was stunned at that moment. Wow, sister, are you really going this far? This is completely different from the intellectual big sister persona I imagined. But as a man, I can't lose my momentum. I replied directly, "If you don't mind, I have a room in the west of the city." This time, it was her turn to be stunned. She originally wanted to test me, but didn't he expect me to actually take the bait? Her face stiffened as she got up to leave. I looked at her back and said leisurely, "We will meet again. This is fate's arrangement." Just as I finished speaking, I was caught by the old man in the library, who started lecturing me, saying I was making too much noise and disturbing other studies. He was quite chatty about it. I could only run away in shame. To be honest, I never intended to recruit Robin. This girl is a key piece of the Straw Hat crew, the chosen one. If I mess with her, how will the story unfold later? If my plan fails, I'm still counting on Luffy's protagonist aura to bail me out. This is called risk hedging. You understand? I can't be like Kizaru, the old sly fox, just playing it cool. I need to have ambition. 2 days later, the big show began. The rebel army, a dense crowd of 200,000, surrounded the capital like an iron barrel. Gaul's intel indicated that Koza and Vivi's side had successfully incited a rebellion and were rushing back, but would take at least 3 days. This meant the capital had to hold out for 3 days. At noon, the rebels launched their first wave of attack. As for me, I didn't even pay attention to how lively the fighting was on the city walls. My eyes were fixed on the palace. Sure enough, that old sand guy didn't even go to the battlefield. He led people directly to raid the royal treasury. This move was a clear example of you fighting your battle. I'll just steal mine. By the time I arrived, good heavens, there were high-ranking officials from the Baroque works lying all over the treasury entrance. Mr. One, that iron block of a man, was almost out of breath after being hit by someone as hockey. The attackers were a few masked, mysterious figures, and judging by their technique, it was definitely those CP0 guys waiting to fish in troubled waters. I swaggered into the treasure vault, which was empty except for a tunnel leading down in the middle. Great, the main character must be down there. I followed and entered the tunnel, and after walking a few steps, I saw a memorable scene. On an underground platform, Old Shah, Robin, and those 3 CP0 members were gathered around a stone tablet inscribed with historical text, looking like an archaeological site. As soon as I appeared, 5 pairs of eyes all turned to look at me, and the atmosphere was so awkward that it felt like it could be cut into a 3-bedroom apartment. I could only force a laugh to break the silence. Hey everyone, are you all here to dig up graves? The Tomb Raider has arrived, but they completely ignore my joke. Crocodile glanced at CP0. Your people? The 3 masked individuals shook their heads. No. Lao Sha grinned, radiating killing intent. Then they're dead. No sooner had he spoken than a CP0 member wearing a white mask suddenly launched a whip kick towards my face. The wind from the kick whistling sharply. It's the gale foot. I chuckled inwardly. The Navy's 6 styles? I'm familiar with that. I easily sidestepped and dodged it completely. My move left that CP0 member dumbfounded, and even Lao Sha and Robin looked at me with newfound interest. The guy was clearly stunned, instinctively glancing at his boss, who nodded slightly. Well, this kid seemed pumped up like he had just been injected with adrenaline and charged at me again. I have to say, this time he learned smartly, wrapping his hands in armed color hockey, using finger guns and storm kicks interchangeably, attacking me with every move. We were exchanging punches in this narrow corridor, clanging and clattering, making it sound like we were blacksmithing. I didn't use the 6 styles at all, just simply played with him using armed color hockey. Otherwise my identity would be exposed. Old Shah, who was standing nearby, had a face as dark as a pot bottom. He must be cursing in his heart, thinking about how he had worked hard to set up in Alabasta for so many years, playing the hero and inciting internal strife. And just when he was about to get the Pluton, suddenly so many people popped up to steal the monster. It feels like what? It's like you've painstakingly written code, and it's about to go live, and then the product manager suddenly says, let us just use AI to generate it. Family, who understands this feeling of being completely caught off guard. I see that the 2 of them can't determine a winner for a while. And the leader of CP0 wants to step in to help, but he's wary of the old man Shah beside him, so he can only watch. There are 3 groups of people on site, staring at each other, and no one dares to make the first move. They really didn't expect me to be this strong. They initially thought it would be a quick fight, but now they've gotten themselves stuck here. To be honest, the level of this guy in the white mask is about the same as when I just became a major general. Now, it's just a piece of cake. I wasn't here to fight in the first place. Our purposes are different. Thinking of this, I seized an opportunity, pushed him back with 1 move, and then took 2 steps back voluntarily, making my intention clear. I'm not fighting anymore. Pause. The CP0 leader is also a smart person, and he immediately called his subordinate back. Taking this opportunity, I sneaked over to the platform and specially waved at Robin next to, trying to establish some familiarity. Immediately asked Robin if she knew me, and Robin said she had seen me in the library. The head of CP0 also spoke up, asking who I was. I directly started with a cheeky line. I'm a friend of Nefertari Vivi, just a passing ally of justice. Then I shifted my tone and directly mocked them. But what about you, taking advantage of the civil war to come and steal from the treasury? Shouldn't you introduce yourselves first? What do you say, great hero, Mr. Crocodile? I directly killed the conversation. Lao Sha laid all the cards on the table and stopped pretending. He sneered and said that none of the people present were good. All of them were here for the Underworld King. So why bother acting? He saw through these people as CP members at a glance and remarked that their presence was just proof that he hadn't come to the wrong place. The Underworld King was right here. Wow, Lao Sha's move directly revealed everyone's hidden cards and cut off any possibility of cooperation. The head of CP0 was also straightforward, introducing themselves. We are CP0, directly under the Celestial Dragons. The ancient weapons are not something you can pry into. Leave now. And I can pretend nothing happened. I laughed at that moment, and Lao Sha also sneered, saying whoever leaves is a dog. I see that the atmosphere is getting tense again, so I quickly step in to mediate. Hey, we haven't even seen the stuff yet, why fight? Besides, it's just a broken stone tablet. What could it possibly be? Mr. Crocodile, why don't you let everyone take a look at what's written on that tablet? I directly brought the fire to Old Sand with that sentence. The CP0 group immediately surrounded him and Robin. Old Sand turned pale. He originally wanted to sneak away with Robin, but now it was impossible to escape. There was no choice but to grit his teeth and let Robin translate. Robin didn't mind. After all, her cooperation with Old Sand had come to an end. She slowly spoke and read out the content from the stone tablet. The content was similar to what I knew, recording the history of the weapon Pluton, but it didn't mention its specific location at all. After listening, Old Sand's expression changed like a roller coaster, from ecstasy to ashen. Robin was also very disappointed. This was not the truth she wanted to find. On the contrary, the CP0 group showed obvious signs of relaxation. Indeed, if it were a treasure map for Pluton, it would have been a bloodbath today, and they didn't have enough manpower. Guess what happened next? As soon as she finished reading, CP0 turned hostile. Their leader said, "We're taking Nico Robin. She is a dangerous person and needs to be publicly executed." As he spoke, the guy who had fought me before walked toward Robin. Robin wanted to resist. She crossed her arms, activated her flower fruit ability, and tried to bind him with her arms. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too great. As soon as that guy activated his haki, he easily broke the arm she had created. Robin collapsed to the ground in pain, filled with despair, and could only place her hope on Old Sand. Old Sand was also conflicted. Saving her would mean tearing his face off with the world government, and he would no longer be a warlord. But if he didn't save her, he would lose face, and Robin was still useful to him. You have to admit, this hero is indeed a hero. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to protect her for his own interests. She's my person. Old Sand stood in front of Robin, and the sandstorm hook came into play, try to take one out. But the CP0 leader was quicker. With a shave, he appeared in front of him and landed a heavy punch in return. Just as another guy in a white mask was about to grab Robin, I quickly moved and directly stood in front of her. I turned back and smiled at her. "If you want to thank me, don't hold it in." She was taken aback, murmuring a soft thank you, probably still wondering what I was after. Lao Sha, seeing me help, grew bolder and unleashed his ultimate move. The Desert Blade. A massive sand blade slashed through the air. The leader of CP0 wasn't holding back either, retaliating with an enhanced version of the Gale Kick. With a loud bang, the entire center of the platform erupted, and a powerful shockwave almost sent people flying. I protected Robin, waiting for the smoke to clear. Goodness. Below the historical text, they had blown a big hole. There was also the sound of rushing water from below. The whole place fell silent in an instant. Let me tell you, in this desert country of Alabasta, the sound of water underground in the capital means something, right? The Underworld King is a ship. If it's a ship, there must be water. Now, the situation had awkwardly returned to a three-way standoff. I signaled for Robin to step aside. She couldn't wade through this murky water. Then I started to stir the pot. "Oh, they're still fighting outside. You two don't have much time." In the end, CP0 couldn't hold back any longer. After all, they were civil servants, and the consequences of a failed mission were more serious. Their leader suggested that everyone go down to take a look together. Old Sand agreed as well. They didn't even ask for my opinion, probably thinking I was just a troublemaker. I chuckled to myself. Fine, strength speaks volumes. So, I took the torch and led the way, with both groups following behind, making our way down in a grand procession. The further we went down, the louder the sound of water became, until finally, an absurdly wide underground river appeared before us. The red-masked figure, who had been silent all along, tasted the water and said, "It's seawater." I was shocked at that moment. In the capital of a desert country, they had dug a sea canal over 100 meters wide underground. What a god-defying project. This is definitely prepared for the Underworld King. The atmosphere instantly became tense again. I waved my hand. "Don't rush. Let's see what we find first." Then I continued to walk downstream along the river. Not long after, I saw a light ahead. It wasn't an exit. It was a massive glowing or vein that illuminated the entire underground space like a dream. In this hazy light, there was an endless underground lake. Then I saw it. On the surface of the lake, there were dark, giant ships quietly anchored. The outline, the momentum, the overwhelming sense of pressure. Damn. Lao Sha was so excited that his voice trembled. The Underworld King, the CP0 group, was also stunned. Because on the surface of a lake, it wasn't just one ship. It was a freaking fleet. At least a dozen ships. At that moment, my mind was blown. I finally understood why this thing was called an ancient weapon. Blowing up an island with one shot was nothing. What was truly impressive was that this thing could actually be mass-produced. This power was enough to overturn the world. For a moment, I even thought about claiming it for myself. But that thought lasted only a second before I snapped back to reality. This thing was a pure war machine, and only an organization the size of the world government could unleash its true power. If they got hold of one, it wouldn't be long before they could replicate countless others, and then the world would really be finished. It must be destroyed. Not a single one must be left. Just then, the head of CP0 spoke up, wanting to negotiate with us. There are 13 of these, and we'll take 5 for research. Well, you could divide the rest among yourselves. He had a good plan, as long as they took the ships and left. Crocodile would definitely kill me first, and then hoard the remaining 8. Crocodile was indeed tempted, but who was he? He was a great pirate. How could a pirate share the loot with anyone? He suddenly burst into wild laughter. Hey, they're all mine? You all are going to die here today. As soon as he finished speaking, a sandstorm larger than any before swept us all up, leaving even his nominal subordinate Robin untouched. I picked up Robin and rushed out of the sandstorm as fast as I could, shouting at her, "Now's your chance, run as far as you can." Robin looked at me deeply, thanked me, and turned to run. Great, now the rest know when to get in the way. It was time for me to show my true skills. I suddenly appeared behind that red-masked figure, my right finger straightened, and the armed color hockey condensed. With a finger gun, a piercing sound rang out as I shot straight through his back. He slowly turned around in disbelief, looked at me, and fearfully uttered a few words. "You are the Navy?" Then he slumped down softly. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Lao Sha and the other 2 CP0 agents were dumbfounded. No one expected that I would actually use the Navy's 6 styles. The head of CP0 stared at me intently. "You are the Navy." I shook the blood off my hands and smiled. I said, "I'm not. Do you believe me?" Before they had time to think, they exchanged a glance. And then, extremely decisively, both took a step back and ran off in completely opposite directions. Want to run? I spread my wings and soared up like a cannonball, chasing after the leader. As for the other one, I'll leave that to Lao Sha. I believe he would be more than happy to help me deal with that trouble. The CP0 leader was desperately using moon steps in the air, and when he turned around and saw the wings on my back, he instantly realized and shouted at me. With the one who saved Ko-Sha in the rapeseed field. I couldn't be bothered with him, just slowly trailing behind to wear him out. He soon realized my intention and knew that continuing to run like this would lead to a dead end. So, he steeled himself and landed directly on the deck of a nearby ship, ready to fight me to the death. I also fell down, and a golden flame long sword ignited in my hand. He finally recognized me completely and gritted his teeth, saying, "You are Sakaski's nephew, Rear Admiral Shios of the Navy headquarters." I laughed. "You really shouldn't have said that. At least it would have been a quicker death." And guess what happened? He calmly took off his mask, rolled up his sleeves, and looked at me with a cold smile, saying, "You think I'm really running for my life? I'm just trying to separate you from Crocodile. I will spare your life. After all, your life still has some value. By the way, my name is Sika, remember that." I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, something was off with him. His body started to swell up like a balloon, and hair began to sprout all over his skin in a mix of yellow and black. Goodness, he transformed right into a big tiger. There was a huge king character on his forehead. It was unbelievable. The cat fruit, tiger form, turned out to be a Zoan type after all. At that moment, I felt a chill down my spine. I was still thinking about wearing him out, but how could I compare stamina with a Zoan type? I really had water in my brain. This guy, from the very beginning, had no intention of running away. He wanted to separate me from Lao Sha and take us out one by one. I just tensed up when he suddenly moved. Let me tell you, that speed was nothing like the Navy's 6 styles. It was purely fast. So fast that all I could see was a blur. I quickly perked up my ears to listen, and what did I hear? Just the sound of raindrops hitting the ground, patter, patter, coming from all directions. I couldn't tell where he was at all. In an instant, I realized it was the pads. He used the silent approach of felines to move at high speed. Just as my mind was racing, my observation hockey suddenly gave a warning. Without thinking, I swung my flame sword to the right. There was a sharp clang, sparks flew, and when I focused my gaze, his pitch-black tiger claw was resting on my sword, less than a fist distance from my forehead. Family, who understands? At that speed, If I had reacted half a second slower, my head would have been split open today. I'm clear in my mind that when it comes to speed, I definitely can't keep up with him since he's using cheats. My Seraph fruit, to put it bluntly, is still based on being human. My physical abilities can't compare to a proper animal. His claws turn black with a snap. That's armament hockey. Those who understand know what I mean. But he wants to hold out against me? Dream on. His armament hockey consumes stamina, and my flames consume stamina too. Let's see who gives in first. He suddenly exerted force to push me away, and his figure disappeared again. I didn't even turn around. Turning would waste time. I directly cover my wings behind me with armament hockey, and those feathers instantly became as hard as metal. Then I flapped them fiercely. Goodness. Sika probably didn't expect my wings could be used like this. He was solidly blown away and crashed onto the deck with a bang. The opportunity came. I leaped into the air, sword in hand, and thrust it towards him. He reacted quickly, performing a somersault to leap up, pressing his hands together, clearly aiming to catch my blade with his bare hands. I thought to myself, buddy, I'm not even practicing swordsmanship. What are we playing at here? The key is to catch him off guard. With the tip of my sword less than a meter from him, I suddenly dispersed the flame sword, clenched my fist, and instantly hardened my forearm like iron. Then I punched him right in the chest. He was stunned, only able to hastily cross his arms to block, also using his hardened arms. When my punch landed, there was a muffled thud, like a bell ringing. The incredibly hard deck beneath him was left with 2 deep footprints. Although he managed to block it, the force still penetrated, and I was sure his internal organs weren't feeling good. He wouldn't let me follow up easily. He pushed me away with a shake of his arms, his right hand turning into a claw, and he swung it at me from a distance while shouting, "Tiger strike." 5 sharp claw winds flew towards me. I quickly raised my wings to shield myself, but those wings covered in armament hockey were cut open with several large gashes. The intense pain hit me, and I almost bit my teeth to pieces. After I barely endured this move, half of my wing was nearly in tatters. Meanwhile, Sika wasn't idle either. He started taunting me while catching his breath, saying that my mythical beast fruit originally belonged to him, but was intercepted by Akainu. Hearing this made me want to laugh. Are you mad? My wings are torn? No problem. I ignited a ball of white flame in my hand and tossed it onto the winged skeleton. Amid the roaring flames, new feathers instantly grew back, fully restored on the spot. At this point, I realized that relying solely on physical techniques to take him down was too exhausting. There were more enemies here. I had to finish this quickly. I directly flew up to the sky with my wings, 4 pairs of wings igniting in golden flames, and a golden halo suddenly appearing above my head. Let me tell you, the feeling at that moment was just like a deity descending to the mortal realm. On the ground, Zika turned pale, and his observation hockey was definitely going off the charts. I looked at him, my voice becoming particularly solemn. Purifying light. A blinding white light shot out from the halo above my head. Heading straight for Zika, he sensed something was wrong, realizing he couldn't dodge this move. And with all his strength, he unleashed a tiger strike to intercept it. The result? His imposing tiger claws, upon contact with my white light, melted away like ice and snow, disappearing with a whoosh. The white light continued to surge downward, and he could only grit his teeth and try to catch it with his arms covered in hockey. He did manage to grab it, but his whole body was trembling, and his stamina was being drained faster than water, flowing away. I didn't have time to waste with him. Old Sand was still watching the show nearby. With a thought, I retracted the purifying light and once again conjured a flaming long sword in my hand, looking at him coldly. It's over. He was still putting on a brave face, sweat drenching his fur, yet he stubbornly held on. This is just the beginning. He suddenly kicked off the ground, launching himself at me like a cannonball, executing his last move, fierce tiger prey. I gripped my sword with both hands and swung it down at him. Judgment. Boom. A massive explosion sounded, and the sky erupted in the most dazzling rain of fire. Zika's body fell straight onto the deck, reverting back to human form. He wasn't dead yet, but he was barely hanging on. I was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see someone suffer. I raised my hand and shot a finger gun at his head, and with a soft thud, I sent him off in a more dignified manner. After taking care of him, I turned to shout into the darkness. Are you done over there? Crocodile stepped out from the shadows, dragging another CP0 behind him. No, that wasn't a person. It was a dried corpse. It looked like dried meat, completely devoid of moisture. Old Sand casually tossed the corpse aside, and to be safe, I threw a ball of fire at it, incinerating it along with Zika's body. Old Sand was quite arrogant, holding up his golden hook to mock me, saying not to compare him with small fries like Zika. Small fries? I sneered, my figure instantly disappearing from my spot and reappearing beside him, my hockey-covered fist crashing solidly into his stomach. His eyes widened in shock, completely caught off guard, and his whole body flew out like a shrimp. Let me tell you, hitting him is much easier than hitting that old tiger just now. His so-called desert treasure knife is as slow as a PowerPoint presentation in my eyes. I can easily dodge it by just shifting to the side. He tried to block me with sand, but guess what? My golden flames burned it down to shiny glass shards. Does anyone understand the power of 9 years of compulsory education? Everyone else was dumbfounded, their mouths gaping wide enough to fit an egg. I was too lazy to play with him anymore. So I directly stabbed my flame longsword into the ground beside him and shouted, "Purgatory!" The longsword exploded instantly, engulfing him in a sea of flames. He tried to elementalize and escape from above, but I was already waiting up there, and the raging flames kicked him back down hard. I roasted him alive like this. And I don't know how long it took. He emerged from a cocoon made of sand, his body pale, and even the golden hook had melted. He looked at me and said one thing, "You are a devil." I didn't refute it. With one punch, I ended his evil life. But after taking down old Shah, I must tell you, I just felt off. That violent fire in my heart couldn't be suppressed. And looking at these 13 ships of the underworld, my mind was filled with crazy thoughts, like killing all the insiders, monopolizing the underworld, and dominating the world. Just when I was about to go completely insane, a pure white flame suddenly appeared on my forehead, and with a pop, it burned my mind clear. I was drenched in cold sweat. This ship can affect people's minds. It's terrifying. This thing absolutely cannot be left in the world. I was determined to destroy them. So I used a flaming sword to cut the bottom of the ship. After working hard for half a day, I only managed to make a small slit. What was even more ridiculous was that when I took a break and came back, the slit had already healed itself halfway. I was shocked. The ship was alive. It was growing on its own. Just when I was in despair, I instinctively condensed the white flame that purifies the mind into a sword and stabbed it at the ship's planks. Guess what? The previously indestructible planks were as soft as tofu this time. I pierced right through with one thrust. I was overjoyed at the time, thinking why bother with cutting the ship's bottom? I could just set it on fire. I immediately flew above the ship and rained down white flames all over the deck. The hard deck visibly began to melt. I thought I even heard a piercing scream. Just as I was lost in thought, a black beam suddenly struck from behind, shattering half of my wing. I fell from the sky, barely managing to stabilize myself with Moon's step, and before I could see who had ambushed me, another black beam shot toward me. This time I saw clearly the one attacking me was actually another king of the underworld in the distance. This thing has a ship spirit. They have come to life. What's worse, I couldn't sense these attacks with observation hockey at all. This was a huge problem. If 12 kings of the underworld fired at the same time, I would be a living target, but I was also caught up in the moment. To hell with it. If I die, then I die. I reignited the white flames in my hand and threw them down at the ship beneath me. Sure enough, the cannons instantly turned to aim at me, and black beams shot out. As I dodged to the side, beams of black light came shooting in from all 11 other directions. Let me tell you, that scene was like I was performing a breathtaking aerial ballet amidst the cannon fire, with countless death rays grazing past my body. After a series of twists and turns, I finally rushed above the nearest king of the underworld, and the white flames in my hand floated down, instantly igniting the entire battleship. I'm telling you, this white flame is simply their nemesis. Once it burns, it's like being welded shut. There's no way to reverse it. Another ship from the underworld gone. Although it's a ship, I feel that using the word dead is just too appropriate. The remaining guys were completely panicked. The artillery fire from the sky was like rain, crazily sweeping towards me. They've also become clever, no longer waiting around to die, but actively charging towards me, trying to team up to take me down. When I saw this, I couldn't help but laugh. Oh, they have some guts. Saying that, I charged towards the next ship. Another one, and another one. In the blink of an eye, only 7 ships were left. Goodness, these 7 old buddies realized the situation was not right and directly huddled together for warmth. Like conjoined twins, glowing with a dark light, forming a big iron lump, and on the outside, they had a black energy shield. I thought about setting fire to their camp, but when I threw my white flame over, it was directly blocked by that shield and couldn't burn through at all. Just as I was preparing to increase my firepower, I suddenly felt a chill on my back, as if something dirty was targeting me, and all the hairs on my body stood on end. A strong sense of crisis surged in my heart. I tried a crazy snake-like maneuver in the air, but that feeling of being locked on just wouldn't shake off. My heart sank. This was it, the true energy lock-on. This was not the half-baked stuff I had previously pulled on Zika. This was the real deal, the kind you couldn't escape. These 7 ships were about to unleash a jaw-dropping move. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to take them out before they struck. I felt like a mad firebird, crazily circling around them, pouring down white flames, desperately trying to burn through that energy shield. I tell you, the scene was like a sea of white flames above and black warships below, just like a sci-fi blockbuster. But I had no time to admire it. The feeling of being locked on grew stronger, as if the Grim Reaper had already placed his scythe at my throat. Suddenly, the energy shield above me cracked and broke on its own. Before I could even feel happy, a black beam thicker than my waist shot up into the sky, piercing straight through the ceiling above me. No, it was the crust. A ray of sunlight shone through the crack. Who understands, this was thousands of meters underground, and it blasted right through. The power was simply outrageous. Immediately after, I heard a bunch of voices murmuring in my head, the sound hollow and resentful, like hundreds of people whispering at the same time. Why? Why won't you let us go? We fought for this country, killing all those people. I looked down, and good grief, the decks of those 7 ships were packed with translucent figures. My scalp went numb. Was this the spirit of the ship? Like mushrooms, so many just popped up at once. That voice echoed in my heart again. We are the people of this country, loyal warriors of the royal family. We sacrificed our lives for victory. Why do you want to destroy us? I think I understand now. This Pluto also has a Yandere attribute. What kind of X-literature is this playing out for me? I try to reason with them. The war is over. You should rest in peace. And what was the result? They didn't listen at all. A Yandere's love is to send you on your way, and then accompany you, focusing on be aesthetic. The next moment, that terrifying black beam turned its gun and shot straight at me. This time I saw clearly that 7 ships were channeling all their energy to the one in the middle, activating the main cannon at the bow. I cursed under my breath. Fortunately, I was quick enough to take out 6 of them first. If all 13 had locked onto me with their main cannons, I could have started riding my will right away. I tried desperately to hide, but it was useless. That black light seemed to have eyes wherever I flew. It followed me, haunting me relentlessly. I finally understood the pain that Zika had felt before. There was no way out. I could only confront it head-on. Behind me, the golden wheel reappeared, and a pure, holy light of purification collided with that black light. The two forces clashed violently in the air, and the entire surface of the lake boiled like water in a pot. But I couldn't hold on any longer. My energy was depleting rapidly, and the beam of light was pressing down on me bit by bit, using my body to resist. Don't make me laugh. Just a touch from that thing would reduce me to ashes. My mind started racing, and I thought, am I really going to die like this? I haven't even accomplished anything in this world yet, and there isn't even anyone to burn paper for me. I refuse to die here. I let out a roar. At that critical moment, I tell you, a miracle happened. Suddenly, a pair of wings sprouted from my back, along with the previous ones. That made 3 pairs in total. 6-winged Seraph. This was my complete form. I felt the power surging throughout my body, my strength skyrocketing, far surpassing anything I had experienced before. I looked at the black light that was so close, grinned, and directly removed my purification light. I drew a circle with my hands in front of me and softly recited, "Gateway to heaven." Buzz. A pure golden door, intricately carved with countless mythological stories, appeared out of thin air, directly blocking my way. The destructive black light crashed against the door, not making a sound. The phantoms on the deck instantly disappeared, their energy exhausted. Seeing that the timing was right, I waved my hand to open the gateway to heaven, accompanied by the prayers of countless believers. A brilliant golden light burst forth from the door, making it impossible to open my eyes. Find salvation in the light. The 7 ships of the underworld melted away silently in the golden light, like ice cream meeting the sun, ultimately turning into nothingness. In a daze, I seemed to hear a whisper, "Finally. No more fighting. It's done." Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, the entire underground space began to shake violently, large chunks of rock falling from above. It was about to collapse. I quickly flapped my 6 wings, transforming into a beam of light, flying back the way I came. At that speed, only Kizaru could keep up with me. In the blink of an eye, I returned to the previous passage and happened to see Robin squatting by the river, looking like a melancholic mushroom. As soon as she saw me, she asked sadly, "What about those ships of the underworld?" I thought this matter needed to be kept to myself, so I joked, "What ships of the underworld? Just a few broken boats. It's just a rumor." But Robin was stubborn and insisted that they were indeed the ships of the underworld, urging me to look at the riverbed. I shone my golden flame into the water, and to my surprise, there was indeed a stone tablet at the riverbed. I recognized the characters on it. It wasn't historical text, but a monument of confession. The one who wrote this was an ancestor of the Alabasta royal family, one of the 20 kings from back in the day. Now I was intrigued. Upon closer inspection, the information recorded on it nearly dropped my jaw. It turned out that during the war, due to a lack of materials to create the ships of the underworld, they had resorted to a sinister method, using living sacrifices. They filled it with the lives of soldiers and civilians, creating artificial ship spirits, forcefully giving birth to these 13 ships of the underworld. Even worse, this process drained the land's energy in Alabasta, leaving the country desolate. After the war victory, the world government wanted to take the ships of the underworld, but the ancestor refused, saying the ships belong to the people of Alabasta, and I want to take them home, then gave up their celestial dragon identity, bringing the ships back here to hide them. I finished reading and had one thought. It's just the victor's self-whitewashing. This old guy definitely had the ability to destroy the underworld king, but he didn't do it. Who knows what he was planning? Instead, his descendants think this thing is ominous, want to destroy it, but lack the ability, so they can only let it rot here. Robin is still feeling sentimental about it. So I directly fired a few shots, shattering that stone tablet across the river. Let the past be the past, I told her. Don't worry. All the underworld kings have been burned by me, and their souls are freed. Robin still wasn't reassured and asked if they were really destroyed. After all, that was an ancient weapon. I laughed and told her, don't worry. To me, this thing is just a stirring stick. She looked confused. I explained to her, think about it. In this world, it's the big shots domain, and it's all about personal strength. If someone can just come along with this thing and challenge the 4 emperors with a small boat, wouldn't that throw everything into chaos? We top players are all about maintaining game balance. We hate hacks the most. Robin is sharp as ice and understood right away. After saying goodbye to her, I flew straight back to the city. Just as I arrived at the rooftop of the inn, I heard the sounds of battle roaring from outside the city. I calculated that if I went all out, I could wipe out those hundreds of thousands in just 8 hours. In this world, numbers really don't mean much in the face of absolute power. While I was pondering this, my subordinate gal came running in excitedly to report. Let me tell you, the coincidence was outrageous. The place where I had previously breached the Earth's crust and caused a collapse was precisely the rebels' artillery position. My actions inadvertently buried the main force of the rebels alive. It said that the rebel leader spat blood on the spot and cried out, "Heaven has betrayed me." I was stunned after hearing this. Is there really such good fortune? It looks like the battle in Alabasta is over. I instructed Gar to handle the follow-up, to help Kusha clear his name, and then I prepared to leave. I said goodbye to the innkeeper, and he actually offered to waive my room fee and let me stay a few more days to avoid trouble. What a nice person. I didn't stay long. I shot up into the sky, transformed into a white light, and flew back to the naval base in just 1 hour. Avoiding the guards, I sneaked to the door of my office and knocked. Inside, I heard the voice of my adjutant, Kyle. The general is busy. Leave the documents on the desk by the door. I cleared my throat and said, I'm back. The door swung open with a crash, and Kyle's face appeared at the entrance, looking at me with a forced smile. My dear Major General, you actually remembered to come back? This trip has been quite busy. Flirting with the princess, and even going to a hotel together. I just slumped in my chair at that moment. Let me tell you, I was exhausted, really damn exhausted. It felt like I finally got through this mess in Alabaston. And as for the royal family's issues, let them clean up their own mess. I'm done serving them. But then Kyle, that girl, didn't care about any of that. She just started ranting. I don't care about the fate of their kingdom. I'm a navy with principles. Unlike some people who just want to cozy up to the little princess. Wow. She even emphasized the word little. ISNT Princess Vivi, only 14 this year? My dear Major, your interests seem a bit ahead of their time. Huh? I hadn't had a chance to retort when she sat down at the table, and her hand reached over to touch my face. At that moment, I thought, wow, the lady boss is being generous? But the next second, that hand directly pinched my cheek, making me wince in pain. Be serious. She gritted her teeth. Hades. Do you, or do you not? Damn, this woman changes her face faster than flipping a book. I quickly pushed her hand away, rubbed my face, and said to her, yes, not only is there, but it's right under Alba. I described the scene to her like a 100-meter-wide underground canal. Glowing minerals like the starry sky. Spectacular to the max. Kyle immediately regretted it, saying if she had known, she would have gone with me. And she might never see such a miracle in her life. Her eyes sparkled, her breath quickened, and then she asked me, what about the Pluto? Did you get it? Looking at her excited expression, I felt like this girl was inherently a violent maniac. I cleared my throat and cautiously uttered 4 words. It was destroyed by me. Family. Who understands? Her vision went dark for a moment, and she almost fell off the table. I quickly wrapped my arms around her waist and felt her figure. Not bad at all. Once she recovered, she directly grabbed my collar and shouted, "Bastard, that was Pluto. It can sink an island with 1 shot. And you just destroyed it like that." After she vented, she finally caught the key point. "You just said, all the Plutos?" I weakly gestured, 13 ships. I explained to her that those things were very sinister, could affect the mind, and had all sorts of living sacrifices with ship spirits. Keeping them would only be a disaster. Kyle looked completely dazed. Probably her worldview was completely reshaped by me. She took a deep breath, finally calmed down, and her gaze became sharp. "The ones you've seen besides you are all dead, right? That's the key." I quickly pounded my chest to assure her, absolutely dead. The CP people and old Shah were all taken care of by me. Their ashes were scattered in the lake. Of course, I didn't mention Robin. Otherwise, this woman would probably go to the ends of the earth to kill someone. After hearing that, Kyle's brows furrowed into a knot. "Get ready. The world government people are coming soon." I was dumbfounded at the time. Why? "My hands and feet are clean." She pointed out directly. CP0 has mobilized, which means the few old men from the 5 elders are watching. Now that CP0 has been wiped out, the follow-up investigation team will definitely arrive soon. The biggest loophole is you. As a base commander missing for so many days, they have a legitimate reason to investigate us. Good heavens. I was still thinking about how to come up with a reason when Kyle directly threw a list at me from the filing cabinet. "A cleanup list," she said. I looked at it, and it was full of names of Revolutionary Army members, pirates, prominent families, and even CP's informants, densely packed with over 30 people. I was stunned and asked her how she found out, and she just smiled. "A woman's secret. You can't inquire about it." Her original intention was to keep these known informants to avoid sending new ones, which would complicate the investigation. "So what now?" I asked. She rolled her eyes. "Of course. We send them to heaven." This girl started testing me. I tentatively said, "Make a big show of the arrests, stir up the waters?" She nodded, but her expression clearly said, "Is that all?" I stared at the list, throwing away all my conscience. When I lifted my head again, my expression had changed. Capture a portion of the guilty, and randomly capture some innocent ones, making everyone in the base feel uneasy, turning them all into startled birds. Kyle immediately applauded me, laughing brightly. "I told you, we are a perfect match. Only a scheming mind can save the world." The plan was set. I instructed her to try to capture those who already had small flaws, giving herself some psychological comfort. She didn't look back and simply said, "I'm also in the Navy." That night, I appeared in the cafeteria with a dark face, confronting anyone I saw, and the atmosphere in the entire cafeteria dropped to freezing point. Meanwhile, Kyle led a team, starting a massive raid across the base. Let me tell you, that scene was something else. For 3 days and 3 nights, the entire base was in a state of panic. Today, they arrested a few people, and tomorrow, they released them looking dazed. The real undercover agents were scared out of their wits because they found out that many of the people Kyle arrested were actually from the same profession. The funniest part was that there was an undercover agent from the Revolutionary Army whose mission was to infiltrate our side and monitor another CP's undercover agent. It was simply a glaring mess in the world of espionage. How did Kyle find out? She said 2 big men sticking together all the time. Either there's something fishy going on or they want to get together. Just look at that CP's looks. Do you think it's possible? I took a look, and sure enough, the appearance was quite hard on the eyes, focusing on the abstract. On the 3rd day of this chaos, the investigation team from the world government arrived. The leader was a vice admiral named Bly, and when he showed up, he was so amiable, grabbing my hand and calling me brother shows nonstop. I exchanged glances with Kyle, and we both understood that he was doing this for my uncle Akainu's sake. But this guy was definitely a smiling tiger. As expected, his subordinates used open tactics to conduct a thorough investigation, and we couldn't stop them. Then this guy, Bly, directly sent me an invitation to dinner, specifically requesting me to accompany him on an inspection to ensure his safety. I immediately threw the invitation on the table. He wanted to transfer me away from the base. Kyle asked me if I would refuse. I laughed and said, "Why refuse? He seems to have made a mistake. This base is yours. You're the big boss here." He wanted to swap me out and ended up taking a mascot while leaving the real big bad wolf at home. This exchange was surprisingly good. That night, I arrived on time for the dinner. Bly was dressed impeccably, trying to get close to me. After a few rounds of drinks, he suddenly lowered his voice and told me, with a pained expression, that they had lost an entire team of elite CP agents in Alabasta, led by someone even fiercer than a Navy Vice Admiral. I immediately played along, smacking my thigh and saying, "Brother, you're confused. With such fierce bandits, wouldn't we just be delivering food if we went there?" I said I would contact headquarters for support from an admiral right away. He quickly pulled me back and said they were just going to check the surrounding waters. I then reluctantly sat back down and kindly reminded him. One of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, has been active in Alabasta recently. Could it be him? Blind nodded in agreement, saying that this possibility couldn't be ruled out. I tell you, this guy believed it right away. He even started analyzing, saying that Crocodile alone definitely doesn't have the ability, and it's likely that he has helpers, and I am the most suspicious person who is closest to him. As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, aren't they just waiting for me to express my opinion? I immediately got into character, slammed my hand on the table, and shouted with righteous indignation. I knew it. Not a single good person among these pirates. It's about time we got rid of all the 7 warlords, every last one of them. Just lock them up. Family. Who understands? My acting perfectly replicated my cheap uncle Akainu's explosive temper, focusing on a deep-seated hatred for pirates. Sure enough, that old fox Bly smiled with satisfaction, thinking that my ideological awareness was definitely that of a solid and upright naval pillar. The meal was filled with undercurrents. On the surface, we were toasting and calling each other brothers, but inwardly, both of us were calculating like crazy. He thought he had figured me out, and I had given him a sense of reassurance. As we were leaving, he even pretended to pat me on the shoulder and said, "Brother Shios, if you're not happy in the Navy, feel free to come to our CP anytime. I'll have your back." At that moment, I almost saluted him and said with a serious expression, "As long as there is a pirate flag on the sea, I will never leave the Navy. This is my lifelong belief." Goodness, when we went out, we were still acting like that, walking in an S shape, supporting each other. If someone didn't know, they would think we were university students just out of a party in 2025, completely lost in a moment. But just as I steadied my steps, my deputy Desai gave me a strict order. "Listen, tomorrow I'm going out with the CP people. While I'm gone, everything in the base will be under Kyle's command. If the CP people dare to threaten Kyle, for whatever reason, eliminate them at all costs." Desai's expressionless face replied to me, "Understood, at all costs." On the other side, the old fox Blino was the same, turning to his subordinate and whispering, "Tomorrow I'm going out with that kid. You all follow the old rules. Take over the base control directly, and contact our embedded informants. But remember, don't confront his trusted subordinates head-on. The higher-ups still want to use him to win over Sakaski." Early the next morning, we set off. They said we were going to patrol the surrounding waters, which is laughable. It was basically a paid vacation. I was on a luxurious military ship of the CP organization, enjoying the sea breeze and sipping coconut juice. It couldn't be more enjoyable. Blina was lying next to me, wearing sunglasses, and said, "Bro, this kind of thing is just a formality. We'll just hang out here for a few days and then go back to report. What if we really run into those bandits? That would be a disaster for you." I was overjoyed inside, while pretending to hesitate. "Well, fine. I'll listen to you, bro." Just as we were enjoying the sun on the sea, a good show was just beginning back at my base. The CP agents left behind by Bly immediately sprang into action as soon as our boat set off. Within minutes, they took over the communications room at lightning speed, burst into my office, and confiscated all the documents. Unfortunately, I had already instructed Kyle to transfer all the real items. What they found were merely my handwritten notes used to filter out undercover agents. Those boxes of reasoning manuscripts were a special gift I had prepared for them. When they saw they had nothing of value, they weren't surprised and immediately activated their backup plan, contacting the undercover agents planted in my base. Let me tell you, the CP folks had infiltrated deeply. Some undercover agents had been embedded for 20 years. But guess what happened? When they made contact, they were dumbfounded. To their surprise, 90% of the people on the list were unreachable. I had wiped them all out, just when they thought their plan was exposed and were in a panic. One of the live ones I left behind, who was also a drama queen, began his performance. He explained to the CP agents that the base was currently undergoing a major purge, and not just them, but undercover agents from the Revolutionary Army and other organizations had also been captured. This made them feel more balanced. What was even more outrageous was that the live one I left behind was the unfortunate guy who had been turned around by the Revolutionary Army's undercover agent. He cried pitifully, clinging to the CP agents and exclaiming, "You are my long-lost brothers from different mothers." He lamented how his heart had been shattered by the Revolutionary Army's betrayal and that he no longer wanted to be an undercover agent. The CP agents were dumbfounded, probably witnessing such absurd drama for the first time. They comforted him for a long time before starting to ask serious questions. In the past 10 days, has there been anything unusual at the base? The informant wiped his tears and said, "Isn't this unusual? There's a Revolutionary Army undercover agent lurking here. Who knows what they want?" The CP agents thought about it and realized it made some sense. After all, the Revolutionary Army was their mortal enemy. So this was indeed a big anomaly. But the problem was they couldn't just blame everything on the Revolutionary Army for the defeat of CP0, right? They could only remind him, think again, like what the base chief and his deputy have been up to lately. The informant thought for a while and suddenly slapped his thigh. That's right. The base chief hasn't been at the base for a while. I heard he went to investigate the undercover situation and just recently finished that investigation before starting the big roundup. Now everything matched perfectly. The time I had disappeared was perfectly accounted for by the reason of investigating undercover agents. After searching for a long time, the CP agents found nothing useful. And finally, a few of them exchanged glances and thought, well, let us just shift the blame to the Revolutionary Army. After all, they come out to clarify. At this moment, I was still on vacation at sea, unaware that I had already been cleared of suspicion. A messenger bird flew over and dropped off a newspaper. Someone nearby immediately picked it up and read, "The Alabasta Civil War comes to an end. The king's army achieves decisive victory." Meanwhile, the royal treasury was looted, and the perpetrator, Demon's child Nico Robin. When Bly heard this, he pushed his sunglasses up and laughed. See, now there is someone to take the blame. Nico Robin was a big fish. They would definitely like this up top. He even mysteriously told me that if I could capture Robin alive, I would surely be promoted to the next rank, directly becoming a major general. I pretended to be very excited and asked, "Her bounty is only over 70 million. Is she really that valuable?" Blake shook his head, unwilling to say more. 2 days later, after we finished our patrol, we returned to the base. At the port, Kyle was waiting for me with a big smile. The CP people also tactfully returned control of the base, pretending that nothing had happened. Blake said goodbye to me on the ship and casually mentioned, "Hey, Shios, can you hand over that Revolutionary Army undercover agent you captured to us for processing?" I was about to agree when Kyle spoke up first. "Sir, this undercover agent has obtained a lot of base information, and we need time for interrogation." Bly looked at me, and I quickly smoothed things over. "I'm really sorry. How about I send someone to you later?" In the end, Bly didn't insist and just took a statement, leaving with his men in a huff. Once their ship had sailed far away, I finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked Kyle, "Why are you keeping that Revolutionary Army undercover agent? It would be better to send them a favor." Kyle came over to me and whispered when I was interrogating him, "I found out that the Revolutionary Army seems to have sensed something." He revealed that some high-ranking officials from the Revolutionary Army have come to Alabaston recently. My heart skipped a beat. The Revolutionary Army? What are they doing here? Just as I was thinking about it, the next day, a crow landed outside my office window, cawing nonstop. Annoyed, I casually threw a stone at it. But the stone passed right through the crow's body, and it didn't care at all, still cawing away. A devil fruit user. I stretched out my finger and rapped it with dominance, coldly saying, "Call out again, and I'll blow your head off with my finger gun." The crow instantly stopped cawing and humanizedly blinked at me, then flew up, signaling me to follow. With skill comes courage, so I spread my wings and followed right away. The crow took me to a ship without a flag and landed on the shoulder of a strange man wearing a black feather coat. The strange man looked up and hoarsely said, "I am Kara's, commander of the Eastern Revolutionary Army." Goodness, he's quite a high-ranking official. He got straight to the point, wanting me to release his men. I landed on the deck, crossed my arms, and looked at him. "Give me a reason. How can I explain to my superiors if I release the Revolutionary Army for no reason?" The meaning was clear. "You think you can pull a fast one?" "No way." Karaz's expression darkened. It seemed he wanted to make a move. Just when the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a young man walked out of the cabin, yawning and saying, "Karaz, I told you, you should bring me to negotiations." He smiled and introduced himself. "Major General Carl, a civilian officer of the Revolutionary Army. Since you want to talk, why not make an offer? We Revolutionary Army never give up our comrades." This kid was much more capable than that gloomy fellow. "I won't beat around the bush, I'll ask directly. What exactly do you want in Alabaston? This is my territory, and I don't want any trouble." Carl smiled and said, "Don't worry, our business is already taken care of. We just came to deal with the rebels, and by the way, thank you for your help with Kusha and Princess Vivi." He's testing me. I remained expressionless, looking puzzled, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Carl laughed heartily, didn't pursue the topic further, and changed the subject. "I have a clear mind like a mirror. These guys are indeed here for Hades, but it's too late. The game is already over. I took a glance at that guy called Kara's, and I couldn't help but think, good thing you weren't around when I made my move before. Otherwise, today's situation might not have ended well. All right, I've seen the person. Now it's time to get things done. I confronted that smiling tiger, Carl, directly, saying, in 2 days, a naval ship will escort your people to Justice Island. And I've already mapped out the route for you. You know what I mean? The guy's smile grew even brighter when he heard that, and he patted his chest, assuring me, got it, totally got it. Don't worry, Brother Shios, we guarantee no casualties, and if we accidentally damage something, we'll compensate at full price. Seeing him so agreeable made me feel at ease. Let me tell you, this is how things should be done. I, a naval officer, openly releasing people? That's impossible. But if, during the escort, the prisoners were to be taken away by their own people, then it has nothing to do with me, right? Later, I'll write a report, taking all the responsibility on myself, saying it's because I lacked the ability and didn't keep an eye on them. Who understand the struggles, huh? That's how it is in the system. Lacking ability is an objective reason, but a poor attitude is just self-sabotage. My approach here emphasizes limited ability, but an absolutely proper attitude. Once everything was settled, I didn't linger, spread my wings, said goodbye, and shot up into the sky, disappearing. Leaving those two to mutter to themselves, I could guess with my toes that they were definitely speculating about Hades. But that's all right. They know the score too. This hot potato is in my hands, and that's definitely better than it being in the hands of the world government. I rushed back to the base, and Ka was already waiting for me in the office. As soon as she saw me return, she smiled and said, so, you didn't get into a fight with the revolutionaries, right? She understood me well, knowing that the revolutionaries came here only to pick people up and nothing else. I said, isn't that right? It was just a little bit off. We were almost ready to start. Luckily, a guy named Carl stepped in to smooth things over. As soon as I mentioned the name Carl, Kyle froze for a moment. I thought to myself, oh, could he be your long-lost brother? And guess what? This girl turned around and fed me a bowl of soul food, saying all her relatives have passed away and that the name Kyle was given by a slave trader. But she has to carry the past to embrace the future. Goodness, I was completely taken aback, trying to comfort her, and ended up learning a lesson myself. Forget it. Let her be. I'll just pretend I didn't hear anything. I directly ordered, arrange it, send those undercover agents on their way in 2 days. 2 days later, the stage was set up. I specifically sent that honest kid Darcy to guard the ship, and didn't tell him any inside information, just to make it look more real. The first day was calm. By noon on the second day, the Revolutionary Army's ship indeed arrived. Darcy immediately called for my assistance. As for me, of course, I rushed to support him. By the time I got there, good heavens, all that was left on site was a ship full of Navy personnel sleeping like pigs, and the prisoners had long vanished. I pretended to chase them around, then wrote a report, and that was it. When the higher-ups saw that the other side was Crow Kara's, no one dared to say anything about me, and this matter just passed. The next day, as soon as I returned to the office, a crow delivered a letter to me, saying that the Revolutionary Army owed me a personal favor. I glanced at it, and in a flash of anger, I physically deleted it. Just as I finished dealing with that, I called Darcy over for questioning. That kid still looked bewildered, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost, saying that there were crows everywhere in the sky, and no matter how hard he tried to shoot them, they wouldn't die. Then everyone suddenly went black in front of their eyes, and when they woke up, the prisoners were gone, and not a single bullet was missing from the ship's ammunition. Let me tell you, that scene was like a large-scale, supernatural event. As soon as I heard it, I understood that Kara's fruit ability is definitely the rarest in the animal category, mythical type. We're all heavyweights in the same league. After finally calming Darcy down, I slumped into my chair, thinking that the mess in Alabasta was finally over, and at least I could take a long vacation, slacking off for a year until Luffy set sail. But what happened? Murphy's Law did not fail me. Just as I propped my legs up on the table, Kyle burst in with a snail phone in hand. The expression the snail was mimicking was a serious one, and I knew right away that it was bad news. No, it was Admiral Akainu calling. I braced myself and answered the call. Sure enough, on the other end, there was a loud reprimand. Nonsense. First, I was scolded for sending someone as honest as Darcy for such a dirty job. It should have been Kyle. I thought to myself that Kyle was right beside me listening. Just after I reminded him, he suddenly switched gears and started scolding me again for letting a subordinate take such a risk. I should do it myself. I was dumbfounded, and Kyle was stifling his laughter next to me, almost bursting out. Family, who understands this paternal lecturing style that emphasizes constant back and forth. I can only smile apologetically. You're right, it's my fault. After scolding me, he finally got to the point and asked if the turmoil in Alabasta was my doing. I immediately denied it 3 times, it wasn't me, I didn't do it, don't talk nonsense. That mess has nothing to do with me at all. Then I changed the subject and used a code to tell him that the big guy has already been taken care of and will never appear again. Akainu was silent for a moment and understood. He knew this matter wasn't that simple and surprisingly praised me. Good job. Let me tell you, it's as rare as a solar eclipse to hear a compliment from him. It's harder than winning the lottery. Before hanging up, he let me in on a secret, saying the Navy has a top secret plan called SWORD, and they want to send someone named X, Drake, to infiltrate the Beast Pirates and start making a name for himself from the North Sea. My task is to act as a cyber bodyguard for him when needed, ensuring that this important piece doesn't get eliminated halfway. After hanging up, Kyle, still with a serious expression, reminded me that the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea is not to be messed with. They are all modified people, so I should be careful. I laid everything on the table with her. I said, Kyle, from now on, make plans, broaden your horizons, and be bolder. She didn't react at first, so I directly told her, that's right, I've already crossed that line. Kyle's eyes were as wide as saucers, her mouth open enough to fit an egg, and she was completely stunned. After all, who would believe that someone in their 20s could be a powerhouse? A monster among monsters. It was unbelievable. Of course, I also told her that compared to those old monsters like Akainu, I'm still a bit inexperienced, probably at the level of a younger Zephyr. But that was already enough for the world to listen to me. So, I didn't want to wade into the murky waters of the new world just yet. I had Kyle bring me the Din Din Mushy for Gar, and I directly issued orders to my family. As soon as the call connected, Gar's voice was incredibly flattering. I didn't bother with small talk and told him to have the brothers in the North Sea keep a close eye on that Drake. If he encounters any trouble he can't handle, notify me immediately. Done. Hung up and stay safe. Let me tell you, the guy on the other end of the phone, named Gal, is something else. As soon as I hung up, he went into a frenzy over there, like he was on a high from some energy drink, shouting at his brainwashed family about how this is the parents' concern for us and how we need to fight for a better tomorrow. Good grief. It was like a large-scale pyramid scheme leader brainwashing session. I found it ridiculous just listening to it. These people are really buying into this. Just like that, a month passed in peace and quiet. Meanwhile, Gal would occasionally send me some intel about my new colleague, X-Drake. To be honest, even though I've never met the guy, from what he said, Drake seems to be a very composed dude, extremely rational, the kind who doesn't stir up trouble easily. Until Gal sent me a photo, and I looked at it and thought, wow, ISNT, that an old acquaintance. He was awarded the rank of Rear Admiral at the Naval Headquarters, and we were in the same batch. Back then, I had just escaped from a nightmare and was too busy celebrating to notice such a muscular guy standing next to me. I stroked my chin and looked at the biceps in Drake's photo, then looked down at myself. Well, it seems like my pecs are still missing a bit of that dragon flare. I was just showing off when Kyle pushed the door and came in. The look in his eyes was like he caught me in the act, covering his mouth and laughing. Oh, did I come at the perfect time? I hurriedly adjusted my clothes, feeling so awkward that my toes were almost digging into the ground. I cleared my throat and quickly changed the subject. How's the preparation going? Is the base all set up? As soon as Kyle heard this, he immediately got excited. No problem. Ready at any time. Just waiting for the headquarters orders. But guess what happened? Murphy's Law strikes again. Whatever you fear will come true. Drake is in trouble, and it's the worst kind. The intelligence network I just established immediately sent back news that Drake has been targeted by the Vinsmoke family. Who understands this? The Vinsmokes are a bunch of war profiteers. Pure selfish opportunists. They've set their sights on Drake's devil fruit, the Zoan-type, ancient species, Allosaurus form. This thing is worth a fortune on the black market, especially for the beast pirates who love collecting such rare Zoan-types. The Vinsmoke family has sinister intentions, wanting to capture Drake and sell him off to Kaido, which would not only earn them a big sum, but also bring them closer to one of the four emperors. These guys are particularly well planned. They've been secretly investigating and found out that Drake has no significant background. They've had their eyes on him since the first time he revealed his abilities in the North Sea. Now, Drake's pirate crew has been cornered in a certain sea area, relying solely on the terrain to maneuver. Getting caught is just a matter of time. I have intelligence that's faster than the headquarters, but without orders, I can't move, which is driving me crazy. I wanted to be clever and told Kyle, why don't you stay at the base? We can't do without you here. As a result, Kyle shot me a death smile, meaning if you dare to leave me behind, I'll bury you in paperwork when you get back to the office. Last time in Alabaston, I didn't bring her, and she's still holding a grudge about it. Just when we were in this intense tug of war, Kyle's phone bug went off. Wow. Upon closer inspection, it's Admiral Zhangua. The Admiral is calling personally. This is serious. I quickly picked up the phone, and the voice on the other end was deep like thunder. Is this Shiosi? Sakaski should have mentioned the sword project to you. I have only one request. At all costs, ensure the safety of Drake. Do you have any confidence? As soon as I heard this, I was certain that it must be done. I patted my chest and assured, no problem, Marshal. I guarantee to complete the mission. Can we set off now? Of course. The Warring States said, I wish you victory and a safe return. By the way, he hesitated for a moment and added, if possible, try not to expose Drake's identity. I got so excited that I misspoke and blurted out, no problem, it's just doing some shady work. I have experience. As soon as the words came out, I regretted it. On the other end of the line, Jean Gua let out a huh. I quickly said, hey. The signal is bad. I can't hear you, and hung up the phone abruptly. Kyle next to me was already laughing hysterically, pointing at me and saying, did you forget that the phone has a video function? That expression you just made is simply the best meme of 2025. I looked down and saw the phone still making faces, mimicking my panicked look from earlier. I really can't believe this guy. I couldn't be bothered to deal with her, so I put on my coat of righteousness and turned to leave. You have half an hour. Gather at the port. If you can't make it, swim over. 10 minutes. Kyle confidently replied. By the time I arrived at the port, the warship was already ready. Darcy was standing there at attention, reporting. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a sound from above, and Kyle landed right in front of me with a thud. Panting and shouting, Lieutenant Kyle, reporting to you. This girl is really going all out to catch the ship. I looked at her proud little demeanor, then glanced at the slowly opening base gate, and a surge of energy welled up inside me. I gave the order. Set sail. Our Alabasta base is close to Reverse Mountain, but that thing is a one-way street of the Grand Line, only going in and not out. To reach the North Sea, we can only bite the bullet and traverse the calm belt. As soon as the warship entered the calm belt, the feeling was immediately different. There wasn't a single breeze, and the sea was as calm as a mirror, but beneath us were all the big guys. I could sense countless sea kings circling beneath our ship, but fortunately, the ship's hull was reinforced with sea prism stone, so they couldn't see us. I tell you, during that journey, I didn't dare to breathe, fully alert and tense, fearing that a big guy would jump out of the sea and take us all down. After finally sailing out of the calm zone safely, I felt almost exhausted. Kyle quickly had some food carts pushed over. I didn't care about my image anymore and went into full-on eating mode, devouring the food from several carts in no time to replenish my energy. Then, that familiar sea breeze with a hint of gunpowder wafted over. Family, who understands? It's the smell of the North Sea, the scent of my hometown. Although my home is long gone, this smell is truly a long-lost nostalgia. Once we entered the North Sea, the atmosphere became even more tense, with corpses occasionally drifting by in the water. I thought I couldn't just rush in recklessly. I needed an excuse. So, I had Kyle send a request to headquarters, using the excuse that the North Sea was too chaotic and we were there for peacekeeping. The higher-ups were eager for someone to take care of this mess, approved it immediately, and even handed over command of the North Sea Navy to me. Just as our warship was sailing, it suddenly stopped. I looked ahead and saw, good heavens, a pirate ship was coming straight at us, showing no intention of dodging. Hey, it really looks like someone is eager to meet their end. I said to Kyle, I'll go deal with it. You guys go around and don't waste time. As I spoke, I spread my wings behind me and flew over. When I flew closer and took a look, I noticed they were flying a white flag on their ship. What kind of new-style extortion is this? I landed on the deck, puzzled, and when I focused my eyes, I saw that the blonde guy standing on the ship was none other than the future superstar, the magician Basil Hawkins. Just as I was about to take action to clear the door, he suddenly knelt down, raising his hands in surrender along with everyone on the ship. He shouted, I surrender, don't take action. This move completely overloaded my CPU. I captured him along with the ship. Kyle looked at Hawkins, who was handcuffed with sea prison stone, looking weak and dazed. I shrugged and explained to her. This guy did a fortune-telling for himself and said that if he doesn't surrender today, he will definitely die at my hands in the future. Fate guided him to come and be my little brother. This is his only way to survive. Hawkins weakly nodded beside me. That's the idea. Although I don't know what you all came to Bay High for. Fate tells me that helping you is my only chance at survival. Boss, could you please unlock these handcuffs? I can't feel the guidance of fate anymore. I thought to myself, Hawkins is quite realistic. Unlike that reckless kid, he could be dealt with. So I had Kyle unlock him. I directly pointed out to him, I know about your ability to use a scapegoat if you dare to harm anyone on my ship. I guarantee that before you make your move, I will weld this sea prism stone handcuff onto your wrist. Hawkins turned pale, surprised that I knew him so well, and instantly became obedient. After handling this matter, I quickly asked Kyle, how much longer until we arrive? Kyle glanced at the nautical chart. Soon. We still have 80 nautical miles to go, estimated at 2 hours. When Hawkins heard where we were going, his face turned white, and he anxiously waved his hands. We can't go there. The Hadman Islands are currently surrounded by the Vinsmoke family. Any ship that enters will be attacked indiscriminately. His expression was as if he were looking at a fool heading to their doom. I tell you, looking at his ghostly expression, I was almost convinced. This guy Hawkins was trembling so much that his calves looked like they were sifting through chaff, clearly terrified of dying. As soon as Shu saw this, he was delighted. He loved this kind of fear of death. If you really put on a face that was indifferent to life and death, he wouldn't even know how to invite you aboard. Shu's was the kind of person who would take an inch if you gave him a mile. He directly grabbed Hawkins and said, "Hey, don't rush off. Aren't you a local? Perfect, lead the way for us." Sister Kyle chimed in, supporting him. "Yeah, since you're local, why not stand at the bow and guide us? Great view. Who understands, right?" Hawkins' face turned green. He was just a rookie pirate whose name hadn't even made a splash yet. And now they wanted him to sit on a Navy warship and charge into the territory of his former peers, the Vinsmoke family. If this got out, how could he continue his career as a pirate? Wasn't this pure Navy undercover performance art? What was the difference from directly reincarnating? Just when he was about to refuse, Shu smiled and extended both hands. In his left hand was a ball of golden fire. In his right hand was a ball of pale white fire. He just looked at him, smiling without speaking. I tell you, that scene looked just like someone holding two aces asking if he could handle them. Hawkins felt like his CPU was overheating. He could sense that the white flame was akin to the father of his fruit ability, his natural enemy. He had a gut feeling that if he got touched by that thing, his proud death replacement scarecrow might expire immediately, unable to renew its service. Well, there was no choice left. Between dying now or dying later, Hawkins decisively chose the latter. He felt extremely frustrated, but then he thought, the stronger the ship's captain, the greater his chances of survival, right? With that thought, he felt a bit more at ease. Seeing that he had calmed down, Shu's was overly enthusiastic, directly taking a Navy Justice cloak and wrapping it around him without hesitation. Hawkins looked at his attire, aside from lacking a rank. He looked just like a rookie Navy recruit. He thought to himself, it's over. There is no way to wash this clean, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Even if I stabbed Shu's in retaliation. Others would probably think it was the Navy playing a trick. Just when he was feeling hopeless, Shu's came over again. Aren't you good at fortune-telling? Come on, don't just read for yourself. Read for us too. See how this trip will go. Hawkins had no choice but to take out his tarot cards, perform a flashy ritual, and finally flipped over a card, the Chariot, a card representing victory and power. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. This was a good card. He originally wanted to read Shu's future to see how strong this thigh was. But Shu's didn't play by the rules at all. He snatched the card, glanced at it, and then interpreted it in an extremely crude tone. Oh, the Chariot that crushes everything. Good card. After saying that, he returned the card to Hawkins. Hawkins was about to explain the professional knowledge of upright and reverse positions, but Shu's directly made a shushing gesture, saying, "Don't say it. If you do, it won't work. I only believe my own interpretation." Hawkins, then why did you let me read it all? Can you respect our divination profession? After teasing him, Shu's turned to discuss serious matters with Sister Kyle, looking exceptionally sinister. We can't just let this go by. That is too low profile. We need to create some noise. Right now, let us put on a show of battle and fight our way to the Hadman Islands. Sister Kyle looked confused. Fight? Who are we fighting? Shu's pointed at Hawkins' own pirate ship behind them, making his meaning clear. Since we've got the people, why keep the ship? It's time to contribute to the cause of justice. Sister Kyle leaned over and whispered, "You're really not a good person." Shu's whispered back, "Mutual understanding, bad woman. How about this idea?" Sister Kyle distanced herself in disdain, but the corners of her mouth were already curling up. "It's okay, I guess. So I tell you." The next scene left Hawkins completely dumbfounded. He watched as a ship moved in front of their warship, and on it, besides his old subordinates, there was a group of spirited Navy officers. Then, the cannons on his ship were directly aimed at them. "Watch out," he instinctively shouted. Boom! A cannonball flew past their warship, splashing water all over his face. He was completely bewildered. Was this infighting? How was he going to explain his innocence to Shu's? But Shu's, as if nothing happened, said behind him, "How does it look? Does it seem realistic?" The floating corpses of the North Sea were quite helpful, just lacking a bit of blood, not enough atmosphere. As he spoke, he patted Hawkins on the shoulder, by the way. "Which of your guys on the ship are the most heinous? Let them shed some blood for the cause of justice. That's not too much to ask, right?" Before Hawkins could react, he saw the most arrogant pirates on his ship suddenly bleeding from their legs and arms. howling in pain. The injuries weren't severe, but the scene looked incredibly real. At this point, Hawkins was completely convinced. He looked at Shoes with a different expression. He had previously thought Shoes would kill him, which was why he had proactively sought to resolve their grievances. Now he understood. This was no enemy. This was clearly his only way out. This ship and these people were exceptionally crazy, yet incredibly strong. He decisively extended his hand. "Captain, I officially join. How about I be the third mate?" Shoes shook his head, pointing at the ship that was currently firing at them. "Sorry, our ship's third mate is over there. He has a bad temper and is probably thinking of blasting you into the sea." Hawkins looked in the direction Shoes pointed and was stunned. "What kind of pirate ship have I boarded?" So they fought all the way, and they even conveniently robbed several pirate ships that tried to take advantage of the situation, looting their treasures and tossing the people on a Hawkins ship as injured crew members. The scene was incredibly chaotic and bloody. 40 minutes later, they finally reached the outskirts of the Hadman Islands. Goodness, the scene was like a massive snail fleet surrounding the entire island, not letting any water through. The backs of those snails were filled with Germa's clone soldiers, each expressionless, resembling robots. 2 snail ships came to block their way, using a completely emotionless electronic voice to announce, "The front has been requisitioned by the Vinsmoke family. Unrelated personnel. Leave immediately." Shoes glanced around, but didn't see the colorful princes and princesses of the Vinsmoke family. They were probably all on the island capturing Drake. He couldn't be bothered to waste words and directly took out a transponder snail. "Darcy, turn the cannons around and give them a little naval shock. We're charging in." With the order given, the cannons of both ships instantly aimed outward, and they fired a salvo at the 2 snail ships. This time it wasn't a performance. The gunners were filled with energy, and the cannonballs rained down like they were free. The clones on the opposite side were no joke either. Facing the ambush, they remained completely calm and quickly organized a counterattack. Cannonballs flew toward them like rain. Hawkins was so tense that straw was popping out of his sleeves, ready to fight at any moment. But Shoes patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous. It will be over soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a huge golden feathered wing spread out behind him, and he soared into the sky, flying toward the hail of cannonballs. A burning golden giant sword appeared in his hand, and he swept it across the sky. Boom! All the shells were engulfed by a dazzling fireball in midair, exploding into a magnificent display of fireworks. The Navy on our ship cheered loudly, their morale instantly boosted. Shosi knew that reasoning with these emotionless clones was futile. They had to be defeated to get through. He flickered and appeared directly above Snail's ship, stabbing down at the clone soldiers below with a sword. Golden flames swept down from the sky, and let me tell you that smell. Sister Kyer watched from the ship, her face turning pale, covering her mouth and retching. "I will never eat French-baked snails again. That bastard." Shosi continued this way, one ship after another. Within 10 minutes, the outer snail fleet was cleared by him alone. A rich barbecue scent wafted over the sea, and Hawkins, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, was utterly speechless. He had never imagined that one person's power could reach such heights. Back on the ship, Shosi was uncharacteristically silent. Sister Kyer went over to comfort him. "Don't think too much about it. They're just clones." Shosi sighed, knowing that even if he understood rationally, erasing tens of thousands of units with his own hands was still hard to bear. He quickly adjusted and ordered Darcy and the others to swim back to the warship, then allowed the pirates on Hawkins' shabby ship to escape into the Hadman Islands, trailing them closely to use them as bait. However, the islands were like a maze, with intricate waterways, and without Drake's contact information, we could only search blindly. Sister Kyer idly asked, "Since we have to send Drake into the Beast Pirates anyway, why go through so much trouble to save him? Wouldn't it be easier to let Vinsmoke capture him and sell him off?" Shosi pointed at Hawkins, who was already questioning his life. "It's not the same. Just like him, voluntarily surrendering and being beaten half to death before surrendering are 2 different concepts. If Drake is sold as a commodity, his status will be too low, and he won't be able to reach the core. Moreover, the key point is that when a Devil Fruit user dies, the fruit might respawn in nearby fruits. The people of the Beast Pirates might have the technology to extract fruits. What we need to protect is not just Drake himself, but also his precious ancient species, the Allosaurus fruit." Just as we were troubled about how to find him, a commotion suddenly broke out in the encirclement of the Vinsmoke family. Shosi's eyes lit up. "Found it," he decisively said. "No matter what, let us rush in. Even if the sky falls, the warlord of the Sengoku will hold it up." Sister Kyer thought about it and agreed. "We are on a mission. What is there to be afraid of? The warship immediately moved forward at full speed. Meanwhile, on a mobile fortress made up of several giant snails, Vince Gaji was watching the surrounded Drake pirates with his children. His green-haired fourth son, Yuji, eagerly volunteered. "Father, let me go capture him." Gaji nodded. "Go ahead, but don't kill him." Yuji excitedly leaped down, tapping on the water surface like stepping on air, sprinting all the way to Drake's ship, kicking a pirate to death and landing steadily. He looked at Drake, who had transformed into a giant Allosaurus, with an extremely disdainful smile. "Oh, an ancient species Allosaurus fruit user? What interesting prey. Let me tell you, this guy, that old fourth, Yongji, is simply off the charts crazy, completely disregarding Drake. Drake is at least a former rear admiral of the Navy. How could he not have a high spirit? He pretends to be angry, calculating how to defeat the enemy in one move. And what happens? Yongji sees right through his little scheme and even deliberately leaves a flaw. When Drake sees the opportunity, he instantly reverts from dinosaur form, dashes in front of Yongji in a flash, and aims a hand chop directly at his neck, trying to subdue the king first. This operation is smooth and fast. Anyone else would have been taken down by now. But who understands the family? The Vinsmoke family are emotionless fighting machines. The word panic doesn't exist in their dictionary. Yongji didn't even raise an eyebrow, chuckling as he casually grabbed Drake's wrist, rendering him completely immobile. Drake was stunned, thinking, how is this possible? This is the physical quality of an ancient species. How could my strength be suppressed? He's also a tough guy. Seeing they were at a stalemate, he transformed again, turning into a gigantic Allosaurus right in Yongji's grip, its claws nearly ripping Yongji's hand apart. After transforming, his strength surged, and he looked ready to break free, opening his massive jaws to bite down on Yongji's head. But guess what? Yongji held the dinosaur's head firmly, effortlessly mocking. Is this it? Is this the level of a rare, ancient species devil fruit? Drake's mentality was on the verge of collapse as he looked at Yongji's young face, barely 20, and thought, this strength. Even that monster from the Navy headquarters couldn't do this. While they were locked in a power struggle, in the distance, the Vinsmoke family was sipping red wine and enjoying the show. Second brother Niji looked displeased. What is Yongji doing, wasting time with this trash, embarrassing our family? The eldest, Ichiji, was even more arrogant, saying, might as well finish this quickly and go find that Navy warship. I'm very interested in that fire-wielding guy. Goodness, they were all so overconfident. On the battlefield, Yongji was also bored, pulling out a green can from his pocket. I thought, is he tired and want a drink to replenish his strength? But then he pressed it, and with a whoosh, a brilliant light erupted, instantly transforming his outfit. A ridiculously cool green combat suit appeared on him in an instant. Drake was dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Devil fruit ability? Doesn't seem like it. The next second, flames shot out from the boots on Yongji's feet, and he zoomed straight to Drake, faster than a flash. There was no honor in combat. With one punch, he smashed that huge dinosaur head right in the deck. Drake staggered to his feet, and Yongji was already standing there with his arms crossed, waiting for him, commenting, quite durable. Next came a series of combination punches, every hit landing squarely, effectively reverting Drake's transformation, knocking him back into human form, rendering him unconscious. Just as Yongji was about to grab Drake's head and take him away, let me tell you, the iconic scene arrived. Shoes fell from the sky, wearing that harmless smile, and said, oh, this kind-hearted citizen, thank you for helping us capture the Navy trader, military, and civilian cooperation, creating harmony together. Yongji's face turned green. Sneering, Navy? Does our Vinsmoke family need to cooperate with you? As he spoke, he swung his fist at Shoes' head. I'm telling you, that punch could knock a dinosaur back into its original form. But what happened? Shoes raised his hand and, with a casual motion, caught it. Yongji's face turned purple. Using all his strength, the deck beneath Shoes' feet cracked. Yet he didn't even budge. Then Shoes smiled and said, your strength isn't bad, try a little harder. The next second, he snatched Drake from Yongji's hands, kicking Yongji away, sending him crashing through the cabin like a cannonball. Goodness, this stirred up a hornet's nest. From the castle, second brother Niji, the electric blue, saw his brother being beaten and immediately went berserk, charging down with sparks all over. Even better, just after being kicked away, Yongji crawled out of the rubble, still trying to sneak attack from behind. But Shoes didn't even turn around. His wings spread wide, and with a swift movement, he sent Yongji flying out of sight. It was like the latest version of the Calabash brothers saving their grandpa, taking one after another. That electric blue Niji rushed up, pulling out a crackling beam, sword to stab at Shoes. Shoes countered with a golden flame longsword, and when the two swords clashed, Niji's little trick of using electricity failed instantly, nearly singeing his eyebrows, his strength completely crushed, forcing him to grit his teeth and hold on. Seeing that one was ineffective and two also failed, their father, Judge, directly ordered, "All of you go." The eldest, Ichiji, and sister Reiju immediately changed into combat suits and jumped out. Yongji stood up for the third time from the rubble, this time learning his lesson. His whole body wrapped in armament haki, his arm muscles twisted like a braid, using a move called grapple heavy hit. Niji understood the assignment, firmly holding onto his shoes to create an opportunity. These brothers coordinated excellently, knowing what to do without saying a word. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, tactics are just a joke. Shoes activated his observation haki, knowing exactly where everyone was and what they wanted to do, like he had a god's eye view. He swung his wing back, the armament haki-covered feathers slicing through Yongji's haki, causing his fist to bleed. Yongji was stunned. For the first time in his time ruling the North Sea, he met someone who could break through his defense. Shoes pushed Niji away with one sword, kicking him into the sea. Then he swiftly appeared above Yongji, pressing down on his head like catching a chick, smashing through the deck from mid-air. Following that, Shoes pointed his finger at Yongji's temple. With just one strike, this green grappling hook would be finished on the spot. Just at that critical moment, a fireball came flying in. It was the eldest Ichiji. Shoes swatted the fire away with his wings, and elder sister Reiju rushed in to save Yongji, then released a massive amount of purple poisonous mist. My heart sank. That was neurotoxin. Instantly, purple spots appeared on Shoes' face, and he looked like he was about to collapse. But guess what? A holy white flame erupted from him, instantly burning away the poison. And he casually commented, "It's like taking a puff of secondhand smoke, a bit dizzy." Family, this is top-tier performance. Reiju stepped back in fear, knowing they were up against an enemy they could never defeat. But her emotionless brothers were still eager to charge in. Eldest brother Ichiji ignited flames in both hands, preparing to unleash a big move. Shoes, unfazed, even mocked him. "Your flame ability is really poor." That single remark made Ichiji explode with rage. Ichiji conjured two dazzling orbs of light, smashing them down, trying to create an explosive sandwich. Meanwhile, Niji, who had fallen into the sea, actually activated invisibility, sneaking up behind Shoes to prepare for a surprise attack. This coordination was flawless. Unfortunately, their opponent was Shoes. With his eyes closed, relying solely on his observation haki, he executed a magnificent raging wind kick, sending countless wind blades that extinguished Ichiji's fireballs, leaving cuts all over his body and combat suit. Then, without even looking back, he fired a finger gun at the air behind him. There was a dull thud, and Niji's figure appeared out of nowhere, crashing onto the deck, clutching his chest. Drake was left dumbfounded nearby. When did this Navy Rear Admiral become so fierce? Why was no one informing him? Seeing that the four kids were about to be completely wiped out, their father, Garji, could no longer sit idly by and personally came down in his rocket battle vehicle. But he wasn't there to fight. He was there to negotiate. He called a halt to all the kids and said to Shios, "Your goal is to take Drake away, and I can let you all go." "What could Shios do?" He replied with an annoyed expression. "You guys have surrounded and beaten me like this, and you expect me to just stop? Is it no law anymore?" Garji, suppressing his anger, squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "How many Bailey do you want? I'm telling you, this is a trap. This old fox, if he can't win, plays dirty. If a naval officer accepts money from the Vinsmoke family, once this gets out, Shu's political career will be over, and the world government will definitely not let him off the hook." Shoes quickly realized that this money was hot and absolutely could not be taken. But just letting this family off the hook like this would be too frustrating. As he said, after putting in so much effort to fight, he can't gain anything at all. Does he really think he's here for peacekeeping like him, country? After thinking for a moment, Shoes slowly said, "Forget the money. I'm not a materialistic person. I've just loved knowledge since I was young and am passionate about science and technology." After saying this, Shoes' gaze swept over YG and the others, and his intentions were already very clear. He wanted the Vinsmoke family's battle suits. What the Vinsmoke family is most famous for is their genetic factor technology and their technological prowess that far surpasses the world average. The genetic factor technology is not very useful for Shoes, although it can quickly produce a batch of high-level combatants. This shortcut method often comes with a certain degree of side effects. There are no shortcuts to becoming stronger. Even the widely recognized shortcut of devil fruits comes with the price of never being able to swim again. The two most successful masterpieces of genetic factors are the Germa army, with an average lifespan of less than 20 years, and the various messed-up children like Sanji. Reiju and the others seem very successful, but after Shoes fought them, he found it difficult for them to advance further. They're all failures. Shoes is very clear that the oppressive power brought by top combatants cannot be balanced by numbers. Instead of asking for this half-baked modification technology, it's better to ask for something truly valuable. The Vinsmoke family's battle suits are indeed rare treasures. For Shoes, his current strength does not need the enhancement of a battle suit, and the battle suit cannot provide him with any help. He can't use it, but Kyle can. Shoes roughly estimated that as long as Kyle wears the battle suit, he can achieve combat power comparable to a vice admiral of the Navy. Although vice admirals are often used to highlight the strength of pirates, they're also guaranteed combat power as the backbone of the Navy. At the very least, Kyle would have the ability to protect himself, instead of being like now, only able to use long-range attacks from a warship without even having the qualification to take a close look. Sanji gritted his teeth. He could see what Shoes meant, but pretended to be confused and said, as long as it's publicly available scientific information, the Vinsmoke family has collected it all. I'll have someone bring the books over later. I won't let you down. Shoes was full of question marks. Was he being too subtle? Or was Sanji too straightforward? Who still reads books in this day and age? What good is reading? Derek's injuries had also healed quite a bit. When he heard that Sanji was going to give Shoes berries, he felt nervous. He was afraid that Shoes, being new to the job, wouldn't understand the intricacies involved. Fortunately, Shoes treated money like dirt and refused the money Sanji offered, instead asking for priceless knowledge. Knowledge is power. The ancients did not deceive me. I will have my subordinates collect the books later, as I want to align myself with the strong. I want battle suits. Shoes did not give Sanji the chance to continue pretending, stating bluntly, "Give me 3 battle suits, and I will leave immediately," ensuring that today's events will not be known to any third party. Impossible. Sanji refused. Each battle suit requires resources that far exceed your imagination. Change your condition. No, I only want battle suits. Shoes scanned YG and the others. If you don't give them to me, I will strip them off of them. But what happens then would be beyond my control. After all, they don't look like they can cooperate well. Shoes' gaze swept over them, and when it landed on Reiju, he slightly avoided her. It's really ungentlemanly to strip a girl of her clothes. Reiju noticed this and covered her mouth with a light laugh, thinking that this Navy officer was quite interesting. He looked young, but his words and actions were very mature, though he would occasionally reveal some of his nature. Sanji's expression was fluctuating, and he finally relented, saying, "1 suit. I can only give you 1 battle suit." Shoes didn't respond, but rolled up his sleeves, looking as if he was going to act. "It's useless," Sanji said. "All battle suits are specially customized. Even if you strip them off, you won't be able to use them. In Chapter 80, my salary is quite high." Sanji wasn't lying. All battle suits are custom-made. Given the abilities displayed by YG and the others, it was impossible to make a unified set of battle suits. Therefore, even the long-gone Sanji's battle suit was customized based on his own characteristics, which, of course, means that Sanji's characteristic is that he has no characteristics. Sanji was planning to give the battle suit designed for Sanji to Shoes, which could be seen as a reasonable use of resources. However, having only 1 battle suit made distribution a bit difficult. Shoes wanted 2 battle suits, one for Kyle and the other for Darcy. As for Hawkins, who had just joined, it wasn't that Shoes didn't want to give him employee benefits, but rather that he didn't need such things. As a supernova of the worst era, Hawkins already had great potential, and his fruit ability was not suitable for fighting with a battle suit. Even so, Shoes still wanted to negotiate. "If I give you Drake, can I get another battle suit?" Drake, who had just stood up, stumbled and nearly fell again. What kind of plot twist is this? Wasn't he here to save himself? Why is he being sold instead? In the end, the Vinsmoke family didn't sell themselves, but got sold by Shoes instead. If it gets passed around again, wouldn't it become secondhand goods? In the trade of people, would that appreciate or depreciate? Drake was confused. He didn't know if this was a temporary addition to the plot by the organization or if this guy was flipping sides. Why is everything he encounters today so twisted? Sanji also didn't expect that Shoes would sell Drake. He had previously suspected whether Drake was an undercover agent planted by the Navy, which is why he had gone to such lengths to rescue him. For this reason, he cursed inwardly. If he had known earlier that Drake had a Navy background, he wouldn't have provoked this guy. The Vinsmoke family scale was not on the same level as the Navy, and he only dared to shout behind their backs because of the world government's restraint on the Navy. If it were face-to-face against the Navy, he wouldn't have the guts. No matter how many people laughed behind the scenes of the Navy being the world government's lapdog, no one dares to truly underestimate the Navy. It is undoubtedly the strongest armed force in the world on the surface. Even the four emperors of the New World do not have the confidence to face the Navy alone. Now that Shoes wants to sell Drake, this greatly alleviated his suspicions. Sanji glanced at Drake. The value of the ancient species devil fruit was good, but compared to the value of a battle suit, it was still far behind. Then Sanji turned his gaze to Shoes. The animal-type mythical beast was worth something, and the combat power Shoes displayed was astonishing. But unfortunately, it was not a power he could scheme for. Shoes had no idea what Sanji was thinking. If he did, he would likely let him experience the power of the mythical beast type. He exchanged Drake for a battle suit, confident that Gaji would not agree, thus concealing Drake's identity. After all, he had previously gotten carried away and forgotten to hide Drake's identity. So now he was trying to remedy the situation, hoping for some effectiveness. Just as Shoes had anticipated, Gaji shook his head and said, "No, Drake's value is limited. I can only give you one battle suit." "No, I can have money," Shoes quickly replied. "I'm a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, with a stable income and an annual performance bonus. Name your price." Upon hearing this, Drake felt even colder inside. This guy actually wanted to sell himself for a higher price. That was too much. The act was getting a bit overboard. What if Gaji agreed? By the way, does the Navy even have performance bonuses? Drake was in tears. He had never heard of such a thing during his tenure. Was the organization just stalling him again? Originally a firm believer, Drake found himself doubting the Navy multiple times in such a short span. This shows the terrifying nature of Shoes. If this continued, Drake might not just be an undercover agent. He might directly turn against them. At that point, Drake could infiltrate the Beast Pirates' upper echelons, smoking a cigar and talking to Sengoku. "Hey, Admiral Sengoku, I'm a pirate and you're the Navy. Please don't let my boss misunderstand." Gaji listened with a headache. With the Navy's meager salary, how could one buy a battle suit? He had heard that the Navy's death benefits were quite high and wanted to ask Shoes if he wanted to use that as collateral. Holding back his resentment, he maintained a calm demeanor. The battle suit requires some rare minerals as raw materials. Even if there is enough money, collecting the minerals will take some time. Shoes sighed lightly, a hint of regret in his voice. "Then we can only make do. I hope my subordinates won't blame me." Seeing Shoes relent, Gaji quickly said to the best-conditioned Reiju, "Go get the number 3 battle suit." The number 3 battle suit was Sanji's battle suit, tailored specifically for him without any special abilities. Therefore, this battle suit had high versatility and could be directly given to Shoes. Gaji wasn't lying about this. The Vinsmoke family had no spare battle suits, and this was the only one available. Reiju nodded and ran towards the Vinsmoke castle. With the deal settled, Shoes sat cross-legged on the deck while Gaji stared at him, and the children exchanged glances. With nothing else to do, Shoes asked, "I say, is unifying the North Sea really that difficult? With the Vinsmoke family strength, the other kingdoms are no match for you. As long as you eliminate the royal family members, unifying the North Sea is just a matter of time." At this point, Shoes chuckled lightly. "Don't tell me you're worried about harming innocent civilians and don't want to escalate the war, which is why you haven't used such means. In fact, all you need to do is send Yunji and the others to infiltrate the other kingdom's palace, eliminate all the royal family members, and dismantle the power structure of that country. There is no need for the Vinsmoke family to send troops. The country will descend into chaos by itself. This approach is just more damaging to the kingdom's strength." This was something Shoes couldn't understand. The Vinsmoke family was not a group of kind-hearted individuals. While others might hesitate to do such things for the Vinsmoke family, it was just routine. Gaji's obsession with restoring the Vinsmoke family's glory in unifying the North Sea was no less than Luffy's desire to become the Pirate King. "Heh," Gaji sneered. "You think I don't want to do this? With those useless fools, they don't have the qualifications to be my enemies." His 3 sons also proudly lifted their heads, looking as if they were saying, "We are excellent. We won't stoop to the level of the foolish." They really were 3 hard-headed kids, letting their emotions run wild. "Yeah, that is also something I can't understand," Shoes timely flattered, "even in the New World. The Vinsmoke family is second only to the Yonko. It makes no sense not to do such things." This statement had artistic value. The only force second to the Yonko in the New World is the Yonko itself. If someone comes along, they are second to the Yonko. The world government, your leader. Gaji corrected himself. They're the ones restricting the Vinsmoke family. They don't want to see a superpower dominating a certain sea area. Chapter 81. Marriage Alliance? Mentioning the world government made it necessary to discuss further. Shoes smiled slightly. He had just asked casually and did not expect it to relate to the world government. "You mean, the world government is preventing you from unifying the North Sea?" Shoes pretended to be confused and said, "Aren't your relations not so good?" The Vinsmoke family is still one of the member states of the world government and has the right to participate in the World Conference. Maybe when I return this time, I might not be able to keep my rear admiral rank. Perhaps the world government officials are having tea with Admiral Sengoku right now. Gaji's expression darkened. Didn't he know how Shoes viewed this matter? Before coming here, he had indeed contacted the world government to have them order the Navy's actions. Seeing this, Shoes casually said, "Don't be nervous. I'm mentally prepared. Otherwise, how could I take your things? This money you spent isn't unjust. I'm a genuine rear admiral." Exchanging a battle suit for a Navy rear admiral was a lopsided deal. Gaji had no complaints. He even thought about negotiating with Shoes, using the recommendation of Shoes for a Navy vice admiral as a condition to get that battle suit back. Just then, Reiju returned with a black pull-tab can. When Shoes saw what Reiju was holding, he rushed over and took it without hesitation. "Thank you." Reiju looked at her empty hands, turned to Gaji, who was reluctant but could only nod in agreement. The black pull-tab can have the Arabic numeral 3 on it. Shoes knew this was Sanji's battle suit. The Vinsmoke family really had no spare battle suits, so he dropped the idea of extorting them. He stored the battle suit close to him. Although this was Sanji's battle suit, it wasn't essential for Shoes, as Sanji was not an irreplaceable member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Taking his battle suit would affect Sanji's combat power to some extent, but it was not a big deal. The Straw Hat crew was not short on combat strength. At a critical moment, Brook could also step up. Perhaps with Sanji stepping back, he could further refine his cooking skills, allowing the main crew to maintain a better mood. In any case, once something was in Shoes' hands, don't think about returning it. With the item secured, Shoes wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, Drake looked worried, fearing that Shoes would really sell him out. "Let us continue discussing the previous topic," Shoes said. "Why is the world government stopping you from unifying the North Sea? No matter how you look at it, a stable North Sea seems to align more with the world government's needs. What the world government has been doing over the years is pursuing a stable environment. Whether it's establishing the 7 warlords to balance the proportions between pirates and the Navy or allowing the emergence of the 4 emperors in the New World. The world government has always pursued a stable and peaceful world situation. It makes no sense to stop the Vinsmoke family from unifying the North Sea. To a certain extent, the Vinsmoke family has always been a staunch ally of the world government and would never lean towards the Revolutionary Army. Of course, we cannot rule out plot-driven events. After all, Sanji is on Luffy's ship, and he is the son of the Revolutionary Army's leader. It's not impossible that in future developments, Sanji could sway Judge with familial ties, leading him to abandon the darkness, and the Vinsmoke family could turn their backs. But as of now, that seems far-fetched. The world government surely lacks the foresight to prepare for such events. Shoes looked at Judge, who, beneath his calm expression, had a hint of uncontainable anger. They needed a stable environment, but not a stable nation. After a moment of silence, it seemed Judge had made a significant decision. The Vinsmoke family, which had ruled the North Sea for over 300 years, was destroyed by the world government itself. The current turmoil in the North Sea was instigated by the world government. They would not allow the emergence of another Vinsmoke family. The Vinsmoke family Judge referred to as the one that had dominated the North Sea for over 300 years, not the current iteration. It's important to remember that at its peak, the Vinsmoke family was a terrifying entity that even the world government feared. Truly a force standing at the pinnacle of the world. They were not like the present day, merely a paper tiger armed with genetic engineering and technology. They would never be defeated to the point of begging for mercy by a newly appointed admiral. The humiliation faced by the Vinsmoke family today was all inflicted by the world government. Judge was very clear that without overthrowing the world government, the idea of the Vinsmoke family reclaiming control over the North Sea was just empty talk. The strength of the Vinsmoke family alone was not enough to topple the world government, which was also why Judge later sought to ally with the Big Mom Pirates. He needed to leverage the power of the Pirate King to remove the world government's influence over the North Sea. The world government recognized this, which is why upon learning of the Vinsmoke family's alliance with the Big Mom Pirates, they revoked their eligibility to participate in the World Conference and even prepared for war against them. As for the previously exaggerated claims that the Vinsmoke family possessed power that made the world government tremble, those were either rumors by well-meaning individuals or deliberate deceptions by the world government. The world government never feared the Vinsmoke family. It merely hoped the family would act like a solitary lion, maintaining the North Sea as their pasture. Judge shared this with Shoes with the intention of forming an alliance. The Navy was not his first target for an alliance. In the public's perception, the Navy was merely the world government's lapdog and lacked the foundation for cooperation. There were not many forces capable of meeting the needs of the Vinsmoke family, and even fewer that had a poor relationship with the world government. The only ones were the Revolutionary Army, led by Luffy's father and the 4 emperors of the New World. The former would not cooperate with the Vinsmoke family, and Judge was well aware of this, so he could only place his hopes on the 4 pirate emperors. However, collaborating with pirates was ultimately a high-risk endeavor. Judge had been hesitating until Shoes' appearance presented him with a new possibility, a different kind of navy, one that was not afraid of the world government. With a vice admiral-level combat power, if the Vinsmoke family supported him to become the next fleet admiral, he would have an ally on par with the pirate emperors. Moreover, as a navy is the world government's regular armed force, weakening local powers equates to strengthening their own side. This deal would be absolutely worthwhile. This was still without Judge knowing Shoes' other identity as the nephew of Admiral Akainu. Otherwise, his attitude would have been even more proactive. As for the previous friction between him and Shoes, that was all a misunderstanding. The injuries on Yanji and Ichiji were from a careless fall. Otherwise, how could Reiju remain unscathed? Judge was a politician. He was well aware of how to maximize benefits. Moreover, from his observations, Shoes had a good impression of Reiju. And given their similar ages, a marriage alliance was not out of the question. Little did Shoes know that while Judge was telling him all this, he was already concocting a script for a united marriage alliance. Chapter 82. No pirate is innocent. Judge suddenly said, "Let us form an alliance." This shocked Shoes. Who hadn't he expected Judge to say this so suddenly? Just moments ago, he was criticizing the world government, and now he wanted to form a brotherhood. This process was all wrong, and there was still the matter of a blood oath missing. Don't joke around. After a brief shock, Shoes quickly waved his hand, saying, "I am the Navy. The Navy cannot interfere in kingdom politics, let alone form an alliance." Seeing Shoes' refuse, Judge patiently advised, "As long as you ally with the Vinsmoke family, I will use all resources to support you in becoming the next admiral, even the next fleet admiral. All you need to do is help the Vinsmoke family unify the North Sea after becoming the fleet admiral. It's a very profitable deal. I assent it." Judge laid out his terms. The Vinsmoke family still held some influence in front of the world government, coupled with their accumulated wealth over the years and Shoes' displayed strength. Becoming the next fleet admiral was not just a hollow statement. Shoes fell silent, contemplating what Judge had said. Drake, as an undercover Navy officer, was filled with both shock and fear. Judge was unaware of Shoes' identity, but Drake was acutely aware. Shoes was not only a powerful Navy captain, but also the only relative of Admiral Akainu. If the Vinsmoke family were to form an alliance with Shoes, it would not just involve the two of them, but would also implicate Admiral Akainu. There was no need to wait. Admiral Akainu was only one step away from becoming the fleet admiral, and their plan had a high chance of success. At that moment, Shoes coincidentally glanced at Drake. The latter felt a chill. Was he planning to kill him to silence him? Drake took 2 steps back, right to the edge of the deck, with the sea behind him. As a Devil Fruit user, he could not survive in the ocean, especially in his injured state. Shoes smiled slightly and turned his head. He had indeed considered Drake's identity. Some things were not suitable for Drake to hear, but it didn't matter, as he had no intention of forming an alliance with Judge. It was not that he underestimated the Vinsmoke family's strength. Aside from their lack of high-end combat power, the Vinsmoke family excelled in other areas, especially their accumulated wealth over the years and the combat effectiveness of the German army, which were quite formidable. The reason Shoes declined was that he could not fully trust Judge. Judge was a politician and an ambitious individual. Collaborating with such a person was far more dangerous than with idealists. Idealists might have simpler ideas, but their loyalty was not in question, and they would not betray for interest. Politicians, on the other hand, only see eternal interests. Treaties are meant to be torn apart, and allies are meant to be betrayed. Such occurrences occupy almost 30% of historical records. What Shoes aimed to accomplish was not to become the fleet admiral, but to separate the Navy from the world government. This matter was far more terrifying than Judge imagined, and it could only be done alone. Shoes shook his head with a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm just a Navy officer. I haven't thought that far ahead." Gaji was still not giving up and continued, "If you don't believe me, I can marry Reiju to you. As long as your child carries the name Vinsmoke, I can pass the throne to him. As long as the North Sea returns to the embrace of the Vinsmoke family." Reiju was a bit surprised to hear her father's words, but Woon-T contradicted his decision. However, in her heart, her disdain for this family grew even more. Susi glanced at Reiju, who looked down obediently, and when she noticed Susi's gaze, she smiled very gently. "An alliance, huh? That is quite a clever tactic." "Sorry, I won't ally with any forces," Susi said calmly. I'll take Drake and leave immediately. Let today's events be treated as if they never happened. With that, Susi walked towards Drake. Gaji raised his arm, clenched his fist, and gritted his teeth as he watched Susi's back. In the end, he helplessly let it go. Over the years, he had never faced such humiliation. The last person who humiliated him was that detestable guy. An old man curled up in his mind appeared, speaking in a very disdainful tone. Gaji, what you have in hand is just trash that I look down upon. Is the lineage factor technology just garbage? Gaji didn't think so before. The combat power displayed by EG and the others was already enough to dominate the North Sea. But after today's events, he finally realized why Vegapunk looked down on the lineage factor technology. A strong lion surpasses a pack of hyenas. He saw the lion today. Let's go back, Gaji said. The Vinsmoke family retreated, and the badly beaten Yanji also left with Reiju support. The giant snail separated and transformed back into a warship, carrying the Vinsmoke family away. Susi approached Drake and extended his hand, saying, "What's wrong? Were you scared just now?" "A bit," Drake replied as he shook Susi's hand. "Thank you for coming to save me. I want to talk about today's events." Susi's words were ambiguous. He didn't ask Drake in detail whether he was afraid of being captured by the Vinsmoke family or afraid that Susi would kill him to silence him. Drake was also perceptive and knew that some things shouldn't be spoken, even if he suspected it in his heart. Saying it out loud would mean distrust in their brotherhood. "Don't be so heavy-hearted," Susi said with a smile. "We're the Navy, also bearing justice." Drake's expression eased a bit. The justice upheld by the Navy gave him some courage. Susi patted Drake on the shoulder and pointed at the surviving pirates, saying, "Screen your crew. I'll take the liberty to deal with those who ran away with you. The others you'll have to sift through yourself. And remember to keep it confidential." Drake looked at the scattered crew. Not many had survived under the German army. They were all core members, and each one was important. Some who fled midway had already been dealt with by Kyle. Now, the remaining ones might include those with ill intentions. But there were also those who were loyal to him. Drake thought of the plan the Navy headquarters had assigned, and there could be no mistakes in this matter. "Kill them all," Drake said, closing his eyes tightly, unable to bear to see the consequences of his decision. Susi nodded slightly, satisfied with Drake's decision. Since he didn't know which pirates could be trusted, it was better to kill them all. They were just pirates, and it was easy to replace them with another batch. Several golden flames shot from Susi's fingers, flying towards the pirates who still didn't know what had happened. As the sparks erupted, these pirates' lives faded in the flames. Throughout it all, Drake kept his eyes closed. After all, these were people he had been with day and night. As for Susi, he felt no guilt in killing pirates. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. In the chaotic era of great pirates, no pirate is innocent. Chapter 83, The Father Warrior. Drake's warship left the Hadman Islands. Drake and Susi stood together on the deck, gazing at the island in the distance that was fading away, a nightmare he would find hard to erase in his life. Often, being an undercover agent is like this. You cannot not get into character, yet you cannot get too deeply into it either. Especially the transition between two identities can drive many people mad. Seeing Drake's expression, Susi knew he was still concerned about the pirates he had killed. "Don't think about it anymore," Susi said calmly. "Since you chose this path, you must be prepared for this mentality. Today, the ones who died because of you were pirates. Tomorrow, it might be comrades fighting alongside you who sacrifice. This path is not easy. If you have other thoughts, I can report it to Admiral Sengoku. He is a reasonable superior." Whether Sengoku is a reasonable superior, Susi wasn't sure, but he was confident that Drake wouldn't give up because of this. Most people in the pirate world have a spirit of dedication to their ideals, and he believed Drake was the same. Drake didn't rush to answer Susi, but instead returned his gaze from the distant island to Susi beside him. "My father is D. Barrels. D. Barrels. What does that name represent?" Susi wasn't very clear. Before coming to the pirate world, he only remembered some key figures, and later, after living in the Navy for a while, he also learned about some lesser-known Navy personnel. However, the insular environment of the pirate world and the Navy being a military entity spread across the globe meant that there were still many people Susi had never met. For example, the man named D. Barrels. Susi didn't understand why Drake was so serious in telling him. Was this really something to be surprised about? Looking at Kyle beside him, whose face was tense, he guessed that Kyle knew the identity of D. Barrels. D. Barrels is a Navy traitor, Kyle said, seeing Susi looking at him, realizing he didn't know about D. Barrels. This is a very old matter, and the actions of the person involved tarnished the Navy's image. Not many people in the Navy know about it. Coincidentally, Kyle, who liked to browse through documentation, was one of the informed ones. Barrels betrayed the Navy and sold a very important devil fruit to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Kyle continued, the specific reasons are unknown, but the devil fruit mysteriously disappeared, and Barrels ultimately died at Doflamingo's hands. Susie suddenly understood, looking at Drake. So you inherited your father's business. No wonder Sengoku chose you as a spy. It turns out the political background wasn't clean with family precedent. Internally, Susie silently criticized a few times but didn't say it out loud. Instead, he tentatively asked, was your father also a Navy spy? No. Drake shook his head and said, he was a pirate who abandoned his inner justice. A pirate, indeed. It's no wonder in the pirate world that if this kind of background were to be in their place, such a person would never be allowed to become a Navy leader, let alone hold such an important position. They truly think reality is a movie, randomly picking anyone to use. Such important positions, any slight mistake could lead to immeasurable losses. I am very grateful to General Zhangua, as he gave me this opportunity, a chance to uphold justice. Drake clenched his fist and said, the mistakes my father made will be compensated by me. This is my responsibility. Shio sighed lightly and patted Drake on the shoulder. So you are father's sorrow bearer. I misunderstood you before. For a brother like you, it's better we part ways. In Shio's view, familial bonds are the greatest in the world. If Akainu ever decided to become a pirate, Shio would not hesitate to turn against him. He would never act like Drake. If Drake's father were still alive, he might even want to capture him, which is terrifying. It is too dangerous to be brothers with such a person. Shio didn't say much more. He was already planning how to let Drake go and finish this act. The next day, Kyle looked at the proposal Shio suggested, her mind racing. Kyle suggested, isn't this a bit hasty? In the script written by Shio, Drake displayed great power, breaking free from the Navy's restraints, taking hostages, and escaping. If Drake truly had such ability, he wouldn't have been cornered by the Vinsmoke family. Regardless of whether Gaji and the others believed it, Kyle remained skeptical. She didn't want to be the hostage. To make the story more realistic, Shio suggested that Kyle be the hostage, which would make it seem more substantial. I also think this might be a bit too much, Drake said awkwardly. According to what you said, I would have injured over 100 Navy soldiers and severely hurt you. How could I possibly accomplish that? He had seen Shio's strength. To severely injure Shio's, he would at least need the combat power of an admiral. If this spreads in the future, how would he bear such a reputation? Shio's waved his hand dismissively and said, don't mind that. It's acting, you know. As long as the audience believes it, that's enough. Art needs a bit of exaggeration. It doesn't matter whether we believe it or not. As long as the public believes it, that's all that counts. Regardless of what others thought, Shio was determined to do it this way. Letting Drake go was a very troublesome matter. It had to be flawless. If it couldn't be done, they might as well not save him and let him fend for himself in the hands of the Vinsmoke family. If something is done, there will be traces. Then use larger traces to cover them up. The more absurd the situation, the more people would laugh it off and not take it to heart. In the end, as the warship was about to enter the windless zone, Shio planned this epic escape. The cannon fired on the deck, followed by Drake taking Kyle hostage, lowering the lifeboat, and jumping down with a farewell atmosphere. Watching the small boat driven by Drake grow further away, Shio ordered the best gunners on the warship to attack, ensuring that every cannonball would not harm Drake. However, he did not order the warship to pursue, because at the speed of the lifeboat, it would definitely be caught by the warship, making the act too difficult to continue. Shio looked at Drake, disappearing over the horizon, and said to Kyle, you should go with him. That way, it makes more sense logically. No, Kyle replied irritably. If I get taken by him, I'll have to work hard to come back later. Just putting on a show is enough. Shio shrugged. He knew Kyle was angry. This trip to the North Sea was far less exciting than Alabasta, and the things heard were not interesting either. Even the legendary Vinsmoke family lacked the colorful stories in front of Shio's. For Kyle, such a journey was less interesting than staying at the base to catch spies. You've worked hard this time. Shio took out a combat suit from his pocket and handed it to Kyle. Consider this my token of gratitude. Please make sure to accept it. Chapter 84. Pelusa. The combat suit that Pelusa obtained from the Vinsmoke family was prepared for Darcy and Kyle. Shio had hesitated between the two. There was only one set of combat gear, and it was more suitable for one than the other. If viewed from the perspective of operations, Darcy, who leads frontline combat, needed the combat suit more, as it would greatly enhance his survivability. For someone like Kyle, who sat securely in the rear as a domestic talent, it could wait. It wasn't as necessary. However, Shio ultimately chose to give the combat suit to Kyle, even though it might not be used much in her hands. Kyle, holding the combat suit Shio's handed over. Also asked the same question. The combat suit would be much more useful for Darcy than for me. I don't like fighting. Being able to hide behind you is enough for me. Kyle examined the combat suit. How could such a small bottle hold anything substantial? Had she not witnessed the power of the Vinsmoke family's combat suit firsthand, Kyle would find it hard to believe that a single bottle could significantly enhance combat power. Having seen it, I'll return it to you. Kyle extended her hand, intending to give the combat suit back to Shio's. However, Shio's did not take it. Take it. I will consider Darcy later. Shio's looked at Kyle and said very calmly, you are more important than Darcy. I cannot do without you. Kyle understood that this was not a confession, but a simple literal meaning. The importance Shio's spoke of was her value, not any unnecessary emotions. Darcy was a replaceable talent. Although such people are not particularly easy to find, there are many similar individuals in Akainu's fleet. If Darcy were to unfortunately fall in battle, Shio's could quickly fill that gap, but Kyle could not. The Navy lacks talents like Kyle. Even if she were placed in Admiral Crane's staff, she would still be a unique talent. Shio's could not find a substitute for Kyle. She was the person he could not afford to lose the most. The bloody reality was that Shio's was only considering the greatest benefit, not rational considerations. Kyle smiled slightly at Shio's actions. She felt this was growth, Shio's growth. That naive boy finally understood what he was doing and what he needed to sacrifice. To defeat monsters, one must become a monster and use their methods to eliminate them. The dragon-slaying warrior ultimately becomes the evil dragon. This saying is not just a mockery, but also a truth leading to victory. Kyle accepted the combat suit and quietly stood behind Shio's, intending to accompany this boy and realize that unattainable dream. The warship left the North Sea and entered the windless zone. As usual, Shio's stood on the deck, using observation hockey to sense the ferocious beasts beneath the sea. After sailing about 10 nautical miles, a merchant ship blocked the warship's path. This was a common sight in the past, but in this deserted, windless zone, it appeared extraordinarily terrifying. Shio's ordered the warship to stop its engines and wait in place, then spread his wings and flew toward the merchant ship. He knew that this merchant ship had come for him. Not only he and Akainu came from the North Sea, but also Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals. The Pelusa family, the largest merchant in the pirate world, has a much cleaner history than the black market merchants of Sabaody Archipelago. It was as if it had been bleached by disinfectant. There is nothing so pure in the world. Even love begins with certain indescribable impulses. Shio's knew that the Pelusa family definitely wasn't as innocent as they appeared, but compared to the black market merchants of Sabaody Archipelago, they could be considered as pure as a little white rabbit. As soon as he landed, a middle-aged man with a plump figure came up to him. The appearance is somewhat similar to Admiral Kizaru, but he has a more affluent look and slightly lacks a lewd temperament. The middle-aged man extended his hands and said enthusiastically, "Since ancient times, heroes emerge from youth. Major General Shio's is truly young and promising, single-handedly forcing back the Vinsmoke family from the Hadman Islands, which is quite shocking." Shio's squinted his eyes. The situation in the Hadman Islands was relatively clean, and not many people knew about it. As one of the parties involved, the Vinsmoke family naturally wouldn't publicly declare such a disgraceful matter. Moreover, the entire archipelago was sealed off by the Vinsmoke family, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Shio's was certain that there were no outsiders on his warship, so the other party could only be speculating. "You flatter me." Shio's grasped the middle-aged man's hands and said with a smile, "It was Mr. Kaji who gave a Navy face and let us off the hook. There was no forcing back involved." The middle-aged man's eyes shifted slightly, but his smile remained unchanged as he suddenly said, "Oh, I must have remembered it wrong." This man, being older, often said nonsensical things. Fortunately, Kaji didn't hear it, otherwise it would have caused some trouble. The Pelusa family being afraid of the Vinsmoke family was definitely impossible. The combat ability of Admiral Kizaru was far more terrifying than Shio's. The light fruit had an unparalleled advantage in dealing with weaklings. As long as Kizaru didn't play along, the Vinsmoke family would only have a moment's worth of confrontation. However, since the middle-aged man said so, Shio's wouldn't brush him off. Human relationships are all about give and take. If the middle-aged man didn't know something concrete, he wouldn't be waiting for Shio's in the comm belt. Both sides left room for each other. Shio's asked, "I still don't know your name." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Pelusa Kaji, I'm of the same generation as your uncle. You can call me Uncle Kaji." "Uncle Kaji, I often hear Admiral Kizaru mention you." Shio's complimented, also addressing him as Uncle Kaji to express his attitude. Upon hearing Shio's refer to him in that way, Kaji squinted his eyes and smiled even more happily. What could he possibly say about me? Kaji laughed. If it weren't for him winning a game by luck back then and leaving this huge family business to me, I would have been the one out there. It's really enviable. His words carried a sense of regret and envy, not sounding like a lie, just as the legend said. The Pelusa family had a single heir for generations, and when twins finally appeared, it was thought there would be a struggle for the family fortune. Who would have thought both brothers were quite disdainful of the huge family business? They even fought a battle over who would inherit the family estate in case of loss. Is that so? Shios echoed. If Uncle Kaji had gone out, you would surely have made a name for yourself across the seas. A name across the seas? How exhausting. Kaji sighed. Isn't it better to buy a deserted island, invite some young ladies, and live a life of immortality? Why bother with killing and fighting? What does the state of the world have to do with us? No matter who is in power, there are only so many positions at the top of the world. As someone rises, someone else will naturally fall. Kaji looked at Shios with profound meaning. Don't you think that even if the Revolutionary Army overthrows the world government, after hundreds of years, their descendants won't become new celestial dragons? The 20 kings who established the world government never imagined their descendants would end up like this. A series of questions left Shios at a loss. He never expected Kaji to be so frank. So frank that right from the start, he made his intentions clear. Chapter 85. The young lady will soon grow old. Since Kaji was so candid, Shios couldn't continue to feign ignorance. He sighed lightly and slowly said, That's true. No matter who sits in that position, time will turn them into something ugly. He also acknowledged Kaji's viewpoint. As the saying goes, wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations, let alone holding the power of the world. No one can stop your desires. That is a very frightening thing. And giving rise to monsters like the celestial dragons is just a matter of time. However, if the tree grows too large, the decaying roots will become numerous. And I dislike the smell of decay. Shios looked at Kaji. This was the first time he expressed his feelings to an outsider. Why did he dare to do so shortly after meeting Kaji? It wasn't just because Kaji's brother was Admiral Kazu, but because the Pelusa family had always adhered to their way of dealing with matters. Absolute neutrality. The Pelusa family never intervened in any regime change. They only needed to ensure their survival. Admiral Kazuru, who held a high position in the Navy, also adhered to the principle of the family not actively provoking trouble, doing all that was required of his identity. Thus, Shios could express his feelings to Kaji. Kaji shook his head with a smile. You're a very good young man. But overthrowing a system is far more complex than you think. He had previously interacted with Akainu, who was not an easy person to get along with. Before approaching Shios, Kaji had already mentally prepared himself to endure the second punch from this uncle-nephew duo. Fortunately, Shios was different from Akainu. He was someone one could converse with. Someone has to do it, right? Shios smiled and said, Uncle Kaji waiting here for me must not just be a mediator. The world government wouldn't be able to recruit you. The absolutely neutral family never privately contacted anyone. Not to mention that this time Kaji contacted Shios in this uninhabited calm belt. There was no safer place than here. By the way, Kaji's ship was also equipped with seastone technology. Money can make the devil push a millstone, regardless of the Pelusa family's status or Admiral Kazuru's identity. Acquiring a warship equipped with seastone technology was very simple. Shios even suspected that the Pelusa family had more than one merchant ship equipped with seastone technology. Seastone technology, aside from being an important military strategic resource, also had significant commercial value, especially in this isolated world. I want to see you, Kaji smiled and said, to see what kind of young man you are, what ideas you have, and what kind of impact you will bring to this world. Shios asked, So what do you think I am now? A dangerous person. Kaji shook his head and said, My instinct tells me not to deal with you. You are not a settled person. Kaji was a very excellent businessman. For a businessman, avoiding risk was the foundation of all actions. He could see the value in Shios. Very enticing, but the risks were equally huge. Although Kaji didn't know what Shios planned to do, his identity was there, and no matter what ideas he had, it would shake the world government's influence over the Navy. The world government would not allow the Navy to fall out of control. That was their lifeline. Far more important than the kingdoms stirred up by the Revolutionary Army. Forming an alliance with Shios was a very dangerous thing. Kaji's foresight was far superior to Kaji's. It seems I can't satisfy you, Shios said calmly. Uncle Kaji, could you help me with a small favor? It won't be too difficult for you. Go ahead. Kaji didn't immediately agree nor refuse. Shios said, I believe you also know that Drake is the Navy spy. This incident has caused too much of a stir. Although I have taken some remedial measures, completely eliminating the traces still requires your help. Kaji nodded. He was aware of the situation regarding Drake. If the Navy support is not timely, he will secretly help Drake, since his brother is a Navy admiral, which makes him somewhat of an ally. No problem. Kaiga agreed. As long as the Vinsmoke family doesn't say anything, this matter will not be known to the public. Shios thanked him and was about to leave. Just before departing, Shios suddenly turned back and said, "You never had any intention of forming an alliance with me from the very beginning, did you?" When he first met Kaiga, he had suspected the other's motives. Was he a lobbyist for the world government, or was he seeking an alliance like Gaji? After some interaction, Shios found that neither was the case. Even if Kaiga initially said some nonsensical things, he later pretended to think about it. In reality, the other party had never considered these things. He simply came to take a look at Shios. Shios couldn't understand why the other party would come all this way just to see him. Kaiga chuckled and waved to the cabin, and a timid boy stepped out from the cabin. The boy looked somewhat like Kaiga, and his clothing was made of the finest materials, indicating that he was a relative of Kaiga. "This must be Admiral Kizaru's child," Shios said with a sense of mischief. "He really looks like Admiral Kizaru. Just look at that face. It's like he's made from the same mold." Kaiga, who was initially excited to introduce his son to Shios, lost his cheerful mood upon hearing this. He and Kizaru were twins, so their appearances were similar. He looked like both himself and Kizaru. Moreover, he was plump, and his facial features had changed, while the boy was slightly weaker in build, making him indeed look more like Kizaru. "This is my son." Kaiga pulled the boy to his side and pointed at Shios, saying, "Vice, quickly call Uncle Shios." Kaiga knew that Shios was deliberately trying to annoy him, so he was not polite. He accepted the title of uncle. Shios was puzzled. He was only in his early 20s, and now a 15 or 16-year-old boy was calling him uncle. Not to mention that just earlier, Kaiga had pulled his shoulder and made him call Kaiga uncle. Wasn't that getting the generations mixed up? Hello. Shios waved in greeting, accepting this big nephew. Kaiga was still young and didn't realize that some people were eager to be others' fathers. "This time, I mainly wanted him to meet you in advance," Kaiga said, pulling Vice along. "See, Uncle Shios is about the same age as you, and he's accomplished so many amazing things. You need to study hard." Vice nodded, curiously sizing up Shios. Before the clan leader of the Perusa family took office, his father would take him to meet the leaders of various forces. And this time Vice was here to recognize people. He had heard many stories about Shios from Kaiga. Especially recently, Kaiga had explicitly stated that in the next era, Shios would be at the center of the whirlpool. "Hello, I'm Perusa Vice." The boy took a few steps forward and extended his hand. Shios smiled slightly and shook the boy's hand. "Hello, Vice. I am Shios." Without chatting with Vice, staying in the calm belt was a very dangerous thing. After bidding farewell to the father and son, Shios flapped his wings and left. "Vice, how do you feel?" Kaiga asked. "The people you will interact with in the future are some of the strongest in the world, so you need to learn to adapt in advance." The boy weakly said, "Dad, can you retire a few years later?" "No, if I retire later, the girl will get old." Chapter 86, Unkindness. When Shios returned to the ship, Kale immediately inquired. "It's the Perusa family ship," Kale said solemnly. "The current head of the Perusa family, Kaiga, is an outstanding businessman and also an excellent politician." Shios nodded. "Yes, he's also a rather eccentric uncle." Thinking of Kaiga making his son call him uncle. What kind of adult would do something so childish? Reflecting on the behaviors of Kizaru and Kaiga, Shios felt they matched well, as if Kizaru's brother should be like this. Hawkins had already changed into a Navy uniform, holding the lowest rank of private. Shios had the authority to grant him a higher rank, which was one of the base commander's privileges. But he did not do so. Hawkins was to be bound to this ship in the future, starting from the bottom, which would allow him to gain the recognition of the Navy soldiers faster. Shios had done the same back then, so after accepting the personnel from Akainu's fleet, he was able to transition smoothly. Even though Hawkins held the rank of private, Shios would not really make him do some low-level work. Appropriate tests can discern people's hearts, while excessive tests only lead to disappointment. "Still adapting?" Shios said calmly. "The Navy is not like pirates. There are more rules. But as long as you get used to it, it won't feel like much. It's fine," Hawkins replied. "This orderly life is very rare in this era." This was his honest opinion. Pirates seem to live more freely than the Navy, leading a carefree life, but the reality is not like that at all. Freedom is true freedom, but being carefree is impossible. For most pirates, every time they go to sea, they have to worry about whether the wealth they plunder can cover their expenses, and they have to be on guard against the Navy's encirclement. Even when they sleep soundly at night, they must be cautious of their partners, who might take their neck for a few gold coins. Hawkins' fruitability allows him not to worry about betrayals from his subordinates, but such behaviors often occur on the ship. He does not stop them. To him, those guys will die sooner or later. By the way, when leaving the Hadman Islands, Hawkins used his fruit ability to kill all the crew members. As for whether his ability has bound new target, Shios could not be sure. This is a very tricky fruit. Shios had inquired about Hawkins' ability triggering method. The latter truthfully told Shios. To select a target as a substitute, one needs to obtain body tissues from the target, such as hair, nails, or even blood, as long as it's a bodily tissue that has fallen off the other person. Just as Shios had expected, it's not triggered unconditionally, but the triggering mechanism is quite simple. For someone you spend day and night with, collecting their hair is a very easy task. No wonder Hawkins could bind the crew of an entire pirate ship. So Shios was unsure whether Hawkins had bound the people on the ship, but he could be certain that there were no traces of curses on him. The white flames have a purifying effect on any negative state, and curses are a kind of negative state, so they're ineffective against Shios. After gradually getting to know them, you'll come to like the Navy. They're all trustworthy comrades, Shios said to Hawkins. He hoped that the bonds of camaraderie in the Navy would inspire Hawkins to give up the idea of using those around him as substitutes. Hawkins nodded, looking at the vast sea before him, his eyes revealing a hint of shock. This was his first time in the comm belt. He had never imagined he could travel to the Grand Line in this way, which was truly incredible. The return journey was smooth sailing. Aside from a small episode with the Perusa family, the warship steadily crossed the comm belt. After leaving the comm belt, Kayla immediately came to Shios' side. She knew that Shios had been using observation hockey to monitor Sea Kings to ensure safety, which consumed a lot of energy. How is it? Kale asked with concern. Do you need to replenish your energy? Shios shook his head, feeling much better this time than before. He wasn't at the point of being unable to hold on. They were not far from the naval base, and the return journey did not require a mission, so there was no need to maintain peak condition all the time. I'm going back to my room to rest. If you need anything, find me, Shios said to Kyle. It was just getting dark, and there was still some time before they could return to the naval base, so Shios had no reason to stay on the deck. Kyle nodded and watched Shios leave. There was no rush on the way back, so they walked a bit slower, reaching the naval base only when the sun rose. Shios entrusted Hawkins to Darcy, advising her to take good care of Hawkins and help him become a Navy member as soon as possible. Darcy nodded meaningfully, indicating that she understood what to do. After that, Shios took Kyle to the office. It wasn't that they were reluctant to part, but the rescue of Drake in the North Sea was not yet over. Officially, Shios needed to report the results of this discord to the naval headquarters, as well as the combat losses. Privately, he needed to contact Sengoku to explain the entire situation. Kyle handed the phone snail to Shios, and since it was working hours, there was no worry about not being able to get through. Gurgle, gurgle. Before long, the phone snail connected successfully, and the snail transformed into Sengoku's appearance. Sengoku said sternly, "Hello, it's me. Marshal Sengoku. This is Shios." Shios identified himself, and then said, "The incident has concluded successfully. Drake has returned to the North Sea, and his identity has not been exposed." The Navy's intelligence was always slow, and Shios deduced that Sengoku was unaware of what had happened in the North Sea, thus not receiving any reports about Drake's impressive performance. "I understand," Sengoku said calmly. "Thank you for your trouble this time. You did well, but..." The hesitation in Sengoku's voice indicated that something was troubling him. Shios said, "You don't need to worry. I'm a Navy officer." He understood that Sengoku was considering the pros and cons, which pertained to his potential as well as his identity background. "All right," Sengoku said in a deep voice, "the Vinsmoke royal family has protested to the world government, accusing the Navy of interfering in their internal affairs and demanding punishment for you." Shios was not surprised by this comparison. Before doing this, he had already considered the series of reactions from the Vinsmoke family, which was to be expected. He wasn't just borrowing the Vinsmoke family's battle uniforms for nothing. Just like he told Gaji, he didn't know whether he could keep his rear admiral rank after returning. Shios asked, "What do you mean?" He wanted to know Sengoku's stance as it related to how to handle the conflict with the world government and the Navy in the future. Sengoku remained silent for a long time and slowly said, "Take a break for now. Your position and rank will not change. You will temporarily step back from the front line under the guise of accepting an investigation." Sengoku chose to compromise, but it wasn't a complete compromise. Rather, it was a typical bureaucratic delay tactic. By using the pretext of an investigation to protect Shios, he planned to restore Shios' position once the storm passed. "I'm sorry." Sengoku felt guilty. Supporting the North Sea not only did not reward Shios, but instead forced him to temporarily step back from the front line, which was quite unfair. Chapter 87. Will 3 billion berries be investigated? It turned out to be much lighter than he had imagined, until the phone snail was hung up. Sengoku did not mention who would supervise Shiosi, nor did he say when the investigators sent by the world government would arrive. Therefore, assisting in the investigation was just an empty phrase, a pretext to appease the world government. However, Shiosi could not act recklessly as before. He needed to disappear from the public eye for a while. He returned the phone snail to Kyle, who was also prepared for the subsequent punishment. But she did not expect the punishment given by Sengoku to be so light. Marshal Sengoku still favors you. If it were anyone else, they might have been sent to guard the islands in the Four Seas. The punishment of being sent to guard the islands in the Four Seas was generally used for situations like修斯Gets. Offending the world government or the celestial dragons while not committing any serious mistakes meant not punishing would violate legal principles, while excessive punishment would violate moral principles. So, being sent to the Four Seas, away from the world government, was a way to live quietly for a few years, think of an excuse to return, and the world government would likely forget about this matter. Punishments like Shiosi's were indeed rare. Shiosi shrugged and said casually, "Right, I think so too. I'll leave the matters at the base to you. From now on, my vacation life begins." It was good to take a break. Shiosi leaned back in his chair, thinking about the more interesting aspects of the pirate world. He had been here for 2 or 3 years, and hadn't properly enjoyed himself outside of capturing pirates. It was time to relax a bit. Seeing Shiosi's lazy demeanor, Kyle knew what he was thinking. Vacation? Don't even think about it. Kyle put the phone snail back in place and opened a hidden compartment in the filing cabinet, pulling out a thick stack of documents. The documents were placed on Shiosi's desk and were surprisingly thick, about several centimeters. Seeing this, Shiosi shrank back a bit. He suddenly felt that Sengoku's arrangement was quite appropriate. It was indeed time to step back from the front line. In the past, as long as Shiosi showed weakness, Kyle would turn a blind eye. After all, letting Shiosi handle official business was not as good as letting him go out and fight. But this time it was different. Kyle stacked the files in front of Shiosi, dividing them into 7 piles of varying heights. These 4 piles are for the Four Seas region. Kyle pointed to the other 3 piles and said, "These 3 piles are for the first half of the Grand Line, the New World, and the intelligence hub managed by Gaul." Their purpose was simple. They wanted money from you. We underestimated one thing. Establishing a worldwide intelligence organization costs far more than we anticipated. Since this was not an internal Navy matter, Shiosi would not shirk his responsibility. He picked up a file from the Four Seas area. It detailed why this intelligence personnel needed financial support. And after flipping through several, Shiosi's expression grew increasingly serious. It wasn't that these people were embezzling. On the contrary, these brainwashed families were very supportive of what they were doing. None of them were engaging in corruption, and their requests were quite reasonable. It was precisely because of the reasonableness of these requests that Shiosi was worried, as agreeing to these people's requests would require a substantial amount of funds. He picked up one file. It was an application from an EC intelligence officer. This intelligence officer's cover identity was a merchant, and he needed to use this identity to infiltrate the East Sea Trade Circle and obtain intelligence at this level. This would require a considerable amount of funds to prepare goods, as well as subsequent expenses for hiring crew members, amounting to about 30 million berries. This amount of money wasn't too much. Shiosi could still manage to gather 30 million berries if he squeezed a bit. However, among the 7 piles of documents before him, there were numerous similar large requests, some even exceeding 100 million in funding. Shiosi could refuse these requests and let them choose other identities. However, valuable intelligence would never circulate at the lower levels. The information from commoners who only cared about what to eat each day was almost worthless. Creating new identities for these families was also a very important part of the intelligence system. If it weren't for the accumulated wealth before Whiskey Peak that allowed the intelligence organization to lay the groundwork, these issues would have surfaced much earlier. Now that the wealth accumulated at Whiskey Peak is spent, Shoes needs further investment. Putting down the documents in his hand, Shoes said with a heavy expression, "How much would it cost if we agreed to all their requests?" 2 billion belly. And this doesn't include potential situations that may arise later, Kyle said, counting on her fingers. For example, those families disguised as merchants. They risk being raided by pirates during trade, and those families mingled within the kingdom system will also need money for future promotions and connections. Adding everything together, we need to prepare at least 3 billion belly. Looking at Kyle, casually mentioned 3 billion belly. Shoes felt like grabbing her by the neck and asking if she thought money could just fall from the sky. Even if money could fall from the sky, it would take a long time for 3 billion belly to drop. Shoes sighed deeply, leaning back in his chair, looking despondent. If he were to use the salary from the Navy to settle this, he would never gather 3 billion in his lifetime. even if he brought Kyle and Akainu along. It would still be impossible. Moreover, this $3 billion is only the current expenditure of the intelligence organization and does not account for the funds needed for future development. Of course, there is no need to be so pessimistic. According to my calculations, many identities these families are involved in can be profitable, and we can definitely consider our expenditures. After some screening, Kyle found that these families have a good eye. As long as they can operate stably, they can also give back to the intelligence organization. This is also thanks to the previous identities of these families. Having been pirate hunters at Whiskey Peak for so long, they know exactly what businesses are profitable and who has money. Shoes' eyes lit up upon hearing this. So, does that mean we can save some money? Not really. Kyle said seriously. Income is a future matter. We still need to invest 3 billion belly as startup capital in the early stages. Shoes slumped down again, feeling suffocated by the burden of 3 billion belly. Kyle also understood the difficulties and thought of a solution. We can postpone the development of the intelligence organization and take more time to plan. This will require less funding. I calculated that if we extend the timeline to 10 years, we would only need 300 million belly to complete the initial investment. Trading time for money is often a helpless choice. In Kyle's view, 10 years isn't long. Not to mention the new generation like her and Shoes, even Akainu can wait. Shoes shook his head, rejecting Kyle's proposal. He knows better than anyone what will happen in the coming years if they spend 10 years laying out the intelligence network. What meaning would there be for the existence of that network? In less than a year, it's when Luffy goes to sea, and this ocean will welcome a brand new chapter. 10 years is too long. Chapter 88, Target Sky Island. 10 years is indeed too long for Shoes. He is somewhat worried that in these 10 years, Luffy might become the Pirate King, or the world government might be overthrown by the Revolutionary Army. If the plot follows the original work, will Akainu, who killed Ace during the Marineford War, be held accountable by Luffy afterward? And what will his fate be? What meaning do all of Shoes' efforts have? I'll find a way to solve the money issue. Shoes took a deep breath and said, we can't wait for time. We must fully establish the intelligence system within a year at most. It's just money. He doesn't believe he can't raise 3 billion belly. On the sea, just taking down 3 guys with bounties over 1 billion should solve the problem. Kyle gave Shoes a meaningful look. She only provides advice. And how to choose is Shoes' business. It's best to gather the funds within a month, as distributing the money to them will also take some time. A month, huh? Then we need to act quickly. After explaining everything, Kyle left the office. There were still many things waiting for her to handle in the base. As for whether Shoes can raise 3 billion belly within a month, Kyle is not worried about it. It's not that she blindly trusts Shoes, but rather that in such matters, whether or not funds are raised doesn't matter much. If raised, it would be as Shoes thinks, and the intelligence system would be fully established within a year. If not, it would just extend the timeline a bit. She has no way to change that. As a talent in internal affairs, raising money is not something she should worry about. Alone in the office, Shoes recalled the pirate plot in his mind, looking for places where he could obtain treasure. Hunting pirates with bounties of 1 billion belly is just an absurd notion. Not to mention how difficult it is to deal with pirates worth over 1 billion. Any pirate with a bounty exceeding 1 billion belly is a pillar of the major pirate crews. Hunting them would be almost equivalent to declaring war on a pirate crew. Even the Navy wouldn't easily go to war with a crew. Catching these pirates with bounties of 1 billion belly would only lead to them being imprisoned in the deep sea prison. Moreover, Shoes cannot raise money too conspicuously. Such a large sum of money is enough to attract the attention of the world government, and its movements would leak the information of the intelligence organization. Only treasures that are lost at sea and unknown to anyone are the targets Shoes can pursue. If it were on Earth, finding treasures worth 3 billion would undoubtedly be a joke, but in the pirate world, it is not an impossible task. After briefly reviewing the pirate plot, Shoes discovered a place that could meet his needs. The legendary Gold Country, a sky island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where there is a vast amount of gold. The golden bell that Luffy ultimately rang, Enel's arc maxim heading to the moon, all of that is immeasurable wealth. As long as he obtains the wealth of the Sky Island, not to mention 3 billion belly, even 300 billion belly, that might also be a problem. The only thing to be wary of on the Sky Island is Enel, the user of the Rumble Fruit, a disaster-level natural type. This is a natural-type devil fruit that is not inferior to the 3 admirals and is the devil fruit Shoes has long coveted. He has always believed that Enel's development of this fruit is too shallow and even somewhat neglects its potential. According to the portrayal in the anime, although Luffy defeating Enel may seem like a plot device, the combat power Enel displayed is far less terrifying than that of the 3 admirals. Shoes is confident he can defeat Enel and save the suffering people of the Sky Island. Just thinking about it makes his heart race. Shoes can't wait to set off immediately to rescue the people of the Sky Island from their dire straits, while also looting all the gold there. During lunchtime, Shoes informed Kyle of his plan. Kyle knows the story of the adventurer Nolan and the Gold Country. But it has already been proven that the Gold Country does not exist. It was Nolan's scam. No, the Gold Country is real. Shoes took out a blank sheet of paper and roughly drew an island shape. Look, this is Jaya Island. He drew many ocean currents around the island, leaving Kyle in confusion, as she had no idea what he was drawing. It didn't resemble a nautical chart at all. These are the ocean currents around Jaya Island. Shu said enthusiastically. These currents can turn into powerful whirlpools, capable of spouting columnar whirlpools over 10,000 meters high. Shows drew a large whirlpool beneath the island and promptly divided the island in two with his pen. Just like that, the whirlpool split the island, one part being lifted to an altitude of 10,000 meters, which was the Golden Country discovered by Nolan. Kyle somewhat understood. You mean the Golden Country is 10,000 meters up in the sky? She didn't really grasp how an island could remain at an altitude of 10,000 meters, but she believed everything Shios said. Shios nodded eagerly. That's right. The Golden Country is on a sky island at an altitude of 10,000 meters, where there is a vast amount of gold, enough to support the operations of the intelligence department. Kyle fell into thought. She knew that raising 3 billion berries was no easy task, especially when trying to avoid the eyes of the world government. If everything was as Shios said, the Golden Country would indeed be their best choice. Even in the pirate world, gold is a precious metal that serves as a general equivalent, even more stable than berries. But how to get to 10,000 meters? Kyle glanced at the eager Shios. It seemed this question didn't need to be asked. All right, you handle it. The Fleet Admiral Sengoku has given you leave, so there's no need to find an excuse. It now seemed that Sengoku's decision to have Shios investigated during this time actually provided Shios with the opportunity to act. Otherwise, given Shios' current identity, disappearing for a while would have been quite troublesome. This was a pleasant surprise. Yes, I'll set off tonight. Does the base have a permanent pointer to Gaia Island? Shios asked. How to get to the Sky Island was not a problem for him. He just needed to reach Gaia Island. However, getting there from here was a significant issue. The Grand Line requires record pointers. Unless there is a permanent pointer, one can only travel from island to island by recording each one. Shios had no way around this. Even flying required reference points to determine direction. Kyle shook her head. The Alabasta Navy base was not a large base and only stocked permanent pointers for some important islands. Gaia Island, by any measure, was not considered one of those important islands. Given your flying speed, even if you had to fly from island to island, it wouldn't take too long. Kyle handed a record pointer to Shios. Shios took the record pointer, feeling a surge of emotions. In a situation like the Grand Line, wanting to embark on a spontaneous journey often ends up being extinguished halfway. Chapter 89. Arrival at the Sky Island this time. Shios did not leave under the cover of night. Since he was currently under investigation, going anywhere wouldn't be a big deal. He could leave openly. After taking care of all affairs, Shios specifically reminded Hawkins, during my absence, if anything comes up, find Kyle. She will help you handle it. Darcy is not an easy person to get along with, but he's a trustworthy partner. Shios was also aware of Darcy's difficulties with Hawkins during this time. It wasn't an unreasonable thing. It was something every new Navy recruit had to go through. However, given Hawkins's original identity, Shios was somewhat worried that he might find it hard to bear, which was why he made a point to remind him. Shios patted Hawkins on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Work hard. I believe you can do it." During this time, Hawkins was also adapting to Navy life, which had its uncomfortable aspects. Compared to the carefree life of pirates, the Navy's rules were much more cumbersome. Fortunately, with Darcy's round-the-clock support, Hawkins was too busy to care about these things. Hawkins nodded calmly. I won't mess around. He understood what Shios was worried about. It was a reasonable concern. Without Shios in the Alabasta Navy base, there was no one to restrict Hawkins. His fruit ability was too tricky, and even if Kyle, wearing combat gear, could defeat Hawkins, it would inevitably endanger some innocent people. With Hawkins' assurance, Shios had no more worries. He waved goodbye to Kyle and the others and left the Navy base alone on his ship. In the animated storyline, the next destination for the Straw Hat Pirates after leaving Alabasta is the Sky Island. However, in reality, there are still some less significant islands between Alabasta and Gaia Island. The record pointer in Shios' hand was for the Alabasta Kingdom, and after stopping at 2 or 3 islands, he finally arrived at Gaia Island. Sailing was a very monotonous activity, especially when done alone. Every day, All that met his eyes was the sea, with the azure water embodying solitude. Occasionally, a pirate ship would pop up from the horizon, which could amuse Shios for quite a while. Docking his ship at Gaia Island's harbor, Shios didn't rush to the Sky Island, but instead went to a restaurant in town to eat. After days of eating and sleeping outdoors, his culinary skills could barely fill his stomach, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to improve his living conditions. Moreover, having not spoken to anyone for many days, Shios wanted to mingle and chat with someone. Gaia Island had nothing particularly special, aside from a distant myth, and was not an important transportation hub, with a small population on the island. In a small town, there was only one restaurant. When Shios stepped into the restaurant and looked around, it was lunchtime, and there were quite a few people inside. Seeing that there were no vacant seats, Shios could only sit at the bar and wave to the waiter inside. "Hello, what would you like?" the waiter said enthusiastically. Recognizing that Shios was a newcomer, the waiter intended to bring him a menu, but Shios spoke first. "Cherry pie," Shios replied. "If possible, I'd prefer it fresh out of the oven. I'm happy to wait." The cherry pie was the restaurant's specialty, and the waiter carefully considered but still felt unsure. The waiter smiled and said, "All right, but you'll need to wait half an hour for a fresh cherry pie to come out." Shios nodded and ordered a glass of wine. He preferred drinks that were a bit on the sweet side. This was his first time here, and he ordered cherry pie because of the first meeting between Luffy and Blackbeard. It was in this restaurant that the two had just baked cherry pie, which Blackbeard loved, while Luffy found it incredibly unpalatable. Their opposing preferences seemed to foreshadow that the two would inevitably come to conflict. Many fans were detail-oriented. They liked to study these things, and Shios also noted some interesting details, becoming particularly curious about the restaurant's cherry pie. The cherry pie would take some time, and as Shios sipped his wine, he listened to the conversations in the restaurant. Coolie Kate, here to buy alcohol again. A robust man, slightly tipsy, staggered over to a barefoot man. The barefoot man was bare-chested, wearing only a pair of long pants with a cigarette in his mouth, revealing well-defined muscles. "Fran, shut your filthy mouth." Coolie Kate pushed the drunkard's arm away and extinguished the cigarette, but casually. The drunkard wanted to continue pestering, but, wary of Coolie Kate's muscular build, could only mutter from a distance. "What a thing, just like that big liar Nolan, a guy full of lies." Coolie Kate clenched his fists and then relaxed. Clearly, he had heard such words before. The legendary adventurer Nolan's story circulated across the seas, even though the story explicitly stated that Nolan was deceiving the king. However, the scenes depicted by Nolan are so real, as if the land of gold truly existed. Thus, there are always some self-proclaimed clever individuals who believe they can uncover the hidden truths of history, coming to Gaia Island to treasure hunt with fervor. However, the truth of history is not so easily discovered. When their zeal subsides and they reflect on their actions, they do not blame their own greed and arrogance, but curse the one who deceived them. Indeed, they believe that the root of all misfortune comes from the lies told by Nolan centuries ago. Even if it's a proven lie, it still becomes an excuse to cover their foolishness. The drunken mockery draws a chorus of sycophants. They are all ambitious young people who come to Gaia Island in search of treasure. When they learn that Coolie Kate is a descendant of Nolan, similar scenes often occur. Coolie Kate does not want to deal with these people, but there is only one restaurant in town, and those who make a living at sea cannot do without drinks. A group of ignorant fools. Coolie Kate said coldly, "My ancestor Nolan is the greatest adventurer. He would never lie. I have already found traces of a land of gold, and one day I will ring the golden bell described by my ancestor, letting its sound echo across the sea." At Coolie Kate's grandiose remarks, these people laughed heartily. It wasn't the first time they had heard such words. "Huh, you crack me up," said a drunk named Fran. "The golden bell?" We've searched the waters near Gaia Island, and Haven T found a single piece of gold. Nolan's descendants are just like him. All talk. Coolie Kate's expression darkened as he lifted his wine jug to leave. He had already found some golden vessels on the seabed of Gaia Island, although not many. They were enough to prove that there was once gold on Gaia Island. As for where all the gold went, it would take some time to explore. He did not want to share this news with these people. To him, they were all foolish. Just as Coolie Kate was about to leave with the wine jug, a crisp applause drowned out the drunken noise. "I also believe that Nolan is not a liar, and the land of gold truly exists," said Shios, clapping his hands and watching Coolie Kate, who was about to leave. Coolie Kate was momentarily stunned and then shook his head. Over the years, he had seen too many people who believed in legends, but after a while, when they couldn't find the golden land described by their ancestors, their true colors would change. Shios raised his wine glass and walked in front of Coolie Kate, making an inviting gesture. What makes me even happier is that Nolan's descendants have never lost their spirit of exploration. May I share a drink with you? Kiliket's tense face broke into a slight smile. Over the years, Shios was the only one to praise him. Clearing his ancestor's name was certainly important, but more importantly, it was the inherited spirit of exploration that constituted the legacy of adventurers. I'm glad to share a drink with you. Kiliket lifted the wine jug and gulped down a few swigs, the sweet wine dripping onto the wooden floor. Shios also drank it all in one go. The drunken men, who were somewhat tipsy, wanted to make fun of the two, but were intimidated by Shios' gaze and dared not move. Goodbye. Kiliket picked up the wine jar and left. While Shios returned to his seat, the waiter brought a steaming cherry pie from the kitchen, looking at the silent hall, confused about what had happened. Sir, your cherry pie. The waiter placed the pie in front of Shios, glancing around awkwardly. Shios picked up a fork and took a piece, chewing seriously for a moment. The freshly baked cherry pie tasted good, but the cherries were a bit too sweet with a slight bitterness, so it wasn't particularly delicious. After hastily eating the cherry pie, Shios took out some bills to pay and got up to leave the restaurant. As Shios left, the drunken men simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that their backs were already soaked with sweat. Damn, who's that guy? Fran cursed, trying to mask his fear. Just now, I felt like I was being watched by a sea king, as if I could be eaten at any moment. The drunkards echoed, using the most terrifying metaphors to describe Shios to cover their own weakness. Only the waiter, who received a tip from Shios, was left puzzled, not understanding why these guys used such fierce language to describe a polite gentleman. After leaving the restaurant, Shios inquired and came to a place that had been split off before arriving at Kaya Island. This was the residence of the Ape Mountain United Army, whose leader was Kiliket, whom Shios had met once. Kiliket was pouring out the wine from his jug, drinking with two strangely-looking gorillas. Upon seeing Shios arrive, Kiliket came over proactively. You're here to find the land of gold, right? Kiliket pointed to a half-ruined building left on Kaya Island and said, There are only those things here. If you can shallow dive, you might check underwater. There could be some gains. He had a good impression of Shios and pointed him in a clear direction. There was no gold in the waters near Kaya Island, but occasionally golden artifacts could be seen in the silt on the seabed. Thank you for your kindness, but I can't dive. And the land of gold is not at the bottom of the sea, Shios said, pointing to the sky. Have you ever considered that the land of gold is up there, which is why no one has found it? Kiliket looked up at the sky. It was clear and sunny, with an occasional cloud drifting by. How could there be a land of gold up there? Don't joke around. Kiliket said in a low voice. Even if the land of gold could fly into the sky, how could it stay up there? Obviously, Kiliket, who had been researching the land of gold on Kaya Island, had already discovered the anomaly of the ascending waterfall. He had thought about the land of gold being washed up into the sky, but how could an island stay suspended in the air? It would surely fall. This was also the reason he focused his exploration on the seabed, as he was looking for traces of the island's crash. Shios calmly said, As a qualified adventurer, you must believe in the existence of all unknowns and not let common sense limit your thinking. Kiliket pondered. Preconceived notions are the greatest obstacle to exploration, and a qualified adventurer should always maintain a spirit of inquiry. All right, I'm going to find a land of gold now, Shios said calmly. Before I take those things, I will ring the golden bell. This is your last chance. He admired Kiliket's spirit, which was why he spoke a few more words. The golden bell cannot be left behind. At most, before taking it, he would ring it once for this persistent old man. Goodbye. 3 pairs of wings appeared behind Shios, and as the wings flapped, Shios' body lifted off the ground, flying toward the sky. Kiliket looked up at Shios as he flew away. Finally realizing what Shios meant by not being able to dive, he was a fruit user. Thinking of what Shios had said, Kiliket's heart was filled with anticipation. If the land of gold truly was in the sky, he would definitely find it. For every 100 meters of elevation, the temperature drops by 0.6 degrees. Shios' previous flying altitude was around 1,000 meters, with a temperature difference of 6 degrees from the ground, which wouldn't feel too different. However, this time, the Sky Island was at an altitude of 10,000 meters, with a temperature difference of 60 degrees. A temperature difference of 60 degrees means that even if the ground is the hottest summer, the temperature in the sky is below 0. As Shios flew 3,000 meters into the sky, he could feel the temperature gradually dropping. A difference of 10 degrees would not pose any significant impact on him. As he continued to ascend, the atmosphere grew thinner, and Shios' speed began to slow down. At an altitude of 6,000 meters, the temperature had dropped to 0 degrees, and Shios could feel a distinct chill. The golden flames flowed over his body, providing warmth. At 7,000 meters, he reached the area of the White Sea, where white flowing clouds moved through the air and the temperature began to rise again. Shoes dissipated the golden flames on his body. Scientific knowledge cannot be fully trusted in the pirate world, just like in the White Sea, where the temperature had returned to above 0 degrees. It was completely different from what one would expect at an altitude of 7,000 meters. The air remained thin, and Shoes' flying speed slowed down further. But he still maintained an upward trend. Finally, surpassing the last 3,000 meters, Shoes arrived at the White Sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The clouds here looked like cotton candy, not as thin as those in the White Sea. Shoes tried to step on them, feeling a soft texture under his feet. Looking out into the distance, a large toll station appeared before him. The Sky Island was not a completely isolated island. It was just that over the years, there had not been many people on the Sky Island, and news about this island had gradually faded. An official from the Sky Island poked his head out of the toll station. He had just heard some commotion, realizing that a fat sheep had come to his door. He cleared his throat, intending to present the toll regulations. Oh, it's one of our own. He noticed the small wings on Shoes' back. The distinguishing feature between the Sky Island people and those from the Blue Sea was the small pair of wings on their backs. Although he didn't know why Shoes' wings were a bit larger, having wings meant he was one of their own. Come in, don't wander around outside. Be careful not to fall into the Blue Sea. Shoes nodded. He deliberately folded his wings into a pair to blend in with the Sky Island. Chapter 90. Such a terrifying observation. Hockey, the residents of the Sky Island live on Angel Island, a cloud island made up of island clouds. Shoes walked on the floating clouds of Angel Island, finding this unique environment quite novel. Look, his wings are so big. A girl from the Sky Island covered her mouth and said. A companion beside her echoed, yeah, they're really big. The voices were not loud, but they did not escape Shoes' ears. The continuous admiration gave him a sense of unique pride. He shook his wings. The pure white feathers pressed against his body like two shells, looking much better than the small wings of the Sky Island people. Excuse me, do you have a girlfriend? A girl from the Sky Island, blushing, ran up to Shoes, looking at him with adoring eyes. Shoes smiled slightly. Sorry, my love cannot belong to just one person. The girl let out a soft gasp. Even though she was rejected, why did she feel happy? Shoes walked past the girl. The words of a scumbag in another world turned out to be a romance in the girl's heart. The commotion did not last long. Shoes did not want to attract the attention of the Sky Island priests, so he found a secluded corner and slowly closed his eyes. As darkness enveloped him, Shoes' observation hockey spread out, revealing another world before his eyes. Ripples, countless ripples covered the sky, enveloping the entire Angel Island. Shoes looked at the water-like patterns, trying to disrupt the ripples with his fingers. Armament hockey covered his palms as Shoes grasped a ripple, shattering it into irregular lines. He was waiting to observe the subsequent changes when a sense of crisis arose in his heart. A shave disappeared from its original position and appeared 10 meters away, while the spot where Shoes had been standing was struck by a lightning bolt. The lightning tore through the island clouds of Angel Island, revealing a 3-meter diameter hole, through which he could see the mist-covered White Sea below. What a terrifying devil fruit ability. From the moment Shoes tore the ripple to the arrival of the lightning. Less than 3 seconds had passed, completing a very powerful attack. The Rumble fruit was indeed a severely underrated fruit. Shoes could feel that those ripples were constantly monitoring him. Any overly aggressive action would provoke an attack from the other side. Observation hockey? In the ripples, he sensed something familiar. It was observation hockey, but not entirely the same. As one of the 3 types of hockey, its main function is to foresee danger. When cultivated to a certain level, it can even allow brief glimpses into the future. It is a very practical power. Compared to the armament hockey that anyone can cultivate, observation hockey places greater emphasis on talent, especially at the advanced level. Only certain individuals can awaken it, and even with hard work, others cannot reach that level of observation hockey. Shoes was one of those who lacked talent. His observation hockey was very ordinary, only capable of foreseeing danger. Although it did not have the effects of advanced observation hockey, once familiarized, it could still achieve very good results. Undoubtedly, Enel's observation hockey was definitely not ordinary. It wasn't that his observation hockey was particularly strong, but rather that the quality of his observation hockey surpassed Shoes by far. Even so, looking at the observation hockey that could cover the entire Sky Island, it was a bit exaggerated. At his current strength, he was not at the world's pinnacle, but he was among the strongest few. However, given his current state, it was completely insufficient to release such a vast web of observation hockey. Moreover, this was not a one-time release, but a constant presence. Even if he were tied together with the 3 admirals of the Navy, it would still be impossible to achieve this. It was completely beyond human capability. Recalling the scene of Luffy beating Enel, Shoes did not think Enel possessed such terrifying strength. That was a guy who didn't even understand armament hockey. How could he have researched observation hockey to such an extent? Just as Shoes was pondering, a sense of danger came from his observation hockey. He opened his eyes and saw a row of Sky Island people wearing white hats surrounding him. One of them, armed with a spear, had already launched an attack on him, which was the source of Shoes' sense of danger. Just as Shoes was about to counterattack, a strange cry came from afar. Following the sound, he saw a red horse with black spots. This peculiar coloration was enough to shatter all people's fantasies about heavenly horses. It's gone full. A man wearing a white beret shouted, "Sir Priest, that's gone full, who has forsaken the gods. You must stop him." After saying that, the man raised his eyebrows, signaling Shoes to run away with his eyes. Shoes didn't know what was happening, but judging by the current situation, it didn't seem to be too big of a problem. He just had to take them all down. The spear-wielding man stopped his attack on Shoes and turned to attack Gonful, who was riding the heavenly horse. In his view, Gonful's value far exceeded that of Shoes. Gonful wielded a knight's spear and exchanged blows with the spear-wielding man in midair, with no clear winner emerging after several rounds. What surprised Shoes was that both the spear-wielding man and Gonful possessed observation hockey. This was quite rare. Based on his estimation of their strengths, it was somewhat possible for Gonful to master hockey, if he weren't physically old. The spear-wielding man would not be his opponent. As for the spear-wielding man, his observation hockey seemed a bit forced. Hockey is a manifestation of physical quality, and his physical quality was insufficient to support his use of hockey, yet he was indeed using observation hockey. Hughes was watching with great interest when the man in the white beret, who had signaled him to leave, quietly came over and said in a low voice, "Hurry up and run. What are you still doing here?" That's one of the 4 priests serving the god, the Azura priest of the Trial of the Rope. The Trial of the Rope? Hughes recalled that there was indeed such a thing in Sky Island, but its full name was the Trial of the Gods, guarded by 4 priests. The priests were quite strong, each possessing abilities similar to the observation hockey, as well as some powerful shells for attack. Just then, the priest who was fighting Gonful pulled out a fire-spitting shell from his pocket, pointed the shell's mouth at Gonful, and pressed the switch on the shell. A huge fireball shot out, but Gonful had anticipated this and maneuvered his Pegasus to dodge the attack. Hughes squinted. The attack strength of the fire-spitting shell was comparable to a cannonball, but its attack method was rather strange, and it wasn't a particularly powerful weapon. The physical skills displayed by this Azura priest were even inferior to those of Kyle, who wasn't wearing battle gear. The combat level in Sky Island didn't differ much from that in the anime. Having learned his lesson from the original work, Hughes would reassess enemies he encountered when battling the Straw Hat Pirates, to avoid underestimating them due to their protagonist aura and thus failing to unleash their full strength. The man in the white beret noticed Hughes still hadn't moved and anxiously said, "Come on, hurry up. The other priests are on their way, and Gonful can't hold on for long." After recognizing the gap in strength between them, Hughes had no intention of running away. "Hey, which side are you on?" Hughes asked, noticing that this guy arrived with the priest but seemed very familiar with Gonful. Could he be someone who is in the enemy camp but has his heart in the right place? Me? The man in the white beret didn't understand why Hughes was asking such a sensitive question. In Angel Island, how could he dare to answer? That high and mighty god had been watching everyone closely. In a moment of panic, the man blurted out, "I am McKinley." McKinley? Hughes had a vague impression. He should be a good person. He couldn't remember the details clearly, especially about those minor characters who appeared for too short time. He felt no aversion or resistance, which meant he wasn't a bad person. For instance, just mentioning Momonosuke would make Hughes's blood pressure rise inexplicably. "Oh, I see." Hughes replied calmly, "Thank you for your kindness, but I need to tell you something. The so-called god you mentioned doesn't change his perception based on the volume of voices, so there's no need for you to lower your voice. This only makes it more difficult for me to hear what you're saying." McKinley's eyes widened in panic as he looked around, feeling that any slight noise would lead him to kneel and beg for the god's forgiveness. Hughes shook his head. He was just bored and had no intention of scaring such a minor character. NLS observation hockey judged based on hostility, and someone like McKinley, who didn't even have the heart to resist, wouldn't trigger NLS perception. Moreover, Hughes didn't like being spied on. After noticing a ripple of surveillance, he disrupted the other party's perception with his own observation hockey. For Enel, this was a no man's land. which was why not only the man in the white beret, but also the priest of the trial of the gods had come. If it weren't for Enel's habitual abuse of power, he might have come personally. Seeing McKinley looking worried and not paying attention to Hughes, he could still observe the situation in the sky. With the help of his Pegasus, Gonful gradually gained the upper hand, and it wouldn't be long before he could defeat the priest named Azura. However, judging from Azura's demeanor, he didn't seem to be in a hurry, indicating that reinforcements were likely on the way. If another person of similar strength to Azura arrived, Gonful would be in serious trouble. Just as Hughes was worried about Gonful's future, that guy, after pushing Azura back, unexpectedly dove toward Hughes. "Grab my hand." Gonful came to Hughes' side and reached out to pull him onto the horse. Hughes was momentarily taken aback. He didn't know what Gonful was planning. But in such a romantic situation, not reaching out would seem very ungrateful. He reached out and grasped Gonful's hand, who then tried to pull Hughes onto the flying horse to leave in style. However, the reality was that despite Gonful's apparent age, his strength was not to be underestimated. Yet no matter how hard he tried, Hughes stood there unmoving, staring at him with wide eyes, looking completely innocent. Gonful's face turned red, and the wrinkles deepened as he finally let out a desperate shout. He was pulled off the horse by Hughes. Hughes looked at the confused Gonful and quickly released his hand, pretending to be unconcerned. The speckled flying horse, Pierre, flew about 10 meters before realizing its rider was gone and quickly turned back. "You," Gonful pointed at Hughes, clearly able to tell that it was Hughes who had caused this. However, he couldn't understand why, despite risking himself to save Hughes. The other party would be so rude. Didn't he fear the god's punishment? Indeed, before McKinley caught him, he had secretly contacted Gonful to rescue Hughes in private. They had always cooperated in this way, saving many who had been punished by the god. Seeing Gonful's expression, Hughes realized he had gone too far with his joke. The other party had acted out of goodwill, and his actions had been somewhat excessive. "Sorry, I was just being playful," Hughes admitted. Ever since leaving the naval base and shedding those heavy burdens, his lively and mischievous heart had slowly returned. Imagine someone who was nearly invincible at just over 20 years old. His perspective on the world was different from that of normal people. Hughes was very confident, believing he could handle any changes. Gonful angrily pointed at Hughes, wanting to reprimand him, but the Azura priest was already hot on their heels, and there was no time to run. He patted his mount, Pierre, signaling Hughes to get on while he readied his spear to confront the Azura priest. "Old buddy, take him away from here." Gonful knew what the outcome of his actions would likely be. It was probably a one-way trip, but he still rushed forward without hesitation. He was the guardian of Sky Island, even if he was a former god. No one understood better than Gonful that the duty of a god was to protect the people, not to maintain a lofty stature or an unapproachable authority. Hughes sighed softly. No matter how many times he experienced it, seeing people in the pirate world who devoted everything for their beliefs always stirred his heart. "Let us go." Hughes stepped forward, grasping Gonful's hand. Without waiting for a response, a trio of wings unfolded from his back, and with a flap, the two of them disappeared into the sky. The atmosphere in Sky Island was thin, so Hughes' speed was not as fast as on the ground, but relatively speaking, he was still much faster than Gonful's Pegasus. Pierre, the sexy Pegasus, was brewing sorrow over parting with its master, only to find its master had flown up into the sky and disappeared. Thinking about how long it had carried Hughes, Pierre felt deceived. "You can fly. Why are you still riding me?" Even with the devil fruit powers, intelligence remained a barrier that animals couldn't overcome. Before Pierre could feel sad, it saw the approaching Azura priest and quickly transformed into a bird form, escaping close to the clouds to flee Angel Island. Pierre is a bird that has eaten a mare fruit. Its bird form is its true appearance. With a few flaps of its wings, Pierre disappears without a trace. Similarly confused is Gonful, who has never seen an islander with 3 pairs of wings, nor has he seen an islander that can fly. It is well known that the wings behind islanders are merely decorative and are at most used for cuteness, lacking any practical value. However, the wings behind shoes are real wings, and his flying speed surpasses that of Pierre. Thinking of Pierre, Gonful suddenly realizes something is missing. "Pierre!" Gonful shouts. "Pierre hasn't escaped yet. I need to go back and save him." Seeing Gonful's excited demeanor, Shoes knows he cannot fly away. Fortunately, after leaving Angel Island, he slows down enough to see Pierre following behind. Shoes tells Gonful, "Look behind you. That big bird is right there." Chapter 91, Becoming the New God. Seeing Pierre catching up, Shoes tosses Gonful over. The aging but sprightly Gonful rolls sideways onto Pierre, sitting firmly on its back. Pierre chirps incessantly beneath him. Shoes cannot understand what it is saying, but judging by Pierre's resentful expression, it must not be saying anything pleasant. Gonfol strokes the feathers on Pierre's neck, saying, "It's not that I don't want you. It's just that he flies too fast. How could I possibly keep up? Don't overthink it." This act of affection, while stroking its neck, inevitably brings to mind some unpleasant associations. Shoes thinks back to his conversation with Gaji, which was similarly emotional and rational. Pierre doesn't really blame Gonfol. It just feels a bit upset seeing Shoes fly and being able to carry Gonfol with him. Worried that Shoes might take its position as the first mount, it is a little miffed. Luckily, Shoes is unaware of Pierre's thoughts. Otherwise, dinner would surely be very sumptuous. After leaving Angel Island, Shoes does not know where to go next. Under the guidance of local Gonfol, they arrive at a very desolate island cloud to rest. Shoes looks around. This island cloud is about 300 meters long and just over 100 meters wide, with a small house made of piled island clouds on top, which should be Gonfol's resting place. Island clouds can support wooden houses, but due to the scarcity of wood on the Sky Islands, they are used as building materials. It's quite nice, like the Peach Blossom Island from martial arts stories. If I could get a piece of such an island cloud to build some houses, it would be a great place to stay. Shoes steps on the island cloud. Even without a mattress, the softness is sufficient. Are there similar island clouds in the Sky Islands? I plan to get one and build a few houses to live in. Shoes thinks about taking a piece of the island cloud with him, which would become his natural shelter. For most people, island clouds can only rest at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and carrying them in and out is quite troublesome. Especially removing an island cloud from the range of the Sky Islands makes it significantly more difficult. But for Shoes, these problems do not exist. He can fly to over 10,000 meters at any time, and he can propel the island cloud to move in the air. Positioning can be solved using coordinate pointers, so he doesn't have to worry about getting lost in the sky. The more Shoes thinks about it, the more tempted he becomes. Even wanted to take Gonfol's island cloud now. The conditions for forming an island cloud are stringent, and island clouds of this size are rare. Gonfol is still unaware of Shoes' sinister thoughts and explains, "This island cloud was originally 100 times larger than it is now. It shrank after being struck by Enel's lightning." Gonfol always believes Shoes is an islander, even though the latter has demonstrated terrifying flying capabilities. He just thinks that the other might be like Pierre, a devil fruit user. This also explains why the other's wings are so much larger. "You should have heard its name," Gonfol says heavily. "It's called Baika, Enel's hometown Baika." As a relatively important character in the early stages of the anime One Piece, Shoes is somewhat familiar with Enel's past. Baika is Enel's hometown and a small floating island. The first thing Enel did after becoming a god was to destroy this small island. The specific reason is unknown, but based on Shoes' observation of many melodramatic plots, such extreme behavior as destroying one's hometown is likely due to childhood trauma. It could be like in most stories, where Enel faced discrimination and bullying from his fellow townsfolk, then unintentionally acquired the rumble fruit, which led him to destroy Baika 7 years ago. Shoes is not interested in these melodramatic plots and has no desire to probe further. For him, Enel is just a self-important, delusional young man who can be awakened with a good smack. There's no need to talk about feelings. With this in mind, Shoes also does not plan to visit Gonfol's home. He intends to return to Angel Island to discuss life ideals and the correct values with Enel. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving." Shoes prepares to get up and leave, but is stopped by Gonfol's outstretched hand. He looks at Gonfol in confusion, wondering if there's still an unfulfilled wish, and he doesn't seem injured. Gonfol is equally puzzled, wondering why a young person like Shoes shows no curiosity. He has just told him that this is Enel's hometown, Baika. Why is there no reaction at all? Whether displaying indignation or showing fear, there should be some emotional change. Instead, Shoes merely responds with a nonchalant appearing uninterested. This is the vibrant youth of the present. The younger generation of Sky Islanders has already become so laid back under Enel's oppressive rule. Gonfol is heartbroken. If not for his current poor health, he would have fought Enel to the death by now. Don't you feel angry? Gonfol stares into Shoes' eyes, wanting to see the true emotions within this young man. "Yes, I'm angry." Shoes raises his right arm and shouts, "I'm very angry. I want to defeat Enel and liberate the people of the Sky Island, fighting for justice." Looking at Shoes' calm eyes, Gonfol not only understands Shoes' intentions, but also sees the unmasked boredom in his pupils. Indeed, the younger generation of Sky Islanders is beyond saving. Gonfol is teary-eyed and firmly grasps Shoes' arm. "Child, the Sky Island needs ambitious people like you. Cool, me. Let's plan this out." Saying this, he attempts to pull Shoes into the house. Given his eager demeanor, Shoes has to be cautious. After all, for a lonely old man like Gonfol, the only companion he has is a bird horse. It is normal for some emotions to go unexpressed and give rise to some perverse thoughts. The observation haki does not work against certain undesirable thoughts, as they are not malicious but rather a twisted form of love. Shoes quickly breaks free from Gonfol's grasp. No, sir, I'm not married yet. Gonfol looks at Shoes, who continuously resists, unsure of what is happening. He only wanted to encourage the young man's passion and inspire him to resist tyranny. But seeing Shoes' reaction, it seems he is adamantly opposed. Gonfol says earnestly, "Young man, you can have a child later, if you don't do it now. There won't be any chances in the future. Yes, if you don't do it now, there won't be any chances in the future. If I do it for you, then there will be opportunities in the future." Shosi is so angry that he wants to kill. And if it weren't for Gonful sacrificing himself to save him just now, he would definitely have killed that old pervert. "I'm not doing it. You could go do it with that bird horse." Shosi covered his eyes and said, "I promise I won't peek. I won't even listen. It must be done." Gonful said emphatically, "This is the responsibility of every person from Sky Island. Can you bear to see your companions suffer? As long as one person does it, more people will take action. We're doing something great. Goodness, this old man is playing it big." Shosi guessed that Gonful was pushed down from his divine position, possibly not only due to Enel's forceful intimidation, but also some unspeakable secrets. "Sorry, I'm really not interested in this." Shosi completely lost his patience and was about to turn around and leave. At that moment, Gonful rushed forward like lightning and hugged Shosi's thigh with both hands. Sure enough, the observation haki had obvious flaws. It couldn't perceive such a non-hostile action. Shosi shook a few times but couldn't shake Gonful off his thigh. The other party's eyes were misty from being shaken, but still looked determined to hold on. Shosi sighed lightly. He really couldn't bring himself to hurt Gonful, who was an old man over hundreds of years old. If something happened, how much would the medical expenses cost? "What do you want to do?" Shosi said impatiently. He respected Gonful as a person, but there should be limits to actions. He was a tough man who would rather bend than break. Gonful looked up at Shosi, tears in the corners of his eyes that he didn't have time to wipe away, and said word by word, "You must become the new god." "New god?" Shosi frowned. He knew that the god Gonful was referring to was the one who ruled over Sky Island. Become a god? Shosi looked down at Gonful, this former god, who still didn't realize his current image. "Yes, become the new god." Seeing that Shosi was interested, Gonful quickly said, "As long as you defeat Enel, you will be the new god of Sky Island. I can pass the knight's armor on to you, recognizing your identity as the new god." The knight's armor was the armor Gonful wore. Its cost and function far surpassed swords and could significantly enhance combat power. This was also the inheritance of all past gods. After Enel defeated Gonful, he didn't take this armor that symbolized divine authority. He completely looked down on such a shabby thing. Likewise, Shosi had no interest in the armor Gonful wore, but he was very interested in the god Gonful mentioned. Becoming the god of Sky Island was something Shosi had never considered. In his view, the god of Sky Island was a localized product, and only the people of Sky Island could inherit it. Even if outsiders seized the identity of a god, it would be akin to an invader's actions, using force to intimidate the indigenous people. Shosi scorned such behavior. He was a Navy officer, and the justice he carried didn't allow him to act recklessly. The indigenous people of Sky Island were innocent, unlike those damn pirates or the ruthless Vinsmoke family. Shosi asked, "Can I become a god?" Seeing Shosi's reaction, Gonful was secretly delighted. He knew that no matter how laid back he was, he couldn't refuse this supreme power. Of course, Gonful nodded and said, "As long as you defeat Enel, you can become the new god." Looking at Gonful's expression, it didn't seem like he was joking. Could it be that outsiders could also become the gods of Sky Island? No. Shosi looked at the wings behind him. He hadn't completely retracted them. Gonful regarded him as one of the Sky Islanders. As for why the Sky Islanders had 3 pairs of wings, it was certainly because they had consumed a devil fruit. He had seen a nearby bird that could transform into a horse. Devil fruits were not rare in Sky Island, and Gonful could think of things, and Shosi quickly guessed what the other party was thinking. Since that's the case, things would be easier. Shosi didn't intend to clarify to Gonful that he wasn't a Sky Islander. This misunderstanding was Gonful's own speculation, and it had nothing to do with him. Relying on this false identity, he could become the new god of Sky Island and grasp this power independent of the world. This was a very cost-effective deal and also a feasible matter. Even if it were another land kingdom, Shosi wouldn't consider this matter. Replacing a kingdom's monarch with a naval identity was much more serious than beating the Vinsmoke family. The lightest punishment would be to strip Shiosi of his naval identity. If it were more serious, he could even be tried for his illegal actions. Given Akainu's character, if Shiosi committed such a heinous act, he would most likely be executed for treason. Sky Island was isolated from the world, and its geographical location was a natural barrier. The world government paid little attention to it, so Shiosi could quietly replace Enel and become the new god of Sky Island. A smile blossomed on Shiosi's face as he bent down to help Gonfuer up. "My dear senior, why are you kneeling on the ground? Let's go inside and discuss how to succeed to the throne. No. How to ascend to the throne. Look at my mouth. How to defeat Enel." Watching Shiosi's changes, Gonfuer felt both relieved and somewhat worried, wondering if he had instilled some bad ideas in the younger generation. Shiosi helped Gonfuer into the room, and Pierre, wanting to follow in, was swatted away by Shiosi with a wing. This was the great ceremony of the old god passing on to the new god. "What business did you, a bird horse, have in this?" Inside the room, Shiosi smiled and patiently listened to Gonfuer's action plan. "What?" Shiosi interrupted Gonfuer's speech. Unable to believe it. "Don't tell me your plan takes 100 years to execute." Gonfuer patiently explained. "Mainly to help you improve your strength and adapt to the combat style of the knight's armor. Don't worry, 100 years will pass quickly." Gonfuer had ruled Sky Island for 400 years, which was enough to show the long lifespan of the Sky Islanders. Therefore, training Shiosi for 100 years was a normal thing in Gonfuer's view. This was still because he saw Shiosi's unique potential. Otherwise, the time would be even longer. The reason Gonfuer chose Shiosi as a successor was also because he saw Shiosi's potential, making him feel hopeful about defeating Enel. People know their own affairs. Shiosi couldn't wait 100 years. By then, Gonfuer might still be alive, but he might not be. Undoubtedly, Gonfuer's plan was rejected by Shiosi. He had thought it was some profound plan, but it turned out to be an excuse for procrastination. With Enel's ambition to fly to the sky, he would need 100 years. Maybe in 10 years, he would fly to the moon. By then, a single lightning strike would flatten Sky Island. And what would Shiosi be doing as a god? "No," Shiosi said firmly. 100 years is too long. We must seize the day. We can't let our suffering compatriots wait any longer. We must respond to their pain. We will set off now, raise the banner, and overthrow Enel's tyranny." After saying that, Shiosi walked out of the room without looking back, striding away. Gonfuer stared at Shiosi's departing figure, lost in thought, wondering if he had tempted him too much. Young people must learn to resist temptation with reason. Chapter 92. Defeating the God Priest in Gonfuer's view, Shiosi's actions were youthful impulsiveness. However, for Shiosi, he had already wasted too much time arguing with Gonfuer. Defeating Enelu wasn't that complicated. He could just go to Appiato, beat Enelu up, and the problem would be resolved smoothly. Among the many tasks Shiosi undertook, this was the only time he didn't need to find an excuse to fight or hide his identity. By the time Gonfuer left the room, Shiosi had already disappeared. Pierre, who was waiting outside, pointed in the distance and told Gonfuer the direction Shiosi had taken. Gonfuer knew that was the direction towards Angel Island and breathed a sigh of relief. Appiato was in the opposite direction, so at least this kid had some sense. Little did he know, Shiosi was heading to Angel Island because he didn't know where Appiato was. Appiato, also known as the Island of the Gods, is the part of Gaia Island that was blown into the sky, and it is considered a sacred place by all Sky Island people. The self-proclaimed god Enelu monopolized Appiato and drove everyone away. Shiosi originally wanted Gonfuer to take him to Appiato, but looking at Gonfuer's expression, he realized it would be troublesome to persuade him. So Shiosi decided to go himself, and his guide was that ubiquitous observation hockey network. Returning to Angel Island, Shiosi could clearly feel that the frequency of the observation hockey network increased significantly upon seeing him. Before Shiosi even landed, McKinley had already surrounded him with troops, accompanied by 2 priests. One was the rope trial priest that Shiosi had seen before, and the other was a round, chubby woman with 2 long ponytails, looking quite festive. "Wow, is this the guy you mentioned?" The chubby priest sized up Shiosi, saying, "Doesn't look that strong, just can fly a bit tricky." The rope trial Shura nodded and said seriously, "Where's Gonfuer? That old god should be judged." McKinley was desperately signaling to Shiosi from below while also looking around for Gonfuer. They were disappointed at Shiosi's flying speed. Even if Gonfuer rushed over on Pierre immediately, it would still take some time. Not wanting to deal with these minor characters, Shiosi closed his eyes, using observation hockey to sense the invisible network and find its central point. By now, Shiosi had roughly figured out what this terrifying observation hockey network was. It should be a radar-like signal-emitting device. Enelu utilized the derivative ability of the Rumble fruit to cover the entire Angel Island with electromagnetic signals, while embedding observation hockey within the extending electromagnetic signals to form an intelligent system that could distinguish between friend and foe. This is also why McKinley didn't provoke divine punishment despite not treating him like a person. Observation hockey judges based on hostility. McKinley was terrified and never thought of resisting Enelu. He was just trying his best to protect everyone. Knowing the principle, Shosi could follow the clues to find Enelu. The radar's emission point was Enelu's own location. After a moment, Shosi opened his eyes. He had found Enelu's position. With a slight smile, Shosi was about to take off towards the target point, but before he could rise, two priests blocked his way. You dare to ignore the priests? You will face the judgment of the ball trial, the chubby woman said angrily. She jumped up like a bouncing ball, aiming to collide with Shosi. The chubby woman concealed the impact shell in her sleeve, planning to give Shosi a surprise attack, which was her usual tactic. Her fat body could numb the enemy. But unbeknownst to them, her movements were extremely agile and often caught people off guard. Seeing that Shosi had no intention of dodging, the chubby woman's lips curled into a smile as she pressed the switch for the impact shell, ready to squash this arrogant guy. Just as she aimed her arm at Shosi to press the switch, a whip kick struck her round abdomen. The trial she was a part of, the ball trial, had unique cooperative techniques against blunt weapon attacks. However, this time, before she could even react, a terrifying force surged from her abdomen. She didn't have time to make any moves, and her body crashed into the island clouds like a cannonball, breaking through them and revealing the churning white sea below. Shosi retracted his leg. With this kind of opponent, he didn't even need to use the Marine 6 styles. He could solve it with sheer physical strength. The Shura priest watched all this unfold, his expression becoming serious. He had previously thought Shosi was a minor character, and that Gonfur was the opponent that needed to be taken seriously, but who would have thought this young man was the real deal? Just that whip kick alone. He wouldn't have been confident to take it himself. The previously kicked Sad Eli, who also possessed the HeartNet ability, which is observation hockey, sensed Shosi's attack and was very clear about it, even able to predict the trajectory. But he still couldn't dodge. His body couldn't react that quickly, and in such a short time, he couldn't even think. Cold sweat dripped down the Shura priest's forehead. Even just standing there, Shosi put immense pressure on him. This was the kind of pressure he had only felt from a god. Slap! The Shura slapped himself in the face, realizing he was discussing a god in his heart, which was unforgivable. Bastard! The Shura raised his knight spear, and the jet shell beneath his feet propelled him with a deadly momentum towards Shosi. I won't let you desecrate the gods. Shosi disliked religion, especially those fanatics. He believed that religious faith, to a certain extent, erased individual characteristics. Facing the Shura priest's desperate strike, Shosi was not swayed by the opponent's momentum and had no intention of letting him go. An enemy is an enemy. Only dead enemies are good enemies. Stormfoot, Scythe Weasel. Shosi unleashed two massive wind blades in the air, the blades howling as they sliced through the wind, resembling a weasel demon wielding a scythe. This strike from the Shura was an extraordinary performance. The spear created a slight sonic boom in the air, as he had never thought he could deliver such a fast attack. However, against Shosi's advanced 6 styles, it made not a ripple. One wind blade shattered the spear in the Shura's hand, while the other struck his chest, tearing his clothes like a razor, blood spraying into the air. The Shura fell like a kite with its string cut, plummeting into the sea of clouds, his fate unknown. McKinley was dumbfounded. What just happened? The two powerful priests were defeated in the blink of an eye, and the one who defeated them was that little guy with big wings. Thinking back to how he had previously signaled for the other to escape, McKinley felt his cheeks burn, yet a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. With such powerful strength, he should be able to defeat that god. Crackle! A bolt of lightning appeared above McKinley, and Shosi quickly pulled him aside. Shosi sincerely said, "It's good to be a little timid, really." Chapter 93. Explosive hammer on Enelu. He also didn't expect that his actions would ignite a spark of hope in McKinley's heart. This was originally a good thing, proving that the flames in the hearts of the Sky Island people have not yet extinguished. They're just waiting for a hero to ignite them. However, until Shios resolves the issue with Enel, it is better to suppress these flames for now. With the attack method of the Thunder Fruit, Shios might not be able to save everyone. In the past, Shios wouldn't have cared about this, but now he can't. Every Sky Islander is a future subject of his and represents very important labor. Setting McKinley aside, the gap caused by the lightning strike left McKinley feeling terrified. He vowed that it would be difficult for him to rise again. This lightning had destroyed his dignity as a man. Shios didn't he know what McKinley was thinking when Gonfol rode on Pierre, seeing the thunder descending from the sky, feeling very anxious. Fortunately, Shios' figure was just at the outskirts of Angel Island, so Gonfol didn't he have to worry for too long. Hurry back with me. You're not his match yet. Gonfol didn't he say much and pulled Shios to flee. Don't be fooled by this old guy's lack of combat power. He is quite good at running away. Pierre made a small arc in the air and was ready to turn back and escape with him. Shios grabbed Gonfol and pulled him down for Pierre. Facing this familiar scene, McKinley found it quite amusing. Gonfol was yanked down by Shios, his white beard shaking in anger, pointing at Shios and momentarily speechless. Pierre glided in the air, confused about what these two were doing. Did they want to abandon him again? Shios patted Gonfol on the back, as he didn't want to see this old man die from anger, especially before he ascended to the throne. You just rest. Don't go anywhere. If you can return to your little house, that would be great. Once I finish my business, we can have a good talk about succession. Shios handed Gonfol over to McKinley and flew up into the sky, heading towards the Island of God. He could feel that after defeating the two priests, the launch point was moving in this direction. To gain control over Sky Island, a battle with Enel was unavoidable, but the battlefield couldn't be set on Angel Island, where too many Sky Island residents lived. For Shios, besides gold, the value brought by these labors was the most important thing about Sky Island. He wanted to set the battlefield on the Island of God. The rare earth and trees that the Sky Islanders valued were, to him, nothing out of the ordinary. Seeing Shios gradually moving away, Gonfol summoned Pierre to follow. He knew he couldn't beat Enel, but as the only one who had escaped from Enel, he still had a say. Just as Gonfol was about to mount, McKinley grabbed him, having seen Shios' actions and believing that Shios could defeat Enel. At such a critical moment, how could he let Gonfol cause trouble? He had just realized that Gonfol disagreed with Shios challenging Enel. Let go of me, McKinley, Gonfol said, snorting and glaring. That reckless kid thinks he can defeat Enel. Even those four priests might not be able to beat him. McKinley swallowed hard. He realized that Gonfol had a deep misunderstanding of Shios. You might not know, but just now he personally took care of two priests. Gonfol frowned, unable to understand how Shios could convince McKinley. From Shios heading to Angel Island to his appearance, less than 10 minutes had passed. Not to mention defeating two priests. Just being able to engage them was already impressive. McKinley, that kid has great talent. As long as I can train him for 100 years, he has a chance to defeat Enel. McKinley knew that Gonfol didn't believe him, and if he were in Gonfol's shoes, he wouldn't dare to believe that those high-ranking priests could be taken down in one move. In McKinley's view, the battle between Shios and the priests could no longer be called a battle. It should be described as a massacre. Look at this spherical hole. It was made by the trial priest Shadley. McKinley pointed at the hole where Shadley had fallen and then pointed to the blood left by Shura nearby. This is Shura's blood from the trial priest, and it hasn't dried yet. I remember Pierre bit him once. You can let him taste it and see if it's the same. Gonfol was a loss for words. Pierre looked a bit peculiar, but he was at most a bird horse. How could he have the ability to identify blood? This skill would require the leech devil fruit to obtain. Although McKinley's words were outrageous, Gonfol still believed him. Setting aside McKinley's character, which wouldn't he lie, concocting such a complex lie was not something McKinley could do. If what McKinley said was true, then it was necessary to assess Shios' character and intentions. After all, in Gonfol's memory, the last powerful figure who appeared out of nowhere brought great disaster to Sky Island, Enel. Gaining immense power at a young age is not necessarily a good thing. No, I have to take a look. Gonfol mounted, still not at ease with Shios. McKinley watched Gonfol ride away, raised his hand, and then put it down again. At this age, still looking for the spotlight, not afraid of straining her back. Meanwhile, Shios was flying swiftly, and the silhouette of the Island of God appeared before him. In his perception, the signal source was already very close to him, even right in front of him. A flash of electricity appeared before Shios. He was looking for Enel, and Enel was also looking for him. With no time to react, Shios could only charge forward, and in the moment he approached the lightning, he covered his arms with armament hockey. Shios grabbed the lightning, and even though the armament hockey isolated him, he could still feel the explosive force of the lightning. A tingling sensation spread along his arms, like ants crawling on his skin. Shios knew this was not a good omen. The paralysis from the electric current on his nerve endings would gradually cause him to lose control over his limbs. With his left hand gripping the lightning, his right fist came crashing down. Accompanied by a scream, Enel's figure emerged from the lightning. He didn't expect someone could catch lightning. Many Sky Islanders had awakened observation haki, but none had awakened armament haki. Elementalization in this place was a bug-level ability. Enel exclaimed in horror. How could this be? Before he could express much more astonishment, another punch came crashing down. Shios was a pragmatist. He used whatever worked best. Even though this method of grabbing and hitting the opponent seemed like childish play, it was truly effective, especially against an opponent with inferior physical abilities. Another scream followed. After 2 punches, Enel was gasping for breath, unable to unleash some of his abilities, and could only further increase the intensity of the electric current. Shios raised his fist again, but this time he didn't strike immediately. His body was paralyzed by the lightning and was somewhat out of control. Taking advantage of the time Shios needed to adapt, Enel broke free from Shios' wrist and transformed into lightning, flying away. Chapter 94, Shave, Empty, Cicada. Seeing Enel slip away from his grasp, Shios felt a sense of regret. He hadn't expected that armament haki couldn't completely isolate the effects of the lightning. Allowing Enel to escape by chance, it wouldn't be so easy to succeed. The lightning slowly gathered into Enel's form, a tall, lanky figure with big ears. Bare-chested, wearing a white scarf on his head and loose trousers on his lower body, Enel has 3 thunder drums on his back to store lightning. According to Enel's expectations for his entrance, he should appear calm and composed, even as Shoes easily deals with his 2 subordinates. However, for Enel, the priests are merely fragile beings meant to serve him. What he did not anticipate was that Shoes could actually catch him. This left his entrance extremely awkward, and as he looked at the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Enel's expression gradually twisted in anger. Unforgivable, Enel shouted in rage. How dare you harm me? I am a god. Shoes rolled his eyes. He was indeed fighting a god. He couldn't be bothered to communicate with Enel. It was difficult to reason with someone suffering from such a severe case of Chinibu. In a flash, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared right next to Enel, reaching out to grab his arm. This time, he would not let Enel escape. However, at the moment Shoes appeared, Enel transformed into lightning and fled, leaving Shoes to grasp at thin air. A missed strike did not discourage Shoes. This was within his expectations. Although he couldn't understand how the Sky Island people had turned into this bizarre state, their achievements in observation haki, despite not grasping armament haki, were indeed astonishing. Enel's observation haki could cover the entire Sky Island. Even with the help of the Rumble Fruit, achieving this level indicated that his own observation haki must not be weak. Coupled with the speed granted by the Rumble Fruit, capturing him would not be an easy task. Thinking of this, Shoes felt a bit regretful for exposing his armament haki so soon, causing him to lose the opportunity for a quick resolution. Since the chance had already slipped away, he would have to look for another one. As long as Enel did not flee, Shoes was still determined to deal with him. But if Enel did escape, Shoes would have no choice. At an altitude of 10,000 meters on the Sky Island, his flying speed was limited. Faced with the speed of the Rumble Fruit, he could not guarantee that he would be able to keep Enel from escaping. Fortunately, given Enel's personality, he would never retreat. And Shoes was once again thankful for Oda's character setup. After Shoes missed his strike, it was Enel's turn to retaliate. Even though he disliked turn-based combat, he had no choice but to deal with Enel's attack. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel struck the large drum on his right shoulder, unleashing the lightning he created from the drum, forming a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird for the attack. The familiar sound of tearing electricity reminded Shoes of the last time he was attacked by lightning, which was by Niji, who was indeed a good kid. Shoes attempted to dodge the Thunderbird in midair. His speed was enough to evade the attack, but the Thunderbird followed closely behind him, even adjusting its direction. Glancing at Enel, he saw him sitting cross-legged on a branch, grinning as he watched Shoes, clearly enjoying the show. Shoes had always believed that locking skills were pseudoscience. Similar to the Black King underground in Alabasta, the kind of unreasonable locking left no room for evasion. However, Enel's strength was not enough to achieve such a feat, which required a scientific explanation. Considering the radar-like observation haki network he had seen earlier, Shoes speculated that the Thunderbird's tracking must be related to electromagnetic guidance, similar to missile guidance in the previous world. No wonder the speed of this Thunderbird was not as fast as he had expected. It must be that Enel was constantly adjusting its direction. With this in mind, Shoes decided to stop dodging. He condensed flames into a long sword in his hand and slashed down at the Thunderbird. The collision of fire and lightning, both elemental energies and the most violent of elements, desperately tried to destroy each other's molecular structure. Sparks of electricity splattered onto Shoes' face, bringing a slight burning sensation. Just as Shoes was focused on the front, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared behind him, his wrist extending into two thin lines of lightning. Inazuma. This was a name of the thunder god, and a technique named after it would naturally not be simple. The two thin lines of lightning, though only as thick as an arm, were compressed to the extreme. The originally blue-white arcs had turned black-purple, with the two lines aiming to slice Shoes in half from both sides. A sense of crisis enveloped Shoes. Even with his physical defense, this move could cause significant damage. Shave, Tsubame. Just as Enel thought he had succeeded, Shoes' body vanished from the spot. The two lines of lightning split the remnants of the earlier explosion, but could not find Shoes' figure. This was an advanced technique of the 6 powers that Shoes had developed based on his combat environment. Few in the Navy had developed advanced techniques for shave and moonwalk. Most focused on attack techniques like Gale Foot and Finger Pistol, which were more efficient. However, Shoes knew he was different. Most of his battles took place in the air, and he could evade most attacks thanks to his flying speed. But against opponents faster than himself, he needed a highly explosive evasion technique. Indeed, when he first created this move, he had imagined Admiral Kizuru as his opponent. The speed of the light fruit was slightly faster than that of the rumble fruit, necessitating a movement speed close to teleportation to avoid Kizuru's attacks. The Navy's shave could achieve this, but using it in the air required the hovering ability of moonwalk to complete this move, Tsubame. This was not a simple use of a single technique, but a combination of multiple techniques, including localized iron block to enhance the muscle and foot strength. Thus, the energy consumed by this Tsubame was far more terrifying than that of Gale Foot, Kamaitachi. Shoes appeared 30 meters away, his chest heaving as he had expended a lot of energy to evade that attack. How did you escape? Enel's expression darkened. He couldn't understand how Shoes had gotten away. He had calculated Shoes' flying speed and thought he could not escape the condensed lightning lines of Inazuma, as the lightning was highly condensed and he was personally guiding it, making Inazuma much faster than the Thunderbird. Shoes scoffed, "Fool, we're in a fight. Who would explain these things to you?" This was a battle fought with lives at stake. How could there be any carelessness? He could satisfy his opponent's curiosity, but only if it meant his opponent's death. In their first encounter, the two seemed evenly matched, which surprised Shoes. He had expected Enel, who could be defeated by the early Luffy, to not be overly powerful, at least not to a degree that posed a threat to him. One could only say that the protagonist's halo misleads people, just like Enel's Inazuma. Even with rubber insulation, the heat generated by the friction of lightning could cut through Luffy. Chapter 95, Thunder God. Enel's strength exceeded Shoes' expectations, and this battle could not be concluded in a short time. Shoes adjusted his breathing. Zoan-type fruit users had an innate recovery ability that gave them an advantage in protracted battles. With his wings flapping up and down, Shoes charged at Enel once more. The two chased each other in the air, flames and lightning clashing and intertwining, with the explosive aftermath sweeping in all directions. The late arriving Gonforal tightened his grip on Pierre's neck below him to avoid falling into the sea of clouds. He realized he had somewhat underestimated the two. The aftermath of their battle alone prevented him from intervening in the situation. Gonforal gripped his lance tightly in his right hand. This knight's lance and the armor he wore had accompanied him for countless years, witnessing his glory and honors. However, today he realized that those honors he was so proud of were merely the ignorance of a frog at the bottom of a well. This must be what a god is, Gonforal sighed. Only with such immense power can one be called a deity. Above the island of the gods, Shosi wielded a flaming longsword, launching an attack on Enel. Perhaps due to the intense pain from their initial clash, Enel was not as arrogant as usual. He refrained from engaging Shosi in close combat, instead releasing lightning attacks from a distance. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. Enel crossed his golden staff in front of him, spinning it with one hand while his left fist struck the 3 thunder drums behind him. The deafening roar of thunder erupted as a thunder dragon formed from the condensed lightning burst forth from the drum surface. The thunder dragon opened its mouth, emitting a series of thunderous roars, with millions of volts flashing high-temperature sparks. Seeing this scene, Shosi couldn't help but lament how Luffy had misled him. This was no way to explain the situation without conductivity. Facing the thunder dragon charging toward him, Shosi could only increase his output of power, causing the flaming longsword in his hand to swell. Judgment. The 40-meter-long flaming giant sword came crashing down, and the thunder dragon conjured by Enel had barely time to let out a cry before being completely engulfed by the flames. The flaming longsword continued its momentum, aiming to strike Enel directly. This time, There was no need for observation hockey to sense the danger. The threat was visible to the naked eye, and Enel's body once again dispersed into lightning, fleeing in all directions. This was not the first time Shiosi had seen Enel use this technique. The elementalization of the thunder fruit to evade was quite unresolvable. Even armed hockey would be useless if you couldn't catch the opponent. However, this time, Shiosi was prepared. Just as the flaming giant sword approached the area where Enel was located, he was about to transform into lightning to escape. Shiosi detonated the flaming giant sword, unleashing a sea of fire that engulfed Enel's vicinity. Even though Enel had already completed elementalization, the scattered lightning could not escape the inferno. Miserable screams echoed from within the flames, and Shiosi pinpointed the location by sound, continuously pointing at the fire. Finger gun rain. This was still a two-stage developed technique from the 6 styles, and with the dual resistance of localized iron blocks and armed hockey. He unleashed hundreds of finger guns in a matter of seconds, creating a barrage-like saturation attack. The attack's intensity was very limited, primarily aimed at disrupting the opponent's rhythm. Although Enel was now surrounded by flames, as long as he regained his composure, he could use lightning to counter the fire. Shiosi's goal was to prevent Enel from having the chance to manipulate the lightning. Each finger gun that struck the sea of fire managed to hit Enel only partially, while the rest were used to block his movements. Enel's cries continued until the flames began to die down, at which point Shiosi finally saw the disheveled Enel. His body was covered in burn marks as he waved his golden staff, dispersing the remaining flames. "Bastard!" Enel panted. "How dare you do this to me? Unforgivable." Shiosi was left bewildered. After being brought to such a state, why was he still talking like this? Was his brain malfunctioning? If it weren't for the observation hockey, Shiosi would have wanted to rush in and unleash a combo attack, while Enel was busy talking trash. Damn observation hockey. It made the battle lack spectacle. After delivering a fierce retort, Enel did not attack Shiosi, but instead transformed into lightning and dove into the jungle of the Island of Gods. This frightened Shiosi. No matter how unfavorable the battle had been for Enel, he had never shown any intention to flee. He merely shifted from a head-on confrontation to a strategy of evasion and attrition. Shiosi was not afraid of continuing to fight Enel. His stamina could definitely outlast Enel's. What he feared was that this guy would turn around and escape. He truly could not keep up with the Thunder Fruit. If he had the intention of raiding, driving Enel away would not be a bad thing, as long as he could bring back the gold. But now it was different. He was the next god of the Sky Island, and the old god had agreed to the marriage. Enel, this rebel, could not be left alive. He had to be eliminated before Shiosi ascended to the throne. Shiosi sensed the observation hockey network's source, and to his surprise, that invisible observation hockey network had disappeared. With Enel's intelligence, he certainly wouldn't have thought that Shiosi was tracking his location in this manner. Why would he abandon such an important ability? Soon, Shiosi had his answer. In the center of the Island of Gods, an immensely thick bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds, scattering the white clouds in the sky, while black thunderclouds loomed over the realm. Black clouds pressed down on the city, ready to destroy it. Shiosi thought of this ancient poem, which was surprisingly fitting in this context. He saw the roiling sea of thunder parting to reveal a flash of lightning, and a figure surged upward against the electric light. It was none other than the vanished Enel. Bathed in the thunder's glow, Enel's body rapidly expanded, transforming into the form of a thunder god from mythology. 200 million volts. Thunder god. In his thunder god form, Enel's thunder drums disappeared, and the golden staff he once held was nowhere to be seen, which caused Shiosi immense pain. That was his gold. Enel extended his left palm forward, while his right hand was bent into a fist, and a thunder dragon flew out from his palm. Shiosi did not dare to be careless. He once again condensed the flaming longsword and cleaved the thunder dragon in two, scattering the thunder. Suddenly, a figure teleported above Shiosi, not waiting for him to react. A group of heads, larger than a cooking pot, came crashing down. With no time to block with his hands, he could only use the two upper wings to shield his head, coating them in armed hockey to turn them iron black, and placing them over himself. For safety's sake, he also partially reinforced his upper body with iron blocks. Just as Shiosi completed all this, the heavy fist struck down. The force was still within a bearable range. Enel's physical condition was his greatest weakness, and this blow did not possess enough strength to break through the wing defense. However, accompanying this punch was a surge of lightning power, far more terrifying than before. The pain from the lightning stimulating his cells felt like countless fine iron needles piercing his flesh. It was indescribable. Even Shiosi, who considered himself a tough guy, could not help but cry out. In Gonfuer's eyes, after Shiosi was struck, black-purple lightning enveloped him. When the lightning dissipated, Shiosi's body was charred black, with a wisp of thick smoke rising from his mouth, and his body fell like a kite with a broken string from the sky into the sea of clouds. Chapter 96. The Shattered Gate of Heaven. Just as Gonfuer prepared to rise and rescue Shiosi, pure white flames began to flicker beneath Shiosi's skin. He saw his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing speed, the white flames flowing over his wings, and the 3 pairs of wings lightly flapping, restoring their original luster. Shiosi exhaled a breath of foul air, adjusting his posture in midair. His injuries were not severe. The reason for his near unconsciousness was due to the paralysis caused by the lightning power. When the lightning surged in, Shiosi had secretly lamented that it was bad and intended to strike Enel away. Just as he made his move, his body had already betrayed him, preventing him from saving himself. Fortunately, Enel's physical condition was quite poor. The damage from the strike was not enough to severely injure Shiosi. Once his body recovered slightly, he used the white flames to purge the residual lightning within him. What a powerful fruit! Shiosi marveled again. This fruit in your hands is truly a waste. Since the beginning of the battle, if Enel hadn't had the rumble fruit, Shus would have long since defeated him. How could the fight have dragged on to this point without a clear victor? No wonder everyone favors Logia users. A good Logia devil fruit can achieve heights that ordinary people could never reach without systematic training. Looking up at Enel above, he didn't immediately pursue, but instead looked down at Shus with disdain. Did you see that? Enel shouted arrogantly. This is the power of a god, an unmatched power. Damn it. Shus vanished in an instant, appearing behind Enel in the blink of an eye. Iron block, heavy pressure, armament hockey completely covered his arm, and Shus swung his entire right arm like a hammer, delivering a powerful blow to Enel. This move was an advanced technique of the 6 powers that Zephyr had used during their initial battle, a very pure display of strength. Unlike other 6 powers techniques, he only had this iron block technique, but it required sufficient strength and armament hockey to support it. Shus had refrained from using this move because of Enel's observation hockey network. A clumsy attack would be hard to succeed. Although he didn't know why Enel had canceled his observation hockey network, it was a rare opportunity for Shus. His arm cut through the air, the armament hockey-covered limb glowing red from the friction, creating a thermal effect. When his arm struck Enel, the sound of the sonic boom finally reached Gonfuer's ears. Without the perception from the observation hockey network, Enel's observation hockey was a beat slow. He only sensed the attack as it approached. In a moment of desperation, he could only retaliate with his fist. It must be said that while Enel's form was bulky in his Thunder God state, his speed had increased significantly. Although he couldn't catch up to Shus' speed, he was only half a beat behind. That half-beat difference was enough to determine the outcome of the battle. Shus' arm slammed into Enel's back, and as his body twisted, he took the blow head-on. A mouthful of blood spurted from Enel's mouth, and his bulky body was like a heavy ball, smashed down through the clouds by Shus. The sudden turn of events left Gonfuer bewildered. How had Enel gone from dominating Shus to being the one sent flying? Watching Enel disappear, Gonfuer felt relieved that he didn't have to go and retrieve him. Only after Enel was sent flying did Shus finally relax his muscles, his chest rising and falling as he quickly adjusted his condition. After 2 consecutive advanced 6 powers moves, if he couldn't land a hit, it would truly be unacceptable. After a moment, the thunderstorm in the sky didn't dissipate. Shus knew that Enel was still alive, even conscious. What a tenacious vitality. In fact, Enel was in poor shape. That strike had nearly shattered his heart, and for a few seconds, his heart had stopped working. It was only thanks to the stimulation of electricity that he had escaped the most dangerous moment. After regaining consciousness, Enel elementalized his body to dissipate Shus' residual force. Then he flew toward God's Island. He knew that in his current state, it was best to find a place to recover. If he could recuperate and gather strength, with the potential of the rumble fruit, he might still have a chance to defeat Shus. But he wouldn't run away. He was Enel, the god of Skypiea. A common issue among powerful individuals in the pirate world is that their beliefs often outweigh reality. There are many like Enel who persist in what they believe is important. Shus didn't have to wait long. Enel flew back to God's Island. In his thunder god form, having been struck down by Shus, Enel still looked like a big-eared thief. Shus sensed that the observation hockey network was still inactive, which meant he could still launch a sneak attack. After this period of adjustment, he could still unleash the same combo as before. But Enel didn't give him the chance. Upon returning to God's Island, Enel glanced at it and the distant Angel Island with a complex expression as if he had made some sort of decision. He then dove into the surging thunderstorm, not giving Shoes another chance to strike. Just as Shoes hesitated about whether to dive into the thunderstorm to catch Enel, he noticed that the thunderstorm above was sinking. Hey, is that thing sinking? Shoes had long been aware of Gonfor. Seeing such an outrageous event unfold, he wanted to confirm it with someone. Gonfor hadn't noticed the change in the thunderstorm until Shoes pointed out. It seems so. Gonfor frowned, still unaware of the significance of the situation. Shoes looked at the boundless thunderstorm. If it fell completely, the entire Skypiea would be gone. The high-pressure electricity would vaporize all objects. Shoes could escape, but the people of Skypiea could not, nor could the gold hidden on God's Island. Below the thunderstorm, Enel's figure appeared. He raised his right hand as if grasping something. He was grabbing the thunderstorm. The descending thunderstorm gathered into a sphere in his hand, the size of which was as large as God's Island. He intended to destroy everything. For him, today's events were a humiliation, an indelible disgrace. With the power of nature at his command, Enel had already touched the threshold of awakening his fruit. Such an attack, even Shoes could not resist with his flesh. Thinking of his future subjects and the mountains of gold, Shoes gritted his teeth and steeled himself to charge forward. Thunderstrike. Enel hurled the thunderball down, like a baseball player throwing the final pitch, and Shoes was the batter aiming for a home run. Gateway to heaven. Shoes gestured with both hands in front of him, and the ancient stone door reappeared, with the heroic figures carved upon it shining brightly, as if telling those admirable stories. The emergence of the gate caught Enel off guard, but it didn't matter. The thunderstrike was an attack that gathered the power of nature. The thunderball struck the gateway to heaven, momentarily pausing, as if it could withstand the divine might. With the roar of countless bolts of lightning, a crack appeared on the stone door, quickly followed by numerous fissures spreading across it. It shattered. The gateway to heaven had broken. Chapter 97. Awakening of the Seraphim Fruit. At the moment the gateway to heaven shattered, everyone's expressions varied. Gonfor was the simplest. He was astonished from beginning to end, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle from the god who had ruled Skypiea for hundreds of years. Enel curled his lips, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, followed by his maniacal laughter. Yeah, haha, that person is finally going to die, and I remain the god above all. It was just a pity about God's Island. Land was rare in Skypiea, but it didn't matter. Enel looked up, the moon hanging high in the sky. The true residence of the gods, the real divine realm. As the one directly involved, Shoes felt a twinge of difference upon seeing the gateway to heaven shatter, as if he hadn't expected it to break. Was the gateway to heaven of such a level? The heart of the god was too grand. What if a demon came in the dark? How long could this broken door hold? It would be better to install a security door instead. Shoes couldn't help but scoff internally. Facing the dire situation before him, he didn't feel a hint of panic. He had said it before, once he crossed that line, the world would hear his voice. A small Enel, the god who ruled over the Sky Island, was not even worth his attention. Shoes not only did not dodge, but instead accelerated towards the thunderball, which made Gonfor feel alarmed. He instinctively tried to have Pierre block Shoes, only to find Pierre covering his head with both wings, lacking even the courage to glance at the thunderball. Gonfor scolded him for being useless, but looking at the thunderball above, he realized there was nothing he could do. Sitting cross-legged beside Pierre, he thought that if today were indeed the end of the world, he would stay by his old friend's side, hoping to meet again in the next life. Perhaps, sensing his thoughts, Pierre looked up at Gonfor and rubbed his head against him. Is today truly the end of the world? It certainly wasn't he. Flames erupted from Shoes as he charged towards the thunderball, and under the shower of flames, his form began to change. The wings behind him expanded further, and his body lost the characteristics of a vertebrate, twisting and elongating like a serpent, growing to a length of several meters in the blink of an eye. His face was not just one, but had as many as 4, with the other faces obscured by wings. What a monster this was! He used 2 wings to cover his face, 2 to cover his feet, and 2 to fly. He emitted a roar like a lion, opened his eyes, and red lightning streaked across the sky. This was the awakened state of the Seraphim Fruit, a monstrous form that Shoes was envious of. It was indeed the strongest servant under the divine throne. I saw the Lord sitting on a high throne. His garments hung down, covering the temple. There stood seraphim, each with 6 wings. With 2 wings they covered their faces, with 2 wings they covered their feet, and with 2 wings they flew. Book of Isaiah, it is said that demons take on the most beautiful forms in people's hearts to deceive them. Angels, to frighten off demons, appear as ugly monsters that provoke jealousy. Later, people, in an effort to beautify their faith, imagined angels in the forms they held in their hearts. Enel looked at Shioz's transformation with a look of surprise. He did not expect that the one fighting him was a monster, and such an ugly one at that. The monster like Shioz charged into the Sea of Thunder, and even Enel did not know what was happening in the Sea of Thunder. All he saw was the sky filled with red light illuminating the clouds, like a brilliant sunset hanging in the sky, heralding good weather for the next few days. The thunderball, which had condensed the power of nature, disappeared under the red light, as if everything had never happened. Only the dragon-like monster twisted and flew in the air. Enel looked on in shock, convinced that what he saw before him was not an illusion. The connection between the thunderball and him had been severed. That thunderball, which had concentrated all his power and even tapped into the power of nature, was shattered. At the same time, his narrow worldview was also shattered. He wanted to escape. He no longer had the courage to confront Shioz. No matter how fierce the previous battle had been, he could deceive himself, but not now. All his pride was shattered by Shioz. The dream he had wrapped himself in was broken. Just as he was about to turn into lightning and flee, a sense of crisis arose in his heart, and a tragic scene appeared in his mind. But he was already too late to avoid it. An arm wrapped in red light pierced through his chest, taking away all his vitality. Enel turned his head, and Shioz's face appeared in his sight. "You're a monster." With his last breath, he uttered a meaningless statement. As Enel lowered his head, ending his declaration, his body vanished like the thunderball. Shioz, who had already returned to human form, dissipated the red light and flew towards where Gonfur was. Gonfur, who was waiting for death while holding Pierre's head, did not expect to escape by luck. While feeling relieved, he nervously looked at Shioz. He had seen Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, but none exhibited the kind of horror Shioz displayed, nor did they possess such strange abilities. Gonfur suspected that Shioz was not human, but a monster who had consumed the human fruit, and that the form he had shown before was his true appearance. It must be said that this speculation was very close to the truth. Shioz was indeed a user of the human fruit, but he was not an ordinary Zoan type. He was in the form of a mythical beast, a Seraphim. Flying to Gonfur's side, he kicked the pretending to be dead Pierre. "Hey, get up, the fight is over." "Stop playing dead." Pierre snorted and timidly hid behind Gonfur, not daring to face Shioz. As an animal, he could sense the terror Shioz had displayed. "Are you still human?" Gonfur stammered. "You old guy, why are you cursing at me?" Shioz said bluntly. "I've dealt with Enel too. Should you keep your promise and let me take over?" Gonfur shook his head, then shook his head again. Everything he had seen today was enough to overturn his previous understanding. "Of course, I will hold the succession ceremony for you shortly," Gonfur said slowly. No matter who Shioz was, he was someone they could not offend. Even if he was a monster capable of defeating Enel, not something they could contend with. Gonfur even decided in his heart that as long as Shioz did not eat people, he could do whatever he wanted. Shioz chuckled, patted Gonfur on the shoulder, and said boldly, "Good, a deal, a deal. I want to take this so-called glorious armor from you. Consider it your retirement bonus. And don't bother the organization in the future." Gonfur didn't understand what Shioz was talking about, but seeing Shioz smiling so widely, he nodded in agreement. "I want to tell the people the good news, to let them know that the false god Enel has been defeated by you, and to hold the succession ceremony for you." Gonfur thought further. He also wanted to tell the people of the Sky Island that this new god was likely a monster. They must not offend him. Shioz nodded, agreeing to Gonfur's request, and waved his hand to signal him to leave. Once Gonfur rode Pierre away, Shioz rubbed his hands together, looking eagerly towards the island of the gods. Chapter 98. The responsibility of the gods, killing and arson, the golden waistband. No one becomes rich without unexpected wealth, and no horse thrives without night grass. Ancient people had long passed down the ways to wealth to later generations. Revenge cannot be achieved through hard work alone. Sometimes one needs a windfall. Now that the monster had been killed, it was time to loot some equipment and materials. Shioz flew towards the center of the island of the gods, where Enel's lair was located, and the good stuff should all be stored there. Even though he already knew what was here, seeing the golden-made Ark of Proverb still made Shioz extremely excited. He reached out to touch it. The texture was not particularly good, certainly not as good as a maiden's thigh. However, the satisfaction brought by gold is something that other things cannot replace. In the eyes of an ordinary person like Shioz, those precious gems were merely chemical reactions of ordinary materials, far less substantial than gold. The Ark of Proverb was not very large. Compared to the Navy's conventional warships, it was even smaller, and its shape was quite unique, lacking sails or anything of the sort. Instead, there were several large propellers. It was unclear how Enel designed such a thing, as it truly required some professional knowledge to pull off. Standing on the ship, Shios looked around, increasingly feeling that this thing was not simple. The difficulty of developing a flying vehicle was far greater than imagined, not to mention creating a large object like the Ark of Proverb, without some knowledge of mechanics. It would be utterly impossible to build. Moreover, the development of this ship requires not only aerodynamics and structural engineering, but also a senior shipwright. Even if Enel's Rumble Fruit allows him to bypass the most critical power issue, this is not something that can be created on the Sky Island. Shus has seen the technological level of the Sky Island. Although the native inhabitants of the Sky Island come from the highly advanced civilization of the Moon, their civilization has been in decline over the long history, and all their scientific and technological knowledge has been lost. The current technology of the Sky Island is far inferior to that of the Vinsmoke family, who were beaten by Shus. So how did Enel create the Arc Maxim? And what was his basis for it? It can't be just based on empty intentions or his own talent and hard work. Just as Shus was about to seriously examine Enel's relics, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. Shus sidestepped to avoid an incoming attack. A guy who has mastered the mind network. A rough male voice sounded. Shus turned to look, and the newcomer was a swordsman holding a long knife. With the signature small wings of the Sky Island people on his back, and his arms adorned with circles of unknown patterns. He was the one who attacked Shus earlier. One of the 4 priests, Ohm, and also the strongest among them. As the priest of Iron Trials, Ohm's survival rate is 0%. This means that everyone who enters the Iron Trials has died. The long knife in his hand is a weapon made of clouds, capable of changing its shape. It had just transformed into a long whip to attack Shus. Shus recognized him, not because he was formidable, but because his weapon was unique, leaving a bit of an impression. Hey, do you want to join me? Enel has already been defeated by me, Shus said as he turned around. He was about to ascend to the throne and needed some manpower to help him manage the Sky Island. It would be best if these people did not get along with Gonfor and could also play a balancing role. You dare to directly call the name of the god, Ohm said angrily. Is the miracle displayed by the god just now not enough to make you feel fear? That you dare to speak such wild words again? Shus was puzzled. Enel's rumble was indeed grand, but I was the one who won this battle. What you said is very disrespectful to me. Clearly Ohm, in the Iron Trials, had no idea what was happening outside. He only saw the sky full of lightning and the proud figure of the god, which further strengthened his faith. Before Shus could say anything else, Ohm launched an attack on him. Get down from the god's chariot, you rebel. Knowing what was going on, he extended the knife in his hand, transforming it into a wave that struck towards Shus's face. The whip's tip made a crisp sound. This was the sound of a sonic boom. There was nothing surprising about it. Those older gentlemen could do it too. If you don't believe it, go to the square another day and see. Those old gentlemen's whips are fierce, and they don't fear any enthusiastic people falling down and breaking a piece. Such an attack was hardly worth Shus's attention. He never held back against these rude guys. With a shave, he vanished from his original spot and reappeared right in front of Ohm. Before Ohm could finish swinging his whip, he saw Shus's leg sweeping across his face. Before he could react at all, Ohm was sent flying. By the time he flew several meters away, the mind network finally reminded him that he had been attacked. The delayed perception was like a late love. It seemed touching, but was of no use. Having landed a hit, Shus didn't care whether he lived or died. He was just a minor character. After resolving this small episode, Shus continued his treasure-hunting journey. After patiently searching, he finally found the documents hidden inside the Arc Maxim, confirming his suspicions. Enel's creation of the Arc Maxim was indeed not solely his own achievement, but rather drew from the remnants of a civilization. These should be the documents left by the Moon people. Shus couldn't understand the script recorded in the documents, which he presumed was unique to the Moon people. It was not surprising for a civilization as advanced as theirs to have its own script. If it were exactly the same as the characters from Qinghai, Shus would have to think a lot. There were many documents, and although he was unclear about the material, it must have been a product of technological synthesis since it had been preserved for so long. Although he couldn't understand the writing, he could still compare some mechanical diagrams to the internal structure of the Arc Maxim and glean some information. The Arc Maxim created by Enel was not yet complete. Some parts were missing components. Strictly speaking, this ship was indeed built by him. With the convenient ability of lightning metallurgy, Enel could fabricate any desired components according to the blueprints, requiring no deep processing by machine tools. The only flaw was that it required a large amount of gold. Perhaps the Moon people didn't expect that their technological tree had a path of spending money, and someone really built the ark they dreamed of by smashing gold. Truly the wicked gold spenders. Zeus despised such behavior. In games, one should win through skill, not through spending money. Nonetheless, he was grateful for Enel's spending behavior, as it saved him a lot of effort in searching for gold. Most of the gold on the God Island had been used by Enel to spend on technological upgrades. Later, when Zeus became a god, he would let the Sky Islanders roam about, and he could find most of it. Speaking of finding gold, Zeus thought of the great serpent on the Sky Island. The belly of that great serpent contained a considerable amount of gold artifacts, which he couldn't overlook. Zeus stated that for the safety of the Sky Island people, he must resolve this hidden danger and restore peace to them. This was a responsibility that a god should fulfill. Chapter 99. How to distinguish between good and evil on the other side. Gonfar was also riding Pierre back to Angel Island. At this time, Angel Island was filled with people, and the spectacle of Enel gathering the Sea of Lightning could be seen from Angel Island. They were all worried about who had offended the god. What should they do if the god got angry? Seeing Gonfar flying back from God Island, McKinley asked what happened. What's going on? What about him? McKinley knew that Zeus had gone to find Enel, so he was extremely tense. Gonfar did not answer, but instead asked if a monster were to rule us. Could you accept it? McKinley didn't understand what Gonfar was talking about. What did this have to do with monsters? He said somewhat dazedly, I don't care if he's a monster. As long as it's not Enel ruling us, then it's fine. After saying that, McKinley nervously glanced at the sky. Fortunately, no lightning struck down. Gonfar felt mixed emotions. He also knew that Enel was an inerasable nightmare for the Sky Islanders. Compared to Enel, being ruled by a monster was not an unacceptable situation. Since that was the case, he chose not to say much. No need to look anymore. There will be no divine punishment in the future. Gonfar forced a smile. That kid has defeated Enel. He will be the new god of the Sky Island. McKinley was momentarily stunned. He understood what Gonfar was saying, but was confused about what he meant. What do you mean? McKinley asked uncertainly. Who was defeated? Say it again. His tone grew increasingly agitated as he reached out to grab Gonfar's armor, inquiring about this hard-to-believe good news. It's over. Everything is over. Gonfar spoke word by word. Enel has been defeated, and the Sky Island will welcome a new god, a kind and benevolent new god. He shouted loudly. Not only did McKinley hear it, but even the Sky Island people who came out to watch heard it. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking at their companions with surprised expressions, and they all saw the joy that was hard to hide in each other's eyes. Ah, that's great. Long live the new god. Everyone rushed to inform their companions, and the cheers surged like a tsunami, drowning the entire Angel Island. The sturdy McKinley was also sobbing quietly, his robust upper body heaving slightly, mixed with a bit of laughter. Gonfar patted McKinley's back, knowing better than anyone how many great things this man had done. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. McKinley wiped the corner of his eyes, brushing away the last tear. Where is he? Why didn't he come back with you? Gonfar said, He's still on God Island. I'll go call him over right now. McKinley reached out and grabbed Gonfar's arm, waving to the Sky Island people behind him. The new god is on God Island. Let us welcome the new god together. Welcome the new god. Let us go to God Island to welcome the new god. The cheers rose and fell, and they were not only shouting but also taking action immediately. They dragged out long-dormant ships, exchanging friends and family to get on board, while some young people even rode ahead on their whippers. Gonfar watched this scene with tears of joy in his eyes. The once dead Angel Island had come alive today. At this moment, the last fear he had about Zeus also vanished with the cheers. Pierre, let's go welcome the new god. Gonfar shouted, then mounted his horse, and Pierre snorted, suddenly feeling a weight on his back. Give me a ride, will you? McKinley came over with a grin. You're so fast, I want to see it too. Pierre huffed, looking quite displeased. Gonfar leaned down and said a few kind words, and only then did Pierre reluctantly take McKinley and fly towards God Island. Zeus still didn't know what had happened on Angel Island. After a thorough investigation, he looked at the Arc Phronesis in front of him, momentarily unsure how to handle it. This thing was of no use to him. Its combat power was even inferior to that of Hades. Its biggest feature was its flying capability, but without Eneru, the natural power source, the flying ability of the Arc Phronesis was somewhat lackluster. Moreover, piloting such a flashy ship would attract much more hatred than Hades. If he were to destroy it like this, Zeus felt a bit reluctant. After all, the Arc Phronesis was a product of lunar technology. Even if Eneru had copied it, having the physical object might lead to some black technology being developed. Zeus sat on the deck of the Arc Phronesis, the golden deck mesmerizing him. He had never imagined he would sit on gold to contemplate life. The exclusive ability of the golden vehicle made one automatically disregard monetary factors when thinking about problems. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire reached Zeus's ears. Before long, a series of explosions erupted, scattering the birds in the forest. Someone was attacking God Island. Zeus's expression turned grim. God Island was now his territory, and before he could even warm it up, someone was already knocking at his door. Lacking Eneru's outrageous observation hockey, he naturally had no idea what was happening outside. Wings spread from his back, and with a gentle flap, he flew towards the source of the explosions. In the white sea surrounding God Island, a group of individuals resembling Native Americans rode single whippers, bare-chested, shouldering single cannons, launching attacks on God Island. Machili, are you sure the guy is fighting someone? The battle demon Weber rode on his whipper, one hand shouldering a flame cannon, firing several rounds towards God Island. The recoil from the cannon blasts didn't even budge his upper body. It was truly terrifying physical strength. If Eneru didn't have the support of the Rumble Fruit, he definitely wouldn't be a match for Weber. But unfortunately, there were no ifs. Eneru was very strong, or rather, the Rumble Fruit was very strong. This level of strength was not something that could be dealt with in the first half of the Grand Line. One could only lament the plot constraints. Even in the New World, Eneru wouldn't lose to the backbone of the Imperial Army. Indeed, a guy with 3 pairs of large wings was battling that fellow. The Mantis Machili said, "This is our best chance to seize God Island. The honor of our ancestors will be reclaimed by our own hands." They were the Shandians, who had risen to the Sky Island from Jaya Island hundreds of years ago. God Island was once their homeland. The native Sky Islanders had never seen soil and believed that God Island was a gift from the gods. Taking advantage of the fact that the Shandians had not yet adapted to their new environment, they drove all the Shandians out of their homeland and occupied God Island. After leaving their homeland, the Shandians adapted to their environment and began a continuous war between the two tribes for hundreds of years. By the way, at that time, the god of the Sky Island was not Eneru, but Gonfor, who had always appeared as a good person. Gonfor thus became the Sky Knight, protecting the Sky Islanders for hundreds of years. So, how do we judge good and evil? For the Sky Islanders, the Shandians, who instigated wars and destroyed peace, were the sinners. But for the Shandians, they were merely trying to reclaim their homeland. Isn't that a mistake? Chapter 100. Fanning the flames, Zeus recalled the essential knowledge points that his high school political teacher emphasized would be on the exam. There are only interests between nations. This is a statement clearly written in the textbook. Weber hadn't planned to attack today, but upon learning that the Sky Islanders' god was facing a powerful enemy, he decided to take advantage of the situation. As a descendant of the great warrior Karlgra, Weber looked down on such shameless behavior. However, after witnessing the vast sea of thunder, he finally recognized the gap between himself and that god. It was a power he could never defeat, no matter how hard he tried. Remembering his ancestors' teachings, he felt he must ring the golden bell to let the bell sound and inform old friends that they were still around. Weber didn't know who that old friend was. The Shandians had undergone several generations of changes, but each generation remembered the adventurer Nolan who had helped them. We must ring the golden bell, Weber thought to himself. Thus, 5 Shandian warriors came. They were both men and women, all strong young members of the Shandian generation. Weber was clearly the leader. Everyone paid attention to his movements while launching their attacks. Zeus looked at the 5-member team from the sky. This was a problem left over from history, and he had no intention of engaging in this muddled dispute. Right and wrong no longer mattered. What mattered was that this was his island. Damn it, whether you came to trouble Eneru or the Sky Islanders, what does it mean to bomb the island with cannonballs? In just this short time, a large area of forest had been destroyed, even causing a small forest fire. If some golden artifacts were shattered and melted by the flames, they would be hard to find. As they loaded their cannonballs, Zeus flapped his wings and dove down, blocking their path. Before he could say anything, a cannonball came flying towards his face. Zeus could have dodged it. He was used to dodging Eneru's lightning, and the speed of this regular cannonball was like an old lady walking. However, this time, Zeus didn't plan to dodge. Instead, he used a wing to shield himself and took the hit head-on. The cannonball exploded, and thick smoke obscured the Shandians' line of sight. The artilleryman Kamachili boasted, "What a fragile guy." The other Sandians did not take this sudden appearance seriously, except for Weber, whose expression was grave. He had observed closely just now, and that person showed no signs of panic when facing the artillery shell. Weber asked, "Kamachili, did the guy you saw fighting the gods have 6 wings?" "Yeah, why?" Kamachili hadn't clearly seen what he was shooting at. Anyway, any being with wings behind the Sky Island was their enemy. Weber's expression grew serious as he prepared for battle. "Be careful, that guy had 6 wings." The Sandians never worshipped the gods of the Sky Island, and even held a mocking attitude towards them. However, they recognized the power of the gods. If it weren't for their attachment to their homeland and the agreements of their ancestors, they wouldn't have opposed the gods. Therefore, a being that could fight the gods and survive would definitely not be defeated by a single artillery shell. Upon hearing Weber's words, even the arrogant Kamachili drew his burning sword from his back. The smoke was blown away by the sea breeze of the White Sea, and, as they expected, Shios appeared unharmed. "Don't act yet. We can talk," Shios said, spreading his hands. "You must be the Sandians. I come from the same place as you." At this point, Shios pointed to the White Sea below. "I am from the Green Sea, and as for the wings behind me, they are a characteristic of a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user." To prove his words, Shios deliberately retracted 2 pairs of wings from his back, leaving only 1 pair for flight. In fact, the appearances of the Sky Islanders and Green Sea people did differ, and upon seeing Shios' appearance and hearing his explanation, Weber believed him to some extent. Seeing Shios able to retract his wings freely was something the Sky Islanders couldn't do, which eased his final wariness. "You're a Green Sea person." The most excited was Kamachili, who apologized for his earlier behavior. "Since you are a Green Sea person, have you heard of the name Nolan? He is a great adventurer." Kamachili wanted to confirm the stories passed down from their ancestors with Shios. Shios nodded. "Of course I've heard of him. But Mont-Blanc Nolan is most famous not as an adventurer, but as the king of lies Nolan." Under the puzzled gazes of the Sandians, Shios recounted the stories circulated over the sea. Upon hearing that Nolan was killed by the king, all the Sandians became agitated. "Bastard, he was our benefactor," Kamachili cursed. The Sandians had once suffered from a fever that nearly led to the extinction of their entire tribe, and it was Nolan who brought medicine to save them. Because of this, they had formed a deep bond with each other. Not only Kamachili was excited, even the usually composed Weber felt his eyes redden slightly upon hearing that the descendants of Mont-Blanc Nolan were waiting for the golden bell below. "We must ring the golden bell, no matter the cost," Weber said firmly. This was a promise that the Sandians had to uphold, ringing the golden bell, to tell Nolan's descendants that we have always been here. United in their anger, they were about to charge toward the island of the gods when Shios once again stopped them. "Don't be so agitated. I can help you ring the golden bell." Shios patted his chest and said, "Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Island Lord of the Island of the Gods, the new god of the Sky Islanders. I can fulfill your request. First, put down your weapons and stop blowing up my island." The Sandians were confused. They couldn't understand how Shios had so many titles and why a Green Sea person would be the god of the Sky Island. What about that previous god? It seemed that God had only ascended a few years ago. Could it be that the gods of the Sky Islanders were thrown away yearly? "You are the god of the Sky Islanders?" Weber became nervous. Just then, the Angelic Island's pilgrimage army arrived, and McKinley, riding alongside Gonfuer, pointed at the Sandians and shouted, "It's the Sandians. They are attacking the god. Everyone hurry and help." Now it was lively. The Sky Islanders did not dare to resist Inaru, but they were very familiar with their old rivals, the Sandians, especially since the Sky Islanders lived long lives. Many had fought with the Sandians in the past, and some elders urged their descendants to go fight. This ruined Shios' plan to placate them. Seeing the Sky Islanders charging in with weapons, Weber and the others also prepared to retaliate, with Kamachili even pressing the trigger. Shios took another shell. Blocking the attack meant for the Sky Islanders, knowing that it was useless to say anything now. They dare to fight the god. McKinley shouted excitedly, "Brothers, let's go at them. Roll up your sleeves and get to it." Shios was furious. McKinley's incitement skills were truly top-notch. "McKinley, that's enough." Chapter 101. Green Sea people, don't deceive Green Sea people. McKinley was at a loss. He didn't understand why the god was scolding him. Wasn't he what he did good enough? After a moment's thought, McKinley nodded as if making a significant decision. "Old Fu, I've never been brave in my life, but this time I want to be the first to charge for the god." McKinley stood up from Pierre and jumped down without hesitation. Just as he said, he had never been brave before, and this time he wanted to prove himself. Since Gonfuer gave up his position as a god and returned to being an ordinary Sky Islander, McKinley's title had also changed to Old Fu. Seeing McKinley jump down like that, Gonfuer felt a headache coming on. He now realized something was wrong. Shios and the Sandians didn't seem to be in opposition. Watching McKinley come down like a human bomb, Gonfuer hurriedly urged Pierre to go after McKinley. The White Sea was not like the island cloud. At this height, without preparation, one would fall into the Green Sea, and he didn't want his retirement life to be without anyone to talk to. McKinley, who had finally mustered the courage in his life, of course, wouldn't jump down unprepared. He skillfully assembled a small glider using flying shells in midair. Pierre was furious. Yet another guy who could fly and ride it. This equipment McKinley prepared was mainly to deal with Inaru's divine punishment. if struck by lightning and miraculously surviving. He could still use this device to save himself when falling from the island cloud. This timid middle-aged man had always been preparing, just not expecting to use it in such a situation. Shios didn't expect his attempt to stop them would not only fail, but actually push McKinley one step further, leaving him speechless. He vowed to deal with McKinley for the rest of his life. This guy clearly had issues. McKinley's actions made Weber and the others even more nervous, and all five prepared simultaneously, including Shios, who was also within the attack range. This time, Shios did not indulge them. He flickered next to Weber using a shifting shell, and before the latter could react, covered his right arm with armament hockey and punched him in the abdomen. Weber had no chance to retaliate against Shios' sudden assault and could only watch as the powerful attack crashed into him. Fortunately, he was very confident in his physical condition. Even if he took a hit from the repulsion shell, he wouldn't completely lose his combat ability. But he completely underestimated Shios, or rather, he didn't know how much Shios valued him. The scene of Weber using the repulsion shell up close in the anime is fresh in mind, and Shios could also judge that the opponent's physical fitness was stronger than Enel's. If it weren't for the lack of proper training methods, Weber might have been the first person in Skypiea to master the hockey of armament. Therefore, Shios specially infused his attack with the hockey of armament, which was a treatment that the other few did not receive. After entering the central area of the Shandians and defeating Weber, Shios swiftly took down the other four in a few agile movements. The five of them bent over and curled up on the Weiba, which prevented them from falling off into the White Sea. Shios shook his head. He was clearly a reasonable person, but the way to solve problems often did not require reasoning. This hurt him, as he was a just Marine. McKinley watched Shios display his might and quickly applauded in the air. The god has defeated the Shandians. Long live the new god. Before Shios could retort, the Scypians following behind shouted in unison, their loud voices echoing over the White Sea, with the collective sentiment hard to oppose. Shios sighed lightly and spared McKinley for the time being. Pierre was faster than McKinley and arrived first, uncertain if this was something McKinley had calculated. The sudden bravery of a coward always invites speculation. Shios glanced at Gonfal and nodded at him. The rising public sentiment among the Scypians was genuine. This old god indeed wanted to pass the mantle to him. He had no intention of ruling from behind a curtain, and the matter was handled cleanly, which made Shios have a bit of goodwill towards him. How should they handle gods? Gonfal performed a knight's salute to Shios, formally acknowledging his identity and expressing his obedience. Let's take them back to God's Island, Shios said calmly. The historical issues left behind must ultimately be resolved. Do you still want to see the war between the Shandians and the Scypians continue? Gonfal had long ago had plans for peace talks with the Shandians. Compared to the short lifespan of the Shandians, Gonfal had genuinely experienced a war lasting hundreds of years. It was a long psychological journey. From the initial enthusiasm, busy chasing glory and victory, to the midpoint of responsibility and obligation. The excessively long war made Gonfal reflect on what the meaning of this war was, whether God's Island was a gift from the gods to the Scypians or a disaster bestowed upon them. If it weren't for Enel, Gonfal would have resolved this ongoing war for the Scypians before the end of his term. Now that Shios had become the new god and intended to end this war, Gonfal was also happy to see such an outcome. Gonfal nodded and said, "You are right. This war must come to an end." The late McKinley, seeing the Shandians lying on the Weiba, was frightened and took a small step back. But thinking he was beside the god, he mustered his courage to step forward. "God, we are your strength," McKinley said, bowing, which counted as his formal loyalty to Shios. Shios had completely different attitudes towards the voluntarily surrendering Gonfal and McKinley. The former was warmly welcomed, while the latter just wanted to ask, "Can I return this?" "You take them over," Shios said to McKinley, pointing at the Shandians. "They won't recover their ability to act in a short time. I will wait for you on God's Island. Let everyone come." After saying that, Shios flapped his wings and flew towards God's Island. As for the subjects who bowed to him along the way, Shios only glanced at them and nodded in acknowledgement, without overly enthusiastic expressions. Enel did one thing right. A god needs an air of mystery to be feared. He wouldn't be a people-friendly god like Gonfal, even if that could win the people's hearts. But it would take too long, and Shios didn't have much time to waste in Skypiea. McKinley looked at the Shandians lying on the Weiba, swallowed hard, and looked at Gonfal for help. "The god wants you to take them over," Gonfal said, just as he was about to command Pierre to leave. McKinley rushed forward, hugging Pierre's horse leg with a tearful expression. Gonfal threatened, "Let go, or Pierre will kick you." Pierre's not dead. It was more than willing to do so. "You can't just leave like this," McKinley said pitifully, That's the battle demon Weber, the great warrior of the Shandians. If he recovers, Tenemy wouldn't be enough to take him on. He had just recognized Weber's identity. This Shandian warrior's reputation was second only to Enel. You must believe in a god, Gonfal said. The god said it's fine, so it'll be fine, don't worry. After saying that, he didn't give McKinley a chance and patted Pierre's neck. The latter understood and immediately transformed into bird form, slipping away from McKinley's grasp. Gonfal kindly reminded, "You'd better hurry. The god's calculated time starts from when he speaks. If you're too slow, it might not work." McKinley looked very aggrieved, and after a struggle, he stacked the 5 Shandians together and rode the Weiba at full speed, fearing that the time given by Shios would pass. Along the way, many Scipians greeted McKinley, but he dared not respond, his eyes only on God's Island. Uncle McKinley, let us race together. Several children rode on the Weiba and surrounded him. Their favorite activity had been racing on the Weiba, but since Enel took power, this form of entertainment had been banned. Seeing McKinley racing at full speed, they were excited and rushed over to see the skills of this former white beret captain. McKinley had no mood to chat with them. He stepped on the gas, increasing the decibel output efficiency, instantly surpassing those laughing children. Seeing this, the children were energized and put all their effort into tailing McKinley. The Shandian's Weiba had been specially modified, with large wind shells used for power, making it impossible for civilian equipment to catch up, even under heavy load. This created a strange scene. McKinley, with 5 Shandians stacked on top, was still not caught by a group of children riding Weiba behind him. Thus, a legend of the car god was left in Skypiea, said to be McKinley who could still lead the way even while bearing the weight of 5 people. Later, when interviewed about his feelings at that time, McKinley tearfully expressed that he dared not slow down, as those were 5 ancestors urging him on. Arriving early at God's Island, Shios watched Gonfal flying in from the horizon. The latter felt very excited stepping onto this land again, but immediately bowed to Shios. Shios stopped his courtesy. "No need to be so polite. You must know that I am not a Scipian." Upon hearing Shios mention this, Gonfal's mind once again flashed with the image of that monster, still feeling a chill. Gonfal adjusted his emotions and said, "I know, but you are now the god in the hearts of the Scipians." "Thank you. This is the last time I will thank you," Shios said, patting Gonfal on the shoulder. "From now on, we want to thank you. You should serve me." Gonfal knelt on one knee, bowing his head to express his submission. "Gonfal, I now assign you your first task. When all the Scipian residents arrive later, let them move freely, but they cannot approach the center of the island." Hugh pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, which was the document left by the Moon people. "Do you recognize the text on this?" Gonfur, the oldest native of the Sky Island, should understand it, since even Enel could comprehend it. Gonfur took the paper, examined it carefully, and said, "I recognize it. This is the script of our clan's heritage. This paper records a ship that can fly." Hugh had torn it off from the front page of the proverb. It should be correct if it was product introduction or something similar. "Why come back? I will handle some matters for you." Hugh said to Gonfur and then went to deal with the troublesome McKinley, who was rushing over. McKinley made a sharp turn onto the island, disregarding his cool style, and carefully hit aside, throwing the Wybra aside. Hugh timed it perfectly. Just as McKinley was hiding, Weber, who had the best physical condition, had already regained some mobility and could stand up and walk a few steps, recovering quite fast. "Would you like to take on a task under me?" Hugh landed next to Weber, whose first reaction was to attack him, but was easily intercepted by Hugh. Hugh smiled and said, "That won't do. I still need to take you to ring the bell later, and I can't let you fall. The best way to resolve the hatred of the Sandia people is to ring the bell and fulfill this centuries-old promise." "Ring the bell?" Weber asked suspiciously. "You want to take us to ring the golden bell? You're not a god of the Sky Island people. Why would you help us?" Hugh pretended to be profound and said, "For a promise that has lasted for hundreds of years, for a sincere friendship. Isn't that enough?" Just as Weber was contemplating, Hugh placed a heavy bet. "From today on, you Sandia people can freely enter and exit the God Island, and you can even live here." This made not only Weber, but also the several Sandia people who had just stood up uneasy. The only female warrior, Lachi, said, "Is this true? Can we live here?" Hugh nodded. "Of course it's true, but you must allow the Sky Island people to live here as well. There's plenty of space here, enough for all of you." He didn't know how many Sandia people there were, but estimating based on the population of the Sky Island people, it shouldn't be too many. The part of Gaia Island that was washed up is much larger than what is left on the ground. Accommodating hundreds of thousands of people shouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, not all Sky Islanders will live on the God Island. Angel Island is their true homeland. Weber was the first to calm down. "What we need to give in return. Receiving means giving. Good things don't just fall from the sky. You want to know what price the Sandia people would have to pay to return to the God Island. Gold. Help me find all the gold on this island. Hugh said, honestly, I need a lot of gold, including the portion that you Sandia people took away. All the gold must be handed over to me. Weber breathed a sigh of relief. If they didn't have to give anything, he would find it hard to believe Hugh's words. This was consistent with what was recorded in the clan. Gold was a very important resource in Qinghai, and only the people of Qinghai needed such things. Hugh's actions made Weber trust his identity as a person from Qinghai even more. He wouldn't trust the Sky Islanders, but he could trust the people of Qinghai. After all, people from Qinghai don't deceive their own kind. Okay, except for some ceremonial staves. We can give you all the gold as long as you let us return to our homeland. Weber agreed. He could make this decision. The Sandia people did not need gold, especially at this altitude of 10,000 meters where gold is considered useless. Aside from keeping some necessary ceremonial items, they could hand over all the gold to Hugh in exchange for living space for their clan. Deal. I will take you to Zangdora right now. Hugh and Weber high-fived, marking the conclusion of this matter. Chapter 102. The bell ringing across the sky. Island Zangdora was once a city on Gaia Island. But under the destruction of the rising tsunami, this city had been completely destroyed, after a century of erosion. Even the remaining ruins of the city were covered in green vines. Hugh took Weber and the others to witness the traces left by history. As you can see, Zangdora no longer exists, Hugh told Weber and the others. But don't worry, the golden bell is still there, just not here. Weber looked at the remaining ruins, brushed away the vines on the stone walls with his hand, and touched the runes carved into the walls. This was the script inherited by the Sandia people. And when he encountered these characters again, the broken inheritance returned to the right track. I want to ring the golden bell, Weber said firmly. He wanted to fulfill the promise made hundreds of years ago. Hugh nodded and pointed to the thick vines, saying, the golden bell should be up there. I am not sure of the exact location. In the original work, the golden bell was located somewhere above the massive vines. But the exact location was not clearly indicated in the original text. Anyway, the Sky Island is not that big, and it shouldn't take too long. Hugh brought Weber and the others to the base of the huge vines, originally thinking of going ahead, but fearing that Weber and the others might cause some trouble. He could only follow them up the massive vines. This was the largest plant Hugh had ever seen. He didn't know if it was due to escaping Earth's gravity, but the plants on the Sky Island were much larger than those on the ground, and the same went for the animals. However, humans had not changed at all, or rather, there was no change in size. Hugh thought of the heart net abilities displayed by Enel and his subordinate priests. Perhaps the changes in humans and animals were different directions. For animals, the most intuitive feature of strong physical abilities is size change. But for humans, physical changes could be in other directions, like hockey. Hockey is the manifestation of human energy. It seems that the Sky Islanders have an innate talent for observation hockey. Let me ask you something. Hugh looked at Weber beside him and asked, do your Sandia people have any awakened abilities similar to the HeartNet? Especially among those very young clan members who have not undergone training? Warriors like Weber had good physical qualities, and the reason they had not awakened hockey was not due to physical reasons, but because there were no methods to cultivate hockey on the Sky Island. Therefore, Hugh specifically emphasized that he was referring to those untrained clan members, which could more intuitively examine the changes brought to the human body by the Sky Island. Weber didn't know why Hugh was asking this. He also knew that the HeartNet ability mastered by the Sky Islanders was a very powerful ability. However, he didn't know if anyone in the clan had mastered it. He certainly hadn't grasped such power. Weber remained silent, but the female warrior Lachi beside him looked like she wanted to say something. Seeing this, Hugh explained, you can rest assured, I have no ill intentions. I just want to verify my guess. Lachi did not respond to Hugh's assurance, but looked at Weber. Weber gently nodded, indicating that he trusted Hugh, and Lachi slowly spoke. My sister Aisha has had the HeartNet since the day she was born. Hugh was shocked and quickly asked, can you be sure? Having observation hockey from birth, what a terrifying talent. Even the giant race in the New World could not awaken observation hockey at birth. Lachi firmly nodded. I am sure. This was said by the clan leader himself. Aisha possesses the HeartNet ability. What is the strength of it? To what extent can it predict? Shoes was very curious whether those who had innate awakened observation hockey were generally stronger than those who cultivated it through training. As far as he knew, there was only one person with innate awakened observation hockey, and that was the Red Count Leadfield. Leadfield's observation hockey had reached a level where he could know what others were thinking just by touching them, which was far more terrifying than Katakuri's observation hockey. Shoes also wanted to possess powerful observation hockey, but unlike armament hockey, Observation hockey placed more emphasis on innate factors. If given the chance, could I meet Aisha? Raki nodded. Sure, after we ring the golden bell. Shu smiled and said nothing, continuing to lead the way ahead. The giant vines seemed to stretch towards nowhere, and as they saw the island of God getting smaller below, the Sandia people felt a bit anxious. At that moment, the sun set on the horizon, and dazzling light seeped through the clouds. A golden brightness, even more striking than sunlight, pierced the eyes of a few. Between the clouds, a vague large bell appeared, shimmering with brilliant golden light. The golden bell. It's the golden bell. Kamachili shouted excitedly, and not just him, everyone else became excited. No one needed to take the lead. Everyone ran towards the direction of the golden bell. Shoes initially wanted to fly over, but then thought better of it. The golden bell was just an object to him. But for the Sandia people, it was a belief they had followed for hundreds of years, so he decided to leave this moment of emotion to them. With that in mind, Shoes deliberately slowed down a step, falling from the leading position to the back. Running along the vine to the island cloud where the golden bell was located, Weber leaped forward, and the others followed one after another. Shoes was the last to arrive, and by the time he got there, Weber and the others had already surrounded the golden bell, but had not struck it yet. What are you waiting for? This is your hundreds of years of promise. Shoes stepped forward and said, the descendants of Nolan are still waiting in the Qinghai, waiting for you to ring the golden bell. Weber nodded and slowly walked to the golden bell. There was no hammer to strike the bell, nor anything that could replace it, but no one cared about that. Weber took a deep breath, his right arm clenched into a fist, and struck the golden bell. Bang! The sound was very weak, his strength was somewhat insufficient, and the bell swayed only slightly. How could such a sound reach Qinghai? How could it be heard by the descendants of Nolan? Weber gritted his teeth and struck again. The sound was slightly louder, but still did not reach the expected level. Shoes wanted to help, but Weber seemed to have gone mad, striking the golden bell again and again until his fist bled. Weber roared. How can such a bell sound convey a promise of hundreds of years? The injuries on his fists became more severe, and Weber's momentum grew stronger. Shoes gave up the idea of helping. He felt that Weber could do it. If there's anything most remarkable in this world, it must be the willpower of humans. A black aura appeared around Weber, swirling around his right arm, making his entire arm as black as ink. He had awakened armament hockey on his own. Bang! Bang! The sound of the bell grew louder, mingling with the sounds of Weber's fists colliding. The two sounds intertwined, spreading throughout the empty island. Chapter 103. The Golden Bell. Take it back to sell for money in the cloud-hidden village where the Sandia people lived. An old man leaned against the island cloud, listening attentively to the melodious sound of the bell. A little girl bounced over, tugging at the old man's clothes, and said, Grandpa Chief. Weber and the others did it. They rang the golden bell. The old man reached out to stroke the little girl's hair and said kindly, What did Aisha see? The little girl looked up, her smile radiant. I saw many trees, many birds, and land different from the island cloud. The old man smiled even more happily. Slowly standing up, he went to the center of the village, where there was a golden bell less than half a person tall. The old man gently shook the bell, and its sound merged with the distant bell sound. One by one, people in the village began to emerge, gathering around the old man, waiting for him to speak. As the distant bell sound gradually faded, the sound in the old man's hand also stopped, and all the villagers were present. After hundreds of years of fighting with the people of the empty island and the cost of adapting to the environment, the entire Sandia tribe now had only 200 or 300 people, which was why the team attacking the island of God consisted of only Weber and the others. The old man stopped the bell sound, looking towards the direction of the island of God, and spoke word by word. It has been 400 years. We're going home. The crowd erupted in excitement. The distant bell had already led them to guess what had happened. And now hearing the chief confirm it made them eager to head to the island of God immediately. On another part of Kaya Island in Qinghai, Kurikai did not go to sea today to search for treasure. His mind was filled with the image of the boy leaving and that advice about waiting for the golden bell. Is Shandora really in the sky? Will that boy really ring the golden bell? Kurikai looked at the sky, filled with too many questions. Suddenly, a bell sound entered his ears. Kurikai stood up in place, stunned for a long time, wanting to ensure that the bell sound was real and not a figment of his imagination. However, no matter how he listened, the bell sound remained faint and elusive. He was very agitated, wishing he could immediately ask everyone one by one, just as he was searching for people everywhere. The bell sound grew louder, one sound after another. This was not his hallucination. Kurikai looked towards a small town, and many residents hearing the bell sound came out of their rooms to check the source of the sound. That was the sound of Shandora's bell. Kurikai shouted. That is the sound of the golden bell of Shandora ringing. Nolan did not lie. Shandora truly exists. Kurikai laughed heartily, tears streaming down his face. He knew where Shandora was, but he didn't want to tell these people. Shandora does not welcome these shameless people. Kurikai cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted to the sky. Thank you, I heard it. Weber did not know how many times he had struck. He had used up the last bit of strength in his body and was carried down by Raki and the others. Looking at Weber resting on the island cloud, Shu stepped forward and said, Remember the feeling just now. That power is a reward from heaven. Weber raised his bloodied hand, and only then did he remember that a mysterious power had protected his fist at that time. Was it a power granted by the gods? Weber looked at Shu. Shu shook his head and said, It is from heaven, not the gods. Heaven sees the brave who dare to give, while the gods only see the flattering servants. Weber laughed, very happily. You are right, gods. Shu also smiled. He stepped forward to a stone tablet next to the golden bell, which was a historical text. He could not understand the obscure writing on it, but below the stone tablet there was a sentence written in modern characters. This was a message left by Roger. Shu squatted down and gently stroked the mark left by this legendary pirate. It is hard to evaluate you in terms of good and evil. What the age of great pirates brought is best left for future generations to judge. Shu stood up, and his admiration for Roger came from the fact that he was a dead man. Just as he said, the pirates who died are the good ones, and Roger is a good pirate. As for the historical text, Shu roughly knew what was written on it. As for more detailed content, he was not interested. Let's stay here and wait for the person who truly needs it. Shosi came to the golden bell, which had the blood fist marks left by Weber all over it, densely packed, with some areas even dented. Fortunately, the gold had good ductility. The deformation did not cause damage, which made Shosi feel much better. Suddenly, Shosi seemed to discover something and bent down to look inside the bell, where there was a hammer made of gold. The rope used for swinging was decayed, and the hammer was completely obscured by the bell, which is why it had gone unnoticed. Shosi thought for a moment about Weber shaking the hammer and realized it would be better to hammer it from the outside. The bell had been struck, the promise had been fulfilled, and the gold belonged to him now. Shosi lifted one of the legs of the golden bell and pulled it up with all his might, but it only made the bell sway slightly. What good news! It was becoming more valuable the heavier it was. 3 pairs of wings spread from his back as Shosi used his fruit abilities, exerting all his strength, and finally managed to lift the golden bell. Lockie watched this scene in astonishment. The bell was very large, and even Weber, standing next to it, could barely reach its body, not to mention the entire golden bell, which also had the thick base on both sides, making it several times heavier than the golden bell itself. What are you trying to do? Lockie asked. Do you need our help? After Shosi helped them find the golden bell, the Sandia people had completely trusted him and were happy to assist their friend. Shosi's face turned red as he gritted his teeth and replied, No need. I want to take it back to sell for money. Lockie was speechless. Why would he want to sell such a magnificent item? Moreover, it seemed to belong to the Sandia people. Lockie didn't voice this thought. She knew that all the gold from the Sky Island now belonged to Shosi, not to mention the golden bell in front of them. Even the gold in their homes had been sold to Shosi by Weber. Shosi put down the golden bell, not out of a sense of conscience to leave it for the Sandia people, but because he realized he couldn't take the golden bell with him. His flying ability came from his wings, which was conceptually different from the golden lion's. It was based on physics. To take the golden bell away, he couldn't rely on the 3 pairs of wings on his back. As for carrying it down, Shosi worried whether the vines could support it. Moreover, there was a distance between the golden bell and the vines, requiring Shosi to jump over while holding the golden bell. Shosi waited and found it quite challenging. Just as he was pondering how to dismantle the golden bell, a large snake silently crawled over. This snake was over 10 meters thick and stretched so long that its head and tail were nowhere to be seen. Its scales glimmered coldly. It was the legendary beast of the Sky Island, the Lord of the Sky. The snake approached Shosi from behind, opened its massive mouth, and just as Lockie was about to warn Shosi, the snake lunged forward and swallowed Shosi whole. Be careful, there's a snake behind you, Lockie shouted, grabbing her weapon, intending to rescue Shosi. Suddenly, the imposing snake twisted a few times and then collapsed to the ground, smoke billowing from its mouth. I was just thinking about where to find you, and you came to me. Shosi pried open the snake's mouth and casually walked out. Chapter 104. Apprenticeship Shosi had noticed the snake's movements early on, but instead of taking action, he intended to see for himself to avoid targeting the wrong one. He kicked the snake's head and said, "Hey big guy, stop playing dead." It was a laborious task to deal a fatal blow to such a massive creature. So he simply lit a fire in its belly to see what was inside, then gently pried open the snake's mouth without doing anything too excessive. The snake continued to play dead. Having lived for so long, it knew very well who it could not provoke. It had not shown its face to cause trouble during Enelu's long reign over the Sky Island. Animals tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. If Shiosi hadn't moved the golden bell, the snake wouldn't have attacked him. Seeing the snake still pretending to be dead, Shiosi became somewhat dissatisfied. A golden flame ignited in his hand, waving it in front of the snake's eyes. "I'll say this one last time, stop playing dead and get up." Realizing it couldn't fool Shiosi any longer and feeling the intense heat in front of it, the snake reluctantly raised its head. Shiosi pointed at the golden bell and said, "Give it a try. See if you can take this thing down." The snake obeyed Shiosi's command and tried to coil the golden bell with its tail. But after much effort, there was no progress. Shiosi stroked his chin, feeling he was being a bit unfair to the snake. If it used its tail to coil, it would be like trying to weigh something with a tail. It would weigh several times more. "Forget it. Don't make things worse," Shiosi sighed, stopping the snake's actions. The snake's expression brightened. It wanted to flee after letting go of the golden bell, but Shiosi stopped it again. "Don't rush off. I'll have someone give you a gastrointestinal cleaning as a reward," Shiosi said slowly. "I'm a good person. Everyone can see that. I won't harm wild animals." The snake quickly shook its head, indicating it didn't need a gastrointestinal cleaning. It just wanted to be let go. Shiosi's face darkened. "Your actions make things difficult for me. I have a subject who has disappeared, and I now suspect you ate them. So please accept a routine inspection." The snake was completely baffled. Such a thing could happen. Not only the snake, but even Weber and Loki, who were recovering their strength nearby, began to doubt the quality of this god. Seeing that Weber had recovered and the matter was nearly resolved, Shiosi prepared to take them away. Before leaving, he noticed the historical text next to the golden bell and had a different idea. Approaching the historical text, Shiosi condensed a golden flame sword in his right hand and wrote in the blank space of the stone tablet, "Nico Robin, I hope this letter finds you well. I look forward to seeing you again. A friend who once fought alongside you." He couldn't leave a mark on the historical text, but instead scorched the stone tablet with flames, creating a color difference. This kind of mark would easily wear off and wouldn't last long. After doing all this, Shiosi nodded in satisfaction and called for his team to leave. The journey back was much easier than their arrival. Shiosi and his companions sat on the snake's head, leisurely embarking on their return journey. Along the way, Weber several times wanted to ask for the golden bell, but thinking of his previous promise to Shiosi, he could only sigh and give up. Shiosi was well aware of Weber's thoughts. If the gold he found was enough for his use, he could temporarily not touch the golden bell and let the Sandia people admire it for a while. He didn't necessarily want to melt down the golden bell. The resources of the Sky Island were beyond imagination, and gathering 30 billion berries was not difficult. In fact, after melting down the golden bell and the Arc Maxim, the gold obtained could supply the entire navy. This was an unimaginable wealth, and Shiosi had no idea that he had inadvertently done something so significant. Weber, hearing this, showed a hint of joy and quickly thanked him. "Thank you, I truly appreciate it." He also knew it was impossible to obtain the golden bell. For the Sandia people, being able to return to God's island to live was the best thing. As for the golden bell, it was enough for their people to see the perseverance of a century. The snake quickened its pace, and soon they returned to God's island. Weber and the others bid farewell to Shiosi. They needed to return to the tribe to inform the chief of the situation. Shiosi had McKinley find them a few vehicles for their return. When McKinley saw Weber and the others, he was extremely frightened and quickly prepared the vehicles, which were modified versions of the ones they used when they came. It must be said that McKinley had some real strength to have survived under Enelu's command until now. After sending off Weibo and the others, Shioza Gonfuer finds some manpower to dig things out from the belly of the giant snake. McKinley couldn't handle such tasks. His reputation wasn't enough, and the Sky Island people were more willing to follow Gonfuer's arrangements. Shioz had no intention of interfering with this. Gonfuer was a good person, and someone like him wouldn't rebel against Shioz due to his ambitions. As long as Shioz treated the Sky Island people well, Gonfuer wouldn't betray him, which was much simpler than those power struggles and checks and balances. Of course, the basis for Shioz executing this policy was that he had absolute strength and could overturn the table at any time. The search results did not disappoint Shioz. The gold artifacts retrieved from the giant snake's belly were more than he had expected. Looking at the pile of gold, Shioz felt that 3 billion berries was not a problem at all. Kyle could be bolder. They had the capital to be willful. After finishing these tasks, Shios patted the snake's head, signaling it to return where it came from. Before leaving, he reminded it to bring back some local specialties if there was nothing else to do. The giant snake was so frightened that it didn't dare to respond and hurriedly disappeared into the jungle. Gonfuer placed the last gold artifact properly and then came to report to Shios. God, I have completed your request. Shios had originally wanted Gonfuer to send people to collect gold on God Island, but after personally exploring God Island, he found that this idea was quite unreliable. The flora and fauna on God Island were several times larger than those on land due to environmental factors. The native Sky Island people were weak, and sending them to collect gold was almost like sending them to their deaths. Thus, he abandoned this idea and preserved the precious population resources. Shios bent down to pick up a stone, covering his hands with armament hockey, and shaped the stone into a trapezoidal structure resembling a gold brick. Get some people to melt all this gold into this shape. Shios handed the stone to Gonfuer. Gonfuer took the stone, knowing that Shios was from Qinghai, and most of this gold would probably be taken to Qinghai. Compared to the irregular shapes of various gold artifacts, this brick-shaped structure was much more convenient. All right, I'll arrange it. Gonfuer left with the stone. Once Gonfuer left, Shios remembered the matter of translating documents and had to trouble him again. This old man lived entirely for his tribe, and it was impossible for him to enjoy a retirement life until everything was stable. Shios glanced at McKinley. He originally had plans to make use of him, but that Tuhar characteristic was not very stable, so he had to put it off for now. Gonfuer's matter was not yet resolved when McKinley informed Shios that a large group of Shandians had come seeking revenge. According to McKinley, the other party was determined to fight to the death. Not only were there adult strong men, but even the elderly and children were charging over. Naturally, Shios didn't believe his nonsense. In his view, this was not a fight to the death, but clearly an entire family seeking refuge. When Shios saw the Shandians arriving, he was still taken aback. He didn't expect their numbers to be so few. Chief, this is the god of the sky, island people. Wei Bo supported an old man and slowly walked up to Shios. They encountered the main force of Shandians on their way back and learned that they were migrating to God Island. Wei Bo shared what he had promised Shios, emphasizing Shios' identity as a Qinghai person, not a Sky Island person. Collaborating with him was not surrendering to the Sky Island people. Of course, Wei Bo also emphasized Shios' strength, claiming that the god who controlled thunder and lightning had already been slain by Shios. With this step down, along with Shios' terrifying strength, the tribesmen expressed that Wei Bo's decision was correct. As for the gold artifacts stored in the tribe, giving them away was fine. Being able to return to their homeland was what mattered. The old chief held Wei Bo's hand and repeatedly asked, "Did you ring the golden bell?" After receiving a positive answer from Wei Bo, the old chief smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. We Shandians have kept our promise and have not let our ancestors down." Having fulfilled the last wish, they came to seek refuge as a whole. The old man looked at Shios and wanted to bow in respect. But Shios stopped him with a hand. "You must accept this bow," the old man stubbornly said. "Without your help, the Shandians would not be able to return to their homeland and fulfill the promise to our ancestors. You deserve the respect of the Shandians." This time, Shios did not stop him, and the old man, along with all the tribesmen, bowed to Shios. After the bowing, the old man waved his hand behind him, and Laki brought a golden bell that was half the height of a person to Shios. "This is the gold artifact we use for our sacrifices. I've already had Wei Bo and the others collect the gold from the tribe, and I will present it to you shortly." The old man gestured for Laki to hand the golden bell to Shios. Looking at the half-person high golden bell in front of him, Shios waved his hand to refuse. "You should keep this. I will only take the gold you don't need." The collected gold was already sufficient, unless necessary. Shios did not intend to use the gold meant for the Shandian sacrifices. The old man gestured again, and a clever little girl ran over. The little girl was not afraid of people. She approached and grabbed Shios' hand, smiling brightly. "You are a good person. Aisha knows." Laki wanted to pull Aisha back, but was stopped by the old man. At the moment the little girl touched him, Shios felt a unique aura surrounding him. And when the girl said her name, he finally realized this was the person he had been looking for, the naturally awakened observation hockey user, Aisha. "Aisha, that's a nice name." Shios gently patted the little girl's hair and said, "You must grow up well in the future and become a warrior like Wei Bo." Aisha nodded firmly. "Aisha will definitely become an excellent warrior and protect all the chiefs." Shios smiled and nodded, sending Aisha to the old man's side. "She has great potential and will be the hope of your tribe." The old man took Aisha and bowed with her to Shios. Although Aisha didn't know what her grandfather the chief wanted to do, she followed and bowed as well. "I would like to ask you to teach Aisha." Shios was taken aback. He was only in his 20s and had never thought about teaching a disciple. "I have never taught students. I am not a qualified teacher." Shios declined. "Let Weibo teach her. His strength is quite good." After awakening his armament haki, Weibo's combat power had surpassed all the priests of Inaru and was currently the strongest person on Sky Island. However, the old man shook his head and said, "Weibo is like us, a floating weed in the sky. I want Aisha to see a broader world and become a true strong person." Weibo felt a bit awkward. The old man's words undoubtedly belittled him. But thinking of Shios' terrifying strength, he also understood the gap between them. In fact, when he heard the old man say that Aisha should take Shios as her teacher, Weibo felt very envious. But he felt that his age was already unsuitable to take Shios as a teacher. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Shios hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. "All right, I will teach her sincerely, but I am not responsible for what she becomes." The old man breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for Aisha to go to Shios. The little girl still didn't know what a teacher was and stood next to the old man, unwilling to leave. Shios smiled slightly. "It's getting late. You should settle down early with your people. The forest has many huge beasts, so it's best to let Weibo and the others clear them out." The old man responded and took the chief away. McKinley, who was not far from Shios, heard the news that the Shandians were taking Shios as their teacher. His eyes turned, and he felt that this matter was quite promising. He withdrew to find a few children from the Sky Island and brought them to Shios, tearfully saying, "God, you can't be partial. Please take in these children as well." Shios looked at the children brought by McKinley. They were just a bunch of innocent little kids. Cute, but lacking in anything else. "McKinley, if you keep this up, you might as well go look for gold in the forest," Shios said angrily and turned to fly toward the center of the forest. Seeing Shios leave, McKinley sent the children back home, and his expression became serious. "Gunfol, this is all I can do for you," McKinley sighed. He knew his actions were not well received. It was just that with the new god ascending, the situation of the old god was quite awkward. McKinley did not want to see Gonfol meet a dismal end, so he pretended to be foolish, giving all the opportunities to Gonfol to avoid being secretly executed by Shios. Of course, Shios was unaware of McKinley's thoughts. He was genuinely scared by McKinley, who had too many strange ideas in his head. Under Gonfol's mediation, the Sandian people settled on the Island of Gods. After the Sky Island residents worshipped the Island of Gods, most chose to return to Angel Island, with only a small number staying behind. Although the Island of Gods was a sacred place in their hearts, the wild beasts on the island were difficult to deal with, and, compared to that, life on Angel Island was much more peaceful. 3 days passed quietly, and everything fell into place. Gonfol brought the fired gold bricks for Shios to inspect. Looking at the mountain of gold bricks before him, Shios felt extremely excited. The Ark's proverbs had not melted, and the golden bell on the vines was still there. If all the gold from the Sky Island were melted into gold bricks, he might be the richest person in the world. Shios had a large vine basket made, neatly stacking the gold bricks inside, and flew down from the Sky Island with the basket. Chapter 105, 3 Billion Berries. Shios plunged into the White Sea, crossing the 7,000-meter-high White Sea, with the blue ocean appearing before him. As he descended, the remnants of the Gaia Island became clearer on the sea surface. Shios chose a spot far from the towns to land, avoiding contact with people. After landing, Shios took out a snail phone from his pocket. This was the communication device for contacting Gal. Before going to the Sky Island, he had already contacted Gal and the others, asking them to wait on Gaia Island. The snail phone rang twice before Gal answered cautiously. "Hello, is it the adult?" "Yes," Shios replied, then said, "I'm in the jungle on the west coast of Gaia Island. Bring the wooden boxes over, and try not to alert too many people." "Okay, I'll take care of it right away," Gal responded repeatedly. "Is there anything else you need?" Shios thought for a moment. "Just come over first. We'll talk about other things when you arrive." After hanging up the snail phone, Shios leaned against a rock and closed his eyes to rest. About half an hour later, he heard bustling sound approaching. He opened his eyes and jumped onto a higher branch to take a look. About 50 or 60 people arrived, all family members who had been following Gal. Gal came with 3 intelligence teams, each with more than 40 members, totaling over 120 people. Seeing the newcomers, Shios signaled from the branch. Gal hurriedly led his people over. The 50 or 60 people stood in 2 rows, standing at attention, all with their heads held high, presenting their best state to Shios. They were originally bounty hunters, having undergone 2 years of training, and their abilities were not inferior to those of the Alabasta Navy base. Gal stood at the front of the line, and despite his previously somewhat lewd appearance, he now acted particularly serious. The emergency team has 135 members. 54 are present. The remaining 80 are stationed on the island. One casualty. Gal saluted to report to Shoes. Shoes adjusted his emotions. Family members, your contributions to the organization will be remembered. For a better future, we must move forward hand in hand. He and T expected to have to speak, and hadn't T prepared a speech in advance. Summarizing what leaders usually say in his mind, he spoke briefly. Whether the speech was good or not didn't matter. Having good support was enough. After Shoes finished his last word, Gal waited 3 seconds to confirm that Shoes wouldn't continue speaking and immediately led the applause. The adult spoke so well, Gal said, his eyes filled with tears. Every time I hear the adult speak, I feel a cleansing of my soul. Don't you agree, family members? The words family members seemed to have a magical effect. The more than 50 strong men raised their right hands in unison and shouted loudly, yes. Long live the adult. Shoes was dumbfounded, not quite understanding what he had created. With one cheer after another, Shoes quickly waved his hands to signal them to stop, and the cheering finally died down. Shoes approached the vine basket, grabbed the woven vines with both hands, and pulled out a large hole, revealing the stacked gold bricks shining in the sunlight. Gal had noticed the vines early on. Shoes had previously told him to prepare some wooden boxes for treasures. However, he thought the treasure Shoes found would be some left behind by pirates. Based on past experiences, pirate treasures typically included many gilded utensils and items like crowns symbolizing power. These were common spoils of pirate raids and not very valuable. The vine basket Shoes brought was a 3-meter square structure. According to Gal's estimates, such a basket could only hold treasures worth 10 to 15 billion berries. This was without accounting for the conversion process. Some treasures would require several complex procedures to convert into berries, commonly referred to as money laundering, which would lose nearly 20% of their value. Even so, Gal was still excited, because it had only been 3 or 4 days since Shoes informed him. And in that time, he could find such a large sum of treasure. The operational funds for the family members were completely secure. The 30 billion berries mentioned by Kyle were also to be invested in batches, not needing to be taken out all at once. However, Shoes proved with his actions that money was never a problem for him. The gold reflected the sunlight, stinging Gal's eyes. Even so, everyone was fixated on the vine basket, watching Shoes pull out the gold. Seeing the greed in their eyes, but no one taking action, made Shoes very satisfied. The desire for money is human nature. Those who claim to treat money as dirt are just talking nonsense. Money is money. When you have none, money is life. Shoes pulled out a gold brick from the basket, weighing it in his hands, which was about 20 pounds. The density of gold is much heavier than that of dirt. Shoes had modeled it according to the size of a brick. He threw the gold brick toward Gal, who was momentarily stunned but quickly reached out to catch it. Although Gal was not a combatant, people in this world generally had better physiques than those on Earth, so even a 20-pound gold brick thrown by Shoes was easily caught. Holding the gold, Gal didn't need to take a bite to know it was real gold and of quite good purity. These are gold bricks? Gal exclaimed, holding the gold brick with an excited tone. Shoes nodded. All of them are gold bricks. Is this enough? If not, I can bring back more. Enough. Absolutely enough. Gar nodded desperately. Not only is it enough, but it's also way more than that. Do you know how much this would be if it were all gold bricks? Shoes really didn't know this, so he asked, how much? Is it 50 billion? He made a bold estimate, but that number was still a bit conservative. 50 billion? Gar exclaimed excitedly. At least 300 billion berries. Hearing Shoes say 50 billion, Gar really wanted to slap him. Just a gold brick in his hand was worth quite a lot. This caught Shoes off guard. He didn't know much about the monetary ratios in the pirate world and usually didn't need to deal with such things. As long as there was enough money, he didn't need to go back and melt the golden bell. That thing could stay in Skypiea and make the Shandians happy for a few more days. As far as Shoes knew, the Shandians had settled in Skypiea with a sense of pilgrimage, led by the old chief, who took all his people to climb the huge vines to admire the golden bell. That's fine. Just find a place to store the excess money. When it's time to pay salaries, pay them. We can't let the families cry, Shoes said casually. He usually didn't need all this gold, so it was better to leave it to Gar to handle. Hearing what Shoes said, over 50 parents had tears in their eyes, feeling deeply touched that their families were remembered. At this moment, their loyalty was once again fully filled, and even overflowed a bit. If the pyramid scheme really paid out, the brainwashing effect would definitely multiply several times over. Chapter 106. Are you robbing the world government? Seeing a group of burly men about to cry in front of him, Shoes quickly called out, don't just stand there, hurry up and take the gold away. Only then did the men stop their tears and, under Gar's leadership, began to pack and load the boxes. Once all the vines were removed, the neatly stacked gold bricks shone brilliantly in the sunlight. Not to mention Gar and the others. Even Xios felt a bit dazed. Cough, cough, cough. Xios cleared his throat, signaling everyone to get their spirits up. Moving bricks was hard labor, but this time everyone was working energetically, eager to move a few more bricks to feel the weight. Gar brought over a dozen large boxes, and only a few of them were filled with gold. The remaining empty boxes were filled with stones and stacked together with the gold to confuse anyone who might be watching. Once everything was arranged, Xios asked Gar, "Does anyone in your group know how to build ships or have other mechanical skills?" Gar thought for a moment and confirmed that there were indeed such people among them. But not many. Yes, most of them are lurking in Water 7. That place is one of the important locations you mentioned. And those with mechanical skills can infiltrate more easily. Bring those talented individuals to Gaia Island. I have other uses for them, Xios said after thinking for a bit. Some who enjoy mechanical construction would also be fine, as long as they are hardworking, smart enough to accept new things. He planned to take a group of people to Skypiea to learn the science and technology left by the Moon people. When Xios left, he had already asked Gon 4 to find someone to translate the materials, as there were several technologies that would be very useful, and he needed to get his hands on them. Gar nodded and said, "Okay, I'll arrange that right away." After the gold was packed, they didn't hurry to leave the forest. Gaia Island was not an uninhabited island. There weren't many people, but carrying so many boxes through the streets would attract the attention of those who were observant. They waited until dusk before Gar signaled for everyone to leave the forest. Xios also needed to take people to Skypiea and didn't leave, following Gar to the small town on Gaia Island. Gar and the others' base was the restaurant where Xios had eaten before. The restaurant had been acquired by Gar, and the current chef was also one of their own. This is where money was needed to build an intelligence organization. Places like restaurants and bars, where people gathered, often had many valuable tidbits of information. Originally, Gaia Island was not planned as an intelligence point by their group. This small island had a small population and was not a transportation hub, so it wasn't worth significant investment. But now it was different, with Xios having taken Skypiea, Gaia Island, as a route to Skypiea, needed to be closely observed. Gar and the others entered the restaurant through the back door, while Xios walked in through the front. It was still the same spot, but the waiter had changed. Xios didn't know who he was, but the waiter recognized Xios and kept flattering him. "Can you make cherry pie?" Xios asked. The waiter hurriedly nodded, "Yes. We can make all the dishes from this restaurant." The family members worked methodically when they acquired the restaurant. They learned how to make some signature dishes to integrate into the environment more quickly. Xios casually said, "Then I'll have a cherry pie and a large glass of rum." "Great, the cherry pie is still on the menu." The waiter ignored other customers and quickly poured Xios' drink before turning to the kitchen to prepare the cherry pie. After a while, the waiter came over with the cherry pie. "Sorry to keep you waiting." This was the most sumptuous cherry pie Xios had ever seen. Not only was it larger than before, but the juice was also thicker. "Have you seen Cooley Kai recently, the guy with the chestnut head?" Xios asked while eating. The waiter quickly replied, "Cooley Kai left Gaia Island not long ago with the Monkey Mountain United Army and is traveling the Grand Line. According to him, he has verified what the ancestors said and is ready to start his own adventure." Seeing that Xios didn't respond, the waiter continued, "If you want to know his whereabouts, I can contact someone to track him down. We should have news by tomorrow afternoon at the latest." Xios shook his head, originally thinking about meeting him to chat about the Shandians. It didn't matter if he couldn't see him. It was a good thing that Cooley Kai could have his own goals. Those bound by the past wouldn't be happy. After finishing the cherry pie, Xios also finished his rum. He stood up, and Gar had been waiting behind him for a while. "I've already contacted them. You'll need to wait here for a few days," Gar said to Xios. "Those craftsmen in Water 7 will take some time to arrive at Gaia Island. With you stationed here for a short time, we can transport the gold in batches." Faced with gold worth 300 billion berries, Gar felt excited, but also feared losing this wealth in his hands. Not to mention, this is the pirate world, even on Earth. If someone tries to carry a few tons of gold out, some small country's government troops could turn into criminals. During the days Xios was stationed here, Gar would transport all the gold in batches to the places that truly needed it. "Okay, I understand," Xios replied, then felt that sounded too serious. He patted Gar on the shoulder and added, "The cherry pie here is pretty good. You should try it." Gar quickly nodded, pondering whether Xios' words had a deeper meaning. Once Xios left, he hurriedly told the waiter, "Give me a few cherry pies to take back for research." After leaving the restaurant, Xios settled into a nearby inn. Looking at the innkeeper's shrewd expression, Xios felt much more relaxed. After checking into a room, Shios took out Kier's transponder snail from his pocket. This time, it took much longer to connect them with Gar. As soon as it was connected, he heard Kier complaining, "My big boss, I can't believe you still remember me. It's been so many days, and you haven't called once. Have you forgotten you still have a naval base with over 10,000 people?" After a round of complaints, Kier finally got to the point. "So, how's the money preparation going?" I've got a batch of gold. Gar said it's worth 300 billion. Hugh casually said, "Should be enough. If not, I can get more." 3 billion. Kyle exclaimed excitedly. "Are you planning to rob the world government or steal from the celestial dragons?" "That's way too much." Hugh chuckled. "Not too much, just a little splash. The Golden Bell and the Arc Maxim haven't melted yet. If we melt these two, the unit of calculation won't be billions anymore." After a long silence, Kyle said solemnly, "Are you sure about giving so much money to Gal? That's real gold. Do we have any other options?" He replied seriously, "You can't get away. Darcy isn't suitable to handle this sort of thing. Even if we let someone else take over, we can't guarantee that the other party is truly trustworthy." Kyle sighed lightly, knowing that Hugh was right. Faced with such a large sum of gold, anyone would have to weigh whether they could withstand the temptation. Instead of trying to hinder things, it would be better to be generous and hand the money completely to family members. At least for now, they still seem quite reliable. Chapter 107. Going to Sky Island? Very exciting. Many times, things cannot be done perfectly. Hugh knows better than anyone that the more he prepares, the larger his shop becomes, and the more things there are that could expose his identity. But what can he do? His time is too tight. From the beginning of the plan until now, it's been less than 2 years, and he simply doesn't have time to cultivate too many trustworthy subordinates. Initially, when he recruited the pirate hunters from Whiskey Peak, Hugh had thought about becoming someone completely hidden in the shadows like Crocodile. But the risks of doing so are high, and Hugh has already demonstrated what those risks are. He could easily replace Crocodile, and the other party would use the same method to replace him. This is a very simple matter. There's no need to defeat Hugh. Just deal with the puppets he leaves behind. At that time, the vast intelligence network would be handed over, and Hugh would have no way to express his grievances. He decided to take a bit of a risk and reveal his identity to the public, hoping to rely on mental control, which is the brainwashing method that family members prevent. By doing this, there wouldn't be a situation where one person runs away with the entire organization. Hugh's face would also become a living advertisement, allowing him to directly mobilize any family members without too many restrictions. "You're right, we need to trust others." Kyle continued. "Hawkins has performed very well. Darcy is very satisfied with him, claiming that Hawkins should have met him earlier to avoid many detours. She knew what Hugh was most worried about. Hawkins' abilities are a very unstable factor for the Navy base. Kyle had prepared herself early on, knowing that if Hawkins rebelled, she would kill him at any cost. This cost includes Darcy. She could sacrifice everyone in this base. Hugh said, "Is that so? That's great. Has the headquarters contacted me recently? Does Admiral Sengoku still remember me?" He hadn't informed Sengoku about leaving the Navy base, but after such a long time, Sengoku should have received relevant information. This time he left quite openly. "No, it hasn't been long." Kyle laughed. "Admiral Sengoku might still be wondering where you will go and what you will do. He won't contact you for a while." Hugh smiled. The higher the position, the more things one has to consider. What seems like a simple matter, Sengoku must also consider whether asking Hugh would upset him, especially since he had just given Hugh a break not long ago. If Admiral Sengoku calls, just tell him I went into seclusion to train. Hugh thought for a moment and said, "Training? Really?" Kyle thought Hugh was just brushing off Sengoku. At your level, does training still have any use? Once one's strength reaches a certain level, seclusion training no longer has much effect. For the strong, they need more practical combat experience. It's true. I still have many shortcomings in my strength that need honing. Hugh said seriously, I've realized that as long as I grow to a level that even the world government fears before they find out what we're doing, then the so-called exposure won't be a big problem. The Sky Island and Enel's encounter made Hugh understand that this is a world where individual strength surpasses the sum of the group. As long as his strength is strong enough to break the rules, then he is the rule, for example. A person from the Blue Sea can become a god among the Sky Islanders. Kyle understood what Hugh was saying, but precisely because she understood, she knew how difficult this path would be. To make the world government fear, mere admiral strength is not enough. Kyle was clear about Admiral Akainu's strength. Even among many admiral-level powerhouses, he ranks among the top few. Even so, the world government's attitude toward Akainu is merely trivial respect, still not treating him as an equally strong opponent. Then let's strive to become even stronger than the admirals and the Yonko. Hugh said confidently. Stronger than the admirals and the Yonko? Cal was taken aback for a moment. Then let's do it. You don't need to worry about the base. I will handle it well. Gal's intelligence organization will experience a period of rapid development with this money, and I will keep a close eye on it to prevent any mistakes. After saying all this, Cal seemed to have put something down, cheerfully saying, go ahead. Go become a person who creates history. Hugh hung up the phone and lay on the shabby bed of the hotel, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. The next day, as dawn broke, the noise outside disturbed Hugh. He opened the window to find a merchant convoy arriving at Guy Island. The vendors on the island were up early, trading their goods, looking quite prosperous, until he saw Gal mixed in with the merchant convoy. Hugh knew things wouldn't be that simple. Sure enough, the convoy was busy until nearly noon before leaving, and another Navy warship sailed into the harbor. Hugh looked at the ship's paint job. It wasn't from the Alabasta Navy base, but from a nearby naval base. Similarly, among the disembarking Navy personnel, Hugh found Gal mixed in again. The Navy didn't stay long. After replenishing supplies, they left with their personnel. Hugh noticed that several bags of potatoes were particularly heavy, and the soldiers carrying them looked quite familiar. This piqued Hugh's curiosity. He leaned against the window to see what other strange characters would show up today. At noon, a familiar black ship appeared in the harbor. It was a smuggling ship from the Sabati Archipelago's black market. Hugh had seen it in Alabasta, and his expression turned somewhat heavy. This was different from the previous ones. He couldn't quite grasp it. He simply left the hotel and went to the restaurant for lunch, while also checking on the situation. When Gal saw Hugh arrive, he put down what he was doing and rushed over. The cherry pie is really delicious. I had several last night, Gal said with a smile. Are you here for lunch? I was just about to have someone bring it to you. Hugh waved his hand and got straight to the point. Why is there a ship from the Sabati Archipelago's black market? These people are not easy to deal with. He said this to avoid giving Gal the wrong impression. After all, Gal was doing these things in front of him to show his loyalty. When it came to business, Gal's expression became serious. One of our family members has been lucky, having been undercover in the Sabati Archipelago, and has recently become a steward in the black market. I want to take action soon to exchange a batch of gold for usable berries. The black market is a good partner for this. The merchants and Navy from before were all our own people, Hux asked. Gal nodded. I don't know why, but ever since we received our education, our people seem to excel beyond their peers in whatever they do, and they achieve success much faster. At this point, Gal was also quite puzzled. Back when they were at Whiskey Peak, he didn't think this group was so impressive. How did they become so capable after going out? Could it be that they were all just putting on an act before? The reason is actually quite simple. After receiving an education, family members work wholeheartedly, striving for a great cause, and their enthusiasm is particularly high. In contrast, the vast majority of people are just getting paid to pass the time, which highlights the advantages of the educated families. Many things are like this. You might think that hard work will go unnoticed. In reality, it's just that the accumulation of effort is too slow, requiring time and persistence. Hux calmly said, You're doing well. Do you plan to handle all this gold in the same way? This is a sum of money with an unknown source. If it's dumped into the black market in large quantities, it will definitely attract the attention of the CP organization. You should know that the black market in the Shambati Archipelago is a property of the Celestial Dragons. Gal's expression turned serious. He had thought of this as well. I'm planning to release 1 billion berries worth of gold. That figure shouldn't attract too much attention and will be enough for our emergency use. As for the other gold, I will find a way to exchange it slowly. Seeing that Gal had a plan in mind, Hux didn't say much more. In certain areas, his talent and understanding were far inferior to those of the locals in this world. As long as you have a plan, that's fine. Contact me through the telephone bug if anything comes up. Hux waved to call the waiter. Bring me a seafood fried rice with extra clams and a glass of orange juice. The waiter noted down Hux's order and hurried off to prepare the meal for his boss without any further chit-chat. Gal still needed to keep an eye on the situation outside, so he didn't linger much longer, saying a few words to Hux before going off to handle his own affairs. When the seafood fried rice arrived, Hux glanced at it and couldn't find the white rice for a moment, only seeing 2 layers piled high with clams. What a conscientious restaurant. After lunch, Hux bought some fruit and returned to his place, where he needed to support Gal. If it weren't for knowing that Hux was there, even with family members assisting in the black market, Gal wouldn't dare to deal with this group of people. Soon, a black market merchant ship departed with a box of gold. Hux noticed that the boxes they took away were much smaller than the one Gal had brought before. It seemed they had flipped another box. Over the next 2 days, ships frequently arrived at Gaia Island, and Gal played different roles. On the 3rd day, Gal came early to find Hux, bringing him to a jungle where a dozen family members of different ages were already waiting for Hux. The older ones all had a particular skill, while the younger ones were quite sharp, which should meet your needs, Gal guessed based on the characteristics Hux wanted. Therefore, he put considerable thought into finding people. Technicians must be present, and the younger those learning a skill, the better. Young people are quick-witted and their thoughts more active, but that's not the main point. Their age is their greatest advantage. Living longer can sometimes be a unique asset. Hux was very satisfied with this and patted Gal on the shoulder. Well done, I'm very pleased. Gal grinned. Receiving Hux's approval made him happier than getting a box of gold. As long as you're satisfied, I'll go prepare a ship for you. Gal knew that Hux could fly, but with so many people, they would definitely need to travel by ship. Hux waved his hand to indicate that it wasn't necessary. Get me a sturdy rope, preferably one that can withstand certain low temperatures. As for the length, it just needs to be long enough to tie them together. Hux pointed at the 10 or so people in front of him, asking Gal to find a rope that could securely bind them, as he intended to take these people to the Sky Island. They could also make a large hanging basket for people to sit in, but that would take more time, and using a rope was more convenient and safer. Aside from being a bit uncomfortable, the rope was the best choice in other aspects. As for comfort, Hux wasn't the one being tied up, so why consider that? Gal didn't know what Hux intended to do, but he executed Hux's orders unconditionally. While Gal was getting the rope, Hux told these people, go change your clothes, wrap yourselves up more, and preferably wear cotton clothing. Gaia Island has a spring-like climate year-round, as can be seen from the traditional attire of the Sandia people. These people's clothing was also quite thin, and if they flew up later, they would definitely struggle with the cold. When Gal returned with the rope, these people were already fully equipped, looking like chubby dumplings. Gal could no longer help but ask, where are you taking them? Hux pointed to the sky, to a country 10,000 meters up. Do you want to go up and take a look too? If this sentence were said by someone else, Gal would definitely not believe it. However, coming from Hux, Gal had to consider whether his imagination was too limited to understand his boss's words. Can I? Gal asked eagerly. A country 10,000 meters up sounds very interesting. Hux smiled and said, of course. If you handle your tasks well, go change into winter clothes like them. It gets quite cold up there. Gal nodded and hurried back to change his clothes. When he returned dressed properly, those people had already tied themselves together with the rope he provided. Actually, a hanging basket could be made, Gal suggested. Just like a hot air balloon, we could sit inside while you pull us up. Hux came over with the rope. No, that's not safe. It's safer to use the rope. Just hold it properly. However you tie it is fine. They tied themselves. Gal glanced around and saw that these 10 or so people had all tied themselves in secure knots, making it impossible to untie them. He nodded and mimicked them by tying himself a secure knot as well. After everything was ready, Hux first tried flying a few dozen meters to test the strength of the rope, and the state of the passengers was also good. Not wanting to waste time, he lifted everyone into the sky. The total weight of these people was still less than the gold Hux brought, and they quickly ascended to a certain height. At this point, the temperature in the sky had already dropped to 0 degrees. Even though everyone was freezing and their hands and feet were cold, they held onto the rope tightly. As they rose to 7,000 meters, this was the coldest stretch. Going further up would lead to the White Sea, where the temperature would rise again. At this point, Hux's speed slowed down, not because he was intentionally making it difficult, but because the air was thin, making it hard for his wings to gain leverage. At this moment, people like Gal, who used to be domineering, had already fainted from a cold. Finally, Hux passed through the White Sea, and the temperature rose above 0. The morning sun shone on these people, quickly melting the ice crystals on them, and Gal slowly regained consciousness. Seeing this scene, I have no regrets in death. Gal looked at the sun rising among the white clouds and uttered the most courageous words of his life. The altitude continued to rise, reaching the vast expanse of the White Sea at 10,000 meters. At this point, Hux no longer needed to pull them. He placed these people on the Cloud Island, but did not untie the ropes binding them. Chapter 108. Cultivation looking down at the white clouds, surrounded by a fantastical scenery. If it weren't for the occasional shivers from those nearby, Gal would have thought he had arrived in heaven. The official at the Sky Island toll station saw Shios and hurried over. God, you have returned. After saying that, he performed a deep bow to Shios, which left Gal stunned. His boss was not lying. He really had a country in the sky. Shios nodded and pointed at Gal and the others, saying, help me contact Gonfuer and have her bring a ship over. I want to take them to the Island of Gods. The official glanced at Gal, knowing they were from Qinghai, but said nothing and dashed back to the payment hall. All right, please wait here for a moment. Lord Gonfuer will be here shortly. The official set up a table and chairs for Shios and brought many fresh fruits. Given this treatment, Shios couldn't believe they weren't pocketing any of it. Gal and the others had no chairs, but fortunately, the island clouds were very soft, so they sat down in a circle on the ground, still tied with that rope around their waists. Although Shios had said they could untie the ropes and that it was safe here, knowing they were thousands of meters in the air with only soft clouds beneath them, they were reluctant to do so. Shios didn't say anything about it. They needed some time to adapt. Before long, Gonfuer appeared on the horizon riding Pierre, and below them was a sailboat modified from a windshell, with McKinley at the helm on the deck. Upon seeing McKinley waving at him, Shios was filled with black lines in his mind. How did this lively character also show up? Due to his profession, Gal noticed the change in Shios. My lord, is this person very special? Yes. A headache of a guy. Shios thought of McKinley's behavior over time, which had indeed given him a headache, but he hadn't done anything too outrageous. It made him speculate whether he was a pig pretending to be a tiger. The boat stopped nearby, and Gonfuer dismounted while McKinley rushed over. God, you finally returned. McKinley said with teary eyes, without you, I feel like the sky has lost its light, and life has lost its meaning. Shios kicked McKinley away, thinking he was overthinking things. What pig pretending to be a tiger? Even if this guy were a tiger, he would be a soft-footed one. Gonfuer stepped forward and asked, God, shall we set off now? Yes, let's go now. Shios indicated for Gal and the others to board the ship, while he flew to the island of gods with Gonfuer. On the way, Shios asked Gonfuer, how's the document translation going? Is there anything you don't understand? Gonfuer shook his head. Rest assured, the translation is going smoothly, but the workload is too large, and I still need some time to transcribe it. Shios nodded. Select a portion of people to study it together with you. The character of the Sky Island people is not suitable for combat. Pursuing technology is more appropriate for you. Perhaps due to ancestral genes, most Sky Island people do not like fighting and have no obvious advantages in physique. Even if they can quickly learn observation hockey, it wouldn't have much effect. However, in scientific research, the minds of the Sky Island people are exceptionally bright. Therefore, even if Shios decided to let Gal and his group learn lunar technology, it would mainly be focused on the Sky Island people, with him assisting on the side. Gonfuer nodded. Regardless of future developments, as long as the people could live and work in peace, that was enough. Soon, they arrived at the Island of Gods. Gal and the others were dragged onto the island by McKinley. These guys were too excited on the ship, and with the increased movement, they were momentarily unable to cope with the thin air of the Sky Island. Watching them gasp for air on the ground, it would take some time for them to recover. Once you feel better, listen to Gonfuer's orders, Shios instructed, handing these people over to Gonfuer while he headed to the Sandia people's camp. The Sandia people had settled on the Island of Gods, forming a small tribe of over 100, returning to their homeland without the troubles of battle. Perhaps after hundreds of years of reproduction, they could restore their original tribal scale. Although Shios was not the god of the Sandia people, he held a high position within the group, second only to the old chief. Therefore, upon seeing Shios arrive, many Sandia people greeted him with smiles. Little girl Aisha even jumped onto Shios' shoulder, calling him master nonstop. This time, he came to take Aisha to train, needing the old chief's consent. When Shios explained his intentions to the old chief, he agreed without hesitation for Aisha to go with Shios to train. You are being too modest, the old chief said solemnly, since Aisha has taken you as her master. She should follow your orders. You need not worry about this. Shios nodded. The Power Master by Weber is very suitable for the Sandia people to learn. For their own safety, it is best to popularize it widely within the tribe. Hearing Shios' words, the old chief frowned tightly. What do you mean by that? My lifespan is limited, Shios said calmly. Never place your hopes on others. This is what my uncle told me. Compared to the long lifespan of the Sky Island people, Shios' lifespan was only around 100 years. While he was in power, he could guarantee the rights of the Sandia people. Once he and Gonfuer passed away, many matters would become difficult to ensure. Conflicts between two completely different races in a limited living space were inevitable. When the time came, if Shios helped the Sky Island people regain lunar technology, the Sandia people would likely face extinction if they had no skills. Fortunately, the Sandia people were born warriors, and having been influenced by the Sky Island climate for generations, mastering the two-color hockey wouldn't be too difficult. Perhaps soon, this place would become one of the strongest islands in the first half of the Grand Line. I understand, the old chief sighed deeply. Fortunately, the younger generation can still enjoy 100 years of peace. Shios took Aisha with him. He wanted to train her while also training himself through her. He needed to learn advanced observation hockey from Aisha. Even though this ability was innate, he felt somewhat unwilling to not put in the effort. They arrived at the island clouds where the Golden Bell was located, preparing to set up camp there. The Golden Bell was still there, but now very few people came. Aisha climbed up the Golden Bell, looking out at the sea of clouds. Master, what is Qinghai like? Is it bigger than Angel Island? Master, I heard from Grandpa Chief that Qinghai has a blue ocean, but he hasn't seen it himself. Is it really true? I really want to go see Qinghai. But Grandpa Chief said if you go to Qinghai, you won't be able to come back. Children have too much curiosity, and as Xios looked at the lively Aisha, he wondered if he could take good care of her. With a light sigh, Xios lifted Aisha down from the Golden Bell. Don't go to such dangerous places. If you fall, you won't be able to come back. Ultimately, he had become the adult in his own eyes. Chapter 109. Putting the lion back in the cage after a week, Xios found time to take Gal back to Gaia Island. He still had many things to do. He only sent Gal alone, and there was no need to tie him up with ropes. Xios held him and flew down through the clouds, letting Gal experience the feeling of skydiving. It was a lot of fun, but the consequence was that Gal no longer wanted to go to the Sky Island. Just as Xios was about to leave, Gal told him, McKinley is a very smart person. Don't be misled by his appearance. After hearing this, Xios nodded and turned to fly back to the Sky Island. He had had some premonitions before, and now, with Gal mentioning it, it further confirmed his suspicions. Some small matters, Xios could feel that McKinley had no malicious intent. Everyone has their own way of self-protection, and there was no need to delve deeper. Upon returning to Sky Island, Xios no longer inquired about outside matters. It wasn't until 3 months later that Xios sent Aisha back to the Sandia tribe. I taught Aisha some physical techniques. You can have someone learn from her, Xios said to the old chief. Back in his homeland, the old man's condition worsened. Just as often mentioned, his heart was no longer burdened by attachments. The old chief slowly nodded and said, Thank you. Let me see you off. Even when Xios declined his good intentions, he insisted on seeing Xios off. This may be the last time I meet you. After hearing this, Xios did not stop him and walked out of the tribe with the old chief, arriving at the edge of the island of gods. The old chief looked at the rolling sea of clouds below and sighed. In my lifetime, I have never seen what Qinghai looks like. After I die, can you take my ashes to Gaia Island? Xios told him that a part of the island of gods was in Qinghai, and that part was called Gaia Island, which the old man had always remembered. Sure, Xios nodded and said, as long as I'm still alive then. The old man was somewhat surprised with Xios' strength. Why would he say such a thing? He raised his hand to say something, but then shook his head and put it down. The old chief left, assisted by Weber. Gonfuer came to Xios' side after the old chief left. We have started constructing the theoretical framework, and the progress is going smoothly. Some technologies can be replicated, but it still requires some time. After saying this, Gonfuer handed Xios several devices that resembled telephone bugs. These are the wireless communication devices. These are the finished products. They can be used in the center of the island of gods to contact any part of the island. Long-distance communication will require building signal-based stations, and the related technology can be developed soon. Xios took the radio that Gonfuer handed over. The reason it resembled a telephone bug was not for disguise, but purely a cognitive issue. In this world, people's impression of a telephone should be that of a telephone bug, so it was designed based on that shape. The difficulty of radio communication technology is not high. It is the first technology to be tackled. Because of the existence of telephone bugs, no one in this world has considered developing radio communication. Xios created this thing to replace telephone bugs, making it a unique communication system for his family organization. The reasons for doing this are as follows. The first and most important reason is that he couldn't figure out the principle of the telephone bug, but clearly knew that it could be eavesdropped upon. So many important pieces of information would not be communicated through telephone bugs. The second reason is the cost. Telephone bugs are expensive and not suitable for widespread use. Even though they are very wealthy now, telephone bugs are considered semi-military supplies, and large-scale purchases would attract the attention of the world government. This is troublesome. Xios said to Gonfuer, I will come back to check when I have time. If there is something urgent, send someone to Qinghai to contact me. Going up 10,000 meters is troublesome. Coming down from 10,000 meters is easy. Gonfuer nodded, watching Xios leave. An altitude of 10,000 meters. He jumped down. This time, Xios did not go to Gaia Island, but took out the permanent pointer of the Alabastan Navy base from his pocket and flew towards the corresponding direction. He had been gone for so long, it was time to go back. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, Sengoku sat at the desk that represented the highest power of the Navy, calculating the time in his heart. It had been over 3 months since the world government criticized him, and Shiosi's matter had dragged on for 3 months. During this time, the world government had criticized Sengoku more than once, but he had cleverly avoided it. Just recently, the inspection team had also left Marineford, and this matter should come to a conclusion. Thinking of this, Sengoku pulled out a drawer beside him, which contained neatly arranged telephone bugs. He took out one of the telephone bugs and dialed. Brew, brew, brew. Hello, this is the Alabasta Navy base. May I ask what you need? Kyle's voice came through. It's me. Sengoku snorted lightly. Has Shiosi not returned yet? How long does he want to be out? Hurry and contact him. Tell him his leave is over. Kyle naturally knew it was Sengoku on the phone, but still pretended to just find out. Marshal Sengoku. I understand. I will contact Major Shiosi right away. Sengoku hung up the phone, not expecting Shiosi to be so straightforward, with no news for 3 consecutive months. Considering the recent situation at sea, Sengoku felt that some matters could not be delayed any longer. He took out a long sealed document bag from the drawer, pulled out a document, and a grinning, golden-haired pirate appeared before him. Golden Lion, I can't let you wander around the sea. It's time to send you back to your cage. The escape of the Golden Lion was an event from many years ago. This legendary pirate had not been heard from since escaping from deep-sea prison. Many speculated that the Golden Lion, who had lost his legs, might have already died in some sea. However, Sengoku firmly believed that this old guy would not end like this. He must be secretly preparing something. Recently, news had emerged that someone was consolidating pirate forces in the 4 seas, with numbers reaching tens of thousands. Most importantly, someone had witnessed an island floating in the air. All evidence indicated that Golden Lion Shiki was not dead. He was plotting a major event. This was intolerable for Sengoku. The Navy was currently strong and should take some typical examples to establish authority. Thinking of this, Sengoku began planning to encircle and suppress the candidates against Golden Lion. Naturally, Shiosi was the first choice, but facing the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Sengoku was worried about Shiosi making mistakes. He needed to find him a helper, who could also keep an eye on him to avoid causing any trouble. The North Sea incident left a deep impression on Sengoku. Although Shiosi had completed his commission, he had also caused quite a bit of trouble. Sengoku said to the messenger next to him, "Call over Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, the Reserve General Peach Rabbit, the highest combat power under the Navy General, not counting those old-timers." With her watching over Shiosi, Sengoku felt more at ease. On the other side, Shiosi was smiling as he watched Kyle deal with Sengoku. He had arrived at the Alabasta Navy base early, just not wanting to face Sengoku. Chapter 110. Gallows Distress. Kyle hung up the telephone bug and looked at Shiosi, who was sitting in the chair with his legs crossed, looking quite displeased. "You came back and made me answer the phone. If you don't want to be scolded, you should have taken the blame for me. It's really hard to be a subordinate now." Kyle sighed lightly. "Marshal Sengoku didn't say anything about you. If not, just give him a call back in a couple of days." Shiosi chuckled. "Let's talk about it later. I have had a feeling lately, as if something is going to happen." This statement was not to brush Kyle off. He genuinely had some kind of premonition. After training with Aisha for 3 months on Sky Island, there had been no substantial progress in mastering high-level observation hockey. Shiosi had to admit that observation hockey was indeed too dependent on talent. Those with poor talent could not even reach the point of predicting the future. Of course, it wasn't that there were no gains. His observation hockey had been significantly strengthened from its original foundation. For some major events that might happen in the future, he would have a kind of metaphysical intuition, which is why he didn't let Kyle inform Sengoku about his return. Premonition? Kyle chuckled lightly. "Then why don't you predict what I'm going to do next? You might smash me with a telephone bug," Shio's kindly reminded. "These little guys are quite timid, and if you scare them, it will take several days to calm them down." Kyle gritted her teeth, put the telephone bug back in place, and swayed her body to Shio's side. "Let's talk about your experience from this outing." Kyle leaned on the table. She loved listening to stories, especially those involving Shio's. Last time it was about the underworld king of Alabasta. What would it be this time? Where did the 30 billion berries worth of gold come from? Kyle was very curious about this. Shio smiled slightly and was about to start with his encounter with Kilike on Gaia Island, but the weather was not favorable and the telephone bug on him rang. He only carried 2 telephone bugs, both for private communications. One was used to contact Kyle, and the other was for Gal. With Kyle sitting beside him, the caller could only be Gal. Shio shrugged and took out the telephone bug from his pocket. Kyle knew the urgency of the situation and returned to her original position. Shio's connected the telephone bug. "Hello, it's me." "Sir, there's trouble." Gal's tone was hurried, and his words were somewhat unclear. Shio's calmed him down. "Don't panic. Speak slowly." Gal slightly stabilized his emotions, but still spoke excitedly. We have a batch of goods that have been seized, and the amount is huge. We can't handle it alone, so we came to seek your help. Hearing that it wasn't a person in trouble, Shios let out a sigh of relief. As long as people were fine, he needed to understand the specifics and what their goods were. Because Gao was quite agitated, some of his words were coded, and Shios didn't participate in it, so he didn't know what the goods were. It's the gold bars you gave us, Gao quickly explained. We had a batch of gold bars that were seized by the buyer during the exchange. They want to force a price reduction, and we really have no way out. Shios knew that Gao was a cautious person and wouldn't make such a big mistake. There must be some hidden circumstances. Therefore, Shios didn't blame Gao, but further inquired for details, which helped him understand where his bad premonition came from. Gold is hard currency in any world, but this is under the premise that it is still a rare metal. Generally, the natural storage of gold in the environment isn't too large, even in the pirate world. There aren't particularly large gold mines. This means that for a long time, the property of gold as a general equivalent won't disappear. However, the pirate world is never short of unusual situations, and Gao and his group encountered one of these. Guild Tesoro. This was a name Shios had almost forgotten, yet it was the root cause of the entire incident. Guild Tesoro was a user of the gold fruit and was known as the Golden Emperor. He was also the head of the largest entertainment city, Grand Tesoro. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for Gao to deal with such a person. The 30 billion berries worth of gold seemed like a lot, but for Guild Tesoro, who controlled 20 of the world's wealth, it wasn't a particularly large number. Moreover, Gao kept in mind what Shios had said. He didn't plan to sell all the gold for berries at once, but decided to do it in batches. Money laundering is always linked to the entertainment industry, and Guild Tesoro's Grand Tesoro Entertainment City is one of the largest money laundering bases. Gao had laundered part of it through the black market of Sabeti Archipelago, and the other part was planned to be laundered through the entertainment city, which was going smoothly. They successfully laundered gold worth 500 million berries, and just as he was preparing to launder it little by little, a sudden change occurred. The price of gold plummeted. According to the previous ratio of gold to berries, the gold in Gao's hands would be worth at least half of that. Faced with this situation, Gao, who usually relied on clever tactics, panicked. He quickly contacted buyers in Grand Tesoro, intending to sell a large batch of goods before the price of gold hit rock bottom to stabilize the organization as future expenses. Just when Gao was gathering gold from all directions to sell as soon as possible, a group of unexpected guests arrived at Grand Tesoro. They were a group of celestial dragons, and Gao had never seen such a large spectacle before. The slaves they brought, chained up, were notorious pirates from the Grand Line. The celestial dragons didn't specifically target Gao, but their arrival forced the transaction between Gao and the buyer to a halt. This wait lasted for 10 days to half a month, and when the celestial dragons left, the buyer claimed that Gao had breached the contract for not delivering the gold on time. Therefore, they wanted to purchase the gold in Gao's hands at the current price. Gao looked at the gold price and felt his heart sink. If he sold the gold now, it wouldn't just be a significant loss, he would lose everything. Resolutely, he decided not to sell the gold and prepared to leave Grand Tesoro with his goods. Little did he expect that the buyer would escalate the matter to Guild Tesoro, using the excuse that Gao didn't adhere to the trading rules and forcibly seized all the gold. Gao had mobilized over 6 billion berries worth of gold this time. Even if it wasn't all his assets, it still pained him greatly. Moreover, with such a big incident occurring, he had to notify Shios, which led to this phone call. Gao choked up as he said, "That's how it is. I never expected it would turn out like this. I'm sorry for disappointing you." Shios understood the situation and immediately comforted him. "Don't worry about this matter. Focus on your safety. I will handle it shortly." After hanging up with Gao, Shios looked at Kyle, who had also gathered the context from their conversation. "What do you think?" Shios asked. Kyle affirmed, "Someone is setting a trap to fish for the gold in Gao's hands. They probably knew he had a large amount of gold since his first transaction." Shios nodded, agreeing with her assessment. He also felt that Gao had been tricked. He just wasn't clear on when the other party found out about the large amount of gold in Gao's hands. The one setting the trap should be Guild Tesoro. Only he has the ability to control the price of gold, Shios continued. But I can't figure out when he found out about the gold and how he persuaded the celestial dragons to help him implement this plan. The only one capable of manipulating the world gold price over time is this Golden Emperor. To him, gold is just something he can easily obtain. He didn't even need to actually invest a large amount of gold. As long as Guild Tesoro publicly declared that he would inject a large amount of gold into the market, the price of gold would plummet in a short time. This is the capital market. Information is power for those financial sharks. Kyle could naturally guess that Guild Tesoro was behind the scheme and wasn't surprised by Shios' words. Instead, she was pondering the questions he raised. Could it be the appearance of the gold? Kyle suggested to Shios, "Think about it. the gold you gave to Gao. Doesn't it have a very recognizable appearance? What Kao could think of, Shios could also think of. When he initially handed the gold to Gao, he had specifically instructed them to change the shape of the gold to avoid detection. Gao must have followed Shios' instructions, and those gold bars must have looked entirely different. So their appearance wouldn't be the reason for exposure. This question was very important to Shios. He was worried that the other party had traced this batch of gold back to him, and if he thought bolder, perhaps Gilder Tezelo was not after the gold at all, but was using the gold to bait him, the mastermind behind it all. Thinking of this, Shiosi broke out in a cold sweat. Gilder Tezelo had never had any interaction with him. The other party wouldn't specifically target him. It was very possible that the world government had intervened, setting a trap for him. Conspiracy theories can become increasingly terrifying the more you think about them. Shiosi even felt that the world government might set up a scheme to kill him at Giran Tezelo. At that moment, he was contemplating whether to abandon this batch of gold and let Gao and the others come back. Purity, it's all about purity. Kair suddenly thought of something and excitedly said, "It's the purity of the gold, which is the quality of the gold. For us, the purity of the gold wouldn't make much difference, but for Gilder Tezelo, this is a significant gap." Kair grasped Shiosi's arm and said, "Think about it. Is this gold from the same place and forged by the same group of people? And the timing isn't too far off either. If we were to describe gold in human terms, its outward appearance would be like a person's facial features. You can identify its origin through this. But you can also use more complex methods, like the purity Kair mentioned. Gold undergoes a refining process. There is no such thing as 100 pure gold on the market. Itself always infinitely close to that value. Therefore, the people who forged it and the materials used will affect the gold's purity. Ordinary people cannot detect these subtle differences. But Gilder Tezelo, as a user of the gold fruit, can see these minute discrepancies. In his eyes, it's like a person's fingerprint, a unique identifier. Shiosi's eyes widened. How had he not thought of this? In an instant, his mind cleared up. As long as it wasn't the world government, Gilder Tezelo wasn't someone he couldn't deal with. How did I not think of this? Shiosi said with a smile. In fact, most people wouldn't think of this. Kair could come up with it because she had read a metallurgical book before, which introduced the process of purifying gold. Her reminder to Shiosi could indicate that there might be a problem in that process. Seeing Shiosi's reaction, Kair knew her guess was correct. It's not your fault. Who would have thought the problem would lie here? Now we need to consider how to solve the problem. Should we keep this gold? And should Gao and the others retreat immediately? Faced with Kair's inquiry, Shiosi thought for a moment and believed that this gold could not be easily let go. The gold must be retrieved. Even if it can't be retrieved, it can't just be discarded easily. Shiosi said solemnly, "I heard a story before about a kidnapper who kidnapped a wealthy man and asked his family for a ransom of 300 million berries. In the end, the family scraped together 280 million berries plus some jewelry to meet the ransom. The point is, this family had more than 300 million berries. They didn't need to be in such a predicament." Shiosi sighed. Similarly, we cannot let Gilder Tezelo think that our money is easy to take. Kaya nodded. She found Shiosi's story interesting and understood the reasoning behind it. We cannot let Gilder Tezelo take this money so easily. Kair looked at Shiosi and exclaimed, "I now feel that it was worth it to answer the call from Admiral Sengoku earlier. Undoubtedly, this matter still requires Shiosi to step in, and he cannot appear as a member of the Navy." Thinking about Shiosi's current persona, Kair felt it was quite fitting. A Navy Rear Admiral who was punished by a superior, leaving the Navy base alone to vent his emotions in a place like Giran Tezelo sounded very reasonable. Shiosi smiled slightly. "This is the result of my training. I call a man's occasionally effective sixth sense." Kair covered her mouth and chuckled. "Did your sixth sense tell you whether to set off immediately or have lunch here first?" Shiosi picked up the clothes on the hanger and turned to walk out the door. "Speed is of the essence. Of course, we leave now." "Just like that? To Giran Tezelo?" Kair asked. She was just casually saying it. "How could they not plan a bit?" Shiosi said, "Not yet. I need to find someone first." "Who?" "Barusakaji." Shiosi pushed the door open, leaving behind this deeply meaningful name. Upon mentioning this name, Kair recalled their encounter in the calm belt. She remembered that before this, Shiosi had no interaction with the Barusa family. Why was he going to find him? Why find Barusakaji? Of course, it was for safety. Gilder Tezelo was too close to the world government. He was an extremely dangerous character. Before taking action, Shiosi needed to hear the opinion of a professional. Without a doubt, the wealthy Barusa family was the professional Shiosi was looking for. Chapter 111. Means to control the world. Shiosi did not contact Barusakaji Snail. as the latter had not left him any contact information during their previous meeting. Just as he said, the Barusa family would not openly support any faction, so there was no need to leave a contact. However, contacting Barusa Kaji was not too troublesome. After leaving the office, Shosi did not set sail immediately. Instead, he went to find Hawkins, who was training in the base. After training with Darcy, Hawkins had completely shed his pirate demeanor, and in the Navy uniform, he looked quite respectable. Is there anything going on lately? Shosi approached Hawkins and got straight to the point. I need to go out for a while. Do you want to come with me? Hawkins calmly replied. Where to? I can't leave for too long since I Haven T completed the training targets set by Instructor Darcy. No worries, I will communicate with Darcy. Shosi smiled and said, having you along might yield unexpected results. Hawkins hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'll go inform Instructor Darcy. Shosi did not organize anything. It was a good thing for Hawkins to have such discipline, and he hadn't expected Darcy's education to be so successful. After a while, Hawkins returned after informing Darcy, and the two took a small boat from the port, boldly sailing out of the Navy base. After leaving the Alabaston Navy base, Shosi did not go elsewhere, but headed to the once prosperous Canola Flower Port. The Alabasta rebels had long been wiped out by the King's army, and under the governance of Koza and Princess Vivi, the country was thriving. This once prosperous port remained Alabasta's largest cargo import-export port. Docking the boat at the Canola Flower Port, this was not Shosi's first visit. Looking down from the deck at the sea, the water was very clear, and he could still see the wreckage of the two black market smuggling ships he had destroyed. Shosi asked Hawkins to watch the boat while he disembarked and headed into the city, seeking out the largest shop in the city. After glancing at the shop sign and emblem, Shosi smiled slightly and strode inside. Hello, may I ask what you would like? A server quickly approached and asked Shosi what goods he wanted. Shosi did not answer, smiling and shaking his head, casually finding a place to sit down before slowly saying, let your boss come see me. The server was unsure and asked a few times, but Shosi only shook his head and remained silent. With a light sigh, he retreated towards the shop's backyard. Before long, a plump middle-aged man and a waiter walked out from the backyard one after the other. The middle-aged man glanced at Shosi's attire and frowned slightly. He didn't look like a wealthy person. However, he still greeted warmly, guest, what can I do for you? I'm not looking for you. I'm looking for the big boss of this shop. Shos replied directly. Help me contact Borisakich and tell him that an old friend from the Windless Zone is looking for him. You can mention my name. I am Shos, a Navy officer. Upon hearing Shos's name, the owner's expression tensed, cursing himself for being short-sighted. The Barusa family's business network was a vast intelligence network spread across the globe. The shopkeepers near the Alabasta Naval Base naturally knew who the most important person in the area was. Please wait a moment. I'll contact the head of the family right away. The owner excused himself and called a servant to prepare tea for Shos before turning to head back into the backyard. As Shos sipped the tea brought by the waiter, he found it quite good and casually asked, is it possible for me to take some of this tea with me? Sir, this is not for sale. The waiter's words were cut off as the owner rushed over. What are you standing there for? Quickly pack some tea leaves for the gentleman, you clueless thing. Sir, the head of the family said he won't arrive until tomorrow. Would you like to rest here until he comes? The owner said while observing Shioz's expression. Seeing a slight change in Shioz's demeanor, he quickly added, of course. If you have urgent matters, you can contact the head of the family using a telephone bug. But you know, our telephone bugs are ordinary ones. This implied that if there were particularly important matters to discuss, it was better to speak in person, as there was a risk of being eavesdropped on with ordinary telephone bugs. After pondering for a moment, Shio said, help me book 2 rooms. I have a friend waiting for me on the ship. By the way, remember to send the tea leaves to my room. With Gal's situation already as it was and no life-threatening danger, Shio's wasn't in a hurry for a day or two. Upon hearing Shio's instructions, the owner repeatedly agreed and called his subordinates to take care of these matters. Returning to the port, Shio's shouted to Hawkins on the deck, come down. I'll take you to enjoy some luxury. This was no empty talk. The living arrangements provided by the Barusa family were material comforts that the Navy could not compare to. Hawkins didn't ask how things went for Shio's and jumped down from the deck to follow him. Just as Shio's expected, the Barusa family satisfied all of Shio's material needs. And with just a gesture, exotic dancers could be sent to his bed. Fortunately, Shio's had principles. Remembering he had Hawkins with him, he declined those fringe services. The next day, Shio's arrived as promised. The owner set up the tea utensils to entertain Shio's, stating that Cage would take a little longer to arrive. Shio's wasn't angry about this. After all, punctuality was a luxury when it came to maritime travel. He He didn't have to wait too long. After finishing a pot of tea, Kate swayed into the room and took a seat opposite Shios. Seeing Kate arrive, the owner stood up to close all doors and windows, leading the waitstaff out of the room. "Why did you come alone?" Shios asked with a smile. "The sea can be quite chaotic if someone were to rob you. You'd be set for life." Kate laughed heartily. "Isn't it because you Navy guys are here to protect me? I'm a legitimate merchant who pays my heavenly gold on time." After exchanging some pleasantries, which were trivial, Shios saw it was about time and asked, "How much do you know about Gilder Tezelo?" Upon hearing this name, Kate narrowed his eyes. The infamous Gold Emperor, who has a massive money-sucking project like the Gilder Tezelo and a capable group of subordinates. He's not someone to be trifled with. Kate kindly advised, "This guy is involved with too many forces. It's better to avoid him if you can. There's no need to get entangled with him." Shios knew Kate meant well, but since the other party had already crossed the line, he couldn't just swallow his anger. After all, it was billions of berries worth of gold, not a small sum. "I don't want to conflict with him either, but he's the one causing me trouble now," Shios said with a smile. "You can't expect me to just swallow my anger, can you, Uncle Kate?" The way Shios called him Uncle Kate felt particularly intimate, and Kate naturally understood that Shios was gauging his attitude. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Tell me what happened, and I'll think of a way for you." Kate stood on Shios' side. Compared to Gilder Tezelo, he valued his relationship with Shios more. Shios wasn't surprised by Kate's choice. This was also why he sought him out, as dealing with a businessman was relatively straightforward. Shios recounted Gal's experience, and when mentioning the gold, he said it was acquired from eliminating pirates, and he wanted to cash it out for some retirement funds. It was a rather clumsy excuse, and Kate naturally didn't believe a word of it, but he wouldn't expose Shios either. Some things are better left unknown than known. Kate understood this principle well. If that's the case, Gilder Tezelo has indeed gone too far. Kate said in a low voice, "You guessed correctly. Only Gilder Tezelo has the ability to manipulate world gold prices. There's no doubt this matter was orchestrated by him." Shios asked in confusion, "Gilder Tezelo can manipulate world gold prices? Would the world government tolerate such power in an individual's hands? You should know how terrifying that ability is. The ability to manipulate world gold prices is far more intimidating than the deterrent force of nuclear weapons on Earth. The world government should understand the dangers of such power being in the hands of an individual, unless it has completely rotted through." Kate shook his head. "He indeed has the ability to manipulate world gold prices, but that's just how the market appears to outsiders. Internally, we have a relatively stable market price." Only then did Shios realize that for these major powers, they had a completely independent financial system. In that financial system, gold was still a general equivalent, but all gold used for trading had to be soaked in seawater. In this world, all abilities lose their original function upon encountering seawater, and the gold created by Gilder Tezelo was no exception. Why make it so complicated? If we just get rid of Gilder Tezelo, wouldn't that solve the problem? Shios didn't understand why they would take such a roundabout route. No matter how you looked at it, eliminating Gilder Tezelo would be simpler than establishing a financial system. It would only require capturing the gold fruit using some methods and putting it away permanently. That would be a perfect end. "So, you're still young," Kate said earnestly. "An unstable world financial market is a good thing. A too stable environment is not conducive to the world government's control over the world economy. You need to understand one thing. The world government is an organization of member states. Those kingdoms that join must pay heavenly gold every year. The world government can easily use Gilder Tezelo's means of controlling gold prices to manipulate a kingdom without bloodshed." This was something Shios had never considered. The Navy was one of the few organizations that didn't need to pay heavenly gold, so he wasn't very sensitive to it. Thinking back, the currency in the hands of the people was mostly berries. Only the royal powers would reserve gold for trade. The fluctuations in gold prices would primarily impact them. Kage sighed. "A few days ago, I saw the changes in gold prices around the world, and I thought the world government was targeting some kingdom again. I didn't expect it was because of you." Hearing Kage's explanation, Shios hesitated and said, "So according to you, I can't move against Gilder Tezelo?" Kage nodded. He wanted to convey the stakes to Shios. Gilder Tezelo was an insignificant figure, mainly because of the world government behind him. Gilder Tezelo was the largest entertainment city in the world and the economy second only to the black market of the Shambadi archipelago. You might laugh, but my family has a significant investment in Gilder Tezelo as well. Gilder Tezelo controlling 20% of the world's wealth is not an empty boast. It's just that this money isn't his. Shios shook his head and smiled bitterly, stating that a celestial dragon slave, even with a stroke of luck, couldn't reach this point. This was a world where strength was paramount, How could Gilder Tezelo possibly hold on to such vast wealth? Shoes looked at Kage. So what you mean is? Kage's gaze shifted. What I mean is, to create trouble for Gilder Tezelo, personally, without disrupting the order of Gilder Tezelo. How do we do this? Shoes asked humbly. You know that my people can fight, but when it comes to real issues, they can't compare to you. Please help me come up with a plan. Kage was not new to flattery, but being complimented by a young talent like Shoes made him feel quite pleased. He squinted and said, Gilder Tezelo's unauthorized manipulation of the world gold price will undoubtedly provoke the displeasure of the world government. We could take advantage of this opportunity to target Gilder Tezelo personally. He will definitely not seek help from the world government. Shoes thanked him and was about to rise to bid farewell to Kage. He understood the implication of Kage's words. In short, it meant to act in Gilder Tezelo now, or it would be harder to find an opportunity later. Don't rush to leave. Kage, feeling a bit parched, downed his tea and then spat a couple of times in disdain. This tea is really hard to swallow. Kage complained, wait a moment. I'll take you to Gilder Tezelo. I can't trust you to go alone. I don't want you to ruin our family's investments. Kage had witnessed Shoes' actions in the North Sea and, thinking of the Vinsmoke family's fate, feared this guy would bring trouble to his own doorstep. Since he was already on the Grand Line, he might as well handle this matter. If something went wrong, he could respond quickly, without waiting for Shoes to agree. Kage grabbed his wrist and pulled him outside. Kage was just an ordinary person, and Shoes could have easily broken free, but given Kage's status, he didn't want to embarrass him. Once outside the shop, Kage waved, and a beautifully decorated small carriage approached. Shoes couldn't tell the exact power system, but the technological disparity in the pirate world was vast, and it wouldn't be surprising to see something like a BBA. The driver got out and opened the door, and Kage took Shoes to get in. Shoes said, wait a moment, I have a partner. He hadn't forgotten Hawkins and quickly called someone to fetch him. When Hawkins arrived, they set off together. The speed of the carriage was brisk, and the interior was quite elegant. Shoes hadn't ridden in any expensive luxury cars in his previous life, but he imagined that they were similar to Kage's vehicle. The carriage drove straight into the port without any pause and directly onto a large ship at the harbor. By the time Shoes disembarked, he was in the hull of a luxurious cruise ship, facing a magnificent palace. Chapter 112. The Second Navy with awakened conquerors Haki, Gilder Tezelo, was a ship city, and only a few people knew its sailing direction. Coincidentally, Kage was one of those few. 3 days and 2 nights of luxury left Shoes feeling a bit unsteady, until the third night when a city illuminated by lights appeared before him. Surprised? Kage said from behind Shoes, this is Gilder Tezelo. It is the crystallization of all of us, a treasure of this era. Kage spoke highly of Gilder Tezelo because this city represented half of his hard work. This was also something Shoes learned from Kage on the way here. In his early years, he was invited by the world government to plan and build this sea pearl. As for the nominal ruler of this city, Gilder Tezelo, Kage referred to him merely as a lucky man. Standing side by side on the deck, Shoes looked at the city before him and said, a treasure of an era cannot be a monster built on blood. Even just looking at it from here, I feel like I'm being watched by a monster. What do you think, Hawkins? Shoes asked Hawkins, who was silent beside him. Hawkins fiddled with his tarot cards, and upon hearing Shoes' words, he paused and drew a card from the deck. It was a card depicting an ugly monster, and just by looking at it, one could tell it was not a good card. A fallen and dangerous place, Hawkins said as he shuffled the devil card back into the deck. Kage noticed Hawkins' actions and curiously asked, he is a fortune teller? No, Shoes shook his head, he's just a card enthusiast. Fortune telling is his habit. Kage nodded and didn't say anything further. The ship was about to enter Gilder Tezelo, passing through a tall golden archway, with countless golden stars falling from the sky like snowflakes on a winter night. Kage's security personnel stepped forward, opened a bright blue umbrella, shielding them from the drifting gold flakes. This was Gilder Tezelo's tactic. He was a gold fruit user, and these flakes that landed on people would seep into their bodies and serve a purpose when Gilder Tezelo needed them. It was clear that Kage was aware of this. The surface of the open umbrella was made of sea prism stone, turning all the gold flakes that landed on it into gray dust. Shoes had seen this episode in the movie and knew the dangers of these gold flakes. Moreover, his observation Haki was constantly reminding him of the hazards posed by these flakes. He waved his hand lightly in the air, and golden flames surged forth, forming a wall of fire in the air, incinerating all the gold flakes that fell into the flames. Clap, clap, clap. Kage applauded, signaling the security personnel to lower the umbrella. Your vigilance is strong, but now Gilder Tezelo will definitely know you are here. Shoes noticed the surveillance snail on both sides of the archway. What happened here would be reported to Gilder Tezolo immediately. It's not your fault, Shoes joked. If there were a few more umbrellas, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. Kage chuckled. This is not easy to get. Sea Prism Stone is tightly controlled by the world government in Kaido. I only have this one. Shoes rolled his eyes, not believing a word from Merchant. The cruise ship entered the harbor, and Shoes planned to say goodbye to Kage. He still needed to contact Gal, who was lurking in Gurren Tezolo, and it was inconvenient to bring Kage along. Kage did not try to keep Shoes. He simply told him where he was staying in Gurren Tezolo and let him leave. This was indeed different from what he had said before. During the rapeseed flower season, Kage had clearly stated that he was worried about Shoes causing trouble in Gurren Tezolo, which was why he accompanied him. Who knows that after coming here, he ignored Shiosi's opposition. Are you not afraid that I will cause trouble? Shiosi asked. This sudden indulgence made him a bit worried that Kaiji might have other plans. In response to Shiosi's question, Kaiji rolled his eyes at him. Do you know why I brought you here? Shiosi shook his head. He understood before, but now he was a bit confused. Kaiji sighed lightly. I'm afraid you, this guy, will impersonate a pirate with a warship and bring down the entire Gurren Tezolo. Considering Shiosi's actions in the North Sea, it was a typical case of using public resources for personal gain. The majority of people coming to Gurren Tezolo are pirates. If Shiosi really went on a rampage under the pretext of catching pirates, the whole city would be destroyed. That's why Kaiji personally brought Shiosi here. As for what Shiosi would do after arriving, he wouldn't care, nor would he bother with it. As long as he protected his own interests, he would take care who else was unlucky. Kaiji waved his hand, urging Shiosi to leave quickly. He was a serious businessman with a good reputation in the industry. How could he associate with such shameless people? It would affect his credibility. Shiosi pouted and signaled Hawkins to follow him. The two disappeared into the crowded city. Watching the direction in which Shiosi left, Kaiji's eyes flickered, and he called someone over, saying, have someone quickly handle the property transfer and sell off all our assets in Gurren Tezolo. Do it fast. By tomorrow morning at the latest. Not a single store should be left. We will lose a lot of money. A subordinate said worriedly, just give me 3 days, and I could transfer all the stores at a high price. We can still make a profit. Kaiji impatiently replied, do you think I can't do the math? Where am I supposed to borrow 3 days from you? I've never seen anyone as disruptive as this guy. By tomorrow morning, if we miss that deadline, we'll just be left with a pile of rubble. On the way here, Kaiji noticed a change in Shiosi's mindset. This kid was different from when he was in the North Sea. Back then, he was timid and had many concerns. But this time, despite Shiosi saying he would be cautious, he didn't truly take it to heart. He was just saving face for himself, preparing for the property transfer in advance. Kaiji didn't know what had happened to Shiosi recently, but this mindset was better suited to adapt to this era. This was an era belonging to the strong. True strength is not just about power. It's also about having a fearless heart. The justice that the Navy carries makes them hesitant. And even the three admirals cannot comprehend the Conqueror's haki. They are bent over by justice. Ironically, only by giving up on justice can one awaken the Conqueror's haki, which is actually a prerequisite for the Navy's awakening. The first Navy member to awaken the Conqueror's haki was Sengoku, who proposed the justice of ruling the world after experiencing the death of Razanani and the rampant era of great pirates. This is different from Akainu's absolute justice. The justice of ruling the world does not belong to the realm of controversy. It is a belief that one must achieve their goals no matter what. Watching the direction in which Shiosi left, Kaiji knew that the Navy would see a second member awaken the Conqueror's haki. It was truly something to look forward to. Chapter 113. Winning Gurren Tezolo on the other side, Shiosi squeezed through the crowd with Hawkins, quickly shaking off those who were tailing them. Shiosi knew these people were not sent by Kaiji, but were from Guild de Tezolo, who had been watching his every move from the shadows. In front of the last monitoring snail, Shiosi made a throat-cutting gesture before disappearing from Guild de Tezolo's sight. Guild de Tezolo watched Shiosi's arrogant actions on the screen, angrily smashing his wine glass on the ground. Why did the Navy come to Gurren Tezolo, and what does he want? Guild de Tezolo was still unaware of Shiosi's relationship with Gal, but he was very wary of Shiosi's identity. There were many capable people in the Navy, and some had backgrounds, but only Shiosi was capable, had a background, and was good at causing trouble. It was said that an elderly man took Shiosi's mistakes in the North Sea to criticize Sengoku, questioning why Shiosi could create such a huge mess and only get a vacation as a consequence. He merely scolded a few celestial dragons, and not only had his donuts confiscated, but was also asked to write a written self-reflection. He strongly demanded that Sengoku not let him off the hook and that he should also have a vacation and suspension to reflect properly, so he could go back to the East Blue to see his grandson. Sengoku was furious at such inappropriate behavior, almost starting a brawl with the old man on the spot. Therefore, upon seeing Shiosi, Gilda Taizolo became very nervous and immediately checked if he had offended the Navy in any way. In the past, Gilda Taizolo would not have looked at these Navy members who were supported by the world government at all. Even if the 3 admirals came in person, he could just make a phone call and send them back where they came from. But now it was different to obtain this gold. Gilda Taizolo not only unilaterally manipulated the world gold price, but also did not hesitate to use the influence of the celestial dragons to get that valuable gold. He knew better than anyone that the gold in his hands did not equal money. It was merely a tool for the celestial dragons to control the world economy. Only those gold pieces that would not change color when soaked in seawater were the real gold. For this reason, Gilda Taizolo paid special attention to the gold in the market. 3 months ago, the black market in the Sabeti archipelago received a substantial shipment of gold. By coincidence, Gilda Taizolo obtained part of this gold, and by comparing the purity and forging information, he knew this was gold produced in the same batch. Often, such a large quantity of gold produced in the same period is likely to be sold in batches. Gilda Taizolo had seen too many such cases. After all, who would choose this sales channel for gold obtained through legitimate means, knowing that the black market's commission percentage is nearly 20%? It was from this moment that he started paying attention to this gold, which led to Gal's later misfortunes. One could say that Gal's failure was not due to inadequate ability, but rather due to a lack of life experience compared to those who had struggled and fought their way up. Shiosi and Gal met at the casino. Gal sat in front of a slot machine, looking dejected, like a gambler who had just lost everything, reflecting on why he was so foolish to believe the casino people's nonsense. In fact, it was pretty much the same. The amount of money Gal lost was several times more than the largest client in the casino's history. Shiosi approached Gal and patted him on the shoulder. Gal was first taken aback, then turned around, and upon seeing Shiosi, tears streamed down his face. "Sir, I'm sorry." Gal cried and tried to kneel down, but Shiosi reached out to support him. Passers-by saw this scene and looked on as if it were commonplace. Casinos never lack for unfortunate souls who have lost everything. "Don't cry. This isn't entirely your fault. It's my oversight," Shiosi comforted him. "Now that I'm here, our things 1 TB short by a single bit. No one can take them away." Upon hearing Shiosi's bold declaration, Gal's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. This made it hard for Shiosi to distinguish whether the tears from his left eye were from excitement or the right eye from sadness. In any case, the sound of crying was somewhat different from before. It didn't sound as tragic. Gale cried for a long time, just like that rainy night when Yipping went to find her father, making Shios almost want to knock him unconscious. Finally, the rain stopped and the sky cleared. Gale began to explain the situation to Shios. The family organization had nearly 100 people in Gulen Taizolo, some of whom were monitored by Guild Taizolo, and this part of the people had no value for mobilization. Another portion was lurking in various corners of the city, patiently waiting for Shios to arrive and ready to go into a state of combat at any moment. Now that Shios was here, the family members were to sound the horn of counterattack. Gale puffed out his chest. "Sir, please give the order. Even if I die, I will get the gold back." Shios was very satisfied with his attitude and nodded, saying, "No need to die. Now, take your people and evacuate Gulen Taizolo." "Yes, sir," Gale replied. He then realized something was wrong and quickly said, "If you want us to evacuate completely, what about you?" Shios pointed to Hawkins, indicating that there were people around him. Gale's expression changed. He had thought Hawkins was just an ordinary sidekick, but unexpectedly, he was a confidant of the Master. The Master's confidants were Kelly as the first, Darcy as the second, and Gale at least in the top 3. Suddenly, with someone cutting in, his position as a lackey became quite precarious. Gale cautiously asked, "Who is this?" Hawkins still wore his unchanged deadpan expression. Hawkins, a seaman under Colonel Darcy, ranked as a private. Hearing Hawkins's words, Gale became tense. A private could follow Shios, indicating that he was a favored servant. "Sir, let me stay by your side. I can serve you," Gale said earnestly. He understood that when facing a favored servant, he had to show his own capabilities, instead of comparing himself to the other's favor from Shios. He needed Shios to discover his competence. However, upon hearing Gale's words, Shios shook his head and refused. "No need. Take your people and evacuate Gulen Taizolo. I worry for your safety." This was not an empty statement. Gale and the others definitely had Guild Taizolo's gold dust hidden on them. If something happened, Guild Taizolo could easily take their lives, which would be an unnecessary loss for Shios. Gale wanted to say more, but was interrupted by Shio's waving his hand. Have you heard a story? Shio's pulled a silver coin from his pocket. It is said that if you walk into Gulan-Tai-Zolo with a piece of money, as long as you have good luck and win 18 rounds in a row, you can win the entire Gulan-Tai-Zolo. Today, I want to try and see if this coin can buy Gulan-Tai-Zolo. Shio's tossed the coin to Hawkins, who is the main character today. He himself would not engage in gambling. The silver coin flipped in Hawkins' hand and landed steadily in his palm. Gale watched the interaction between Shio's and Hawkins, feeling that he was one step closer to losing favor. Chapter 114. Hawkins slays, all perhaps to defend his position. Gale strongly insisted on staying. Seeing Gale's resolute expression, Shio's agreed to his request. With his capabilities, protecting 2 or 3 people was more than enough. They did not rush to act, waiting for Gale to deal with the family members left in Gulan-Tai-Zolo. After a while, Gale approached Shio's and said, "Sir, our people have evacuated Gulan-Tai-Zolo." Shio's nodded, got up from his seat, stretched lazily, and said, "Hawkins, I will leave the next part to you." Hawkins nodded, and the gold coin that Shio's had just tossed spun on his finger, a mysterious glint flashing in his eyes. "Should I calculate for myself?" Shio smiled and said to Hawkins, "You always calculate every time you act. Why not this time?" Hawkins shook his head. "What I calculate is fate. Gambling does not require luck, but a visible future. For most people, gambling relies on luck, and occasionally some may summarize some skills, but that only allows them to win small amounts." However, Hawkins was different. He never thought he was gambling. Instead, he used a clever method to transfer money into his own pocket. Hawkins walked towards the casino counter, where a sexy waitress asked, "Sir, how many chips would you like to exchange?" Hawkins placed the gold coin on the table and calmly said, "All of it." The waitress's smile became a bit stiff. How many chips could one gold coin be exchanged for? Out of love for their work, they still handed Hawkins a chip worth 10,000 berry. "For you, 1 gold coin. This is a chip worth 10,000 berry. Please check." Hawkins took the chip and turned towards the nearest casino facility. Watching him leave, the staff exchanged glances and said, "Dressed so elegantly. Just to bring out this little bit of money, he'll all be left with just 1 gold coin to lose." A burst of laughter followed. These staff members had seen too many unlucky people and had long lost their sympathy. Hawkins arrived at the nearest entertainment facility, a common type of slot machine. After glancing at the chip in his hand, Hawkins inserted it into the slot machine and pressed the start button. Shio's followed behind Hawkins. And Gale, having spent some time in Gulan-Tai-Zolo, knew that some casino experts had very exquisite skills. He had thought Hawkins was one of them, but unexpectedly, he came to play the slot machine, which was completely different from Gale's impression of casino experts. The slot machine was an electronic product, and the players' involvement in the game was minimal. All they could do was insert coins and press the start button. After that, everything was left to fate, and even skilled gamblers could not participate in this process. Gale was very agitated. Had it not been for Shio stopping him, he would have rushed forward to stop Hawkins. "Sir, it's just 1 gold coin. If he loses, I'll just give him another gold coin," Shio said with a smile. "Besides, I believe Hawkins won't lose. Get ready to fill the bag with money." Only then did Gale remember that Hawkins had only spent 10,000 berry, which was indeed not much. As Hawkins pressed the start button, the 3 symbols on the slot machine screen began to dance, and Gale couldn't help but feel tense. The first symbol stopped, and it was a money symbol. This symbol represented the highest multiplier, which was 10 times. But this was just the beginning, to stack the multipliers. The next 2 symbols had to also be money symbols. If one of them was not a money symbol, even if the other 2 were, it would not matter. Gale's mood was relatively calm. Getting 1 money symbol did not mean much. He often encountered this situation when playing the slot machine. At that moment, the second symbol stopped. It was also a money symbol. Now Gale's emotions became excited. As long as the third symbol was still a money symbol, they could get 1,000 times the reward. Of course, if the third symbol was another fruit symbol, the 2 accumulated money symbols would lose their value. As the person involved, Hawkins looked indifferent, even yawning leisurely. Shio's also looked at the excited Gale and shook his head. "What are you excited about? Even if it's 1,000 times, it's only 10 million berry. The berry you have now is several hundred times 10 million. Shio said calmly. "Gale, you are good in other areas, but you need to broaden your horizons." Garl's previous identity led him to have a serious mindset of a commoner. This wasn't a problem before, but as his family organization grew, he could no longer hold on to such views. "Don't worry, I'll change my bad habits," Garl assured, patting his chest. He understood that Shio's was willing to discuss this with him to focus on nurturing his mindset, which Garl greatly appreciated. Finally, the third pattern stopped. Still the gold coin symbol. This meant that in just under a minute, they had multiplied their chips of 10,000 berries by 1,000 times. Hawkins got up from the slot machine, and a few slender straws disappeared from his sleeve. Fireworks and ribbons exploded above the slot machine, a special marketing setup by the casino. Soon, staff rushed over, carrying champagne ribbons to celebrate Hawkins winning the grand prize. A staff member dressed as a supervisor said, "Congratulations to this guest. You're the 320th customer to win the 10 million prize. Here are chips worth 10 million berries. And we wish you a good time." The same server who had just exchanged 10,000 berries for chips handed the chips to Hawkins, looking incredulously at him, remembering that he had just exchanged for a mere 10,000. In just 1 minute, 10,000 berries had turned into 10 million berries, a speed faster than printing money. The 10 million berry chips were a stack of 100 golden chips, each worth 100,000 berries. Hawkins took the chips from the server's hands, and before he could speak, the supervisor quickly said, "Sir, would you like to play something more exciting with a larger amount?" The supervisor smiled and continued, "We have many high-stakes options that will definitely satisfy you. Please follow me." This was a common tactic of the casino, inviting customers who won big prizes to play higher-stakes games. They would try everything to make you spend all your berries. If one was only looking to make a small profit, it would be a good choice to withdraw now, even if they felt lucky enough to continue playing the slot machine. Losing 10,000 berries at a time could still last a long while. Hawkins was a very rational person and could clearly see this account in his mind. His choice was naturally to play high-stakes games. Relying solely on the speed of winning from the slot machine to empty out Tezelo was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Hawkins said expressionlessly, "Take me there." The supervisor smiled even more, as he liked such greedy customers. "Sir, please follow me." The supervisor led the way, and the chips in Hawkins's hand were taken over by the server. This was a unique treatment for big clients. The casino would provide dedicated service personnel for them. Seeing Hawkins follow the supervisor away, Shios slightly adjusted his disguise and followed Garl behind him. He was now very clear that he had a name registered with Tezelo, and as long as he appeared, the other side would take targeted measures. This was contrary to Shios's plan, as he was a serious person who wanted to win against Tezelo fairly. Of course, the sudden situation allowed him to use nearby materials for disguise. "Sir, this wax works well, right?" Garl said eagerly, "Just a little patting on your nose, and you look extraordinary. I mean, you were already handsome before, but now you're even more so." Shios remained expressionless. The wax on his face prevented him from making any expression and could only glare fiercely at Garl. Hawkins was taken to the Texas Hold'em table, which, as a classic gambling game popular worldwide, remained the hottest gambling option here. Playing with 10 million chips was merely a beginner's stake. The gamblers at Hawkins's table were dressed diversely and behaved quite rudely, likely pirates just coming ashore to unwind. Shios and Garl did not stand behind Hawkins, but rather behind a burly pirate, acting as his underlings. The people at the card table focused on the cards in the dealer's hands, not paying attention to who was behind them, allowing Shios to firmly maintain his identity. The dealer dealt the cards, and Hawkins played a few rounds but only scratched the surface. Garl was confused, but Shios knew what he was doing. Hawkins was keeping track of the cards. The dealer only had one deck, minus the jokers, making 52 cards in total. For a normal person, remembering the positions of 52 cards is difficult, but for Hawkins, his daily training was more complicated than that. Finally, after the third round, Hawkins began to play. All in. Hawkins glanced at his whole cards and pushed all his chips onto the table. The surrounding players had various expressions, contemplating whether to call or not. But thinking of their whole cards, they shook their heads and chose to fold. Hawkins won the first round, and, as he was dealt the next hand, he accidentally revealed his whole cards. To everyone's surprise, his whole cards were a mixed hand. Without a doubt, Hawkins had outsmarted everyone, including the dealer stationed at the table. No one expected the usually stoic Hawkins to be so cunning. "Bastard!" shouted the pirate in front of Shios. "How dare you bluff me?" "Quiet. Any disputes should be settled at sea." The silent dealer spoke up. Violence was not allowed in Tezelo City, and violators would be turned into golden statues placed in the central square. The pirate's raised fist dropped, glaring angrily at Hawkins. Similarly, the dealer was sizing up Hawkins, needing to reassess this man. Hawkins remained unfazed, stacking all the chips he had won in front of him, waiting for the dealer to deal again. The dealer dealt, and everyone was watching Hawkins. Hawkins did not disappoint them, pushing his chips forward again, all in. Still that calm figure, saying the most shocking words. After the previous experience, the gamblers had different expressions but did not immediately fold like last time. "I'll play with you." The pirate in front of Shios pushed all his chips forward and shouted, "I'll go all in too." The dealer hesitated for a moment and chose to fold and run. The dealer continued dealing until the cards were full, and only then did the two reveal their whole cards. The pirate had a decent hand, but unfortunately, Hawkins had just beaten him. Damn it! The pirate gritted his teeth, saying, "Don't let me see you outside." After saying that, he pushed away the table and left, having lost all his chips. Unlike other gamblers who looked lost, he only showed a hint of unwillingness and hatred towards Hawkins. The pirate's money had come too easily, so losing it didn't hurt. Pirates who came to Giron-Tezelo often intended to spend all their savings. Their first act upon leaving Giron-Tezelo was usually to plunder wealthy places. This is the tragedy of the Great Pirate Era. A group of unfortunate people transfers their suffering onto innocent others. As the pirate left, Shios and Garl quietly changed their positions, and many onlookers were present without anyone noticing their anomaly. The dealer looked at Hawkins's whole cards with a hint of regret. His previous hand was better than both the pirates' and Hawkins's. Only due to some hesitation did he not continue playing. Hawkins's dedicated server gathered all the chips and counted them. There should be over 30 million berries in chips. She felt a deep sense of emotion. This man's luck tonight was truly extraordinary. In her eyes, these two victories were clear strokes of luck, not knowing how much effort Hawkins had put in. In the first round, Hawkins knew that everyone had poor cards, which is why he took the initiative and used his momentum to overwhelm everyone. The second round was even more dangerous. He knew the dealer had a better hand, but this dealer was very cautious, a result Hawkins had figured out after several rounds. Therefore, he wouldn't follow. The one most likely to follow was that pirate, whose cards were worse than his. This was a complex psychological game, and Susi could only see a vague outline. Perhaps only Kyle among his subordinates could fully understand Hawkins' thoughts. Of course, the foundation of this psychological game was that Hawkins could guess everyone's cards. The game continued, and Hawkins gradually exerted his strength, winning all the gambler's belongings until only he and the dealer remained at the table. The dealer wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had few chips left, while Hawkins' chips were nearing 200 million Bailey. "Deal the cards," Hawkins urged in that emotionless tone, sending chills down the spines of the gamblers present. The game continued, and after another round, the dealer slumped helplessly in his chair. He had lost all his chips and also his life. All of this was money provided by the casino. Losing some was acceptable, but losing everything meant facing the casino's punishment, even being sold into the black market as a slave. The dealer lay on the table, crying bitterly, as several well-dressed men dragged him away. The foreman who had brought Hawkins here appeared again with a smile. "Sir, are you interested in playing something bigger?" The foreman said with a smile. "This is just a beginner's table. We have special rooms prepared for our big clients. Would you like to take a look?" Hawkins responded with a hum, getting up to leave the table. The attendant who had been getting him chips turned into two people, carrying a thick stack of chips worth a total of 800 million Bailey. Chapter 115. Skill versus luck. The high-stakes room is not something just anyone can enter. Susi left Gal behind, pretending to run into Hawkins by chance. "Ah, long time no see," Susi said as he approached, grabbing Hawkins' arm. "You didn't tell me you were coming here. Come on, let us go have a drink." Susi gave Hawkins a knowing look, and the latter immediately understood his identity, cooperating by saying, "Yes, long time no see." It was simple, but it fit Hawkins' character. If he were to chatter away, it would only arouse suspicion. After saying that, Susi pulled Hawkins to go for drinks. Hawkins did not resist, pretending to leave with Susi, which frightened the casino foreman. When Hawkins had won 10 million before, it was fine for him to leave. It could even give the casino some publicity. But now that he had won 800 million Bailey, they couldn't let him go. If Hawkins escaped like this, his fate would be very tragic. The foreman immediately blocked their path, smiling as he said, "Dear guest, you are here to have fun too, right? How about joining Lord Hawkins in our VIP area? We have the best drinks available there." Susi naturally wouldn't just take Hawkins away. He only wanted to find a reason to enter the VIP area. The foreman's words suited him, but he couldn't show it too obviously. "It's not convenient. We're just rough guys. Let us go have a drink outside." Huangzhe pretended to pull Hawkins away. "Convenient, convenient, of course it's convenient," the casino foreman said anxiously, quickly blocking their way again. "Lord Hawkins is our esteemed guest. We must provide the utmost service. What drink would you like? I'll prepare it right away." The foreman summoned the staff, instructing them to get drinks for Susi, then smiled and led the way, saying, "Follow me. Our VIP area is the most entertaining place in the entire Giron-Tezelo. You won't be disappointed." Susi's waxed face prevented him from showing too many expressions. He could only imitate Hawkins' calm demeanor and said, "Let's go take a look. I'm definitely benefiting from my younger brother. Saying this, he patted Hawkins on the shoulder, pretending to be very familiar. Hawkins also played along, forcing a smile to confirm their friendship. Thus, Su-Si and Hawkins, under the foreman's guidance, arrived at the most luxurious VIP hall in the entire casino. The VIP hall was filled with gold, mesmerizing with its dazzling light. In such an environment, ordinary people would likely be influenced. However, in Su-Si's eyes, this golden floor was completely worthless. Gold that couldn't even withstand seawater shouldn't be called gold. He had never heard that real gold feared seawater. Gilder Tizolo was indeed stingy, testing officials with such trivial things. What official could withstand such tests? Although Su-Si despised Gilder Tizolo's actions in his heart, he couldn't make overly complex facial expressions, but he pretended to be shocked by this scene. Hawkins was the same. His usual expressionless face rarely showed astonishment. Perhaps he really hadn't seen so much gold before. The drinks Su-Si ordered were already prepared, placed on a table not far from the gambling table. There were 3 people sitting at the gambling table, one of whom was the casino dealer in formal attire, while the other 2, a man and a woman, also looked regal. One position was still empty, presumably reserved for Hawkins. Please sit here. The casino foreman first guided Su-Si to take a seat before leading Hawkins to the gambling table. Hawkins approached the table, and 2 attendants placed chips in front of him, stacking chips with a value of 100,000 Bailey up to his chest. Is this a random pick because you can't gather enough people? The woman disdainfully said. With no billion Bailey, you can still sit at this table. It's laughable. The other man didn't say much, but his gaze toward Hawkins was also very contemptuous. As long as there are enough people, it's fine. We're all here to have fun. Having a good time is the most important. The dealer tried to ease the tension, instructing the croupier to deal the cards. The croupier was very beautiful, wearing a sexy outfit. Su-Si enjoyed the view while sipping his drink, feeling quite relaxed. Hawkins followed his usual routine, not following the bet in the first few rounds, causing him to lose 50 million Bailey in chips. The entry fee for the VIP area was very high. If he continued like this, he might regretfully leave after a few more rounds. The woman saw Hawkins' actions and openly remarked, "What a stingy poor guy." She was trying to provoke Hawkins, but unfortunately, Hawkins was not a particularly emotional person. Even Su-Si outside could see that this crudely behaving woman was actually from the casino. She and the dealer exchanged glances several times, and for Su-Si, this covert behavior was undoubtedly a joke, like running naked with a blindfold on. Hawkins did not possess Su-Si's keen observation skills, but he had already picked up on some clues from the timing of the woman's bets and her cards compared to the dealer's. The man beside Hawkins, on the other hand, was constantly wiping his sweat. He had lost chips worth 500 million Bailey in the previous rounds. That was no small amount, and the chips on his table were visibly reduced. As the new round began, Hawkins had gathered enough information and was ready to launch a counterattack. This time, he didn't use any tricks. He simply relied on his impressive skills, steadily taking down his opponent's chips. Even so, the chips in front of Hawkins were still increasing at a visibly rapid pace, and Su-Si roughly estimated the situation. At this moment, Hawkins' chips have exceeded 1.5 billion Baileys, an unimaginable figure. Who would have thought such enormous wealth could come from a single coin? Gambling truly is the fastest way to make money in the world, provided you can win. Otherwise, it's the fastest way to lose money. The waitress who previously exchanged chips for Hawkins has become completely numb. She finds herself devoid of any concept of money. To her, billions of Baileys seem like just a single coin, and she feels she must be going insane. Similarly, she isn't the only one feeling this way. The dealer and that woman are also anxious, seeing Hawkins accumulate more and more chips in front of him. Even though the 2 of them have made some profits, it's only enough to keep their accounts balanced. The only person in the room who is losing money is that man. After another round, the man decides to go all in, but ends up being mercilessly cut down by Hawkins, leaving his last hope in vain. I lost. The man sways as he stands up and, guided by the casino staff, heads towards the exit. Reyes notices this and realizes the man's identity is not ordinary. Otherwise, someone who has lost all their money would just be thrown out without a second thought. Gilder Tizolo enjoys watching those who have lost all their money leave in a miserable state, and the VIP room has always been his focus of observation. He lies in his luxurious bedroom, sipping the finest and most expensive wine, mocking those who are so distressed by money. However, he is very dissatisfied with the VIP room today. His casino's white gloves not only failed to make money, but also lost money. And the only one who lost everything is someone he cannot afford to provoke. He glares at Hawkins at the poker table, wondering who this person is. as he has never heard any rumors about him. After the man leaves, the game continues. Gilder Tizzolo watches several hands, and even though the woman and the dealer team up, it is still difficult for them to win against Hawkins, who is already the best dealer in the casino. He knows very well that Hawkins is making money with superior card skills. In his eyes, gambling is just a game. However, this behavior does not count as cheating. Even if they knew, there would be no way to deal with it unless they wanted to close the casino and shamelessly cause trouble. Gilder Tizzolo takes a deep breath and slowly says, "Baccara, go meet this gambling god and let him know what it means to have limits." A voluptuous woman steps out from the shadows, approaches Gilder Tizzolo, and kisses the back of his hand. "I will make him pay." As Baccara leaves the room, she walks down the corridor, running her hand over the patrolling guards. The guards, looking at the enchanting Baccara, happily accept her touch, even showing some flattering smiles. Baccara chuckles, a friendly reminder, "Stay here for a while, don't go anywhere." One guard, unsure of what she means, is about to ask when suddenly, the guard next to him stumbles, and his weapon accidentally pierces his thigh. A scream erupts, and, as other guards rush over to check the situation, they slip and drop their weapons. Cries of pain echo, and a soldier, known for his good fortune, crawls out of the corridor, struggling to say, "Call a doctor." Meanwhile, the chips in front of Hawkins have reached 3 billion Baileys. After several rounds of fierce competition, the woman has also lost all her money and can only leave in frustration. What does 3 billion Baileys piled together look like? Even if it is in denominations of 100,000, it is enough to drown someone. At the suggestion of the casino manager, Hawkins exchanges his chips for supersized chips worth 10 million each, a privilege exclusive to VIP rooms. Even so, Hawkins still has a small mountain of chips in front of him. The dealer wipes the sweat from his forehead, without the woman's assistance. Facing Hawkins alone puts a lot more pressure on him than before. "Open the cards," Hawkins says coldly, as if winning more money has nothing to do with him. The dealer looks at the banker, asking if they should continue dealing, as she senses something is off. The banker nods reluctantly. Regardless, there is no such thing as not losing money when opening a business. The banker takes a deep breath and says, "Deal." Just then, a delicate hand rests on his shoulder. "Let me take over. You need a break." Baccara leans close to the banker's ear and whispers softly, "Be careful when you go out. Try to survive." The banker turns pale. As the best dealer in the casino, he knows Bacara's capabilities and understands what her appearance signifies. "I still have value. The boss can't just give up on me." The banker flips over and kneels on the ground. "I beg you, I don't want to die. I really don't want to go." Baccara kicks the banker aside, her long, beautiful legs particularly eye-catching, causing Reyes to unconsciously take another drink. A waste must have the awareness of being a waste. Don't be an eyesore. Baccara says coldly, "Hurry up and get out. Don't make me angry." Seeing Baccara angry, the banker dares not linger and leaves the VIP room with a mournful face. Before he has been gone long, a faint scream is heard. Presumably something unfortunate has happened to him. Baccara sits in a chair, her right leg crossed over her left, exposing a large expanse of whiteness, even revealing the slit in her skirt. "I heard your skills are excellent. I really want to try." Baccara licks her red lips provocatively as she looks at Hawkins. If Reyes didn't know the context, he would likely misunderstand the situation. The phrase "excellent skills" could lead to all sorts of imaginations. "Deal." Hawkins, unyielding, continues to say coldly. The dealer asks Baccara, who gestures with her finger, indicating to deal the cards. The cards are placed on the table, and without even looking at the bottom card, Baccara directly bets 500 million Baileys. Hawkins' expression changes slightly, but thinking about Bacara's cards, he decides to match her 500 million Baileys. 1 billion Baileys are laid out on the table, and the dazzling glow is impossible to ignore. Both sides reveal their cards, and Hawkins sees Bacara's bottom card. His expression shifting multiple times. He didn't expect to lose. Since sitting at the table, Hawkins has lost before, but those were strategic losses, with amounts only in the tens of millions of Baileys. Never before has he lost such a large sum of 500 million Baileys in one round. He feels a bit flustered. Bacara's bottom card is almost what he calculated, except for one card that has a problem, resulting in a completely different outcome. Coincidentally, that altar card was just slightly higher than his, perfectly surpassing him. Counting cards carries risks. After all, people are not machines, and it is impossible to maintain a perfect state all the time. Hawkins takes a deep breath, adjusts his emotions, and decides to take the next round seriously. Baccara sees Hawkins' reaction and chuckles. "Not bad. For the next hand, I bet everything. Do you dare to match?" With that, Baccara pushes all her chips forward, looking at Hawkins with a show of force. Watching from the office, Gilder Tezolo laughs heartily. He loves seeing Bakara toy with her opponents, making him feel that everything is under his control. Hawkins' forehead beads with sweat. He dares not match her. He knows that the dealer's next deal will result in his cards being lower than Bakara's, so he naturally cannot follow. He folds, not losing too many chips. But Hawkins' state is very poor at this moment. In the third round, Bakara still did not give Hawkins a chance and pushed all her chips in. This time, Hawkins did not want to back down. He knew that his hand was definitely better than Bakara's. He was very confident, having confirmed this multiple times, and was certain that he wouldn't be wrong. Just as Hawkins was about to push all his chips to gamble against Bakara, Shios got up from his seat and pressed down on Hawkins' S-arm. "Let me play this round. Give me a favor," he said. The waxy substance on his face prevented him from showing any expression, but his tone revealed a hint of drunkenness. Hawkins naturally did not believe that Shios was drunk. But Bakara and the others thought otherwise, and just as they were about to mock Shios, Hawkins slowly stood up from his seat and actually gave his position to Shios. Everyone was astonished at this scene. Didn't Hawkins realize that this was a gamble worth over 2 billion berries? In Chapter 116, Shios' Conqueror's Haki is a last-minute change. In many cases, it is not used to describe the correct decision. To everyone, Hawkins' behavior at this moment seemed to abandon over 2 billion berries on the table, which was a considerable fortune. Bakara smirked. She did not care who her opponent was. No matter who came, it could not change the outcome of this gamble. Hawkins' card skills could be said to be the pinnacle of humanity, which everyone present acknowledged, and they did not believe that this man who had been drinking could gamble better than Hawkins. Shios took Hawkins' place at the table. Bakara, just like in the previous round, did not even look at her whole cards and directly pushed all her chips in, wanting to quickly resolve the game. Shios understood that she did this to avoid wasting her fruit ability. The luck fruit needed to absorb the luck of others to exert its abilities on herself. In other words, every round Bakara played, the luck she absorbed would decrease by 1 point. If Hawkins knew this, he could let Bakara win continuously to exhaust all her luck and ultimately win the game. After all, Bakara's card skills were not as good as those of the previously replaced White Glove. Shios looked at the alluring Bakara in front of him, his eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time he had seen someone with a bug-level ability. Most BUG-level ability users were superhuman type. Their common feature was that their fruit abilities were incredibly unreasonable, often exaggerated in anime. For example, Bakara in front of him, her luck fruit, in some ways, belonged to a kind of causal law and was more terrifying than any known fruit. Similarly, there was Sugar from the Don Quixote family, as a toy fruit user. Anyone touched by her lost any ability to fight back. Shios was curious whether these bug-level users were indeed as depicted in anime, where only Usopp, with his bug revision mechanism, could handle them. Bakara sensed Shios' gaze and made a very seductive pose. Shios showed his respect and looked lecherously at Bakara's sexy figure. "This handsome guy, are you going to follow or run?" Bakara seductively asked. "I don't like cowardly men. Don't disappoint me." Shios, dressed as a big man, nodded vigorously, eager to push all the chips onto the table immediately. "I want to bet big." Shios leered at Bakara. "I not only want this money, but I also want you, the entire Girin Tezolo." Bakara smirked disdainfully and glanced at Shios. "With just over 2 billion berries on the table, you're not qualified." Over 2 billion was not a small amount anywhere, but in Girin Tezolo, it was not a particularly large number, far from qualifying for a bet. Even the hidden Gil de Tezolo laughed upon hearing this. It was the first time he had seen someone so delusional. He was sure this person would lose everything and then become a golden statue in the square. Everyone at the gambling table laughed except Hawkins, who stood behind Shios without any expression. He believed that since Shios said it, he would certainly achieve it. Fate had already informed him of everything. Shios chuckled and pretended to act crazy, pulling out a strange-looking fruit from his pocket and placing on the table. It was an unusually shaped fruit, with a purple shell covered in lightning symbols, giving off a bizarre and dangerous feeling. Without a doubt, this was a devil fruit. Devil fruits were more precious than gold. Even a very useless devil fruit could sell for over 100 million berries. Moreover, the devil fruit Shios took out did not look like an ordinary one at first glance. Gil de Tezolo's heart tightened at this scene, and he instinctively grasped the armrest of the sofa. As someone whose fate had been changed by devil fruit, he knew better than anyone how valuable they were. "What kind of devil fruit is this?" "We must get this fruit," Gil de Tezolo said as he took out a den mushy. No matter what kind of fruit it would be his. A waiter approached Bakara and whispered Gil de Tezolo's words in her ear. Bakara nodded and asked, "What kind of fruit is this? I need to know its value to decide if it's worth betting." Shios laughed loudly and slapped the table. Listen well. This is a natural-type thunder fruit, a natural-type devil fruit capable of rivaling the Admiral's abilities. A natural-type devil fruit and a disaster-level thunder fruit. Gildetezelo stood up directly from his chair, the sound of the armrest cracking as he gripped it tightly. This devil fruit was actually the thunder fruit. Bakara's eyes widened in disbelief, and even the usually serious Hawkins showed a look of astonishment. Shios placed the fruit on the chips. This was the trap he set for Gildetezelo, a devil fruit he could not refuse. The last time he killed Crocodile in the Alabasta Underground. Shios had also carried a fruit with him, aiming to retrieve the Sansan fruit while killing Crocodile. However, that time he was unsuccessful. He did not know where the Sansan fruit ended up. Later, when he killed Enel on Sky Island, he made the same preparation, and this time he was not disappointed. With Enel's death, one of the fruits he carried transformed into the devil fruit in front of him. Shios had considered giving this fruit to his subordinates to cultivate a strong ally comparable to himself. However, after the Sky Island incident, Shios' mindset changed. He believed that while cultivating power was important, it was not something he had to do. This was a world where individual strength was greater than the sum of the group. Only by becoming strong himself could he truly be powerful. Thinking about the Don Quixote family, which dominated the Dark World, they vanished from the world stage after Doflamingo was captured. If one day Shios' power developed to such an extent, would he also face the same risks? Therefore, Shios believed that only by becoming strong enough could his power remain unthreatened. Power was meant to assist oneself, not for oneself to serve the power. This was the original intention behind Shios establishing the intelligence organization. Shios had a bold idea, especially after witnessing Enelu's excellent performance with the Thunder Fruit, which strengthened his resolve. He aimed to become a dual fruit user. This was the purpose behind Shios leaving the Thunder Fruit behind. For others, they could only consume one fruit, as taking a second would lead to immediate death. However, Shios knew that it wasn't entirely impossible. Since Blackbeard Teach could achieve it, it proved that this path was feasible. If he didn't try, Shios wouldn't be satisfied. Bakara's gaze was fixed on the Thunder Fruit. She was so eager that she didn't want to continue the gambling game and wished someone would snatch the fruit immediately. Shios chuckled. Are you satisfied with this wager? Bakara calmed down. As a fruit user herself, her need for the Thunder Fruit wasn't very strong, allowing her to resist its temptation. I need to ask, Bakara replied, indicating that this level of wager was beyond her authority. Just then, the same waiter approached Bakara again, conveying the message from Gildetezelo. Undoubtedly, Gildetezelo was taking this gamble. With Bakara's luck fruit ability, they had no chance of losing. So why not accept this unexpected gift? Naturally, Gildetezelo also rushed here immediately. If Bakara lost the gamble, he wouldn't suggest turning it into a violent conflict. In any case, the Thunder Fruit had to remain here and become his treasure. I bet all the wealth of Gildetezelo against you for this Thunder Fruit, Bakara said. A bit excited, this was the biggest gamble she had ever experienced. She couldn't help but feel exhilarated, her expression no longer calm. The long-lost thrill made Bakara happy, a sensation she had never experienced since consuming the luck fruit. Shios observed Bakara's entranced expression, thinking about the despair that awaited her. Since both parties agreed to increase the stakes, the game could proceed smoothly. The dealer began to deal cards, each one pulling at everyone's hearts as they were curious about the outcome of the gamble. As the final card was dealt, the situation on the table was as Hawkins had predicted, with Bakara clearly at a disadvantage. Unless her hidden card was excellent, she was bound to lose. In comparison, Shios' hidden card didn't need to be exceptional. He just had to perform normally to win the game. Yet, Bakara had never feared such moments of luck. Even with low odds, she believed she could win the gamble in unexpected ways. When it was time to reveal the hidden cards, Shios flipped his over, revealing a good hand, further diminishing Bakara's odds. However, Bakara smiled at that moment because she saw a chance to win, however slim it might be. As long as there was a chance, something would happen. Just as she was about to reveal her hidden card, Shios snorted coldly, his eyes fixed on Bakara, a terrifying aura pressing down on her. Conqueror's Haki. The overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, infused with Shios' killing intent, was a gift he received after understanding everything on Skypiea. He was the second person in the Navy to awaken Conqueror's Haki, and the second to abandon justice after Sengoku. This was an extremely cruel act. For a Navy that upheld justice, abandoning it was akin to taking away their life. Shios didn't know how Sengoku underwent this transformation, but for him, when justice became a worldly shackle, he chose to live for himself. He was still a Navy who upheld justice, but not the worldly justice. In fact, Shoes should have realized this during the Marine-Ford War, when Sengoku, for the sake of victory, had scored stab Whitebeard in the back. Even for victory, such an act did not align with the justice the Navy claimed to uphold. Facing the oppressive conqueror's haki from Shoes, Bakera felt her luck rapidly depleting. This happened because her body's self-protection mechanism had activated. Bakera couldn't control her luck, which was also how Usopp had defeated her. Shoes used the same principle. When a person is in danger, their instinct is not to protect their possessions, but to do everything possible to protect their life. Bakera's body was no different. Even if she wanted to put her luck into revealing her hidden card, her body still activated its self-protection mechanism against the potential threat to her life. Her luck ebbed away like the tide, and when Bakera flipped her hidden card, all the accumulated luck had completely vanished. As she revealed her card, it was indeed smaller than Shoes's, just as Hawkins had predicted. She no longer had the strength to alter her fate. Bakera sat in her chair, dazed, staring blankly at her hidden card, unable to believe she had lost this gamble. This was not a gamble of billions of berries, but a high-stakes bet involving the entire Guild Tesoro. "You cheated," Bakera exclaimed, agitated, unwilling to accept the outcome. "Cheat? Am I the one cheating, or are you? What a villain who cries foul first." Shoes chuckled as he stood up from the gambling table, putting away the thunder fruit, leaving the chips to pile up on the table. Those were no longer important. The entire Guild Tesoro was now his. Shoes turned and patted Hawkins on the shoulder, saying, "Thanks to you, a single coin can win a gambling city." Hawkins nodded expressionlessly, knowing that things wouldn't just end like this. The outcome of this gamble was irrelevant. Regardless of who won or lost, the other side wouldn't keep their promise. Guild Tesoro wouldn't simply hand over the entire Guild Tesoro, and Shoes wouldn't give up the thunder fruit just like that. The gamble was merely a pretext, a legitimate reason to create chaos. Shoes always remembered that he was a Navy who upheld justice. How could he do anything unreasonable? No matter what they thought, the waitstaff nearby were stunned. They didn't know how to address Shoes at that moment. Should they call him sir or boss? Especially the waitress who had been following Hawkins. She still hadn't recovered from the legend of a single coin. Bakera rose from her chair, brushing past the waitstaff, replenishing her lost luck. She realized that a great battle was about to unfold. Applause erupted as Guild Tesoro entered the room, wearing a cold smile. "Can you bring out my thunder fruit? I want to observe this beautiful fruit up close." Shoes felt a waxy substance on his face, along with some hairs falling out, causing him pain and tears to well up. This made his originally cool demeanor feel somewhat awkward. "I don't think so," Shoes replied coldly. "You should clear out my office. I don't want to see any personal belongings left by the previous occupant." Guild Tesoro looked closely at Shoes' appearance, frowning as he said, "You are Shoes, the Navy Rear Admiral." Chapter 117, Shoes vs. Guild Tesoro. After recognizing Shoes' identity, Guild Tesoro hesitated. It's not that he fears Rear Admiral Shoes' identity, but rather thinks of his other identity as Admiral Akainu's nephew. This identity is very dangerous. Although Guild Tesoro is arrogant, he is still clear about the gap between himself and an admiral. Thinking of the thunder fruit in Shoes' arms, Guild Tesoro couldn't care less. Guild Tesoro reached out and said, "Hand over the thunder fruit to me." "How rude." Shoes shook his head. "Now you should hand over Guild Tesoro to me. I won this gamble." Shoes pointed to the two piles of cards on the gambling table, indicating that Guild Tesoro should take a look. It was he who won the gamble. Guild Tesoro didn't even glance at the card table, sneering, "I never agreed to this gamble. I now suspect you stole my thunder fruit. Please cooperate with my investigation." This is indeed a common excuse used by villains. Shoes had no intention to argue with him. He turned to Hawkins behind him and said, "So, can you take care of yourself?" Hawkins nodded, revealing his sleeves filled with many straw dolls. On the way here, he collected a lot of hair from pirates in the city, significantly supplementing his fruit abilities. This was also one of the reasons Shoes brought Hawkins along. Not only because of his good card skills, but more so because of his fruit abilities, which meant Shoes didn't need to be distracted taking care of him. Shoes smiled slightly. "That's good." After saying that, he used the shave technique to disappear from his spot and appeared next to Guild Tesoro. Since a fight was inevitable, there was no need for so much small talk. Shoes did not believe he had the ability to awaken Guild Tesoro's conscience. Finger gun, horned rhinoceros. Shoes combined his hands, bringing his two index fingers together, hardening his knuckles, and instantly covering them with armament hockey. The advanced version of the finger gun brought immense penetrating power, charging towards Guild Tesoro's chest like a fully sprinting rhinoceros. As always, in the world of pirates, There is no possibility of a sneak attack in a duel between strong opponents. Guild Tesoro was also proficient in both types of hockey, sensing Shoes' attack with observation hockey. He took defensive measures immediately. The golden chips piled on the table flew towards Guild Tesoro, transforming into a golden liquid to block the path of Shoes' finger gun attack. The finger gun pierced through the golden barrier, its momentum slightly reduced, but still maintaining considerable power. However, after the obstruction, Guild Tesoro had more reaction time, and the remaining golden liquid crawled over his body, coating him in a layer of golden armor. The finger gun struck Guild Tesoro's chest, producing a sound of metal clashing. Even with the armament hockey covering his fingers, it couldn't penetrate Guild Tesoro's outer skin. Clearly, beneath this layer of golden armor, there was another layer reinforced by armament hockey. The residual force of the finger gun sent Guild Tesoro flying, causing him to crash through several walls, raising a cloud of dust. Many gamblers still lingered in the casino, and through the broken wall, they could be seen fleeing in a panic. Guild Tesoro got up from the ruins. The attack hadn't caused him much harm. Through this strike, he realized that Shoes' strength was far beyond that of a rear admiral. Even so, he remained unfazed, clearing debris aside to stand up. Bastard, this is really infuriating. Golden Bomb. Guild Tesoro covered his palm with armament hockey and slammed it down onto the ground. The gold bricks laid out on the floor flew up one by one, spreading towards Shoes' direction. This was the effect of using armament hockey to strike gold, creating a molten gold cannon effect. The massive shockwave produced by the explosion, along with the heat radiation and shattered gold pieces, caused destruction to the target. Facing this fierce attack, Shoes naturally wouldn't take it head-on. He immediately used the shave technique to disappear from his original position. The explosion's aftermath swept through the VIP room where Shoes and the others were located. The luck fruit user, Baccarat, showed no fear in the face of the attack. She skillfully avoided the splashing gold pieces. Hawkins also remained unscathed despite suffering several fatal injuries. As a straw doll fell, he took no damage. Others weren't so lucky. Many waiters died in the aftermath of Guild Tesoro's attack. Seeing the scene, Shoes could only apologize in his heart. If there was anyone to blame, it was Guild Tesoro for making the first move. Just as Shoes avoided the attack, Guild Tesoro was completely enveloped in gold liquid, turning into a 3-meter-tall golden figure. The small golden figure had divine facial features, and its lines were extremely perfect, showing that Guild Tesoro put in a lot of effort. Why bother? No matter how beautifully a slave decorates himself, it cannot hide his vile heart, Shoes mocked, intentionally provoking Guild Tesoro. For Guild Tesoro, his life as a slave was a lifelong shame and a past he desperately wanted to erase. I will definitely kill you, turn you into gold, and leave you in the square for everyone to spit on. Guild Tesoro roared in anger. Guild Tesoro charged forward. It was unclear whether it was Shoes' illusion or if it was truly as he saw. As Guild Tesoro ran on the stone slabs, the bricks beneath his feet transformed into gold, swirling and propelling him forward. This made his speed extremely fast, far exceeding Shoes' expectations. In that moment of distraction, Guild Tesoro reached Shoes, a golden fist smashing towards Shoes' head. Shoes' naturally wouldn't let him succeed. The 3 pairs of wings behind him spread open instantly, blocking Guild Tesoro's powerful punch. The enormous impact sent Shoes flying this time. Fortunately, his wings softened the blow, allowing him to adjust his posture mid-air. Is that all you've got? Shoes said disdainfully. I'm really disappointed. I thought you, as a slave, would perform better to please me. Golden flames appeared in Shoes' hand, condensing into a golden longsword. With 3 pairs of wings flapping, Shoes charged towards Guild Tesoro. The flaming longsword chopped down, and Guild Tesoro raised his arm to block. Upon contact, the gold on Guild Tesoro's arm melted in a golden liquid, dripping onto the gold slabs beneath him. Seeing the gold on his arm rapidly disappearing, he covered it with a layer of armament hockey. Guild Tesoro's other arm attacked Shoes. Seeing this, Shoes covered his wings with armament hockey, turning them into sharp serrations to meet Guild Tesoro's attack. The two used the shock wave to create distance. With Shoes looking down at Guild Tesoro from above, not expecting this guy to be so troublesome, it seemed there was some reason why the Celestial Dragons chose him as their spokesperson. Glancing at his previous position, Hawkins had already left, allowing Shoes to unleash his full strength. Otherwise, with his style of combat, Hawkins would have lost his life here no matter how many lives he had. Shoes gripped the flaming longsword with both hands. The golden flames on the sword swelled, rapidly growing to nearly 100 meters in length. Judgment. With a furious roar from Shoes, the giant golden flame sword fell from the sky, the scorching flames covering the entire venue, causing a violent explosion due to the compression of the flames. Gil Tesoro did not expect Shoes to have such an attack. For a moment, he was caught off guard, and the surroundings were already engulfed in golden flames. The flames of the explosion scorched his body with intense heat, causing the gold on him to melt into liquid gold and fall to the ground. Similarly, the gold bars affected by the abilities also melted under the roasting flames, turning the entire casino into an alchemical furnace, baking this impure gold. Far away, Kaiki, who was clearing supplies in Gurin Tesalo, glanced at the red clouds on the horizon and knew things were going awry. "How much did you just say?" Kaiki asked. Opposite him stood a thin merchant, a well-known businessman in Gurin Tesalo with connections to the black market of the Shambadi archipelago. Kaiki had arranged to meet this person to discuss the price of the Perusa family shop in Gurin Tesalo. This person had just offered 1 billion berries, and Kaiki wanted to ask for more. The merchant's gaze shifted, noticing Kaiki's panic, and took the opportunity to say, "I just said 600 million berries." "Okay, deal." Kaiki quickly signed his name. "This shop is yours now. You don't need to rush to pay me. We'll discuss it later." The merchant regretted seeing Kaiki sign. He had underestimated Kaiki's determination. Now that Kaiki had signed, their negotiation was settled, and if he backed out, he would be laughed at. He could only grit his teeth and sign his name to complete the transaction. After reaching the deal, the merchant felt quite pleased that he could buy a thriving shop in Gurin Tesalo for 600 million berries and immediately wanted to take Kaiki for a drink. However, Kaiki refused. "Old John, I have other shops to sell. I don't have time to drink with you." Kaiki packed his things, preparing to handle the next shop, as he had little time left. By the time everyone came to their senses and realized the danger, it would be difficult for him to sell his shops. Old John didn't understand why Kaiki was so anxious. He glanced at the distant red clouds and said nonchalantly, "It's just a small matter. This is Gurin Tesalo, the hard work of our generation. With the celestial dragons here, even pirates need this place. It will always stand tall on the sea." This was the mindset of most merchants in Gurin Tesalo. Even if they saw the distant flames and running pedestrians, they didn't believe anything major would happen. This was Gurin Tesalo, the richest place in the world, and also the safest. Kaiki looked at his friend. Although there was no real friendship between merchants, he still advised him out of respect for their relationship. "Old John, times have changed. A new era is about to come. Old thinking will get you killed." After saying this, Kaiki left the shop. He had too many things to attend to. That damn little punk. Why did he have to strike so early? On the other side, after using judgment, the entire casino turned into a sea of flames. He was also blocked by the flames and couldn't pursue further. Suddenly, a strong explosion wave created a blank space in the fire, and the golden Gil de Tesalo escaped from the fire. Gil de Tesalo, who had escaped, gasped for breath and glared fiercely at Shiosi. The golden liquid on him was solidifying, and the gold that had fallen to the ground was returning to his body. He looked quite disheveled, but the damage was not significant. After a brief skirmish, Gil de Tesalo had no intention of holding back. Even if he had to destroy the entire Gurin Tesalo today, he would obtain the Thunder Fruit. As long as he was there, Gurin Tesalo would still be reborn from the ashes. Gil de Tesalo slammed his hands down onto the ground, causing the ground to become stained with gold and rapidly spread outward, transforming the surrounding buildings into shining gold. This was not the first time Gil de Tesalo turned things around him into gold, but this time the speed was exaggerated and the range was much larger than before. It was the awakening of his devil fruit. Shiosi remembered that Gil de Tesalo had the ability to awaken his fruit, allowing him to transform into a giant golden figure, similar to the shining form of Diga. Knowing what he was doing, Shiosi naturally wouldn't let him succeed in transforming into the giant. The golden flame longsword in his hand surged again, and the nearly 100-meter-long golden flame longsword slashed down, a powerful strike intended to interrupt Gil de Tesalo's transformation process. However, just as the golden flame longsword descended, the gold on the ground blocked Gil de Tesalo's front. The golden flames melted the gold, but after the surface gold melted, new gold would replenish it. After using the awakened fruit, Gil de Tesalo's replenishment speed of gold was several times faster than before. Relying solely on the flame longsword was insufficient to break through the golden wall in front of him. Since this was the case, Shiosi also did not intend to stalemate any longer. A massive ball of flame fused into the flame longsword, and, as the sword body turned, the entire flame longsword exploded. The impact of the flame explosion blew open a gap in the golden wall, and Shosi took the opportunity to flap his wings and fly into the blown-open gap. However, as soon as Shosi passed through the golden wall, what he saw was not Gilda Tezelo, but a massive golden fist. With both hands blocking in front, Shosi immediately used Iron Block to absorb this blow. Even though he had prepared in advance, this punch still sent Shosi's blood surging, and his body shot away like a cannonball. In the air, Shosi regained his composure, using his feathered wings to slow down and stabilize his body in the air. However, he found himself on the other side of the city. That punch had sent him half a city away. Of course, this was also due to the lack of obstacles to slow him down in the air, but it was enough to show how terrifying Gilda Tezelo's giant power was. Shosi looked back at his original position, where a nearly 100-meter-tall golden giant had risen, giving a sense of overwhelming mental pressure. Just as Shosi was about to charge over, he heard Kaiki's voice from below. "Hey, it's me." Kaiki shouted from below. "I haven't left yet. Give me a chance. Let's fight later." Shosi rolled his eyes. This was not up to him. It was now Gilda Tezelo's main attack time. "I'll do my best. You hurry up too," Shosi replied. In the moment when Shosi and Kaiki were exchanging pleasantries, a sudden sense of crisis arose in Shosi's heart. He looked towards Gilda Tezelo and saw the giant golden figure towering hundreds of meters high, its eyes glowing as if brewing something. "I can't let you do as you please." With a flap of his wings, Shosi charged towards Gilda Tezelo, generating sonic booms with his high-speed movement. In sonic boom, clouds appeared in the sky. Dispersing the flame longsword in his hand, Shosi clenched his fist, and the armed color hockey was instantly covered, with golden flames burning on the fist's wind. Iron Block, Fiery Hammer. Shosi arrived in front of Gilda Tezelo and punched towards the giant golden figure's neck. The neck of the golden giant resembled the trunk of a giant tree. Shosi's fist seemed insignificant. Yet this act of striking a tree with a mayfly caused Gilda Tezelo to suffer a huge loss. As Shosi's fist struck the golden giant's skin, a metallic clang echoed, and then the flames exploded under Shosi's control. Gilda Tezelo hurriedly raised his hand to stop Shosi, but before he could lift his hand, he felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by a force that knocked him down to the ground. He covered his neck with his hand, where Shosi had smashed a pit as tall as a person, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. The gold in his hands transformed into liquid, filling the wound. And in the blink of an eye, there was no trace of the injury. Shoes looked at this scene, astonished. He never expected that Gilda Tezelo, after awakening his fruit, would possess a recovery ability similar to that of a Logia fruit. And in terms of effectiveness, it was even more useful than the natural-type devil fruits. As Gilda Tezelo regained his composure, he looked at Shoes, his golden eyes shining brighter, with energy accumulating to a terrifying extent. "Golden Divine Fire." Gilda Tezelo roared, his eyes wide open, and two golden beams shot from the pupils of the golden figure. This was Gilda Tezelo using his haki as energy, transmitted through the giant's body to heat up, causing the high-temperature, high-density energy to rapidly expand, and then using the giant's eyes to fire lasers. Shoes had seen this move on television and was quite impressed. With just one strike, it could sink a warship dozens of kilometers away, with great power, long range, and speed comparable to Kizaru's laser attacks. His decisive strike was meant to interrupt Gilda Tezelo, but he didn't expect the golden giant to have such tough skin and strong self-recovery abilities. Not only did he not interrupt Gilda Tezelo's charge, but he also closed the distance between them, making it difficult for Shoes to evade with speed. As he saw the two beams approaching, many evasion scenarios appeared in Shoes' mind, none of which were good options. Since that was the case, he would endure it. Gritting his teeth, Shoes gestured with his hands to create an arched portal, Gate of Heaven. The portal transformed from void to solid, with two closed stone doors intricately carved. The heavy door giving Shoes a sense of security. The two beams struck the stone door, and countless streams of light splashed out in all directions. From behind the door, Shoes could see two fiery points of light on the stone door, but that was all. As Gilda Tezelo's energy waned, the two lasers dissipated into thin lines, and the stone door remained intact. Before Shoes could breathe a sigh of relief, Gilda Tezelo punched the stone door. Golden Inferno. Gilda Tezelo's right arm ignited with flames, and his right fist was wrapped in a layer of golden armor. Utilizing the effect of the financial fire, explosions erupted intermittently, each explosion further increasing the surface temperature. The fist struck the stone door with a deafening explosion, creating a crack on the door, but fortunately, it did not shatter completely. seeing Gilder Tetsolo about to attack again. Shu spread his arms to the sides, and the two ancient doors slowly opened. In the light, redemption was found and evil dissipated. As the stone door opened, what appeared before Gilder Tetsolo was not Shu's, but a dazzling golden light. The golden light flew out from the door, transforming into needles that pierced toward Gilder Tetsolo. In an instant, the shining brilliance engulfed him. Gilder Tetsolo closed his eyes tightly. Every inch of his skin felt as if pierced by steel needles, the intense pain nearly causing him to faint. Because of the light's obstruction, Shu's was also unable to attack Gilder Tetsolo. The reflections from the gold were akin to light pollution, causing dizziness. As the light dissipated, the gate of heaven also vanished. Gilder Tetsolo was riddled with wounds. Half kneeling on the ground, unsure if he was alive or dead. The flame's sword condensed in Shu's hand. He did not care about Gilder Tetsolo's injuries. As in the pirate world, as long as the head was not severed, one was considered alive. Judgment. The dozens of meters long flame giant sword slashed down toward Gilder Tetsolo, but was caught by the golden giant with one hand. Gilder Tetsolo crushed the flame giant sword, dropping a significant amount of gold liquid, but this gold liquid flowed into the golden-covered ground, merging with Gilder Tetsolo's body. The injuries on Gilder Tetsolo were rapidly recovering, causing Shu's to frown deeply. He knew this recovery ability consumed a lot of stamina. Although Gilder Tetsolo seemed to recover fully each time, it actually required a massive amount of energy to activate his fruit's ability. The gold fruit was a Paramecia-type Devil Fruit, and even after awakening, its stamina recovery was not as good as a Zoan type, let alone Shu's Mythical Zoan. As long as Shu's was willing to continue fighting, victory would eventually be his. Gilder Tetsolo had no other means left. Or perhaps he had no other means. Seeing Gilder Tetsolo recover fully before him, Shu's felt a bit weary. This big guy was truly tough. You really can take a beating, Shu's sighed. Gilder Tetsolo stood up, roaring in rage. Unforgivable. I will make you die. The prolonged stalemate not only irritated Shu's, but for Gilder Tetsolo, it was Shu's humiliation towards him. Gilder Tetsolo no longer cared about losses. The ground surged with his anger, and golden pillars rose from the earth. Golden divine punishment, infused with an even stronger armed Haki than before, under the effect of the golden fire. The power of these golden pillars was not much weaker than that of missiles. Under Gilder Tetsolo's command, the golden pillars attacked Shu's from all directions. Shu slashed at the incoming golden pillars with his sword, cutting through them, but as the pillars shattered, massive explosions occurred. The flames were difficult to harm Shu's, but the shock from the explosions made his blood surge. Before he could stabilize himself in the air, several more golden pillars rushed toward him. Shu's twisted and dodged in midair, but couldn't he shake off the golden pillars. He glanced at Gilder Tetsolo. These golden pillars were all under his control, making it unrealistic to rely solely on movement to avoid them. Defending with the Gate of Heaven was also unwise. The Gate of Heaven could only protect one direction, and the golden pillars would circumvent the gate to attack. Uncle Cage, I can't hold on much longer. Shu shouted in midair. This guy's a bit hard to handle. Just then, two more golden pillars exploded beside Shu's, shaking him violently. All right. I've almost withdrawn. Go all out. Cage's voice rang out. Following the sound, Shu saw Cage standing on the deck of the cruise ship. Truly, an old fox, Shu sighed inwardly. The momentum around him suddenly changed, an indescribable pressure enveloping Gilder Tetsolo. Feeling the shift in aura, Cage's smile faded. As expected, he has also achieved it. What an impressive little brat. Facing the incoming golden pillars, Shu's did not dodge. The flame sword in his hand dissipated, and his body underwent another transformation. A six-winged creature resembling a divine dragon appeared. Seeing Shu's transformation, Gilder Tetsolo was astonished, still manipulating the golden pillars to attack Shu's. As the golden pillars approached, the creature's body ignited with red flames, causing all golden pillars entering the flames' range to vanish without a trace. Gilder Tetsolo felt no connection between himself and the golden pillars, as if they had disappeared into thin air. And that was indeed the case. All objects entering the flames' range were instantaneously vaporized, disappearing without a trace. Gilder Tetsolo was frightened. Even his strongest move couldn't harm Shu's, and he knew he had no chance of winning. I am a country protected by the world government. You cannot harm me, Gilder Tetsolo shouted, as he was never a courageous person. It's hard to ask a guy from slave background to stand and wait for death. If he truly had that kind of courage, there wouldn't have been those past tragedies. When you complain about fate, why not consider whether that fate is inextricably linked to yourself? Shoes wouldn't show any sympathy for him. And as for the punishment from the world government, what does it have to do with him? Anyway, Shoes won't admit that this matter was done by him. Even if someone brings video evidence to accuse him, he can still say, without changing his expression, this person looks just like me. I have a half-brother who is a twin. This could be my older brother. Enlightenment comes too late. From the incident with the Vinsmoke family, Shoes should have realized that he already had a power that made others wary. Why should he abide by the rules? When even the justice of the Navy cannot bind him, there is nothing left to fear in this world. Go see Stella with your current power, and let her see if you are still the person she liked. The dragon-shaped monster slightly opened its mouth, emitting Shoes' voice. Upon hearing Stella's name, Gil Tetsolo's mind became somewhat hazy. How do you know her name? I did not allow you to call her name. Stella is mine. Looking at Gil Tetsolo's frenzied appearance, Shoes no longer hesitated and decided to end this battle. A brilliant red light surged, and the dragon-shaped monster vanished from its spot. Before Gil Tetsolo could react, Shoes already appeared before him. Such speed. Gil Tetsolo had observation hockey, yet he still failed to detect Shoes' flight trajectory. Farewell. Shoes' voice appeared in Gil Tetsolo's ears, and a red flash passed before his eyes, causing the massive head of the golden giant to fly off. There was no sign of melting at the neck where it was severed. It looked like a smooth mirror with no visible gap. The head crashed to the ground, and the gold on the ground quickly receded. The gold on the golden giant rapidly faded, turning into gray-black stones that fell to the ground. The dragon-shaped monster returned to Shoes' form, and he gasped for breath, slowly descending from the air. Maintaining the awakened state did not consume much stamina, but the moves in the awakened state required a large amount of stamina. In fact, the mythical abilities of the Zoan fruit are not innate. They cannot be developed just by exploring oneself. They also require the user to develop them independently. The process of developing the fruit is the process of expanding one's imagination. So far, all the derived mythical abilities of the Seraphim are abilities that Shoes believes he should have. If it were someone else, even if they consumed the same fruit, the derived mythical abilities might be different. This is the charm of the Devil Fruit. It holds infinite possibilities. Sitting on a piece of ruins, Shoes looked at the stones scattered on the ground. The head of the golden giant had also shattered into countless pieces, and a human hand reached out from the rubble. As the stones fell, Gil Tetsolo struggled to crawl out. Shoes was not surprised by Gil Tetsolo's appearance. He had been waiting for him. Gil Tetsolo crawled out from the rubble and did not try to fight Shoes. Instead, he sat on a stone like Shoes. Got a smoke? Gil Tetsolo said, Stella doesn't like me smoking because it ruins my voice. She loves to hear me sing. Shoes replied blandly, then don't smoke. Don't bring the smell of smoke when you see her. Gil Tetsolo smiled slightly, looking at the completely ruined current Tetsolo. This was once my pride, my most proud work. I thought I was its master. In fact, it was my master. Shoes knew that when Gil Tetsolo referred to it, he was not only talking about current Tetsolo, but also about the wealth he had been pursuing. When you become the master of money, you have completely become its slave. Shoes sighed. This will look much better to you. What wish do you have? I can consider fulfilling it. Gil Tetsolo smiled and said, I wish to sing. Can you be my audience? Shoes cupped his hands, indicating for Gil Tetsolo to perform. Gil Tetsolo began to sing, the sound drifting through the ruins, like a wild ghost scratching at windows, where a hungry wolf was howling for spring. All right, that's enough. Let me go. Shoes really couldn't take it anymore. Has anyone ever told you that you really aren't suited for singing? Gil Tetsolo paused for a moment and then said, My mother. She really hated it when I sang. No wonder. Even your own mother hates it. You should reflect on whether your singing is too unpleasant. Shoes remarked. Gil Tetsolo didn't mind. Instead, he said happily, Stella likes it. My song is only for her. Shoes waved his hand, and a breeze blew by, causing Gil Tetsolo to disperse with the gentle wind. He had long since died beneath that red light, leaving behind only his obsession. The function of the angel also includes redemption, which was an unexpected derivative ability for Shoes. Chapter 119. Dividing the spoils. The scene of Shoes slaying the golden giant was quite shocking. Kitch stood on the deck at the bow of the ship, not expecting the battle to end so quickly. That kid is even stronger than I imagined. Kitch called to his crew. It's over. Go check our remaining cargo. See if there is still any value for sale. In a corner of current Tetsolo, Bakara watched the golden giant fall, feeling a deep despair. No. How could Lord Tetsolo lose? It was hard to believe this fact, but after a long time, there were still no signs of Guild Tetsolo getting back up. Bakara could only believe that the omnipotent Lord Tetsolo had failed. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before running towards the city ruins. Since Lord Tetsolo was defeated, she would not be arrogant enough to think she could take revenge for him. Now, thinking back to that man's murderous gaze, Bakara still felt a chill rising in her heart. Unable to take revenge, she had to take away the wealth that Lord Tetsolo had collected over the years, which was worth nearly 10 billion berries. Thinking of this, Bakara felt a hint of joy. Being able to obtain such a massive fortune with her fruit ability would be enough for her to live a stable and prosperous life. However, while she was fantasizing about her future life, she did not notice a figure quietly following her from behind. Bakara arrived at the previous location of the casino, cleared away the rubble covering the surface, and after a detailed search, opened a secret door leading underground. Just as she was about to step into the dark door, a voice sounded behind her. "Thank you. This saved me a lot of trouble." Hawkins stood expressionless behind Bakara. It was he who had been tailing her all along, ever since Shoes and Guild Tetsolo started fighting. He had been keeping an eye on Bakara to find the wealth left behind by Guild Tetsolo. In fact, even without Bakara as a guide, they could have had the family, led by Gal, stop the search. The family had many artisans, and digging for gold and treasure was not beyond them, although the efficiency would be a bit slower. With Bakara as a guide, they could completely withdraw from here before the events of current Tetsolo spread throughout the world, disappearing without a trace. Bakara's body was already tense. Upon seeing Hawkins and realizing that the man who terrified her was not around, her heart finally calmed down. "You're the only one brave enough to come see me. What a foolish guy," Bakala said disdainfully. In her eyes, Hawkins was merely a lackey following Shios, not a worthy opponent at all. Taking advantage of the earlier chaos, Bakala used her lucky fruit to extract the luck of several people, and those whose luck she drained conveniently died in the aftermath of the battle between Shios and Guild Tetsolo. Although the extracted luck didn't reach peak levels, it was still beyond what a minor character like Hawkins could counter. Instead of being angry at Bakala's disdain, Hawkins observed her seriously. "You've wasted a very good devil fruit," Hawkins remarked. "The devil fruit is just a tool, not a measure of strength. Your overall strength is quite poor, and you're not my opponent." Hawkins spoke in a flat tone, not bluffing, but emphasizing a point. To Bakala, Hawkins' actions were an insult. "You will regret this," Bakala said, pulling a coin from her waist and flicking it casually. "I will make you understand that as long as the fruit is powerful, nothing else matters." The coin flew from Bakala's hand, landing on the nearby ruins with a clink. The silver coin slid down the stone wall, falling into a crevice with a clanging sound. It was unclear where it had fallen. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and a section of the ruins above Hawkins also trembled, as a rock several meters long slid down from above, crashing toward Hawkins from dozens of meters high. Bakala revealed a smug smile. This was the ability of the lucky fruit, a power that kept her undefeated. However, facing the falling boulder, Hawkins pointed his finger at it and softly said, pointing gun, "This was just a piece of ordinary construction debris." The stone's hardness was even less than the training rocks Darcy used to train Hawkins in the Navy 6 powers. The boulder struck Hawkins' index finger without breaking as expected. Instead, the massive stone shattered into countless pieces upon contact with the pointing gun, scattering from the point of contact. Bakala's pupils widened at this scene, and she screamed hysterically, "It can't end like this." As expected, the debris shattered by Hawkins fell around, striking a pirate armed with a weapon. The pirate's firearm accidentally misfired, and the bullet shot straight toward Hawkins' chest. With a muffled thud, Hawkins' body was pierced by the bullet, and a triumphant expression appeared on Bakala's face. However, this expression did not last long, as a scarecrow emitting black smoke stared at Bakala from Hawkins' sleeve. At the same time, Bakala let out a scream as a bullet hole appeared in her chest, exactly where Hawkins had been shot. "I didn't tell you what my ability is." Hawkins approached Bakala calmly and said, "Luck cannot counter curses. This is an interesting topic." Watching Hawkins step closer, Bakala covered her injured chest and retreated. "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." She reached into her pocket, but, recalling what had just happened, feared that the luck affecting Hawkins would also befall her again. "You're a devil," Bakala shouted in despair. Hawkins stood before her, ignoring Bakala's terrified expression, and delivered a chop to her neck, knocking her unconscious. Bakala's body went limp and slowly collapsed to the ground. "Knocking her out is enough," Hawkins muttered to himself. Darcy had taught him that the difference between the Navy and pirates was having a sense of justice, even when facing enemies. The focus should be on arresting rather than killing. Hawkins listened to Darcy, who was a respectable soldier. After simply bandaging Bacala's wounds, Hawkins took out the walkie-talkie that Shios had given him earlier and briefly explained the situation before sitting at the tunnel's entrance waiting for Shios to arrive. Shios, having sent Guild Tezelo off for the last time, flew in from a distance, flapping his wings. Upon seeing the unconscious Bacala nearby, Shios said, "She's still alive." Hawkins nodded. "Yes, Darcy doesn't allow me to kill indiscriminately." He's right. The Navy cannot kill criminals at will. Flames ignited in Shios' hands, and under Hawkins' gaze, the fire consumed Bacala completely. Bacala, burned by the golden flames, did not even let out a scream, leaving without pain. Shios said solemnly, "But for some dangerous and troublesome individuals, it's better for them to die so I can feel at ease." Despite Bacala's fruit ability not appearing very strong before Shios and Hawkins, the ability of the lucky fruit was quite tricky. If not for the significant power gap between Shios and Bacala and Hawkins' fruit ability being somewhat targeted against Bacala, limiting her options, capturing Bacala would have been very difficult. Even if they captured Bacala, subsequent imprisonment would also pose a major problem. Unless she was continuously restrained with sea prism stone handcuffs or prevented from contacting anyone, no one could guarantee that some bizarre incidents wouldn't occur. Rather than going through the trouble of targeting one person, it was cleaner to kill her, even if this fruit appeared in someone else's hands later. It was better than it being in the enemy's possession. Moreover, given the vastness of the world, the chances of encountering her again were slim. Of course, Shios' open willingness to kill Bacala was also partly a warning to Hawkins. Hawkins quietly watched Shios deal with Bacala, saying nothing and showing little change in his expression. For him, Darcy's orders had been fulfilled, and whether Bacala lived or died was of no consequence. In Hawkins' eyes, having once been a pirate, Shios' actions were correct. Dangers must be nipped in the bud. After completing all this, Shios waved his hand, dispersing the ashes of the fireworks on the ground. Not knowing when he had become this way. Decisive and nauseating, but this was what growth looked like. "Let's go down and take a look," Shios said to Hawkins. Shios took the lead, igniting a pure white flame with his finger to illuminate the tunnel. They hadn't walked 2 steps when the candle flames on both sides lit up. Shios extinguished the white flame in his hand and followed the candlelight. The tunnel wasn't very long, and soon the two saw neatly stacked treasure chests and gold coins scattered in a corner. Guild Tezelo was already dead, and all this gold was solid gold. It was uncertain how many unfortunate people would cry over the stones they had worked so hard to obtain tonight. Shios picked up a gold brick, which was the gold from the Sky Island he had given to Gal to handle. He casually tossed the gold brick onto the pile, producing a crisp sound. Shios opened a wooden chest, revealing neatly stacked berries. Hawkins also opened a chest, filled with dazzling jewelry, all priceless items. Shios took out the walkie-talkie and connected to Gal. "Bring some people over. The issue has been resolved." "Resolved." Gal was initially taken aback, then overjoyed. "I understand. I'll send someone right away. Just wait for me." Recovering something lost was a delightful experience. Gal hung up the call with Shios and said to his family beside him, Go. Hurry and call about 10 people. We're going to the island to move gold." "No, call a few more people." Garl cursed. "That bastard Guild Tezelo is probably dead, and his stuff should belong to us. Call 20 more people, and let's go loot." Garl, with a large group, excitedly charged towards Guild Tezelo, the world's largest entertainment city, which was now mostly in ruins. This was all thanks to Guild Tezelo. The 100-meter-tall golden giant could destroy a large number of buildings with every move. "Put away the radio," Shoes said to Hawkins beside him, "while they haven't arrived. Take anything you like as employee benefits." Hawkins nodded silently, rummaging through the boxes in the private room and pulling out 2 beautifully colored red and blue gem rings. He put them on his left hand's index and middle fingers. They looked quite nice in the candlelight, giving off a mysterious magician vibe. Shoes wasn't interested in ornaments, but seeing the gem rings in Hawkins' hands suddenly reminded him of Kyle at the Alabasta Navy base. Thinking that women would like such shiny things, he imitated Hawkins, rummaging through a few boxes and finding some decent gem rings. When he returned to the entrance, he didn't have to wait long for Garl, who arrived with a group of people carrying wooden boxes. "Sir, you weren't hurt, were you?" Garl jogged over, waving to indicate the 2 ship's doctors he brought along. When Shu saw the 2 older ship's doctors approaching him, he quickly waved his hand to refuse. "I'm fine. Everything is down below. You handle it." After saying that, Shoes looked towards the port. The Perusa family ship was still there. Although the battle hadn't resulted in any serious injuries, he still felt quite dirty and disheveled. Thinking of Kate's luxurious bathtub made Shoes feel even itchier. "I'll leave this to you. Don't let anything go wrong again," Shoes instructed Garl before leaving with Hawkins. Garl watched the two leave and felt a twinge of bitterness. Fortunately, the next word from his family made him extremely happy. "Boss, we've struck it rich." One family member excitedly said, "Not only do we have our gold down there, but there are also boxes and boxes of berries. We won't need to find anyone to exchange money anymore." Garl's face lit up, but he still warned, "Hurry up and clean up. Tell everyone that good things are not to be kept privately. If anyone hides anything, don't blame me for being rude." Shoes and Hawkins arrived at the port, which was the least affected area. Most merchants and pirates had already left on their ships, fearing to get involved, leaving behind those who were either daring or reluctant to part with their wealth on the island. What kind of person Cage was, Shoes didn't know. He might be a third type, drifting outside. "Sit down and have a cup of tea." Cage gestured towards a nearby lounge chair. He had even set up a small tea pavilion at the port, not knowing how much he brought out. With a somewhat plump body reclining on the chair and a beautiful maid serving him, Shoes couldn't help but feel envious. Shoes imitated Cage, slumping in a lounge chair and feeling unprecedentedly relaxed. "This chair is nice. Get me one." Cage glanced at him. A chair costs 10 million berries. And that's just the manufacturing cost, not counting the time and effort spent finding the wood. "Aren't you afraid others will say you're accepting bribes from illegal merchants?" Shoes hadn't expected such a simple lounge chair to be so expensive. He touched the armrest's texture, feeling extremely delicate, but there was nothing particularly special about it. "I really don't understand you rich people," Shoes sighed. "I might not accept gifts from others, but gifts from Uncle Cage, of course, I wouldn't refuse. With the wealth accumulated by Guild Tesalo over the years, you can't be considered poor." Cage laughed heartily. "I'll have someone send the chairs to the Navy base. There's no reason to give away one. I'll send you a pair for guests." Chapter 120. Visitors from headquarters. Cage was very pleased that Shoes accepted his gift. Of course, it wasn't, as he said, bribery and corruption. There were many ways for him to send money to those who needed it. What pleased him was that Shoes indeed broke the Navy's previous shackles, which was something to be thankful for. Cage had also worried that Shoes might become stagnant due to the Navy's steadfast commitment to justice. Change requires bloodshed, whether it's the blood of one's own or the enemy's. Shoes picked up a nearby wine glass, and a servant promptly approached to pour wine, which he took a small sip of. Cage's wine tasted great, though he couldn't name it. "If Uncle Cage has nothing to do, could you give me a ride?" Shoes set down the wine glass and said, "Just take me back to Canola Flower Port. My ship is still there." He thought of his small boat, which should still be at Canola Flower Port. The barges at the Alabasta Navy base were almost all devastated. When he left this time, Kyle had sternly instructed him to bring the boat back, or else his salary would be docked. It was quite a headache, since his promotion to Rear Admiral. He hadn't received a single salary. Thinking back to the bad things he did with Zephyr, he even had to pay a sum to the headquarters, who understood how to be considerate of their superiors better than him. "That's not a problem. I have nothing to do either." Cage put down his teacup and said, "Just, with your subordinates taking so many good things out, aren't you afraid of being robbed? The sea isn't safe. Recently, a group of formidable new pirates has emerged, bolder than those old-timers. The era of great pirates had reached its peak, and those kids who grew up listening to GOLD. Roger's tall tales had now become the backbone of pirate forces. The workload at the Alabasta Navy base had also been increasing day by day. Cage was already considering whether to open a passage to relieve the pressure from pirates coming from all directions. Shoes had also heard about this. "It's fine. Their combat power isn't strong, but they have methods and can handle these matters themselves." He still believed in Garl's abilities. This failure wasn't Garl's fault, but rather because they encountered Guild Tesalo, who could change the world's financial system. Being taken advantage of was unavoidable. The two sides were not on the same scale, and Shoes never thought Garl could resist such giant forces. Although he couldn't deal with such behemoths, Garl could still handle ordinary pirates. Shoes got up from the lounge chair and patted Hawkins beside him, who had a layer of dust on his clothes. "Looks like I need to trouble you again," Shoes said apologetically. "I still need to take a shower and tidy up my outfit here." Cage waved his hand, and a servant led Shoes and the others onto the ship. Looking at the ruined Gurin Tesalo before him, Cage raised his teacup towards the ruins and bowed. Though the brilliant glory was short-lived, it was enough to be memorable. After saying that, he threw the valuable teacup far away and slowly got up from the lounge chair. "You go to the Shambadi Islands to handle the goods. I'll take the little guy back to Alabasta." Cage instructed and turned to walk onto the ship. The servants methodically packed up, and in the blink of an eye, the exquisite tea pavilion disappeared. The cruise ship left the port, heading towards Alabasta. Shortly after the cruise ship departed, Garl led his family members to finish looting. For them, it was considered a family tradition. Gal can guarantee that in the places they have plundered, not a single coin can be found. The families returning home, fully loaded, disappear into the vast sea according to the plan Gal had designated in advance, breaking into smaller groups. Those who survived at the port, looking at the ruins of Gulin Tezelo that became desolate overnight, couldn't help but ponder whether money is really that important in this world. Shios doesn't care about this. He and Hawkins have finished washing up on the Kedge ship, donning luxurious bathrobes, and indulging in a life of extravagance. During this time, Kedge has chatted with Shios a few times, discussing romantic matters without mentioning the potential consequences of Shios' actions. The Barusa family enjoys making friends, but does not actively participate in political affairs, which is their way of survival. After several days of sailing, Kedge returns Shios to Canola Flower. Watching the departing cruise ship, Shios can't help but feel envious. It's not the luxurious facilities he covets, but the permanent pointers on that ship. The ship possesses almost all the known island's permanent pointers, a valuable asset that money can't buy. Their barge is still at the port, and Shios and Hawkins jump onto the deck, discovering that the deck is very clean, as if someone has been maintaining it. Checking the freshwater and food supplies on the ship, everything is adequately prepared, ready to set sail at any time. Dealing with him is truly a pleasure. Shios says with a smile. There's no doubt that this is the work of the Barusa family, whether it was Kedge's orders or the Canola Flower owner's own initiative. It only increased Shios' good feelings toward the Barusa family. Setting sail, this nameless little boat docked at the port quietly departs, disappearing into the vast sea. The Alabasta naval base is not far from Canola Flower, and within half a day, Shios sees the entrance to the naval base. Hawkins raises the naval flag on the ship while Shios sits cross-legged on the deck. The officer guarding the gate has long been replaced by their own people. Upon seeing Shios sitting at the bow of the ship, there's no need for identity verification, and they immediately order the base gate to be opened. The barge docks at the port, and Darcy waits for the two on the dock. Seeing Darcy's serious expression, Shios shrugs and gives Hawkins a look of self-preservation. After greeting Darcy, he slips away quickly. Darcy looks Hawkins up and down, and, seeing that he is uninjured, nods in satisfaction. Perhaps he himself has forgotten that Hawkins' fruit ability makes it nearly impossible for him to sustain fatal injuries. Darcy calmly says, Private Hawkins, you need to catch up on the lessons you've missed these past few days. Hawkins salutes and replies, Yes, Colonel Darcy, I will complete the tasks on time. Darcy nods in satisfaction, steps forward, and salutes, saying, Welcome back safely. On the other side, Shios returns to his office, where Kyle is sitting at his desk reviewing documents. You're back, Kyle says without needing to check. Only Shios would dare to enter this room without knocking. Shios finds a chair and sits down. Yes, I'm back. How'd things go? There were no major disturbances, right? Kyle asks, knowing that Shios would definitely resolve the issues, but the scale of his resolutions needs to be considered. Fortunately, I just accidentally destroyed Gulin Tezelo. Shios thinks for a moment and says, Oh, and I also killed Gil Tezelo. That guy's strength was not weak. He couldn't be left behind to cause trouble for me. Kyle is stunned for a few seconds before confirming. Say that again. What did you destroy? And who did you kill? Gil Tezelo and his golden city, Gulin Tezelo. Shios says word by word. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I was very clean in my actions. He was indeed very clean, whether it was Gil Tezelo or Bacala. Not even complete corpses could be found. The crushing of bones and scattering of ashes could be said to be taken to the extreme by Shios. However, in Kyle's view, it was completely different. Are you crazy? Kyle exclaimed excitedly. Gil Tezelo is a big figure. The Gulin Tezelo he established is a kingdom recognized by the world government. Do you know what you've done? Not only did you violate the justice the Navy has always upheld, but you also broke the bottom line of compromise between the Navy and the world government. You've ruined all our efforts, and the world government will soon send people to investigate. By then, even if the Navy's higher-ups want to protect you, they will have to consider the world government's attitude. Kyle slumps in her chair, staring blankly at the ceiling, not expecting Shios to create such a huge mess. Shios didn't expect Kyle's reaction to be so intense. He certainly knew what he had done. It's not as serious as you think. The world government won't mention this matter, and I won't admit that it has anything to do with me. This will be a case without a head, Shios soothes as he walks over to Kyle. Kyle's emotions gradually stabilize, and she gets up from her seat, allowing Shios to take her place. That's not what I meant, Shios says innocently. Kyle retorts angrily, I don't care. This position isn't comfortable. Whoever wants to sit can sit. She is genuinely angry this time. Carefully and stealthily developing here while her superior goes out and gets into trouble. She doesn't want to play this game anymore and is ready to surrender now. It's too much trouble to carry. Shios chuckles, pulling out a ruby ring from his pocket. This is a gift I brought back for you. It's a precious collection of Guild Tezelo, worth a fortune. The ruby shines in the sunlight, looking dazzling. Kyle glances at it and immediately likes the gift. Proudly taking the ring, she tries it on her finger, finding it a bit large and planning to find someone to resize it later. Even though it doesn't fit perfectly, Kyle has no intention of taking it off, repeatedly examining it on her hand. Seeing this, Shios breathes a sigh of relief. He still has several gemstone rings with him, and it seems he won't need to take them out. Sitting back at his desk, looking at the process documents, he feels grateful for Kyle's help all this time. All right, let us talk about why the world government won't mention this matter. Kyle plans to take advantage of her good mood to hear how Shios will justify himself. Given Guild Tezelo's influence, the world government would never easily let it go, which is also why Kyle feels that everything is an end. Ahem. Shios clears his throat and begins. This has to start from my meeting with Barusa Kedge. From him, I learned about Guild Tezelo's importance to the world government. Before this, I never thought that the world government would use Guild Tezelo to control the heavenly gold paid by the kingdoms to maintain its rule. After saying this, Shios tells Kyle about the world government's manipulation of gold prices through Guild Tezelo, targeting the kingdom's regime. Kyle furrows her brow upon hearing this. She hadn't expected the world government to operate this way. Not only did they use military means to maintain control, but they also used economic methods to constrain member states. Truly a regime that has developed for hundreds of years. However, from this perspective, the world government would be even less likely to let Shios go because Guild Tezelo's role is simply too important. Seeing the change in Kyle's expression, Shios knows where her thoughts have gone. He initially thought the same. The greater Guild Tezelo's role is to the world government, the harder it is to deal with him, which is actually cognitive bias. It is precisely because of the economic impact that Guild Tezelo has on the world government that they will not go all out to protect him. This series of measures would harm the interests of the kingdom's regime. Such matters should be dealt with privately, if they are brought to the surface. It would be quite troublesome for the world government. Especially in recent years, the Revolutionary Army has developed rapidly, and any information that undermines the interests of the member states must not be made public. Therefore, the world government will not openly investigate this matter, fearing that Su Si will expose it to the public. As for secretly dealing with Su Si, that is even more unrealistic. Given Su Si's current strength, even if the world government mobilized all CP organizations, they would not be able to kill or capture him. Moreover, Su Si's identity is evident. The world government cannot use the three admirals to capture him, which is the fundamental reason Su Si dares to kill Guild Tezelo without hesitation. He is no longer the timid youth he once was. The world must hear his voice and must listen to it. Upon hearing Su Si's explanation, Kyle relaxed his frown but still expressed some concern. Isn't this a bit too ostentatious? Everything we've done before has been done quietly. This sudden change in attitude is hard for me to adapt to. Ostentatious is exactly what I want, Su Si said proudly. My current strength allows me to face the world government head-on. They have no way to deal with me, but you do. If we follow the original plan, even if we succeed in the future, many lives will be sacrificed. So let me stand at the forefront and take everything for you. This is one of the prerequisites for Su Si awakening the Conqueror's Haki. A strong person who does not dare to face a crisis cannot awaken the Conqueror's Haki. The idea that one can awaken it by strategizing behind the scenes is a joke. A conqueror should stand boldly in the sunlight. Kyle felt moved for subordinates. A leader who dares to stand in front of them will give them a sense of belonging. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Kyle composed himself and opened the office door. A Navy soldier entered and saluted Su Si, saying, "Report, Major General, a naval warship from the headquarters is requesting to dock. Please give your orders." Su Si and Kyle exchanged surprised looks. Su Si had anticipated the Navy headquarters reprimand. Since learning about Sengoku, Su Si understood that this long-serving fleet admiral was far from simple. Making such a big commotion, it was impossible for there to be no response. However, he did not expect it to come so soon, and for the headquarters to send a warship in person. Chapter 121. The arrival of Peach Rabbit from headquarters. This is a very dangerous signal, even though previous troubles were handled by Fleet Admiral Sengoku making phone calls. There is a world of difference between a phone call and a personal visit. The former signifies that we can still communicate by phone, while the latter indicates that I feel communication cannot resolve the issue and practical action is required. No matter who comes this time, even if it's a newly appointed ensign, Su Si must take it seriously, because the other party represents not just themselves, but the Navy headquarters view of Su-Si. Su-Si told the naval soldier, check their documents. And if there are no issues, let them in. No matter their intentions, we cannot refuse them entry. Then Su-Si said to Kyle, prepare to see if there's anything that needs handling. I'll go to the port to welcome them. Kyle nodded and began to deal with some documents that should not be present in the office. Su-Si then donned his military uniform and headed to the port to greet the visitor. Before reaching the port, he saw a warship entering the Navy base's gate and docking at the inner harbor. The warship was a bit larger than Su-Si's, and the commander of such a ship would at least be a rear admiral from the headquarters, which weighed heavily on Su-Si's mind. He speculated on the other party's intentions. Could it really be to target him? Su-Si did not want the Navy to become too hostile. Both his feelings toward the Navy and his relationship with Akainu were emotions he was unwilling to let go of. With a light sigh, Su-Si quickened his pace toward the port. As he got closer, he could see the ship's paint job clearly. Although naval warships are of the same model, there are still slight variations in paint modifications based on the commander's preferences. For example, the doghead bow of Navy Hero Garp ship was a unique design added at the old man's strong request. The paint job was a beautiful cherry blossom, looking very pink and somewhat youthful, and its owner was a woman. The Navy's candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit, is second only to the 3 admirals in the naval combat hierarchy. Su-Si's mood worsened. If the Navy headquarters was intent on taking action against him, the most likely candidates to be sent would not be the 3 admirals, but high-ranking Navy officials like Garp or Tsuru. They have a certain level of strength and status, but do not attract as much attention as the 3 admirals, and Peach Rabbit fits this description perfectly. At this moment, Su-Si felt very bad, but he still wanted to see how Sengoku planned to deal with him. Whether it was sending him to the Navy's Marine Ford forever or to the deep-sea prison, never to see the light of day again, neither outcome was acceptable to Su-Si, and he would inevitably react. A person who awakens Conqueror's Haki will no longer have their heart bound. Su-Si arrived at the port, and the duty soldier saluted him. The warship had tied up, and the people on board were about to disembark. The first to catch his eye was Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. She was tall and wore a pink short outfit, with her long legs prominently displayed, the spider tattoo on her left leg particularly striking. Peach Rabbit was a swordswoman, a very rare female swordsman. She had a long knife named Kenpyra at her waist, named after a deity. This knife was not on the Great Blade ranking list, so its exact level was unknown. However, being named after a deity means it is at least a large blade of the 21 crafts. Peach Rabbit, wearing high heels, walked down the gangway, the sound of her heels clicking echoing. Su-Si's expression was serious as he pondered how to converse with Peach Rabbit and how she would react. However, before Su-Si could speak, Peach Rabbit cheerfully said, "That little guy from back then has grown into an adult. Time really does make one age." This remark left Su-Si momentarily stunned. He accepted that his previous memories were limited. Some memories from long ago might not even be remembered by the original owner of this body. Seeing Su-Si's dazed expression, Peach Rabbit walked in front of him, reached out to touch Su-Si's cheek, and said, "Your skin is much thicker than before. You used to be as red as a monkey's butt." Su-Si took a step back and moved Peach Rabbit's hand away, then saluted and said, "Major General Su-Si of the Alabasta Navy Base reporting to you." He then asked, "Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, may I ask what brings you here?" "I have not received any instructions from the Navy headquarters." Peach Rabbit laughed heartily. "Of course, I have business to attend to. As for the Navy headquarters instructions, Sengoku called you a while ago, but he couldn't get in touch with you." Su-Si recalled that before he went to Gulan Tezalo, Sengoku had made a call, which he had let Kyle handle. Could it be that Peach Rabbit was referring to that phone call? If this call is made from the timeline perspective, it wouldn't be something that happened to Gulan Tezalo. Of course, it can't be ruled out that Sengoku guessed he would cause trouble and made some arrangements in advance. "Right, I just got back too. A few days ago, I made some mistakes, and Marshal Sengoku told me to go out and take a break," Shiosi said with a smile. Tao-Tu smiled slightly but didn't respond. Instead, she looked around and her gaze fell on Shiosi again. Shiosi understood and immediately invited, "General Zoan, this way please." Tao-Tu nodded in satisfaction, patting Shiosi's shoulder, and said, "You've improved, much easier to get along with than your uncle." Shiosi didn't respond, just smiled and led the way ahead. The two arrived at Shiosi's office, where Kyle had already set everything up and some important documents had been transferred. Ziyuan's military rank was higher than Shiosi's, but this was a naval base, and Shiosi was the base commander. Without any subordinate conditions, Shiosi still sat in his original position. Once the two were seated, Kyle walked in with some fruit. "General Ziyuan, these are local specialties from Alabasta. Please have a taste. They say they're good for the skin." This statement had the same effect on women as telling men that this thing is good for the kidneys. Tao Tu happily picked up the fruit and started eating without hesitation. Thank you. Could you help me prepare some more? I want to bring some for my friends on the ship. No problem. I'll arrange it right away, Kyle said with a smile, then left the room and closed the door. After Kyle left, Shiosi didn't waste time and asked, General Ziyuan, is there something you need assistance with? Ziyuan swallowed the fruit in his mouth and said slowly, the headquarters wants you to assist me in capturing the notorious pirate Shiki, the Golden Lion, who escaped from the deep-sea prison. Shiki the Golden Lion, that's a big name. His level of danger is even higher than that of Guild Tesoro. In Shiosi's view, if this guy hadn't appeared in the movie, he could definitely take down the Straw Hat crew. Thinking of the people Luffy defeated in the movies, it really seems like once you're in the movie, stepping on a Yonko is not a dream. Although Shiki is a hassle compared to the headquarters causing trouble for him, this hassle is undoubtedly much friendlier. Chapter 122, Going to Find the Revolutionary Army. A smile appeared on Shiosi's face, as long as it wasn't trouble for him. That was fine. Is that so? Shiosi asked. What arrangements do you have, General Ziyuan? I'm at your disposal. In terms of both age and rank, Ziyuan was far superior to Shiosi. It was only natural for Shiosi to accept Ziyuan's orders when they acted together. Oh, don't be so formal. No need for orders or anything. Let's discuss it, Ziyuan said with a friendly attitude. Could it be that this is to sell Akainu's face? Shiosi thought for a moment and felt that Akainu's face wasn't that big. Tao Tu, after all, is a candidate for admiral. Her status isn't as high as an admiral, but she doesn't need to flatter anyone. Just then, a gurgling sound rang out. It was the call of snail phone. Shiosi glanced at the spot where he kept the snail phones, and several cute snail phones were yawning. Then his gaze shifted to Tao Tu, and the voice came from her. Tao Tu took out a snail phone from her chest, and Shiosi couldn't help but find it amusing. The snail phone popped out from Tao Tu's chest, still a bit dazed and sleepy, making gurgling sounds nonstop. Tao Tu answered the phone. Hello, it's me. Tao Tu, where have you been? Sengoku roared. Do you know that just now I received several complaints, all accusing you of leaving the combat unit without permission? Listening to Sengoku's roar, Shiosi realized that Sengoku had been quite restrained when communicating with him in the past. Oh, don't worry about those details, Tao Tu said nonchalantly. Anyway, it's all about carrying out tasks. It doesn't matter where I am. You know my difficulties. Who knows what surprises Chibuta has prepared for me? Mentioning Chibuta, there was a hint of helplessness in Tao Tu's tone. As one of the candidate admirals, Chibuta's most talked about story is his seemingly crazy confession to Tao Tuesday. Even if he gets rejected 100 times, he would stand up again. This kind of infatuation makes Shiosi feel it's a bit abnormal. Not to mention that as the person involved, Tao Tu feels a headache whenever she thinks about each of Chibuta's self-proclaimed romantic confessions. But it can't be like this. It's against the rules. Sengoku, knowing Tao Tu's predicament, softened his tone a bit and said, This is a one-time exception. Where are you now? Someone saw your ship heading towards Alabasta, and that kid Shiosi hasn't reported back yet. We have to wait a bit longer on that matter. Tao Tu glanced at Shiosi and smiled. I'm at the Alabasta Naval Base. That kid you're talking about is sitting right across from me. There was a 2-second pause on the other end of the snail phone, and when Sengoku spoke again, his tone had become much more serious. Shiosi, why didn't you inform me when you returned? Tao Tu tossed the snail phone to Shiosi, and the poor little snail, still dazed, became even more confused. It's me, Marshal Sengoku. Shiosi took the phone and said, I just got back too. I went to greet General Ziyuan and was planning to contact you later. Sengoku didn't dwell on that, but instead asked, You didn't cause me any trouble while you were out, did you? This question made Shiosi break out in a cold sweat. His biggest advantage was that he never lied. I shouldn't have. You have to trust my character. Tao Tu covered her mouth and smiled. From Shiosi's reaction, she could tell something interesting had happened. I hope so, Sengoku said in a deep voice, knowing it was somewhat unrealistic to expect Shiosi not to cause trouble. He just hoped the trouble wouldn't be too big and wouldn't affect the Navy's subsequent plans. Tao Tu has told you about Shiki the Golden Lion, right? What do you think? Sengoku inquired. Shiosi understood that when a superior asks for your opinion, it generally means not to have any thoughts at all. No, I will fully assist General Ziyuan, Shiosi assured loudly. Sengoku said suspiciously, Assist Ziyuan? Didn't she tell you that you're the commander of this operation? Shiosi was taken aback, looking at Tao Tu across from him, who made a victory gesture and looked quite pleased with herself. No wonder she was so generous, saying they should discuss things. It turned out that he was the commander of this operation. General Ziyuan has rich experience. We decided to discuss it, Shiosi explained. At this point, he couldn't tell Sengoku that he had been set up by Ziyuan. You all decide for yourselves. Sengoku didn't mind this. Shiki's whereabouts haven't been fully investigated yet. We can only confirm he's active in the East Sea. You should prepare to head to the East Sea now. The whereabouts are still uncertain. This is no joke. The area of the Four Seas is much larger than the Grand Line, and with Shiki's weird fruit ability, if he hides in some corner, they might not be able to find him. Marshal Sengoku, when will we be able to confirm his specific location? Shosi asked, as he didn't want to do too much pointless work. Sengoku's voice was deep as he said, "That depends on you. You have a way to solve it." Shosi was shocked. Could it be that Sengoku already knew about his establishment of an intelligence organization? Otherwise, why would he say that? What attitude does Sengoku have towards his intelligence organization? As Shosi pondered various thoughts, Sengoku continued, "The Revolutionary Army spies you released earlier. Did the Revolutionary Army promise you any benefits? Their intelligence organization is superior to the world government's CP organization. Your favor hasn't been utilized yet, has it?" Shosi then remembered that in order to cover his tracks, he had staged a grand anti-espionage operation, which implicated many Revolutionary Army spies. To minimize trouble, he returned all the spies to the Revolutionary Army. The Northern Army commander Karas even sent a message saying that the Revolutionary Army owed him a favor. Few people knew about this matter, and the Revolutionary Army would naturally not speak of it. It seemed Sengoku had guessed it himself. After all, if Akainu could guess it, how could it possibly escape Sengoku's notice? I understand now. Shosi breathed a sigh of relief. I will contact someone from the Revolutionary Army and have them tell me about the Golden Lion. Sengoku said satisfactorily, "That's good. Do not have too much contact with the Revolutionary Army. Be mindful of your position. There are many ways to find the Golden Lion. And the reason I went to such lengths to have you contact the Revolutionary Army is to take this opportunity to make you use that favor. The best scenario for the Navy and the Revolutionary Army is to interfere with each other, never crossing paths." Sengoku rambled on for a few more sentences, and, finally, Peach Rabbit hung up the transponder snail, bringing silence to their ears. Peach Rabbit put the transponder snail back in place, looking at the transponder snail's blissful expression. Shosi wished he could take its place. "I didn't expect you to know someone from the Revolutionary Army," Peach Rabbit said with a smile. "Don't complain about Admiral Sengoku. The Navy is preparing for a major event, and the world government's attitude is crucial. Admiral Sengoku doesn't want any unexpected complications." Shosi nodded and said, "I can't say I know them. It's just a fleeting acquaintance." As for the major event that Peach Rabbit mentioned, he hadn't received any news. Perhaps only a small number of high-level officials were aware. Chapter 123. Kyle's rival seeing that Shosi was unaware, Peach Rabbit didn't elaborate further. "When are we departing?" she asked as she stood up. "You don't need to worry about my side. The supplies are ample, and we can set off at any time." Shosi nodded, contemplating for a moment. "Tomorrow noon. I need to hand over some matters, and the warship also needs resupply." "Hand over matters?" Peach Rabbit asked suspiciously. "Didn't you just return from outside? What needs handing over?" Shosi had indeed forgotten this detail and hurriedly replied, "It's just that I just came back. Kyle has some matters to discuss with me." "Kyle, the one just now?" Peach Rabbit chuckled. "Very good. Admiral Sakazuki arranged for you a deputy. The intention is quite profound." Peach Rabbit was very pleased, believing she had uncovered a little-known secret. "I won't disturb you any longer. We'll set off tomorrow," she said cheerfully as she stood up, having heard that a little separation is better than a new marriage. Shosi felt somewhat awkward and stood up to see Peach Rabbit off. Since they were departing the next day, at Peach Rabbit's suggestion, Shosi did not prepare a room for her at the Navy base. She would spend the night on the warship. After sending Peach Rabbit to the port and bidding her farewell, Shosi returned to his office. As he had expected, Kyle was already waiting in the office. Kyle smiled and said, "It seems like you're not here to cause trouble." Shosi nodded, sitting back in his seat. Peach Rabbit came this time as the headquarters instructed her to assist me in capturing pirates. It has nothing to do with Gilder Tetsolo. "Capturing pirates?" Kyle exclaimed in surprise. "In the first half of the Grand Line, there's still pirates that Vice Admiral Jiun cannot capture. Could it be that we're going after the Seven Warlords?" In her view, the only pirates in the first half of the Grand Line that the Navy would take so seriously were the Seven Warlords. "No, it's much more troublesome than the Seven Warlords." Shosi shook his head and said, "We need to work together to capture the Golden Lion Shiki. That guy's strength is terrifying compared to most of the Seven Warlords." In Shosi's view, among the current Seven Warlords, only Mihawk could match Shiki. Others like Doflamingo and Hancock were still somewhat inferior in strength. Golden Lion Shiki. Ka was stunned. She usually enjoyed monthly historical materials and knew more about Shiki's life achievements than most people. It was precisely because she knew too much that she would be so flustered. Golden Lion Shiki was a formidable opponent of Pirate King Roger, having pushed Roger to the brink several times. Kyle excitedly said, "Do you know about the Battle of Whitewall?" During that time, the Golden Lion almost defeated Roger and took the Pirate King's throne. The Battle of Whitewall is one of the more famous battles in pirate history. The Golden Lion forced Roger with his entire fleet, wanting to join forces to rule the world. After Roger refused, the Battle of Whitewall ensued. In that battle, Roger was defeated. And just when the Golden Lion's pirate crew was about to annihilate Roger, a strong wind suddenly arose at sea. The Golden Lion's pirate crew suffered heavy losses in the storm, allowing Roger to escape. Kyle continued in the battle at Marine Headquarters Marineford, where the Golden Lion single-handedly faced off against Garp and Sengoku's two powerful forces. That battle almost destroyed Marineford before he was captured. Kyle recounted Shiki's exploits to Shiosi, not to praise Shiki, but to remind him of how dangerous a figure Shiki was. One could not afford to be careless when facing such an enemy. Don't worry. The Golden Lion crippled his own legs to escape from impelled down, and besides, 20 years have passed. His strength must be far from what it used to be, Shiosi said with a smile. Besides, we still have Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, the Navy's candidate, Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit. Even if her strength is not as terrifying as an admiral, still far exceeds that of a Navy Vice Admiral of the same rank. Perhaps in this operation to capture the Golden Lion, Shiosi would only need to be a spectator and assist Peach Rabbit. Kyle wanted to say something else, but seeing Shiosi's nonchalant demeanor, she knew it would be useless. This time, I want to go with you, Kyle said. I want to see if the legendary Golden Lion is as terrifying as the rumors say. Without thinking, Shiosi refused. No, you should stay at the base. We need you here. Kyle stubbornly said, I will handle everything well. If you're worried about Hawkins, we can take Hawkins and the others with us. But, before Shiosi could speak, Kyle interrupted, There's no but. I'm going to prepare now. When does the warship depart? Seeing Kyle's determined expression, Shiosi stopped saying anything. Tomorrow noon. The warship will use Darcy's. Isn't that a bit too few? Kyle expressed some concern. Darcy's warship was the one they came in on, and it only had a few hundred Navy soldiers on board. To maintain the core combat power, personnel replenishment had not been conducted. Kyle suggested, the Alabasta Navy base can mobilize an army of 4,000. We can organize a fleet to go capture the Golden Lion. No, the Golden Lion is in the East China Sea. Shiosi shook his head in refusal. These people are enough. In a fight, it's not about having more people. To travel from the Grand Line to the Four Seas, they had to cross the doldrums, and only their warship at the Alabasta Navy base had the Seastone technology installed. Seeing this, Kyle had no choice but to give up and went out to prepare for the voyage. As Kyle left, the office fell silent once again. Shios closed his eyes and lay on the chair, reminiscing about his various experiences along the way, and unknowingly fell asleep. The next noon, the Navy base's gate opened, and two warships set sail one after the other. Tao-Tu was not on his own warship, but came to Shios' ship, accompanied by a female officer. Let me introduce you. This is Hinai, my aide, Tao-Tu introduced. This is Major General Shios and his aide, Colonel Kyle. Hinai greeted the two, her gaze landing on Kyle. I didn't expect we'd meet again. Yeah, I didn't expect to see you either, Kyle replied. Their words were not friendly, indicating they were already acquainted, and it seemed to be a difficult relationship. Shios recognized Hinai as one of the few female officers in the Navy. Her features were relatively easy to identify. Hinai, also known as Black Barrier Hinai, was a user of the Barrier Fruit and was a contemporary of Smoker, now holding the rank of colonel. I thought you'd always be sitting at your desk, drinking coffee and looking at documents, Hinai said. I didn't expect to see you on a warship. Hearing this, Shios thought of Kyle's usual state, which seemed to be just sitting at his desk looking at documents. The drink he often consumed was also coffee, indicating that Hinai knew Kyle fairly well. It's not like I was worried about you, the headless guy, messing things up, Kyle said bluntly. With such a charged atmosphere, Shios glanced worriedly at Tao Tuesday, who knew Tao too, not wanting to get involved, had grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere and was happily cracking them. Sure enough, a woman's curiosity knows no age. They always remain 18 at heart. Hinai, upon hearing Kyle's sarcasm, did not appear as angry as one might expect. It seemed similar conflicts were not a first for them. To prevent the situation from escalating further, Shios cleared his throat and interjected. We're about to enter a windless zone. Major General Ji Yuan should return to the ship to avoid any accidents. Tao-Tu first said, oh, then looked around at Kyle and Hinai. Is that it? I haven't finished my seeds. Shaking her head in regret, Tao-Tu looked at her sunflower seeds, knowing they were about to enter the windless zone. Let's head back. Tao, two jumped from the deck to another warship sailing alongside. Hinai glanced at Kyle with deep meaning. Woman, just don't die at the hands of pirates. You too. Kyle replied. With that, Hinai and Tao Tu left, and only then did Shios ask Kyle, do you have a grudge against her? Kyle shook his head. It's not a grudge, just a difference in ideology, and her performance has never matched mine. Shios looked at Kyle suspiciously. He found it hard to believe that her performance was lacking. Overall performance and written exam scores. I've always scored full marks, Kyle explained, aware of what Shios was thinking. He then added, if you doubt me, you can write the future documents yourself. A bunch of guys who only think with their muscles. Shios rubbed his nose. Women are truly complex beings. As the warship entered the windless zone, Shios sat cross-legged on the deck, his observation haki spreading out around the ship. Since training with Aisha, his observation haki, while not reaching the advanced level, had improved to a certain extent. This time he extended his perception, allowing him not only to foresee danger, but also to sense the sea kings swimming below. They were colossal creatures, their bodies comparable to small islands. Facing such beings at sea would undoubtedly spell disaster. Perhaps sensing Shios' scrutiny, the Sea King glanced in his direction, causing Shios to quickly retract his observation haki. A warship carrying hundreds of people, bolstered by seastone technology, seemed like a grain of sand in the desert to the giant Sea Kings. After a few glances, without noticing anything unusual, the creature simply retracted its gaze and swam deeper into the sea. Just as Shios retracted his observation haki, he sensed another source of it. Looking up at the other warship, it should be Tao Tu's observation haki, exuding a very sharp aura typical of a swordsman. On the other side, Tao Tu also sensed Shios' observation haki and grinned. Not bad, the fleet admiral finally found me a reliable teammate. Safely passing through the windless zone, the two warships entered the East Sea. Shios' condition this time was much better than before, though he still felt some fatigue. As per usual, Kyle had arranged for plenty of food to help Shios recover. Just as Shios was holding a tray to eat, Tao Tu jumped over with an eye. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm hungry too, Tao Tu said to Kyle with a smile. Could you prepare another set of utensils, please? Kyle nodded with a smile and turned to get more utensils for Tao Tuesday. Clearly, she wanted to avoid meeting Hinai, which made Shios feel relieved. In contrast, Tao Tu seemed a bit regretful after seeing Kyle leave, putting back half of the sunflower seeds she had taken. Shios had a black line on his forehead. He now seriously doubted that among these senior Navy officers, apart from his uncle Akainu, anyone was truly focused on their careers. Don't worry, they know their limits. Tao Tu explained, knowing what Shios was concerned about. Being able to argue with former comrades is something we in the Navy should be grateful for. Among my contemporaries, only Chibuta is still in frontline troops. The others are either retired or buried in some sea. Picking up a piece of bread, Tao Tu said somewhat sadly, if you have time, go meet them, whether they're like classmates or those you used to dislike. After swallowing the bread, Tao Tu suddenly thought of something and quickly added, of course, for those perverts who propose to you at the slightest disagreement, it's best to keep your distance. Hinai, standing by, did not respond, tacitly agreeing with Tao Tu's words. No matter how tense a relationship with Kyle had been before, meeting in the Great Pirate era was something both should be thankful for. After a hearty meal, Shios and Tao Tu burped, and Kyle called for someone to clear the utensils. Now it's up to you, Tao Tu said, smoothing her bulging stomach. How will you contact the Revolutionary Army? Do you need me to step aside? Shios shook his head. No, I don't have contact information for the Revolutionary Army either. After all, Karas had not left Shios with any tokens, let alone a den mushy. That is troublesome, Tao Tu said with a headache. We can go searching for them all over the world. Searching the world for the Revolutionary Army would likely yield no results. The world government's CP organization always kept an eye on them. If they could be found easily, there would likely be a problem. We don't need to look for them. They will come to find us, Shios said to Tao Tuesday. Don't underestimate the Revolutionary Army's intelligence system. It rivals that of the CP organization. When they left the Alabasta Navy base, Kyle had transmitted some task information on a small scale. He believed the Revolutionary Army would definitely receive this information, and there must still be members of the Revolutionary Army at the Alabasta Navy base. Shios also turned a blind eye to this, as long as the other party didn't have personnel placed in important positions. Even after Shiosi's explanation, Tao Tu still had some doubts. So she decided to sit with Shiosi on the deck, waiting for the Revolutionary Army to arrive. They didn't have to wait long before an unremarkable merchant ship approached the warship. As the merchant ship was about to enter the warship's safe zone, a flag representing the Revolutionary Army was hoisted on the mast. Shiosi instructed someone to guide the merchant ship, patiently waiting for the distant guests. Tao Tu quietly said. They really came. As the merchant ship drew near, two figures jumped onto the deck. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shiosi felt a headache coming on. It was two women again. And all the women here could play mahjong. The commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Bello Betty. The deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army, Ashalu. The two introduced themselves, stating that they were the highest officials of the Revolutionary Army in the East China Sea, which surprised Shiosi a bit. Shiosi's side also introduced themselves, but judging by the expressions of the two women, they probably already knew their identities. Chapter 124, One Against Thousands. Commander Bello Betty of the Revolutionary Army's Eastern Army. A hot lady with twin ponytails. In front of several ladies, Shiosi tried to control his gaze, avoiding too much attention to the inappropriate parts. Ladies, it's a pleasure to meet you, Bello Betty said enthusiastically. Welcome to the East China Sea, the kingdom of freedom and the warmest waters. Compared to Bello Betty's enthusiasm, Ashalu was much more composed and conservatively dressed. Ashalu smiled and said, if you need any help, feel free to ask. The Revolutionary Army will consider it. Bello Betty pouted, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, they are guests from afar. This is too stingy. Ashalu didn't respond to Bello Betty's grumbling, still smiling as she looked at Shiosi and the others. The Revolutionary Army owed Shiosi a favor, but how to repay it depended on what Shiosi needed. Although they knew the purpose of Shiosi's visit, capturing the Golden Lion Shiki was a very dangerous task. The Revolutionary Army couldn't afford to lose more soldiers for such a trivial favor. Naturally, Shiosi could hear the meaning behind Ashalu's words. He had no intention of asking the Revolutionary Army to help capture the Golden Lion Shiki. I want information on the Golden Lion Shiki, his current location, and the scale of his pirate crew, Shiosi said calmly. Bello Betty clapped her hands and said excitedly, you're looking for that guy. He's been causing quite a stir in the East China Sea, having recruited nearly 1,000 pirate ships, looking like he's up to something. As the highest leader of the Revolutionary Army in the East, Bello Betty was quite displeased with the Golden Lion Shiki, who was a significant threat. However, due to Shiki's strength and the fact that their conflicts weren't irreconcilable, there was no conflict. You only brought this many people? Bello Betty looked around and said, if it really comes to a fight, your numbers aren't enough. How about I gather some more for you? After saying that, Bello Betty looked at Shiosi with great interest, as if to say, how can I not join in on such a fun event? Shiosi definitely wouldn't agree to Bello Betty's request. The relationship between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army was too delicate. A little flirting was fine, but if they were to really get into bed together, it would be hard to explain. Before Shiosi could refuse, Ashalu spoke first, saying, Betty, there are many things in the kingdom of Goa that need your attention. You can't just run off. Oh, those are just minor characters. Anyone else will do, Bello Betty said with a pout, but that's the Golden Lion Shiki, one of the greatest pirates. It would be a pity not to meet him. Facing Bello Betty's emotional plea, Ashalu still cruelly refused. If you keep talking like that, I'll go write a report. Hearing about writing a report, Bello Betty's face fell, looking as if the world was being unfair to her. Xia Lulu, you've changed. After the melodrama, Ashalu pushed up her glasses and began taking notes on Shiosi's requests. If that's all, I'll organize the relevant documents by tomorrow and have someone deliver them to you. Shiosi nodded, then I'll trouble you. No problem. Thank you for your previous help. Ashalu said as she took Bello Betty's arm and bid farewell to Shiosi and the others. Bello Betty waved her hand dejectedly, and the two jumped back onto the Revolutionary Army's ship, which slowly sailed away. That's it, Tao Tu asked as she watched the ship depart. I thought it would be more complicated. I didn't expect it to be so simple. After hearing they would meet the Revolutionary Army, Tao Tu was very excited, even prepared some sunflower seeds, but she didn't expect it to end like this. What did you expect? Shiosi shrugged. Everyone is busy with their own affairs. Who has time to chat and argue? A little efficiency means they can go back and catch some sleep. Obviously, the latter part was a joke, as Shiosi took the opportunity to tease Tao Tu for being a spectator. Tao Tu rolled her eyes, while Kaiyur suppressed a laugh, and only Hinai maintained her usual serious demeanor. Then let's wait, Tao Tu stretched and said to Kaiyur, bring 2 more meals, Hinai, and I won't be going back. Tao Tu was just saying it. She had already claimed Shiosi's lounge chair and started sunbathing. Seeing that his chair had been taken, Shiosi could only have someone bring another one, and prepared one for Hinai and Kaiyur as well. That Bello Betty is a devil fruit user, right? Tao Tu suddenly said. She seems to be a paramecia type. If she could help, the battle would be much easier. Yes, she's a paramecia type, encouraging fruit user. in large-scale battles? It should be quite effective, Shiosi, with his eyes still closed, continued, but she's just talking. She won't really help. The Revolutionary Army doesn't want to deal with us so soon. Tao Tu didn't respond, as if she had fallen asleep, and Shiosi didn't continue the conversation, treating it like a shared dream between them. The efficiency of the Revolutionary Army was much faster than expected. Before dark, someone came by boat to deliver information. It was an unfamiliar person who said little and handed a thick stack of documents to Shiosi before leaving. Shiosi gave the documents to Kair, and Tao Tu had no objections. She also learned from Hinai that Kair's internal affairs were quite prominent in the Navy system. And Vice Admiral Crane was very fond of Kair, wanting to transfer her to the Navy General Staff, but Kair refused. After receiving the documents, Kair first skimmed through them and told Shiosi and the others a coordinate location. The Golden Lion's base is here. We can set off now and arrive the day after tomorrow, Kair said as she put away the documents. During this time, I will analyze the information in this document and provide detailed combat parameters. Kair said responsibly, of course, since this document comes from the Revolutionary Army, the parameters can only be used for reference. After saying that, without waiting for Shiosi and the others to respond, she took the documents to her office to process. Wow, that's cool, Tao Tu exclaimed. If Hinai could be like her, that would be great. Hinai frowned and said, Vice Admiral Zoan, do you have any objections to me? Huh, no, Tao Tu quickly replied with a smile. With a reliable subordinate like Hinai, I couldn't be more at ease. After a few casual words, knowing the location of the Golden Lion Shiki, Tao Tu couldn't continue to linger on Shiosi's ship. After taking her leave, she returned to her own ship, planning the route while also preparing for battle. 3 women left together, and only then did Shiosi feel the quietness around him, comfortably lying on the chair as the night sea breeze felt a bit cool. The next noon, when Tao Tu and Rihai came to share a meal, Kair had already prepared the strategic materials. According to the intelligence provided by the Revolutionary Army, Jin Shitsi Shurji had gathered a large pirate group with over 10,000 surrenderers. Fortunately, most of these pirates were from the 4 seas, and there were very few pirates with bounties over 100 million. Most were remnants of the Jin Shitsi pirate group. Kair placed the summarized materials in front of everyone, detailing her judgment basis and the assessment of the enemy's combat power. After reviewing it, Shiosi and Tao Tu both fell into deep thought for a long time. There are too many of them, Tao Tu said. Even if the overall combat power of the pirates is not high, their numbers are 10 times ours, and the losses will exceed our expectations. Shiosi agreed with Tao Tu's statement. Together, their 2 ships had only about 1,000 naval soldiers, but the pirates under Jin Shitsi Shurji would have at least 10,000. In fact, the data Kair estimated was quite conservative. Based on the 1,000 pirate groups Jin Shitsi had recruited, this number could potentially be higher. Of course, the budget Kair provided was calculated according to combat power units. The number of pirates varied. Some were just farmers wielding pitchforks and posed no real combat power. We can mobilize the East Sea Navy, Kair proposed. Along our line, there are 3 naval bases from which we can draw thousands of sailors, which would alleviate most of the pressure. However, Shiosi and Tao Tu simultaneously shook their heads to reject Kair's suggestion. The combat power of the East Sea Navy is limited. Calling them for assistance would only help us share some pressure. It wouldn't be of much use, Shiosi explained. Instead of having them come to assist, it would be better to wait for support from the Navy headquarters. It won't take too long. After saying this, Shiosi looked at Tao Tu. This was a coordinated operation, and he needed to know Tao Tu's plan. In his view, the tenfold disparity between their forces was not a problem, and the solution was simple, but depended on what Tao Tu intended to do. Tao Tu seemed to understand Shiosi's thoughts. Their eyes met, revealing their mutual ideas. It's too troublesome, Tao Tu said. Reinforcing from the Grand Line to the 4 seas is complicated, and large-scale troop movements can't be hidden from Jin Shitsi. Since we've come this far, we might as well just go all out. Shiosi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the reasoning. That's true. The gap in numbers can be compensated. Compensate? Kair frowned. It's not just a 2 or 3 times difference. How can we compensate for that? Exactly. We compensate quality with quantity, Tao Tu said with a smile. Our quality is much higher than theirs. I've done some data simulations, Kair said, taking out a piece of paper. Based on the quality gap between both sides, soldiers can face up to 3 times their number of enemies. And we also have to consider whether there's any enhancement from Jin Shitsi's Devil Fruit. His floating fruit can form a unique tactical system, and if it is applied on the battlefield, the quality gap would be hard to manifest. Jin Shitsi's floating pirate fleet is a tactical system that even Roger found troublesome, and Kair would naturally factor these in as well. Tautu shook her finger. The quality I'm talking about isn't just the soldiers. Shosi, do you have the courage to fight a battle of 1 against 10,000? Tautu said with a smile. It would be very dangerous, but quite thrilling. Shosi smiled. Tautu thought the same as he did. Their quality advantage was not just in the soldiers, but in themselves. Sounds interesting. I want to give it a try, Shosi said with a smile. Then I'll trouble Rear Admiral Zoan to create such an opportunity for me. To meet the prerequisite of 1 against 10,000, it required someone to withstand Jean Shitsi's attacks, preventing him from intervening. There were quite a few naval commanders on both ships, and their strength was not weak. After donning combat gear, Kyr's combat power also reached the level of a naval vice admiral. Additionally, with abilities like Rihai and Hawkins, they could play a considerable role in large-scale battles. However, these people could not match Jean Shitsi in a duel. The two were completely on different levels. Shosi and Tautu would not let them take risks. Thus, the responsibility of blocking Jean Shitsi fell solely on Tautu and Shosi. The original plan was for Shosi and Tautu to face Jean Shitsi together. But with the change of circumstances, one of them needed to step back to make up for the numerical gap. Tautu apparently knew some of Shosi's intelligence, which is why she let Shosi accomplish the feat of 1 against 10,000 while she faced the highly dangerous Jean Shitsi. Just do your best, Tautu said calmly. I can't guarantee victory against the legendary pirate, but stalling for a while shouldn't be too much of a problem. It wasn't that Tautu was being modest. Jean Shitsi was indeed a formidable opponent deserving of such caution. Shosi had no intention of replacing Tautu. This distribution was a very suitable and wise decision for both of them. As a Mythical Zoan-type Seraphim fruit user, Shosi's stamina recovery was stronger than Tautu's, allowing him to maintain a good condition to support Tautu after completing the Annihilation battle. Moreover, the maneuverability of the Seraphim fruit would also enable Shosi to carry out the Annihilation more quickly. Tautu, as a swordswoman, was also suitable for a breakthrough confrontation. Perhaps before Shosi could eliminate 10,000 pirates, Tautu could deal with Jean Shitsi. The hope wasn't great, but it wasn't entirely absent either. Watching Shosi and Tautu exchange ideas and resolve such a significant problem, Kyr felt her tactics seemed like a joke. Feeling a bit down, Rihai came to her side and patted Kyr's shoulder, saying, "Don't be discouraged. Your tactics are excellent. It's just that for true strong opponents, they have the ability to break tactics." Kyr nodded and organized the materials on the ship. "Actually, I don't particularly dislike you." "Neither do I," Rihai said with a smile. "I've always looked forward to fighting alongside you." "Me too." Kyr turned to leave, and from behind, one could see the smile curving at the corner of her mouth. The most fortunate thing wasn't that their classmates were still alive, but that those alive were still fighting for the same goal. Shosi cracked open the sunflower seeds in Tautu's hand and commented, "Their relationship has eased a lot. You've done some ideological work these past few days." "Ideological work? Don't joke," Tautu said while cracking seeds. "This kind of plot has no highlights. It's not as interesting as a clash of wills. Hey, eat a little less." "It's not easy for me to bring snacks." Shosi quickly grabbed a handful. "Once this is over, I'll bring you a bag of seeds. Don't be so stingy." With the tactics finalized, the fleet accelerated its voyage, planning to reach the designated location by noon the next day. However, unexpected events were always happening. The next morning, when they were still 100 nautical miles away from the target, a shadow appeared on the horizon that covered the sky. It was an island, surrounded by a dense cluster of pirate ships. "All hands on deck," Shosi shouted. "All personnel into combat units. Gunners, prepare for airstrikes." Whether the enemy was prepared or just passing by, battle was unavoidable. Chapter 125. Jean Shitsi Shurji's floating pirate group had been roaming the four seas. Through the special ability of the float fruit, the pirate crew can cross the doldrums and roam across the four seas. Shiki is a cunning pirate who knows that his existence is an indelible disgrace to the Navy. As long as he makes a name for himself on the sea again, the Navy will spare no effort to eliminate him, which is also the reason he has not made a name for himself in the New World since leaving Impel Down. Standing at the edge of the floating island Strongwrld, Shiki gazes towards the New World, feeling a myriad of emotions. He has been eliminated by the times, and at the end of his life, he only wants to accomplish a feat that shocks the world. On Shiki's ship, 2 Navy warships appear ahead. A pirate runs over to report the enemy situation to Shiki. Shiki bursts into laughter. "Fire! Sink them!" He doesn't take the East Sea Navy seriously. Since they have crossed paths, it is their misfortune. He immediately orders his subordinates to sink the 2 warships. The pirate ships near the floating island turn their cannons to aim at the warships below, and this is not the first time they have sunk naval vessels. Every pirate wears a cruel smile. They are just ordinary pirates from the four seas, once chased by the Navy and fleeing in all directions. But since joining the flying pirate crew, the situation has reversed. Long live Admiral Shiki. A pirate praises Shiki while igniting the cannon's fuse. In an instant, countless cannonballs fall from the sky like a sudden downpour. Shios stands on the deck, initially wanting to observe Shiki's movements to decide on a combat plan. However, seeing the cannonballs coming down, thinking any further is useless, their warship cannot withstand such an attack. Just as Shios intends to take off to intercept, a dazzling sword light flashes, splitting the falling cannonballs. Shios looks towards the adjacent warship. This strike is undoubtedly the work of Peach Rabbit, an astonishingly talented sword strike. Unlike his own brute strength, this attack's intensity is not high, but the swordsmanship's trajectory is exquisite and the gathered sword energy is perfectly placed. He does not understand swordsmanship, but he can feel the shock brought by this strike. Shio's size, Vice Admiral Shiwan's strength should not be underestimated. Kyle nods in agreement, saying, "It is said that Vice Admiral Shiwan's strength is infinitely close to that of an admiral, but due to personal health reasons, he has not been able to cross the threshold of a Navy admiral and can only temporarily become a candidate admiral." Health reasons. Looking at Peach Rabbit's condition, it doesn't seem like there is any hidden ailment. Could it be some unspeakable secret? After Peach Rabbit strikes, the person who feels the most is not Shios, but Shiki, far away on the floating island Strongwrld. As a renowned swordsman of the age, Shiki can roughly gauge Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship level from this single strike. The Navy still has great swordsmen. It is indeed surprising. Shiki grins. That group of fools who only know how to use their fists can actually cultivate a great swordsman. I wonder whose disciple she is. The figures of high-ranking Navy officials flash in Shiki's mind, including those familiar Navy powerhouses and the former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. However, none of them can compare to this great swordsman below. He can only sigh again that the times have changed, and he has been out of touch with the world for too long. No matter who you are, you cannot block my path. Shiki reveals a fierce smile and rises to fly off the floating island. Since Peach Rabbit's sword extinguished the cannonballs, the flying pirate crew's attack also ceased. The pirates from the four seas, who had never seen such powerful swordsmanship, were momentarily at a loss, anxiously waiting for their captain's next order. They did not let their guard down during this brief calm. It was merely the calm before the storm, and the real crisis was about to arrive. "Shios, I'll leave it to you," Peach Rabbit said, smiling at Shios while standing on the deck. A dark spot in the sky is flying downwards. As it gets closer, it becomes clear that it is not a cannonball, but a human figure. Undoubtedly, this kite soaring in the sky is the infamous Gold Lion. Ha ha! Who just drew their sword? Gold Lion Shiki stands in the air, his messy golden hair flowing behind him, with two famous swords, Sakura, Ten, and Mikuji, tied to his legs, replacing his disabled limbs. He looks down carelessly at the two warships, not regarding anyone. How arrogant! Shio shakes his head and says, "No. Fire a cannon at him. What's with the posing?" The Navy's execution capability goes without saying. Even though they know this is the legendary pirate, they immediately open fire on Gold Lion without hesitation, following Shios' command. The sound of cannon fire erupts. No one expected someone would fire a black cannon at this time. As the cannonball leaves the cannon, flying at incredible speed towards Gold Lion, this renowned pirate is left speechless. Too much for Gold Lion. This is not an attack, but an insult to him. Evading is impossible. The cannonball flying towards Gold Lion suddenly stops in midair, then continues on its original path. This is the power of the float fruit. It can affect any object. The cannonballs aimed at the warships actually become faster than before. Faced with these speeding cannonballs, Shios does not act. Instead, it is the silent Desai and his apprentice Hawkins who take action. Desai uses a Six Styles technique to kick apart the cannonballs, while Hawkins uses his fruit ability to extend straw and pierce the rushing cannonballs. Although they resolved the crisis and were uninjured, they both looked somewhat disheveled. Unlike Gold Lion's nonchalant demeanor, Gold Lion Shiki's gaze lingers on the two for a moment before shifting to the other warship, clearly not taking Desai and Hawkins seriously. This is also the situation Shios wants to see. Gold Lion focuses his attention on Peach Rabbit, giving him the opportunity to move and complete his mission. Peach Rabbit is unaware of Shios' plan, but as a seasoned general, she begins to cooperate with Shios' actions without the need for communication. "I am Vice Admiral Shiwan of the Navy headquarters, ordered to apprehend you," Peach Rabbit declares loudly. "Shiki, you are surrounded. Surrender quickly." Shios breaks into a sweat upon hearing this. Could it be that what Peach Rabbit said is just official talk? From the current situation, they seem more like the ones being surrounded. After Gold Lion descends, the fleet in the sky also forms an attack formation under Shiki's command. With 1,000 pirate ships surrounding them in a circle, all cannons aimed at them. Ha ha! What an unashamed little girl. Gold Lion laughs. Kapu, where's Sengoku? You won't send just a little girl to catch me. Gold Lion's expression suddenly hardens. Do you really think I'm some minor character? Even though he knows his era has come to an end, he still will not allow anyone to underestimate him. He is the Gold Lion who shakes the world. Slash wave. Gold Lion lifts his right leg and kicks out a terrifying sword energy that cuts a deep gash into the sea before even reaching the surface. Peach Rabbit takes a deep look at Shio's, grips her sword Jinbaira, and meets Gold Lion's strike. Aye slash. With her feet stabilizing behind her, Peach Rabbit performs a standard swordsman's draw and slash, sending out a pink sword energy to meet Gold Lion's attack. Two sword energies collided in the air, lacking the grand momentum of an energy clash. They were like two steel blades silently pressing against each other, testing who would break first. After a brief stalemate, the pink sword energy of Peach Rabbit gained the upper hand, breaking the Golden Lion's slashing wave and slicing towards the imposing Golden Lion. The Golden Lion did not expect Peach Rabbit's strength to be so formidable. It was only when the sword energy approached that he used the Sakura 10 on his foot to block the pink sword energy. He suffered a significant loss due to carelessness. Peach Rabbit's Aido was a beginner's technique for swordsmen, but it was also a deadly move that was difficult to master. The ability to perform such an Aido in a hurry showed that Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship should not be underestimated. Unexpectedly, a woman could become a great swordsman. Did he not know that women have innate deficiencies in sword training? The Golden Lion looked at Peach Rabbit with great interest, as if he were gazing at a fascinating piece of art. As for the Golden Lion's gaze, Peach Rabbit remained unmoved, suddenly exerting force beneath her feet. She used the 6 style of shave, and with the deck of the ship cracking, her figure appeared on either side of the Golden Lion. Drawing her sword, she slashed towards the Golden Lion's head, which still had a wooden rudder stuck in it. Attacking there was a very good choice. Still, there was a saying that there were no sneak attacks in the pirate world. The Golden Lion's observation, Haki, sensed the danger, and he bent backward to evade Peach Rabbit's strike. At the same time, he curled his legs upward, and the 2 famous blades on his legs came in for a lethal strike. Peach Rabbit met the attack with her sword, and the two engaged in several exchanges in the air, neither side willing to give in. Even Shios could not discern who had the upper hand. As the battlefield shifted, the Golden Lion intentionally led Peach Rabbit towards the floating island Strongwrld, where he had carefully nurtured ferocious beasts that would give him a greater advantage. Peach Rabbit noticed the Golden Lion's intention and was also willing to move the battlefield to the floating island. She did not possess the ability to hover, but could use moonwalk for brief periods of suspension. Short durations posed no problem, but it was very exhausting over the long term. The floating island was very suitable for a battlefield, not only keeping them away from the Navy's warships, but also providing good landing spots. With both harboring their thoughts, they quickly chased each other to the floating island. Seeing that Peach Rabbit was already unable to withdraw, the Golden Lion chuckled and loudly commanded, "Sink those 2 warships for me." This was also a plan he had prepared in advance. The Navy cared about their subordinates. Facing the death of their comrades in the cannon fire would inevitably affect their emotions. In a high-level swordsman duel, one could not afford to be distracted. Sometimes victory or defeat hinged on just one sword strike. Despicable and shameless. Peach Rabbit gritted her teeth and cursed. "You are the Golden Lion, Shiki. How can you use such despicable tactics?" The Golden Lion chuckled. "Despicable? I'm a pirate. Pirates only care about winning and losing." Indeed, no matter how famous he was before, he was still a pirate who was criticized by others. Even the legendary Golden Lion only cared about the evaluations of those he valued, never minding the opinions of the world. Peach Rabbit's expression darkened. A few times she attempted to return to assist, but was forced back by the Golden Lion. With no other choice, she could only join the Golden Lion on the floating island Strongwrld. As she entered the floating island, Peach Rabbit glanced back at the warships that were about to be engulfed by cannon fire, a sly smile escaping her lips. "Little one, I will complete my task, and the rest is up to you." Shio stood on the deck, watching the barrage of cannon fire approach, calmly stretching his fists and feet. "Admiral Ji Yuan, make sure the stage is set for me. If I don't perform well, how can I repay such good intentions?" 3 pairs of pure white, feathered wings spread behind Shio's, and with a gentle flutter, he soared above the 2 warships, facing a curtain of bullets. Grand fireworks. Let the show begin. Golden flames surged from Shio's hand, condensing into a flaming long sword, which he pointed skyward and slashed down. Judgment. Flames erupted, and the long sword expanded into a massive, flaming sword several dozen meters long, sweeping away all the incoming cannonballs. The cannonballs exploded in the high temperature of the flames, creating a series of deafening sounds in the air, resembling a dazzling and colorful fireworks display. Once again, it was a familiar scene. The flying sky pirates felt a chill run down their spines, wondering how another formidable figure had appeared. This elder, with wings and a flaming longsword, was even more terrifying than the female swordsman they had just encountered. They turned their gaze towards the floating island, hoping their captain would take this formidable person away. What are you still dawdling for? The fleet commander Scalito, one of the Golden Lion Shiki's original subordinates, who had seen many grand spectacles, was the first pirate to regain his senses. Seeing Shio's valiant performance, he realized they had fallen for the Navy's scheme. Instead of luring the tiger from mountain, they had been lured into the tiger's den. While astonished, he issued orders. Everyone attack the warships. Do not attack that birdman. This was the wisest decision. The cannon fire could not harm Shio's, and Scalito was fully aware of this. Only by using the warships to restrain Shio's could they buy more time. The newly formed flying control pirates under the Golden Lion were no longer the once dominant flying sky pirates. Those powerful followers who had risked their lives with the Golden Lion had scattered when he attacked the Navy headquarters. After suffering betrayal, the Golden Lion did not contact these subordinates after escaping from the deep-sea prison, leaving only Scalito and Indigo with him. To subdue a powerhouse like Shio's, they could only wait for the Golden Lion Shiki to take action. Before that, their task was to hold off Shio's. The cannon fire from the pirate ship rang out again, still targeting the warships, which surprised Shio's. He did not expect that among these pirates, there was a good tactical expert who could quickly discern the situation. Again, he swung his sword to knock down all the cannonballs. This consumption was trivial for Shio's, who could exhaust all the firepower of the Golden Lion's fleet. However, continuing like this would pose a problem for Peach Rabbit. Facing the Golden Lion alone was inherently risky. Shio's was well aware of the physical issues of the female swordsman, which were unavoidable flaws. Just as Shio's contemplated how to break through the pirate line, Kyle's voice came through the intercom. Go ahead and do it. I'll handle the warships here. On the deck of the warship, Kyle had already donned a black combat suit and stood confidently at the bow. Chapter 126, The Strength of Peach Rabbit. Kyle's combat power was not high. She was not a combat-oriented talent, as she excelled in internal affairs. In a conventional state, Kyle's combat power was only above average among Navy majors. However, with the support of the Vinsmoke family's combat suit, Kyle's combat power approached that of a Navy vice admiral and had a place in the pirate world. This clearly showed that the scientific technology of the Vinsmoke family was quite extraordinary. Gina had never seen Kyle in combat gear before. Seeing her stand at the bow in such striking black attire, she quickly scolded, "Are you crazy? Standing at the bow dressed so conspicuously. Are you trying to attract cannon fire?" Although the two often clashed in such a situation, they still cared for each other's well-being. Not at all. Kyle smiled and said, "You should know that we must see each other in a new light after 3 days apart. Don't underestimate me." Saying that, Kyle jumped from the deck, and the combat suit's boots released a burst of airflow, propelling her into the air. Gina could only silently clench her fists as she watched Kyle soar away. She also mastered the moonwalk technique from the Six Dials, but her physical condition was not enough to support her in high-intensity aerial battles like Peach Rabbit, let alone having technology akin to flight like Kale. Shosi glanced back at Kale, who was flying towards him. At that moment, another wave of shells came, and to restrain Shosi, Scaridu almost used up all the shells he had stored over the years. Just as Shosi was about to swing his sword to destroy these shells, Kale's voice came from behind. "Let me handle it." Kale flew past Shosi, and 2 high-pressure wind blades erupted from his sleeves. The wind blades were highly compressed, and their speed shocked Shosi. The wind blades whizzed past him, slicing the incoming shells in half with precision that rivaled Peach Rabbit's cutting technique. Shosi was astonished. This was the first time he saw Kale using battle gear, and he didn't expect that the battle suit given by Gaji would have such high intensity. Clearly, the battle suit Kale wore was not the one Gaji prepared for Sanji. The battle suit Gaji prepared for Sanji was invisible black, while this one was black in color but had the ability to manipulate wind pressure, which was vastly different. "That cunning old fox," Shosi muttered, shaking his head. When he previously asked Gaji for a battle suit, the latter brushed him off, saying he only had one set. But it seemed that Gaji had more than one suit at his disposal. Watching Kale wreak havoc in the sky, Shosi noted that her martial arts level was only average. The ability to manipulate wind pressure suited her better than invisibility. This ability looked powerful, but it was merely effective against weaker opponents. For true, strong fighters, the strength increase brought by technology had significant limitations. Since Kale could handle these troubles, Shosi could free his hands to deal with the pirate fleet. With wings gently flapping behind him, Shosi sped through the air, sonic booms echoing behind him. Soon, he arrived in front of a pirate ship, and the flame sword in his hand swelled, charging towards the pirate ship and snapping it in half. Under the power of the gold lion fruit, the damaged pirate ship still floated in the air, but the golden flames were rapidly engulfing the ship. Some pirates lost their footing and fell from the pirate ship, plunging into the sea with their fate unknown. The floating fruit of Gold Lion Shiki could only affect objects. It had no effect on living beings aside from himself. This was fortunate. If the floating fruit could affect the human body, its destructive power would be catastrophic. By pulling apart the distances between cells and dismantling all the cells, it would be an unstoppable, terrifying technique for living beings. As the first pirate ship shattered, successive explosions erupted in the pirate fleet. Seeing one pirate ship after another fall apart, Skaridu realized that if this continued, the fleet's destruction was only a matter of time. Lord Shiki, please deactivate your ability and let all the ships rest on the sea, Skaridu shouted in the transponder snail. Through this period of observation, Skaridu discovered that among the destroyed pirate ships, few pirates were killed by Shosi. Most fell from the ship due to structural damage or perished in the flames aboard. Since that was the case, placing the ships on the sea was the best option. Their population far exceeded that of the enemy, and all pirates could swim. Without any devil fruit users among them, the entire sea would become their battlefield. By then, even if Shosi destroyed the ships, the pirates could jump into the sea to escape. With thousands of pirates spread across the sea, even if they lined up one by one for him to kill, it would still take some time. Skaridu was quite accurate. Shosi couldn't kill each pirate individually. That would be too slow. The cannons on the ships posed the greatest threat to the warships, and destroying them as quickly as possible was Shosi's top priority. As for those pirates who fell from the ships, it was an unexpected bonus. Shosi did not anticipate such an effect. However, as the first wave of attacks ended, before Shosi could turn around for a second wave, the height of the pirate ships began to decrease. Even the floating island strong world was moving closer to the sea surface. This was not good news. Shosi frowned. For the Navy, it was preferable to divide the battlefield into two sections to avoid the battles between Gold Lion and Peach Rabbit from involving the fleet, thus reducing casualties among the naval soldiers. The lives of naval soldiers were far more precious than those of pirates. Such scum could gather tens of thousands with just a rallying call, and the Gold Lion would not care about their lives. The change in the situation was inevitable. Shosi could only try to destroy as many ships as possible during the descent. However, with over 1,000 pirate ships in the Gold Lion fleet, even if Shosi exerted all his strength, he could only destroy a few hundred pirate ships during this time. More than half of the pirate ships ended up in the sea, densely packed on the surface, and the battle was just beginning. Kale landed on the deck from the air, not returning to Shosi's warship, but instead coming to Jean Nai's side. Jean Nai smiled upon seeing Kale in battle gear and said, "It's the first time I've seen you charge to the front." Kale calmly replied, "Is that so? Then don't just stare at my back. The battle has just started." Jean Nai nodded and waved to give the attack order. Dozens of cannons on the warship fired simultaneously, and at the same time, the cannons on Shosi's warship also launched under Desai's command. Compared to the pirates' barrage, the Navy's firepower was undoubtedly much sparser, but there were no strong opponents to block the cannon fire. With the efforts of the naval gunners, several pirate ships sank one after another. Meanwhile, the pirates who had stabilized their footing on the sea began to launch attacks against the Navy. Shosi was still weaving through the pirate ships, but the effectiveness was far from before. Just as Skaridu had predicted, with the sea as their support, even if the pirate ships were destroyed, the pirates could jump into the sea to escape. The sea was an untouchable forbidden zone for users of devil fruits. Even a powerful user like Shosi did not dare to venture too far into it. After attempting to engulf the sea with flames, Shosi realized his powerlessness. The temperature of the golden flames was very high, capable of rapidly vaporizing water, but he was facing the ocean. How could human strength conquer nature? He couldn't ignite the entire sea. The pirates also realized that the golden flames they feared had lost their effectiveness in the ocean, and cheers erupted among them as their ferocity was reignited. "Kill them! Kill them!" A pirate, soaking in the sea, shouted while waving a short knife, vigorously swimming towards the warship. At that moment, a flame fell from the sky, and before he could react, it ignited his upper body. The remnants of his body floated to the surface, still intact. He just couldn't kill pirates on a large scale, but he could still pick off some of the more reckless ones. Seeing this, the surrounding pirates quickly submerged into the sea, not daring to show themselves. Wherever Shiosi looked, the pirates buried themselves in the ocean, and he found it difficult to act. So he decided to focus on destroying the pirate ships, ignoring those pirates in the water. At this moment, the floating island was descending, and Peach Rabbit was facing off against Gold Lion with swords drawn. Scarito's message came through the transponder snail. And only then did Gold Lion Shiki realize that the Navy still had a strong fighter hidden among them. The Navy was still the same. In war, there would always be casualties. Rather than worrying about the lives of those pawns, it was better to think about oneself. The Golden Lion Shiki saw through Shiosi and the others' intentions, but he didn't care. Ever since he was betrayed by his crew, the Golden Lion Shiki would no longer trust any companions. In his eyes, even a loyal Scaridu was merely a useful tool. Pirates like you wouldn't understand what it means to have companions. Peach Rabbit looked down on talking to the Golden Lion. She didn't expect that the infamous Golden Lion would be such a pirate, which disappointed her somewhat. Well, you know, the Golden Lion roared angrily. Pirates don't need companions and won't have companions. We are just desperate rogues gathered together for our ambitions. Lion's thousand cuts. The Golden Lion floated in the air, his feet releasing several waves of cutting sword energy. The power of these sword energies was astonishing, leaving deep and shallow grooves as they flew past the ground. Facing the Golden Lion's attack, Peach Rabbit didn't dare to be careless and once again took a stance to draw her sword. Shadowless, 3 absolute cuts. Peach Rabbit quickly drew her sword, still using the Iato technique, but in the rapid draw, she simultaneously unleashed 3 massive sword energies. The 3 giant sword energies crisscrossed and met the Golden Lion's 1,000 cuts, producing a piercing sound of cutting. As swordsmen, they had no retreat. Neither was willing to be suppressed by the other. The silent airwaves swept to the sides. The ground was torn apart with countless small scratches, and the surrounding trees were cut down by the scattered sword energies. Equal in strength, both looked at each other with unsatisfactory expressions. As a world-renowned swordsman, the Golden Lion Shiki was unwilling to be stopped by a little girl, especially a female swordsman. This was an unbearable humiliation for him. Similarly, Peach Rabbit's expression was heavy. She didn't expect that her attack would only result in a stalemate with the Golden Lion. Based on the previous intensity of her sword energy, she should have been able to suppress the Golden Lion. If she couldn't even suppress him now, as the battle intensified, her chances of winning would become slimmer. She could only wait for Shiosi to come to her aid to have any hope of capturing the Golden Lion. However, Peach Rabbit was somewhat worried about Shiosi's strength. She knew some of his achievements but lacked confidence since she hadn't seen them with her own eyes. In her mind, as long as Shiosi could hold back the Golden Lion's pirate fleet, it would be enough. As for the Golden Lion, she planned to deal with him alone. The pride of a swordsman made them unwilling to fight against multiple opponents. Your name is Gun, an extraordinary swordsman. Although the Golden Lion was furious, he also recognized Peach Rabbit's strength. As a swordsman, you should know that your chances of winning this battle are less than 40%. Peach Rabbit's expression remained unchanged. There is no such thing as a winning chance in battle. Only victory and defeat, for a swordsman, is even more about life or death. The Golden Lion Shiki chuckled, while said, for a swordsman, battle is only about life and death. So are you prepared for death? The Golden Lion flew towards Peach Rabbit, wielding 2 famous swords to strike at her. Peach Rabbit met the attack with her sword, and the two fought back and forth on the island, the sparks of sword and blade flashing as the 3 famous swords showcased their excellent forging craftsmanship. During this time, the island quietly descended onto the sea, and roars of beasts echoed through the forest, both of them oblivious to it. Beasts broke through the forest and charged towards them, but before they could get close, they were cut down by the incoming sword light. The other beasts, upon seeing this, quickly distanced themselves from the two. They were the true, ferocious beasts. The Golden Lion created distance and wielded his sword to activate his Devil Fruit ability, Lion's Might Earth Roll. The ground of the floating island shook, and 2 gigantic earthen lions rose from the ground, roaring as they lunged at Peach Rabbit, their mouths wide enough to swallow a warship. Peach Rabbit remained calm, pointing her long sword forward and tapping it repeatedly, the sword energy intertwining ahead to form a flower shape. Floral burial. As Peach Rabbit thrust her final sword, a stunning sword energy rose appeared before the lion's head. The rose maintained its form for a brief moment before shattering and blooming outward. The fierce sword energy, like thorns, bound the entire lion, and as the sword energy contracted, the earthen lion disintegrated. After landing a hit, Peach Rabbit didn't pause. She charged towards the golden lion, executing a sliding slash aimed at him. The golden lion blocked with his Sakura 10, and as they crossed paths, Peach Rabbit leaped into the air, positioning herself above the golden lion. The sword in her hand was enveloped in sword energy, and a gigantic sword of sword energy appeared in her hand, its size comparable to Shiosi's flame-long sword. Holding the sword energy giant sword, Peach Rabbit aimed it downwards at the golden lion. Facing such a dominant attack, the golden lion naturally dared not block with both swords. Instead, he unleashed another lion's might earth roll, causing the ground beneath him to surge with a massive lion's head. The giant lion roared and attempted to swallow the giant sword in Peach Rabbit's hand. Peach Rabbit's eyes shifted, and the giant sword pierced into the giant lion's mouth. Then she flipped and landed, gathering another sword energy giant sword to slash at the golden lion. Chanting, "Flower Dance of 1,000 Souls Kill." The golden lion didn't expect Peach Rabbit to condense two sword energy giant swords simultaneously. Seeing the giant swords approaching, he realized it was too late to react and could only block with the famous swords at his feet. The two sword energy giant swords exploded from different directions, spraying sword energy like cherry blossoms fluttering and falling. Chapter 127. War Needs No Mercy. Shiosi looked towards the floating island and saw a powerful shockwave erupting in the center of the island. Chaotic air currents stirring up a large amount of dust, making it difficult to see what was happening. There were still some pirate ships that hadn't been dealt with, and he couldn't immediately go to support Peach Rabbit. Those pirates who fell into the sea had decent swimming skills and were struggling towards the warship. Kyle and Henai's performance was outstanding. The two worked well together, relying on their battle suits and the Kanken fruit ability, managing to suppress all the pirates in the sea. The situation was developing positively, and the naval elite began to exert their strength, with the tide starting to turn in favor of the Navy. Shiosi scanned the pirate ships that had not yet sunk from the air, trying to identify the commander among them. As long as this guy was dead, the pirates would likely collapse on the spot. He scanned the large pirate ships one by one, and ultimately locked onto a three-masted pirate ship. This ship wasn't the largest, but its design was quite unique. The lookout of the mast was not only wider than a normal sailing ship, but also taller. As a command ship, this type of sailing ship had an advantage in observing the battlefield and was very likely the pirate commander's vessel. Having selected his target, Shiosi immediately changed direction, flapping his feathered wings and flying towards the three-masted pirate ship. Scaridu saw Shiosi change direction and thought to himself that it was bad news, but with Shiosi's flying speed, evading was impossible. He immediately ordered the pirate fleet to fire cannons to intercept Shiosi while he jumped down from the mast and moved towards the right side pirate ship. Shiosi kept a close eye on the personnel changes on the pirate ship, and when he saw Scaridu jump down from the mast, he knew he had found his target. Increasing his speed again, he brought his hands together and extended them forward, his two index fingers merging together, covered in armament hockey. Finger gun, rhinoceros horn. Before he even arrived, a powerful air current shot out from his index finger, and a transparent air column flew towards Scaridu. The speed of the air column was so fast that there was no time to dodge. Scaridu sensed the danger, but had not awakened his observation hockey, unable to predict the trajectory of the finger gun attack. Moreover, even if he could foresee the attack's path, he would still be unable to evade this strike. With a puff, it was like a sharp blade piercing a watermelon. Scaridu's body exploded into pieces. Blood stained the deck red, and the pirates on the ship stared in shock at the scene, not expecting Scaridu to die so suddenly. They couldn't understand why the usually gentle Navy would strike so ruthlessly. Just as Shoes arrived above the sailing ship, the flame sword in his hand surged, transforming into a giant flame sword several dozen meters long, cleaving down towards the pirate ship below. The pirates on the deck knelt and raised their arms, shouting, "We surrender. We surrender, don't kill us." However, Shoes showed no hesitation. The giant flame sword pierced through the deck, and the exploding golden flames engulfed the entire pirate ship, sending chills down the spines of all the pirates. The golden flames continued to burn the wreckage scattered on the surface of the sea as Shoes surveyed the changes on the water. After a while, when no one surfaced, he flew towards the other pirate ships. He couldn't determine if the pirate he killed with his finger gun was the commander of the pirate side, so he decided to eliminate all the pirates on that ship to prevent future troubles. Shoes kept reminding himself that this was a war, and there could be no mercy. He only needed to be responsible for his soldiers. With Scarito's death, the pirate side's formation fell into chaos, and some pirate ships were turning around to flee the battlefield. They were originally independent pirate crews, only forcibly recruited by the Golden Lion Shiki, and had joined the Flying Control pirate crew due to the threat of force. Seeing Scarito's demise and the Golden Lion Shiki's delayed appearance, they began to consider escaping the battlefield, thinking of Shoes' display of brutality. Shoes did not stop these fleeing pirate ships, allowing them to leave. The pressure they faced was too great, even with Hinai and Kyle giving their all as time passed. Some pirates still managed to climb aboard the Navy's deck. The battle had entered the close combat phase, and the Navy began to suffer casualties, which was inevitable. Shoes destroyed the pirate ships approaching the warship. Just as he intended to further expand his advantage, a strong energy wave came from the floating island. Major Shoes. Hinai shouted on the deck, "We can handle it here. Vice Admiral Zoan is where the focus of the war is. Please go support Vice Admiral Zoan." Shoes naturally understood that resolving the Golden Lion was the top priority compared to blowing up fish here. However, without him stationed here, the Navy's casualties would further increase. So he wanted to wait a moment before supporting Peach Rabbit. "Shoes, it's okay. We can handle it." Kyle noticed Shoes' hesitation. Now was not the time for doubts. There would inevitably be injuries in war. What they needed to do was make those injuries worthwhile. If they couldn't kill or capture the Golden Lion here, the whole battle would be meaningless, and everyone's efforts would be in vain. You have to trust your comrades. We are not a burden. Kyle unleashed several wind blades, tearing apart a pirate ship. She was showing Shoes through her actions that they were comrades, not a burden. The cannons on the warship fired, and under the precise control of the Navy gunners, they destroyed the oncoming pirate ships. Darcy and Hawkins fought fiercely with the pirates on the deck. Even the cook who used to prepare meals for Shoes was battling with a weapon he had picked up from somewhere. Everyone was doing their best. They were demonstrating to Shoes what the meaning of comradeship was. Shoes was momentarily stunned. The journey to the Sky Island had given him a strong heart, making him unafraid of any obstacles. But it had also made him somewhat lose himself, forgetting how he had risen from the ranks of the lowly Navy to this point. Thanks to those who fought alongside him, not just the powerful combat strength he had now. "I understand." Shoes sighed and said, "I leave this to you." The soldiers on Shoes' warship shouted in unison, "We promise to complete the captain's orders." Their movements did not stop, and their emotions grew more intense, making their attacks much fiercer. Shoes no longer hesitated and flapped his wings, flying towards the floating island. Peach Rabbit's flower dance, Thousand Souls, unexpectedly caught the Golden Lion off guard. He didn't expect her swordsmanship to be so agile. When the smoke cleared, the Golden Lion was panting heavily, blood trickling down his forehead, and his clothes bore many intersecting sword scars. "Little girl, you are really bold," the Golden Lion gasped. "A female swordsman using such a physically demanding sword technique. Aren't you afraid that your companions still haven't arrived before your stamina runs out?" The biggest drawback of female swordsmen is their stamina. Even with the background of Shimatsuki Ryanosuke, he couldn't compensate for Kuina's physical shortcomings, which illustrates the innate deficiencies of female swordsmen that cannot be changed. The Golden Lion did not know what Peach Rabbit was planning, but such powerful sword techniques consumed a great deal of stamina. If she was trying to stall for time until her teammates arrived, her choice was indeed very unwise. "As long as I kill you first, I won't need to worry about that." Peach Rabbit's expression was heavy, but she did not lose her momentum. The flower dance Thousand Souls was not her strongest sword technique, but if this move couldn't inflict substantial damage on the Golden Lion, even if she used a more powerful technique, the results wouldn't be much better. Peach Rabbit was very aware of her situation. Since she couldn't defeat the Golden Lion with her own strength, she would have to drag out the battle time, waiting for Shoes to come to her aid. "To kill me, how arrogant." The Golden Lion revealed a cruel smile. What he valued most now was his battle experience. There was no need for excessive speculation. He understood Peach Rabbit's intentions well. Now was not the time for Peach Rabbit to wish to stall time. After realizing that she couldn't inflict fatal damage on him, the Golden Lion felt free to act. Wiping the blood from his forehead, the Golden Lion floated in mid-air, his feet slashing out several waves of cuts. Lion's Might. Thousand Cuts Valley. After completing a series of slashes, the Golden Lion did not stop and continued to unleash Lion's Might. Thousand Cuts Valley. He intended to turn this swordsmanship duel into a stamina contest, which was the best method for male swordsmen against female swordsmen. Facing the barrage of slashes coming at her, Peach Rabbit's expression grew heavy, and she could only meet them with an equal number of slashes. What was originally a somewhat elegant swordsman's duel turned into a back-and-forth hack, with only dust rising from the ground and the floating island being ravaged. It conveyed to the spectators just how intense this battle was. Peach Rabbit did not know how many swords she had swung, certainly not as many as she practiced daily, but unlike her daily training, each sword had to be executed with all her strength. Her breathing began to quicken, just as the Golden Lion had anticipated. The stamina deficiency of female swordsmen was an unavoidable issue. In contrast, the Golden Lion's slashes utilized the combination of his fruit ability and swordsmanship, consuming far less stamina than traditional swordsmen like Peach Rabbit. Although his body was aging and his stamina had declined, it was in comparison to the past. In his prime, the Golden Lion was one of the world's top powerhouses, able to face off against the combined might of the Wano country and carp. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse, let alone he was a lion. No lively rabbit could contend with him. Ha ha ha, little girl, do you feel fear now? The Golden Lion laughed maniacally. Aren't you regretting exposing your strength too early and trusting your life to your companions? That's the most foolish thing to do. Peach Rabbit had no time to respond to the Golden Lion. As her stamina dwindled, she realized she could not hold out like this. Even if she intended to stall for time, she couldn't just let it drag on. As Shoes' senior, she couldn't let her junior see her being overwhelmed. That would be too embarrassing. Determined, Tao Rabbit cleaved through the Golden Lion with a single sword strike, using Moonstep to leap into the sky. The Golden Lion, seeing this, stopped using Thousand Cuts Valley to suppress her and roared. Lion's Might, Earthquake. The ground, under the influence of the floating fruit's ability, surged again, and a massive lion's head emerged from the ground, seemingly trying to swallow Tao Rabbit whole. This was not the first time Tao Rabbit had seen this move. She cursed silently for its lack of originality, but knew she still needed to treat it with caution. Sword energy surged around Tao Rabbit, and the Kinbaira in her hand swelled into a great sword of sword energy, which she swung down towards the lion's head below. Thunderous roar. The sword energy greatsword, accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, smashed down on the lion's head and shattered it. The sword blade then struck at the Golden Lion below, who raised his Sakura 10 to defend, but Tao Rabbit twisted her wrist, turning the strike into a slap. The blade of the sword energy greatsword was only a few centimeters wide and could be blocked with a knife, but when it became the sword body, it spanned several meters as a broadside. So when the Golden Lion raised the Sakura 10, he found a shadow looming over him. This was not a strike, but clearly a slap. Before the Golden Lion could think further, the Sakura 10 successfully blocked it, but the terrifying force from the great sword smashed him down. The ground caved in, and the Golden Lion was driven into it by Tao Rabbit's strike. However, Tao Rabbit's attack did not end there. The sword energy great sword penetrated the soil, and the ground rolled and exploded in an instant, with wisps of sword energy erupting from below. It was evident what kind of scene would unfold underground. After completing the strike, Tao Rabbit fell from the sky, her expression serious as she looked into the distance. She knew this blow was not enough to kill the Golden Lion. Even with the ground binding the lion's movements, he could not evade the damage. However, the ability of the floating fruit always brought some unexpected effects upon contact with matter. Sure enough, the ground beneath the falling Golden Lion cracked open, and the battered Golden Lion flew up from ground. He was covered in blood, and the helm on his head appeared slightly damaged, as if it had sunk deeper. Very good, truly very good. The Golden Lion glared at Tao Rabbit with a sinister expression. You actually made me look this pathetic, unforgivable. I will have you die now. Enraged, the Golden Lion disregarded the tactics he had previously devised and decided to use all his strength to kill Tao Rabbit. Lion's Might, Imperial Earthquake. This time, not only was the ground rolling, but even the sea surrounding the island was surging, and even a moisture in the air was moving under the Golden Lion's control. The muddy lion rising from the ground and the water lion soaring from the sea both stared menacingly at Tao Rabbit. Under the Golden Lion's manipulation, they attacked from different directions. Faced with several gigantic creatures, Tao Rabbit's expression darkened, tightly gripping the Kinbaira in her hand. She sensed the crisis of death. Given her remaining physical strength, it would be difficult to withstand the Golden Lion's full-force strike. Taking a deep breath, she resolved that even if she were to die here, she would create more opportunities for Shios. Tao Rabbit took the stance to draw her sword. The Iato slash was her most adept sword technique. She did not seek self-preservation with this strike. It was solely to severely injure the Golden Lion. Just as she drew her sword with determination, Shios' voice echoed from above. Sorry to keep you waiting. Judgment. The golden flame giant sword slashed towards the lion's head, and under Xioz's all-out attack. Lion after lion was severed. What an ugly strike. From a professional perspective, Xioz's judgment was entirely a move that relied on brute force for miracles. Tao Rabbit had never seen such a rough strike, but she had to admit that this kind of attack was the most effective. What a physique to envy! Tao Rabbit slashed out several giant sword energies, smashing one of the giant lions made of seawater. If it's just one, I can handle it, Tao Rabbit said arrogantly. Xios descended from the sky, surveying the devastated battlefield, finally realizing what kind of battle Tao Rabbit had endured. Chapter 128, The Death of the Golden Lion. Xios slowly landed beside Tao Rabbit, looking into the distance at the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, with disheveled hair and blood seeping from unknown wounds, looked as if he had crawled out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You are the one she's been waiting for, the Golden Lion said to Xios. Another little Navy brat. Have all those old geezers in the Navy died out? How did a bunch of kids come to the forefront? Xios glanced at Tao Rabbit, and compared to the Golden Lion's disarray, Tao Rabbit was still in decent condition, though significantly drained of stamina. Catching an old lion means I won't have to trouble the seniors, Xios said with a smile. You don't seem to be looking too good right now. The Golden Lion stood upright, grinning sinisterly. Is that so? Then come and give it a try. Xios looked at Tao Rabbit, who nodded and said, Then I'll leave it to you. Xios nodded. No problem. You can watch from the sidelines. With that, Xios turned to the Golden Lion, his wings flapping behind him as he dashed towards the Golden Lion like a white line. What incredible speed! The Golden Lion could only exclaim as Xios appeared right in front of him. Finger gun, timely rain. Xios aimed both hands at the Golden Lion, his armed color hockey covering his arms, and his forearms turned into iron blocks. His two index fingers shot towards the Golden Lion like a torrential downpour. A dense barrage of finger gun energy rained down on the Golden Lion. Sensing the danger approaching, the Golden Lion activated the ability of the floating fruit and retreated backward. At the same time, the two famous swords tied to his feet swung in front of him to resist Xios's assault. The sounds of clashing echoed continuously, like hail hitting a deck, creating a chaotic and mixed noise. The two fought while retreating, moving from the center of the island to its edge, leaving behind a 3-meter-wide path of destroyed trees in their wake. The Golden Lion's expression darkened. He hadn't expected this Navy brat, who looked smaller than Tao Rabbit, to have such high mastery of martial arts. As he was about to be forced out of the floating island, the Golden Lion roared and activated the floating fruit's ability. Lion's Might, Imperial Earthquake. The sea surged, and a mountain of water formed from the seawater crashed towards Xios, forcing him to pause his attack and retreat out of the seawater's attack range. The heavy water curtain slammed onto the island, bringing with it the unique salty taste of the sea. Xios's flames surged significantly, evaporating the surrounding seawater to avoid it touching him. The Golden Lion was able to catch his breath, floating in the air to rest. Kid, who are you? The Golden Lion panted. Your martial art style is unlike Carp's, and your fruit application is different from Sengoku's. It's hard to believe you're only in your 20s. With wings flapping behind him, Xios also flew into the sky, his flying ability allowing him to better engage with the Golden Lion. I'm a Navy major, Xios from the Alabasta Navy base, Xios said with a chuckle. Sir, your era has passed. It's time to return to your cage and rest. With that, without waiting for the Golden Lion to respond, Xios launched his attack again. What an impolite guy, the Golden Lion said angrily, raising his sword to meet the rushing Xios. Unlike their previous battle, the fight between Xios and the Golden Lion was much more dynamic, and their battlefield was not limited to land. The sky was their true battlefield, as the two figures dashed and intertwined in the air, producing the sounds of metal clashing. Peach Rabbit watched Su See fighting the Golden Lion in the sky, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Warlord has really found me a reliable teammate this time. Not bad at all. Just then, a commotion arose around her, as several ferocious beasts with red eyes surrounded Peach Rabbit. After the fighting here ended, the previously timid monsters began to approach, drooling at the sight of the frail Peach Rabbit. Oh dear, I'm not food. Peach Rabbit chuckled lightly, and with a flash of sword light. The surrounding beasts all had their heads severed. She was somewhat exhausted, but that was relative. Dealing with these creatures that were even weaker than Sea Kings only required the strength to draw her sword. At the same time, Su See in the sky condensed a fiery long sword in his hand. The golden flame great sword swelled in Su See's hand and swept toward the position of the Golden Lion. What a crude attack, the Golden Lion scoffed. With an easy dodge, he avoided Su See's seemingly dangerous attack and simultaneously slashed out a sword energy in response, dodging the golden lion's sword energy slash. Su-Si looked at the fiery giant sword in his hand, and after some contemplation, he chose not to detonate the flames within the giant sword. In this vast space, a flame explosion would be unlikely to inflict substantial damage on the golden lion. Moreover, he did not possess the same superb swordsmanship as Peach Rabbit. Although the fiery giant sword had the size of a great sword, its attack method was clumsy and could not catch the golden lion at all. The effectiveness of physical attacks was quite remarkable, but the golden lion could draw seawater to create a barrier, and this old lion's combat experience made Su-Si feel inferior. Compared to Su-Si's difficulty in landing hits, the golden lion was even more troubled by the young Su-Si. Youth was the greatest asset, possessing a body that made him envious and a mind that was always clear. The battle with Peach Rabbit had already consumed a significant portion of his stamina, and Su-Si's continuous attacks were too much for the aging body of the golden lion to withstand. His condition was steadily declining, and the strong front he was putting on was merely for Su-Si to see. The golden lion glanced at the distant pirate fleet. The sound of cannon fire still echoed, but the number of pirate ships had dwindled to just a few. The ferocious beasts on the floating island Strong World had also suffered heavy casualties due to the aftermath of the previous battle. Seeing his years of effort potentially going to waste, the golden lion had no desire to continue fighting. However, upon Su-Si's appearance, his excellent flying ability made the golden lion realize that even if he tried to escape, he would not be able to. In despair, the ferocity of the golden lion was once again ignited. "I am a golden lion." The golden lion suddenly went mad, a powerful aura spreading outwards. The ferocious beasts on the floating island turned pale and fainted immediately, as did some nearby pirates, losing consciousness one after another. "It's Conqueror's Haki." Peach Rabbit stabilized her stance. The Conqueror's Haki had little effect on her, but she was very concerned about Su-Si. Although Conqueror's Haki could not cause substantial damage, it would affect Su-Si's ability to perform, which is commonly referred to as momentum suppression. Just as Peach Rabbit was worried, another completely different Conqueror's Haki appeared, and the two auras clashed in the air, neither willing to back down. "No way!" Peach Rabbit exclaimed in surprise. Su-Si awakened Conqueror's Haki. How did he do that? There were many strong individuals in the Navy, but only Fleet Admiral Sengoku had awakened Conqueror's Haki. Even the top 3 admirals had not awakened it. Peach Rabbit did not know how Su-Si had achieved this, but this aura was unmistakably Su-Si's Conqueror's Haki. At the same time, the golden lion did not expect Su-Si to awaken Conqueror's Haki, seeing an aura that was no less than his own appear. His expression changed from shock to a knowing smile. "A navy that has awakened Conqueror's Haki is indeed interesting," the golden lion cackled. "Even if I die, this world will not be peaceful. Ha 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 ha." Su-Si looked at the golden lion's arrogant expression and dissipated the fiery long sword in his hand. Such seemingly flashy moves had little effect against a true powerhouse. He dashed forward to face the golden lion, his right fist descending from above. The golden lion responded with a punch, while his famed sword aimed at Su-Si's abdomen. The two fists collided, and a burst of flames erupted from Su-Si's punch, the explosion pushing both of them apart and causing the golden lion's slash to miss. With a flap of his wings, Su-Si charged at the golden lion again. This time, the golden lion had no chance to dodge and was hit squarely. A mouthful of blood spewed from the golden lion's mouth. He did not care about his injuries, as his two famed swords came slicing towards Su-Si. Su-Si had no time to evade and could only use his wings to resist. Even though the wings were covered in armament Haki, they were damaged under the slicing of the two swords, with the two feathers on the right side being severed in half. Seeing this, the golden lion's expression brightened. As long as Su-Si's flying ability was hindered, he would have a chance to escape the battlefield. However, before he could rejoice for too long, a pure white flame flowed over Su-Si's wings. As the flames receded, his wings appeared intact before the golden lion. "My life is over." The golden lion felt a chill in his heart, knowing he could not escape today. At this moment, the large amount of water vapor caused by the battle cooled in the air and turned into snow, with flakes drifting down like a farewell to this pirate overlord. "TCH, I never expected to end like this," the golden lion lamented. "That guy Roger died in the East Sea, and I too shall perish here. What a strange sea. But even in death, I must die with dignity, not kneeling to be executed. Lion's might, the royal decree." This was the golden lion's final roar. Su-Si did not dare to underestimate it. Even Peach Rabbit on the floating island remained on high alert. The seawater surged, and the floating island began to rise into the air, the falling snowflakes swirling chaotically. Everything centered around the Golden Lion lost its original trajectory and acted according to his will. Just as the Golden Lion said, even in death, he wanted everyone to know that the Golden Lion would not kneel and wait for death. Susi could feel that the Golden Lion's final attack was aimed not only at him, but at everyone in this sea area. Even if he could not kill powerful individuals like Peach Rabbit and Susi, he wanted thousands of Navy personnel to accompany him to the underworld. What a madman! Susi cursed. He now suspected whether the Golden Lion had gone mad from the seawater, remaining restless even in death. Peach Rabbit noticed that the floating island beneath her feet was collapsing. The entire island was being reforged by the Golden Lion, and he intended to smash the whole island down. Susi stopped him. Peach Rabbit assumed the stance for a draw, not allowing the Golden Lion to complete this attack. At the same time, Susi also stopped holding back. It was time for a decisive battle. A bright red light flickered around Susi, illuminating the surroundings, dispersing the snow and causing the seawater to steam. Susi spun in the air several times, arriving before the Golden Lion, a blood-red long sword appearing in his hand. Die. The blood sword slashed at the Golden Lion, who had no time to react before his head was severed by the strike. The flying head mumbled, "Is this my final curtain call?" With the death of the Golden Lion, the objects influenced by the float fruit began to fall towards the ground, and Susi dissipated the blood sword, grabbing the Golden Lion's body and flying towards the floating island. The floating island, without the support of the float fruit, fell from the sky, creating a massive tsunami on the sea surface. The tsunami surged towards a nearby battlefield, knocking over the pirates drifting in the water, leaving them unaware of where they were swept away to. The floating island landed on the sea, its body already cracked into several uneven pieces. Tao-Tu stood on one of the pieces and saw Xios sever the head of the Golden Lion, slowly withdrawing his hand from the Kinkuro. Xios brought the body of the Golden Lion to Tao-Tu's side and instructed her, "Vice Admiral Zoan, the rest is up to you." Before Tao-Tu could respond, he fell forward. Quick-witted, Tao-Tu caught Xios' body and carefully examined him, only then feeling relieved. He was merely exhausted. That one sword strike had used up all his strength. This was the first time Xios had unleashed the purifying fire after awakening the Seraph fruit in his normal state. And even with the physical attributes of a Zoan type, it was difficult to sustain such consumption. The purifying fire was Xios' last resort. It was no longer an ordinary mythical ability, but a true power derived from divinity. Even Xios himself did not know what the purifying fire could achieve. However, from past performances, it could burn everything to ashes and had an attack speed similar to spatial jumps. In most cases, it could achieve a one-hit kill effect. Of course, such an abnormally powerful ability came with astonishing side effects, and Xios would not use the purifying fire unless it was absolutely necessary. Lying in Tao-Tu's arms, Xios opened his eyes after just a minute. After assessing his situation, he said apologetically and freed himself from Tao-Tu's embrace. "Vice Admiral Zoan, I'll leave the fleet to you. I'll rest here for a bit," Xios told Tao-Tu, his physical condition poor and unable to fight for now. Tao-Tu nodded and stepped toward the warship using Moonwalk. Watching Tao-Tu leave, Xios' gaze fell on the nearby remains of the Golden Lion, his eyes fixed on the two famous swords on the Golden Lion's body. He brought back the Golden Lion's body not only to prove the fact of the Golden Lion's death, but also for these two famous swords. Through this battle, Xios discovered that the swordsmanship in the pirate world was extraordinarily powerful, and he wanted to learn it. To learn swordsmanship, one needed a suitable weapon, and finding a famous sword was not something that could be done by simply spending money. Since there were ready-made weapons here with the Golden Lion, he wouldn't let them go to waste. He couldn't let the famous swords be buried. Xios took action to detach the two swords, seeing their names on the hilt. The heavier one was called Moku-Kei, and the lighter one was called Sakura-ten. Both swords were of the same length, with slight differences in the blade's thickness. Having obtained the items, Xios unleashed a burst of golden flames to incinerate the remains of the Golden Lion, making it not a complete waste of taking someone else's possessions. On the other side of the battlefield, due to the Golden Lion's defeat, the pirates' morale plummeted, and they even lost the courage to fight desperately. Tao-Tu, leading the navy from two ships, was capturing pirates across the mountains. Chapter 129. Teach me swordsmanship. Cleaning up the battlefield was a physically demanding task, especially with insufficient manpower. The warship dispatched all its barges, led by the officers, to search for the pirates who had fallen into the water. Xios returned to the ship with the two famous swords and had just landed on the deck when Kyle, looking worried, asked, "Are you okay? Why did you return now?" Xios handed the two famous swords to a nearby Navy soldier, instructing him to keep them safe, then replied to Kyle, "I exhausted too much energy. I couldn't help much, so I rested outside. That's good. Kyle sighed in relief and reported the results of this battle to Shios. Due to our insufficient numbers, the Golden Lion's flying pirate crew had weak resistance, and more than half of the pirates escaped. Kyle expressed a sense of regret. Capturing the entire pirate crew of 10,000 would have been an impressive achievement. The Navy hadn't had such a glorious performance in many years, and for Shios' fleet. Their ranks were too low and urgently needed accomplishments to promote their ranks. This was unavoidable, due to the lack of numbers. Although the Navy was on the offensive in this battle, they were also surrounded. The pirates could come and go as they pleased, even if they tried to obstruct. It was more intent than ability. Fortunately, Shios had killed the Golden Lion, so based on the battle results, they could still receive a substantial share. What about the battle losses? Compared to the battle results, Shios cared more about the casualties. The efforts they put in before were to minimize the deaths of the Navy. He wasn't too concerned about the military merits. As the nephew of Akainu, even if Akainu wouldn't specifically reward him, he would still have a smooth career. He was younger than Kyle and the others, yet he had been promoted to Rear Admiral at this age, which could not be solely explained by strength and diligence. Promoting to Vice Admiral would still take some time. Otherwise, given his age, it would inevitably raise some negative comments within the Navy. Upon mentioning casualties, Kyle's expression also grew serious. We lost 53 men, including 21 from our ship and 32 from Vice Admiral Yuan's fleet. Nearly 100 were injured, most of them lightly, and they can continue to serve. The physical condition in the pirate world was exceptionally outrageous, generally. As long as it wasn't a serious injury, like losing an arm or a leg, healing through medical treatment wouldn't affect combat effectiveness. 53 casualties were still within an acceptable range. For such a large-scale battle, having only over 50 casualties could be considered a miracle of war. This was not only due to Shios' efforts, but also because the pirates recruited by the Golden Lion were of mixed quality, resulting in a casualty ratio that could be described as 1 to 100. Even so, Shios was still very pained. Report their situation to the headquarters. Approve the death benefits, and apply for preferential treatment for the families. These were all welfare measures of the Navy, but Shios felt it was still not enough. Additionally, withdraw some funds from the Navy base's public account to provide for their families. Kyle showed a difficult expression. They had a significant amount of money on hand. Especially after the plundering of Garland Tezelo, it could be said that their wealth rivaled that of entire nations. The wealth they held could even buy a large kingdom like Alabasta and still have surplus for other matters. However, this portion of money could not be touched, at least not for providing benefits to the Navy soldiers. Doing so would give the world government a handle to grasp, and sustaining the military with government funds was one of the most taboo things in the current era. Shios was well aware of this, which was why he asked Kyle to use the public account of the Alabasta Navy base. The Alabasta Navy base was situated at the entrance of the Grand Line and was close to the Alabasta Kingdom, making it a place with many opportunities for profit. Over the years, Kyle had picked up some gray businesses, and she still had a portion of money that could withstand scrutiny. Of course, this clean money was not entirely legitimate, but could withstand investigation without causing too much trouble. Kyle asked, "Should we give according to the headquarters standards?" Shios answered without hesitation, "Of course, we will follow the headquarters standards. We will provide 2 portions of death benefits." Kyle sighed lightly. This would be a substantial amount of money, and the funds she had accumulated were not easy to gather. "All right, I'll handle it shortly." Shios nodded and sat cross-legged on the deck, quietly watching the Navy chase after the pirates. The capture of the pirates continued until nightfall, and as the sky darkened, the Navy finally gave up the search for the pirates. Being able to encounter pirates at sea at this time can be considered a stroke of luck for them to escape. Nevertheless, they still captured over 2,000 pirates this time, and the cells on the warships are crammed with pirates, leaving no room to lie down. Kyle used a nautical chart to locate a nearby island. The island is small, with a shallow waterline on the beach, making it impossible for large ships to dock. They lowered the barges, leaving some personnel stationed on the warship, and under the command of the highest-ranking officer of both fleets, they set foot on the island. After landing, some veteran Navy personnel took the new recruits to the island to chop wood, while others carried the corpses to the beach. These were the bodies of Navy soldiers. The bodies of pirates were still bobbing in the sea, likely already in the mouths of some sea kings. The ocean has a strong self-cleaning ability and does not pollute the environment. Shios silently observed the scene. As a veteran of the Navy, this was not his first experience with such events, yet no matter how many times he went through it, his mood remained incredibly heavy. In any world, soldiers who die in battle cannot return home in complete form. Don't be too sad. There will be many more sad things in the future. Peach Rabbit approached Shios and said, "For us, wearing the uniform is for a lifetime. Very few can live to see the day of retirement. If that day really comes, besides this uniform, we might have nothing left. Yes, perhaps when that day truly arrives, there will be nothing left." Shios thought of Zephyr. Not only him, but many veterans in the Navy chose to continue serving rather than retire. They cannot let go of the justice they have carried throughout their lives. Apart from justice, they have nothing else. The soldiers who went to chop wood returned with the firewood, stacking it up separately and arranging the bodies of the Navy soldiers properly. Once everything was done, they stood on both sides, waiting for the highest-ranking officer to personally send these soldiers off. Peach Rabbit took the torch handed to her by Hanai, but Shios waved his hand to refuse. He stepped in front of the woodpile, igniting a golden flame in his hand. The golden firelight igniting the firewood and illuminating Shios' cheeks. What does war ultimately bring to people? Is change really that important? For these people, they sacrifice their blood for this dark era, but cannot receive the respect they deserve. Roger, this is the pirate era you brought about. Perhaps one day in the future, people will sigh that Roger created a prosperous age and fired the first shot of change. But no one will mention those who contributed silently, and no one will remember that they also played a part in this prosperous age. Shios and Peach Rabbit walked in different directions, lighting stack after stack of firewood until 53 bonfires were lit. The Navy on the warship watched the flames light up on the beach. And when the last flame was lit, Darcy saluted on the deck and shouted, "Attention!" Hawkins stood not far behind Darcy. It was not his first experience with comrades dying, but it was the first time he was sending off a comrade. It felt unique and warm, making him like this place even more. Shios and the others waited on the island until the flames extinguished. The Navy on both sides took out wooden boxes marked with seagull symbols and packed the burnt ashes. After completing this, they drove the barges away from the island. The traces left on the beach disappeared under the waves, and the smoke rising into the air drifted away with the sea breeze. In this world wrapped by the ocean, the sea breeze would carry their thoughts to distant loved ones. A night without conversation. Early the next morning, Shios was awakened by the noise. Looking out through the cabin window, it was personnel from the nearby Navy base. After the war ended, they had notified the nearby Navy base to come and take over the pirates. Otherwise, with their 2 ships' food supplies, they could only support the needs of 1,000 people. And if they took on several times that number of pirates, problems would arise. Shios didn't care about the lives of the pirates, but he would engage in unnecessary killings either. Especially when people are starving, they can resort to anything. It's not that he feared they would rebel. When they're hungry, what kind of rebellion can they muster? Rather, he was mainly afraid they might resort to cannibalism, even against their own. Such tragedies, regardless of who they happen to, are extremely sorrowful and a trampling of humanity. Therefore, they would hand over most of the pirates without bounties and those without devil fruit abilities to the local navy for handling. The remaining number of pirates was not many. Those who underwent trial at Judicial Island would be held accountable based on their crimes. Whether they would be thrown into the deep-sea prison or sentenced to death was not Shios' concern. The handover procedures took all morning, with the selection taking up most of the time. After handing over the last pirate, the base commander who came to escort the pirates approached Peach Rabbit. He hurriedly saluted, his face flushed, and said, "Vice Admiral Shiwan, hello. I admire you very much. Could you please give me an autograph?" Upon hearing "I admire you very much," Peach Rabbit was startled, thinking it was another proposal. After hearing the subsequent request, she breathed a sigh of relief. With this build-up, she didn't mind such a trivial matter as an autograph. After signing her name on the banknote as if it were the wind, just as she was about to return the paper and pen to the base commander, her eyes shifted and she pulled Shios aside, saying, "This is the commander of the Arabasta Navy base, Major General Shios. He personally killed the Golden Lion. Do you want him to sign for you too?" After saying that, Peach Rabbit quietly informed the base commander, he is also the nephew of Admiral Sakazuki, the one most likely to be promoted to admiral in the future. The base commander gasped and then cautiously looked at Shios, beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Akainu does not have a good reputation within the Navy. This not good does not mean he has poor character. Rather, his serious demeanor commands respect while also causing people to worry about making mistakes in front of him. Upon hearing that Shios is Admiral Akainu's nephew, the base commander recalled his previous behavior and nearly choked. "Hello, Major General Shios." The base commander trembled as he saluted. And as for the autograph, he didn't dare to mention it. Shios glanced at Peach Rabbit, observing the cautious base commander. Is there something you need?" The base commander quickly shook his head, saying, No. That's good. If the handover work is completed, take your people back, Shios said in a deep voice. The base commander was overjoyed and saluted again, saying, Yes, I will take my people away right away. Once the base commander walked away, Peach Rabbit pouted and said, So boring. You didn't even tease him a bit. Shios shook his head helplessly. It's not easy for everyone. Some jokes shouldn't be made. Peach Rabbit knew Shios was right, but her situation was different from others. If she didn't scare them off from the start, she might just end up like Chibuta. Thinking of Chibuta, Peach Rabbit felt a headache coming on again. It must be the aftereffects of battling the Golden Lion. She needed to apply for leave from Admiral Sengoku. Sometimes, things just happen to be that way. Just as Peach Rabbit was thinking of Sengoku, Kyle came over with a Den Mushi. Looking at the appearance of the Den Mushi, it was undoubtedly their dear Admiral Sengoku. Seeing this, Peach Rabbit waved her hand at Shios, indicating that she didn't want to answer the call. Shios rolled his eyes, took the Den Mushi from Kyle's hand, and said, Hello, this is Shios. Yes, it's me. The serious voice of Sengoku came through the Den Mushi. I saw the battle report you sent back. You did very well. The headquarters will reward you. Shios replied in a deep voice, This is what we should do. Also, let me ask you again, can you confirm that the Golden Lion Shiki is dead? This is very important. Sengoku did not care how many pirates Shios and the others had exterminated or captured. To him, the most important thing was the Golden Lion. As long as the Golden Lion was dead, the mission would be considered complete. Shios nodded and said, I am sure. The remains of the Golden Lion have been burned by me, and his 2 famous swords are in my hands. He is dead. That's good. You can head back shortly. Sengoku's tone relaxed. He felt a bit sentimental thinking about the death of the Golden Lion. There were fewer and fewer survivors from that era. Sengoku's gaze shifted to the desk, which had a world map on it, with the Red Earth continent dividing the world into 2 parts. In the New World, there were 4 large pirate flags standing tall, and in the East Blue region, there was a lion's head. He took out a red pen and marked the lion's head, his gaze falling on the New World, or rather, on the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard, you are the last remnant of the old era. On the other side, Shios received Sengoku's order to return and had not yet told Peach Rabbit the news. The latter covered her ears and said, I don't want to hear it. Don't tell me. Kyle stifled a laugh while Henai supported her forehead with one hand, looking extremely troubled. Shios shrugged, handed the Den Mushi to Kyle, and then patted Peach Rabbit on the shoulder, saying, If you don't want to go back, you can teach me how to sword fight. Sword fight? Peach Rabbit looked Shios up and down. You don't look like you have the talent for it. Shios was speechless. He knew he didn't look like the right material for it, but he couldn't just say that. Kyle, give me the Den Mushi. I need to report something to Admiral Sengoku. Peach Rabbit grabbed Shios' arm. Don't rush. Let's plan it out first. Chapter 130. Visiting Frost Moon Village regarding Shios learning swordsmanship. Peach Rabbit was initially skeptical. It wasn't that he said he wanted to learn, so she would just teach him. Besides, you need to have a sword in hand to learn swordsmanship, right? Peach Rabbit raised an eyebrow, cleared her throat, and said, Shios, do you know? For a swordsman, his first sword is crucial. You need to cultivate a tacit understanding with the sword from the very beginning to achieve the state of unity between man and sword. After saying that, Peach Rabbit turned around. You first find a suitable famous sword, and I will teach you how to practice swordsmanship. Peach Rabbit thought to herself that while Shios was looking for a famous sword, she could take a nice break. As for what to do later, she would think about it then. For now, she just had to get through this phase. However, before Peach Rabbit could walk far, Shios called her from behind. Regarding the famous sword, what do you think of these 2? Which one is better for me? Peach Rabbit turned around with difficulty and saw the 2 swords in Shios' hands, Sakujiu and Mukage. Although both swords were in sheaths, she immediately recognized them as the Golden Lion swords. The Golden Lion Shiki, as a legendary pirate and one of the top swordsmen in the world, certainly had swords that needed no further introduction. Even if they weren't among the supreme grade 12 swords, they were at least of the 21 grade level. Such swords were indeed hard to come by in the pirate world. Peach Rabbit frowned slightly. For a swordsman, their sword was their second life, especially after the swordsman's death. A famous sword was often used to commemorate them, typically buried with the swordsman or passed on to a favored swordsman. If one were to defeat a swordsman and forcibly take their weapon, there was a high possibility of being retaliated against by the swordsman's close friends. Sometimes, even enemies who admired them might feel resentment. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was best not to use those famous swords with great reputations to avoid getting entangled in the previous owner's karma. Peach Rabbit pondered for a long time, considering the character and demeanor of the Golden Lion Shiki. Strictly speaking, the Golden Lion was a person from the last era, and there were not many survivors from that time. Coupled with the Golden Lion's personality, there wouldn't be friends seeking revenge for a sword, let alone enemies. Moreover, with Shioza's strength, there was no need to worry too much. Her brows slowly relaxed. Sakujiu and Mukage are certainly acceptable. These are two very excellent famous swords, not inferior to my Kempira. Now that the sword was settled, Peach Rabbit had no reason to refuse and approached Shioz to ask, "Do you want to learn two-sword style or one-sword style?" The two-sword style uses two weapons, and the Golden Lion Shiki practiced this style. There were not many two-sword style swordsmen. Most mainstream swordsmen were one-sword style practitioners, and Peach Rabbit was one of them, although she was a one-sword style swordsman. As a great swordsman, she also had some knowledge of the two-sword style and could easily teach Shioz. As for whether he would learn one-sword or two-sword style, Shioz preferred the three-sword style. Thinking of Zoro's flashy sword techniques, he wondered if he claimed those names first, would Zoro have to pay him royalties? Of course. This was just a joke. Shioz had already decided to become a one-sword style swordsman. One-sword style then, Shioz said to Peach Rabbit, "I'm starting to learn swordsmanship too late, so it's better to learn something simpler." Peach Rabbit nodded. The difficulty of mastering one-sword style was indeed easier than that of two-sword style. But once one reached the great swordsman level, the distinction between easy and hard disappeared. She thought Shio's learning swordsmanship was just a spur-of-the-moment decision, and one-sword style was suitable and likely to yield results more easily. "Then let's use Sakujiu," Peach Rabbit explained. Sakujiu and Mukage are quite similar, but Sakujiu has thicker blade patterns, making it more suitable for you. Shio's was a typical representative of the power style, and using a heavy sword had significant advantages. If Peach Rabbit were to choose, she would have picked the lighter Mukage. Shioz weighed both swords and didn't feel too much difference. But since Peach Rabbit said Sakujiu was suitable for him, he decided to use Sakujiu. Later, when Shioz started learning swordsmanship from Peach Rabbit, he understood that for swordsmen, every sword strike they made required thousands of repetitions in practice. After thousands of swings, those minute differences would be infinitely magnified. Having chosen Sakujiu as his weapon, Mukage became useless, and Shioz initially wanted to give it to Peach Rabbit, but she refused. "No need," Peach Rabbit said calmly. "I don't plan to teach disciples. Having Kempira is enough." Since that was the case, Shioz handed Mukage to Kyle for proper storage. Determined to teach Shioz swordsmanship, Peach Rabbit did not slack off and immediately began teaching him the basics of being a swordsman on the deck. There are many ways to attack with a sword, the most common being slashes and thrusts, which are the fundamental techniques that all swordsmen must master. Peach Rabbit drew Kempira and swung forward. There was no sword energy dispersing. It was just the simplest slash with no mystical feeling. Peach Rabbit gestured for Shioz to try. "You give it a shot." Shioz nodded, grasping Sakujiu with both hands, recalling Peach Rabbit's previous strikes, and swung forward. As he executed the sword strike, Shioz frowned. He knew he was doing something wrong without needing Peach Rabbit to tell him. It wasn't that his posture was wrong. He could guarantee that his movements were 100 identical to Peach Rabbit's, and he even understood which muscles Peach Rabbit was using. With his excellent martial arts skills, Shioz can perfectly mimic the body movements of Peach Rabbit, but the slashes he executes are different from hers. He can't say exactly how they differ. Although Peach Rabbit's slashes seem plain and unremarkable, this very ordinariness makes it even harder for Shioz to grasp the essence. "Are you wondering why you can do it, but I can't?" Peach Rabbit asked with a smile. Shioz nodded. He truly couldn't understand. Did Peach Rabbit have some secret he hadn't noticed? "It's okay. It's normal," Peach Rabbit sighed lightly. "I was just like you back then. When my teacher taught me how to wield a sword, I clearly memorized all the movements, but I couldn't reach the level of my teacher." At this point, Peach Rabbit smiled brightly. "You're stronger than I was. I even asked my teacher if he had some tricks he hadn't told me." Shioz's face turned slightly red. He had thought the same thing, but hadn't had the chance to say it. "So what's the matter?" Shioz asked. "It's simple," Peach Rabbit replied with a smile. "You haven't swung your sword enough. If you swing the sword like you did before, 10,000 times a day, for a year, you'll be able to do it." Shioz was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the answer to be so simple. However, spending a year swinging a sword wasn't a trivial matter. Before he could ask if there was a shortcut, Peach Rabbit preemptively said, "Don't think about shortcuts. There are never shortcuts for swordsmen. The sword is the most trusted companion of swordsmen. If you deceive in practice, one day you might lose your life because of it." As she spoke, Peach Rabbit's expression was serious. She had seen too many opportunistic swordsmen, and their fates were undoubtedly tragic. After teaching Shioz all the basic sword techniques, she returned to her ship with snacks. She told Shios that once he integrated these techniques, he could call himself a swordsman. As for some powerful sword techniques, Peach Rabbit had no intention of teaching Shios. He didn't need such skills. The standard for a swordsman to enter the realm is to cut through steel, which means to feel the texture of all things and cut through all tangible objects. This was not difficult for Shios. He could do it even without a sword. There are no shortcuts in sword practice, but Shios' formidable strength allowed him to skip many of the comprehension stages. He was already at the pinnacle of the world, having seen the most magnificent sceneries. Now, it was just a matter of taking a different path up the mountain. He had already seen the sceneries along the way and just needed to focus on walking. Thus, they sailed on the sea for 2 days. During this time, Peach Rabbit occasionally came to check on Shios' progress, stopping by to eat and drink on their ship, chatting about some delightful gossip with Kyle and the others, completely settling into a vacation lifestyle. The warring states were still quite considerate of their subordinates. Their 2 fleets had just gone through a major battle and needed some time to relieve the stress of war. So they weren't urged to return to the Grand Line immediately. For the past few days, Shios had been practicing swordsmanship but was still confused. However, he persisted in the tasks Peach Rabbit assigned, swinging the sword 10,000 times every day. It didn't take long. He had excellent physical fitness, and his mythical beast lineage provided strong recovery abilities, so he didn't feel physically fatigued. Each swing required careful correction, which consumed some mental energy. Especially during his sword practice, the 3 women were chatting and snacking on sunflower seeds, occasionally bursting into laughter like they were slaughtering pigs, distracting him from his practice. He had once protested seriously, but everyone voted unanimously that Shios was being unreasonable. Peach Rabbit even scolded Shios, saying that a true swordsman wouldn't be disturbed by external factors, clearly prioritizing personal interests over the public good. Given the rude behavior of this group of women, Shios decided to do something more meaningful. What? Peach Rabbit exclaimed in surprise. There's actually a great swordsman from Wano country in the East Sea. No way. Wano country had been closed off for many years. And the recent swordsman from Wano country was a guy named Kazuki Oden. As a great swordsman, Peach Rabbit knew quite a bit about Wano country, so she was aware of the news regarding Kazuki Oden. Actually, I can't be sure if he really is a swordsman from Wano country, but I don't think there will be too much error, Shios explained to Peach Rabbit. His name is Shimatsuki Yasako. The surname Shimatsuki is that of a prominent family in Wano country, and also a lineage of famous swordsmiths. That's right. Shios told Peach Rabbit that the great swordsman from Wano country was none other than Zoro's first teacher, Shimatsuki Yasaku from the Shimatsuki Dojo. Before this, he had no intention of seeking out Shimatsuki Yasaku, as there was no need for their paths to intersect. However, now that he wanted to learn swordsmanship, paying a visit to a great swordsman from Wano country might yield some gains. Of course, this was also due to Peach Rabbit and the others' efforts, making Shios feel it was necessary to find something to do, lest these women continue to stir up trouble. Their conversation topics had already gone through all the gossip about high-ranking Navy officers, and if not halted in time, it would soon involve him. 50 years ago, a swordsmith named Shimatsuki Kusaburo escaped from Wano country. His name is very similar to Shimatsuki Yasaku, and I think there aren't too many coincidences in the world. Shio said calmly. He actually knew more information, such as the sword Enma in Kazuki Oden's hand and the sword Wado Ikamanji in Zoro's hand, both crafted by Shimatsuki Kusaburo. In his childhood, Shimatsuki Yasaku had taught Zoro about the sword and the realm of swordsmanship. Thus, Shimatsuki Yasaku was likely the descendant of Shimatsuki Kusaburo and very likely a great swordsman. The evidence Shios provided was sparse, but for Peach Rabbit, it was enough. The idea of seeking out a legendary great swordsman from Wano country was exciting, and she immediately ordered a change of course towards the Goya Kingdom. The biggest difference between the 4 seas and the Grand Line is that one can navigate using sea charts without needing to record pointers. Therefore, upon deciding to head to the Goya Kingdom, the fleet could adjust its direction based on its current position and head straight for the Goya Kingdom, saving a lot of time. Even so, it still took nearly 3 days to reach the waters belonging to the Goya Kingdom. On the way, they captured many pirates who had fled after the previous battle, and Shios took the opportunity to test his swordsmanship. There was no noticeable effect. The power difference was too great, and one slash was like dealing with a child, making it impossible to see any results from his practice. Shimatsuki Village was a small village with a shallow port, so large warships couldn't dock. Therefore, they could only stop their warships in the outer sea and take a dinghy to Shimatsuki Village. This trip was for personal matters, So Shios and Peach Rabbit did not bring many soldiers, just some crew members, along with Hanai and Kyle, 2 bystanders. Once the dinghy docked, the Navy soldiers skillfully secured the ship, and only then did Shios and Peach Rabbit disembark. They weren't wearing military uniforms. Even the Navy soldiers were dressed in ordinary clothes. This made the villagers of Shimatsuki Village very nervous, as the aura of Navy soldiers was different from that of ordinary people. And the aura of having just come from the battlefield was quite intimidating. Some even mistook them for pirates. It's worth noting that most pirates in the East Sea raid villages without flying their pirate flags before docking, partly to prevent villagers from fleeing with their valuables and partly to reduce the difficulty of landing. Like in anime, large-scale plundering actions are usually carried out by well-known pirate crews. Therefore, many villagers were already planning to flee with their families until Shios appeared with 3 beautiful women. Women, as a species, have an especially strong sense of competition when it comes to beauty, even someone like Momoko, a great swordswoman. Momoko's attire was originally quite simple, but after seeing Kyle's exquisite outfit, she claimed to have forgotten her things, and Hanai felt the same way. The search for their items took nearly half an hour. By the time the 2 reappeared, their outfits had changed significantly, and Momoko had somehow acquired a pink sun hat. Fortunately, the competitive spirit of the 3 girls transformed the villagers' wariness of them from pirates to wealthy young ladies out for a stroll. Naturally, Shoes, who was surrounded by admirers, became the embodiment of a rich young man. Kyle asked the villagers for the location of the Yishin Dojo, claiming that they had come to seek a master to learn skills, which made Momoko slightly displeased as she pouted. The villagers, charmed by Kyle's looks, enthusiastically offered to lead them there. However, Shoes noticed that a child had quietly run towards the back mountain, presumably to inform someone. Gungshiro Shimatsuki had a good reputation in Shimatsuki Village and was well-liked by the people. Chapter 131. The Realm of the Sword. Saint. The enthusiastic villagers chatted with them for a long time about local specialties and kindly invited them to taste the local cuisine. This delay took a significant amount of time, and even the straightforward Momoko sensed something was off. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Shoes pressed down on her arm and shook his head, saying, "There's no need to be upset. We are not unwelcome guests." The villagers, seeing that it was about time, finally led them toward the back mountain, all the while looking anxious, though it was unclear whether they were worried for their own lives or something else. The Yishin Dojo was located halfway up the back mountain of Shimatsuki Village, surrounded by rice paddies, and they could see a water wheel in operation. It was quite a nice pastoral life, which Shoes yearned for, but his current situation did not allow for a secluded existence. The main gate of the Yishin Dojo was wide open, and they could see children practicing swordplay inside. They wielded wooden swords, and their stances were very similar to what Momoko had taught. A slender middle-aged man watched them with a smile. Shoes made eye contact with the man, nodding slightly as a greeting. The man stood up and walked toward the entrance, coincidentally arriving just as Shoes and the others reached the main gate to greet them. "Thank you, John," Gungshiro Shimatsuki said to the enthusiastic villager who had led them there. The villager, named John, gave Shoes and the others a glance, and Gungshiro smiled slightly without making any further remarks. After sending John off, Gungshiro looked at Shoes and the others. "Welcome, distant guests. May I ask what brings you here?" "Of course, we are here to spar with you," Momoko stepped forward and said. "It's hard to believe there is a great swordsman from Wano in such a remote place." Shoes sighed inwardly, wondering if all swordsmen were so straightforward, exposing their cards right from the start. As expected, upon hearing about the great swordsman from Wano, a glimmer of light flashed in Gunshiro's eyes. But he still stubbornly replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. What is Wano, and who is the great swordsman?" Momoko stepped forward, her sword aura exerting pressure on Gungshiro. "I'm talking about you. Is there anyone else here besides you?" Feeling the sword aura from Momoko, Gungshiro was slightly surprised but smiled as he said, "How could I be a great swordsman? I'm just an ordinary dojo master, teaching the children from nearby villages to practice swordsmanship." Seeing Gunshiro's unwillingness to admit it, Momoko became somewhat impatient, but as a Navy officer, she naturally wouldn't draw her sword for no reason. "Regardless of whether you are a great swordsman or not, since we are at your dojo, may we come in and sit for a while?" Shoes said with a smile. Gunshiro's gaze turned to Shoes, his eyes moved downward, noticing the Sakura 10 sword slung at Shoes' waist, revealing a hint of an indescribable expression. "Of course, you're all distant guests. Please come in." Gungshiro stepped aside to let them enter the dojo. The Yishin Dojo was not very large, and the students practicing swordplay inside were all children. Zoro had been drifting at sea as a bounty hunter before Luffy set sail, so he was not residing at the dojo. And Shoes did not get to see this second-in-command of the main cast. The group arrived in the main hall. The dojo had a standard Japanese style, requiring them to sit cross-legged on tatami mats. This was Shoes' first time carrying a long sword out, and after several attempts, he couldn't quite adjust the position of the long sword at his waist, feeling somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Momoko sighed and placed her forehead in her hand. What a shame. Stay still. I'll help you fix it. After Momoko's adjustments, Shoes felt a bit better, and Gungshiro smiled at him without offering any guidance. Sitting cross-legged naturally required some tea, and Gungshiro personally poured tea for them, the fragrance wafting no less than what Kaiji had given to Shoes. I assume the news of our arrival has already been conveyed to you by the Revolutionary Army, Shoes said calmly. Since you know our identities, you should understand that we won't act without reason. Shoes looked at Gungshiro and asked, So, are you still going to play dumb, Mr. Gungshiro Shimatsuki? The Yishin Dojo had ties to the Revolutionary Army, which was only briefly mentioned in the original work. However, through the families hidden in the East Blue, Shoes discovered some more concrete information. The Revolutionary Army had been supplying food to Shimatsuki Village, and the one supporting them was Gungshiro. Although not a member of the Revolutionary Army, was very supportive of their actions. Their movements had not been hidden. And with such a powerful official force roaming the East Blue, the Revolutionary Army naturally had to be cautious. Not everything they did was under the watchful eye of the Revolutionary Army, but some obvious intentions should have been discernible. Thus, Gungshiro must know their identities. The Revolutionary Army would not be so careless. Although the conversation had been made clear, Shoes' words were more substantiated than Momoko's, leaving no chance for Gungshiro to argue. Major Shoes, as they say, is indeed a young hero, Gungshiro said with a smile. You must have only recently started practicing swordsmanship. Sitting cross-legged requires incorporating the posture of drawing the sword, which will feel more natural. As Shoes' nominal swordsmanship teacher, Momoko snorted lightly. He can't even hold the sword steadily right now. It's too early for him to learn drawing the sword. Wait a while, and I'll teach him how to do it. Since you acknowledge your identity, how about we have a spar? I want to see the swordsmanship of Ueno, Momoko said, rising with fighting spirit in her eyes as she looked at Gungshiro. However, Gungshiro had no intention of standing up. Instead, he shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I have no solution to your question. It is already quite remarkable for a female swordsman to become a great swordsman. Even I did not foresee this. Gungshiro's eyes were deep, and his tone was solemn as he continued. I have a daughter. At one time, I considered trying to improve swordsmanship for her, but unfortunately, I did not succeed, nor can I. Momoko's expression darkened. Her eagerness to challenge Gungshiro was to resolve her own issues. She wanted to see if the land of samurai, Ueno, had any methods to break the shackles of female swordsmen. However, the reality remained cold. Gungshiro could not solve the inherent disadvantages faced by women, leaving Momoko feeling very disappointed. Seeing this, Hughes reached out and tugged at Tao-Tu, comforting her by saying, You once told me that a swordsman must never forget the original intention of wielding a sword, no matter what they experience. Is your original intention to become the world's greatest swordsman? Hughes questioned. For the vast majority of swordsmen, becoming the world's greatest swordsman is a lifelong pursuit and their original intention for picking up the sword. However, for Tao-Tu, her original intention for wielding the sword is to uphold justice and protect the weak. It doesn't matter if she cannot make up for her own shortcomings. The sword in her hand is for protection, not for killing. Tao-Tu's eyes regained their sparkle as she patted Hughes on the head and smiled, saying, You did well on your homework, worth praising. Once seated again, although Tao-Tu still gazed at Xuanyue Jingselang with fighting spirit, the eagerness in her eyes had diminished considerably. No wonder you can achieve the level of a great swordsman, Xuanyue Jingselang remarked. For most swordsmen, as their strength improves and their life experiences grow rich, very few remember why they practiced swordsmanship in the first place. Hughes deeply resonated with this. His growth experience is a history of transformation, and in the face of great right and wrong, it can lead to unexpected changes in people. With the topic opened, they chatted freely about various subjects. Xuanyue Jingselang was puzzled about how Hughes and the others knew his identity, and thus specifically inquired, My ancestors have lived in seclusion here for decades. How did you all know that I am from Ueno country? To this, Hughes had already prepared a response. I once researched and found a swordsmith named Xuanyue Jingselang, whose name is very similar to yours. Coincidentally, I met a swordsman named Nono Asaron, whose famous sword and the Daoi character were crafted by Xuanyue Jingselang. I thought there wouldn't be so many coincidences in the world. I see. When mentioning Asaron, a glimmer of pride appeared in Xuanyue Jingsalang's eyes. Asaron is my disciple, an exceptionally talented swordsman, with the potential to become the world's greatest swordsman. The world's greatest swordsman. Don't you think your expectations of him are a bit high? Tao Tu shook her head and said, I have seen Myhawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. His swordsmanship is incredibly strong. The strongest swordsman I have ever seen. I once thought that Myhawk had reached a higher level, one beyond that of a great swordsman. Tao Tu's tone was very serious, and her expression particularly grave. Among the Navy, she was the most qualified to evaluate Myhawk, and in her view, Myhawk was on a completely different level compared to the other 7 warlords. Whether it was Empress Hancock, the Fishman Jinbi, or even Don Quixote Doflamingo, Tao Tu had confidence that she could defeat them. Only against Myhawk did she lack any confidence of victory, even though both were great swordsmen. Xuanyue Jingsalang had naturally heard the rumors about Myhawk, the world's greatest swordsman, and he had no intention of underestimating this renowned great swordsman. However, he still believed that Asaron would definitely surpass Myhawk and become the world's greatest swordsman. Asaron will definitely become the world's greatest swordsman. The dream he carries is not just his alone, Xuanyue Jingsalang said with certainty. Perhaps it was the longing for his deceased daughter, or perhaps he truly believed in Asaron. He had great confidence in him. Seeing this, Tao Tu said no more. It was very impolite to judge someone else's disciple in front of their teacher. However, when mentioning Myhawk, Tao Tu wanted to ask Xuanyue Jingsalang, are there any swordsmen in Wano country who are stronger than great swordsmen? Xuanyue Jingsalang's expression grew heavy. He had deliberately avoided this topic before, but now that Tao Tu had brought it up again, he could not continue to evade. Yes, there are stronger levels of swordsmen above great swordsmen, Xuanyue Jingsalang said in a deep voice. That level is called the Sword Saint realm, and even among great swordsmen, very few have set foot in this realm. The Sword Saint realm. Hiyu's thought of the long-lost crane legend and curiously asked, do you know anyone who has entered the Sword Saint realm? Tao Tu also perked up. She had only guessed before that there were stronger swordsmen above great swordsmen. But hearing Xuanyue Jingsalang confirm, it was still somewhat hard to believe. And she was equally curious about who this great swordsman capable of entering the Sword Saint realm was. Is he still alive? If he exists, could be Myhawk? This was the strongest swordsman Tao Tu knew. If even he was not a sword saint, who else could reach that level? The most recently known sword saint is my ancestor, Xuanyue Longma, Xuanyue Jingsalang said seriously. Lord Xuanyue Longma was the #1 warrior in Wano country, and he once single-handedly blocked the world government's prying eyes on Wano country. He is the strongest swordsman of modern times, revered as the sword god. Xuanyue Longma. Hiyus knew this name. It was the zombie swordsman on Moria's ship. His body was that of Xuanyue Longma, and even while carrying Brook's shadow, he could still fight evenly with Asaron. He was a very powerful swordsman, but to say he was far beyond the level of a great swordsman and reached the Sword Saint realm seemed a bit exaggerated. Hiyus looked at Xuanyue Jingsalang with some skepticism, wondering if he was praising him just because he was your ancestor. Tao Tu had also heard of Xuanyue Longma's name, but his most famous act was not opposing the world government, a disgraceful matter that the world government would naturally not promote. What made him famous was slaying a flying dragon. He had once killed a flying dragon and was also known as the Dragon Slayer swordsman. It sounded very strong, but Tao Tu knew that the flying dragon was just an ordinary beast and not an overly powerful creature. She could do it too. Saying it was the Sword Saint realm was somewhat of an exaggeration. Xuanyue Jingsalang could see the doubts of the two, and he explained, Lord Xuanyue Longma's strength far exceeds your imagination. The swordsmanship he mastered is no longer just simple swordsmanship, but a sword path referred to as Dao. Hearing the term sword path, Tao Tu and Hiyus exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Even for a great swordsman like Tao Tu, she had no idea what Xuanyue Jingsalang was talking about. Xuanyue Jingsalang patiently explained, the sword path we usually speak of is a kind of ethereal belief. It can help swordsmen firm their direction, but does not truly enhance a swordsman's strength. Hiyus expressed nothing. He had practiced swordsmanship for a short time, and this seemed somewhat abstract to him. Tao Tu slightly nodded, acknowledging what Xuanyue Jingsalang had said. I understand what you mean by the sword path. It must not be such an ethereal thing, which is also where my confusion lies. Xuanyue Jingsalang first shook his head. In a certain sense, they are the same thing. But the sword path that a sword saint masters is a powerful force that can change the rules of the world. A powerful force that can change the world. Hiyus and Tao Tu were both shocked. Being able to relate to the rules showed how terrifying this power was. For example, this cup. Xuanyue Jingsaling picked up the cup and then let go of his hands, allowing the cup to fall to the ground. Normally, this is how it is. The rules of the world dictate that the cup will fall. However, the sword path power of Sword Saint can make the cup float upwards. Xuanyue Jingsaling picked up the cup and smiled, saying, I'm just giving an example. Lord Lama's sword path power is certainly not such a boring thing. Chapter 132. Swordsmanship Exchange. Xuanyue Jingsaling spoke somewhat vaguely, but Hughes and Tao Tu had a general understanding of what he was trying to express. Their first reaction was disbelief. How could swordsmanship achieve such a feat? What was the difference compared to the abilities of a Devil Fruit user? Moreover, this was far more terrifying than the powers of a Devil Fruit user. I think I understand what you mean, but how is this possible? How could swordsmanship do such a thing? Peach Rabbit said in disbelief, while Shios nodded in agreement. In response to their doubts, Seraph Gets raised his cup of tea and smiled, saying, that's why I say, this is the way of the sword, not mere swordsmanship. It's okay. Seraph Gets continued, putting down his teacup and speaking calmly. Just consider his story. No one's swordsmanship in this era will reach that level. Listening to it as a legendary tale can be quite interesting, right? Seraph Gets was not fixated on this, and Shios and Peach Rabbit felt it was inappropriate to press further, but they still noted down the information about Sh Getsu Rinma in their minds. After all, the power Seraph Gets spoke of was somewhat unbelievable, yet was indeed extraordinarily powerful. Shios felt that this power might be the key to his future victory, while Peach Rabbit thought it could perhaps compensate for her own shortcomings. In any case, it was impossible to just take it as Seraph Gets said, merely as a mythological story. Having finished their tea and discussed what they needed to, it was time to send their guests off. Seraph Gets stood up and walked to the sword rack beside the hall, taking down a long wooden sheathed sword. Since you're distant guests, I should respond. Please follow me. Seraph Gets walked out of the hall with the sword, and Shios and Peach Rabbit exchanged glances before getting up to follow him. Hinai and Kyle, the two rivals, glanced at each other and turned away in displeasure. Are you going to wait here, or go watch them spar? Hinai asked. Kyle answered without hesitation, of course I'm going to watch them fight. What's the point of staying here? After saying that, he looked at Hinai with a smile. You're not scared of getting accidentally hurt by them and want to stay here to rest, right? Don't worry, I'll protect you. Kyle's strength was originally inferior to Hinai's, but with the enhancement of the combat suit, Hinai was currently no match for Kyle. This made Hinai very angry. She could only suppress Kyle in terms of strength, and now Kyle seemed to have surpassed her, as if by cheating. No need for that, Hinai said sulkily. You better keep wearing that suit. Don't wait until danger comes and you don't even have time to get dressed. Kyle chuckled, not at all offended, and waved at Hinai. Jealous, huh? It can't be helped. I'm just lucky to have a good boss. As he waved, the ruby ring on his finger flashed in front of Hinai's eyes. Kyle pretended to apologize. Sorry, the ruby ring my boss gave me is a bit too big. Is a bit blinding? Hinai was left with a face full of black lines. Indeed, when it came to verbal sparring, she would never be Kyle's opponent. Let's talk. Let us hurry and catch up with them, Hinai said, uninterested in Kyle, and stepped out of the room. Kyle smiled contentedly and followed after her. The Yishin Dojo was halfway up the mountain. Seraph Gets led them on a winding path to the valley on the back of the mountain. This place was sparsely populated, and usually, no villagers would come here, making it very suitable for their sparring. Seraph Gets stood across from Shios and Peach Rabbit, slowly drawing the sword from its sheath. It was a simple long sword, and the blade emitted a chilling gleam. Who wants to go first? Seraph Gets asked with a smile. Shios and Peach Rabbit exchanged glances and nodded at each other, believing that they understood each other's intentions. They both stepped forward at the same time, then looked at each other in confusion. What are you doing? Peach Rabbit asked, puzzled. With your current swordsmanship level, what's the difference between going first or later? After I finish my match, I can guide you from the side, she added. Shios replied seriously. It's precisely because I'm inexperienced that I should go first. You're the main event. Peach Rabbit felt that Shios had a point. If it was purely a swordsmanship duel, it indeed wouldn't take too long. Then you go first, Peach Rabbit said, stepping back. Shios hurriedly stepped forward, drawing his sakuj from his waist and facing Seraph Gets. Seraph Gets looked at the sakuj in Shios' hand and said, I hope you treat it well. Shios nodded and charged towards Seraph Gets with his sword. Regardless of his swordsmanship, Shios' physical fitness was undeniable. He surged forward at an incredible speed, almost in the blink of an eye, reaching Seraph Gets' front. With a single slash, Shios brought his sword down. Lacking any technique, just a simple chop. However, Even the simplest chop, with a boost from Shio's physical condition, unleashed unprecedented power. The blade emitted the sound of wind and thunder as it swiftly cut through the air. The Sakuge's blade had been specially treated, which caused such a peculiar sound. Faced with such a powerful strike,修斯Gets was momentarily stunned, then easily deflected Shio's attack with a swift motion of his sword. The Sakuge swung through the air, its sharp aura cleaving towards the distance, cutting down several large trees and leaving a long groove on the ground.修斯looked at this scene with a somewhat stiff expression, yet still smiled and encouraged very vigorous. Peach Rabbit was more direct, facepalming, clearly showing an attitude of, "This person has nothing to do with me. We are not familiar." After the strike missed, Shio's felt unfazed. He knew very well he was inexperienced. If his performance had been extraordinary, that would have been surprising. Gets was a master swordsman of great caliber. His swordsmanship and physical fitness wouldn't be lacking. Shio scratched his head and smiled. "I only learned this one move. I don't know any others." Peach Rabbit was about to step in to replace Shio's, but he had no intention of backing down. "I have one more move. Do you want to give it a try?" Shio's looked at Gets and said, "I don't know if this can be considered swordsmanship, but its power should be considerable." Peach Rabbit impatiently said, "Hey, that's enough. You keep going back and forth with just that one move." Seeing Shio's serious demeanor, Gets became interested. He smiled and said, "It's fine, you can give it a try." Shio's took a deep breath, gripping the Sakuge's hilt with both hands and positioning it horizontally in front of him. "Spear technique, en nedrino." After saying that, he thrust the Sakuge forward. The speed wasn't very fast, but it carried a tremendous weight. It seemed as if Gets saw a huge rhino charging towards him with heavy steps. The horn of the rhino represented the Sakuge's blade, which appeared slow but gave an overwhelming feeling of inevitability. Gets focused, preparing for a draw cut. One sword style, Lion's Dirge. Although Shio's was slower to act, Gets' sword technique was quicker. A flash of white light flickered, and the blade's trajectory was hard to capture with the naked eye. Only through Kin Bunchika Haki could Shio sense how dangerous this strike was. With a crisp sound, sparks flew, and the two stood apart. The Sakuge fell from Shio's hand and lodged itself in the ground beside him. Shio's took a deep breath, shrugged, and said, "I lost. Let us switch." Shio stepped forward, pulled out the Sakuge, and walked towards Peach Rabbit with a relaxed smile. "So, how was that? Does my sword have some flavor? Swordsmanship? You call that swordsmanship?" Peach Rabbit said angrily, "Do you think I can't see it? This is from the 6 styles. Just using a knife as the medium. And you shamelessly call it swordsmanship. This is clearly a form of martial arts." Peach Rabbit angrily walked towards Mythical Zoan-type, and Shio's was somewhat confused. He was a bit reckless, but was it really necessary to be angry? Fortunately, Mythical Zoan-type answered Shio's doubts. "Your Excellency Shio's, please refrain from using such techniques in the future. A sword has a life of its own, and this mixed martial arts technique can cause serious damage to the sword. The medium of martial arts is the body. Using powerful martial arts with the body also requires reinforcement with haki and protective measures like localized iron blocks. What you just did with Sakura, 10, using the advanced martial arts of the 6 styles will cause considerable damage to the blade, which is also why Peach Rabbit is upset." "I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this." Shio's quickly apologized, realizing the key point. Both of them are great swordsmen, and this behavior was undoubtedly an offense to them. Mythical Zoan waved his hand and said, "It's fine. Sakura 10 is made of good materials. A time or two won't have an impact." Peach Rabbit coldly huffed, "This time I'll let it go. But there won't be a next time." Shio's nodded and carefully sheathed Sakura 10. After this brief interlude, the duel between Peach Rabbit and Mythical Zoan was about to begin. Both of them were great swordsmen, so their duel would not be as mundane as Shio's previous attacks. The two stood facing each other, silently building their sword momentum. Iato slash. They both shouted simultaneously, drawing their swords and attacking with Iato. As the introductory sword technique for swordsmen, it also tests one's skill the most. Without any communication, both chose to use Iato for their first move. 2 streams of light passed by, followed by the sound of metal clashing. Shio's couldn't catch the trajectories of their sword movements. Even using observation haki to enhance his perception, he couldn't clearly sense it since the target wasn't himself. After the Iato slash, neither stopped for a moment and immediately drew their swords to strike, clashing dozens of times amidst the sound of metal. This time, Shio's could see the trajectories of their sword strikes clearly. Peach Rabbit's attacks were extremely swift, not at all resembling the typical style of a female swordsman. Her powerful, wide-ranging attacks were entirely about overwhelming strength. Xios found this puzzling. Female swordsmen typically have stamina as a weakness, and Peach Rabbit's aggressive style seemed to exacerbate her disadvantage. In contrast, Shomitsuki Jinchuru's sword techniques were smooth and rounded, as if he was exerting force while also taking it back. This delicate swordsmanship seemed more suited to Peach Rabbit's style. Though Shioza's swordsmanship wasn't high, his strength was evident, and he had a good sense of battle control. Peach Rabbit's sword momentum was fierce, but it didn't seem to have much effect. Shomitsuki Jinchuru appeared to be suppressed by Peach Rabbit, yet he showed no signs of panic, as if he were the one controlling the rhythm. After nearly 100 clashes, Xios could feel a hint of disarray in Peach Rabbit's sword techniques, indicating a sign of fatigue. Peach Rabbit also noticed her declining state and distanced herself from Shomitsuki Jinchuru after a downward slash. Rapid flower grave. The kinbaira in Peach Rabbit's hand quickly thrust forward, sending sharp sword energy swirling around Shomitsuki Jinchuru, forming what looked like a pink rose. As the last burst of sword energy surged in, Peach Rabbit drew her sword back, causing the sword energy rose to explode. In a vortex of sword energy, Shomitsuki Jinchuru's expression turned serious as he gripped his long knife with both hands and executed a crescent slash. One sword style, moon crescent slash. The white crescent cut through the rose, but the sharp rose-like sword energy also left the crescent battered and full of holes. Shomitsuki Jinchuru did not linger in place. Taking advantage of the crescent's expansion to break through the sword energy blockade, he swiftly escaped from the sword energy rose. As Shomitsuki Jinchuru made his escape, the sword energy rose completed its explosion, leaving nothing intact within a 20-meter radius. A gentle breeze swept through the valley, raising a cloud of dust, and the ground bore a deep circular pit half a foot deep. Xios found it very thrilling. Previously, the duel between Peach Rabbit and the Golden Lion had taken place on a floating island. He could sense the energy fluctuations, but couldn't see Peach Rabbit's exquisite sword techniques, which was quite regrettable. Just as Xios anticipated the continuation of their duel, Peach Rabbit sheathed the kinbaira, and so did Shomitsuki Jinchuru. Both returned their swords to their sheaths. Could it be another Aido? Xios knew Peach Rabbit's Aido was strong enough to execute 3 massive sword energy slashes simultaneously. However, to his disappointment, neither intended to continue. Having reached this point in their spar, it was sufficient. Continuing would make it harder to control. Swordsmen's techniques are known for their high lethality, and it was very likely that some undesirable situations could arise. Shomitsuki Jinchuru wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve and smiled broadly, saying, "You are the strongest female swordsman I have ever seen. Even in my father's words about Wano country, there hasn't been a female swordsman as powerful as you." He lamented how wonderful it would be if Kuina could see you. Even after so many years, he still fondly remembered the deceased girl. How great it would have been if Kuina could meet a female great swordsman. Peach Rabbit adjusted her state and accepted the towel offered by Hinai to wipe her forehead. The reputation of the samurai from Wano country is well-deserved. This time, I have learned a lot. Although the battle did not determine a victor, Peach Rabbit knew that if they continued, her chances of winning were slim. Since she couldn't suppress her opponent from start, she lost most of her opportunities. Just as Xios observed, Peach Rabbit's sword techniques were even fiercer than those of male swordsmen. Aiming to quickly resolve the battle and not giving the male swordsmen a chance to leverage their stamina advantage. To compensate for her lack of stamina, Peach Rabbit's attacks were primarily based on sword energy, trying to avoid close combat with her opponent. The sword energy released simultaneously was also expressed as large sword strikes, aiming to overwhelm her opponent with force. Shomitsuki Jinchuru naturally understood Peach Rabbit's intentions, so from the beginning of their duel, he never considered competing with her in the early stages, but instead adopted a strategy of dragging it out. That's how battles work, exploiting one's advantages against the enemy's weaknesses. Shomitsuki Jinchuru chose this way of dueling out of respect for Peach Rabbit. Chapter 133. A brief encounter with great trouble. Just as Shomitsuki Jinchuru said, since they had come, they shouldn't let Xios and the others leave empty-handed. After the sparring, it was mealtime, and Shomitsuki Jinchuru invited Xios and the others to return for lunch. But Xios politely declined. Peach Rabbit was quite tempted, continuously hinting to Xios to agree to Shomitsuki Jinchuru's invitation. The food on the warship was indeed lacking. And how could they just give up the chance to improve it? Women are generally more greedy for food. Even Hinai and Kyle cast pleading looks at Xios. Seeing this, Shomitsuki Jinchuru smiled and said, I have already prepared lunch for you all. Please allow me the opportunity to host you. Shio sighed lightly and replied, Then I will trouble you. The group returned to the dojo to enjoy Shomitsuki Jinchuru's hospitality and rested there for a while before finally rising to bid farewell. Shomitsuki Jinchuru accompanied them to the port, and Shio's and the others took a boat to leave Shomitsuki village. Shortly after they left, an inconspicuous villager approached Shomitsuki Jinchuru. The villagers asked, How is it? Can he become our companion? Xuanyue Jinchuru narrowed his eyes and said, Probably not. He is a very thoughtful person. The villagers had mixed feelings. The Revolutionary Army knew what kind of weight Shio's represented and hoped to win him over. Xuanyue Jinchuru knew what they were thinking and smiled, saying, Don't worry, he is a good person. Shio's is a good person. This is Xuanyue Jinchuru's judgment, and a swordsman's intuition is usually very accurate. The barge approached the warship, and Shio said goodbye to Taodu, returning to his own warship. Tell Garl to withdraw the surveillance in Xuanyue village. Shio said to Kyle behind him. Kyle asked in confusion, Why? Since Xuanyue Jinchuru has connections with the Revolutionary Army, we have no reason to abandon such an important lead. The intelligence point in the East Sea is noteworthy, and the families have spent a lot of effort finding the connection between Xuanyue village and the Revolutionary Army. To give up like this now would mean all the work done earlier is in vain. Xuanyue Jinchuru is a respected swordsman. We should not disturb his life. Shio thought for a moment and said, When withdrawing the surveillance, let Garl help Xuanyue Jinchuru clean up any loose ends so the world government doesn't catch on. Mass mobilization of food can easily be detected. Whether the Revolutionary Army forgot about this or deliberately wanted to drag Xuanyue Jinchuru down, the cleanup was done very roughly. Garl could catch them off guard, and so could the CP organization. Shio simply wanted to help Xuanyue Jinchuru eliminate potential hazards, allowing him to live here as a recluse. Kyle wanted to persuade Shio's again, but seeing his resolute expression, she said nothing more. I will contact Garl later and convey your orders to him. Kyle started to leave. She needed to change into her military uniform. Shio's also had to return to the warship. He couldn't look too casual. Once everything was done, Taodu jumped over from her ship again, looking gloomy. Without needing to speak, it was clear that something bad had happened. Sengoku urged me to come back. Taodu complained. He's so annoying. I just slacked off for a little while, and now I have to rush back to Marineford immediately. Shio shrugged. He was also helpless about such matters. Taodu's identity was quite special, as a high-end combat force second only to the admiral in the Navy. Her practical value was even above that of the admirals. After all, the unique status of an admiral made it inconvenient to do many things, easily attracting the attention of various forces. You've been out for so long. It's time to go back, Shio said calmly. Taodu snorted. Sengoku asked me to tell you not to return to the Grand Line. It seems he said you got into some trouble and should avoid the limelight in the East Sea for now. Shio's expression tightened. He thought it was most likely because of the incident with Kuran Tezelo being exposed, and Sengoku had just gone a break, which was why he wanted him to avoid the limelight in the East Sea for now. Taodu asked curiously, What trouble did you get into? Tell me. I also want to avoid the limelight. Shio's gave her a glance. That was not something good. The trouble he caused with Kuran Tezelo, if it were someone else, would likely lead to a bounty from the world government. It seemed that Sengoku wanted him to avoid the limelight in the East Sea, likely with the intention of downplaying the situation. Naturally, Shio's would not refuse Sengoku's goodwill. It's nothing, just a mistake that young people make. Shio shrugged and said ambiguously. Taodu pouted, her eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Kyle is so pretty, and you still. Shio's looked at Taodu with a dark expression. This pink rabbit always seemed a bit unusual. Can't she think of something better? Before Shio's could respond, Taodu burst into laughter and hopped back to her ship. Kids are easily amused. I'm heading back now. Remember to practice swordsmanship every day. Taodu waved and shouted from the deck. Shio sighed helplessly and waved goodbye to Taodu. I know. Wish you smooth sailing. After Taodu left, the once bustling fleet became quiet again, and Shio's found it a bit hard to adapt. Where are we going next? Kyle came to Shio's side and said, Last time there was a mistake. Marshal Sengoku only gave you a break. This time he gave our entire fleet a break. It seems the world government is very angry. Shio shook his head. He was now working once and taking half a year off. While Taodu and the others were troubled by too much work, he occasionally enjoyed paid leave. And this time even the entire fleet was on leave, which was quite remarkable. Since Marshal Sengoku doesn't want us to return, it means he can handle this matter. Let's rest in the East Sea for a while, Shio said calmly, expressing no strong objections. Kyle nodded. So where will we dock a Navy base? Or will we continue to drift at sea? We need to find something to do. Shios nodded. They needed to find something to do. They couldn't let the Navy on the warship become idle. When people become lax, they tend to become lazy, and once they get used to being lazy, it's hard to return to their original state. Shios slowly said they would drift in the East Sea for now, waiting for things to settle, and let Desai take them to eliminate pirates at sea as a way to pay the toll to their EC colleagues. Sengoku didn't specify a time this time. Perhaps the matter would be resolved quickly, and he could return to the Alabasta Navy base to retire. However, the subsequent development of the situation exceeded Shios' expectations. After Tauto left, there was no news for a whole month. Desai, along with the Navy on the warship, had cleaned the EC area 3 times, even uprooting the notorious Dragon pirate crew. The Dragon was dealt with by Hawkins himself. After learning about the Dragon's crimes, Desai had no intention of detaining or trying them, but planned to personally execute all the main culprits of the Dragon pirate crew. Since the main culprits of the Dragon pirate crew were fishmen, the world government had been intentionally easing racial relations with Fishman Island in recent years. This could be seen from Jinbei becoming a warlord of the sea in a series of measures. Those fishmen pirates captured by the Navy would at most be sentenced to the deep sea prison, not facing the death penalty. However, from Desai's perspective, the actions of the Dragon and his crew were unforgivable and could only be repaid with death. Hawkins understood his teacher's inner struggle and decisively took action to eliminate the Dragon pirate crew. His strength was now very formidable, and even without using his devil fruit abilities, Desai was no match for him. How should I put it? He truly lives up to being a future pirate supernova, having grown at an unexpected pace after receiving training from the Navy system. After completing these tasks, Desai came to Shios to apologize. He was a very upright Navy officer. Even though he knew Hawkins' actions were all for him, Shios naturally strongly supported this matter. The Dragon pirate crew fed on humans. Such behavior, in Shios' view, was unforgivable. I instructed Hawkins to kill the Dragon pirate crew. I will report the matter to the Navy headquarters, and you can just go back, Shios said, taking the blame for Hawkins. As for his statement about reporting to the Navy headquarters, that was just empty words. It was merely to soothe Desai and prevent him from pursuing the matter further. Given the current situation, even if Shios shamelessly went to find Sengoku, the latter would likely not want to pay him any attention. By the way, since you have dealt with the Dragon pirates, also capture a naval colonel named Grey Mouse. Shios thought for a moment, but couldn't think of any specific features. He should be responsible for the waters near the Dragon pirates, so just search within that range. There's no need to bring him back, just hand him over to the military court. Shios remembered that this colonel was also colluding with the Dragon pirates. He could be considered Nami's life nightmare. Since the plot has already been changed by Hawkins and the others, it would be better to eliminate this guy as well. This could add a ray of sunshine to Nami's tumultuous life. Thinking this way, he felt quite kind-hearted. When the Dragon pirates were destroyed, Nami happened to be out stealing. Upon hearing the news that the Dragon pirates were crushed by the Navy, she was first stunned in disbelief for a long time. Then tears streamed down her face, and she couldn't help but sob. Hawkins and the others went to capture Colonel Grey Mouse as Shios instructed. He was the recent base commander of the naval base, and dealing with such a high-ranking official was somewhat tricky. Darcy's rank was only colonel, but a headquarters colonel was 2 ranks higher than a 4C's colonel. Therefore, when Grey Mouse saw Darcy and the others arrive, he wore a flattering expression and even openly and covertly offered them gifts. This behavior not only failed to please Darcy, but made him even more disgusted with Colonel Grey Mouse. Thus, Darcy decided to stop being polite and directly ordered the capture of Colonel Grey Mouse. The Navy under Grey Mouse wanted to resist. There were people who followed Grey Mouse for corrupt money, so they knew that once Grey Mouse fell, they wouldn't be able to escape either. However, a group of Navy officers who only bullied the weak were no match for the elite Navy under Shios. The battle ended before it even began, and Colonel Grey Mouse was captured in front of Darcy, still mumbling, "You can't capture me. I have someone behind me, a real big shot." Darcy sneered, "Which big shots?" "Our captain is a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters." After hearing this, Grey Mouse's attitude became even more arrogant. "What is a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters? The big shot behind me is a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, and he might even become an admiral in the future. So hurry up and let me go. Who knows if what you're saying is true?" Darcy patiently asked, "Why don't you name them? I'll see if you're lying. If it's true, I'll let you go." Grey Mouse's face lit up with joy. Fearing that one vice admiral wasn't enough, he quickly named several vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. After finishing, he looked at Darcy smugly. "How about that? I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" Darcy nodded and noted down the names Gray Mouse mentioned. That's right. I hope you can reunite with them in prison soon. Take him down. Darcy waved his hand and said. Gray Mouse's face turned pale with fear as he struggled and shouted. But those are vice admirals of the Navy headquarters. Are you crazy? Am I crazy? Darcy sneered. Remember, the rear admiral who captured you today is named Shiosi, the nephew of Admiral Sakazuki. The name Sakazuki exploded in Gray Mouse's mind, causing him to collapse to the ground. Among the names that made these parasites feel despair, Akainu was definitely at the top of the list. This iron-fisted admiral despised internal corruption. It's over. Everything is over. Gray Mouse knew he was finished, and those vice admirals behind him were finished too. They were just ordinary vice admirals of the Navy headquarters, unlike what Gray Mouse said, possibly inheriting the position of admiral. From the heirs of the admirals over the years, it was clear that there was a very defined promotion system within the Navy, and all admirals came from the direct lineage of the Navy. The vice admirals Gray Mouse mentioned were those who were recruited during the expansion of the Navy as the era of great pirates began. Their sense of justice was weak, and they often engaged in illegal activities, which were well known within the Navy headquarters. The Navy headquarters turned a blind eye to this as long as it didn't involve fundamental issues, allowing it to develop. Akainu had always had strong opinions about this. He had reported to Sengoku many times, but was always suppressed by Sengoku, who said it wasn't the right time. When Shiosi heard the report from Darcy, he was also somewhat surprised. He didn't expect these people to extend their hands into the Four Seas. The Four Seas were not like the Grand Line. They could stir up trouble in the Grand Line, but they couldn't act recklessly in the Four Seas. Because the Four Seas were the foundation of the Navy, they needed the support of the people here, which was also the region they could truly control. After a moment of contemplation, Shiosi asked Darcy to inform Akainu of the vice admirals' names mentioned by Gray Mouse, while he took out Sengoku's transponder snail to report the matter to Sengoku. Gulu Gulu. The transponder snail rang a few times before Sengoku answered. It's me, Sengoku said briefly. Shiosi said seriously, Rear Admiral Shiosi of the Navy headquarters reports important intelligence to you. Hearing this, Sengoku, far away at the Navy headquarters, felt a headache coming on, thinking that Shiosi had gotten himself into trouble again. Thus, he spoke in an unfriendly tone. The world government's people haven't left yet. Why don't you come to the Navy headquarters for a chat with them? Hearing Sengoku's words, Shiosi awkwardly smiled. He had no intention of going back to bicker with those guys. It's like this. I discovered some situations in the EC and thought it was necessary to inform you. Shiosi told Sengoku about Colonel Gray Mouse's situation. To ensure the authenticity of his claims, he even pointed out several names of vice admirals mentioned by Gray Mouse. They were all notorious vice admirals, and Sengoku had some idea of this. Therefore, after Shiosi finished speaking, he believed about 70 to 80% of it. Damn it! Sengoku roared angrily. These guys, who usually run rampant in the Grand Line, have now dared to extend their hands into the Four Seas. How audacious! Sengoku understood the impact of these naval scoundrels interfering in the Four Seas better than Shiosi. This was shaking the foundation of the Navy. Originally, the Navy headquarters recruited these people to deal with the situation of many pirates and few officials during the era of great pirates. Even if these guys didn't do much, being recruited was still better than becoming pirates. Moreover, these people's salaries were not paid by the Navy, but by the world government. Of course, the world government didn't waste money either. This recruitment plan was initiated by the world government itself. The purpose was to disrupt the Navy system and further divide the Navy, which had long been a concern among the Navy's high-ranking officials. Sengoku had previously been worried about this, which was why he kept these scoundrels. But he didn't expect their behavior to become more rampant. After a long silence, Sengoku said solemnly, "Do not hand over this Colonel Mouse to Judicial Island. Keep him detained there for now. As for this matter, do not inform Sakazuki yet." Sengoku didn't want to make a big deal out of this. Handing Colonel Mouse over to Judicial Island would put him in the territory of the world government, and he could easily be imprisoned or deported. During this time, if any accidents occurred, Colonel Mouse could even change his identity and appear with a new face. For this reason, it would be better to keep this person temporarily detained with Shiosi and bring him out later when the old matters are brought back up. Sengoku didn't want Shiosi to inform Akainu, fearing that in a fit of rage, Akainu might personally wipe out those vice admirals. Not to mention the lack of evidence for this matter, just the impact of eliminating those vice admirals would make things very difficult for Sengoku. To outsiders, he is the marshal of the Navy headquarters, one of the most powerful people in the world. But only he knows that he is the unfortunate one trying to find a balance between the world government and the Navy. In recent years, conflicts between the Navy and the world government have increased, and the higher-ups are quite dissatisfied with the Navy. Whether it was the previous dispatch of CP0 to Alabasta to search for Pluton or the pacifist prepared by Vegapunk, it was all to replace the Navy. Similarly, many within the Navy have been very unhappy with the actions of the world government over the years, especially after the establishment of the Shichibukai. Many justice-minded Navy officers cannot accept working alongside pirates. In fact, if this continues, a conflict is inevitable, and Sengoku cannot imagine how far it will escalate. However, he understands one thing very well. The era of great pirates is not over, and the Navy and the world government cannot clash, at least not now. The Celestial Dragons may not care about the lives of ordinary civilians, but the Navy cannot, as long as they oppose the world government. Widespread turmoil will follow throughout the world. At that time, no country will be spared. It will be a dark age even more terrifying than the era of great pirates. Many people criticize the Navy for not resisting the world government. Have they ever considered what terrible consequences would arise from a confrontation between the Navy and the world government? Cyrus, doesn't he know that Sengoku is considering so much? He still has something to say about Sengoku not allowing him to tell Akainu about this matter. Marshal Sengoku, Before Cyrus could push and shove to get the words out, he heard a loud bang from the other end of the phone, followed by Akainu's rough voice. Sengoku, look at what those bastards are doing. Are you going to manage this or not? If not, I'm going to take them all down. A bunch of disgusting parasites. Cyrus sighed. Now he doesn't need to say anything. The main character has already arrived. Zakaska, watch your attitude. This is the marshal's office. Sengoku first shouted, then hung up the call with Cyrus. Kyle looked at Cyrus with a worried expression. So, can we return to the Grand Line? Hearing this, Cyrus became even more depressed. He had been thinking about asking Sengoku when he could return to the Grand Line, but now having caused such a big mess, it's unlikely to happen anytime soon. Who knows? Cyrus said helplessly. I'm starting to worry that you might become my superior. You really offended Marshal Sengoku this time. Kyle covered his mouth and smiled. If you become my subordinate, I will definitely take good care of you, my superior. Cyrus shrugged, at least not for now. Please mind your tone, my dear subordinate. The time spent drifting in the East Sea turned out to be much longer than Cyrus had anticipated. After about a month, the Navy headquarters finally issued an order for Cyrus's fleet to return to the Grand Line, but instead of returning to the Alabasta Navy base, he was to report to the Navy headquarters. The specific reason was unclear, but it was certain that it wasn't to promote him to Rear Admiral. Cyrus's merits and strength would have no problem being promoted to Rear Admiral, but he had also caused quite a few troubles, especially with the incident involving Guren Tezelo. The Navy would not grant him any form of commendation until everything had completely settled down. This was also a way to protect Cyrus and reduce his exposure to the world government. After receiving the order, Cyrus happily hummed a tune. This period had truly been unbearably boring. Fortunately, the food at the sea restaurant was quite tasty, which provided him with some comfort. Sanji, Cyrus called out to Sanji, who was serving guests while sitting in a chair at the sea restaurant. During this month, Cyrus had become a regular at the sea restaurant and had gotten familiar with the staff, but they had no idea about his true identity. Every time Cyrus came, he took a dinghy and didn't wear his military uniform, behaving more like a wealthy young master. Sanji glanced at Cyrus, finished his work, and reluctantly walked over. What is it? The old man is already making you seafood fried rice. His tone wasn't very friendly. This was because Cyrus had come without Kyle. He had promised Sanji that he would bring Kyle today, but some unforeseen circumstances had occurred. It wasn't anything serious. Women have those days every month when they don't want to go out, and it just happened to be the case. I'm here to say goodbye and thank you for your hospitality during this time. Cyrus smiled and said, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can send someone to the Grand Line to ask for my help. Sanji looked at Cyrus in surprise. He thought this guy was a young master from a nearby town. Remember to settle the bill. We can't leave any debts today. Sanji lit a cigarette and said expressionlessly, also, be careful when you go out. Don't die at the hands of some bad guy. Cyrus smiled. That one happened. There are many people who want me dead, but they can't do it. Is that so? Then that's great. Sanji was about to get up to leave when Cyrus suddenly spoke. You don't need to worry about the Vinsmoke family. If anything really happens, just mention my name. That old man Gaji should give me some face. Sanji's footsteps froze, and he turned stiffly, looking at Cyrus in fear. He had never told anyone about being from the Vinsmoke family, and it was also a past he was unwilling to mention. How do you know this? Sanji looked at Cyrus with terror in his eyes, veins bulging on his forehead. Cyrus smiled slightly. There's an indescribable sense of accomplishment in exposing someone else's little secret. Of course, I know. You and your siblings look quite similar, Seraph said with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy, nor will I interfere in your family matters. Sanji's expression relaxed, and his gaze unconsciously drifted towards the red-footed chef working in the kitchen. He wasn't afraid of the Vinsmoke family, but he was worried about the red-footed chef and others being implicated. He knew the Vinsmoke family's behavior and style. They were a bunch of hypocritical and arrogant folks. Thank you. Today's meal is on me, Sanji said to Seraph. I don't want the Vinsmoke family to find out about this place. It's too dangerous for them. Seraph nodded in agreement. Indeed. That hot-tempered Gaji doesn't seem like someone who would communicate well with his son. Sanji, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve the food to the guests. The red-footed chef shouted from the kitchen door. What a lazy brat, slacking off during work hours. Seeing the red-footed chef, Seraph waved and called out, Uncle, I'm leaving tomorrow. Take care. The red-footed chef saw Seraph and mumbled, Got it. Eat up for the journey. Today's meal is on the house. Although he knew the red-footed chef meant well, those words still sounded quite unpleasant. Seraph silently noted the cultural differences, waved to thank the red-footed chef for his kindness, and urged Sanji to serve him food. The food at the sea restaurant wasn't particularly good. Seraph had eaten the best meals on the Kit ship and at the Girantezalo casino. The dishes there were luxurious, made from top-notch ingredients, and the chefs were among the best. However, those dishes lacked the warmth of home-cooked meals. Eating them felt like consuming art, coldly swallowed without joy. Sanji served the seafood fried rice to Shoes, and the common ingredients made people's appetites wet. Shoes didn't hold back and dug in. While enjoying the meal, Shoes took a moment to say to Sanji, treating me to a meal, this meal is on the uncle, it doesn't count. Sanji, looking at Shoes who didn't even lift his head, felt like kicking him. I got it. After finishing their meal, Shoes bid farewell to the restaurant staff without insisting on paying for the meal. Just as they were chatting, a commotion erupted outside, and many pirates who came to eat at the seaside restaurant fled, preparing to board their ships. Shoes waved his hand and shouted, Don't run, settle the bill first. However, no one heard him because a warship that made East Blue pirates tremble was slowly approaching outside. It's that devil of the Navy. He's coming. He's here to catch us. The pirates shouted in panic. Redleg Zeph's expression also tightened. He had an unsavory background, having once been a pirate himself before he turned his life around. Sanji nervously glanced at Redleg Zeph. They had all heard the recent legends circulating in East Blue, saying that a certain big shot had been demoted to East Blue and, filled with resentment, was arresting pirates left and right. Shoes had also heard such claims and thought they were completely absurd. He held no feelings of resentment whatsoever. As for the mass arrest of pirates, that was the Navy's duty. They were just diligent workers doing their jobs. Shoes sighed, took out 2 gold coins from his pocket, and placed them on the table. Sorry, Uncle, for making you lose a big sum of money. Let's consider this my treat today. After saying that, Shoes walked toward the door, and the curious restaurant staff followed him. Redleg Zeph recalled the timing of Shoes coming to the restaurant and the naval ship causing a stir. The two events coincided perfectly, leading to a shocking thought in his mind. Just as they were about to exit the door, a series of heavy footsteps echoed on the deck, the sound of Navy boots marching. The footsteps grew closer and then came to a uniform stop. Just as everyone was curious about what was happening, the hall's door was opened, and a cold wind rushed into the dining area, revealing Colonel Kyle standing at the entrance in his Navy uniform. Major Shoes, we don't have much time, Kyle said expressionlessly. Admiral Sengoku is waiting to meet you in Marineford. Please set off immediately. The expressions of the seaside restaurant staff went blank, followed by disbelief as they looked at Shoes. They couldn't have imagined that this young man, who usually engaged in casual banter, was actually a naval major. Sanji recalled what Shoes had told him before. If the Vinsmoke family comes looking for me, mention my name. And that old guy, Judge, should give me face. If it's a Navy major, it seems Judge wouldn't need to give him face. Sanji understood the power of the Vinsmoke family better than anyone. A Navy major was far from enough. Shoes looked at the scene he had orchestrated, feeling quite pleased. I got it. I'm leaving with you. With that, Shoes turned around, deeply gazed at the restaurant staff, and left the seaside restaurant without dragging his feet. On the deck outside the seaside restaurant, Navy soldiers stood in 2 neat rows with long rifles, their eyes shining as they looked at Shoes, as if they were viewing a deity. As Shoes moved, the Navy soldiers followed closely behind him, boarding the warship together. Once the warship sailed away, the seaside restaurant staff began to discuss matters regarding Shoes as they watched the ship depart. Only Red-Leg Zeph and Sanji maintained serious expressions, as if pondering something. On the deck, Shoes felt great. A month of lurking was just to put on a show at the end. You really are bored. You spent a month just to do this, Kyle said helplessly. Shoes laughed cheerfully. I just thought an interesting story about a kid who's been waiting for such a spotlight opportunity. Oh, really? Kyle continued. What did that kid do when he finally got that opportunity? He had to face the world's most terrifying enemy. Chapter 135. The Navy's Foresight. The warship entered the doldrums. This was not their first time crossing this area. However, for such a dangerous place, no matter how many times they passed through, they needed to take it seriously. Shoes sat cross-legged on the deck, using observation hockey to sense the surrounding sea. The sea prism stone technology was quite reliable. There were many giant sea kings swimming below, but none had noticed the warship above. Leaving the doldrums, they re-entered the Grand Line. Kyle took out the permanent pointer from Marineford. This was basic equipment issued to every naval officer, allowing them to head directly to the naval headquarters without needing to locate each island. Along the way, the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line were much more active than usual. This was because all the elite Navy forces stationed at the Alabasta Naval Base, the gateway to the Grand Line, had been reassigned by Shoes, leaving insufficient Navy personnel to deal with the new pirates from 3 different seas. Generally speaking, pirates rarely attacked Navy ships unless they were particularly eager for fame. Those individuals were incredibly bold, willing to do anything. Robbing a naval ship was the fastest way to gain notoriety. Shoes and his team dealt with a few pirates who were blind to their circumstances. They were quite capable, but unfortunate. They were robbing Shoes, a big bad wolf in the guise of a Navy major. Occasionally, when encountering pirates committing crimes, Shoes would send people to intervene, saving innocent civilians. For the remaining pirate ships they encountered, as long as they didn't provoke trouble, he would pretend not to see them. After all, there were too many pirates in this great pirate era. If he were to capture them one by one, it would take him 10 days or half a month to reach Marineford, and by then, Sengoku would be furious. Even so, they sailed for 3 days and 2 nights, finally spotting the heavy gates of justice at Marineford by the 3rd noon. Entering Marineford required some complicated procedures. Kyle brought documents and personnel to confirm everything before finally allowing Shoes and the others to enter Marineford. The warship docked at dock number 3. The warship would undergo maintenance here, and Navy soldiers, carrying their luggage, disembarked from the ship. They were the Navy personnel who had followed Shoes from Marineford to Alabasta. Most of their families lived in towns near Marineford, so this return to the naval headquarters was essentially a family visit. Thus, after the ship docked, Shoes immediately issued a dismissal order, and everyone cheered and hurried home to visit their families. Of course, while some were happy, others were sorrowful. The ashes of Navy personnel who had died on past missions would also be handed over to the Navy Logistics Department, who would deliver them to the families of the fallen sailors. Shoes personally oversaw the handover of the ashes, handing them one by one to colleagues in the Logistics Department, instructing them to ensure they were delivered. If their families were unfortunate enough to pass away, he insisted they find out the cause and inform him. If it was due to pirate actions, Shoes would let them know what true cruelty was. After completing this task, only 3 people remained on the ship. Besides himself, there were Kyle and Hawkins, 2 homeless individuals. What's wrong? No place to go, Shoes said with a smile. Hawkins, just come with me. Kyle, you should have a place to stay in Marineford, so I won't keep you. Kyle joined the Navy even earlier than Shios. This group of people all have properties in Marineford. Although they are public properties, they are still standard 2-story buildings. Shios, who joined the Navy later, coincidentally entered during the Great Pirate Era when the Navy was expanding its ranks, and during his time as a cadet, he lived in a communal dormitory. It wasn't until he became a rear admiral that he was assigned a small 2-story villa, which is also state-owned. After retirement or resignation, he is required to return the house for use by other Navy officers. Wanting to settle permanently in Marineford is quite difficult. After all, this is the safest island in the pirate world, and there are countless merchants wanting to buy property here. Shios once thought about whether the Navy could solve its internal financial crisis by selling real estate. He has a very comprehensive real estate trading manual. But that's just a side note. How could the Navy engage in such things? It's been a long time since anyone lived in my house. Can I stay with you? Kyle said somewhat shyly. I can cook for you and do some housework. Shios thought for a moment and nodded in agreement to Kyle's request. He had quite a few rooms in his house, so it was no problem for Kyle to stay. After saying goodbye to the dock workers, Shios and the others packed their luggage and left the harbor. The 3 of them arrived at Shios' residence, where Shios lifted a large stone in the yard to retrieve the hidden key. Opening the door, it was not as messy as expected. The air inside was fresh and there was no dust. Someone must have cleaned it. Shio showed the two to their respective rooms, set down his luggage, tidied up his military uniform, and was about to go to the marshal's office to see Sengoku. Before leaving, Kyle specifically asked where the kitchen was, seeming eager to show off his cooking skills. Walking through Marineford felt like a return to familiar ground, and Shio's felt quite emotional. The passing Navy personnel saluted and greeted him, and occasionally he would encounter one or two vice admirals, to whom he also had to salute. Shio's did not have many close Navy leaders. Most were out on missions, and he did not see any familiar faces along the way. Upon reaching the marshal's office, the receptionist came forward to greet him and, upon learning Shio's identity, directly took him to the Navy office. Marshal Sengoku has been waiting for you for a long time. He specifically instructed that as soon as you arrive, you should be taken to see him. Outside the marshal's office, there were many Navy leaders reporting on their work, including several vice admirals. Seeing Shio's being taken directly into the office, many underestimated his identity. You don't even know him, said a shifty-eyed Rear Admiral. Rear Admiral Shio's, the nephew of Admiral Sakazuki, recently defeated the Golden Lion Pirates together with Vice Admiral Jiun. He is a hot candidate for Admiral in the Navy. Saying that Shio's was a candidate for Admiral was somewhat flattering and detrimental to him. At present, the three admirals are at the peak of their combat abilities and will not decline for a long time. Discussing candidates for Admiral at this time is somewhat premature, and moreover, Shio's has relatively little experience in the Navy, with many vice admirals eyeing the admiral position. This statement, when heard, inevitably caused displeasure. Sure enough, one vice admiral listening nearby snorted coldly. Candidate for admiral? You should first become a vice admiral before talking about that. Who knows if he was just watching from the sidelines when defeating the Golden Lion Pirates, not bothering to lower his voice. These words were like whispers in the ears of the extraordinarily fit Navy leaders. Shio's naturally heard it and glanced back at the person without making too much of a show. The receptionist opened the door for Shio's to enter the office and waited outside. In Shio's impression, Sengoku's desk was always piled high with unfinished documents, and he managed the Navy like an old plow horse. Sengoku was still processing documents, and Shio's did not interrupt him but quietly waited in the room. After a long time, once Sengoku finished signing the documents at hand, he seemed to notice Shio's arrival. You're back. Yes, I arrived an hour ago, Shio's replied briefly, not asking why Sengoku had called him. You seem much more composed than before. Sengoku first praised Shio's. Then his expression became serious. I don't know if you took a moment to quietly think about what you were doing before today. Shio's remained silent, maintaining a standard military posture to show his remorse. The best response now was to remain silent. As the admiral, Sengoku couldn't possibly scold him for hours. Shio's didn't believe that Sengoku would go on for more than 10 minutes. In fact, Sengoku was much more composed than Shio's expected. He only reprimanded him a few times before no longer mentioning the mistakes Shio's made. It wasn't that he was concerned about Shio's identity, but rather that the mistakes Shio's made were of a nature that was hard to probe deeply. It wasn't as if he had done something abusive or contrary to Navy justice. It merely violated the regulations set by the world government for the Navy. The older generation of the Navy has always turned a blind eye to the constraints of the world government. If it weren't for Shio's causing such a stir, Sengoku wouldn't even bother to pay attention to him. After the criticism, he let Shio's reflect for a month in the East China Sea, and, at this point, that was enough. Did he really want to throw him to Judicial Island? Don't be ridiculous. Sengoku genuinely admired Shio's from the bottom of his heart, and even intended to cultivate him to become a future key figure in the Navy. Continuing the legend of Navy heroes. Your sword is Shiki's blade. Sengoku glanced at the hilt of the sword at Shio's waist. Weapons are allowed in the Navy Marshal's office. After all, the admirals come from powerful backgrounds and never worry about being plotted against. Sengoku might not recognize other people's swords, but he was very familiar with the blade of the Golden Lion. Seeing this sword again was enough to confirm their previous intelligence. Shiki the Golden Lion truly fell in the East China Sea. If you want to learn to sword fight, it's not easy. Don't try to bite off more than you can chew, Sengoku warned. Your physical skills and fruit development are quite good. As long as you stick to these two paths, you will eventually reach the level of the three admirals. Although Shio's current strength has entered the admiral level, there are still distinctions within that rank. The current three admirals are recognized as the strongest in Navy history, capable of rivaling the pirate kings, which Shio's at this stage cannot contend with. By comparing them to Shio's, Sengoku clearly acknowledged Shio's current strength. Still young, want to give it a try, Shio said calmly. At his age, he was still under 25 and had plenty of time to waste. So it was natural for a young person to want to try new things while they were young. Sengoku nodded and didn't say anything further. Even when he mentioned Shioza's strength, he subconsciously overlooked Shioza's age, making it hard to imagine such an outstanding talent emerging from the younger generation. After discussing these side topics, Sengoku began to address the main issue. The reason I called you back is to inform you of something. Shioza's expression became serious. In the pirate world, there are communication tools like transponder snails, but for generally important news, a more secure method of communication is preferred. For the Navy, if Sengoku treated the matter this way, it likely involved the world government or some more significant issues. We plan to launch a campaign to break the current stable situation in the New World. Zhanghua tapped the table and said, "The center of the war is here. We need to confront the 4 emperors of the sea at Marineford." Shio showed a look of surprise. He knew that Zhanghua was referring to the Marineford War. But the Navy's plan for the war shouldn't have started until Blackbeard handed Ace over to the Navy, right? There was still a year until that time. Could it be that the Navy had been planning the Marineford War even earlier? Would they really face all 4 emperors of the sea at the same time? Shio's asked, and Zhanghua's tone didn't seem like he was only looking for trouble with the Whitebeard pirates. Of course not. Zhanghua shook his head and said, "The combined strength of the 4 emperors is a force that the Navy cannot defeat at the moment. We can only break them down one by one." Shio's felt relieved. Since they would take them down one by one, the plot should still develop according to the original story. "So who do you plan to deal with first?" Shio's asked knowingly. "Whitebeard pirates and red-haired pirates," Zhanghua said in a deep voice. "Whitebeard must be eliminated no matter what. His existence is a deterrent looming over all pirates. As long as Whitebeard is alive, the New World will not descend into chaos. Even Kaido and Charlotte Linlin would not entertain other ideas while Whitebeard is still alive." A glimmer of wisdom shone in Zhanghua's eyes. "If the pirates want to fight for the title of Pirate King, then we will create opportunities for them, allowing them to kill each other, and the Navy can take this chance to intervene fully in the New World. As it stands, the 4 emperors of the sea each control a large number of islands, and the Navy has no opportunity to intervene in the New World at all. According to the timeline in the original story, the Navy intervened in the New World only after Whitebeard's death, when Akainu led the Navy to establish the G1 base in the New World, which later became the Navy headquarters. Looking at the subsequent results, Zhanghua's strategic thinking was completely correct, but knowing the subsequent plot, Shio's also felt a bit worried. "Aren't you afraid that a pirate will truly emerge as a king and command all pirate forces?" Shio's thought of the future plot where Luffy, as Zhanghua anticipated, would defeat Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to become the new pirate king. Zhanghua's plan was as he expected, but he had never worried that a pirate would actually emerge as a king. It should be known that except for Shio's, no one could guarantee that the person who becomes Pirate King will be a kind-hearted individual or a cunning villain. The Pirate King has nothing to do with the Navy. Zhanghua sneered. "The one who cares about the secret of the final island is the world government, not us in the Navy. It doesn't matter who reaches Raftel. As for the Pirate King commanding all pirates, that's even more ridiculous," Zhanghua asserted. "The Rocks pirates were once the king without a crown, but they couldn't achieve what others cannot. What are pirates? Whether they are profit-driven scoundrels or dreamers with lofty ideals, they will never submit to another." Chapter 136. A heart-to-heart meeting. Zhanghua saw through pirates very clearly, as if he could see their bones. He never denied that there were noble individuals among pirates or those with beautiful visions. It is precisely because of their existence that the Pirate King can never appear. For example, if Luffy becomes the Pirate King and Kaido and Charlotte Linlin happen to be alive and not captured by the Navy, would the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates obey Luffy's orders? The answer is no. Similarly, if Kaido and Charlotte Linlin became the Pirate King, would Luffy obey their orders? The answer is also impossible. If that day comes, Luffy's wish to set sail would be to defeat the evil Pirate King and establish a new era of piracy. It sounds ridiculous, but that is the truth. The more ambitious and idealistic a person is, the less likely they are to willingly obey others just because of title. Moreover, with the emergence of the Pirate King, the true nature of the legendary Great Treasure will be revealed, and the mystery surrounding pirate navigation will fade, potentially reducing the number of pirates willing to take to the sea. At that time, the Navy's targets will be much clearer than now. They only need to defeat the wicked Pirate King, just like when facing the Rocks pirates, under the oppression of ferocious and brutal pirates. Shio's might even join forces with Luffy to take down the newly appointed Pirate King. In summary, as long as the Navy doesn't care about the history of the blank 100 years being uncovered, then what does it matter if someone reaches Raftel? It is the world government that has a headache, not the Navy. What they need to do is to resolve the Great Pirate Era, not maintain the rule of the Celestial Dragons. Even daring to speculate a bit, Xios even felt that Zhangguo was deliberately cultivating the Pirate King. What is terrifying about the Great Pirate Era is not the four emperors of the New World, but the endless stream of pirates taking to the sea. As long as the legend of the Pirate King exists, there will be a large number of pirates setting sail, which is the most deadly thing for the Navy. The emergence of the Pirate King will cause these people to lose their goals and also provide the Navy with a precise and clear target for attack. Compared to fighting against an entire era, defeating a pirate crew is undoubtedly much easier. When you realize this point, you can't help but admire Zhangguo's way of thinking, which truly opened Xios' eyes. He now understands that a navy filled with righteous hearts can awaken the conqueror's haki, which is not merely a matter of luck or talent. Zhangguo's wisdom is far more terrifying than strength. Having such a person at the helm of the Navy is truly a fortunate thing for the Navy. Xios' expression changed several times, ultimately transforming into admiration for Zhangguo, a heartfelt respect. I knew you would accept my ideas. Zhangguo smiled slightly. His ideas were too ahead of their time. Even the wisest Vice Admiral Tsuru in the Navy could not understand his perspective. But he believed that Xios could understand, as Xios was the second person to awaken Conqueror's haki in the Navy after him. What does it represent for the Navy to awaken Conqueror's haki? Zhangguo understood better than anyone else. While feeling relieved that the Navy has successors, Zhangguo also felt a hint of sadness. The embodiment of justice in the Navy actually needs a person who betrays justice to lead. Xios, you are the second person to awaken Conqueror's haki in the Navy after me. I hope you can take the position of Fleet Admiral, Zhangguo said seriously. Xios could tell that he was not joking. The thought of becoming Fleet Admiral had never crossed Xios' mind. In his plan, he intended to promote Akainu to Fleet Admiral and then use a series of methods to sever the Navy's ties with the world government, allowing it to operate without being overly constrained by the world government. But he had never considered becoming Fleet Admiral himself. Fleet Admiral Zhangguo, this is too sudden, Xios said, somewhat at a loss. I am just a Rear Admiral at headquarters now, 2 ranks away from Admiral. Is it too early for you to say this to me? Zhangguo shook his head. Not at all. While we prepare, the world government is also preparing. Zhangguo gestured for Xios to come closer, and when Xios approached, he handed him several documents from the table. These are the recent activities of the world government. Zhangguo said in a deep tone. The first document is the Pacifista Project, which has been in operation for many years, and it won't be long before the prototype is unveiled. The average combat power of the pacifists is no less than that of a Rear Admiral from the Navy headquarters, although there is still some gap compared to a Vice Admiral. However, they can be mass-produced and are absolutely loyal to the world government. Xios flipped through the documents in his hand quickly. The various metrics of the pacifists were very clear, and they indeed possessed formidable combat power that was comparable to that of a Rear Admiral. The combat power of a Rear Admiral is not high, and in the broader context, they are inferior to pirates of the same rank. Those well-known Navy Rear Admirals have combat power far exceeding the standard for their rank, such as Smoker, whose strength could be described as that of a division colonel. If it were in the first half of the Grand Line, relying on the unique properties of his Logia-type fruit, Smoker could exhibit a characteristic of evenly matched fights. Although in the original work, the pacifists often appear quite shabby and are generally used to highlight the strength of a certain individual on a global scale, pacifists can definitely serve as a powerful deterrent weapon in the first half of the Grand Line. If it were other Navy personnel, they might lament the strength of the pacifists. A strong figure like Akainu might even disdainfully say, they're not worth considering. However, standing before Sengoku is Xios. Who knows, Sengoku will give him the answer he wants to hear. The world government wants to kick the Navy out. Xios said seriously, even if the pacifists only have the combat power of a Rear Admiral, it is enough to maintain law and order in the 4 seas and the first half of the Grand Line, compared to the substantial military funding we receive every year. They clearly prefer the obedient pacifists. Even if the world government only wants to replace the lower-ranking Navy soldiers with pacifists, looking at the overall situation of the Navy, this would undermine the Navy's foundation. Xios has climbed from the bottom of the Navy to his current position. He knows better than anyone how much time and energy it took. Most strong figures in the Navy have walked this path. The vast number of lower-ranking soldiers in the Navy is the breeding ground for its strong figures. If the world government replaces the lower-ranking Navy with pacifists, then the higher-ups in the Navy will become like fish out of water. With the death of the older generation of strong figures and the lack of new blood, the Navy will become a mere shell of its former self. They are cutting off the foundation, Sengoku said with a gloomy expression. In addition to the pacifist program, there's also the artificial devil fruit program mentioned in this document below. The world government is now more inclined to protect itself through technological means rather than relying on us to maintain control. Shoes set aside the pacifist program, and what came into view was the artificial devil fruit program. Shoes had seen the test subjects of this program, just as he had expected. The participants in this program included celestial dragons, and the largest experimental base was located in Mariehua. The document detailed the strengths of those who consumed Zoan-type devil fruits, as well as the uncontrollable side effects. It was a discarded plan. The world government recognized the potential of artificial devil fruits, but they preferred the pacifists who would obey commands completely, thus putting the topic of artificial devil fruits on hold. Shoes didn't know how Sengoku obtained this information. It seemed that the Navy's intelligence organization couldn't accomplish such a thing. Are you curious how I got these original documents? Sengoku sneered. These were given to me by the world government, allowing me to see for myself that they have alternatives to replace the Navy, thus threatening us to be more compliant. Looking at Sengoku's face filled with anger, Shoes could imagine how the world government handed these documents to him. They must have done so in an arrogant manner, slamming the documents on Sengoku's desk and shouting, "Let me tell you, the world government can leave the Navy. It's you who can't do without the world government." For Sengoku, this was undoubtedly a humiliation, and perhaps because of this, he would consider supporting a pirate king. "Aren't they afraid we'll rebel now?" Shoes asked. "I think you and I should have a plan for starting anew." Sengoku nodded. He had indeed considered starting anew, but it was not a simple matter. Rebellion? How could that be possible? Sengoku sighed. The world government knows we cannot rebel right now, which is why they are so controlling us. Shoes, do you have confidence in persuading Akainu to join us in resisting the world government? Sengoku shook his head. You have no confidence because I also have no confidence in persuading Garp and Tsuru to rebel against the world government. Shu sighed lightly. Just as Sengoku said, he indeed did not have complete confidence in persuading Akainu to go to war with the world government. As long as the Navy and the world government are in conflict, the first to suffer will not be the world government, but those civilians protected by the Navy. At that time, a dark age even more chaotic than the Great Pirate Era would come. And just thinking about such a scene made Shoes feel a chill down his spine. Shoes and Sengoku had the courage to break down barriers and the determination to sacrifice. But most of the Navy accepted the ideology of justice above all else, and they would not choose to participate in a war that showed no signs of justice. This is why Sengoku believes Shoes is suitable to succeed him as admiral. Among the trustworthy Navy figures, only Shoes would not be held hostage by justice. An admiral needs a Navy that abandons justice and retains its integrity, so that it can protect those subordinates who are full of a sense of justice. Shoes looked at Sengoku. Since Sengoku was telling him all this, it seemed there was a solution. I want to know your plan. I have no plan. Sengoku squinted his eyes, a glimmer of light flashing in his glasses. All I can do is, before I step down as admiral, to open up a new situation for you, allowing the Navy's might to reach a level that the world government fears. As for how to free the Navy from the world government's control, that is something you need to consider. It requires the efforts of 2 generations. Shoes, I entrust the future of the Navy to you. If in the future you cannot take control of this great ship, then before it is destroyed, implement our only justice. An abandoned justice Navy is still the Navy. They only jump out of the shackles of justice to truly implement justice. Sengoku hopes Shoes does not forget this point. If the Navy is really to be replaced by the world government in the future, he hopes it will be a dignified conclusion. Shoes nodded, indicating he understood what to do. Sengoku took a deep breath, stood up, and took the documents from Shoes' hand. Forget about these matters for now. In the short term, our relationship with the world government will not change much. This is a long-term plan. Sengoku mentioned it to Shoes today just to prepare him in advance. It is not something that needs to be acted on immediately. Sengoku sat back down and asked, "How much do you know about the Whitebeard Pirates?" "Some basic information." Shoes replied. The commander of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Portgas Ace, left the Grand Line a few days ago, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Someone informed the world government about Portgas Ace's identity, claiming he is the child of the pirate king Joel D. Roger, hoping to exchange his life for a position in the 7 warlords. Shoes naturally knew that Ace was Roger's child, but very few people knew this information, so he still had to feign a shocked expression. The pirate king Roger still has descendants alive. Sengoku nodded. It is said to be a posthumous child. The world government attaches great importance to this news. They do not want Roger's bloodline to exist. Are you suggesting that I go kill him? Shoes asked. as this did not align with the original plot. Killing Ace is a bloody affair. Shoes could indeed make a decisive move to eliminate Ace. But thinking about the complicated relationships surrounding Ace gave him a headache. After all, Ace was bound to die sooner or later. It would be better for Blackbeard to take the blame, as he had plenty of debts and wasn't worried. Sengoku shook his head and said, I need him alive. His life is very valuable. So what do you mean? Shoes asked tentatively. Sengoku took out a photo and handed it to Shoes. It was a picture of Blackbeard Teach. It turned out that before reaching a deal with the world government, Blackbeard had already leaked information about Ace's identity to them to test their stance. This pirate would cooperate with the world government's CP0, and your task is to keep an eye on them from the shadows and ensure they can capture Ace alive. Sengoku's finger tapped on Blackbeard's photo. If you get the chance, try to see if you can kill this pirate. I have a very bad feeling about him. I don't want to see a new warlord of the sea rise. Since Crocodile had gone missing for a year, the world government finally announced that Crocodile was dead, and the position of Warlord of the Sea was vacant. During this time, countless pirates sought the title, but none met the world government's requirements. Just then, Blackbeard was on the run, and in exchange for information about Ace's identity, he got the chance to become a Warlord of the Sea. The precondition set by the world government was that he assist CP0 in capturing Ace. They wanted to publicly execute the last bloodline of Pirate King Roger to warn those who sought the truth of history. It was based on this information that Sengoku made preparations to confront the Whitebeard pirates at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 137, very insightful. However, was all this trouble to capture Ace really just for the Whitebeard pirates? Shoes looked at Sengoku, whose eyes were as calm as a deep well. He couldn't guess how much Sengoku had done and how much he was hiding from him. I understand. Shoes nodded and said, I will complete the task you assigned. Is there anything else? He felt his mind was in chaos. The information Sengoku had shared was too shocking, making it hard for him to discern what was real and what was fake. Why did Sengoku tell him so much? Did he really see him as the future hope of the Navy, or did his plans require him to conceal things even from himself? Was Ace's value only to the Whitebeard pirates? Why didn't Sengoku let the Navy take action directly and insisted on having Blackbeard do it? He even hinted at killing Blackbeard. Did he also know about Blackbeard's threat? Shoes even speculated boldly if Sengoku, like him, was from another world. Dazed, Shoes returned to his quarters, still feeling confused. It wasn't until a loud explosion snapped him back to reality that he cautiously looked around. He discovered the explosion came from the kitchen, and soon after, Kyle emerged in combat gear, holding a broken iron pot. Kyle smiled awkwardly and said, Do you have any spare pots? I accidentally overdid a bit. Saying this, she gestured with her hands, indicating she only made a tiny mistake. Shoes rolled his eyes. She had destroyed a pot while wearing combat gear and still called it a tiny mistake. If she made a real big mistake, wouldn't she blow up his home? Shoes called out, Don't worry about it. Call Hawkins and we'll go to the cafeteria to eat. With Kyle's interruption, Shoes stopped thinking about those matters. According to the storyline, there shouldn't be much trouble with Blackbeard capturing Ace. He just needed to find an opportunity to kill him. Shoes was very eager to eliminate Blackbeard Teach. This guy was a complete menace, and it would be better for everyone if he died sooner. Upon hearing they were going to the cafeteria, Hawkins walked out of his room, startled by Kyle's earlier commotion. He had seen fierce warriors who could kill chickens with high-pressure blades, which made him worry about whether he could fit into this group. Before setting off, Kyle asked, What did Admiral Sengoku discuss with you for so long? Shu smiled slightly and replied, Just some idle talk, nothing worth mentioning. He didn't know how to tell Kyle that the information Sengoku shared was critical. Knowing less was actually better for her. Seeing Shu's expression, Kyle understood that Sengoku's words were significant, but since Shoes was unwilling to bring it up, she wouldn't pry further. There are many uninhabited islands in the Windless Zone. If you feel tired, we can go live on an island, Kyle suggested. Shoes was surprised and looked at Kyle, who blushed and quickly ran out. Having lived 2 lives, Shoes still didn't understand what love was, but this feeling seemed quite nice. Hawkins walked over to Shoes, patted his shoulder, then glanced at the ruined kitchen, sighing deeply and shaking his head meaningfully. The food at the Navy headquarters wasn't particularly good, but it was also not inedible. In just a meal's time, Shoes secretly looked at Kyle dozens of times, each time pretending to be nonchalant. However, in Hawkins's view, the two were just pretending to be blind with their eyes wide open, given their physical fitness. How could they not notice each other if they were that close? From Kyle's perspective, she had already hinted so clearly, yet Shoes was still so hesitant. Was there something wrong with his body? Thinking back to their first encounter, she wondered if there really was a problem. After the meal, the 3 returned to their quarters. each lost in thought, and coincidentally encountered Akainu, who came to visit Shoes. The three of them quickly saluted and greeted him. Seeing Shoes living with Kyle, Akainu thought he might become a grandfather, but upon seeing Hawkins beside them, he felt this matter might need to be delayed. After entering, Kyle and Hawkins excused themselves and returned to their rooms, leaving space for this pair of uncle and nephew. "I've heard about your situation. You're doing well," Akainu said expressionlessly. "I won't ask too much about what Sengoku told you. You're different from us." Akainu knew about Shoes awakening his Conqueror's Haki. All the Navy admirals knew the methods to awaken Conqueror's Haki, but they couldn't do it themselves. Since Shoes could, Akainu didn't interfere further. Their thoughts and opinions were bound to differ, and there was no need to force a consensus. "Whatever you do in the future, you must distinguish right from wrong," Akainu said calmly. "If you encounter life-threatening danger, your uncle will do everything to protect your life. You're my last family." These words struck a chord in Shoes' heart. He smiled and replied, "You're also my last family." The uncle and nephew exchanged smiles, and everything was understood without words. Akainu had much less to say than Sengoku. After chatting about daily matters for a bit, he began to probe Shoes about his feelings for Kyle. Even if Shoes was slow, he realized something was off and quickly deflected a few words, using fatigue from sailing as an excuse to send Akainu away. The warship needed a week for repairs and maintenance. During this time, Shoes had nothing to do, so he went to inquire about Zephyr's whereabouts. He was informed that Zephyr was having a great time with his naval guerrilla team in the New World, seemingly experiencing a second spring in life. Seeing this, Shoes felt relieved. As long as he found an opportunity to deal with Zephyr's enemies later, things could come to a close. But Susi still doesn't know who Zephy's enemy is. He can only kill wrong, but not let go. 7 days quickly passed, and Susi's subordinates gathered at the port, with over 400 Navy personnel, none of whom were late. All present, board the ship. Susi issued the command, and the Navy soldiers ran up the warship in 2 lines. They expressed their gratitude to the shipwright responsible for maintaining the warship, and the ship slowly left the dock, passing through the Gate of Justice and sailing away from Marinfander. For some reason, this departure from Marinfander gave Susi a feeling of escaping. It was as if Marinfander had become a cage for him, imprisoning him in countless invisible threads. This feeling was very uncomfortable. Susi looked back at Marinfander, wondering if Akainu felt the same way. Was it really worth sacrificing so much for justice? With their current strength, they could easily do as Kale suggested and find an island in the doldrums to live a secluded life. But what is the purpose of living life? Just to watch the sun rise and set every day? It was truly a terrible journey. Susi somewhat regretted returning to Marinfander. His candid meeting with Sengoku made him dislike what he had done. Since that sudden confession, Kale had been trying to avoid Susi, but with the ship setting sail. As his first officer, he had to ask Susi where they were going. Where to? Back to the Alabastan Navy base, leaving this quagmire. Susi took a deep look at Marinfander. The ship had a permanent pointer to the Alabastan Navy base. Therefore, it didn't take long for the warship to return to the Alabastan Navy base. As they entered the inner harbor, Kale sighed as he looked at the empty captain's cabin. Assisting a captain who could fly was truly a headache. On the ship, as long as he was determined to leave, no one could stop him. Picking up the letter left on the table, it should have been sent last night. Kale had seen him for the last time during dinner. "Dear Kale, I need to trouble you again. I'm not in a good mood right now and want to go out for a walk. Don't worry about my safety." Kale tore the letter into pieces and scattered it into the sea. There was no need to worry about his safety. On the other side, Susi took advantage of the night to leave the warship and flew over the vast ocean. Just as he had told Kale, he wasn't in a good mood and wanted to go out for a walk, but it wasn't aimless wandering. Sengoku's words made him vigilant, no matter what trouble lay ahead. It was never wrong to enhance his own strength. For Susi, there weren't many ways to further enhance his strength. Aside from the thunder fruit he carried, he needed to improve his swordsmanship further, ideally becoming a great swordsman as strong as Trafalgar Law. Consuming the thunder fruit would yield the quickest results. But how to operate as a dual fruit user and what the specifics were, Susi wasn't very clear. Fortunately, Blackbeard had already emerged, and while he hadn't awakened yet, Susi could observe his unique body structure. Of course, that was a matter for later. Susi then planned to head to the Devil's Triangle, a notorious sea area in the first half of the Grand Line, where nearly 100 ships went missing every year. Many rumors said that demons existed in the black mist of the Devil's Triangle, which swallowed so many pirate ships. However, for those in the know, there were no demons. The Devil's Triangle was the territory of the warlord Gecko Moria. All the missing ships had been captured by Moria, who took their shadows. Susi had no grievances with Gecko Moria, and he didn't want to deal too much with the warlords. The conflict with Crocodile was unavoidable. If it weren't necessary, killing these pirates sanctioned by the world government would also be a politically sensitive matter. Therefore, his target this time was not Gecko Moria, but rather the body of the sword Saint Shimatsuki Ryuma, which Moria had stolen. Susi was very curious about what the sword saint, who surpassed the great swordsman as described by Shimatsuki Yasaku, looked like. Shimatsuki Ryuma had been dead for hundreds of years, but Moria's fruit ability could awaken his corpse. From the battle between Zoro and Ryuma, Susi felt that Ryuma's state at that time was not entirely controlled by Brook's shadow. He should have some self-awareness, even if it was very faint. Susi wanted to give it a try. Perhaps Ryuma could bring him some surprises. Moreover, the cost of this matter was not high. And regarding any trouble it might cause Moria, that was never within Susi's considerations. In Susi's eyes, pirates had no concept of human rights. Susi didn't know how long he had been flying, but he finally saw a glimmer on the sea surface and lowered his altitude. At night, few merchant ships would light their lamps. The vast ocean's light would attract pirates from afar. Only pirate ships and warships would light torches on their decks. What appeared before Susi was a pirate ship, where the pirates on the deck were having a party. The light he saw was from a barbecue set up on the ship, with an entire roasted lamb hanging on it. The deck was piled with untidy treasures, beside which were trembling women and some bound men. A pirate cursed, "Big brother, why are we keeping these men? The brothers don't like this." After saying that, he lewdly looked at the women and casually brushed his hand against their chests, eliciting a shrill scream. "Scream again, and also your mouth shut," the big brother said viciously. "We don't like men. Those big shots do, especially these tender-skinned ones. The older female tycoons love them." The pirate chuckled, kicking one of the men, who grunted but dared not make a sound. "Kid, you're in luck," the pirate sneered. "Those older female tycoons take care of themselves very well. As long as you serve them well, you might live a bit longer." The big brother laughed, but those female tycoons were all 50 or 60-year-old women. No matter how well they maintained themselves, their skin was wrinkled in layers. Reaching out to tear a piece of lamb, he intended to take a leg of lamb, but found it was missing. Who ate the leg of lamb? The big brother angrily stood up and drew his pistol. Pirates had rules. The leg of lamb was reserved for the captain, and anyone else eating it would be defying the captain and could be killed to establish authority. However, he looked around, and no pirate admitted to eating it, but he heard chewing sounds from above. Looking up at the sky, he saw a man sitting on the mast, holding a roasted leg of lamb. He was enjoying it, taking big bites of meat and swigging wine. The crew on the ship couldn't see the figure clearly and directly raised their guns to shoot. With a bang, the gun fired, and the bullet flew past the man, who continued eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. The pirate captain's face darkened. That shot was not a warning, but a genuine attempt on the man's life. Bang! Bang! Another 2 shots, still missing the target. The bullets flew past him as if they had eyes. "Climb up and catch him," the pirate captain ordered, waving his hand. The pirates dared not delay, suppressing their drunkenness as they began to climb up. They were seasoned sailors, and even after drinking, the swaying of the ship didn't hinder them from quickly reaching the mast. Just as they were about to confront Shosi, he jumped down from the mast and landed next to the pirate ship. The barbecue was decent, just a bit overcooked. Shosi threw the remaining roasted leg of lamb into the sea, smiling at the pirate captain. The captain recognized Shosi's face and realized he was not one of his crew. In the dead of night, someone sneaked onto the ship and quietly took the leg of lamb. This was definitely not someone to be trifled with. The greatest fear in the Grand Line is such lone wolves. Those who can roam the Grand Line alone are people others cannot afford to provoke. "How about I roast another one for you?" The pirate captain, with a quick mind, implied that he was backing down. Shosi laughed and said, "You're quite agreeable. It makes me a bit hesitant to make a move." Chapter 138. Brook wouldn't be hesitant to act. That wouldn't be the case. Shosi had seen too many pirates like this. Not everyone can confront power with harsh words. Most pirates are fierce only towards the weak. If it weren't for Shosi's strength making the pirate captain wary, today's events would have turned out differently. Shosi stepped forward to the group of bound men and asked, "Who among you can sail?" "I can. Please save me," one man pleaded, looking at Shosi, not wanting to be taken in by a wealthy woman. At least not for now. Young and unaware of the allure of wealthy women. Shosi smiled slightly and drew his sword, Sakura 10, cutting the ropes, binding them. The pirate captain gripped his gun handle. His face twisted as he looked at Shosi. Bang! He decided to try again. At such close range, there was no reason to miss. However, this time, instead of dodging like before, Shosi used the blade of Sakura 10 to block the bullet's trajectory. Shuangyue Jingsakuro had warned Shosi not to use a sword for strange purposes, as it would damage the sword's lifespan. Shosi kept it in mind, but this level of gunfire didn't require too much concern. The bullet struck the blade of Sakura 10, causing it to tilt slightly, and the bullet grazed the blade, hitting the pirate who had just been stuck. All this happened in the blink of an eye. With a trusted subordinate down, the pirate captain didn't dare to act again. Cautiously watching Shosi, unsure where to put his gun, Shosi freed the ropes of the men, turned to the pirate captain, and still wore a smile that seemed to indicate he had nothing to lose. Misfire. The pirate captain quickly threw down his gun, raising both hands and shouting, "That was a misfire. It wasn't me." At that moment, the pirates who had climbed up to capture Shosi also came down from the mast, looking at each other, then fixing their gaze on the pirate captain. "Forget it. I don't want to kill anyone today." Shosi sighed lightly. "Is there a dinghy on board? Take some food and fresh water, and gamble a bit on the sea." The pirate captain's face turned ashen. He understood what Shosi meant by gambling. This was a method passed down among pirates to resolve disputes. If considering past friendships, one would give the other 3 days' worth of food and fresh water, allowing them to take a dinghy to seek another path. Such things usually happen in the four seas, where the waters are calm, and even if exiled, there's a glimmer of hope. However, in the Grand Line, with its harsh weather conditions, being exiled is a dead end. The pirate captain wanted to plead for Shosi's mercy, but Shosi didn't give him another chance to speak. In a flash of cold light, a red line appeared on the pirate captain's neck, and his body collapsed onto the deck. He was dead. None of the crew who had once supported him sought revenge. They looked at Shosi in fear, terrified of sharing the same fate as their captain. "I'm a fair person." Shosi sheathed Sakura 10. "You shot at me, so I returned the favor with a sword. If you didn't catch it, that's your own problem." Obviously, the pirate captain couldn't hear this. Shosi glanced at the timid pirates, shook his head, and smiled. "So, do you want to go to sea, or should I help you out?" "Go to sea. We'll go to sea," the pirates hurriedly replied. Some started to untie the dinghy, while others secretly hid food from the deck. Shosi observed, but didn't interfere with their intentions. Before long, with a splash, the dinghy was launched into the sea, drifting towards an uncertain fate. A man who had been freed cautiously approached. "Thank you for saving us." Shosi accepted their gratitude calmly, pointing to the cabin. "You said you can sail, so this ship is yours now. I'm going to take a rest." Having said that, Shosi jumped onto the mast. He didn't want to enter the cabin. The pirate's private life was always chaotic, and stepping into their cabin was like opening a blind box. Shosi didn't want to ruin his eyes. The men exchanged glances, and the man who claimed to know how to sail approached the cabin, pulling out a compass from somewhere. He was resourceful. In the Grand Line, when taken hostage, to escape, one needs to prepare a permanent compass. Otherwise, the vast sea is more terrifying than pirates. The next day, they wanted to call Shosi for breakfast. They called several times under the mast, but received no response. One man bravely climbed up only to find that Shosi had already left. The group felt incredibly disappointed by Shosi's departure. They had been under his protection, or else they would eventually become prey for another group of pirates on the vast sea. Yet, Shosi left without a word, not giving them a chance to retain him. At that moment, Shosi had already appeared on Gal's ship. He had contacted Gal the day he left and had been following him ever since. The fact that Gal was able to communicate with him via radio last night proved that they were very close. "Sir, the Devil's Triangle Sea is not far from here. We can reach it by noon tomorrow," Gal said respectfully. Shosi nodded. "Just take me nearby. You don't need to go in with me." "How can that be? What if there's danger if you go alone?" Gal said excitedly. "What danger can there be?" Shosi joked. "If there's real danger, can you help me deal with Moonlight Moria?" Gal scratched his head awkwardly. "I can handle miscellaneous stuff. Just let me go with you." As one of the veterans besides Shosi, Gal felt guilty about their last defeat at Gulantezelo. Seeing another opportunity to prove himself, he wanted to fight for it. However, Shosi had come out with the intention of relaxing and had not thought about bringing anyone along. "Forget it." Shosi waved his hand this time. "I don't have the time to protect you. Just wait outside." Gal's face flushed, but indeed, as Shosi said, every time they acted, it was Shosi protecting them. By noon the next day, the ship arrived at the outer sea of the Devil's Triangle. Thick black fog floated over the sea, and even the midday sun struggled to penetrate it. Upon arriving here, Shosi parted ways with Gal and the others, steering a small boat into the dense black fog alone. The reason for the formation of the black fog was unknown. Some said it was created by Moria's pirate ship, the largest pirate ship in the world. Shosi thought this was nonsense. When had Moonlight Moria been defeated in the New World? Before that, Brooke had already been circling in the black fog. It wouldn't be easy to find his tracks on such a large pirate ship. Shios drove the ship aimlessly for a while, but did not see the outline of any islands. If this continued, he had no idea when he would find one. He thought about flying up to search. That would be more efficient. However, if he flew up and couldn't find an island, he wouldn't even have a place to land. He wouldn't be trapped in the black mist, as Shios could fly up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, where he could escape the mist. But going back and forth like this wouldn't be effective, and he would still need to find Gal on another ship. Suddenly, a loud singing voice came, accompanied by cackling laughter, which sounded very eerie in this already grim environment. Following the sound, Shios saw a human-shaped skeleton running on the sea, emitting cackling laughter. It was unmistakable. Shios' expression brightened. Only the King of Souls, Brooke, could do something so inhuman. Encountering Brooke was undoubtedly a great thing for Shios. Brooke had lived in the Devil's Triangle for decades and was definitely the person who knew this place best. In the original story, it was also Brooke who led Luffy to find the location of Gecko Moria. However, Shios was somewhat surprised that Brooke still had a shadow beneath him. His shadow had not yet been taken by Gecko Moria. "Hey, there's someone here." Shios waved and shouted, trying to attract Brooke's attention. Shios wasn't sure if Brooke heard him. He intended to fly up to grab him back, but before he could act, Brooke changed his trajectory. Brooke ran a circle on the sea before jumping onto Shios' small boat. Seeing Brooke in person, his appearance was much more exaggerated than in the anime. His fluffy, explosive hairstyle paired with an exquisite suit and a cane sword gave him the appearance of a noble gentleman. However, beneath this exterior was an empty skull, and this contrast was quite unsettling. "Ahahaha, you're the first person to see me who isn't scared," Brooke said with a smile. "Let me introduce myself. I am Brooke, the musician of the Rumbar Pirates." Brooke took off his hat and made a greeting gesture to Shios. Shios returned the gesture. Shios, a swordsman. After their introductions, Brooke said to Shios, "It seems you are in trouble. I can help you leave the Devil's Triangle before those guys discover you." For most people who accidentally entered the Devil's Triangle, being able to safely sail away was something to be grateful for. However, Shios was quite the opposite. He didn't want to leave just like that. "Since you can leave, why are you still here?" Shios suddenly thought about why Brooke, who could leave, would stay here. Brooke's tone turned a bit sad as he said, "Where can I go? My companions are all here." At first, Brooke couldn't leave the Devil's Triangle. But over a long period, there were ways to break the complex maze. As for why Brooke didn't leave, it was because what trapped him was not the thick mist, but the despair of losing his companions. Shios understood Brooke's meaning and decided to tell a lie, a kind-hearted lie. "Rumbar Pirates, your name is still Brooke," Shios said suddenly. "Do you remember the whale Laboon? A particularly large whale?" "Laboon?" Brooke exclaimed in surprise. "How do you know Laboon? Where is it? Where did you see it?" Seeing Brooke's excited state, Shios told him that he encountered Laboon while crossing Reverse Mountain on his way to the Grand Line, and learned the story of the Rumbar Pirates and the whale Laboon from an old man named Crocus. However, he found it hard to imagine that someone missing for decades could still be alive, which surprised him greatly. Shios' story had many loopholes. After all, in such a short time, he could only replicate the experiences of the Straw Hat Pirates with some artistic modifications. It would stand up to Brooke's scrutiny since he had never been to Reverse Mountain and had no impression of the environment there. Fortunately, although the story couldn't withstand scrutiny, those who listened to the story would never question its rationality. They only cared about the emotions contained within the story. Just like those legendary love stories, if viewed from a logical perspective, they were all utterly ridiculous. Sure enough, after hearing the story, Brooke's eyes were already teary. "Laboon is waiting for us. That's so touching. My soul is crying, but my body can't shed a single tear." Brooke's voice trembled, yet his expression did not change much. As he said, the hollow skull could not express any emotions. Shios comforted him. "I think Laboon would be very happy to know you are still alive. It's still waiting for you at Reverse Mountain, waiting for you to see it." Only then did Brooke stop his teary voice. In Shios' story, Laboon was still crashing into the Red Line day after day, its body already covered in scars. "I want to go to the Red Line to see Laboon and tell her we didn't break our promise," but Brooke didn't continue. The corpses of all the Rumbar Pirates were still wandering in the Devil's Triangle. It was a sad story. Shios patted Brooke's shoulder and said, "Don't be sad. You still have a companion waiting for you." Brooke cheered up, and he opened his skull to reveal a well-preserved music shell inside. As Brooke activated the music shell, cheerful music floated on the deck. "I want to bring everyone's songs to Laboon." The sad story ended here. Shios had completed his purpose. He didn't want that whale to wait in vain. Compared to the dreams of the other Straw Hat Pirates, Brook's dream was much simpler. He could now return the way he came to see Laboon at Twin Capes. As for the adverse effects of Shioz's actions, he no longer cared. The plot was what it was. It would go however it should, as long as Luffy was alive. Seeing that Brook's emotions had stabilized, Shioz explained the purpose of his arrival. When Brook heard that Shioz came to the Devil's Triangle for Gecko Moria, he sincerely suggested, Gecko Moria is a very terrifying person. He has recently developed a kind of monster that needs the shadows of strong people. Many pirate crews have had their shadows taken and are forced to stay here. At this point, Brook sighed a bit. He had almost had his shadow taken a few days ago. Moria's zombie swordsmen were very terrifying. Shioz assured him, you don't have to worry about that. As long as you find Gecko Moria's pirate ship, you can leave on your own. Brook shook his head, no. You are a benefactor to me and Laboon. I can't leave you here. Brook insisted on going with Shioz, which made Shioz a bit helpless. He didn't really want to carry a burden. But thinking about Brook's performance in the story, it was better than Gal and the others. After a brief hesitation, he agreed to go with Brook. Chapter 139, Dragon Horse Zombie under Brook's guidance. It took about half an hour. A huge portal appeared in front of Shioz. This was Moria's base in the Devil's Triangle, and also his pirate ship, the Thriller Bark. Upon reaching this point, Shioz had already completed half of his mission. He never thought that Moria would be a problem. Shioz steered the ship into the harbor, where many pirate ships, both old and new, were docked, varying in degrees of damage. The barge was unremarkable in size, naturally blending in with the pirate fleet. Shioz disembarked with Brook. He initially wanted Brook to wait on the ship, but Brook was a bit uneasy about Shioz and insisted on stepping onto this eerie land together. As Shioz approached a tree, the leaves suddenly transformed into bats and vanished into the sky. It was revealed that this was the shadow clone of Moonlight Moria. Shioz hadn't planned to sneak in, and he didn't mind being exposed. In fact, it saved him the trouble of looking for someone. He simply chose to wait right there. Before long, a chaotic sound of footsteps echoed, and Shioz looked up to see an army of zombies approaching them. These zombies bore various strange stitching marks, and, lacking blood circulation, exhibited a ghastly gray-white complexion. Seeing these monsters made Brook shrink back behind Shioz in fear. Shioz felt this was unnecessary. He was far more terrifying than these creatures at the moment. Soon, the zombies surrounded Shioz and Brook. Brook drew his cane sword, his emotions shifting rapidly, which suited the Straw Hat Pirates well. Before Shioz could act, Brook charged forward with his sword. Surprisingly, Brook's swordsmanship was even more impressive than Shioz's. His fluid movements resembled a gentleman performing a tap dance. As he maneuvered through the zombie horde, he slowly closed his cane sword and bowed as if taking a final bow. Typically, when he performed this gesture, the zombie army would fall in unison. However, this time, not a single zombie collapsed. They even turned around and charged at Brook again. This frightened Brook, who squeaked and ran back to Shioz, hiding behind him once more. In fact, this outcome did not surprise Shioz. Brook shared a common flaw of the Straw Hat Pirates. He was too soft-hearted, and every strike he made failed to hit vital spots. His approach was somewhat restrained, aiming to incapacitate rather than kill. But this tactic had no effect on zombies. Their bodies were already dead, and their nerves were non-functional. To kill them, one had to destroy their heads. Clearly, Brook had not yet encountered zombies, which led to this error. In contrast, Shioz was much more decisive. He didn't draw the sword at his waist, Sakura 10, but instead raised his right hand, condensing a golden flame sword. Under Brook's astonished gaze, Shioz plunged the golden flame sword into the ground, unleashing a wave of scorching flames. All the zombies touched by the flames had their fats ignited, instantly turning into golden fireballs. As one zombie after another fell, shadows flew from the flames. They were the shadows imprisoned by Moonlight Moria. A scream echoed in the inferno as a flame flickered in the air, later rolling on the ground, tried to extinguish the fire on its body. Amidst the swirling smoke, a humanoid figure slowly emerged. It was Absalom, a high-ranking officer under Moonlight Moria, who had eaten the invisibility fruit. He had rushed in with the zombie army, intending to ambush Shioz from behind, but unexpectedly, Shioz had unleashed an area attack, forcing him to reveal himself. Seeing his zombie army being wiped out, Absalom realized he was no match for Shioz and attempted to vanish again. However, before he could activate his fruit power, Shioz appeared before him in a flash, grabbing his throat and lifting him off the ground. The sudden sensation of choking prevented Absalom from using his fruit ability, and his form gradually materialized. Looking at the animal-headed Absalom, Shioz felt utterly speechless. What kind of instance was this? Why was there not a single normal person along the way? Absalom, subdued by Shios, still attempted to resist. But as Shios tightened his grip, his struggles weakened, and his consciousness began to fade. Just as Absalom thought he was about to die, the sound of wooden clogs echoed from afar. The person Shios had been waiting for finally appeared. Casually tossing Absalom aside, Shios turned to face the newcomer, or rather, the approaching zombie. It was Frost Moon Ryoma, the strongest warrior of Wano, referred to as the Sword Saint by Kangshiro. Although what stood before Shios was merely a shell, the spirit of the Sword Saint could still be perceived. Shios murmured, "Frost Moon Ryoma." That is not me." The Ryoma zombie replied with a smile. "I have no connection to the owner of this body, but I can bear the grudge between you two. After all, I have received the favor of this body." Shios sighed, feeling somewhat disappointed, but he still drew Sakura 10 from his waist, hoping for a miracle. "Please take care of me," Shios said as he charged toward Ryoma. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was before Ryoma, executing a direct thrust. Brook watched in surprise. Why was such a powerful body employing such clumsy swordsmanship? Although Shios' attack appeared fierce, his steps and the trajectory of his sword lacked any form. The Ryoma zombie smirked disdainfully. If Brook could see the issue, then of course he could as well. Drawing his own sword, Autumn Water, Ryoma deflected Shios' sword with the back of his blade, angling the edge towards Shios' chest. Just as he thought he would succeed, Shios' left hand grasped the blade of Autumn Water. The pitch-black hockey enveloped his palm, making it difficult for the sharp blade to break through his defense, producing a sound of metal clashing. While his swordsmanship may not be impressive, his strength surpassed mere swordplay. Gripping Autumn Water, Shios raised a leg and kicked Ryoma's chest, sending him flying several meters, while Shios held onto the Autumn Water he had seized from Ryoma. Brook was stunned by this scene. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. Is this still a swordsman? Brook wondered, bewildered. What does such a strong person need a sword for? Ryoma's zombie was equally perplexed. Clearly, this person's swordsmanship was quite poor, yet his physical prowess was extraordinary. Had he known how strong he was, he would not have been so careless. Ryoma's zombie leaped into the air, angrily exclaiming, "Why do you use such despicable means?" To him, Shios' use of a sword was a sneaky tactic, portraying Shios as cunning. Shios shrugged. He didn't have such complex thoughts. At least this time, he hadn't intended to deceive anyone. "Sorry, I've only just started practicing swordsmanship and am a bit unskilled." After saying that, Shios examined Autumn Water in his hand. After hundreds of years of change, only this sword retained its original appearance. "I won't be returning this sword to you," Shios said to Ryoma's zombie. "If this is all you can do, giving you this sword would be an insult to its identity. It will stay with me." With that, Shios tucked Autumn Water into his waist, showing no intention of returning it to Ryoma's zombie. For a swordsman, having one sword taken by someone else was more humiliating than having one's wife run off with another. Without a doubt, Shios was humiliating the llama zombie. The llama zombie clenched his fists, his stitched mouth tight, but one could hear the sound of gritting teeth from within. He picked up a long knife from the ground, a weapon that had previously belonged to the zombies. The quality of the knife was naturally not high, with even some nicks on the blade, remnants of the pirate's weapons. The llama zombie held the knife with both hands, and a sword aura emerged around him, something Shios had never possessed. Only a sword master could wield such a sword aura, and the shadow within the llama zombie's body was at least that of a swordsman of swordmaster level. "I am angry now," the llama zombie said with rage. "I will make you pay." The llama zombie charged at Shios with small, measured steps, a rare, shuffling stride that was only used by a few warriors in certain regions. Steel cutting slash. The llama zombie executed a straight thrust, identical to Shios' previous attack, but slightly slower. However, the sword's body carried a sword aura. This was the attack of a swordsman, while Shios' earlier attack was purely a display of brute strength. As Shios watched the llama zombie come at him, he planned to counter with a strike to the lower body, using Sakura 10. His swordsmanship was not as exquisite as that of the llama zombie, but his observation and reaction abilities far surpassed those of his opponent. Sakura 10 was positioned to intercept the llama zombie's path, and given the stark difference in material between their swords, Shios believed that the llama zombie's long knife would likely shatter under this blow. However, when the long knife struck Sakura 10, it not only did not break, but Shios did not feel much force behind it either. With a crisp sound, the llama zombie's long knife retreated slightly, adjusting its angle to attack Shios again. The llama zombie executed consecutive thrusts, still capable of retracting power in his attacks. Shios was unsure of the technicality of this move in swordsmanship, but in physical techniques, such similar strikes were very difficult to master. They required the user to have a high level of body coordination to allow the second attack to be stronger than the first. Just when the Longma zombie thought he was about to succeed, a pair of pure white wings sent him flying, and the long knife fell from his hand. This was the clear difference in power, a very obvious disparity. Shios did not need to consider the Longma zombie's swordsmanship skills, or even his attack intentions. Relying on the perception abilities of Kenbunchika Haki and his powerful physical condition, he could instantly thwart all of the Longma zombie's offensive maneuvers. After sending the Longma zombie flying, Shios did not pursue the attack. If he wanted to defeat the Longma zombie, a single gold flame would suffice. There was no need for such elaborate measures. You really are pathetic, Shios scoffed. Using the body of Frost Moon Longma is truly an insult to him. You are not worthy of wielding his body. The Longma zombie slowly got up from the ground. Zombies do not feel pain and do not need to worry about physical injuries. However, Shios' sharp words made him particularly furious, causing his body to tremble. I am a swordsman, the Longma zombie said angrily. You can kill me, but you cannot insult me. You cannot insult my swordsmanship. Brook, upon hearing this, was deeply moved. As a swordsman himself, he could empathize with the Longma zombie's current helplessness. He even considered persuading Shios to dispose of the Longma zombie. However, based on his observations, Shios seemed to have other intentions, so he patiently continued to watch. Swordsmanship. You dare call this swordsmanship? Shios kicked the Longma zombie's fallen long knife over to him. Pick it up and let me see your swordsmanship, whether it is as powerless and weak as you are as a swordsman. The long knife landed in front of the Longma zombie, and recalling his previous 2 defeats, he felt a wave of humiliation. But he was a swordsman, no matter what. A swordsman dared to draw their sword, even in the face of an insurmountable enemy. The Longma zombie picked up the long sword and swung it at Shios once more. If this sword cannot kill you, I will take my own life, the Longma zombie declared firmly. Shios wanted to remind him that in his current state, taking his own life would be equivalent to being a coward. Even if he wanted to die, Moonlight Moria would not allow him to die. The shadow of a sword master would not be easy to obtain. Then I shall wait and see, Shios said indifferently, even sheathing Sakura 10, clearly looking down on the Longma zombie. In reality, Shios had already become somewhat serious. For him, the knife in his hand was not a source of power, but rather an obstacle that limited his abilities. The Longma zombie bent his waist, holding the knife horizontally at his waist, charging at Shios again. This time, it was no longer small steps, but a rapid stride that covered a greater distance. The 2 styles completely opposite. The former represented a swordsman who still had strength to spare, while the latter represented a swordsman who was ready to fight with all their might. Fierce Wind Absolute Slash. The Longma zombie unleashed several sword strikes in succession, the sword energy swirling in the air, forming a spiral airflow resembling a tornado. The multiple sword energy tornadoes swept towards Shios, and facing this sword energy attack, Shios did not dare to be careless. He lifted his right foot, executing the Marine 6 Styles Gale Foot, continuously dispersing the sword energy tornadoes. The gap between them was too great. Even when the Longma zombie put forth all his strength, he still could not inflict even a bit of damage on Shios. Under Shios' serious demeanor, he didn't even have the chance to get close. As the sword energy tornadoes were dissipated by Shios, the Longma zombie approached Shios. But what awaited him was the sole of Shios' shoe. The sole landed on the Longma zombie's face, and Shios chuckled. Let you come over. With a burst of force from his foot, he kicked the Longma zombie away, sending him flying amidst a cloud of dust, not knowing how far he had gone. Looking at the Longma zombie in the dust, if this still did not work, he would have no other options. Shios ignited a golden flame in his hand, ready to send the Longma zombie off. However, suddenly, a powerful sword intent erupted, completely different from before. It was grand and imposing, carrying a hint of a swordsman's pride. Shios knew this was what he had been looking for. The swordsman who could be called a sword saint, Frost Moon Longma of Wano Country. A figure rushed in from the distance, his hand sweeping past Shios' waist, and the autumn water fell into his hand. My sword is better off with me. Chapter 140. The actions of the shadow of Frost Moon Longma. The movements of the shadow were quick, and Shios wanted to stop him. However, when he intended to grab the shadow's hand, he felt that his speed was always a beat too slow. The distance that was obviously within reach was still unable to catch up to the opponent, until the other party withdrew their hand. Shios did not manage to touch the other party's body. The autumn water at his waist had already disappeared, and Shios looked ahead. The llama zombie held the autumn water, locking eyes with him. Yes, he was no longer the llama zombie, but a warrior of Wano country, known as the sword god, Frost Moon Llama. Shios softly spoke. Frost Moon Llama. Hee, what a nostalgic name, Frost Moon Llama said, tucking the autumn water at his waist before turning to Shios. I am Frost Moon Llama, a warrior of Wano country. Shios nodded and introduced himself. Major General of the Marine Headquarters, Shios, please give me your guidance. The Marine, a person from the world government. Frost Moon Llama said with some emotion. I never expected that, after waking up after hundreds of years, the first person I would meet would be someone from the world government. Evidently, Frost Moon Llama, who hailed from Wano country, held a deep resentment towards the world government. Shios was also aware of the reasons behind this. During the time of Shimatsuki Ryuma, his greatest achievement in Wano country was not slaying the dragon, but preventing the world government from intervening in Wano. He once kept the entire world's power at bay, which is one reason why Shios believed what Shimatsuki Kushuru said, that Ryuma was more than just a great swordsman. The Navy is not part of the world government, Shios explained. We uphold justice, not the order of the world government. Ryuma chuckled. What difference does it make? Those who don't dare to break free from their cages. Shios did not respond, but closed his eyes. And when he opened them again, an invisible pressure spread outward from him. This was the best explanation of Conqueror's Haki. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki spread in all directions. And Absalom, who was watching invisibly from the side, collapsed to the ground before he could react. His invisibility fruit's ability also disappeared, and he lay there with his eyes rolled back, looking like a dead dog, not far from Ryuma. Brooke felt Shios' Conqueror's Haki and only swayed slightly. Is this the might of a king? It's truly regrettable that my body cannot fully feel it. Similarly, facing Shios' observation Haki, Ryuma showed no reaction, merely tilting his head to examine Shios. This is your answer. I understand now. Conqueror's Haki is the best business card for a strong person. The opponent can sense the user's beliefs and will from the Conqueror's Haki. Therefore, after Shios used his Conqueror's Haki, Ryuma no longer spoke, silently drawing the sword Shuei from his waist. He confronted Shios. What you want to see still exists in this body. I hope it can satisfy you. The golden sword aura surged from Ryuma, and a black shadow line was severed by the sword aura. In a palace deep within the island, Moria, sitting on the throne, changed his expression. His most outstanding creation had gone out of control. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. He could clearly sense the shadow residing in the corpse, but could not control it. What was going on? Moria stepped down from the throne, feeling a sense of crisis, and decided to see for himself what was happening. A swordsman's blade can cut through everything in the world. Ryuma easily severed the control of Moonlight Moria. Just as he said, a swordsman's blade can cut through everything, whether tangible or intangible. Not to mention anything else. Just this move alone made Shios' journey worthwhile. A sword capable of severing devil fruit abilities is not something achievable merely by coating it with Armament Haki. Armament Haki can only allow the user to inflict damage on elemental users, but it does not directly interfere with the abilities of Paramecia users, let alone someone like Ryuma, who can directly cut off a user's abilities with a sword. While it seemed unbelievable, it also felt entirely reasonable. If he couldn't even do this, how could Ryuma stand against the world government? That was a force capable of mobilizing all the resources of the world, and gathering some strange users was not surprising. This feels much better. A swordsman cannot be pulled by the neck. The Ryuma zombie moved its limbs, a satisfied smile on its face, seeing that Ryuma was ready. Shios drew Sakura Ten from his waist and faced Ryuma with his sword. However, Ryuma did not strike, looking impatiently at Shios. You are not a qualified swordsman. Just put down your sword and use your real strength. This made Shios' face flush with embarrassment, but he followed Ryuma's words and sheathed Sakura Ten. For Shios, wielding a sword indeed limited his ability to exert his strength. It began. Ryuma held the sword with both hands and launched an attack on Shios, his figure constantly flickering, as if weaving between reality and illusion. Shios used his gaze to capture his figure, his pupils moving back and forth in their sockets, always unable to catch the trajectory of Ryuma's attack. Seeing this, Shios simply closed his eyes and used observation Haki to track Ryuma's movements. As darkness enveloped him, Shios saw a golden trajectory suddenly appear in the dark. He suddenly opened his eyes, his arms covered in Armament Haki, and punched toward the direction of the incoming golden trajectory. The sound of metal clashing echoed, and a flash of fire appeared in the night. Shuz's fist struck the blade of Chiao Shui perfectly. The two locked in a stalemate in the air, leaving Shuz astonished. He knew that his body was currently at its peak. The enhancement from the mythical Zoan type made him stronger than the vast majority of people. Ryuma was just a corpse, one that had been dead for hundreds of years. Even with Hogback stitching the body together, the strength of this body shouldn't be so outrageous. He had previously confirmed this when he faced the Ryuma zombie. The body's quality was barely comparable to that of a Navy Rear Admiral. Yet now, the power Ryuma was unleashing was comparable to Zephyr, and perhaps even stronger. Ryuma grinned. Your observation hockey training is quite good. After saying this, he swung his sword at Shuz, Chiao Shui chopping down from the air. Dragon slash. Shuz looked up, and the blade resembled a giant dragon racing down from the sky. Shuz did not choose to withstand it. Ryuma was not the Ryuma zombie, and he had not become so arrogant. He suddenly powered up his calves, using the Navy's 6 styles, disappearing from his spot and reappearing 10 meters away. However, even with a distance of several meters, Shuz still felt danger. He was still within the locking range of Ryuma's sword aura. Just as he was about to continue dodging, Ryuma laughed. You can't evade. Why not take a gamble? Shuz stopped dodging, took a deep breath, and his right arm hardened like iron, further solidifying his armament hockey. Heavy arm hammer. This was an advanced martial technique learned from Zephyr, purely relying on armament hockey and force to win, a technique that broke through skill with brute strength. 3 pairs of wings behind him flapped simultaneously, meeting the attack head-on. Ryuma's dragon opened its mouth, ready to swallow Shuz whole. Shuz's right arm, wrapped in armament hockey, was like an iron weight, blocking the dragon's throat. A strong shockwave erupted from the air. The dragon failed to swallow the iron weight, nor did the weight choke the dragon. This move resulted in a draw for both of them. Shuz wanted to take advantage of Ryuma's descent to launch a surprise attack. This was his fighting style, and also the advantage brought by his wings. However, before he could get close to Ryuma, several sword auras slashed toward him, preventing Shuz from moving any further. After dodging the sword aura attacks, Ryuma had already landed, calmly watching Shuz. As Shuz slowly descended with his wings flapping, his gaze fell on his right arm, where a very subtle blood mark marred the dark armament hockey. He was slightly inferior. Ryuma had broken through his armament hockey, something Shuz had never experienced before. Even when facing the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Shuz's armament hockey had not been cleaved by him. Is this the swordsmanship rule you master? Shuz spoke solemnly. Always being a line stronger than the opponent, it's hard to believe there is such ability. Shimatsuki Kushiro once said that a swordsman at the level of a sword saint would grasp the power to change the rules of the world. Shuz previously thought such a thing was too unbelievable. How could human power change the rules of the world? However, through battling Frost Moon Ryoma, Shuz truly felt this ability that could change the rules of the world through swordsmanship. From the very beginning, Ryoma took away Chiao Shui, and Shuz wanted to stop him, but he was always a beat too slow. In the recent clash of power, Ryoma's strength had surpassed him by a thin margin, effortlessly slicing through the armed color hockey, which was quite unscientific. 1 or 2 coincidences could still be explained as mere chance. But as the instances increased, Shuz began to realize the problem. Frost Moon Ryoma was only slightly stronger than him. You seem to know this. You must have met my descendant. Frost Moon Ryoma said with a smile. Although the rules of swordsmanship have circulated in Wano country for a long time, only I have reached this step, and most samurai do not believe it. After hundreds of years, the fact that it could still reach your ears is only known through my descendant's words. Shuz nodded. I learned this from your descendant, as well as the legendary swordsman of the Sword Saint realm. Are they doing well? Frost Moon Ryoma asked. Shuz paused for a moment, thinking about the situation of Frost Moon Jinsairo, unsure whether to say he was doing well or not. The Frost Moon family, as a noble clan in Wano country, had now fallen to the East Sea, becoming a dojo master. The students he taught were just a few children, which could be seen as a decline in family fortunes. However, considering Frost Moon Jinsairo's current state, this carefree life was also enviable. They left Wano country and opened a dojo in a small village in the East Sea, living a carefree life. Shuz said truthfully, your descendant, Frost Moon Jinsairo, is a great swordsman who has taught an outstanding disciple. Ryoma's expression became somewhat unnatural as he looked at the long sword at Shuz's waist and said, that disciple wouldn't be you, would it? Shuz's face darkened. He felt he was being looked down upon. No, it's someone else, Shuz replied irritably. If you stay here, you might still meet his descendant, a sword-wielding idiot with green algae hair. Hearing Shuz's description, Frost Moon Ryoma laughed, and said, "Sounds interesting. He should be a good swordsman." What kind of logic is that? Shios thought he was pretty good too, yet Ryoma hadn't praised him even once. "Since my descendant has left Wano country, it signifies the decline of the samurai spirit of Wano," Frost Moon Ryoma said with some sadness. "Although I knew this day would eventually come, I still want to see what Wano is like now." Although Shios had never been to Wano, he knew what it was like very well. The Wano ruled by Kaido and Orochi was completely different from the Wano of Frost Moon Ryoma's time. Therefore, Shios shook his head and said, "You wouldn't want to see the current Wano. Don't let the most beautiful things in your memories turn into bubbles. You are already dead, and you can't change anything." However, Frost Moon Ryoma said indifferently, "It's okay. I am dead, but the samurai spirit of Wano will not die. Have you seen a candlelight in the deep night?" Frost Moon Ryoma said seriously, "When everything around turns to darkness, the inconspicuous candlelight during the day will become people's hope, radiating warm light." Candlelight in the deep night? Shios' expression became somewhat dazed. If the era of great pirates is likened to a time of dark turmoil, then those of them who uphold justice as the Navy could be seen as the candlelight in the night. What about the identity of the samurai? Are they the ones moving forward with the candlelight or the lampshade surrounding the candlelight? And what is his mission? You are right. Shios looked at Frost Moon Ryoma. No matter when, there will always be flowers of hope blooming in the coldest places. Frost Moon Ryoma laughed heartily. "Navy, your name is Shios, right?" Shios nodded, and Frost Moon Ryoma continued, "I now feel that you will become an extraordinary swordsman." "I have always believed that," Shios said, gripping the Sakura 10 at his waist. "Then, as a swordsman, let's decide the outcome with the sword in hand." Frost Moon Ryoma sheathed Chiosue. "Do you know how to perform a drawing slash?" Shios nodded. He had been diligently practicing the drawing slash these days. The drawing slash is the most fundamental sword move for a swordsman, also known as Iajutsu. In Wano, two sword masters who acknowledge each other would agree to settle their differences with a drawing slash, and it is a life-and-death sword. "That's perfect." Ryoma took the stance to draw his sword. "Use your sword to tell me what you want to cut." Shios also assumed the stance for the drawing slash, holding the handle of Sakura 10. They both drew their swords almost simultaneously, two beams of sword light flashing. "Iajutsu! Iajutsu!" Their figures crossed, and Shios looked at the sword mark on his chest, thinking how this damned zombie wouldn't give him an inch. Shios knelt on the ground, while behind him, Ryoma sheathed Chiosue. "Very good. Keep up the good work in the future." The golden sword intent emanating from Frost Moon Ryoma visibly dissipated, and the brilliance in his eyes slowly faded, becoming the emptiness it was before. A black shadow line had unknowingly connected to him. "I will fight you to the death." Chapter 141. Moonlight Moria. Everything felt as if it had never happened. The samurai of Wano from that world, like brilliant shooting stars, once again streaked across the sky. As the only witness, Brook sighed. "As a swordsman, being able to witness such a duel makes my second life worthwhile. It is truly touching." After saying that, Brook pulled out a small violin from who knows where and began to play its emotionally rich strings. The melodious music filled the air, and Shios listened intently, ignoring the roaring Ryoma zombie. He now somewhat understood why Luffy wanted to have a musician on board. It was a very pleasant thing to hear beautiful music after a great battle, and it also allowed one to remember those respectable opponents. "Let's go," Shios said to Brook. "Leave this place. There is nothing worth lingering here." He glanced at the Ryoma zombie, choosing not to burn his remains and take them away. He considered himself an unqualified swordsman, leaving him here to encounter the true descendant of the Frost Moon family, who could bring light back to Wano. Shios walked up to Brook, and the two headed toward the harbor. At this moment, the Ryoma zombie's memories were still stuck on the scene of being ravaged by Shios. Although he was roaring fiercely, he had no intention of attacking. Absalom also slowly woke up, thinking of the previously terrifying scene, shivering in fear. Just then, Moonlight Moria flew in from a distance, pulled by the shadow bat, and upon seeing Absalom, he quickly jumped and called out, "Lord Moria! Lord Moria!" Moria saw Absalom and landed beside him, extremely worried. "Are you okay, Absalom?" After losing contact with the Ryoma zombie, Moria's greatest concern was for Absalom. Undeniably, Moonlight Moria was an utterly wicked pirate, but his care for his crew came from the heart. Both Absalom and Perona were sincerely looking after Moonlight Moria, which was one of his few redeeming qualities. "I'm fine, Lord Moria. That guy is very strong. You must be careful," Absalom said, pointing at Shoes. He then glanced at the Ryoma zombie, wanting to inform Moonlight Moria about the zombie's abnormalities. However, at this moment, the Ryoma zombie showed no signs of abnormality and behaved just as Absalom remembered. It was truly eerie. Moonlight Moria had noticed Shoes long ago, aside from Shoes. There were no other living people around. As for Brooke, in Moria's eyes, he couldn't be considered a living person, more like an accessory to Shoes. Just like the relationship between the Ryoma zombie and Moria, he thought this was a manifestation of Shoes' fruit abilities. "Hey, that guy, stop right there." Moonlight Moria called out to Shoes. However, Shoes had no intention of stopping and continued to walk towards the port at a leisurely pace. A mediocre warlord was hardly worth his attention. Brooke hesitated a bit. He had heard of Moonlight Moria's infamous reputation and wanted to warn Shoes to be careful of Moria. Shoes casually said, "Come on, you have a lot to do." Hearing Shoes' urging, Brooke stopped talking and followed him towards the harbor. However, their disregard was a great humiliation for Moonlight Moria. Ever since being driven out of the New World by the Beast Pirates, no one had dared to speak to him like this in the first half of the Grand Line. Did they really think his position as a warlord was bought with money? Moria was furious, and the shadow beneath him detached and quickly approached Shoes and Brooke. Hey, I will have Hogback turn you into ugly zombies," Moonlight Moria sneered. Absalom worriedly reminded, "Lord Moria, he is really strong." Moonlight Moria remained unfazed, and his shadow was about to grab Shoes. Just as the shadow was about to pounce on Shoes, Shoes' figure vanished from the spot and appeared right in front of Moonlight Moria in the blink of an eye. Moonlight Moria, who stood nearly 7 meters tall, found that Shoes, who was just over 2 meters, hadn't even reached his height. So, when Shoes appeared in front of him, his instinctive reaction was to reach out and grab Shoes. However, Shoes' movements were far quicker, with his arm covered in armament haki. He had developed the good habit of automatically covering his haki when dealing with ability users. Shoes swung his arm straight and slapped Moonlight Moria's face, the immense speed creating a sonic boom. The slap hit Moonlight Moria's face, and before the sound could travel, his body flew to the left like a human cannonball, plowing a deep trench into the ground. Moonlight Moria lay at the end of the trench, completely unconscious. Absalom shouted, "Lord Moria," and hurriedly ran towards him. Shoes shook his hand, treating it like he had just swatted a fly. There was nothing significant about it, just that the texture was a bit off. Suspecting it wasn't real leather, Moonlight Moria was not weak. As a warlord, his own strength was certainly not low. The reason he couldn't withstand a single encounter with Shoes was partly due to his carelessness, and also because Moria had a bias in his abilities. His strength lay in the development and application of his fruit. If it came down to a real fight, Moria's strength would still be quite considerable. However, battles among strong opponents are always based on physical attributes, with fruit abilities as a means of attack. Moonlight Moria's approach was akin to sacrificing fundamentals for trivialities, which might also be related to his past experiences. Back in the New World, the pirate crew, led by Moonlight Moria, was also a group of heroes, and he had a very robust physique at that time. He wasn't as bloated as he was now. He was likely a master of physical techniques. But unfortunately, he encountered Kaido, the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. His physical attributes were completely crushed, and all his crew members perished. Absalom and Perona were the only subordinates Moria had left after his defeat in the Grand Line. They were also his only subordinates. His past experiences had left him with severe psychological scars, leading Moonlight Moria to stop recruiting crew members and instead develop his zombie army, hoping to one day counterattack the Beast Pirates. However, all of this was one-sided wishful thinking. The gap between Moonlight Moria and Kaido was like the difference between clouds and mud. Even Jack, one of the calamities, was not someone Moonlight Moria could compete against. Shoes felt a bit emotional. The era of great pirates is not lacking in geniuses, but not every genius can grow. Only those who can accept and confront failure can better adapt to this era. He walked step by step towards the harbor, with many ghosts swirling around him. But they did not dare approach Shoes. These were all the spirits summoned by Perona. She was very scared. If the powerful Lord Moria could be dealt with by Shoes with a single slap, how could she possibly be a match for such a monster? But thinking of Lord Moria's reassurance, she still mustered the courage to warn Shoes. She hoped he would just leave. Shoes looked at the grayish ghosts beside him, whose appearances were not particularly ugly. Remembering the effects of their abilities in the original story, Shoes felt a chill. If he were to become like that, it would be necessary to clean up the witnesses for the sake of his own face. With this in mind, Shoes' finger ignited a white flame, and the surrounding ghosts panicked and fled from him. To verify the effect of the white flame, Shoes maliciously flicked the flame towards the ghosts. The white flame landed on the ghosts, melting them at a visibly rapid pace, like snow meeting fire. The ghosts twisted their bodies, emitting howls. Meanwhile, Perona, hiding behind a withered tree, let out a miserable scream. She looked at Shoes in terror, wondering why someone could harm ghosts and even hurt themselves through the ghosts. Perona felt she had encountered a lifelong enemy. Seeing that Perona's fruit ability couldn't take effect, Absalom's heart sank in despair, and he immediately activated his invisibility fruit, dragging Moonlight Moria's body away. Unfortunately, Moria's nearly 7-meter-tall body greatly limited his movement speed, and the footprints left on the ground were also very conspicuous. Shu smiled slightly, having no intention of continuing to trouble them. It was a chance for Frostmoon Ryoma to see his own junior. The Straw Hat Pirates could handle this side quest themselves. He turned to leave, looking at Brook waiting for him at the harbor, unsure if this guy would still board the ship. The world had changed a lot because of him, moving in a better direction. Shoes reached the harbor and jumped onto the barge with Brook, heading into the fog. They did not leave the Devil's Triangle Sea immediately. Brook still had things to do. Under his guidance, Shoes arrived at the shipwreck of the Rumbar Pirates. The ship was very old and looked quite dilapidated, with many damaged areas on the deck. Fortunately, some key parts had been repaired. Only the sole survivor, Brook, could manage to repair a pirate ship here. It has been a long time since guests came, and I have nothing to entertain you with. I am truly sorry. Brook bowed and said, "This is the resting place of my partners, and I welcome your arrival on their behalf." Shios nodded and bowed towards the direction of the ship's cabin. Through the damaged door, he could see scattered white bones inside, remnants of the Rumbar Pirates' crew. Brook said to Shios, "Wait here for a moment, I'll go fetch them." With that, he got up and went into the cabin, dragging out the skeletal remains one by one. Shios didn't help. He sat on the broken mast of the deck, watching Brook pull all the bones onto the deck. After a considerable amount of time, there were quite a few members of the Rumbar Pirates, and Brook counted several times to ensure no one was left behind. Once he finished, he dragged out a skeleton and said, "This is our captain, Brook, a very excellent captain. I hope you can send him off first." Shios nodded, golden flames igniting in his hands. He placed the flames on the bones, and the scorching fire quickly burned them to ashes, which Brook collected with a prepared vessel. Shios repeated this process many times until all the bones were gathered. The containers Brook used for the ashes were quite mixed. There were jars used for spices on the ship, and some other objects of unknown use. These are almost all the vessels available on the ship. They were all my good companions, Brook said nostalgically. At the moment of my death, they still smiled and bid me farewell, even though they were already emaciated, like skeletons with skin. Shios nodded, indicating he understood. As he burned the bones, he did not see any signs of blunt force trauma on them. There were no cracks in the bones. This meant that the crew of the ship had not turned on each other until the very last moment. In the struggle for survival at sea, this was a rare occurrence. When there was no food and fresh water, companions could sometimes be more terrifying than hunger in this dark, desolate place. Shios and Brook placed all the vessels on the barge, and after finishing this, Shios ignited the Rumbar pirate ship. Brook watched the pirate ship disappear in the flames, tears welling in his eyes. It's so sad to be crying, yet not shed a single tear. Shios patted his shoulder, a gesture of comfort to Brook. Brook quickly adjusted his emotions, and under his guidance, the barge sailed away from the Devil's Triangle. The sunlight once again shone on the bow of the ship, the warm light uplifting the mood. Brook began to sing loudly, the sun, you're truly a beautiful lady." Shios smiled slightly. Lying on the deck, surrounded by the urns of ashes Brook had piled up, living in such comfort, he wished to stay like this until everything settled down. However, one must face reality. Before Shios could rest for too long, the intercom on him crackled to life. "Sir, have you come out?" Gal's voice came from the intercom. The magnetic field of the Devil's Triangle was special, and the intercom signal could not penetrate it. In this regard, the transponder snail indeed had a significant advantage, being able to ignore the interference of planetary magnetic fields. Shios took the intercom and said, "Yes, I've come out." Gal quickly responded, "Then I'll send someone to pick you up. Please stay where you are. We'll be there shortly." Shios replied with a simple and hung up the intercom. The effective communication range of the intercom was only about the size of a small island, so since Gal could contact him, it meant they were not too far apart. Finding his whereabouts was only a matter of time. Brook, hearing Shios on the phone, stared at the intercom in a daze. Is this the current transponder snail? It looks quite unique. Shios shook his head. No, just a little gadget. Are you going to see La Boone at Reverse Mountain? Brook nodded, looking at the ashes on the deck basking in the sun with Shios. Yes, I want to bring all my companions to see La Boone until we are back. Shios nodded. When my people arrive, this ship will be given to you, and I'll leave some milk for you to replenish your bones. Brook's bones appeared somewhat dull, which was a sign of malnutrition. Brook chuckled. Thank you for your help. If you have time, come to Reverse Mountain to visit us. Laboon and I will definitely treat you warmly. Gal and the others arrived sooner than Shios expected. While leaving Brook plenty of milk, Shios also gifted him 10 million berries. Brook exclaimed it was too much, but his body honestly accepted the berries. Chapter 142. The Longing for Technology After Bidding Farewell to Brook. Shios and Gal wandered on the sea. Gal cautiously asked, Sir, do you have any plans for the future? Shios did not respond, glancing at Gal, who quickly looked down in fright. I'm not inquiring about your whereabouts. I just want to know how I can assist you. Shios shook his head. Don't be too nervous. I'm not as scary as you think. He gazed out at the distant sea and said, I just don't know where to go. Gal looked at Shios in confusion. This world was vast, with 4 seas and 2 segments of the Grand Line, and there were plenty of places to go. How could he not know where to go? Of course, he didn't dare to say this directly. He only silently pondered in his heart that the thoughts of big shots were truly hard to guess. The thoughts of big shots are difficult to guess because one is not in their environment and does not know what they are facing. For example, Shios, whose identity meant that as soon as he appeared in public, the world government's gaze would follow closely. As soon as he stepped into the new world, the 4 emperors of the sea would pay attention to his every move. The news of Shios defeating the Golden Lion in the East Blue had spread throughout the world, and unlike what he had done before, the Golden Lion was top tier in both identity and strength. Pirates knew that there was a marine major named Shios, and they also knew he was not inferior to a marine admiral in strength. In the future, it would not be so easy to do anything secretly. Furthermore, although Shios came out under the pretense of seeking relaxation, he could not really ignore everything. Finding a deserted island to take a vacation without a care in the world was not an option. There were matters waiting for him to attend to. With a light sigh, Shios' gaze shifted to the sky. He hadn't been to Sky Island in a long time and didn't know what it was like there. I want to take a trip to Sky Island, Shios said to Gal. Gal wanted to say, I'll go with you, to cling to Shios for a sense of presence. But upon hearing that Shios wanted to go to Sky Island, he quickly shook his head, abandoning this seemingly enticing idea. Are you going alone? Gal cautiously asked. Shios nodded. I'm going alone. Have someone help me keep an eye out for a pirate named Marshall D. Teach. Gal breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't going to Sky Island, it was fine. He waved to call over a subordinate, asking him to prepare paper and pen, writing down the name Shios mentioned to ensure he understood correctly. This was also where Shios appreciated Gal. He was quite meticulous in his work. In the pirate world, names were rarely repeated, but it was not entirely absent. When Shios saw the name Gal wrote, he corrected 2 characters and then said, his current name may not have it yet. If you hear the name Marshall Teach, it could also be him. Shios described Blackbeard to Gal. The most notable feature is his black beard, along with his identity as a former member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Blackbeard Teach was not well known during his time in the Whitebeard Pirates, and very few people knew his name. Therefore, Shios couldn't tell Gal right away that Blackbeard Teach was once part of the Whitebeard Pirates. This could only be used as a means of identification. I understand, Gal nodded. If I get any news about this person, I'll have someone follow up immediately. The combat power of the family organization had always been a shortcoming, and Gal did not propose the idea of controlling Teach. Informing Shios about his whereabouts was the only thing they could do. Shios acknowledged with a sound and fell silent. There were several considerations for keeping an eye on Blackbeard's news. The first was the mission entrusted to Shios by Admiral Sengoku, to find a suitable opportunity to kill Blackbeard. This was an official duty. Secondly, there was Shios' own need to find out how Teach could use 2 devil fruits and whether he could learn from it. This matter was very important because Shios still had the Thunder Fruit. In Shios' view, the natural type Thunder Fruit was not much inferior to the Quake Fruit. As for the performance gap between Enel and Whitebeard, that was clearly a matter of the person. Moreover, Enel was not that incompetent. He simply debuted too early and happened to encounter Luffy, who bore the protagonist's halo, and thus inadvertently went offline prematurely. Since they were going to the Sky Island, they needed to adjust their course to leave the Devil's Triangle and head to Gaia Island. Gaia Island was the coordinate of the Sky Island on the surface, and only in the waters near Gaia Island could Shios fly up to find the location of the Sky Island. The voyage would take time, but fortunately, Gal and the others had the permanent record pointer for Gaia Island, which greatly shortened the travel time. As a strategic resource, Gal had not bought many permanent pointers, only for some important islands. Even so, he spent a lot of money to establish connections in the black market, which allowed him to purchase the permanent pointers. Shoes looked at the permanent pointer in Gull's hand. Ironically, it was a military supply in the hands of the Navy. Such military supplies, which were hard for a major general like him to obtain, had somehow ended up in the black market of the Sabati archipelago, indicating that the Navy was not as clean as he had perceived, especially in terms of military supplies. The world government intervened in the Navy's personnel to control military supply, and even Sengoku could not intervene too much. After spending 3 days, they traveled nonstop from the Devil's Triangle to Gaia Island. The ship docked at the port, and the staff at the dock warmly welcomed them. Due to the connection with the Sky Island, Gaia Island was very important to the family organization, and most of the shops and public facilities on this island were controlled by the family. Therefore, upon seeing Shoes and the others, the workers on the island were particularly enthusiastic. After docking the ship, Shoes took Gull ashore and headed straight for a restaurant on the island. It was still the familiar restaurant, and Shoes sat at the bar and ordered 2 cherry pies. Life at sea could not be so satisfying, and the family organization was not a pleasure mechanism. Even if they wanted to provide Shoes with a good experience, the facilities on the ship did not support it. After a week of eating sea fish, Shoes felt a bit nauseous. Thinking about going to the Sky Island soon, where the food was not much better, Shoes decided to take a moment to ease his stomach before considering the matter of going to the Sky Island. After the meal, Shoes did not linger on Gaia Island and flew to a sparsely populated area to ascend into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the clouds. The last time Shoes came to the Sky Island was a long time ago. In fact, the time span was not that long. It was just that Shoes had been busy with many things. Returning to the Sky Island, he felt a sense of disorientation as if he had been away for ages. The personnel at the border of the Sky Island, upon seeing Shoes, naturally did not dare to be negligent, and quickly came out of the duty room to personally welcome him. "God, you have returned." Shoes nodded and ignored his enthusiasm, spreading his wings and flying towards the God Island. Since Shoes returned the God Island to the Shandians, many Sky Islanders chose to settle on the island. However, in the face of the harsh ecological environment, after the novelty of the land wore off, they chose to return to the Angel Island to live. Now, those who remained on the God Island were the angelic craftsmen gathered by Gonfur, who were developing the technology left behind by the Moon People. Therefore, upon arriving at the Sky Island, Shoes' first target was the God Island. The God Island was not much different from when he left. Most of the island was still covered by forests, but there was a very modern mechanical factory in a small area in the center of the island. This was the result of Gonfur's efforts. When Shoes was there before, the mechanical factory was still a draft, and he didn't expect that in this time. Gonfur had already developed a prototype. It must be said that the Sky Islanders, who did not like conflict and fighting, were indeed very talented in scientific research. Shoes flew towards the center of the island, and before he could reach it, his observation Haki sensed a hint of danger. He slightly dodged to the right, and several flashes of fire flew past him, which surprised Shoes. The speed of these fire flashes was much faster than that of cannons, and ordinary people might not be able to dodge them. After the first wave of attacks, Shoes' observation Haki no longer sensed any threats. He landed at the center of the island, where Gonfur, accompanied by a Sky Islander, came to greet him. "God, I apologize for startling you." Gonfur knelt halfway on the ground and said, "Just now it was our developed defense system. The Mine Network identification device is not yet complete, which mistakenly identified you as an enemy." The Sky Islander quickly knelt down, tearfully saying, "Please forgive my mistake, grant me another chance." They were still living under Enel's oppressive rule, and they felt very frightened by such an offense. Seeing this, Shoes waved his hand. "It's fine. You can go about your work. Gonfur and I have something to discuss." The Sky Islander sighed in relief, bowed several times to Shoes, and then left in trepidation. "That is the cannon you developed recently. It's quite good." Shoes gestured for Gonfur to rise. "But such things are not of much use." "How is the communication technology one asked you to develop progressing?" Shoes had seen many cannon technologies, whether it was the Navy's standard cannons or the Pluton from Alabasta, or even the yet-to-be-released Pacifista. These technologies did not significantly enhance individual strength. They mainly served large powers. Even if the Navy obtained such technology, it would not be of much use because their financial and material resources were limited. Only the world government and the Revolutionary Army liked such technologies. Compared to these, Shoes was more looking forward to the development of communication technology. "I know this is just some small gadgets made by the researchers to prevent large beasts on the island," Gonfur explained. "As for the communication technology you mentioned, we have developed it to a certain stage. It can now achieve long-distance communication, but it requires the establishment of signal-based stations. To achieve long-distance communication with radio technology, A medium is needed to help propagate the signals. Laying down lines was too unrealistic. Shu's knew his own financial situation. Compared to most powers, the family organization could be considered wealthy. But wanting to lay lines worldwide would require financial resources that a single organization could not bear. At the very least, it had to be undertaken at the national level to carry out such a livelihood project, especially in a natural environment of the pirate world. It is difficult to ensure that the routes are not destroyed by large beasts, and maintaining and protecting them requires a lot of effort. Therefore, during the initial development, Shus asked Gonful to study base station and satellite technology. The research difficulty of satellite technology is too high, even with lunar technology support. The technological gap of the Sky Island people is too severe, and it will take a long time to develop artificial satellites immediately. However, the Signal Base Station project has made relatively smooth progress and can now be put into mass production. Gonful took Shus to see the Signal Base Stations they built, which were not much different from the signal tower Shus had in mind, with the size customized according to the distance they needed to cover. The wider the coverage area, the larger the signal tower. Shus was very satisfied with this. He didn't need to establish signal base stations all over the world. As long as he could create a few information networks, he could revitalize the communication within his family organization. Currently, the biggest problem for the family organization is information blockage. The drawbacks of telephone bugs are too significant, and their price is high, making it impossible to popularize them among every member. Even if Gal later copied the Quran Tezelo, there would be no financial concerns, but he still couldn't buy too many telephone bugs. This is because this thing is a semi-controlled item, and the biggest seller is the world government. There are no major issues with small batch purchases, but large batch purchases would put them on the CP organization's blacklist. So until today, only a few important members of the family organization have telephone bugs, and they're all single-line connections to Gal's telephone bug. Shus asked, "Do any of the people I brought have knowledge of base station technology?" Gonful nodded and said, "2 people can build the base station components, and a few others can assemble the base stations. If you want to bring the technology to Qinghai, you'll need to produce the components on Sky Island." At this point, Gonful took Shus to visit their mechanical workshop. Inside those workshops were several sets of mature mechanical assembly lines, with Sky Island people operating in front of the machines. Looking very sci-fi, Gonful brought Shus to a production line where the conveyor belt was processing base station components. As you can see, to mass-produce base stations, we need to establish a production line like this in Qinghai. So far, only a portion of the Sky Island people can build such a mature industrial system. Gonful sighed. It's hard to believe that our ancestors possessed such powerful capabilities. Shus nodded. Through visiting the mechanical factory, he also noticed some less optimistic situations. The family members he brought, the younger ones could keep up with the research speed of the Sky Island people, while some older family members could only assist. It wasn't that Gonful and the others intentionally isolated them. It was just that the Sky Island people had an exceptional talent for research, as if these things were engraved in their bones. With a little study, they could master the technology left by the lunar people. Select some Sky Island people. Later, I will take them to Qinghai, Shus said to Gonful. Tell them not to worry. Since I can take them down, I can bring them back. Gonful nodded, supporting Shus's decision. Research and development require material support, and the resources on God's Island have somewhat limited the research speed, necessitating a broader research space. As research technology progressed, Gonful also understood the reasons behind the decline of their ancestors' scientific and technological advancements. The Sky Island lacked sufficient materials for research, and many things needed to be obtained from God's Island. This was also the reason they fought against the Shandians hundreds of years ago. Their yearning for land came from an innate desire for scientific and technological advancement. Chapter 143. Establishing a base. Just when Shus thought that establishing a factory in Qinghai would require him to transport everything little by little, Gonful appeared with a completed hot air balloon. Looking at the octopus hot air balloon designed as a sphere, Shus suddenly remembered that the Sky Island people had this technology. It wasn't that the Sky Island people couldn't reach Qinghai. Rather, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to return. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the local Sky Island people had an instinctive fear of Qinghai. After Shus repeatedly assured them, the Sky Island people finally agreed to go with him to Qinghai, willing to believe in the god they worshipped. Therefore, Shus didn't need to worry too much about the work of going to Qinghai. Gonful was already planning it. Some needed parts and semi-finished products were loaded onto the hot air balloon, ready to head to Qingdao at any time. Upon returning to God's Island, Shus's disciple Aisha received the news and clung to Shus, unwilling to leave. "Master, how long will you be back this time? Are you going to Qinghai? Aisha blinked her eyes and asked. Since following Shoes to learn martial arts, Aisha's body had developed rapidly. In just a few months, she had grown quite a bit. Master, can you take me to Qinghai? Looking at Aisha following behind him with a pair of pleading eyes, Shoes shook his head indifferently. No, I could take you later, but not now. Shoes thought about the tumultuous environment at sea in recent years and decided it was best not to let Aisha get involved in these matters. Aisha was a bit unhappy, pouting as she followed Shoes. Seeing this, Shoes rubbed Aisha's head. Aisha has a more important task. How's your progress with the 6 styles? Have you taught it to the older brothers and sisters in the clan? When he left Sky Island, Shoes had taught Aisha the complete Navy 6 styles and allowed her to teach it to the Shandians. At that time, Aisha hadn't fully mastered the Navy 6 styles, and Shoes didn't know how her progress was now. In fact, for a child Aisha's age, learning the Navy 6 styles was a bit premature. Their physical functions had not yet fully developed. The foundation of the 6 styles is the iron block, as it is the only technique that strengthens physical strength among the 6 styles. The other 6 styles require a certain level of physical strength to execute the martial arts techniques. Therefore, if a child does not have special racial talents, their physical condition may not allow them to master the 6 styles. Since Shoes had taught the Navy 6 styles to Aisha, it indicated that Aisha was capable of learning it. The Shandians already had superior physical qualities compared to normal humans, having lived on Sky Island for hundreds of years. Their descendants had long adapted to the environment of Sky Island. Whether it was bone density or organ tolerance, they far exceeded normal humans. Aisha was also an outstanding representative among the Shandians. As long as she trained diligently, mastering the Navy 6 styles would not be an issue. Hearing Shoes' words, Aisha happily stated that she had mastered all the techniques of the 6 styles. In that case, can Aisha show master? Shoes smiled, wanted to test Aisha's learning results. After all, she was his first disciple, and Shoes hoped she could go further. Of course, let me demonstrate moonwalk first. Aisha leaped into the air, creating a moonwalk air barrier, and in an instant, she was above the treetops. However, being still young, and since moonwalk is a very physically demanding technique, Aisha couldn't maintain it for long and soon fell from the sky. Just as she was about to land, she kicked out a whip-like kick toward a nearby tree. Her small leg kicked out a pressure blade, precisely the air pressure wind blade of the gale foot, and although it was much smaller, the force was not significantly different. The pressure blade struck the tree, leaving a 1-finger-deep mark. Aisha's actions didn't stop. She quickly followed up with 2 finger guns. Her little fingers struck the trunk, completely penetrating it, indicating that her power was quite impressive. Yuebu, Lanshu, and Jiguan were all demonstrated once. After that, Aisha used the shave technique on the ground again. After using it, the little girl was completely exhausted. She squatted on the ground, panting heavily, but still stubbornly got up to demonstrate the paper drawing to Shiosi. No need, you've already done very well. Shiosi shook his head and said, to master the 6 styles at your age, you're doing better than your master. His words were heartfelt. Judging solely from physical talent, his qualifications were far inferior to Aisha's. This does not even take into account the gap in hockey. Aisha had awakened her observation hockey naturally, possessing the qualifications for advanced observation hockey, a gap that Shiosi would find hard to bridge in his lifetime. He once saw someone say that One Piece is just an adventure life of a group of rich kids. At that time, he scoffed, believing that as long as one had a dream, they could sail like the Straw Hat Pirates. But only through personal experience would one understand that some gaps are enough to bring despair. Fortunately, his identity wasn't bad. He had a reliable uncle and had obtained a powerful devil fruit. Will the master take me to the Blue Sea? Aisha blinked her eyes and asked. What bad intentions could child have? She was trying hard to show that she was working diligently to prove it to Shiosi. Shiosi still firmly shook his head, but seeing Aisha's pitiful appearance, he relented and said, you can't run around. I'll take you down to have a look. Aisha smiled, her big eyes squinting. Thank you, master. I'll go tell Grandpa the chief. After saying that, Aisha hopped away. Not long after, Aisha brought the chief of the Sandia people to find Shiosi. The old chief looked in good spirits, seeming like he could live for a long time. Are you going to take Aisha to the Blue Sea? Shiosi nodded. She really wants to see it, so I'll take her down for a visit. We won't go too far. The old chief nodded. With you around, I can rest assured. If it weren't for my body being unable to endure bumps, I would also want to go see the Blue Sea. Although the old man's spirit was good, his body had reached a frail age. Traveling at an altitude of 10,000 meters was not easy. Shiosi bluntly said, you should rest here. When the day comes that your time is near, I'll take you down to have a look. The old man laughed heartily at this, not blaming Shosi, but instead patting Aisha's hand and saying, Aisha, no matter how beautiful the scenery outside is, this is home. Aisha nodded thoughtfully, while Shosi shook his head and smiled, knowing what the old man was worried about. He was concerned that Aisha might not come back. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that Aisha had great talent and would surely become the backbone of the Sandia people in the future. If Aisha stayed in the Blue Sea and didn't return, it would be a great loss for the Sandia people. Right now, with Shosi around, the Sandia people and the Sky Island people were living in peace, but who could say what would happen in the future? Not to mention that the Sky Island people were already reviving technology. Those powerful firearms were something Shosi looked down upon, but for the Sandia people, they were a huge threat. As the head of the tribe, the old man's vision was the farthest, and he was also calculating the future of the tribe in his heart. He hoped Aisha would stay in the Sky Island. The Sandia people needed Aisha and her offspring. Regarding such matters, Shosi had no right to interfere. The decision lay in Aisha's hands. Whether she chose to go for her dreams in a broader world or stay in the Sky Island for her tribe, Shosi would support her choice. After sending off the old man and Aisha, Gonfu reported to Shosi, God, we are almost ready. The first batch of supplies can set off at any time. Shosi nodded. This matter needed him to handle it personally. I understand, Shosi said to Gonfu. Wait until dark. I'll take you all to the Blue Sea. To avoid exposing the secret of the Sky Island, Shosi chose to take everyone to Kaya Island at night. At that time, he would contact his family on Kaya Island in advance and have them hold a large bonfire party at night. The firelight would be their beacon. Time passed quickly. When night fell, the octopus hot air balloon was already waiting at an altitude of 8,000 meters in the White Sea, ready to head to the Blue Sea at any moment. Shosi and Aisha sat in the hot air balloon, looking at the stars in the sky, while below was a pitch-black world. Master, will I stay in the Sky Island in the future? Aisha suddenly asked. Apparently, after returning, the chief and Aisha had communicated. For the still young Aisha, her tribe was important, but the exploration of the unknown world was equally important, which made her hesitate, seeking Shosi's answer. Well, Shosi looked up at the sky. This was a very difficult question to answer. Aisha, have you ever thought that the Sandia people don't necessarily have to stay in the Sky Island? Shosi said to Aisha, you're different from the Sky Island people. The roots of the Sandia people are in the Blue Sea. Coming to the Sky Island is just an accident. Shosi explained, whether it was initially to fulfill the promise of our ancestors or because there was no way to leave the Sky Island. Those are no longer issues now. Why not try to leave the Sky Island? Aisha was stunned. She hadn't expected such an answer. The question of why the Sandia people couldn't leave the Sky Island had never occurred to her. Since her memory, the Sandia people had always lived in the Sky Island. Whether it was previously avoiding the pursuit of the Sky Island people or facing the judgment of the old god, she had never thought of leaving the Sky Island. I never thought about this question. Aisha shook her head and said. She just wanted to ask Shosi for an answer, but unexpectedly, Shosi posed an even bigger question to her. Shosi rubbed her head. When you figure out this question, you'll know the answer to the previous one. Although it was somewhat of a topic shift, it was as Shosi said. When Aisha understood why the Sandia people had to stay in Sky Island, her own question would also have an answer. Shosi couldn't answer her question, but he could provide her with a way to find the answer. As the octopus hot air balloon descended, flickering lights appeared on the sea surface. Among them, one large firelight was the most dazzling, and that was Kaya Island, their destination. The biggest problem with the hot air balloon was that it couldn't adjust the wind direction. Shosi had initially planned to pull the hot air balloon himself. However, Gonfu told Shosi that it was unnecessary. The wind shells abundant in the Sky Island could solve this problem. With the adjustment of dozens of large wind shells, the hot air balloon landed on the back of Kaya Island, where the waiting family members hurriedly came forward to greet them. However, there were still some unexpected issues. The Sky Island people who came to the Blue Sea had some difficulty adapting to the environment in a short time. They actually experienced oxygen intoxication. This greatly surprised Shosi. How could he have forgotten this? People from low altitudes couldn't handle the hypoxia at high altitudes. And suddenly coming from high altitude to low altitude could also lead to oxygen intoxication. Aisha, however, was not greatly affected. Her physical condition was excellent, allowing her to quickly adapt to the environment. But those Sky Island researchers had no physical quality to speak of. They were all so tired they could barely open their eyes. Seeing this, Gonfu approached Shosi and said, God, it seems there are some problems. We need time to adapt to the environment of the Blue Sea. Shosi nodded. The work would have to be postponed for now. The base was chosen to be located on Kaya Island, which was directly below the Sky Island, facilitating communication between the two places. Gaia Island is originally a temporary resting place, with no local residents. Those who come and go are mostly passersby, and some people doing business here. The shops on the island have already been mostly replaced by the family organization, and the entire island is under the control of the family organization. A professional team will soon come to Gaia Island to carry out geological surveys and excavation work. The main factory will be underground, which will take some time to process, just enough for the researchers on the empty island to adapt to the environment. The family members unloaded the items from the hot air balloon. The octopus hot air balloon returned to its original form without temperature heating. Gal approached Shoes and saw a little girl beside him, who was quite close to Shoes. "Sir, this is..." Before Shoes could speak, Aisha introduced herself. "I'm the master's disciple. You can call me Aisha." "Oh, wow." Gal's eyes lit up as he quickly searched up and down, not knowing where he pulled out a gold bracelet and stuffed it into Aisha's hand. "This is a meeting gift from your uncle for our first meeting." Not shying away from Shoes in doing this, Gal now earns a substantial salary, so having some spare cash is not surprising. Aisha looked at the gold bracelet and then handed it to Shoes. "For your master." She remembered that Shoes had collected gold on the empty island, so she didn't hesitate to give the gold. Gal gave her to Shoes. Shoes shook his head and put the gold bracelet on Aisha's wrist. "You don't need to give it to me. The master doesn't lack gold right now. And it looks nice on you." The skin tone of the Shandians is very suitable for gold accessories, as their ancestors also used gold as adornments. Aisha looked at the gold bracelet on her wrist, her eyes revealing a hint of joy. She turned around and bowed to Gal in thanks. "Thank you, uncle." Gal waved his hand quickly. No, as long as you like it. There are many treasures with your uncle." The family organization quickly cleaned up, and the large hot air balloon left no trace at all. Shoes was also taken by Gal to a hotel that had been prepared long ago to rest. Along the way, Aisha looked around curiously at everything. The next day, Shoes asked Gal for the permanent pointer to Gaia Island and took Aisha out to play. In such a vast world, wandering alone is quite boring, but having someone to accompany makes it much less dull. Aisha was held in Shoes' arms, and the two casually chose a direction, wandering aimlessly, stopping to play wherever they found interesting places. When they encountered pirates committing crimes, Shoes would also let Aisha participate in the battle to hone her physical skills. Chapter 144. 3 months quietly passed since Luffy set sail. During this time, Shoes returned to the Alabasta Navy base and brought Aisha to meet Kyle. When Kyle saw Aisha for the first time, he was momentarily stunned in disbelief, quickly running through the known races in his mind to identify which race had the ability to reproduce rapidly. Fortunately, Shoes didn't let her gossip for too long, introducing Aisha's identity to Kyle and squashing any suspicions in the cradle. Once the misunderstanding was cleared, Kyle showed great enthusiasm toward Aisha. He personally took Aisha on a tour of the Navy base and shared many stories from his military career. This not only made Aisha fond of Kyle, but also made her admire the justice that the Navy has always upheld. It sounds really cool, doesn't it? In a world full of villains, only the Navy protects the weak and upholds justice on the seas, with a background aura that is quite heavy. Moreover, given the previous living conditions of the Shandians, Aisha longed for the Navy, which protects the weak. Soon, Aisha was clamoring to join the Navy. Shoes silently watched all this without saying much. Only when it was just him and Kyle would he remind Kyle, "There's no need to do this. Whatever Aisha chooses to do in the future is fine. She doesn't have to become a Navy officer." To this, Kyle was much more perceptive than Shoes. "Don't say such nonsense," Kyle interrupted. "Rather than letting her become a pirate in the future, it's better to guide her toward a clear path early on." Kyle stared into Shoes' eyes and asked, "If she really becomes a pirate in the future, will you kill her at all costs?" Shoes wanted to say he could, but looking into Kyle's eyes, he knew he couldn't. "You are different from Admiral Akainu." Kyle looked away. "Even if Aisha becomes a pirate in the future, you can't kill her with your own hands. I can't just watch you face a dilemma in the future." Shoes fell silent. He knew Kyle was right. If Aisha became a pirate in the future, he would likely turn a blind eye rather than kill her without hesitation like Akainu. "Thank you," Shoes said to Kyle. Kyle smiled slightly, turned around, and said, "You say thank you to me too much. I'm tired of hearing it. Say something else next time." Shoes looked at Kyle's back, hugged her waist from behind, and buried his head in her hair. "It's so good to have you." Faced with Shoes' sudden attack, Kyle was momentarily stunned. Then a smile blossomed on her face. She reached out to stroke Shoes' cheek and said softly, "Not bad. You're not a hopeless fool." Shoes didn't stay at the Alabasta base for too long. The laboratory on Gaia Island was about to be completed, and there were many things waiting for him to handle. By the way, during this time, there's something very important. That is, the Straw Hat Pirate King, Luffy, set sail. Earlier than expected. Shoes had been keeping an eye on Luffy's movements. At the very moment he set sail, someone delivered the exact time to Shoes' desk. Luffy did not keep the world waiting long, quickly making a name for himself in the East Blue and naturally recruiting pirate members. It was still the same few from the original story. There were no surprises there, and it's hard to tell if it's the mysterious power of the world. While in the East Blue, Shoes had Daisai and others eliminate the Dragon Pirate group. So logically, Nami had no reason to interact with Luffy. However, from known intelligence, after the Dragon Pirate group was no longer a nuisance, Nami began trading oranges in Kokoyashi Village, relying on her excellent sailing skills to do quite well and gain some fame in the East Blue. It was then only natural for Luffy to take an interest in her. Whatever happened specifically by the time she appeared, Nami was already a member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Shoes was not surprised by this. Luffy's brainwashing skills need no elaboration. After chatting about dreams a few times, it would be strange if Nami didn't get on board. The era of great pirates has never lacked pirates. Luffy's emergence of large pirate groups raised the bounty to a level that was once again on par with those leaving the East Blue. A bounty of 30 million berry. This amount is not particularly impressive on a global scale, but it at least counts as a well-known pirate. After learning about Luffy's identity, Kyle also began to educate Aisha to prevent her from becoming a second Luffy. When it came to Luffy becoming a pirate, Kyle was quite emotional. Who would have thought that the grandson of the Navy hero Garp would become a pirate? For the morale of the Navy, Kyle didn't plan to tell too many people about this. As for whether anyone at the higher levels of the Navy knew, it was probably not the case. Because Shios and the others knew the ins and outs of the situation, in addition to focusing on key points, they also had intelligence provided by the family organization, which allowed them to grasp the dynamics at the first moment. The Naval High Command had too many matters to handle daily, and the intelligence system was constrained by the world government. It was possible that only one day Garp would read about Luffy in the newspaper and realize that his grandson had gone to sea and fulfilled his childhood dream. In fact, if you think seriously about it, the possibility is still quite large. The first time Luffy and Garp met was when Luffy defeated the warlord Crocodile, making a name for himself in the Grand Line, and Garp rushed over upon hearing the news. Of course, whether Garp knew or not didn't matter much. Being able to raise the son of a revolutionary army leader, why would he care about having a pirate king for a grandson? As long as it wasn't the day he was hanged, Garp might not even recognize his educational failure. Shios brought Aisha back to Gaia Island without taking a ship. Relying on the permanent pointer for navigation, Shios flew and stopped along the way, taking only half a day to get from Alabasta to Gaia Island. Landing on the backside of the island, Shios arrived at a mountain wall, took out a walkie-talkie to give a signal, and the wall slowly opened to both sides. A 3-meter-high, 10-meter-wide rectangular tunnel appeared before him. This was the mechanical factory they had built on Gaia Island. It took 3 months to hollow out half of Gaia Island to construct this large mechanical experimental base. The base had several entrances. The one Shios entered was the mainland entrance, used for transporting large goods. Correspondingly, there was also an underwater entrance and exit at the seabed. Gal had obtained coding technology from the Sabeti archipelago. Ships could transport materials silently through this coding. The first batch of base station components had already been produced, and these days were the time for delivery. It wouldn't be long before the first communication line from Gaia Island to the Alabasta Naval Base would be established. Subsequently, communication lines would be set up, radiating from Gaia Island to the first half of the Grand Line. For this reason, the family organization also began to recruit new members on the existing basis. This matter was being handled by Gal, and it was said that most of the new members were unfortunate people persecuted by pirates. When Shios first heard this, he thought Gal had discovered his conscience and wanted to do something good to show off. Later, Shios realized he was overthinking. The main reason Gal recruited these people was that they had no ties and were suitable for the intelligence line of work. Moreover, only those who had experienced darkness would know the importance of light. The family organization was there to bring light back to them. Such a significant change caught Shios off guard, but he still expressed praise for Gal's actions, because Shios understood that there was nothing wrong with what Gal was doing. It was essentially a win-win situation. It was better for these people to join the family organization than to be sold into slavery or die on some cold, starving night. At the very least, the family organization had not made the family members do anything outrageous since its establishment, and their living conditions were even better than those of the Navy. The tunnel sloped downward. Shios led Aisha to the end, where there was another metal iron door. The iron door slowly opened from the inside, and Gal stood at the entrance with a smile. "Sir, you're back." Shios nodded and entered the base with Aisha. He was very familiar with this environment, having watched it be completed. There was no need for Gal to lead the way. Shios took Aisha to the command room of the base, where Gonfer and a group of Sky Island people were coordinating the overall situation. "God, you're back." Gonfer and the Sky Islanders bowed to Shios. Ever since he learned about Shios' enormous power in the Blue Sea, Gonfer's loyalty to Shios had increased another level. "How's the progress? Can the first batch of goods be smoothly handed over?" Shios looked at the conveyor belts in the machine room, which were working on the first batch of base station components. Gonfer replied confidently, "No problem. Our production line is perfect, and we have all the materials we need here." When they were on Sky Island, scientific research was often limited by materials. The rare metals from God's Island were not widely available, and many heavy metals needed for industry could not be met. For this reason, Gonfer had been searching for alternative materials using the manual left by the Moon people. However, the results were not very good, and experimental accidents frequently occurred. After arriving in the Blue Sea, with Gal providing material assistance, all the world's resources opened their doors to him. Even the unique sea prism stone from Wano country was acquired by Gal through the black market for Gonfer. This once again proved the saying, "Money can make the devil push the mill." What the family organization lacked the least right now was money. In such a perfect experimental atmosphere, some Sky Islanders were no longer eager to return to God's Island. They wanted to explore the mysteries of science on Gaia Island. Shios naturally supported this wholeheartedly. If it weren't for the fact that Sky Island's safety was very good and Shios had to keep something in reserve for everything, he would definitely bring all the researchers to Gaia Island. "That's good. After the first batch of goods is completed, I will take you back to Sky Island," Shios said to Gonfer. Gonfer had a deep affection for Sky Island, and since Sky Island also needed someone to coordinate the overall situation, after the work on Gaia Island was completed, Shios would let him return to Sky Island. Perhaps after a while, the Straw Hat Pirates would also take a stroll around the mechanized Sky Island. By then, facing the scene before them, it was uncertain what expressions the Straw Hat Pirates would have. As night fell, a batch of ships with coated bubbles sailed into the base. Many people disembarked from the ships. The first thing they did after getting off was to kneel before their sole parent under Gal's leadership, the Supreme Shios. Shios didn't even know when he had been mythologized by these family members. Especially in the eyes of those newly joined unfortunate people, Shios was seen as a savior. Coupled with how the Sky Islanders referred to Shios, they also began to support him with this title, calling him a god. Watching the crowd kneeling before him, Shios tried to calm his emotions, gesturing for them to rise. After thanking Shios for his great kindness, they finally stood up from the ground. Under Gal's command, the first batch of base station components was distributed onto the ship. Once all the materials and equipment were ready, these people once again knelt before Shios before departing the base. They wanted to take advantage of the cover of night to sail away from Gaia Island, so that even if someone noticed, they wouldn't focus on Gaia Island. After they left, Shios' expression was still somewhat dazed. This was not the first time he had been called a god, but the attitude of these people towards Shios was completely different from that of the Sky Islanders. The respect of the Sky Islanders for the god was a reverence for a leader and a strong person. In contrast, the family members who had just knelt before him displayed an all-consuming fervor. Shios believed that even if he ordered them to die, they would not hesitate to take their own lives. This kind of scene left him feeling fearful. "Sir, you don't need to worry too much." Gal noticed something was off with Shios and explained, "Their respect and love for you come from their yearning for hope. You are their hope for survival. For those who have nothing, being able to grasp something, even if it's something imagined or fictional, will provide them with a genuine sense of security. The problem isn't you. It's this era." This was the first time Shios looked directly at Gal. Garl was originally a member of the Baroque Work Society, the most ruthless senior officer, MR3. At that time, Garl was cruel and unscrupulous, and he initially submitted to Shios out of fear of his immense power. However, now, this man has undergone an unconscious transformation. That saying is true. The position determines the perspective. Where you sit determines what you can see. As the leader of the family organization, Garl can clearly see the essence of this world, the decay beneath the power of money. No one understands better than him, a bottom-tier figure, just how rotten this world has become. "I understand." Shios turned and left. "Tell Gonfu that I am waiting for him outside. He needs to calm down, even if he knows he shouldn't show such emotions at this time." Leaving the base, Shios sat by the sea on Gaia Island, watching the waves crash against the shore. He is now the one pushed to the forefront, with many people behind him urging him forward. These people may have good intentions, malicious intentions, or even be acting unintentionally. Just like the waves crashing against the island. Even they do not know whether they will turn into spray or drown the obstacles in front of them. God, can we leave now? Ganfu arrived behind Shoes, with Aisha standing next to him. Aisha had been in Qinghai for a while and should return to Sky Island. Before she comes of age, Shoes does not want her to be too involved in ground affairs. Shoes stood up. Yes, we will go to Sky Island now. After saying that, he took out the prepared basket. Aisha and Ganfu sat inside, and Shoes took them up to the Sky Island, soaring above 10,000 meters. Chapter 145, Arrival at Water 7. The wireless base stations on Sky Island and Gaia Island were established early on. In the future, Ganfu will be able to coordinate the research progress between Sky Island and Gaia Island without having to shuttle between the two. Shoes will no longer need to act as a bridge for communication between the two. After sending Aisha back to the Sandia tribe, Shoes rubbed her head again and instructed, "You must not only study martial arts well, but also learn knowledge from Grandpa Ganfu. Aisha can definitely do it." Aisha pouted, looking quite unhappy. Learning martial arts is fine, but why does she have to learn knowledge from Ganfu? The Sandia people won't use that stuff anyway. To this, Shoes just smiled slightly and told her to ask the Sandia chief. The latter would understand his good intentions. Returning to Gaia Island, before Shoes even landed on the island, the radio at his waist rang. Answering the call, it was Garl. "Sir, we found the person you asked us to keep an eye on." Garl said excitedly, "This person is extremely cunning. We sacrificed 3 family members to track his whereabouts." Shoes had previously instructed Garl to keep an eye on Blackbeard's movements, but there had been no news. He thought he would have to wait for Blackbeard to come to Gaia Island and then gamble in a restaurant, but Garl surprised him. "Wait a moment, I'll be at the base soon." Shoes quickened his pace and soon arrived at Gaia Island, entering the base through a secret passage. Garl was waiting in the hall and immediately displayed the information about Blackbeard on the screen upon seeing Shoes. "This is the person the Sir is looking for, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division." Garl explained. This person disappeared after killing Whitebeard's 4th Division captain, Ace, and reappeared in the Sabati archipelago, recruiting the notorious bounty hunter Giza's buyers. Following that, Giza's buyers' information appeared on the screen, with subtitles detailing his past achievements and major events he participated in. Garl's expression was serious. "A phantom beast user like you, sir, is always in demand on the black market. If the other party learns of your news, they will likely scheme against your fruit ability, so please be very careful." Shoes nodded, signaling Garl to continue flipping through the information. The screen flickered again, showing 3 figures simultaneously. Without Garl explaining, Shoes already knew their names: Lafitte, Poison Q, and Van Augur, the initial entrepreneurial founders of the Blackbeard Pirates. He didn't expect Blackbeard to gather his people so quickly. It seems he's been up to something during his period of hiding. The specific intelligence about these 3 is still unclear and will take some time to investigate, but they are all current companions of Blackbeard, Garl said. The intelligence network of the family organization has its significant shortcomings, mainly because the family members generally lack strength, resulting in a low level of infiltration into the new world. This is also why Garl was able to obtain accurate information after Blackbeard appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. "I need to know his movements in the short term. Where can I ambush this guy?" Shu said calmly. "Water 7, Garl said without hesitation. "Currently, it seems that the next stop for the Blackbeard Pirates will be Water 7. They need to get a pirate ship." Shoes nodded, now that he knows Blackbeard's location. It will be easier. At this stage, Blackbeard is still in his developmental phase. His strength is decent, but he hasn't reached the level of the 4 pirate emperors yet. If he doesn't take the opportunity to confront him now, when will he? "Prepare a ship and a log post for me." Shoes stood up and said, "This time, you won't come with me. I can't guarantee your safety. Stay here and prepare the components for the second batch of base stations." Garl's expression was somewhat conflicted. Thinking of the terrifying strength of the Blackbeard Pirates, he was a bit worried about Shoes. "Sir, do you want to wait a bit longer? The Sky Island side is researching powerful weapons. They might help you." However, Shoes was very firm and did not think that the weapons researched on Sky Island would be of much help to him. "No need," Shoes said firmly. "Even if I can't defeat them, I want to escape. They won't be able to keep me." The Seraph indeed grants Shoes tremendous mobility. Given the geographical features of the pirate world, as long as he wants to leave, very few people can stop him. Seeing that Shoes had made up his mind, Garl no longer insisted and began to arrange items for Shoes' journey. Shoes did not leave through the underwater passage underneath the base, as the ship Garl prepared for him was not coded and could only depart from Gaia Island's harbor. There was no need to worry about being exposed. No one would pay attention to such a small vessel. Garl bid farewell to Shoes at the port, wanting to say something but hesitating. Just as Shoes was about to leave, he finally blurted out, "Sir, the family has recruited a swordsman. His strength seems quite good and has helped us solve quite a bit of trouble. I'll have him meet you." Shoes did not believe that the family organization could recruit any masters and immediately refused. "No need. Just don't cause me trouble. It's fine. I'll just have him wait at the port to assist you. At least it will be some backup," Garl quickly said. "When you're out, it's better to be prepared. You are our hope now." Looking at Garl's sincere expression, Shoes nodded but reminded him, "Don't bring too many people. I can't take care of them." Garl quickly nodded. "I understand. I won't cause any trouble for you." After bidding farewell to Garl, Shoes set sail. Garl, standing at the port, waved to the port owner and asked, "Is that swordsman very strong?" The boss pondered for a moment. "I don't know either. You know our level. How can we discern the strength of others? Anyway, the family members who are with him all say they are not his match." Gal rolled his eyes helplessly. He was more aware than any one of the family's capabilities. If it were just a matter of being stronger than them, it wouldn't count as anything impressive. However, thinking about how difficult it was for Shios to agree to let someone accompany him, he took out the phone bug to remind his family members in the distance to arrange specific matters. The radio base network had not yet been established, so at this stage, the family organized long-distance communication primarily through the phone bug. Some confidential information would be transmitted using encrypted codes or delivered in person. But given the current situation, there was clearly no need for such complicated measures. After leaving Gaia Island, Shios set off alone for Water 7. He had been trying to avoid Water 7 because CP9 was there and the world government had too many spies in that area, making information about the underworld too sensitive. Now that Gulan Taizolo was capable of such things, Shios had nothing to fear. After all, he was going under the pretext of taking down Blackbeard, and it would be quite reasonable to take out a CP9 member along the way. With this mindset, Shios had few concerns now and no longer acted timidly as he did in the past. Soon, he arrived at the port of Water 7. Water 7 was already leaning towards the latter half of the Grand Line, not far from the Navy headquarters at Marineford, and the public order here was among the best on the Grand Line. As the largest shipbuilding island in the pirate world, Water 7 had a thriving economy. Countless ships arrived at the port every day, with visitors of all kinds, whether pirates or merchants, coexisting peacefully in the city. Therefore, Shios' arrival did not alarm anyone. He quietly disembarked and handed the ship's rope to a dock worker. "Sir, are you here to buy a ship?" A child ran up to Shios, a bubble of snot still hanging from his nose, gazing at him with innocent eyes. Shios assessed the child. It was quite rare to see such a young island guide. Most maritime journeys led to unfamiliar islands, likely visited only once in a lifetime, leaving travelers unaware of the local conditions. This gave rise to a profession, island guides, who were usually locals familiar with the island's environment and had knowledge of routes unknown to others. The most island guides could be found in the Sabeti archipelago, where they would take guests to the appropriate small islands based on their needs, even introducing them to black market auction sites. Thus, island guides not only needed to be familiar with the terrain, but also had to possess some resource channels. Shios politely declined. "I'm here to find a friend. No need for a guide." The child looked a bit disappointed, but still raised his head with a smile. "That's okay. If you need anything, you can find me." Looking at the child's innocent smile, Shios felt a bit touched and reached into his pocket to pull out a large denomination of belly. "Do me a favor. My friend is coming to Water 7 to buy a ship. Can you take me to the best shipyard here?" Shios stuffed the belly into the child's pocket. The child felt the belly in his pocket, and his smile brightened even more. "The best shipyard in Water 7 must be Dock 1. I'm very familiar with it. I'll take you there right away." Shios instinctively reached out to pat the child's head, but remembered that this wasn't Aisha, so he withdrew his hand. On the way, the child introduced Shios to the scenery along the road. "My name is Boss, and I've lived on Water 7 since I was little. If you plan to stay here for a long time, you should definitely consider hiring me." Boss introduced himself. "I won't recommend any expensive projects to you. For someone like you, those activities would be a waste of time." "Someone like me?" Shios curiously assessed Boss. "How do you know I'm someone important?" Boss blinked his eyes. "Anyone who can sail alone to Water 7 must be a powerful person. Aren't you?" This was a judgment based on a lower-level understanding. Anyone who could sail alone in the harsh environment of the Grand Line was certainly a well-known figure. As for why he wasn't worried that Shios was a pirate, it was because pirates couldn't cause trouble without reason in Water 7. Otherwise, they would be boycotted by all the shipwrights, which was one of the unwritten rules of the sea. Moreover, Boss thought Shios looked very handsome, His mother said that good-looking people are usually very gentle. Shio smiled. I can't say I'm important. I'm just a poor soul struggling to survive in the cracks. Boss was very enthusiastic and chatted with Shio's a lot, but he didn't inquire about Shio's identity. He displayed a good sense of propriety, which made Shio's feel a bit of fondness. They arrived at Dock 1, the best shipyard in Water 7, where many people came to buy ships. Boss looked at the dense crowd, feeling a bit distressed about how to help Shio's find his companion. Uncle Shio's, why don't you wait here for a while? Boss said to Shio's, I know Uncle Turstone from Dock 1. He's one of the 5 foremen there and should know about your friend's whereabouts. No need. Shio's shook his head, taking out a gold coin and placing it in Boss's hand. Stay home today and don't go out. Keep your mom company. This is your reward from Uncle. Boss looked at the gold coin in his hand with a surprised expression. It was his first time receiving such a large service fee. Uncle Shio's, I don't need this much money. Boss tried to return the gold coin to Shio's. However, when he looked up, he could no longer see Shio's figure. Holding the gold coin in his palm, Boss committed Shio's appearance to memory and ran towards home. Shio's watched Boss run away, a faint bitter smile appearing on his lips. He was only in his 20s, yet he was already being called uncle, which was quite ironic. He rubbed his face and thought not to dwell on it. Young people should be more vigorous so that kids would call him Big Brother. Looking at Dock 1 in front of him, Shio's knew he hadn't come to the wrong place. In the noisy crowd in front of the shipyard stood the person he was looking for, Blackbeard Teach and his subordinates. At this time, Teach had not yet taken on the imposing demeanor of a warlord after the Marineford War. He looked like an ordinary pirate, even resembling the natural airhead Luffy in some aspects. Shio's told Boss to head home early because he was worried about accidentally hurting Boss during the confrontation with Teach. As for whether to make a move at Dock 1, Shio's was still considering. Dock 1 was a key infiltration point for CP9, although he claimed not to care about the world government. Why create trouble for himself if he could avoid it? In the crowd, Blackbeard Teach laughed loudly. No way. The money we brought isn't enough to buy a ship. Why don't we find some uncles and tie them up to set sail? Q, leaning against his sick horse, weakly complained. What a misfortune it is to follow such a lousy captain. We can't even get a ship. Upon hearing Q's complaint, Teach was not angry and continued to laugh. Once we become warlords, we'll be able to demand a warship from the world government. At this time, Teach had already made a deal with the world government, with Ace as his bargaining chip, and the crew was aware of Teach's plans. After all, Ace was the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace. Fan Oka said calmly, does the captain have confidence in dealing with him? We can't handle such a dangerous guy. Ace is no longer a rookie pirate. He is the renowned Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the most likely candidate to inherit Whitebeard's position. Fire Fist Ace is just a kid, Blackbeard sneered. We can't make a move on him yet. We're too close to the New World. We need to wait a little longer. Chapter 146, Battle with Blackbeard Pirates. The Water 7 is too close to the New World. The reason Ace has been chasing Blackbeard all this way is not that he can't defeat Ace, but because previously in the New World, he couldn't make a move against Ace. The Whitebeard Pirates are extremely powerful in the New World, and no one knows this better than Blackbeard, who was once one of them. Even when they reach the Grand Line, they need to stay away from the New World before he dares to act against Ace. Moreover, with their current strength, it seems unlikely to determine a victor in a short time. Let's go back and rest. I feel like someone is watching us. Fan Oka scanned the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. However, the sniper's instinct told him that they were being watched. The muscular baggies looked around, but couldn't figure out. Really? I didn't notice anything. Blackbeard chuckled, believing in Fan Oka's intuition. These were his excellent crew members, all of whom were quite capable. It might be the world government's people, Blackbeard said nonchalantly. The Water 7 has been peaceful for so long thanks to the support of the world government. If it weren't for the fact that we can't turn against the world government right now, I'd really want to steal a ship from the dock. They are pirates. Ruthless pirates. Who cares about rules? The captain is talking nonsense again. Poison Q yawned. Master Tom has too high a reputation among shipwrights. And Water 7 is a sacred place in the hearts of all shipwrights. If we cause trouble here, no one will repair our pirate ship in the future. Blackbeard, being called out, felt no embarrassment and scratched his head, saying, oh, just joking. I really want to buy a big ship. The group walked out of the crowd and headed toward Small Inn. Shoes took a distant glance, but didn't follow immediately. He waited until night fell before arriving at the inn. Pushing open the door, he found the Blackbeard pirates sitting in the hall waiting for him. What a letdown. Baggies pushed the berries on the table toward Fan Oka. They had just been betting on whether anyone would come tonight. Clearly, Baggies lost and wanted to vent his anger on Shoes. Hey, were you watching us during the day? Baggies approached Shoes and reached for his shoulder. Kid, which faction are you from? Baggies exerted force but couldn't budge Shoes at all. Shoes glanced at Baggies and swiftly swung his right hand, landing a punch on Baggies' abdomen. The size difference between them was significant. Baggies was over a meter taller than Shoes. When he grabbed Shoes' shoulder, his large hand looked like it was grasping an apple. However, facing the punch, Baggies had no time to react and was sent flying. Baggies, who was thrown out, got up from the rubble, being a renowned fruit hunter and a member of the Blackbeard Pirates. Such a level of attack naturally couldn't truly injure him, but Shoes' actions undoubtedly trampled on his dignity. To show off in front of his companions, Baggies let out a roar and lunged at Shoes. Bastard! I'm going to tear you apart. Baggies charged forward, his 3-meter-tall body resembling a human tank, and the ground shattered under his weight as he pounced toward Shoes. For the ferocious Baggies, Shoes didn't even bother to lift his eyes. 3 pairs of feathered wings exploded behind him as he simply extended his right hand and pressed Baggies' head down into the floor. Can you be a bit quieter? I don't like talking to noisy people. Shoes lifted Baggies with one hand and threw him toward the watching Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard observed Shoes' transformation. Such obvious fruit characteristics could only belong to that Marine, the newly famous Marine Captain Shoes, who defeated the Golden Lion Shiki. Applause erupted in the room as Blackbeard clapped his hands and stood up. Marine Headquarters Captain Shoes, I wonder what business you have with me. Baggies wanted to charge again, but was stopped by Poison Q. Despite Poison Q's sickly appearance, he commanded respect from the Blackbeard pirates, including Blackbeard himself. Shoes looked at Blackbeard. He wanted to kill him right now, but the orders from Sengoku were to capture Ace alive before finding an opportunity to kill Blackbeard. Ace's identity is very sensitive. The Navy has to consider too many things when capturing Ace, and it's not easy to succeed. If it were the Navy Admiral capturing Ace instead of Blackbeard, Ace would definitely not let the battle escalate to a life-or-death stage. Only Blackbeard's hatred is the most effective means to restrain Ace. Therefore, even though Shoes wanted to act and capture Blackbeard, he still suppressed his eager thoughts. I'm here to discuss some matters with you, Shoes said calmly. Blackbeard chuckled. Discuss matters with me? The Navy and I have no cooperation, and there's nothing to talk about. The cooperation between the world government and Blackbeard was not communicated through the Navy, and the achievements were only unilaterally reported by the world government. In the eyes of those powerful pirates, the Navy is merely the hounds of the world government, and they disdain direct dealings with the Navy. I really want to know about the dark fruit. Shoes fixed his gaze on Blackbeard. You probably don't want to reveal the news about acquiring the dark fruit just yet. Blackbeard's expression turned serious as Fan Oka raised his spear to aim at Shoes, and Poison Q also perked up. You know something you shouldn't? Blackbeard said with a fierce expression. I now give you 2 choices. Join us or die here. Blackbeard didn't know where Shoes got this information. The news about him using the dark fruit was only known among the Whitebeard pirates. They only knew he had stolen a devil fruit, but they didn't know what kind it was. Besides a few crew members present, he hadn't told anyone else. Blackbeard believed that none of the crew members present would betray him. They were all scoundrels with grand ideals, very unreliable yet remarkably dependable. To prevent the information from leaking further, he gave Shoes 2 choices. Join them or die here. Regarding Blackbeard's choices, Shoes sneered, Join you? A guy who can kill his own companions? Who knows if you'll stab me in the back? His words were meant to sow discord among the Blackbeard pirates. Killing one's companions is not uncommon among pirates. Many pirates claim they don't care. However, when it comes to their own companions, knowing such a past, how could one completely disregard it? Blackbeard chuckled, saying nothing. Ha ha ha. The captain knows you well. It wouldn't be bad to recruit you as a crew member. We're in need of people right now. The sniper Van Oka of Blackbeard's crew raised his gun and said, Fate has tied us together. Join us, or the bullets will connect us. Van Oka aimed his gun at Vis, a qualified sniper, whose gun always had to be pointed at the enemy. Ha ha, forget it. Blackbeard chuckled. The Navy isn't bad enough. They're not suitable for us scoundrels. I have a more suitable candidate. What a disgusting way to refer to yourself, Captain. Navy. How about an apple? The sickly-looking Q, known for his explosive apples, tossed an apple to Shoes. Looking at the bright red apple sent by Q, it resembled the poisoned apple given by the evil queen to Snow White. The poisoned apple from the queen only put one to sleep. If lucky, one might meet a prince and wake up, but Q's explosive apple was not so gentle. Shoes caught Q's apple and took a bite. Not bad, thanks for the apple. A bite mark appeared on the apple, not the expected explosive apple. Q expressed some regret. What a lucky guy, you might not die here today. His explosive apples weren't all poisonous. Perhaps in one bag, there would be 1 or 2 normal apples, but most of the time, it was hard to draw that lucky apple. With the sound of a gunshot, the battle officially began. The first to attack was Van Oka. As Blackbeard's sniper, he lacked the patience expected of a sniper. A bullet shot from his long gun, but Shoes merely tilted his head to dodge the attack. Then Baggies, unwilling to be outdone, charged at Shoes again, his massive fist smashing toward him. Shoes retaliated with a heavy punch aimed at Baggies, and the two fists collided mid-air, creating a violent shockwave. The shockwave rippled out, instantly tearing apart the wooden end, splintering wood flying through the air. Baggies let out a painful roar, clutching his bloodied right arm, his face contorted in a grimace. Q pressed down on Baggies' right arm, his eyes narrowing. Fortunately, the bone isn't completely shattered. Saying this, he took a pill from his sick horse and shoved it into Baggies' mouth. Don't show off anymore. You're not his match. His physical prowess is terrifying. Baggies swallowed Q's pill, his resentful gaze tinged with a hint of desire. So this is the power of the mythical Zoan Devil Fruit, truly an addictive strength. As a master of physical arts, Baggies was likely to obtain a powerful Zoan Devil Fruit. This was also the reason he became a fruit hunter, seeking a powerful Zoan Devil Fruit or an ancient-type Devil Fruit. As for the rare Mythical Zoan, he didn't dare to think about it. Now, a Mythical Zoan Devil Fruit lay before him, and Baggies knew Blackbeard had the ability and means to deprive others of their fruits. Therefore, he felt very excited, greedily looking at Shoes. What a disgusting gaze. Seeing the greed in Baggies' eyes made Shoes feel nauseous. Golden flames burned in his hand, and a slender golden sword appeared. Judgment. The fiery sword slashed toward Baggies, the intense flames compressing sharply, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The shockwave, carrying the golden flames, rushed toward Baggies, aiming to annihilate him in one strike. With Q beside Baggies, Q's expression changed slightly in response to Shoes' fierce attack, cursing under his breath. Captain. Blackbeard chuckled, extending his hands in front of Question Darkwater. A black vortex appeared in Blackbeard's palm, swallowing all the burning golden flames as if they were absorbed by a black hole. The same ability as Ace. How interesting, Blackbeard laughed. Looks like I can practice on you before catching the captain. Shoes frowned. Although he had anticipated Blackbeard's fruit ability, the situation was more troublesome than he expected. The golden flames, while his mythical ability, were also an energy attack, and the dark fruit's restraint on energy meant this battle would be quite limited. At that moment, the surrounding houses began to light up, with many civilians peeking out from their windows. Some mysterious figures were also hidden on the rooftops. They were the CP organization of the world government, concealed in Water 7. Shoes' observation, Hockey, sensed more and more people approaching, and he immediately flapped his wings and flew into the sky. 2 gunshots rang out. It was Van Oka's attack. Shoes anticipated the trajectory of the bullets and evaded them in midair. If you don't want to see your news on tomorrow's world headlines, then come after me. Shoes threatened. His flying height wasn't too high, and his speed wasn't too particularly fast, allowing Blackbeard's crew to keep up. Blackbeard understood Shoes' meaning. If he didn't follow now, Shoes would expose the news of him consuming the dark fruit. This would be detrimental to his future plans. After a brief hesitation, Blackbeard gritted his teeth. Catch up to him. We can't let him leave just like that. Q summoned his sick horse, which, despite being on the verge of death before, was now particularly energetic. Mounting his horse, the group galloped after Shoes. The onlookers, seeing the wreckage of the inn, realized these were not people to mess with, and immediately turned off their lights to sleep, no longer inquiring about the matter. Only the CP organization of the world government lagged far behind Blackbeard's crew, wanted to see what they were fighting over. Water 7 was too sensitive. Any conflict could not be overlooked, and that was part of their job. Once all the lights were out, in a low house, Boris opened a window and looked in the direction Shoes had left. Although he only saw a blurry figure, Boris had a feeling that the flying birdman was the uncle who had given him gold coins during the day. Boris, close the window. It's too dangerous. Boris obediently nodded and reached out to close the window. Mom, I think I saw the uncle who gave me gold coins during the day. Is that so? I hope yes, okay. They were just ordinary people who only wanted to live ordinary lives. Shoes led Blackbeard's crew to a beach where there was an abandoned dock, a very open area suitable for them to take action. He landed on the beach, waiting for the rest of Blackbeard's crew to arrive. He didn't have to wait long before Blackbeard's crew came in a grand fashion, with Q's horse breathing heavily. Q took an apple from his backpack and stuffed it into the horse's mouth, which chewed eagerly, completely unconcerned about whether it would explode. What exactly are you here for? Blackbeard stared at Shoes. During the run, he thought a lot and couldn't guess Shoes' intentions. At first, he thought Shoes was after the dark fruit, but later, he reconsidered. Shoes already had a mythical Zoan-level devil fruit, so the allure of the dark fruit shouldn't be that great. Not to mention that a devil fruit user couldn't consume a second fruit, and couldn't discard a fruit they had already used. In fact, Blackbeard had a bold guess in his heart, but that guess was too audacious, and he wasn't entirely confident in its success. Shios had no reason to know these things. Even if he did, what difference would it make? Faced with Blackbeard's questioning, Shios wanted to ask Blackbeard why he was able to consume 2 devil fruits. However, at this stage, how could he explain such a question? If he were to tell Blackbeard that he knew his ambition was to take down Whitebeard and become a dual user of the dark fruit and the tremor fruit, Blackbeard would not only refuse to tell him how to obtain the power of 2 fruits, but would also fight him to the death. Therefore, Shios never intended to learn this from Blackbeard. He wanted to capture Blackbeard and bring him to the Gaia Island laboratory to study his physical constitution. If conditions permitted afterward, he would arrange for an accident to let Blackbeard escape, or more straightforwardly, kill Blackbeard and have someone impersonate him and capture Ace, completing the subsequent plans of Sengoku and the world government. There were many ways to solve this, but right now, the priority was to capture Blackbeard. Drawing his sword, Sakura 10. Since the mythical ability was ineffective, Shios did not plan to make too many attempts. He knew that besides his devil fruit ability, he was also a powerful martial artist and a swordsman trained by several masters. Seeing that Shios had no intention of answering, Blackbeard's expression darkened, and he waved his hand for his subordinates not to interfere, facing Shios alone. What an unpleasant guy, Blackbeard muttered under his breath as he launched an attack on Shios. Many people forget one thing. Before obtaining the dark fruit, Blackbeard had fought against red-haired Shanks and had achieved considerable results. Although neither of them had reached their peak power at that time, it was enough to prove that Blackbeard's physical prowess was not lacking. Furthermore, his killing of Whitebeard's pirate crew's 4th Division captain, Thatch, in order to seize the dark fruit also demonstrated Blackbeard's martial skills. Therefore, Shios did not underestimate the approaching Blackbeard. Instead, he was on high alert. Draw and slash. Shios seized the opportunity to draw his sword, executing a very standard draw and slash, completely unrecognizable from his previous clumsiness. This was a gift from Ryoma, the Frost Moon. The last sword strike Ryoma delivered to Shios not only recognized Shios' identity as a swordsman, but also taught him how a true swordsman should wield a sword. That was an insight from the realm of the Sword Saint. Although it couldn't instantly elevate Shios to that level, it significantly advanced his foundational skills. Coupled with the time spent on Gaia Island, where Shios practiced diligently every day, his swordsmanship was no longer at the level it once was. The blade light was as cold as water, and a streak of cold light slashed towards Blackbeard. Blackbeard, unfazed by the incoming strike, covered his hands with armament haki and grabbed Shios' slash with his bare hands. This was Sakura 10 from Shiki the Golden Lion. Blackbeard looked at the blade in his hand and said, "I once met that old guy. The flying pirate crew truly deserve to be named alongside the Roger Pirates. Shiki's strength is terrifying. However, a lion that has been caged, even if it leaves its cage, its heart is no longer strong. What is there to be proud of in conquering such a guy?" Blackbeard roared, tightening his left fist and smashing it towards Shios' face. Shios countered with a punch, armament haki covering his arm, and the 2 jet-black fists collided in midair. A strong shockwave spread outwards, and the ground beneath them collapsed as their fists did not yield to one another. Sakura 10 clattered in Blackbeard's palm, sparking as they clashed. Neither of them had any intention of retreating. Blackbeard was a strange person. When you looked at him with colored glasses, you would find him very detestable. However, when placed against the backdrop of the times, you had to admit that he was an extremely ambitious tyrant. When he initially joined Whitebeard's crew, he was there with the intention of finding the dark fruit, which is why he had lurked in Whitebeard's crew for decades. During that time, he even considered that if he couldn't find the dark fruit, he might spend his entire life in Whitebeard's crew. Unfortunately, fate is capricious. The emergence of the dark fruit completely solidified Blackbeard's resolve to carve out his own path. He was a staunch believer in the supremacy of strength. He once admired Whitebeard's power, but was very dissatisfied with Whitebeard's gradual decline due to aging and illness. Blackbeard had witnessed the glory of the flying pirate crew, and Shiki the Golden Lion was also someone he looked up to. He could not accept that Shios had defeated Shiki. His usual patience would not allow him to display this emotion on his face. Now, with his emotions boiling over, Blackbeard did not hide his rage. "How can you Navy scum stop the arrival of the pirate era?" Blackbeard sneered. "The future belongs to pirates, and I will become the Pirate King. Looking at the somewhat mad Blackbeard before him, he was a far cry from the calm demeanor he had before. Perhaps this was the essence of a tyrant. Hidden madness mixed with ambition. Such a person is an outright disaster for the world. The last guy who claimed he would become the Pirate King was punched into the sea by me and hasn't climbed out yet. Shios coldly laughed. Anyone can talk big. Whether you can do it or not will be proven by strength. Both of them exerted their strength simultaneously, and the enormous force rubbed between their fists, producing creaking sounds. Fortunately, this did not last long. They both almost simultaneously withdrew their strength. Shios, finding that Sakura 10 could not exert its original effect at close range, simply discarded it and pulled his right arm back. The moment he released Sakura 10, Shios' right arm turned into a partial iron block, with armament haki further strengthened. Executing Zephyr's heavy arm hammer technique, Blackbeard did the same. The moment he drew back his right arm, instead of retreating immediately, he chose to attack. A black cyclone appeared above Blackbeard's fist, replacing the armament haki that had previously been applied. When Shios' heavy arm hammer struck the black cyclone, he felt his armament haki being drained. The dark fruit could actually break through armament haki, which genuinely surprised Shios. Fortunately, the activation of the fruit had a two-way effect. When Blackbeard activated this ability, he also could not use the dark fruit's powers. Therefore, this punch could be said to be a true clash of flesh against flesh, with neither of them utilizing outside forces. After a muffled sound, they both pulled away. Shios, quick-witted, drew out Sakura 10, which had been stuck in the ground. Although his swordsmanship was quite good now, his combat habits had not yet adapted. A swordsman is meant for mid-range attacks, and it is difficult to exert an advantage in close combat. The weapon would instead become a burden for Shios. Retrieving Sakura 10, Shios decided not to be greedy in his next attack, and not to seek to subdue Blackbeard in a short time. Your strength is quite good, Blackbeard chuckled. How about considering becoming my crew member? I like strong subordinates. After testing Shios' strength, Blackbeard greatly appreciated him. He liked strong subordinates. When he faced Ace's capture, he was calm enough to recruit Ace, which showed the demeanor of a tyrant. Shios shook his head. I will not associate with someone who would turn against their comrades, nor will I betray the Navy. Blackbeard's smile gradually faded. He had tried to recruit Shios several times, but was ruthlessly rejected each time, exhausting his last shred of patience. Then die here. Blackbeard sneered. He clapped his hands on the ground, and a black vortex appeared, expanding at a visible speed. Dark hole. Under Blackbeard's control, the black vortex expanded toward Shios' location. The rocks on the beach were sucked into the vortex, quickly ground to dust, and it continued to madly devour everything around it. Like a small black hole, Shios coldly watched all of this. Did Blackbeard forget that he had wings? The battlefield was not just the beach. His wings flapped gently behind him, but this time he did not soar into the sky as he had before. Although Shios took to the air, his speed was very slow, and the black hole exerted a powerful suction, drawing him in. This surprised Shios. He did not expect the gravitational force of this move to be so strong. In the air, there was no place to gain leverage, and if his speed was limited, it would be easy to become a living target for his opponent. Clearly, Shios was not the only one aware of this combat knowledge. After unleashing the dark hole, Blackbeard prepared for a second strike, leaping into the air with two black vortices appearing in his hands. In an instant, he was in front of Shios, the black vortex radiating an aura of devouring everything. Shios had no time to evade. His speed was affected by the dark hole on the ground, so he could only retaliate. Drawing Sakura 10 again, Shios took a deep breath, recalling the moves of Longma at that time. The unity of thought and energy gave him a hint of the grandeur of a great swordsman. When Shios opened his eyes again, they carried an aura of indifference, and he raised Sakura 10 high. Flying Dragon Slash. It was the Flying Dragon Slash used by Longma, a downward strike that was undoubtedly the most suitable for the current situation. The blade of Sakura 10 fell from the sky like a flying dragon, its mouth aimed directly at Blackbeard, who was approaching with two black vortices. Blackbeard had previously witnessed Shios' swordsmanship and deemed it mediocre. For a swordsman of this caliber, Blackbeard, who had seen many storms, considered him not much of a threat. If it weren't for Shios' formidable physical qualities, he wouldn't even bother to glance at him. However, this time, the slash, also from the same person, felt completely different to him. It was as if a clumsy apprentice had a teacher behind him, dragging the apprentice's hands down to execute the strike. Not good. Blackbeard's heart sank, realizing he was likely to suffer this time. The greatest drawback of the dark fruit was facing powerful swordsmen. But at this point, Blackbeard would not flinch. Instead, he steeled himself and gritted his teeth to meet Shio's slash. The flying dragon struck the edge of the black hole, while Sakura 10 slashed against Blackbeard's fist. A trickle of blood ran down Blackbeard's arm. Without the protection of armament haki, he could only meet the blade with his body. Fortunately, the black hole helped him dissipate most of the force, preventing his fist from being cleaved in two. One black hole collapsed, and the flying dragon also dimmed considerably. Blackbeard seized the opportunity and smashed his other arm toward Shio's. His fist struck the blade of Sakura 10, diverting its direction. This move was not a sword technique developed by Shio's himself. Even if he could unleash its essence, he was unaware of subsequent variations. And when he saw the blade deflected by Blackbeard, he did not change his stance in time. Instead, he responded with his strongest area of expertise, martial arts. Stormfoot, Scythe Weasel. Shio's wings flapped behind him, helping him adjust his body angle. His sense of direction in aerial combat was his advantage. His calves were reinforced with iron blocks and covered with armament haki as he executed several successive Stormfoot strikes. The wind blades of Stormfoot were like the scythe in the hand of a wind demon, aiming to reap Blackbeard's life. At this moment, he had made up his mind to fight with the intention of killing Blackbeard, rather than capturing him. Just as Shio's unleashed his full power, the sound of a gunshot reached his ears. His observation haki sensed a threat approaching, but it was too late. He had no strength to react, only able to attempt to block with Sakura 10. However, the perception from his observation haki indicated that the bullet was very close. With a thud, the bullet pierced through Shio's chest, and in that instant, he thought he was going to die. Sea Prism, Stone Bullet. Shio's eyes widened, his body plummeting downward. He had not expected Vanaka to have Sea Prism Stone Bullets. No wonder his observation haki sensed the distance shortening. It turned out to be the shielding effect of the Sea Prism Stone Bullets. Under normal circumstances, Shio's could have evaded. However, Vanaka chose his timing cleverly, striking just as Shio's launched his attack, while he was still in midair. Being drawn by the dark hole below, his flying speed was extremely slow. He had no chance to use the Marine 6 styles to evade, making it a rare opportunity. Fortunately, Shio's final storm foot kicked Blackbeard, leaving him covering cuts. With no energy left to launch another attack, the dark hole on the ground also vanished, and Shio's fell onto the beach instead of into the dark hole. Vanaka looked at Shio's falling from the sky, a hint of pride on his face. There was no bird he couldn't shoot down. Blackbeard landed on the beach, glanced at Vanaka, then turned to Shio's, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Pirates do not have the concept of ambush. The so-called fair duel is built on the basis of their own victory. A mythical Zoan fruit, what a great haul. Blackbeard grinned as he advanced toward Shio's. Due to the Sea Prism Stone entering his body, Shio's was extremely weak at this moment and needed some time to alleviate the effects of the Sea Prism Stone. Trembling, he stood up, holding Sakura 10 in front of him. The situation was very unfavorable for him. Chapter 148. The smile of the Vine Tiger seeing Blackbeard approaching step by step, Shio's weighed the pros and cons in his heart. Most of the bullet's body from the Sea Prism Stone should have penetrated his body, leaving only a small fragment lingering inside. He could feel his body slowly recovering, but it needed time to expel the Sea Prism Stone fragments. What Shio's lacked most right now was time. As he watched Blackbeard draw closer, he even entertained the thought of fleeing. However, when he saw Vanaka behind Blackbeard, the risk of leaving safely was too great. In perfect condition, Vanaka's sniping skills would not pose much of a threat to him, but now with his movement speed impaired and Blackbeard intervening, he was likely to suffer further injuries. If it were ordinary bullets, it would be fine, but he feared that Vanaka still had Sea Prism Stone bullets in hand. This time, Shio's was somewhat fortunate. The bullet from the Sea Prism Stone did not hit any bones, but passed through his chest. If the next time, the Sea Prism Stone bullet were to embed itself in his body entirely, Shio's would have no strength left to resist. Gritting his teeth, Shio's said, "What a shameless person." Shameless? Look at my teeth. Haven't I lost quite a few? Blackbeard opened his mouth, revealing the teeth that had been knocked out by red-haired Shanks. We are pirates. And face is important, but what's more important is to survive, unlike you Navy who talks about reason. Blackbeard is less than 5 meters away from Shio's, and this distance is dangerous for both. Don't be fooled by Blackbeard's smiling face, looking confident. Every step he takes is very careful as he slowly tests Shio's current physical condition. At a distance of 4 meters, Blackbeard suddenly makes his move. An attack from this distance. If he advances another meter, the swordsman's blade won't be faster than a martial artist's fist. A black cyclone appears above Blackbeard's fist, and he aims to take Shosi's life with one blow. At the same time, Shosi also responds. The flash of the blade is the fastest draw of a swordsman, also known as Iaedo strike. Within 3 meters, it's a contest of speed between fists and blades, and the two must collide to see who can outpace the other. In the blink of an eye, the two figures meet. The blade of Sakura 10 cuts into Blackbeard's chest, blood dripping from the edge of the sword onto the ground. Blackbeard's fist strikes Shosi's chest, causing his chest to cave in slightly, and a trickle of blood escapes from the corner of Shosi's mouth, his internal organs suffering significant damage. Both sides are injured. Shosi did not expect Blackbeard to be so ruthless. His attack completely disregarded defense, purely intending to exchange injuries. The entire blade of Sakura 10 has cut into Blackbeard's body. His injuries cannot be lighter than Shosi's, and may even be more severe. This is the cruelty of pirates. Once Shosi realized Blackbeard's intention, he had no chance to change his tactics. At that moment, any hesitation would lead to irreparable losses, and the best choice was to exchange injuries with Blackbeard. In the past, Shosi would willingly exchange injuries with others. With the powerful recovery ability of the Mythical Zoan-type, Shosi could recover from injuries faster than his opponent, thus gaining an advantage in the battle. However, this time, he still had remnants of Sea Prism Stone in his body, which slowed his recovery significantly. Moreover, his opponent was not just Blackbeard, but the entire Blackbeard pirates. Blackbeard covered his left hand with armament haki, grabbing the blade of Sakura 10 to prevent Shosi from advancing further. Shosi unceremoniously raised a leg and kicked Blackbeard in the chest, creating distance between the two and preventing Blackbeard from closing in further. As they each retreated from the attack range, Blackbeard cried out, as if just realizing the injuries on his body. "Poison Q, help me heal!" Blackbeard shouted loudly. Poison Q reached into the sick horse's pocket, and with both hands working like a tailor sewing clothes, he quickly stitched up the wound on Blackbeard's chest. The flesh that had been rolled up obediently laid flat against the wound as if nothing had happened. Poison Q's sick horse limped over to Blackbeard, spread its legs, and urinated on the wound, wearing a content expression. Blackbeard, drenched in urine, not only did not get angry, but instead laughed heartily. "Not bad. Thank you for your help." Zhuang Zhuang. It's amusing that a sick horse has such a name as Zhuang Zhuang. One wonders what Poison Q was thinking. The horse's urine had a significant effect, and Blackbeard's complexion visibly improved. Even a hint of redness appeared on his cheeks, although it was unclear whether it was due to the horse's urine or if the urine really had restorative properties. Shosi watched helplessly as Blackbeard recovered, forgetting that Blackbeard's crew had a highly skilled medical expert in Poison Q. No wonder Blackbeard was willing to exchange injuries. He was fully prepared. What meticulous guy. Shosi's expression darkened. He thought about interrupting Blackbeard's treatment. However, with the rest of the Blackbeard pirates surrounding Blackbeard, given his current physical condition, forcing his way, it could likely result in an ambush. He simply reached into the previous bullet hole, digging around for a while, blood flowing from the wound, accompanied by a faint blue glow. Without the restriction of Sea Prism Stone, Shosi's recovery speed increased significantly, with the bones in his chest cracking as the muscles corrected their positions. This is the ultimate secret of the Navy's 6 styles, the effect of life return. It not only enhances combat ability during battle, but can also serve as a temporary emergency aid for certain physical injuries. Although life return can provide urgent assistance, the rapid proliferation of cells is also extremely taxing on physical strength. Undoubtedly, compared to Blackbeard, who had a healer with him, Shosi's situation was very unfavorable. Given this, Shosi no longer hesitated, spreading his wings to fly away from the battlefield. Just as he unfurled his wings, Van Oka pulled the trigger of his rifle. A 3-round burst. 2 bullets blocked Shosi's trajectory, while another bullet aimed to severely injure him. Similar to a swordsman's Iaedo strike, a 3-round burst is also a sniper's basic skill. Those things that can be called basic skills are the simplest and most practical techniques. With observation haki, Shosi dodged the first 2 bullets, but the last bullet, due to his still recovering body, was much slower, and he couldn't evade it in time. The bullet struck Shosi's wing, taking off half of it. Shosi looked at the retreating bullet, which was of a pitch black color. The faint blue bullet was a special bullet made of Sea Prism Stone, while the black bullet was an ordinary bullet wrapped in armament haki. These bullets do not have the restraining ability of Sea Prism Stone bullets, but their power is even more impressive. That is why I was able to shoot off half of Shosi's wing. Shosi's gaze was fixed on Van Oka. There was no doubt that this guy had been hiding his strength. In the previous few shots, Although Van Oka's shooting skills were exquisite, they mainly reflected his ability to control the battlefield. He had not yet employed these special bullets or the means of wrapping them in armament hockey. That's why Shiosi was careless and got hit by the sea prism stone bullet. When Van Oka saw Shiosi's gaze, he placed his eye on the scope. The captain has said that you can't leave alive. You should just stay here obediently. He wouldn't easily attack. The threat of a sniper not firing is greater than the value created by firing. Van Oka would keep a close watch on Shiosi, not giving him a chance to escape the battlefield, and would seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Shiosi. Shiosi's face turned pale. He admitted that he had underestimated his opponent this time, but he thought it was a bit too much to think that these bullets could kill him. After all, he was a strong individual who had crossed that line, and it wouldn't be so easy for him to die. However, he was also not very confident about whether he could kill Blackbeard 100 after awakening his fruit. Moreover, there were not just their two groups on the beach, but also the CP organization of the world government lurking in Water 7. These CP agents had not joined the battle, but were watching coldly from the sidelines. If the Blackbeard pirates could kill Shiosi, it would be something the world government would be quite happy to see. For the Navy to die at the hands of pirates sounds quite reasonable. Even Akainu, despite his desire for revenge, would only vent his anger on the pirates. However, if that were the case, the promise made to Blackbeard about becoming a warlord of the sea would have to be put on hold. In the eyes of the world government, Akainu's priority is higher than Blackbeard's. The former can help the world government control the vast Navy system, while the latter is just a pirate who can be summoned at will. The distinction between light and heavy dangers is very clear. Shios knew clearly that if he died here today, the battle between him and the Blackbeard pirates would surely be publicized by the world government. The purpose of their proclamation would be to inform the world that he had died at the hands of Blackbeard. Even if he managed to kill the Blackbeard pirates, the world government would take the opportunity to eliminate him while he was weak. The same logic applied. They could not find a better opportunity than this. This was also the reason why Shios had been hesitant to unleash his full power. Using the powers after awakening his devil fruit would put him in a vulnerable state, and encountering an attack from the world government during that period would be extremely dangerous. Shios sighed lightly and sheathed his sword, Sakura 10, at his waist. In the current situation, he had no choice but to take it one step at a time. Just as Shios was preparing to complete the awakening of his devil fruit, the sound of wooden sandals echoed. A strong man had appeared behind the Blackbeard pirates without anyone noticing. He carried a long sword at his waist, and his eyes had no pupils, only pure white, with short black hair and a circle of beard around his mouth. An X-shaped scar was prominently visible on the left side of his forehead. Everyone present was strong. The fact that someone could approach them to such a degree indicated that the newcomer was not weak, possibly even stronger than those present. Blackbeard was well aware of this, and his expression grew serious. He did not know the intentions of this passing strong man. The Blackbeard pirates became alert, with Van Augur still pointing his gun at Shios while Buggy and Lafitte cautiously observed the strong man. Even the usually reluctant Q was ready to strike, gripping the large scythe on the sick horse, Zhuang Zhuang. Meanwhile, Shios felt very complicated. He knew the identity of the newcomer. Such obvious features were rare in the pirate world. He was Fujitora, the Marine Admiral who would join the Navy 2 years later. There was no need to elaborate on Fujitora's strength. The Navy chose Fujitora and Green Bull over the candidates Peach Rabbit and Tontada when there was a vacancy for an admiral, indicating that their strengths surpassed the latter two. However, thinking about the timing of Fujitora and Green Bull's appearance made Shios feel uneasy. In his view, the Navy in the original work was largely infiltrated by the world government. Fujitora and Green Bull were likely used by the world government to disperse the Navy's core power, and they probably had connections to the world government. Even if Fujitora later behaved in a manner inconsistent with the world government, it was not uncommon in the pirate world for individuals to betray their organizations for ideals. Who knows if Fujitora had any special identity before this, and only changed after becoming an admiral? What troubled Shios the most was how coincidental Fujitora's appearance was, as if he were a significant figure sent by the world government to maintain order. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Blackbeard asked. "It's dark and slippery. A blind man should find another place to take a walk." The latter part of his sentence carried a threatening tone, although Blackbeard sensed that Fujitora was not simple. He could not fathom that the person before him was an admiral-level powerhouse. It was not that he lacked imagination, but such high-level strong individuals were too rare. The likelihood was akin to running into a national leader while shopping for groceries. Fujitora did not care about Blackbeard's dangerous words and scratched his head, saying earnestly, "Excuse me, is the guardian here? I'm a helper sent by the family." The Blackbeard pirates were confused. They could understand Fujitora's words, but what did they mean? Who was this strong man's guardian? Scanning the crowd, it seemed no one was older than him. Who could be his guardian? While the Blackbeard pirates were puzzled, Shios was dumbfounded because he fully understood what Fujitora was saying. Not only did he understand, but he also realized that he was the guardian Fujitora referred to. Recalling that when leaving Gaia Island, Garl had told him to send a helper, Shios had politely declined, thinking that family organizations should not participate in armed conflicts. In the end, after some persuasion, he reluctantly agreed to let Garl send someone to assist him. Shios did not think much of it, nor did he keep it in mind. Even when he found himself in a perilous situation, he never considered seeking help from him. However, he never expected that the person Garl sent would be Fujitora. The feeling was surreal, like a Terminator appearing in kindergarten, saying in mechanical language, "Hello, Savior. I am here to serve you." Shios' mood at that moment was just like that, adopting a trial-and-error attitude. "I am a guardian. Are you a family member sent by Garl?" Fujitora smiled warmly. "Are you the guardian? I've been waiting for you at the dock. Why didn't you contact me?" As he spoke, Fujitora took steady steps towards Shios. Although blind, each step he took was firm, and everything around him was vividly portrayed in his mind. Seeing this, Blackbeard's crew realized that Fujitora was Shios' ally and could not let him pass so easily. Buggy swung a punch at Fujitora, while Lafitte aimed his cane at him. What a mess. Fujitora remained unfazed, catching Buggy's fist and casually throwing him toward Lafitte. Chapter 149. The Blackbeard Pirates defeat and retreat poor Buggy. This was not the first time today he had been thrown around. However, if one were to describe the feeling, Fujitora gave him a completely different impression than Shios. The former felt like a massive mountain. No matter how hard he struggled, there was a sense of helplessness akin to an insect trying to shake a tree. In contrast, Shios felt like grappling with a giant. Although equally difficult to resist, one could still glimpse the giant's overall figure rather than being faced with an imposing mountain that obscured the clouds. When Lafitte saw Buggy flying toward him, he did not want to catch him, but the trajectory of Buggy's flight left him no choice. He had to put his cane aside and catch Buggy. However, the immense force coming from Buggy still made Lafitte take several steps back before stabilizing himself. Blackbeard watched Fujitora's actions with a grave expression. He had a good understanding of his subordinate strengths. The fact that Fujitora could casually knock back two of them indicated how terrifying his power was. "Who are you?" Blackbeard asked warily. His current situation was dire, constantly fearing the pursuit of the Whitebeard pirates, especially when encountering someone with such formidable strength. He could not help but worry whether the person was sent by the Whitebeard pirates to kill him. Although he had never seen Fujitora during his time with the Whitebeard pirates, it was entirely normal for someone of Whitebeard's stature and character to have powerful friends. As for what Fujitora said, Blackbeard did not believe it. How could a strong person be subordinate to someone else? In fact, it was not only Blackbeard who doubted this, but even Shios himself found it hard to believe that Fujitora was truly a member of the family organization. As Fujitora stepped closer, Shios instinctively raised Sakura Ten. But recalling Fujitora's reputation, he slowly lowered his sword. He would not launch a sneak attack, even if they truly became enemies. A powerhouse like Fujitora, even as an enemy, was a worthy adversary deserving of respect. The sound of wooden clogs echoed in everyone's minds, but after the previous probing, the Blackbeard pirates dared not easily attack Fujitora. Blackbeard's eyes scanned left and right, already considering the possibility of fleeing. If it weren't for the rare opportunity to seriously injure Shoes, and the fact that he had a handle on Shoes, he might have fled with his men when Buggy was repelled. He is a ruthless character. His forbearance and decisiveness are at a level that many cannot match. Fujitora approached Shoes, his white eyes sizing him up, though it was unclear what he could see. After a long while, a smile appeared on Fujitora's face. Very good. He is a person worth entrusting. Shoes was confused by him, not knowing what Fujitora was really up to. Cautiously, he asked, "Are you really a family member?" Fujitora nodded and said seriously, "I am a level 3 family member. As long as this mission is successfully completed, I can be promoted to a level 2 family member." Shoes rubbed his forehead. If he knew about such matters, then it was definitely correct that he was a member of the family organization. He knew that Gal had established a family hierarchy for easier structural management, which is a process all organizations inevitably undergo. Level 1 family members are in charge of the sea areas, and Gal is also technically a level 1 family member. However, Gal's identity is special. Being a close minister to the Emperor, his power is much greater than that of other level 1 family members. Level 1 family members can autonomously decide on personnel movements in their commanding areas and have certain rights to allocate resources, akin to regional governors. Level 2 family members are responsible for specific strongholds, similar to the area units like Gaia Island. Currently, Gaia Island has many Level 2 family members due to the shift in the organization's focus, each with different duties, all unifiedly under Gal's command. Level 3 family members like Fujitora are capable aides of the stronghold unit, essentially the talents of the organization. These individuals are the backbone of the family organization, handling most matters. Below them are Level 4 family members, who are new recruits to the family organization, essentially ordinary people who have just passed the preliminary selection stage. Seeing this, Shoes felt relieved. He looked at the Blackbeard pirates with an unfriendly gaze. He had been bullied by this group before, but now his reinforcements had arrived. You like to fight with numbers, so 2 against 5 shouldn't be a problem for you, he thought. Capture them, especially that guy. We can't let him escape. Shoes pointed at Blackbeard. Then he remembered that Fujitora couldn't see, and hurriedly added, It's that guy who asked you questions earlier. Blackbeard's expression changed. He can now confirm that Fujitora was the reinforcement Shoes had called. However, he still held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps this blind man wouldn't be as strong as he appeared. Fujitora did not defy Shoes' orders. Nodding, he grasped his staff sword and aimed it at the Blackbeard pirates. Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. Fujitora drew his staff sword, and a purple aura spread from the blade, wrapping around all members of the Blackbeard pirates in an instant. The ground enveloped by the aura began to collapse, and the objects affected by the aura were immediately crushed into thin slices. The faces of the Blackbeard pirates changed dramatically as they struggled against the powerful gravity. Even the sick horse, Zhuang, was scared and limped away towards the outskirts. No one knew how a sick horse could withstand such tremendous pressure. Zhuang gritted his teeth and said, Captain, it's time to make a decision. Blackbeard nodded, his gaze sweeping over Shoes and Fujitora. Although he felt somewhat reluctant, he knew that today, as events must come to an end. This blind swordsman was not an opponent they could currently defeat. Retreat, Blackbeard said decisively. At the same time, 2 black whirlpools appeared in his hands. He slammed the left one onto the ground, creating a dark passageway as he had used against Shoes earlier. As the whirlpool exaggeratedly expanded on the ground, the gravity that Fujitora used to restrain the Blackbeard pirates was also pulled towards the whirlpool, creating a brief vacuum. The gravity on the Blackbeard pirates was lifted, and they immediately ran away, without any intention of lingering. Seeing this, Shoes wanted to pursue them. His physical condition was not great at the moment, but he could still hold them back. Before he could make any move, Blackbeard used the right whirlpool to target him and Fujitora. Release. Countless pieces of debris erupted from the black whirlpool, mixed with the golden flames that Shoes had previously released. He had actually spit out everything he had swallowed before. In the face of this scene, Fujitora remained calm, swinging his staff sword forward as the purple light covered all objects, pressing them down to the ground. However, for flames that had no mass, gravity was not very effective. Just as Fujitora was about to draw his sword and slice through the sword energy, Shoes stepped forward and reached out to retract all the golden flames. These were all evolutions of his ability, and Shoes had absolute control over them. In that brief moment, when Shoes looked towards the position of the Blackbeard pirates, he found that the area was already empty, with only some disordered, fleeing figures visible. One had to admit that Blackbeard was truly cunning. He chose a direction to flee that did not lead to the sea, but instead planned to pass through Water 7, using the buildings to conceal his tracks. Faced with the Navy's encirclement, he had a very complete escape strategy. As long as Shoes dared to pursue, he would spread the flames of battle throughout Water 7, using lives to threaten Shoes. In fact, for Shoes, the lives of ordinary people were important, but they were not a constraint that tied his hands. If sacrificing some people could bring about greater peace, he would do so without hesitation. This is where he deviates from the Navy's justice. Shoes glanced at Fujitora beside him, and then at the Blackbeard pirates entering the bustling city, having no choice but to give up this rather tempting plan. Fujitora smiled. Unlike him, he upheld a very merciful justice and would not make the same decisions as Shoes. Blackbeard's actions precisely grasped Fujitora's lifeline. Without Fujitora's help, Shoes had no full confidence in capturing the Blackbeard pirates. Thus, he could only let it go. Moreover, Blackbeard was truly ruthless in his actions. To better cover his retreat, he even brought out the people the world government had secretly placed around, using them to slow down Shoes' pursuit. In an instant, the entire Water 7 became lively, with shadows frequently leaping from corners and eaves. They were all CP agents planted by the world government in Water 7. The CP organization in Water 7 is not as simple as just CP9. Shoes shook his head, feeling some regret over the results of tonight's battle. It would not be so simple to capture Blackbeard again in the future. Some threats can only be used once. The second time, they are ineffective. Shoes had previously threatened Blackbeard that he would spread the news of his acquisition of the dark fruit, which forced Blackbeard to fight him to the end. But after this, if Shoes did not spread this news tomorrow, it would prove that his threat lacked power, and Blackbeard would not risk his life to kill Shoes as he did today. If Shoes did spread the news, then he would have no leverage to threaten Blackbeard. This is why the same threat is only useful once. With a soft sigh, Shoes retracted the wings behind him. Today's events could only end here. As for the injuries on his body, he can recover on his own. The recovery ability of a mythical beast species is quite terrifying, but it takes some time. You really want to kill him. Fujitora sensed the killing intent that Shoes emitted unintentionally. Shoes nodded. Yes, I really want to kill him. Fujitora said in confusion. Why? Killing is wrong. To say that killing is wrong in this era. If it were someone else, Shoes might have laughed and said it was ignorance or cowardice. But since it was Fujitora who said it, Shoes knew it was not ignorance, nor was it cowardice, but rather compassion and great love. He would become very bad in the future, becoming the most powerful pirate on this sea. Many people would die because of him, and I don't want to see that happen. Shoes no longer held back, speaking half-truths. If that day comes, I fear I will regret not killing him recklessly today. At this point, Shoes turned to look into Fujitora's eyes. When that day really comes, will you regret it? Fujitora's gaze was firm. Those strong enough to cross that line are all people with exceptionally resolute hearts. No, I will not regret it. Fujitora said calmly. We cannot judge a person's life or death based on things that have not yet happened, even if those things are highly likely to occur. Pure white flames ignited on Shoes' body as he tended to his wounds. This use of fruit abilities to heal injuries is extremely exhausting, sometimes even a losing proposition. However, for now, he didn't need to care so much. The white flames burned on the wounds, and Shoes looked ahead. That is not a highly likely occurrence, but a future that is destined to happen. Fujitora was momentarily stunned. He did not expect Shoes to be so persistent about this matter, but he still firmly said, if it is the future, then let us change it. People do not walk along a predetermined path. Instead, they should carve out the traces they like. Such a naive thought. This kind of innocence is not rare in the pirate world, not to say it's abundant. But it's not uncommon either. Shoes had previously found it hard to understand such people, even thinking that they could only speak such beautiful words because they had not experienced the sufferings of the world. Yet he knew Fujitora was not one of them. Those bleached eyes had endured the world's evils, which is why they chose to close forever. How could such a person not know the world's sufferings? Some people suffer greatly in this world, yet still choose to love it deeply. Fujitora is such a person. They will make this world a better place. Just like a polished fairy tale, unrealistic, yet able to make more people believe in goodness. Shoes stood up. The white flames dissipated, and his injuries had fully healed, though his clothes were in tatters. His stomach was also painfully hungry, needing to find a place to replenish quickly. I'm going to get something to eat. Would you like to join me? Shoes invited. Although Fujitora had already revealed his identity, that identity held no real constraints for him. Even as a Marine Admiral, he dared to defy the orders of the Marine Fleet Admiral, let alone someone from his small organization. Fujitora squinted his eyes and happily nodded. If it's your generous invitation, then I will not refuse. Shoes shook his head slightly and led the way toward Water 7. As the protagonist of tonight's battle, Shoes felt like he was forgotten by everyone, with no one paying attention to his whereabouts. For the world government, the living Shoes and the dead Shoes are completely different concepts. They do not want to touch Shoes' bad luck, as he is a notorious and brutal figure. Shoes and Fujitora slowly walked toward Water 7, and along the way, Shoes asked, how did you join the family organization? Oh, that. Fujitora thought for a moment and said, I dispersed a group of pirates at that time, but the village had already been raided by pirates, leaving many villagers homeless. Coincidentally, there was a member of the family organization among them who arranged for these villagers to join the family organization, and I was pulled in as well. Fujitora spoke candidly. Actually, at first, I was worried that the villagers would be sold into slavery, which is why I joined. But later I found out that the villagers were living happily with the help of the family organization. A satisfied smile appeared on Fujitora's face. It's a good thing to have an organization called family in this era. I really like the family organization. Chapter 150. The Great Swordsman category. Shoes looked at Fujitora in surprise. He knew better than anyone that the family organization does not help those people for free. Their motives are not pure. The family organization is not as perfect as you see, Shu said frankly. He hoped to gain Fujitora's assistance, but did not want any misunderstandings to arise between them. For someone like Fujitora, these misunderstandings could be fatal, so it was better to bring them up early. I know, Fujitora said calmly. Shu was somewhat surprised and looked up at Fujitora, who replied indifferently. For them, the support to live is not just material resources, but also a belief in survival. For those who have survived at the hands of pirates, what they need is not only material assistance, but also spiritual support. This is also why the Revolutionary Army can quickly form a group. Those affected by war need to fill their already empty insides with some emotions. Fujitora had personally visited the family organization and knew that they would not put these civilians in danger, nor treat them as commodities to be sold. They wouldn't even let them participate in battles. Shu's positioning of the family organization was from the very beginning as an intelligence and logistics organization, not a combat organization. Knowing this is enough. He is not an outdated person. No one knows better than a swordsman that gain and loss are proportional. If someone truly helps unconditionally, Fujitora would instead worry that the other party has ulterior motives. This world is not a utopia, nor will it ever become one. For Fujitora, what he is most worried about now is what kind of leader the head of the family organization is. This is also the reason he came to see Shu's. After meeting Shu's, the last bit of worry in his heart also disappeared. Shu's looked at the calm expression on Fujitora's face and did not say much. Being able to gain Fujitora's help was more than enough for him. The two walked down the streets of Water 7. It was already late at night, and due to tonight's special circumstances, businesses had closed their doors early. After walking several streets, they still hadn't found a place to eat. Shu's stomach was increasingly hungry, and the power used during the life return in battles made him urgently need to replenish food. Despite the unbearable hunger, Shu's did not resort to extreme measures and patiently continued to search for a restaurant. This was not to put on a show for Fujitora, but because Shu's had his own principles. Fujitora was not in a hurry either, following behind Shu's as they searched street by street for a restaurant. As they searched the entire Water 7 and found no restaurants open, Fujitora spoke up. You can contact the family. There should be our base in Water 7. Shu's knew that there was indeed a base for them in Water 7. The first batch of family deployment plans focused on embedding the family in Water 7. The family organization placed people in the first half of the Grand Line, with a number of them in Water 7 second only to the current Sabati archipelago. However, these people are not usable. The world government has too many CP organizations in Water 7, and Shows can feel that there are still people watching him. As long as he contacts someone from the family organization, at the very least, it will expose a line of characters, which is very dangerous for those from the family organization lurking in Water 7. Therefore, after arriving in Water 7, Shows did not contact the family organization, but instead went to trouble Blackbeard, just to protect them. Shows nodded slightly at the eaves, not far away, where there was the CP organization of the world government. Fujitora, with his white eyes, could perceive the surrounding environment with his excellent observation haki, but he had not paid attention to those lurking CP members before. That's troublesome. Fujitora shook his head and said, continuing to follow Shios to look for a restaurant. Just as Shios was about to endure hunger, a little boy leaned out of the window. Uncle Shios, it's me, Pors. Half of Pors' body was hanging out of the window, while his mother urged him from behind that it was dangerous and told him to come back quickly. Shios glanced up and knew that he was in trouble now, and it was best not to involve Pors in them. He continued to walk forward, ignoring Pors' calls. However, seeing Shios' tattered clothes, Pors quickly ran to the wardrobe, rummaging through it until he found a long and used coat. His mother shook her head upon seeing this, opened the door for Pors, and said, "Be careful." She didn't want Pors to get involved in such dangerous matters. This was a mother's love for her child. But as a mother, she hoped her child could lead a good life. Watching Pors' retreating figure, she seemed to see her husband's shadow, who followed Master Tom without hesitation. Pors caught up with Shios holding the coat, running in front of him and holding the coat over his head. "Uncle Shios, this coat is for you." Shios looked down at Pors, noticing the dust marks on the coat. "Thank you." Shios reached out to take the coat and put it on. Although it was an overcoat, it felt much tighter than he had expected. Pors looked at Fujitora beside Shios, the latter trying to show a friendly expression, but to a child. Fujitora's appearance was quite unappealing. "Is this your friend?" Pors asked cautiously. Shios didn't know if Fujitora could be considered a friend at this point and didn't answer for a moment. But fortunately, Fujitora took over the conversation. "Yes, we're good friends," Fujitora said with a smile. Shios nodded, confirming his words. Poor smiled. That's good. Uncle Shios found his friend. He remembered what Shios had said before and felt very happy to hear that Shios had found friend. A gurgling sound echoed. It's Shios' stomach growling. The sound was loud, but Shios' expression remained unchanged, as if it had nothing to do with him. Poors' eyes lit up as he grabbed Shios' arm and said, Uncle Shios, come eat at my house. My mom's cooking is great. Shios did not refuse. At this point, even if he wanted to avoid suspicion, it wouldn't make much sense. It would be better to protect Poors openly with his reputation. Under Poors' guidance, Shios and Fujitora arrived at their residence. The buildings in Water 7 are typically 2 stories high, and Poors' house was no exception, spacious but needing repairs in many places. Poors' mother saw Shios and Fujitora and welcomed them into the room with a smile, preparing a meal for them. Shios was in urgent need of energy. After thanking her, he started to eat heartily. Even if he was somewhat restrained, he still left a thick stack of plates after the meal. After eating, Shios intended to give Poors and his mother some compensation to express his gratitude. However, they politely refused. They said that the reward Shios gave Poors during the day was enough to cover the meal. Shios wanted to insist, but he was stopped by Fujitora. Personal dignity is more important than wealth, Fujitora told Shios. Shios looked at the light in Poors' eyes and knew that this light was very important. He expressed his gratitude to Poors and his mother again, ignoring their insistence, and left with Fujitora. Shios' ship was at the port. He could leave Water 7 tonight. For them, the danger of sailing during the day and night is about the same, and there is nothing to pay special attention to. On the way, Shios asked Fujitora where to go. Lord Garl's order is to follow you and protect your safety. Fujitora thought for a moment and said, so wherever you go next. I will go. Hearing Fujitora call Garl Lord, Shios found it a bit hard to accept. In the original work, Garl was just an obscure pirate, while Fujitora would be one of the 3 future admirals of the Navy. Their statuses were worlds apart. However, under the influence of Shios, many unexpected changes had occurred. He still didn't know what kind of consequences these changes would bring, but for now, this world seemed to be a bit better than before. The small boat left the port. Those CP organizations watching Shios breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Shios was not there for the plans of the Pirate King. As for why Shios targeted the Blackbeard pirates, they had no idea, and the relevant matters would be reported truthfully to the higher-ups. The sea was very calm. Shios and Fujitora sat cross-legged on the deck, and the ship's rudder was fixed in position. Shios planned to return to Sabaody Archipelago first. He hoped Fujitora would stay there. Sabaody Archipelago was very important to Shios at the moment, and having Fujitora stay there meant that even if an uninvited guest arrived, he wouldn't need to worry. At this stage, Fujitora's combat power was somewhat stronger than Shios's, and Shios had a clear understanding of this. What is the name of your sword? Shios asked upon seeing the long sword at Fujitora's waist, realizing that he was also a swordsman. His swordsmanship level was only at the beginner stage, and he needed to spar with these powerful swordsmen more. The name? I haven't named it yet, Fujitora said calmly. This sword is forged by myself. It's not a famous sword, so there's no need to name it. Hearing Fujitora's words, Shios thought that he still had a famous sword, the Withered Wood. If Fujitora needed it, he could give it to him. He casually mentioned the Withered Wood, but Fujitora politely declined, just as Peach Rabbit had said before. For a swordsman of the Swordmaster level, they wouldn't easily replace their sword. Because a sword accompanies the swordsman's growth, their hearts are already connected, and the swordsman becomes more familiar with every detail of the sword. Speaking of this, Shios thought of Zoro. This guy changed his swords back and forth, but the sword he always had in his mouth was the Wado Ikemanji. Could that be considered his final commitment? Has your swordsmanship reached the level of a great swordsman? Shios continued to ask, I've been learning swordsmanship recently, but my progress is slow. My teacher told me to spar more with powerful swordsmen, saying that this would speed up my progress. Peach Rabbit did indeed say this. However, his original words were to let Shios try to fight with the sword more, and not to consider using his fist to solve problems when there was no need. That was not what a swordsman should do. To this, Shios chose to understand appropriately. After all, the enemies that require him to take action are either extraordinarily strong or weak to the point of being easily defeated, making it difficult to hone his swordsmanship. After thinking it over, he decided to find some acquaintances to practice swordsmanship with, which might be somewhat effective. In Shios's view, Fujitora should be a swordsman of the great swordsman level. After all, his strength is evident. Even with the enhancement of fruit abilities, it wouldn't make sense without a certain level of powerful swordsmanship. However, to Shios's surprise, Fujitora's swordsmanship had not reached the level of a great swordsman. Speaking of swordsmanship proficiency, My swordsmanship skills have not reached the great swordsman realm, Fujitora said calmly. Great swordsmen are hard to cultivate, and I am still a line away from being a great swordsman. Shosi was very surprised by this. No way. If you aren't a great swordsman, then do I still have a chance to become one? He began to doubt himself. If Fujitora couldn't reach the level of a great swordsman, then could he ever become one? Shosi truly felt uncertain. In the past, Shosi could choose not to learn swordsmanship. However, after his encounter with Blackbeard, Shosi realized that swordsmanship was the most effective way to suppress the dark fruit abilities. If he were to fight Blackbeard again in the future, his swordsmanship could not remain at its current level. Thus, Shosi urgently asked Fujitora, seeking to improve his swordsman level as soon as possible. My swordsmanship proficiency has not reached the level of a great swordsman, but its power is not inferior to that of a great swordsman. Fujitora explained to Shosi, I believe great swordsmen can be divided into two types. One is the traditional school of great swordsmen, like the great swordsman Mihawk. The other type is fruit users like me. Fujitora stated, our swordsmanship may not be as exquisite as traditional swordsmen, but we can apply fruit abilities to swordsmanship. And the power we release is not much weaker than that of traditional great swordsmen. Therefore, I believe that today's great swordsmen should be divided into two factions. One is traditional great swordsmen of the traditional school, and the other is ability great swordsmen like us. You can choose the latter path. This was Fujitora's advice to Shosi. The scenery at the peak of the world is the same. The realm that great swordsmen need to reach is no longer a problem for those with great strength. However, mastering the sword path requires talent and time to accumulate. So if you want to take a shortcut in the sword path, then follow the ability sword route. This path is much easier to walk than the traditional sword path. As long as the fruit ability is strong, it won't be much weaker than the former. Shosi had never heard such remarks, but he felt that Fujitora made a lot of sense. Mamatatsu and Shuangyu at Jinsairo were both traditional school swordsmen. They didn't have fruit abilities, so they wouldn't tell Shosi these things. However, Fujitora was a fruit user, and his situation was closest to Shosi's, making his advice the most relevant. In fact, during his duel with the Golden Lion, Shosi had similar thoughts upon seeing the swordsmanship skills used by the Golden Lion, but he hadn't found a systematic approach. Now, Fujitora pointed the way for Shosi and told him that this path was indeed feasible. This gave Shosi confidence. His future swordsmanship focus would be on integrating fruit abilities. Of course, this did not mean Shosi could give up daily sword training. Daily practice still had to continue and even increase. The foundation was always the most important. Thus, the two exchanged insights along the way, and as day turned to night, they arrived at Kaya Island. Chapter 151. Major movements before the ship docked at the harbor. They saw Gal waving at the port. He already knew about Fujitora, as it was Shosi who informed him, directly stating that he had found a great master. Gal was initially shocked, and then he felt a chill down his back. As a senior organizer of the family organization, Gal's perspective had changed significantly since then, and his thinking was more comprehensive. The fact that such a powerful individual joined the family organization without him realizing the other party's identity, and that he allowed the other party to get close to Shosi, was extremely dangerous. Therefore, after Shosi informed Gal, instead of taking credit for himself, Gal immediately apologized to Shosi, stating that he would verify the identity of each member of the family organization in the future, and similar incidents would not happen again. Shosi had no intention of blaming Gal. He understood that such matters were very difficult for Gal and the others to manage. As the family organization expanded and absorbed more members, it was impossible to verify each identity one by one. Even if they really checked each identity, it was hard to avoid having spies with perfect background among them. This was an unavoidable issue. Whether it was the Revolutionary Army's intelligence organization or the world government CP, it was impossible to completely eliminate spies planted by other forces within their ranks. So Shosi only advised Gal to be as careful as possible and not to expose the most core aspects. Fujitora threw the ship's rope onto the dock. During the journey with Shosi, he had taken care of many matters. Just as he said before, he was Shosi's subordinate and should be there to assist him. Gal caught the rope thrown by Fujitora and quickly secured it, bending down to wait for Shosi to disembark. Shosi jumped onto the dock, holding the clothes that Borsellino had given him. The clothes were not a perfect fit, and he had already changed out of them, but he did not casually discard them. Instead, he brought them all the way to Kaya Island. He handed the clothes to Gal and instructed, send this back to Water 7 and give it to a boy named Borsellino and thank him on my behalf. Gal quickly bowed in acknowledgement, mentally noting this matter. Shosi walked ahead while Fujitora followed behind him. Gal hesitated for a moment, looking at the tall Fujitora, and decided not to vie for the position behind Shiosi. The two made their way to a restaurant in the small town, which was the restaurant Shiosi had visited most frequently. The bar seat at the entrance had always been reserved for him. Shiosi plopped down in his seat, but soon felt it was inappropriate and got up to walk towards the dining hall. He found a table by the window, sat down, and invited Fujitora to join him. Seeing the situation, Gal felt somewhat reassured and quickly grabbed a passing waiter who intended to ask Shiosi what he wanted to eat. "We'll go later," Gal whispered, nervously watching Fujitora, fearing that the two might start fighting. He was worrying for nothing. Shiosi and Fujitora wouldn't fight. If they intended to, they would have done so on the way here. Not to mention, bringing Fujitora to this place, Kaya Island, was the most important stronghold for the family organization. Fujitora sat down opposite Shiosi, placing his cane sword on the table. "Let me first state what I need you to do," Shiosi said straightforwardly. "This is Kaya Island, which is very important for the family organization, and I hope you can stay here to guard Kaya Island for me." Fujitora nodded, indicating that he had no problem with that. Shiosi breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "Since you have no issues, then let us talk about your requirements. What can I do for you?" Although Fujitora did not put forward any request to Shiosi, Shiosi believed that they had not yet become familiar enough to reach that step. Mutual needs could make both parties feel more at ease. Requirements. Fujitora hesitated for a moment before saying, "The family organization should not do bad things and should take in more suffering people. Does that count as a requirement?" This was also Fujitora's initial intention for joining the family organization. In order to protect the weak and those poor homeless people, he has been doing this for years. However, individual efforts are minimal, even if he is very powerful. Doing good deeds is not just about one person's strength, whether in terms of manpower or resources. It's not something one person can solve. It requires a large organization to assist. Especially for Fujitora, he won't seek wealth through his own strength, as relying solely on robbing some ill-gotten gains is ultimately not a long-term solution. Therefore, he joined the Navy, eager to fundamentally solve the problem. That's not it. This is what we've been doing. Shoes shook his head and said, "Change it up a bit, be a little selfish." Shoes hoped Fujitora could be a bit more selfish, even just slightly. It wasn't that he wanted to corrupt Fujitora, but Shoes believed that someone like Fujitora would be happier if he were a little selfish. In life, one must live for oneself. Dreams can be everything, but they cannot be everything. Be a little selfish? Fujitora pondered while stroking his chin, then clapped his hands and said, "Then let's abolish the warlord system. I really dislike the warlord system. If it could be abolished, I would be much happier." Shu sighed, knowing he couldn't change Fujitora. People in this world are all quite stubborn. Abolishing the warlord system is not an easy task. Shoes patiently explained, "You should know my other identity. I'm a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, and my uncle is Admiral Akainu. Without a doubt, both my uncle and I want to abolish the warlord system. And most people in the Navy hope to do the same." Thinking of the disheartened Zephyr and the fallen Navy soldiers, the Navy's tolerance for the warlords has always been on the edge of its limits. Shu sighed, "But with our current strength, we can't accomplish that. The Navy's focus is currently on advancing into the New World. Abolishing the warlord system will at least have to wait until the Navy officially intervenes in the New World before considering full control of the first half of the Grand Line. Moreover, the warlord system is not something the Navy can unilaterally decide. It is a game rule established by the world government. Even if the Navy has the strength to abolish the warlord system, they also need to consider whether the world government will allow it. According to the current situation, abolishing the warlord system requires meeting one of the following two conditions. One is, as described in the original work, the world government strengthens its control over the Navy and no longer needs the warlords to restrict the Navy, which would then agree to the Navy's withdrawal from the warlord system. However, this would be contrary to all of Shoes' efforts, and he would not allow the world government to intervene in the Navy's upper echelons. Therefore, the only way is to strengthen the Navy's power and use force to coerce the world government into compromise. This requires the Navy to demonstrate strong strength and for the pirate forces to decline. At the very least, 2 of the 4 emperors in the New World need to be eliminated for the Navy to have the opportunity to confront the world government. Shoes truthfully conveyed these circumstances to Fujitora, stating that the warlord system cannot be resolved simply by arresting or killing the warlords. The problem must be addressed fundamentally. Fortunately, Fujitora understood this and did not take it upon himself to resolve the warlord issue. He also did not rashly go to the New World to seek trouble with the pirate emperors. Although Fujitora is very powerful and might not be inferior to the pirate emperors, there are many high-ranking officials under the Emperor's command. Just like the battle between Shoes and Blackbeard in Water 7, the trouble caused by Blackbeard's crew for Shoes was not much less than that caused by Blackbeard himself. Furthermore, the situation in the New World is not that simple. The Navy has 3 admirals. With such strength, they can be confident of victory against any pirate crew. However, the Navy has not taken action precisely because the pirate crews are mutually opposed to each other. As long as the Navy deploys a large number of troops into the New World, they will not be facing just one pirate crew, but very likely all the Emperors. The principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth are cold is understood by the pirates. They have always been maintaining stability in the New World. Can we think of a way? Fujitora said solemnly, the warlord system should not exist. The legal right to plunder by pirates is a blatant trampling of life. Shoes knew all too well how despicable the legal right of the warlords to plunder is. However, such matters cannot be rushed in the short term, unless there is indeed an opportunity. Shoes' eyes lit up as he thought of the plan mentioned by Sengoku before. If they can successfully push forward the Marineford War, allowing more than one emperor to come to Marineford, and not just Whitebeard being killed, then it would be very promising. However, to eliminate multiple pirate crews, it would be difficult for the Navy to accomplish this alone. This is not just a matter of whether the 3 admirals can handle it. It is genuinely very challenging. The powerful captains of the Whitebeard pirates did not play a significant role in the previous Marineford War because they were suppressed by the admirals. If those guys were allowed to act freely, it would be a disaster for the mid-level officers of the Navy. Not to mention the addition of another emperor. The Navy's admirals would need to allocate more energy to face the pirate emperors. Additionally, with that extra emperor, there are also powerful pirates under them that need to be restrained. Shoes speculated that if there were indeed 2 pirate crews coming to the Marineford War, the one most likely to come alongside the Whitebeard pirates to rescue Ace would definitely be the red-haired pirates. Red-haired is a crewmate of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. And in terms of the camaraderie in the pirate world, he wouldn't just stand by and watch Ace die. At that time, he would definitely come with his crew, and in the original work, he indeed contemplated participating in the Marineford War. However, his path was blocked by the Beast Pirates, which prevented him from joining the battle in time. Otherwise, during that Marineford War, the Navy would not have been facing just one pirate crew. Thinking of this, Shoes showed a troubled expression as he was considering whether to change the outcome of the Marineford War and whether the Navy could accept it. Although Fujitora couldn't see it, he could feel the atmosphere growing heavier and suspected that Shoes was facing some difficult issue. Is there something I can do? Fujitora grasped the cane, sword beside him. I still have some strength left. If you need me to do something, I will not disappoint you. Shoes looked at Fujitora, pondering for a long time. The warlord system needs to end. The Navy is preparing for a great war, a battle that could change the world's power structure. Shoes said to Fujitora, if you can help us win this battle, the Great Pirate Era could end much sooner. If it can really unfold as Shoes envisions, the end of the Great Pirate Era would come much earlier. This sea could welcome peace sooner. Regardless of what plans the world government and the Revolutionary Army have in the future, at least for those who rely on the sea for their livelihoods, they would no longer need to worry about an uncertain tomorrow. However, great benefits naturally come with high risks. If the Marineford War is poorly planned, this world will face true dark turmoil. Shu said solemnly, of course, if we fail, the Navy will not see much improvement for many years to come. Fujitora's expression grew heavy. He understood the weight of Shu's words. As an outsider, he was different from those arrogant individuals. He knew the importance of the Navy to this world. Shu's clenched his fists, deciding to take a gamble. There is no need to hesitate. This may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I don't want to look back on today with regret when I am old. Regret that we had a great chance to put an end to the age of great pirates. He spoke with conviction. This was about persuading himself to take the plunge. Just as Shiosi said, this could be a rare opportunity, so why not give a shot? The old man loves to gamble. Fujitora stood up with his cane sword. In this gamble, I will wager my life for a peaceful world. Shiosi's expression was solemn as he bowed to Fujitora, showing his respect. This was a person willing to dedicate himself to the era. Akainu was also such a person. There were many like them in this era. Unfortunately, Shiosi was not one of them. Everything he did had selfish motives, even if those motives were to make the world a better place. Gar saw Fujitora holding a sword and was terrified, but thankfully he made no further moves. As Fujitora sat down again, their conversation came to a pause, allowing the waiter to approach and ask for their orders. Shiosi ordered the same 2 items, seafood fried rice and wine. Fujitora, on the other hand, asked for sake and an extra serving of seafood fried rice, as he had a much better appetite than Shosi. When the food was served, Fujitora squinted his eyes in delight, completely unlike his earlier spirited demeanor. But Shosi understood that Fujitora's promise was significant and didn't need to be repeated often. Since they decided to focus on the war, many things needed to be discussed with Sengoku. There was no telephone snail on Gaia Island. Shosi had left that at the Alabasta Navy base, and Kale was responsible for daily communication with Sengoku. Shosi did not plan to go back to the Alabasta Navy base to retrieve the telephone snail, as the round trip would be too time-consuming. Moreover, such an important matter needed to be discussed face-to-face. Therefore, Shosi decided to take Fujitora to the Marine headquarters at Marineford to meet Sengoku in person. After all, a powerful expert like Fujitora needed to be seen by Sengoku to have a clearer understanding of the situation. After the meal, Shosi took Fujitora to visit the underground factory in Alabasta. This was very confidential, but Shosi did not hide it from Fujitora. Many people in this world are untrustworthy, but some people can be trusted unconditionally. Chapter 152. Discussing Gar's flattery. Fujitora also welcomed Gar's flattery. He was not a pedantic person. After visiting the Gaia Island base, Fujitora had a more intuitive understanding of the family organization for the first time. Or rather, he now realized that the strength of the family organization was not just about the ubiquitous family members. They had a complete structural system, strong financial backing, and professional researchers. Fujitora was somewhat worried about this. He indeed disliked the celestial dragons, but disliked were even more. For Fujitora, what he wanted was stability and peace. With the Revolutionary Army and the world government currently in turmoil, if the family organization intervened, it would be a disaster for the civilians. Shosi noticed Fujitora's concern and repeatedly assured him that he would not be vying for world power. This was the truth. He had no interest in wielding power in the world and did not want his descendants to be pointed at and scorned. Perhaps the 20 kings who founded the world never imagined that their descendants would end up like this. Shosi and Fujitora spent some time on Gaia Island, mainly to help Fujitora adapt to the environment and to contact Kale to inform Sengoku about their trip to the Marine headquarters. The radio base on Gaia Island and the Alabasta Navy base had been completed. This line covered the upper half of the first half of the Grand Line, and the entire line would later extend sideways to connect the first half of the Grand Line. Shosi told Fujitora that if one day he could achieve his goals, he would make these lines public, spreading radio communication technology across the world, allowing everyone on the islands to connect with one another. Fujitora was very interested in this and looked forward to that day. Kale did not keep Shosi waiting long and quickly contacted him, stating that she had already informed Sengoku, and Shosi could take Fujitora directly to Marineford. However, at the end, Kale asked with some concern, "Is this Ishiao really as strong as you say?" She knew how significant this was. Fujitora's strength would be crucial for the success of the plan. There could be no mistakes. There won't be any problems. "I trust Uncle Ishiao," Shosi replied confidently. Fujitora had not yet made a name for himself on the seas, but Shosi was completely at ease regarding Fujitora's strength. With him on board, the Navy's combat power in the top war would surely be astonishing. Since the matter was settled, Shosi had Gar prepare the ship and supplies for their trip to Marine headquarters at Marineford. The Alabasta Navy base had a permanent pointer to the Marine headquarters, but such items were unique, and Shosi naturally wouldn't carry one with him. Gar had some permanent pointers on hand, but none for the Marine headquarters. For black market merchants, the permanent pointer to the Marine headquarters held little value, and no one would buy such a thing. Therefore, Shosi took a permanent pointer to the Shambadi archipelago from Gar, a gift from black market merchants to their big clients. This was the most commonly circulated permanent pointer on the market, and Gar had several of them. The Shambadi archipelago was not far from Marine headquarters at Marineford, so it wouldn't take long to return to the Marine headquarters from there. Gar quickly made the necessary preparations. Shosi and Fujitora arrived at the port, where Gar personally saw them off. Gar's attitude toward Fujitora had also changed over the days. He was no longer as cautious as before. Upon learning that Fujitora would be stationed on Gaia Island, he showed great enthusiasm. He was not a fool. For a powerhouse like Fujitora, as long as he was assured that they were on the same side, there would be nothing but respect. This was a future figure of authority, unlike someone like Hawkins vying for favor. Having made up his mind, Gar tried various ways to please Fujitora, almost to the point of bowing and calling him brother. So today at the port, Gar looked at Fujitora with teary eyes, his heartfelt expression making Shosi feel a chill. Imagining Gar's small frame beside Fujitora was truly like an old man pushing a cart. For such a strong combination, sailing was an easy task. Especially with Fujitora's gravity fruit assisting, Shosi could relax his hands and just lie on the deck. The ship quickly reached the Shambadi archipelago, and they did not linger there. Shosi got the recorded permanent pointer from the Navy base at the Shambadi archipelago and took Fujitora to Marineford. After about half a day's journey, Marine headquarters at Marineford came into view. They went through the tedious identity verification before being allowed to proceed. As he watched the Justice Gate slowly open, Shosi felt somewhat out of place. He used to come to Marineford with Kale and the others. This was the first time he came here alone, and he felt a sense of loneliness. The ship docked at the port, and Shosi led Ishao off the ship first, but to his surprise, Sengoku was actually waiting for him at the port. "Welcome back, General Susi." To Susi's surprise, it wasn't just Warring States who came, but also Admiral Crane, the Chief of Staff, which truly caught him off guard. He disembarked with a smile. "Your personal welcome is making me feel flattered." Susi stepped forward and saluted, saying, "This is Mr. Ishao, the person I wanted to introduce to you." Without further questioning, since Warring States and Admiral Crane personally came to greet him, it must be for Ishao. Susi had no intention of keeping them in suspense and directly pushed Ishao forward. Warring States and Admiral Crane exchanged glances, and the former stepped forward. "This is Mr. Ishao. Welcome to Marineford." Warring States extended his right hand to greet Ishao. Fortunately, Ishao's observation haki was quite reliable, accurately grabbing Warring States' outstretched hand. "Nice to meet you." Just as Ishao's words fell, the floor beneath them cracked, and the muscles in their arms bulged, looking as if they were ready to spring into action. If it weren't for their smiling faces, Susi would have thought they were about to fight. Damn it, was it really necessary to take it so seriously just for a test? Susi knew that Warring States was testing Ishao's strength, but wasn't a bit hasty to do so here. Susi noticed that both of their fingers were beginning to cover with armament haki, and in the blink of an eye, the armament haki had covered their entire arms, increasing their defensive power and output. Their right feet used for support were completely sunk into the stone slab. Even at this level, they still didn't stop. Were they really going to use their devil fruit powers next? Goodness, the battle at the Navy headquarters hadn't even started yet. One was going for a heaven-shaking star, and the other a top war Buddha. It was definitely the pace of a ninja world war. Susi glanced at Admiral Crane beside him. He had no face to persuade Warring States to stop. At this moment, a respected figure was needed to intervene. Admiral Crane was the woman who overshadowed the two Navy legends. "Mr. Ishao has traveled a long way. Perhaps we should let him rest first, and we could discuss cooperation later." Admiral Crane did not let Susi down. Perhaps she felt that the test had gone far enough and spoke up to indicate that the two should stop. Almost simultaneously, the two stopped with remarkable tacit understanding, causing no unnecessary follow-up damage. "Mr. Ishao, this way please. We have arranged a resting place for you." Warring States silently withdrew his armament haki and ordered a soldier to lead Ishao. "Thank you for your trouble. I am very grateful." Ishao was not angry about Warring States' test. It was to be expected. He dispersed his armament haki and followed that soldier to rest. They still had matters to discuss, and many details of their previous agreements had not been properly handled. These things couldn't be communicated in front of Ishao. He needed to step aside for a moment. Ishao naturally understood this, so he accepted Warring States' arrangement calmly. "How is it? Have we reached that line?" Admiral Crane asked Warring States as soon as Ishao left. It wouldn't do for Susi to claim that Ishao had emperor-level strength. That battle couldn't allow for any negligence. The Navy's higher-ups needed to confirm whether Ishao possessed the strength to face the pirate emperors. He is indeed an emperor-level powerhouse with a solid foundation. Warring States' words made Admiral Crane breathe a sigh of relief. This was a matter of great importance and could not allow for any carelessness. After hearing Susi's report, Warring States and Admiral Crane conducted careful calculations and felt that things were quite promising. However, all of this relied on whether what Susi said about Ishao was true, that he indeed possessed comparable strength. "Kid, I really don't know where your luck comes from to encounter an emperor-level powerhouse," Admiral Crane remarked. "Cultivating such a wild powerhouse would take a tremendous effort, even for the Navy. Moreover, even if a lot of resources and manpower were invested, it wouldn't necessarily guarantee success. I was quite lucky. If it weren't for Uncle Ishao's rescue this time, I would have been in trouble." Susi replied to Admiral Crane with a smile. Admiral Crane said with a hint of inquiry, "Is it really just luck?" Clearly, the Navy headquarters already knew some information about Susi, but they didn't pay much attention to it and had no intention of intervening too much. "My luck has always been good. This is something that Admiral Warring States understands." Susi maintained his smile, shifting the blame onto warring states. He was also indicating to Admiral Crane that warring states was aware of what he was doing. Since warring states knew and hadn't stopped him, it proved that what Su-Si was doing might not be right, but it certainly wouldn't endanger the Navy's foundation. Kid, you're quite clever. I'll leave the rest to you. Warring states. Admiral Crane turned to leave. She had settled the matters she needed to confirm and had a pile of work waiting for her in the general staff. By the way, the top war is about to take place. If you have time the next few days, come to the general staff for a visit. Admiral Crane instructed as she left, informing Su-Si that the Navy was already considering a new plan. If Su-Si had any opinions, he could come to the general staff to discuss them. Su-Si silently nodded. He always felt an unexplainable pressure in front of Admiral Crane. Perhaps it was an intellectual suppression. Finally, Crane has left. Warring States was the first to breathe a sigh of relief, shaking his right hand that had been involved in the earlier contest. It had been a long time since he had fought, and he felt a bit unaccustomed. I've heard about what you did in Water 7. Warring States led Su-Si to the marshal's office. The port was not a suitable place for long conversations due to the many people and distractions. On the way, Warring States asked, "Is the strength of the Blackbeard pirates really strong enough to put you in danger?" This was something Warring States found surprising. He knew Su-Si's strength, but was unaware of the Blackbeard pirates' power. He initially thought that Su-Si could at least retreat unscathed, but according to the reports he received, if it hadn't been for that blind swordsman helping him, Su-Si's situation would have been quite dangerous. Well, overall their strength is decent. Su-Si explained, Blackbeard is a dark fruit user, and his fruit ability is quite tricky. The pirates he recruited may not be famous, but their strength is not inferior to the Navy's vice admirals. There is one sniper named Van Oka, and he has sea prism stone bullets. I fell victim to that. Su-Si roughly recounted the events to Warring States without concealing Blackbeard's fruit ability. He also emphasized to Warring States that the Blackbeard pirates possess sea prism stone bullets. This thing is very harmful to devil fruit users and needs to be taken seriously. Moreover, sea prism stone bullets have been controlled by the beast pirates in the New World, and the world government's sea prism stone bullets were also acquired at a high price from Kaido. Since the Blackbeard pirates have sea prism stone bullets, the only possible sources are these two places. The implication was that he wasn't that strong. It was just that Blackbeard was too weak. So don't think all the misfortunes were directed at him. Indeed, upon hearing Su-Si's words, Warring States' expression gradually darkened. The dark fruit. Has that fruit appeared as well? Warring States knew the power of that fruit. Based on the intelligence Su-Si provided, it was indeed normal for him not to have captured the Blackbeard pirates. The Blackbeard pirates needed to be taken more seriously. Warring States was eager to send an admiral to deal with them. However, the mobilization of the general has significant implications, and the Blackbeard pirates are currently in dealings with the world government, so the Navy cannot openly take action against them. At the very least, they have to wait until he captures Ace to ensure the Marineford War proceeds smoothly. He did not dwell on why Rias had acted early, as it would be very inappropriate to ask such questions. Sengoku is a smart man and would not let the situation escalate to that point. With a light sigh, he apologetically said to Rias, "I'm sorry, I didn't know this, and I've put you in danger." If he had known the strength of the Blackbeard pirates, he would never have allowed Rias to go after them. The two arrived at the marshal's office, and Sengoku returned to his seat, asking Rias what his plans were. Since they had confirmed the strength of the Straw Hat crew, they needed to seriously consider the direction of the Marineford War. "I want to leave 2 of the Emperor pirates behind. Even if we can't completely eliminate them, we need to injure them severely." Rias expressed his thoughts. It's time for the Navy to break free from the control of the world government. As long as we can win the Marineford War, we can take the opportunity to intervene in the New World, weaken the power of the pirate emperors, and shake off the control of the world government. Sengoku did not expect Rias's plan to be so grand. He and Admiral Teru had considered expanding their gains and even thought about leaving 2 Emperor pirates behind. However, breaking the Navy's control from the world government was a much more complicated matter. Sengoku needed to think carefully. Chapter 153. Deterrence of the 7 Warlords. Sengoku needed time to consider, and during this period, Rias could not leave Marineford. He brought the Straw Hat captain to stay at his place, thinking that this matter would last for a while. However, the changes in events were beyond everyone's expectations. Rias, like a butterfly, ultimately caused many unforeseen changes. The Straw Hat pirates, as the focus of this world, had Luffy as the chosen one. Even though Rias had already brushed through the scenarios of Crocodile and Skypiea in advance, it did not change the tortuous fate of the Straw Hat pirates. The worlds will seem to be watching Luffy, and the Straw Hat Pirates rose at an incomprehensible speed, making a name for themselves in the New World. Luffy's bounty reached 100 million berries, while key members like Zoro and Sanji had bounties in the tens of millions. In the first half of the Grand Line, such a huge bounty was enough to attract many people's attention. For example, Garp found an opportunity to bond with Luffy. It was said that the two fought fiercely over dozens of nautical miles, making it a tough battle. This led many big figures to speculate whether Straw Hat Luffy's bounty would suddenly skyrocket. Only Admiral Sengoku, looking at the intelligence sent by the world government, was so furious he could hardly contain himself. Of course, Luffy's rise not only caught his grandfather's attention, but also drew the notice of Blackbeard toward this new pirate. They urgently needed money to buy a pirate ship and improve their quality of life, and they coincidentally encountered the audacious Straw Hat Pirates. Without much talk, the two pirate crews clashed head-on. Luffy showcased his ability to fight evenly with anyone at first, holding his ground against Blackbeard. However, it was unclear whether Blackbeard had played enough or if Luffy's protagonist aura temporarily weakened. The Straw Hat Pirates soon found themselves at a disadvantage, just as they were on the verge of being completely overwhelmed. Ace, who had been chasing from the New World, arrived in time. The scene of the brothers reuniting was tear-jerking, especially in such a situation. Even with blood on his face, Luffy still wore a joyful smile. Ace had come to settle scores with Blackbeard, and upon seeing his brother nearly killed by him, he sought revenge for past grievances, and they immediately started fighting. The two battled over hundreds of nautical miles, and the specifics of the process remain unknown, ultimately ending with the Blackbeard pirates emerging victorious. Whitebeard's 2nd Division captain, Port Gasti, Ace, was captured by Blackbeard and handed over to the world government. It is worth mentioning that the Straw Hat Pirates intended to support Ace, but were thwarted by the arriving warlord Bartholomew Kuma, who sent them flying one by one. This was why they were not completely wiped out by the Blackbeard pirates. Ace was also taken away by the arriving Bartholomew Kuma, and the world government kept its promise to make Blackbeard a warlord, replacing Crocodile's position. These events have been ongoing for some time. Ryus, being a Marineford, found it inconvenient to contact his family, and the information he received was all through official channels. If this news were to go through official channels, the speed would depend on the world government's mood. Relying on the Navy's information channels was less effective than checking the newspapers delivered by messenger birds every week. Ryus sighed, putting down the intelligence. The world government truly does not make things easy, insisting on dragging the Navy along. After Ace was captured by the world government, he was not immediately sent to the underwater prison, but rather tried on Judicial Island and then escorted by the Navy to the underwater prison. This was truly a ridiculous act. Besides binding the Navy better to the rotten ship of the world government, it didn't seem to have any other deeper meaning. It just depended on who Sengoku would send to escort Ace. The Navy has only a few strong individuals, and picking and choosing is not easy. Ryus did not know whose head this task would eventually fall on. It was not a pleasant job. Ryus stood up, intending to go to the training ground to stretch his body. Coincidentally, as he stepped out, he encountered a Navy soldier looking for him. Ryus recognized this person. He was Sengoku's half-outdoor messenger, the same one who had guided Ryus before. Cursing inwardly, Ryus knew this troublesome task would likely fall on him. Following the messenger, they arrived at the Admiral's office, where Sengoku had been waiting for a long time. Without waiting for Ryus to salute, Sengoku spoke, "I need you to go to Judicial Island and escort Port Gasti, Ace to the underwater prison." Ryus did not respond, and Sengoku looked up at him. "Is there a problem?" "No." Ryus shook his head. "My fleet is not here. I need you to arrange a warship for me." Sengoku nodded. "That's not a problem. Akainu's fleet just returned to port. If it's you, there shouldn't be any issues." Each of the 3 admirals has their own armed forces, consisting of several warships forming large fleets. Akainu's fleet is among the most formidable in the Navy. These people respect Akainu tremendously. If it were anyone else in command, they would likely not comply. However, for Ryus, it was like taking from one's own. With this matter settled, Sengoku continued, "There's one more thing. The warlord summons has been sent out, and they will soon meet in Mariehua. This is a summons issued by the world government, and all warlords must attend. Otherwise, they will be stripped of their positions. After gaining the legal right to plunder, the warlords also need to fulfill corresponding obligations. The summons is an obligation that the warlords must execute, and only the world government can issue it." Ryus understood this, but he did not know what this matter had to do with him. Sengoku arranged, "I will be attending the meeting in Mariehua. After you escort Port Gasti Ace, you will come with me to the meeting in Mariehua." Going to the meeting of the 7 warlords in Mariehua, Ryus frowned slightly. unsure why Sengoku wanted him to accompany him to Mariehua. His relationship with the world government had always been tense, and he had been unreserved with the warlords. Crocodile's death was directly related to him. No matter how you look at it, this meeting is not suitable for him to attend. Why should I go with you? Shio's asked. He rarely questioned Sengoku's orders, but this time he needed an explanation. Sengoku looked up at Shio's. Because I want to abolish the Shichibukai system. Shio's expression changed. He had plans regarding this matter as well, but he had not had the chance to tell Sengoku. Of course, it was not about abolishing the Shichibukai system right now. They would still have to wait until after the Marineford War when they could address the issue. Sengoku explained, but before that, we can at least contain the Shichibukai system, which is also the reason I want to take you with me. Sengoku initially intended to bring Vice Admiral Tsuru to the Shichibukai meeting. In the original story, the mature and steady Vice Admiral Tsuru was more suited for such occasions than Shio's. Changing his mind was a recent consideration, since the Navy's combat strength was sufficient. There was no reason to continue indulging these unproductive individuals. Immediately abolishing the Shichibukai system seemed unrealistic. After all, the Shichibukai system had always been under the jurisdiction of the world government, but some measures could be taken to restrict the Shichibukai beforehand. In the world of pirates, the foundation of all friendly discussions lies in the ability to suppress the other party with force, making them have to listen patiently. Sengoku held this thought and chose Shio's, who had a special identity and strong power as a deterrent against the Shichibukai. I hope you can go to intimidate the Shichibukai, Sengoku said frankly, and if necessary, it will be best to find an opportunity to take action and subdue them. Shio's frowned. Who else will attend this meeting? I'm worried I won't be able to handle it. The complete Shichibukai includes 6 great pirates, including Mihawk the Eagle Eye, and even the weakest among them, Gecko Moria, is not inferior to a Navy Vice Admiral. The Peak, Mihawk, is a genuine sword master, not to mention the ruthless Don Quixote Doflamingo and the beautiful Hancock among them. Shio's feared he couldn't hold his ground. It's not about defeating them in battle, Sengoku said solemnly. As long as they feel the pressure, that's enough. After all, this is in Mariehua, and it's impossible to have a real fight. If it's just about putting pressure on the other side, Shio's felt he could handle it. After all, apart from Mihawk, he was confident he could suppress the other Shichibukai. Even if Blackbeard, who had just risen to power, was there, Shio's believed he could kill him without the help of crew members. If Mihawk doesn't take action, then there won't be any problems, Shio's replied. Sengoku nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He knew Mihawk's formidable strength, and even an admiral would not be able to take him down in a short time. But that was fine. The revised Shichibukai bill he was working on would not involve Mihawk's interests. That's good, Sengoku said earnestly. I originally didn't want to summon them for the Marineford War, nor did I expect them to contribute significantly, but these people are a nuisance if left outside. It's better to keep an eye on them to prevent them from doing something outrageous. Shio's had a lot to say about the actions of the Shichibukai. In the original story's Marineford War, each of these people was more excessive than the last. The better ones were just loafing around, while the worst ones were indiscriminately causing chaos. Even worse, some openly supported the enemies, which was simply absurd. Their actual significance was equal to nothing, and it would have been better if they hadn't come. But just as Sengoku said, if these people weren't kept under close watch, it would be hard to feel at ease. And about that matter, just as Shio's was about to leave, Sengoku called him back. I considered that matter. If the Marineford War can achieve our expected results, then I agree to take the plunge and let the Navy break free from the control of the world government. A smile appeared on Shio's face. I never doubted that you would support my opinion. Sengoku asked, why? Because we are of the same kind, Shio said while gripping the door handle. All for justice, while having to give up the justice of the Navy. After finally seeing the opportunity for victory, how could they just watch it slip away? Shio's opened the door, and Sengoku's voice came from behind. You're right. We can't miss this opportunity. Leaving the office of the fleet admiral, Shio's did not immediately head to the port, but returned to his residence and called Fujitora, who was sunbathing in the yard. We need to go out, Shio's said to Fujitora. Do you want to come along? The Navy is already considering abolishing the Shichibukai, as long as this Marineford War goes smoothly. A smile appeared on Fujitora's face. He finally heard this news. He stood up, grabbed his cane sword, and asked with a smile, where are we going? I just happen to want to go out for a walk too. To impel down. The two arrived at the port, where the warship was already prepared. They received their orders earlier than Shio's. Otherwise, due to the discipline of Akainu's fleet, even with Shio's special identity, he would not be able to command them. Major Shio's. The captain was also a major, but upon seeing Shio's, he quickly stepped forward to salute and greet him. Shio's returned the salute, Long time no see, Major Kalma. He had originally served on this warship and knew the name of this major. The other party had been in Akainu's fleet for a long time, and his merits were enough to be promoted to Rear Admiral at Navy headquarters. However, to be promoted to Rear Admiral, he would have to separate and lead his own fleet, which was why he had not been promoted for so long. Long time no see. A faint smile appeared on Kalma's face, but quickly disappeared. All 532 crew members are on standby. Please give your orders. Shios nodded. Accustomed to Akainu's fleet style, he immediately issued the order. All personnel aboard, prepare to set sail. Kalma shouted. All personnel aboard, prepare to set sail. Shios smiled as he stepped onto the deck, where the Navy soldiers were coiling the ropes and turning the anchor storage to get ready for departure. The gates of justice slowly opened before Shios, and the warship sailed out of the port, heading towards Judicial Island. Sengoku stood by the window of the fleet admiral's office, where he could see the gates of justice in Marineford. Watching Shios' ship leave, Sengoku felt a mix of emotions. He himself was not sure whether this was an opportunity or a disaster. But, just as Shios said, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He was getting old, and the Navy needed someone to take over, but apart from Shios, he could not see anyone else capable of taking the helm of this ship. Sengoku wanted to pass the helm of the Navy to Shios, but he knew that Shios would not take command of this ship. He awakened too early for his feelings for the Navy to be as deep as he had imagined. Until now, Shios' help to the Navy was more for the sake of Akainu. If Akainu were to become Fleet Admiral in the future, then before that, he must cut off the world government's control over the Navy. Let this ship truly sail in the ocean of justice. The warship sailed through the waves, and Shios stood at the bow, watching the waves splashing against the ship's prow. The tide of the times was inevitable, so let it crash against them forcefully. Judicial Island was not far from Navy headquarters. In less than half a day, Shios and his men arrived at Judicial Island. Judicial Island is a direct institution of the world government, on par with the Navy's administrative units in terms of authority. The rank of Rear Admiral of the Navy, held by Seraph, is still lower than that of the highest commander of Judicial Island. From a distance, one could see the two giants guarding the entrance of Judicial Island. Oimo and Kashi, former members of the giant warrior pirates, now reduced to gatekeepers of Judicial Island. Chapter 154. Escorting Ace. Seraph has no sympathy for pirates. Once they venture into the sea, they must be prepared for the consequences of being captured. After the two giants opened the gates of Judicial Island for him, Seraph did not engage with them further and sailed into the inner harbor of Judicial Island. There were already people waiting for their arrival in the inner harbor. The world government takes pleasure in the farcical nature of their proceedings. People all over the world do not care about the judicial process on Judicial Island. They know it is a self-directed drama by the world government. Yet they continue to bring people for judgment. This is Sirius's first time seeing Ace. As the child of Pirate King Gold, Roger, and captain of the Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division, he is one of the most regrettable figures among pirates. His current state is not good. Seastone handcuffs are bound to his wrists, and heavy shackles are on his ankles. Even if there are no guards beside him, he cannot escape from Judicial Island. The handover process goes smoothly, without needing Sirius's involvement. He stands on the deck, watching as Kalma and others hand over Ace from the guards at Judicial Island. Ishiao stands beside Seraph, his eyes not visible, curious about what the offspring of Pirate King Roger would be like. Ace is taken aboard the ship, and according to protocol, Seraph needs to sign the documents. This is also the closest Seraph has been to Ace. Ace's gaze is still fierce, devoid of the despair seen in the deep-sea prison. He even glares at Seraph with hostility. If it weren't for his upbringing, he might dramatically spit at Seraph. Seraph looks at him with pity, thinking he is just a clueless guy. The decline of the Whitebeard pirates is inextricably linked to Ace. As the largest pirate crew, they surely knew the consequences of Whitebeard's failing health. Whitebeard had been looking for a successor, and Ace was the one he had chosen. But unfortunately, this successor passed away too early. If they hadn't focused on war, the Whitebeard pirates might have achieved a stable transition. At the very least, they could have exited the stage of the sea peacefully, like Rayleigh and others, instead of being chased by Blackbeard and beaten like stray dogs. Seraph signs his name, formally detaining Ace. The staff of Judicial Island salute him and leave, relieved that this hot potato has finally been handed over. The warship does not return the same way, but instead heads deeper into Judicial Island. There is another door leading to the deep-sea prison, and this is one of the reasons Seraph says the world government is taking off their pants to fart. The warship crosses Judicial Island. Seraph looks at this fearsome island. When justice is absent, it becomes a beast without shackles. What would the Navy become without the restraints of the world government? Seraph's first reaction is a military government, but he thinks this is unlikely. The current generation of the Navy will not have overly power-hungry individuals. The seeds of a military government will not appear in this generation, but perhaps in the next generation of the Navy. After the era of great pirates ends, will they remember their mission as they do now? Seraph sighs, and a rare hint of sorrow appears in his eyes. Xiao notices Seraph's unusual demeanor and asks, "What's wrong? You seem off." Seraph replies, "I'm thinking about whether what I'm doing is right or wrong." He shakes his head, saying, "Actually, I know that thinking so much now is unnecessary. Country folks often say that children will find their own blessings. Future matters should be left to the future generations. But if the predecessors didn't pave a way, will the future generations curse the backs of their forebears?" Seraph takes a deep breath. "I think I somewhat understand the feelings of the 20 kings who established the world government when they see what their descendants have become." Xiao can understand some of Seraph's words, but not all. However, it seems that if there is nothing now, then there can be no future. So Xiao says, "If the era of great pirates continues, will this world still have a future?" Seraph nods. "Even if it is just quenching thirst with blood, it is better than starving to death." As the warship departs from Judicial Island, Seraph's indifferent musings come to an end. After leaving the gates of Judicial Island, it isn't long before they reach the calm belt. The deep-sea prison is built in the calm belt, serving as a natural barrier. The ships of Akainu's fleet are naturally equipped with sea stone technology. Sengoku wouldn't make such a huge mistake. Seraph and Xiao stand at the bow of the ship, watching the movements of the sea to prevent any accidents. The journey is calm, and the outline of the deep-sea prison slowly appears. As they get closer, the structure of the deep-sea prison becomes clear. The interwoven and towering gun emplacements indicate that the defenses of the deep-sea prison are not much inferior to those of the Navy headquarters. Moreover, with the main structure buried deep in the ocean, actual combat would be even more difficult than at the Navy headquarters. It is important to note that the deep-sea prison is built in the calm belt, so few ships can reach here. Luffy had come here on the ship of the Empress. Furthermore, Seraph had just glanced at the seabed, where there were quite a few sea kings. Near the coast of the deep-sea prison, there are many animal skeletons, likely placed there to attract sea kings and maintain their numbers in the area over a long time. Since Seraph does not have the world government's documents, he cannot enter the deep-sea prison. The handover takes place at the city gates harbor. Seraph has no objections to this. He doesn't want to enter such an unfortunate place. It's truly exciting. The child of Pirate King Roger is finally arriving at this prison, a significant figure. I have prepared a nice welcome ceremony for him, hoping he will like it here. After all, he won't be here for too long. Warden Magellan approaches with his men. The news of Ace's execution has already spread, and he won't stay in the deep-sea prison for long. But this is enough to excite the guards of the deep-sea prison. Because this terrifying prison is finally welcoming a big figure, it is their achievement. "Hello, Rear Admiral Seraph. Thank you for capturing the Golden Lion. This has been a disgrace for the deep-sea prison." Unexpectedly, Magellan is very polite in his dealings, stopping at a distance to bow. The escape of the Golden Lion from the deep-sea prison has always been an indelible shame for this facility. As someone who has devoted his life to this prison, Magellan has dreamt of capturing the Golden Lion again. After learning that Seraph had killed the Golden Lion, Magellan is very grateful to Seraph for erasing the prison's only disgrace. Seraph understands that Magellan is keeping his distance because of his devil fruit ability. He cannot get too close to people, and his daily life is greatly affected by his fruit. Rejecting the gas mask offered by Kalma, Seraph takes a few steps forward, extending his right hand to Magellan. "Hello, Warden Magellan. It's a pleasure to meet you." Looking at the unloved right hand in front of him, Magellan hesitates, but feels a bit moved. It has been a long time since anyone has shaken hands with him. "I'm sorry, General Shoes." Magellan bowed and said, "I can't control my fruit ability. Close contact might bring you unnecessary trouble." "It's okay, you can trust me. I'm also a user of abilities," Shoes said with a smile. He had a good impression of those who silently contributed. Staying in a place like this for decades was truly not something a person could endure. Moreover, he wanted to take the opportunity to experiment whether his fruit ability could be immune to Magellan's poison fruit ability. Magellan chose to trust Weiss, and at the same time, he gestured to his subordinate to fetch the antidote. His ability could even affect elements, and this extremely potent toxicity was the most reliable defense measure of the deep-sea prison. As their hands met, Weiss's expression changed. A green factor had already invaded his cells from his left arm. What a fierce toxin, Weiss thought to himself. Even a vice admiral's physique couldn't be immune to this toxin. Having side effects was only natural. This thing was indeed quite harmful, a balance of gains and losses. White flames ignited on the surface of Shu's body, quickly seeping into his cells. His physical quality was already terrifying, yet even so, he could feel the cells rapidly mutating. The flames evaporated the green toxin, and Weiss's complexion returned to normal. What a terrifying toxin! Warden Magellan is the strongest fortress of this prison, Weiss praised. Although he had casually dealt with the toxin, it was a toxin that Magellan couldn't suppress. Its nature was akin to a gas pipe left slightly open. The fact that it had affected Weiss to this extent showed how terrifying Magellan's development of his fruit ability had become. At the very least, Weiss had no confidence that he could endure a poison dragon attack from Magellan, even if he wrapped himself in white flames. In fact, I'm more shocked than you. I haven't shaken hands with anyone for many years, Magellan said self-deprecatingly. The last person I shook hands with was Shiryu. That guy was bettered in for several days, and it was thanks to my antidote that he recovered. Unfortunately, this old friend now, Magellan had a good impression of Shiryu. Had it not been for subsequent events, the two would likely have been great partners, which was why Magellan had isolated himself. Weiss had a profound impression of Shiryu. Blackbeard's success owed at least half of its credit to this guy. In the original work, the reason Blackbeard could escape from the deep-sea prison was because of the antidote Shiryu provided. Otherwise, whether the Blackbeard pirates could have a sequel after enduring a poison dragon attack from Magellan was questionable. Of course, it didn't rule out that Blackbeard had other trump cards. After all, such behavior of relying on others for life didn't seem like something a ruthless figure like Blackbeard would do. Regardless, Shiryu's actions back then were akin to Wu Sangui allowing the Qing army to enter the pass, firmly placing him in the category of national heroes. Warden Magellan, you must keep your antidotes safe. Losing it would be very dangerous, Weiss warned Magellan solemnly. He even wanted to directly say, be careful of Shiryu selling you out, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. Shu's kindly reminded, if you can't change the nature of your toxin, then the antidote will be your greatest weakness. The poison fruit has only two drawbacks. The first is open environments. In an open environment, Weiss could easily take down Magellan with long-range attacks. His physical quality wasn't particularly strong. After all, who could endure 10 hours of constipation? Just not being constipated would count as having a strong physique. The second is the antidote. As long as it appears, it's unsafe. Where they're S1, they're S2. This is not just talk. Weiss felt that Magellan's biggest mistake was creating his own antidote. If it were someone like Blackbeard, he wouldn't even consider this matter. He might just say a word of apology if his mother died, expressing some regret. The environment of the deep-sea prison avoided the first flaw. Here, Magellan was comparable to an admiral. Even if Weiss didn't destroy the deep-sea prison, he wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could surpass Magellan. Thank you for your advice. I've always kept the antidote properly stored. Suddenly, Magellan clutched his abdomen, his bent posture and complex facial expression indicating that it was time. I'm sorry. Please wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon. With an apology, Magellan fled in a hurry. Weiss felt that describing it as fleeing in a hurry was very fitting, as his running posture was quite frantic. The transfer work was not complicated. Under the cooperation of Vice Warden Hannibal, the handover of Ace proceeded smoothly. Ace was perhaps the most compliant among the notorious pirates Hannibal had received during his time in the deep-sea prison. There was no fierce resistance. He didn't even curse, just staring blankly ahead as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, Shoes felt it was a pity. He knew how spirited Ace used to be. Unfortunately, one wrong step led him to become a pirate. Shoes wouldn't say much to reignite Ace's fighting spirit. He always remembered his identity. He was a Navy officer, not a passionate youth in front of television. Such an Ace was fine. After the Marineford War, he would no longer suffer. Many companions would come down to accompany him, so he wouldn't feel lonely or isolated. Among the pirates, aside from the Straw Hat Pirates, Shoes had left as a final plot thread. He wouldn't feel pity for other pirates or act in a way that was inconsistent with his identity. What a straightforward guy, Hannibal mumbled, which made many of the tortures they had prepared unnecessary. Just as Hannibal was about to lead his men back to the deep-sea prison, Shoes was still concerned about the issue of the deep-sea prison's breach. How much longer would Warden Magellan be able to resolve internal matters? There were still some things he wanted to discuss with him. Shoes called out to Hannibal. The handover took a considerable amount of time. Even if there was constipation, it should be nearly resolved, and Shoes could wait for a while longer. Those who suffered the most from the breach of the deep-sea prison were not the Navy, but the innocent civilians. Shoes wanted to do as much as he could within his abilities. Hannibal said somewhat awkwardly, "Actually, Warden Magellan is quite fast. He just needs to go to a specific toilet, and the journey is a bit long. You may not know, but his excrement also requires special handling. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome. Alright, so the real version of poop is toxic. Due to the uniqueness of Magellan's physique, even his excrement was a lethal toxin for ordinary people, and handling it was quite cautious. Since he couldn't return in a short time, Weiss decided not to wait any longer. Based on Magellan's previous attitude, it didn't seem like he would heed his advice. Chapter 155. Heading to Mariawa Shoes actually wanted to discuss the defense measures of the deep-sea prison with Magellan, specifically what to do when the deep-sea prison fell. This kind of policy was likely something that all wardens had never considered, as they all firmly believed that the deep-sea prison could never be breached. At least since the completion of the deep-sea prison, only the Golden Lion had escaped. Everyone knew what level the Golden Lion was. It wouldn't be possible for a group of legendary pirates to come together. Moreover, the deep-sea prison was very close to the Navy headquarters. So even if the four emperors attacked an admiral, they could respond in time. Therefore, this kind of plan had never been preemptively set, which was also why the aftermath of the deep-sea prison incident was somewhat chaotic. Both the world government and the Navy were overly confident in Magellan's strength and geographical advantages. As the warships sailed away, Shios looked at the deep-sea prison and increasingly felt that the idea he had just thought of was quite feasible. The original intention of building the deep-sea prison in the windless zone was not for defense and restriction, but for another crazier reason. For example, self-destruction. If things become unmanageable, it's better to perish together. Shios believed that the designers likely chose the windless zone for the deep-sea prison precisely because of this. After all, who could have imagined that there would be a devil fruit user like a poisonous fruit ability holder stationed there during the early construction phase? The ultimate utilization of the geographical advantage of the deep-sea prison, where both sides could suffer terribly, is what makes it the most terrifying place. In Shios' mind, as long as they blew up the supporting columns on the bottom floor and destroyed all the ships in harbor, most of the prisoners would meet their end in the windless zone, except for a few with flight capabilities and those like Rayleigh, who were powerful enough to traverse the windless zone without a fruit ability. This would definitely be the best way to respond to the worst-case scenario. Shios wanted to discuss this with Magellan, but then thought that it would be inappropriate to suggest such a mutual destruction to others. Now Magellan and the soldiers were immersed in the illusion that the deep-sea prison was unbreakable, and no one would listen to him anyway. Moreover, Shios felt that such an idea was actually quite irresponsible. This approach would mean sacrificing a few lives for the sake of many. He couldn't bring himself to morally persuade others to give up their lives. Even for the Navy soldiers, sacrifice should be based on voluntary consent. No one had the right to persuade others to give up their own lives. On the way back, Akainu noticed the change in Shios' emotions. "What are you thinking?" Akainu asked. "You've been quite subdued since you left the deep-sea prison." Although Akainu couldn't see Shios' face, he was very familiar with the signs of someone feeling restless. For instance, Shios usually wouldn't pace back and forth, but now he had already walked several laps on the deck. "Have you ever thought about the deep-sea prison being breached?" Shios said in a low voice. The pirates held in the deep-sea prison include notorious figures not inferior to Shiki the Golden Lion, not to mention those wicked individuals. If this group escapes from the deep-sea prison, it would absolutely be a disaster of catastrophic proportions. This was not an exaggeration. The impact of the deep-sea prison falling would definitely be more terrifying than imagined. The breach of the deep-sea prison was currently Shios' biggest concern. It was something he couldn't openly express. So he wanted to hear Akainu's opinion. It shouldn't fall, right? Warden Magellan's strength in such terrain. "I'm not sure I could win." Akainu's judgment was the same as Shios'. The combination of the deep-sea prison's terrain and Magellan was indeed exceptional. Without damaging the main structure, Akainu also had no confidence in countering Magellan's poisonous fruit ability. Putting all the problems on one person is a foolish act. This world is full of strange ability users. Shios retorted without hesitation. The most reliable thing in this world is the human heart. And the most unreliable thing is also the human heart. Are you worried that Magellan will betray us? Akainu frowned slightly. If that's the case, then the problem becomes troublesome. On the contrary, I have a lot of faith in Magellan. Shios shook his head. Having endured the side effects of his fruit for so many years, Magellan is undoubtedly a person of strong character. He cares about his comrades in both words and actions. He will be a reliable guy. The antidote. Akainu recalled Shios' previous conversation with Magellan. It wasn't that he had eavesdropped intentionally, but he was quite perceptive in certain aspects. Shios nodded, confirming Akainu's guess. This made Akainu's expression turn cold as well, and the scar on his face became more pronounced. Although he didn't know who would attack the deep-sea prison, the subsequent Navy battle would be the best opportunity. Although Akainu was unaware of Blackbeard's plan, he could make educated guesses based on various aspects. If they could neutralize Magellan's poisonous fruit ability, the best opportunity would be during the Marine-Ford War that the Navy was preparing for. At that time, the three admirals would be unable to split their forces to provide assistance, and the deep-sea prison would not receive any external support. Shios murmured in agreement, indicating that Akainu was correct. Blackbeard's plot for the Marine-Ford War was tightly interconnected, and the biggest beneficiary of this battle would not be the Navy, but this guy. My idea is, if the worst-case scenario happens, we should blow up the deep-sea prison and all the ships in harbor, using the windless zone to perish together with the pirates. Since Akainu understood the seriousness of the situation, Shios shared his previous plan. No, we cannot decide the fate of others, Akainu said without hesitation. Just as Shios had expected, Akainu opposed this suggestion. However, Akainu did not point out what was wrong with Shios' idea. If things reached that point, Shios' proposal was indeed the most feasible option. However, many things that are the best are not necessarily correct. Such actions that trample on lives could not be demanded by the Navy. Hearing Akainu's words, Shios felt a chill run down his spine. It wasn't because Akainu opposed his proposal. In fact, Shios had intended to throw out a trial balloon. But as it stood, the brick had been thrown, but the jade didn't come down. Akainu had no better solution than this. No, I should go guard the deep-sea prison, Akainu said after a long moment of thought. He indeed didn't have a good plan, but if the strategy didn't work, he would use strength to make up for it. Ultimately, it was just a matter of fearing that the deep-sea prison would be breached. Throwing in another admiral-level powerhouse would solve the problem, wouldn't it? In a certain sense, this was indeed the best way to handle it. Shios shook his head. The importance of the Marine-Ford War far outweighed that of the deep-sea prison. If things went according to his and Sengoku's plan, once this battle was over, the world situation would largely be established. In this battle, Akainu's importance went without saying. Even if Shios didn't participate in the Marine-Ford War, Akainu would have to participate. He was a top-tier powerhouse who could truly contend with the Pirate King. You promised Admiral Sengoku to participate in the Marine-Ford battle, Shios said as an excuse. Moreover, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to go to the deep-sea prison. Stationed in such a place requires official credentials. Akainu remained silent. Shios knew he was still worried about this matter, so he quickly said, "These are just speculations. They may not happen. If it really does, I will handle it at the first opportunity." Akainu nodded, then remembered that this was just a guess. Having traveled the seas for many years, Akainu understood the nature of pirates very well. Most pirates were egoists and wouldn't take great risks to save their comrades. Loyalty and righteousness had nothing to do with most pirates. A first mate might even drink heavily if their captain was captured. Nobody would think that outsiders would target the deep-sea prison. They were more concerned about those inside escaping. Seeing Akainu's expression relax, Shios finally felt relieved. He planned to keep the matter of the deep-sea prison to himself and would not tell Akainu about it. He believed that with Akainu's temperament, if he knew there was a risk of the deep-sea prison being breached, he would not ignore it. When the time came, faced with the choice between striking at the pirates' living forces during the Marine-Ford War or suppressing the deep-sea prison, Akainu would definitely find himself in a dilemma. Since that's the case, let history's chariot continue down its original path. Shios' mood gradually calmed. He had learned to let go, to abandon the compassion within his heart. To achieve his goals, he could allow for some sacrifices. The warship returned to Marineford before nightfall. When the ship docked at the port, Shios let a smile return to rest while he went to the marshal's office to meet Sengoku and inform him that the task was complete. Upon hearing Shios' report, Sengoku merely responded with a grunt, indicating that he was already aware of the situation. He showed no interest in Ace's specific circumstances. For Sengoku, Fire Fist Ace was a minor character, not worth his attention. The Marine's objective in the Marine-Ford War was never about Ace. After reporting, Shios asked Sengoku what he should do next. The news of Fire Fist Ace's execution had already spread. In a few days, he would go to Mariewa with me to attend the Shichibukai meeting. Sengoku didn't lift his head, as if the documents on his desk could never be finished. Understood. Shios took his leave and exited Sengoku's office. Ultimately, he chose not to inform Sengoku about the matter of the deep-sea prison. Even though he knew Sengoku would make the same choice, he buried it deep in his heart and didn't want to tell anyone else. When he returned home, a smile was already resting. With nothing to do, Shios decided to go out for a walk. He walked alone to the Marine training base, where he had once sparred with Zephyr, and they had destroyed the entire training ground. He remembered eating sea fish for many days just to save money to repair the place. At that time, he wasn't exactly naive and carefree. But he wasn't as complicated as he was now. Standing on the irreparable training ground, Shios closed his eyes, and he seemed to hear someone saying, "You've come. We have been waiting for you." But when he opened his eyes, there was nothing before him. In fact, he didn't need to open his eyes. His observation haki could tell him the answer. But he just wanted to confirm by opening his eyes whether those familiar figures had returned. The era of great pirates had lasted too long, and most of the Marines who lived in this training ground had died at sea. Some of them had not even had their bodies found. It was time to end this chaotic era. Shios took a deep breath, and his heart was no longer hesitant. He had made the decision to push for the Marine-Ford War to proceed as scheduled. Shios didn't have to wait long. On the third day, Sengoku summoned him to depart from Mariewa. Despite being the Marine Admiral, there was no grand display as they set out. Mariewa, the headquarters of the world government, is located between the first and second halves of the Grand Line, at the peak of the Red Earth continent, and is the holy land of the celestial dragons. The journey from Marineford to Mariewa was short, taking less than 2 hours, and a magnificent Red Earth continent appeared before Shios. As the ship entered the port of Mariewa, someone had already arrived ahead of them. Shios looked at the pirate ship in the port. It belonged to Don Quixote da Flamingo. You really came early, Admiral Sengoku. With blonde hair, sunglasses, and dressed in a pink feather coat and cropped pants with pointed shoes, only that man could pull off such an outfit. I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly, da Flamingo, Sengoku said coldly, his tone filled with caution. Among the Shichibukai, da Flamingo was not the strongest, but he was definitely the most troublesome. His intricate web of interests and meticulous thinking, along with his influence in both the underworld and the world of light, made him a worthy pirate. How could I miss such a major event? The Marine's grand gestures are truly surprising. Da Flamingo swaggered past Shios and Sengoku, suddenly grinning and saying, Admiral Sengoku, the new era isn't so easy to initiate. Is the Marine prepared for bloodshed? Clearly, the Marine's motives could not escape the notice of those clever individuals. They could all sense something unusual about the Marine's public execution of Ace in Marineford. Sengoku's expression darkened in response to Da Flamingo's words. As the Marine Admiral, he had to be cautious about his actions. It was now Shioza's turn to step in. He was here to handle these matters. Get lost, you filthy pirate, Shio said. Imitating Akainu's tone, try to provoke Da Flamingo with words. Since he was to play the role of the antagonist, Shio's didn't hold back, his words particularly sharp. Shio's words were tantamount to declaring war, and Da Flamingo's smile grew increasingly sinister as he moved his fingers. A strand of golden flame spread from Shio's, and many invisible threads fell from the air. The confrontation had already begun. It's not suitable to act here. We should consider our reputation. Shio's continued to provoke. Don Quixote da Flamingo. That surname is quite distant. One of the 20 founding kings had the surname Don Quixote. Unfortunately, that surname has disappeared from Mariewa. What a pity. Don Quixote da Flamingo was a celestial dragon. At least he once was, and this was the most painful truth for him. He believed his tragedy stemmed from his father's loss of celestial dragon status. Whether it was his mother, brother, or even his father's death, all were due to the loss of celestial dragon identity. None of this needed to happen. Da Flamingo's body trembled, and 5 strands of different colors fell from his fingertips. Chapter 156. The Shichibukai meeting. What an interesting Marine. I will remember your face. Da Flamingo left, and Shio's final words clearly struck at the other's soft spot. But he still suppressed his inner fury. This place was not suitable for a fight, and Shio's knew that. The position of Shichibukai was very important to Da Flamingo. If this were not Mariewa, he would have definitely acted. If he were still a celestial dragon, he would have acted today. Unfortunately, there are no such ifs. Power. He needed power, the power to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Seeing that Da Flamingo had no intention of making a move, the flames on Shio's also disappeared. Just as rumored, Da Flamingo was a tricky character. To become enemies with such a person, one must spare no effort to eliminate him. Shio's looked at Sengoku, his eyes asking what they should do next. Sengoku shook his head. Now is not the time to act. They went to the room arranged by the world government, where the meeting would start once everyone had arrived, though there was no set time. As dusk fell, Sengoku took Shio's to attend the meeting, which was the world government's final ultimatum. Any Shichibukai who had not arrived by this time would be considered to have given up their position. How rare. You actually came to attend this kind of meeting? Before they could even enter, Da Flamingo's voice came from inside. Many people had already gathered in the meeting room. And the commotion was due to the presence of someone who was the least likely to come. There appears to be a very interesting fellow in the Marines. I just happened to come and take a look. Hawkeye was as brief as ever, just like his sword, not flashy at all. I was also quite surprised. What kind of navy could defeat the Golden Lion? No matter what kind of person he was, he would surely submit to my beauty. With such a confident voice, VES knew without thinking that this was Hancock, the only female warlord of the sea, also known as the most beautiful woman in the pirate world. That annoying guy. I really want to twist off his head, Moria said gloomily. It was said that the Straw Hat Pirates encountered Moria during their travels, and surviving the successive blows was also a stroke of luck. If it weren't for Buggy's predetermined luck fruit, VES would have suspected this guy. Haha, he's a very strong navy, Blackbeard casually said, a flash of resentment passing through his eyes, noticed only by the grinning Doflamingo. Shoes followed Sengoku into the restaurant, scanning the 6 warlords present with no hint of emotion on his face. He sat at the head of the table with Sengoku, a chair prepared for him. Since the time had come, whether they had arrived or not, you all know the consequences that should follow. Sengoku looked around. Crocodile's seat had been replaced by Blackbeard, and Sengoku had no good feelings towards Blackbeard either. In the pirate world, betraying one's companions is the most unwelcome behavior, something both pirates and navy alike are wary of. However, given their identities, Sengoku wouldn't say anything. Shoes glanced at the warlords present. Only 6 had shown up, just as in the original work. The warlord Jinbei was absent from this meeting. The only warlords worth Shoes' attention were 5, with Moria naturally being excluded, although he still retained the title of warlord. In Visa's heart, he had already been kicked out of the group. The remaining attendees were all big shots, a whiny creature like you shouldn't put on airs. His gaze fell on Blackbeard and Doflamingo. The former was pigging out, pretending to be carefree, only occasionally glancing at Shoes. The latter was looking at VES with a sneering smile, as if writing "I will kill you sooner or later" on his face. This pretentiousness was truly disgusting. Shoes wanted to beat them both to death immediately. Shoes imitated Hawkeye, kicking his feet up on the table and closing his eyes to rest. His identity card today was that of an arrogant new Navy recruit. Such a relaxed demeanor was inappropriate in the past, but today it was just right. If he made a mistake, he had a reason to push it onto the world government. As for the discussions, that was for Sengoku to handle. He would just wait for the command to let loose the dogs. Hawkeye glanced at Shoes beside him, finding it quite amusing. This meeting was based on an agreement that the warlords would accept the world government summons when necessary. Sengoku scanned the only empty chair, which was Jinbei's seat. With Jinbei absent from the meeting, he would officially lose his status as a warlord, and his bounty would revert to 438 million berries, placing the Sun Pirates back among pirate forces. This was a necessary procedure. The world government had temporarily granted Sengoku the authority to dismiss the warlords, but only for this summons of those who did not show up. Next, we will discuss the execution of GOLD, Roger's son, Portgas Ace. Sengoku looked around. No one present appeared to care about Ace's identity as the son of the Pirate King. To these great pirates, whose son it was didn't matter. The Navy anticipated attacks from 2 Emperor crews, the red-haired pirates and the white-beard pirates, who were already stirring. Therefore, we seek your assistance. The attack from the 2 Emperor crews was part of the Navy's plan. In such a large-scale operation, they couldn't avoid the world government's involvement. Prior to this, Sengoku had already submitted a complete action plan to the world government. However, the matter regarding Smile was concealed. Sengoku's words were polite, but the warlord's performance was not as proactive as expected, creating a somewhat cold atmosphere. The 2 Emperor crews attacking is already something the Navy can handle quietly. Do we really need your assistance? Doflamingo said sarcastically. Except for the expressionless Kuma and the indifferent Hawkeye, the other 3 nodded in agreement. This was not just a matter of survival. The Navy was trying to pit the clam against the snipe. Haha, indeed, Blackbeard said, biting into a leg of meat. Looking at VES with caution. We can't deal with those emperors. The Navy has plenty of strong fighters. I think so too, whether it's red-haired or white-beard. They're not something we can contend with. Hancock expressed her stance. The warlords were voicing their opinions. They were reluctant to give up their warlord status, but it was absolutely impossible for them to go to their deaths. Sengoku understood the strength of these warlords, excluding their hidden parts. The combat power they displayed at this stage was enough to take on 1 Emperor crew. Such weak words were just a way to shirk responsibility. According to the original Navy situation, Sengoku would definitely take the opportunity to pressure them. If he could gain some benefits, he would. If the warlords exerted a little more effort, the Navy could shed less blood. For the sake of the soldiers' lives, Sengoku felt there was nothing wrong to temporarily set aside the dignity of a fleet admiral and be a bit more mercenary. However, the Navy's combat power was currently quite sufficient, so why be humble? If it weren't for the concern of world government interference, Sengoku would have wanted to bring Akainu along to deal with these warlords first. Did they really think so highly of themselves? Sengoku glanced at VS beside him. The Navy was no longer the timid force it once was. I also understand that this is a bit difficult for you all. The Navy will take on 2 emperors. And you can help as much as you can when the time comes, Sengoku said in a calm tone, his expression casual, almost saying they could play as they liked as long as they didn't cause chaos. The Navy's confidence now is quite enough. We warlords are all dispensable. Moria, seeing the cold atmosphere, took the opportunity to sarcastically remark. He still bore the injuries from being defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. With several layers of white bandages wrapped around his head, Moria laughed recklessly, thinking he had managed to drive a wedge between the Navy and the warlords. Feeling quite pleased with his cleverness, VS scoffed, really not knowing whether to say he was foolishly naive or whether his brain had been smashed. Such words could be spoken in this kind of setting. Yes, this was the inner thought of the warlords present. But did they not see that no one else was speaking up? Did they think they were more astute than Doflamingo or more cunning than Blackbeard? Even the arrogant Hancock knew not to say such things now. Whoever spoke in this setting was provoking the Navy. Doflamingo remained silent. He wouldn't stop anyone from seeking death. Whoever spoke would be unlucky, but that didn't stop him from observing the Navy's current attitude. Were they really planning to fall out with the warlords, or would they maintain their previous cooperative relationship? This was what Doflamingo cared about most. Blackbeard also put down the leg of meat, a broad smile on his face. So there are such idiots among the warlords. This really saved him a lot of effort. In fact, Sengoku was a bit surprised, sizing up Moria. This kind of person must have entered the warlords through the back door. How dare he speak like that? He had originally thought about how to take advantage of the situation to let VES out, but since this person was wasting a free opportunity, it was truly hard to let it go. He gave Weiss a glance, only to find the other party had closed his eyes and was about to fall asleep. With a displeased grunt, he signaled that it was time to take action. As for Sengoku's hint, Shios could no longer ignore it. He placed his legs down from the table and stood up from his chair. Unexpectedly, he decided to practice on Moria first. But he was unsure if the fool's frequent attacks would affect his IQ. You really are an idiot. As soon as Weiss finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot. He had mastered the Marine's 6 styles to perfection, and when using Soru, he could do so silently. Bang! A dull thud was followed by the sound of the table shattering and objects crashing against the wall. Hey. Doflamingo chuckled, picking up a fork to skewer a piece of meat, completely unconcerned about the now frail Moria transforming into Shios. Damn it! Moria crawled out from the ruins beside him. He had long recognized Shios' identity. However, he still believed that his previous defeat was not due to his weakness, but because he was unaware of Shios' true capabilities. Yet, in their next encounter, the result was not much different. In a fit of rage, Moria just got up from the ground and launched an attack at Shios. Shadow Horn Spear. A massive black spear shot out from Moria's arm. He didn't hold back and directly used his most powerful move. Horn Rhino. Shios connected his hands, merging his 2 index fingers, and launched an enhanced finger gun at Moria's shadow spear. The finger gun transformed into a fierce rhino horn. And although Moria's shadow spear came at him aggressively, it was shattered by this strike, scattering shadows all over the room. However, this was not the end. When facing an ability user, one must be cautious, and even more cautious. Before the opponent revealed their abilities, there could be no room for carelessness. Shadow Box. The scattered shadows, unbeknownst to him, gathered around Shios and suddenly surged from multiple directions, seemingly ready to envelop him. He disappeared at the moment the shadows attacked. Shios vanished from his original spot. With observation haki, Shios could sense Moria's movements. What appeared to be a concealed technique could not hide from him. Excellent observation haki. Myhawk complimented. His Marine's 6 styles are solid, as if he has received true teachings from Garp. Sengoku nodded in response to Myhawk's words. The Marine still held a considerable wariness towards this strongest Shichibukai. Fortunately, Myhawk was different from the other Shichibukai. He was not a pirate, but a swordsman. Becoming a Shichibukai was more of an invitation from the world government. After dodging Moria's attack, Shios had no intention of continuing to play with him and flashed to Moria's front. Gale Foot Scythe. Shios unleashed several arcs of air. The sharp energy struck Moria, causing severe injuries and leaving him in agony. Moria's massive body collapsed, leaving it unclear whether he was alive or dead. It's over. Doflamingo declared. The other Shichibukai nodded silently. Moriya's strength was not weak, but he relied too much on his devil fruit abilities. After enduring such intense attacks, whether he could survive was uncertain. They were not surprised by Moriya's defeat. They just didn't expect it to happen so quickly. They had heard of Shio's name before, but didn't realize this marine rookie was even stronger than they had anticipated. Even if they wanted to defeat Moriya, it would take some time and effort, yet Shio's finished it without wasting much time. Only Blackbeard showed a look of realization. He was the only one among the Shichibukai who had witnessed Shio's true strength. Outstanding physical techniques. The Marines truly have a lot of talent. Doflamingo stood up from his seat. It was now their turn to take action. Moriya had served his purpose by saying the unpleasant words, if the Marines remained silent. That would be one thing. The interests of the Shichibukai could still be guaranteed. The Marines would still compromise. However, the Marines defeating Moriya with such a thunderous method indicated that they were firmly set on taking action against the Shichibukai. The interests of the Shichibukai were crucial. They could not allow the Marines to take away what was theirs without a fight. They needed to fight for their legitimate rights. Indeed, it was a legitimate right, as this was a promise made to them by the world government. Whether they could hold on to it would depend on their individual abilities. Colorful threads hung down from Doflamingo's hands. Thinking of the humiliation Shio's had inflicted on him earlier, he contemplated whether to take the opportunity to strike and kill Shio's. Chapter 157. Fierce battle against the Shichibukai. Seeing Doflamingo stand up, Shio's also prepared himself. Unlike the waste that was Moriya, Doflamingo was someone to be taken seriously. Shio's glanced around at the other Shichibukai and noticed that they had no intention of making a move, which was different from what he had anticipated. If the battle continued one by one, not only would it take a long time, but his stamina might not hold out. After a brief contemplation, Shio's decided to force all the Shichibukai to act. He looked at Sengoku, who was silent beside him, and the latter nodded slightly, indicating that they could proceed according to plan. Riding the momentum from just defeating Moonlight Moriya, Shio's unceremoniously declared that Marshal Sengoku had something to say earlier, and now he would fill in for him. Listen up, all of you. The plundering shares of the Shichibukai will be determined by your performance in the Marineford War. If anyone dares to plunder privately, I will come to your door one by one. Shio's assessed the reactions of the Shichibukai. Aside from Doflamingo, who had stood up earlier, the other Shichibukai were beginning to fidget. It was currently impossible to abolish the Shichibukai system, but it was still feasible to restrict their actions. Shio's had long been disgusted by open plundering. Restricting the Shichibukai's legitimate plundering was something Shio's had been contemplating. On the way here, Shio's had discussed this with Sengoku, who allowed him to proceed, but stated that Shio's would have to bear the corresponding consequences. To this, Shio's did not hesitate to agree. How could he let the Shichibukai take advantage so easily? They were satisfied just watching the Marineford War from the sidelines. If he didn't take the chance to strike, Shio's felt he would have wasted a trip to Mariehua. After his words fell, the already restless Shichibukai could no longer sit still. Bastard! My rights were granted by the world government. You Marines have no right to interfere. Hancock was the first to express her dissatisfaction. Amazon Lily was a pirate nation, where the strong were revered and strength was paramount. The entire island of Amazon Lily relied on plundering to survive. Cutting off plundering would be like cutting off their means of survival. They couldn't possibly rely on farming to sustain a pirate island. So she was the first to slam the table and stand up. Don't think that bullying some old pirates is any great skill. A waste like Moriya, I have always looked down upon. Shio's had a fair number of achievements since his debut, having defeated several well-known strong opponents. However, these achievements were nothing to the great pirates. He still didn't have any notorious accomplishments. Hancock was the second Shichibukai to stand against him. The animosity between Shio's and Doflamingo wasn't formed here. However, the restriction on the Shichibukai's legitimate plundering rights also left Doflamingo quite displeased. Shio's glanced at the woman known as the most beautiful in the world. She was indeed beautiful, but her heart was more venomous than a snake. What kind of good people can come out of Pirate's Den? It's quite detestable for these pitiful individuals to randomly inflict their own suffering onto others. To take revenge on the whole world because of one's own misfortune is not much different from the celestial dragons. Am I not being clear enough? Do I need to repeat myself? Flames ignited on Shiosi's body, and 3 pairs of powerful wings spread behind him, exerting overwhelming physical strength that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. I hope everyone here can understand this. It is me, not Admiral Tsuru. Shiosi coldly stared at the warlords of the sea present. He wasn't here to reason with them. His reasoning was only through his fists. Before Shiosi could make a move, two bursts of energy erupted from Hancock and Don Quixote Doflamingo, causing the surrounding servants to faint on the spot. This was Conqueror's Haki, and both Hancock and Doflamingo possessed it. Is this a call for milk when hungry? Put in a bit more effort. Facing the two waves of Conqueror's Haki head-on, Shosi remained calm. It was only when the two prepared to exert more pressure that his expression tightened. A powerful Conqueror's Haki surged from his body, compressing the Haki from the two. In this clash of three Conqueror's Haki, Shosi was able to suppress Hancock and Doflamingo by himself. Everyone present changed their expression slightly. Could it be that the Navy can also awaken Conqueror's Haki? In the past, pirates believed that no matter how powerful the Navy was, they could never awaken Conqueror's Haki. This was because their hearts were bound, unlike pirates who could do whatever they pleased. In truth, Shosi's Conqueror's Haki wasn't fully unleashed. It was only used to suppress and counteract the two. He always remembered that this was not the Navy headquarters in Marineford, but the stronghold of the world government. The relationship between the world government and the Navy was quite tense. If they were to learn that another Navy officer had awakened Conqueror's Haki, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Navy at this moment. Everything had to wait until the Marineford War was over and the Navy's plans were completed, allowing Shosi to act without restraint. Shosi's caution proved to be wise. At the same time that Hancock and Doflamingo unleashed their Conqueror's Haki in a palace deep within Mariewa, a little dwarf glared fiercely in the direction of the warlord's meeting. What a disgusting smell. Doflamingo was the first to attack, propelling himself towards Shosi with a burst of power, his fingers elongating into colorful threads that hooked towards Shosi's face. Shosi had no intention of dodging. With a flaming longsword in hand, he slashed at the colorful threads. Flame slash. The flaming longsword unleashed a wave of flaming sword energy. Unlike the sword energy produced by Peach Rabbit, Shosi's flaming sword energy was developed through guidance from Yixiao, integrating swordsmanship into his fruit abilities. The flaming sword energy wasn't as sharp as traditional sword energy, but utilized the explosive nature of fire to its advantage. In terms of power, it was even stronger than Peach Rabbit's sword energy attack. After unleashing one slash, Shosi vanished from his spot using Shave. Today, he faced more than just Doflamingo. Energy efficiency was the priority. Doflamingo's colorful threads shredded the flaming sword energy, and taking advantage of the visual obstruction, Shosi arrived behind him. The flaming longsword disappeared from his hand, and a two-stage advanced thrust, pointer gun, horned rhino, pierced Doflamingo's back. He knew that Doflamingo's threads could stitch wounds, but he didn't know if a scar the size of a bull could be stitched. If he could take this opportunity to kill Doflamingo, Shosi wouldn't mind bearing some charges. It could be considered a good deed. Unfortunately, even if Shosi intended to kill, this strike was ineffective. Doflamingo used his threads to forcibly displace himself. Damn observation Haki turned the ambush into mere formalism. Missing the strike, Shosi immediately turned around. Sakura 10 appeared in Shosi's hand, enveloped in golden flames, and he slashed out another wave of flaming sword energy to prevent Doflamingo from counterattacking. Almost simultaneously, Hancock's attack also arrived. A long, straight, beautiful leg kick towards Shosi's face. The infamous fragrant leg. Shosi could withstand such a kick, but there was no need to take it. He couldn't help but admire Hancock's beautiful legs, like exquisite works of art that he was reluctant to destroy. With 3 pairs of wings flapping, Shosi's body moved backward. If he accidentally got petrified for a moment, where would the Navy's face go? On the other side, Doflamingo, pushed back by Shosi, fired several white bullets from his hands. After dispersing the flaming sword energy that Shosi had slashed, a few bullets came flying towards the direction Shosi retreated. Flame burst. Golden flames gathered in both hands as Shosi compressed 2 masses of flames together, causing a powerful explosion shockwave. The high-temperature, high-pressure heat radiation not only neutralized Doflamingo's attack, but also blocked Blackbeard and the pursuing Hancock from taking advantage of the situation. I don't think you're much better than them. A bunch of old-timers. After repelling Blackbeard and Hancock, Shosi said coldly. The term old-timer was not meant to show respect. Rather, it was particularly sarcastic under Shosi's tone. The arrow of captivity. Women can't stand the word old. The enraged Hancock didn't care about accidentally hurting others and directly entered a berserk mode. From her small cherry-like mouth, she spat out a giant red heart, her left hand dragging backward, and countless pink arrows shot out from the heart. A true rain of arrows. Sengoku couldn't remain stationary this time, stepping back a few paces to clear the space. The same went for Mihawk. He had no interest in the legal plundering rights of the warlords. However, he was quite interested in sparring with Shosi, as he thought Xiuxi's flaming sword energy, which he had just displayed, indicated that he was a fairly competent swordsman. But not now, watching the back-and-forth battle between Xiusi and the others. As the #1 swordsman at that time, Mihawk always looked down on gang attacks. Similarly, Bartholomew Kuma, one of the warlords, also refrained from taking action. Being a member of the world government, he naturally wouldn't attack the Navy. What a madman. Blackbeard was also within attacking range. He wanted to curse a bit, but upon seeing Hancock's crazed appearance, he decided it was better not to stir up trouble for himself. Blackbeard was well aware that he was still in the incubation period and needed to endure waiting. As long as his plans could proceed smoothly, everything would be worth it. Damn Hancock, sooner or later I'll have to capture you for my bed. The title of the world's most beautiful woman wasn't meant for women, but was a medal under men's groins. Blackbeard stepped back a few paces, unwilling to strike too early. He had fought Xiusi before and knew that such a level of attack wouldn't have much effect. He needed to wait for the right opportunity to find a chance to understand Xiusi. Facing Hancock's rain of arrows, Xiusi had too many ways to deal with it. In long-range combat, he wouldn't lose to anyone. Shadow Flash, 3 absolute cuts. Xiusi mimicked Peach Rabbit's stance, drawing his sword and unleashing a series of flaming sword energies. Ever since Yi Xiao broke through that layer of paper, Xiusi's swordsmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Many sword techniques he had seen before, he could now use quite convincingly. The flaming sword energy slashed towards the sky, filled with swordsmen. Although the pink arrows petrified the first wave of flaming sword energy, the subsequent flaming sword energies broke through the petrification and slashed towards Hancock at the back. Over the years, Xiusi had also come to understand that, in fact, fruit abilities were just that. As long as the abilities aren't mutually restraining, it's all about who has more strength. The saying, great strength leads to miracles, holds true. Hancock originally wanted to shatter the flame sword chi, but at the moment of contact, the 2 sword chis hadn't yet turned to stone. This is a characteristic of Su Si's flame sword chi, easy to explode and unstable. Just as Su Si was about to pursue, a white thread whip struck at him. It really was a timely report, not at all delayed. He dodged to the side to avoid Doflamingo's overreaching whip, while the thread whip pierced through the ceiling of the restaurant behind him. With a flick of Doflamingo's wrist, the thread whip cut towards Su Si's neck. Su Si's Sakura Ten was coated with armament hockey. A sword light slashed towards the end of Doflamingo's thread whip, causing the whip to go haywire and whip around erratically on one side of the restaurant. Both Doflamingo and Su Si were controlling the strength of their techniques. This was Mariehua, where powerful and wide-range techniques couldn't be used, and everyone present understood this. In this constrained battle, everyone felt held back. Su Si couldn't use wide-range techniques, and Doflamingo and the others couldn't use their Devil Fruit awakenings either. After several rounds of sparring, both sides were getting heated. If it continued, no one could guarantee what would happen. Su Si felt a bit stuck. He knew this battle wasn't meant to win, but to suppress the ambitions of the 7 warlords. Facing the combination of Hancock and Doflamingo, along with Blackbeard, who was somewhat slacking off on the side, the strength of the 3 was considered top tier among the Yonko. Su Si felt somewhat overwhelmed. He glanced at Sengoku, asking what to do next. He was waiting, feeling anxious. Sengoku gave Su Si a helpless expression. He hadn't expected the situation to spiral out of control like this. However, he lightly nodded, indicating to Su Si that if it became impossible, he should just go all out. With this reassurance, Su Si felt steadied. He had been waiting for this sentence. As long as Sengoku was willing to back him up, it would be fine no matter how chaotic things got. After all, Sengoku was a legendary figure, known as the Buddha, on par with the hero garb. Not to mention that Sengoku was truly a refined and wise general. Su Si sheathed Sakura Ten, took a deep breath, and his eyes glinted with a hint of red. His body shot into the sky, and that snake-like, dragon-like monster reappeared. This was the first time Sengoku had seen Su Si awaken his devil fruit. He was well aware of the terrifying awakening of a mythical Zoan fruit user, and knew Su Si was serious now. Red flames ignited around Su Si, appearing like ghostly fire in the night, suddenly coming into view for everyone. Blackbeard's expression grew heavy. Throughout their previous exchanges, Su Si had never used such a technique. He had a premonition that the dark fruit couldn't devour such flames. Not just Blackbeard, but even Doflamingo and Hancock had serious expressions on their faces, ready to awaken their devil fruits at any moment. Just as Su Si was about to strike, he unexpectedly reverted to his original form. This scene was quite dramatic. Everyone present could even see the look of astonishment on Su Si's face. Su Si looked at his own hands. He had just been forcibly pulled out of his fruit awakening state by an external force. This was the first time this had ever happened, and Su-Si didn't know what had caused it. However, in the event of trouble in Mariehua, the only ones who could intervene were the world government. Su-Si had previously suspected that the world government had some extremely powerful means to deter the world. This should be one of those methods, restricting the abilities of fruit users. Since they warned Su-Si, it indicated that the world government didn't want the situation to escalate further, nor did they want to see the flames of war spread to Mariehua. Sakura 10 appeared in Su-Si's hand, gathering. Since he couldn't use the powers of fruit awakening, he would resolve it with swordsmanship. Dancing sun. Countless sword qigong pressed down from the sky, forming a sword net made of flame sword chi that enveloped Hancock and the others. Chapter 158. Air Marshal Hancock stretched her beautiful legs to shatter the sword qigong. Her movements chaotic amidst the explosive waves of fire, looking somewhat comical. Spider's nest, white silk thread shot from Doflamingo's hand, weaving a tight web in front. The lightning sword chi struck the resilient web like raindrops hitting an umbrella, creating ripples but not affecting it. Blackbeard grinned and hid under Doflamingo's web. Doflamingo glanced at him but said nothing, finding the shameless style quite despicable. Even as a pirate, Doflamingo was different from other pirates. The pride of a celestial dragon didn't allow him to hide under someone else's protection. Since he couldn't fully unleash his fruit abilities, Su-Si could only change his approach, focusing on maximizing his physical skills and swordsmanship. Su-Si drew Sakura 10 again, enveloped by a faint aura. This was the swordsmanship bestowed by Xuanyue Lama. When this aura appeared, Mihawk's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head, the fighting spirit in his eyes slowly calming. He could feel that this peculiar swordsmanship did not belong to Su-Si, but to another very powerful swordsman. Damn it, he's a great swordsman, planning to attack with swordsmanship. Blackbeard, the most experienced, immediately sensed the change in Su-Si's momentum. A chill ran down his spine. Swordsmanship was the technique he feared the most. Without excessively exposing his own strength, facing a swordsmanship attack would be very uncomfortable for him. Blackbeard never expected that a simple meeting would escalate to this extent. There really were people ready to have a big fight in Mariehua. Were they looking for death? A black vortex appeared in Blackbeard's hand. At this point, he couldn't hold back any longer. Kill him. Blackbeard sneered. Doflamingo chuckled. Crystalline silk threads gathered into bundles in his hand. In a pink bow, an arrow appeared in Hancock's hand. The upcoming battle could very likely destroy Mariehua. Just as everyone was about to strike, heavy footsteps echoed. What kind of meal is this that turned into such a mess? Do you all want to tear down Mariehua? It wasn't Sengoku who spoke, but a sturdy man of similar age. Although his face was somewhat unfamiliar, his aura rivaled that of anyone present. You're here, Air Marshal. Sengoku, hiding in the distance, quickly stood up and walked over, saluting with military precision, his expression solemn, knowing that today's matter had escalated considerably. Long time no see, Sengoku. The Air Marshal smiled and patted Sengoku's shoulder. He shouted at Su-Si in the sky. That kid, do I need to ask you to come down? You have no sense of propriety. The Air Marshal's tone seemed to reproach Su-Si, but the wording was quite interesting. The term propriety is generally used by elders to admonish juniors, and saying it in front of outsiders carried a hint of protection. Su-Si understood this implication. He immediately sheathed Sakura 10 and slowly descended to stand beside Sengoku. And you guys? The Air Marshal coldly looked at Blackbeard and the others. Do I need to persuade each of you individually? What a big show. This double standard felt quite comfortable. Su-Si developed a slight fondness for this former Marine Admiral and current Supreme Commander of the world government, the Air Marshal. Doflamingo chuckled as he retracted the strings from his hands, while Blackbeard awkwardly laughed a few times before withdrawing as well. Only Hancock hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, she bit her silver teeth lightly and dispersed her devil fruit ability. The whole interaction from their introduction to the cessation of hostilities took merely a few sentences, showcasing the influence of Kong in the black and white realms. Looking up and down at Admiral Kong, he was a very robust man with a broad chest, tan skin, and white hair and beard shaped like a mountain. There was a stitched scar beneath his left eye, and he wore a sleeveless black shirt adorned with medals, revealing muscular arms. He had a deep green armband on his wrist, a light yellow scarf around his neck, and a white and dark gray coat draped over him. Yet his rank on the shoulder remained that of a vice admiral, the same as Sengoku. Sengoku, how's the situation? Have all the necessary explanations been made? Kong asked Sengoku. Everything has been explained. The summons have been arranged, Sengoku quickly replied. Kong nodded and glanced around, observing the dilapidated restaurant and the servants who were in disarray, one of whom was particularly conspicuous due to his size as a warlord. Since everything had been explained, they didn't want to linger over a meal and decided to disperse. Kong spoke with a displeased tone. After so many years in Mariewa, it's the first time I've seen Conqueror's Haki. What a display of power. Conqueror's Haki is said to be possessed only by those of kingly stature, and demonstrating in Mariewa is a serious act of provocation, as here. Only the 20 founding kings are considered kings. Everyone else is a rebel. Doflamingo's expression changed. He had forgotten this point earlier, having gotten used to exerting his influence outside and forgetting these taboos. It was only when Kong mentioned it that he realized he had acted somewhat improperly, but it was not a major concern. His bloodline originates from the 20 founding kings. If it came down to it, he was also a native of Mariewa, just temporarily unable to return. Thinking this, Doflamingo turned to leave. There was no need to linger any longer. Kong's identity was significant, and his appearance indicated that those few were dissatisfied with today's events. The Navy's actions had ultimately been too large. Seeing Doflamingo leave, Blackbeard glanced at Hancock. He would have refused to team up with this foolish woman alone, chuckled a couple of times, and followed Doflamingo out. I will remember today's humiliation. Hancock glared fiercely at Shias and quickly followed suit. The only warlords left in the room were the unconscious Moria, Mihawk, and Kuma. Your sword is quite interesting. I would like to spar with you if the opportunity arises. Mihawk nodded at Kong, acknowledging that even a great swordsman cannot ignore this presence. After issuing a challenge to Shias, he also left. Shias smiled wryly at this. His level was far from that of the world's greatest swordsman. If it were purely a swordsmanship duel, he was no match for the other party, who enjoys being slashed anyway. Mihawk was quite all right. There was no need to worry about him going wild. Seeing that those who needed to leave had mostly done so, Kong expressed interest to Shias. It took quite a lot of effort to get Mihawk to join the warlords. He is a very principled person. Having a duel with him would greatly benefit your swordsmanship. Noticing Kuma's intention to sneak away, Kong pointed at the lying Moria and said, "When you go out, take that guy with you." He is lying there like a pile of dung. Kuma silently nodded. The modifications were more than halfway done, and he was no longer very concerned about external emotions. He casually picked up Moria and walked out. He was quite decent at first. When he had just come down from the New World, he seemed quite respectable. How'd he end up like this? Kong looked at Moria with disdain. You made me receive gifts like this. I haven't cut a single cent from the warlord's tickets. Hearing this, Shias glanced at Sengoku beside him, wondering if this was also the Navy's consistent style, the source of your stinginess. When Kong took office as the Admiral of the Navy, it coincided with the peak of the Rocks pirates, leading to severe naval losses and a significant shortfall in compensation funds. Sengoku explained to Kong. However, back then, the maritime situation was not as severe as it is now. The impact on the world was not significant, and the world government has always allocated very little funding, leading to tight finances. Goodness. It seems our Navy has been poor for 3 generations. Shias understood that even after Akainu took office, the finances didn't improve much. The Navy's neck was always in the grip of the world government. You there, just you. Stop looking around. Kong pressed Shias' head down with an unhappy face. Using awaken level techniques in Mariewa, why don't you just fly up? No, this brat is using it in the sky. Such a grand gesture. Did he really think this was Marineford? While scolding Shias, Kong quietly leaned in a whisper in his ear. This place has restrictions on Devil Fruit awakenings. No one can use awaken level techniques in Mariewa. Be more careful next time. Don't make mistakes again. Feeling that broad hand leave his head, the bicep thicker than Zephyr's moved away from his cheek. The robust masculine aura became lighter, and Shias finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kong quite liked Shias. He was a promising young junior he was willing to support, which is why he shared some secrets about Mariewa with him. Although he had some guesses in his heart beforehand, Shias was still shocked when Kong actually said it. The existence of something that can restrict Devil Fruit awakenings was terrifying for those with abilities. Awakened abilities are the upper limit for ability users. Whether it's the awakening of paramecia or the manipulation of natural elements, they all fall within this category. If this restriction is firmly in place, it is equivalent to limiting the power of ability users. Taking the Thunder Fruit as an example, if one does not manipulate natural energy, the techniques released from the Thunder Fruit would at most reach the peak level of a quasi-admiral, unable to cross the threshold of an emperor. At the level of an emperor, it is no longer about developing one's physical qualities. The true indomitable reason for an emperor lies in the ability to manipulate the world's power under complete mastery of oneself. Which is why the gap between quasi-admirals and emperors is so vast. After all, no matter how well you research, it's just that little bit of capacity. Compared to an emperor who can manipulate certain layer rules at will, you are simply not on the same dimensional level. Shias felt a bit flustered. Since the world government can restrict Devil Fruit awakenings, could they also limit other abilities? The world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, is truly a lurking giant beast beneath this world, subconsciously gripping the hilt of his sword at his waist. He wondered if the swordsmanship and body techniques were the true directions. Don't think so much. We are not opposed to them. Kong noticed Shias' tension and understood that feeling. For powerful individuals, nothing is more terrifying than having their survival strength taken away. Kong patted Shias' shoulder to signal him to relax. In his view, the Navy currently had no reason to fall out with the world government. Even in the future, there would be no reason to fall out. Who rules this world has never been something the military needs to worry about. What they can do is protect the civilians from pirate persecution. Sengoku also stepped forward to say a few words. He only understood this principle at the age of 40. And it was a bit early to have Shias experience it now. The Navy has the most contact with the world government, and they understand better than anyone the horror of this monster. To overthrow such a monster requires far more planning than originally anticipated. They can only handle their own affairs well and avoid innocent people being persecuted by this world. Admiral Kong, is your visit this time at the behest of the higher-ups? Sengoku hesitated for a moment. He still wanted to see what the world government stance was on this matter, whether the Shichibukai could be abolished. Kong nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing with Sengoku's speculation. Sengoku, you've taken a big step this time. This is not something you would usually do. As the commander of the 3 armed forces, Kong is aware of the Navy's strategic plans. The urgent task now is to break the balance between the 4 emperors in the New World and intervene in it. Although the strategic plan does not explicitly mention the Shichibukai, both Kong and Sengoku understand that the plan to abolish the Shichibukai should have come after the Marineford War. The current pressure seems a bit hasty. I was too anxious, thinking that the Navy could force the Shichibukai to submit. Sengoku did not shift the responsibility onto Shoes. A capable superior might always think about how to suppress their subordinates, but they will stand at the forefront at critical moments. If we can reduce the plunder share before abolishing the Shichibukai, it would also be a good thing for the civilians within those territories. We owe them too much. Sengoku's tone was heavy. Those civilians plundered by the Shichibukai are the greatest shame of the Navy. Mentioning this, even Kong, who had retired for a long time, showed some anger. Things cannot be rushed. The higher-ups' attitude towards the Shichibukai has already softened a lot. The Shichibukai system is no longer indispensable. Kong said slowly, what is urgent now is to win the Marineford War. Are you ready to deal with the 2 emperors' groups? Sengoku, you should agree to the higher-ups' conditions. We don't want a dilapidated Marineford, nor can we miss the opportunity to advance into the New World. Kongsi Get. All documents regarding the world government and the Navy have been issued under his hand. Marineford can be destroyed, and I could even die in battle. But the backbone of the Navy cannot be broken. Sengoku said excitedly. The sea breeze of the New World has already begun to blow, but I do not wish for this wind to be filled with a filthy smell, nor do I allow it to blow towards my Navy. Seeing Sengoku's excited expression, Shoes guessed that there were many things Sengoku had not told him. On the way back, Sengoku told Shoes that the world government had made a deal with the Beast Pirates. They could provide Dr. Vegapunk's artificial Devil Fruit technology to the Beast Pirates. In return, the Beast Pirates would not participate in the Marineford War and, when necessary, would assist the world government. This happened a long time ago. At that time, Shoes had not yet informed Sengoku about the matter concerning the Smile Fruits. The Navy was lacking in combat power, and Sengoku was confident about winning this battle. However, the cost of winning this battle was something he needed to consider. Just as Admiral Kong said, if the cost of winning this battle is to turn Marineford into a dilapidated ruin, leaving the Navy unable to deploy in the New World, then the significance of this war would be greatly diminished. Chapter 159, Going to the Deep Sea Prison. Admiral Kong is quite perceptive. Sengoku's weakness is his soft heart. He won't watch his soldiers sacrifice, especially when he has the means to protect them. Sengoku's hasty retreat after the Marineford War was likely not just a shake of his own beliefs, but more about not wanting this shame to remain with the Navy. If it weren't for the appearances of the Smile Fruits and Shoes, Sengoku might have chosen a compromise. This is a respectable generation, whether it's Zephyr, who has adhered to the principle of not killing throughout his life, or Carp, who upholds justice even at the cost of family, and Sengoku, who bears humiliation for the greater good. These old Navy members have dedicated their lives to the justice behind them. Perhaps I have changed. Kong sighed. The iron-willed man seemed somewhat desolate at this moment. It is difficult to maintain one's original intention when in the center of power. I am very relieved to hand the Navy over to you. Kong patted Sengoku on the shoulder, the latter looking invigorated as if he had received immense encouragement. This is all thanks to your support. It is because of your maneuvering above that we can do better. Sengoku chatted with Kong for a few moments. Shoes thought he had nothing to do with it. After all, he was just an unremarkable rear admiral. Who would have thought that this water would splash onto him? Kid, I've heard about your situation. Some things shouldn't be done too excessively. Although Shoes had been doing things relatively secretly, how could the news that Sengoku could find out possibly escape Admiral Kong's notice? As the supreme commander of the world government, Admiral Kong could even mobilize part of the CP organization's intelligence network. I understand. Thank you for your reminder. Shoes nodded. He knew what Kong was referring to. What he was doing was already challenging the red line of the world government. However, the world government's biggest headache right now is not him, but the revolutionary army that is spread across the globe. If the world government can extinguish the revolutionary army, the first to suffer would be Shoes. Go ahead. If there's nothing else, just head back to Marineford. This is not a good place. With that, Kong turned and left. The commander of the three armed forces has more complicated matters to handle. The fact that he could spare time to come is already a sign that the higher-ups could no longer tolerate it. After all, not everyone can resolve such matters. Without sufficient strength and status, it is not easy to stop this vicious brawl. Shoes and the others also wanted to leave immediately. However, with Sengoku's identity, there were still some procedures that must be followed for a visit to Marineford. After bidding farewell to Admiral Kong, Sengoku needed to meet with the Gorosei to report on the preparations for the upcoming war. Shoes returned alone to the place where he had rested before, waiting. During the wait, Shoes thought of Blackbeard, whom he had seen at the meeting, and his mood gradually became restless. The execution of Ace was imminent. By the time they arrived at Marineford, someone from the Navy headquarters had already gone to the deep-sea prison to escort Ace. According to the original timeline, Blackbeard should also be on his way to the deep-sea prison at this time. During the previous meeting, Shoes had wanted to take the opportunity to kill Blackbeard, but he couldn't do it. At that time, it was not easy to protect himself, let alone kill the powerful Blackbeard. That cunning guy had been hiding at the back during the battle. Waiting was a long process. Every second made Shoes' heart particularly tormented. He kept telling himself that the loss of the deep-sea prison would not have a significant impact on the Navy's future. The upcoming Marineford War was the top priority. But thinking of those rampaging pirates burning and plundering, innocent civilians crying out in the flames, Shoes felt those cries echoing in his mind. Finally, Sengoku returned with a grim expression. Shoes finally made up his mind. Admiral Sengoku, I suspect someone is plotting against the deep-sea prison. He conveyed what he had discussed with the Smile Fruits to Sengoku, stating that during the Marineford War, the deep-sea prison was very dangerous, as it housed the most vicious criminals. You should trust Magellan. With him guarding the deep-sea prison, it is the Navy's most impregnable fortress. Sengoku liked the Smile Fruits, believed that there would be no issues at the deep-sea prison. This mindset is almost rooted in every Navy member's mind. The unique terrain of the deep-sea prison, combined with Magellan's powerful strength, can be said to be as solid as an iron wall. Exactly, that's why Shoes felt that the deep-sea prison was likely doomed. The success of Blackbeard and Luffy might not be purely for plot convenience. This confident attitude is the most fatal. In Shoes' mind, nothing is ever foolproof, and one must always be prepared for a backup plan. Being prepared is a deep-rooted principle in the hearts of the people. Sengoku patted Shoes on the shoulder and said, compared to the deep-sea prison, Marineford needs you more. That's where the world stage will be. Although the Navy's combat power is not as lacking as before, Sengoku still hopes to see Shoes at Marineford. After all, Shoes is not only a top-tier combat force for the Navy, but also the most outstanding newcomer in the past 2 years. In such an important occasion, the star effect of the latter is more important than the former's strength. The Navy also wants to establish a super popular idol and take advantage of the Marineford War stage to create some hype. Perhaps the recruitment wave next year will set new records. Thinking of a certain popular internet celebrity who became famous in the Marineford War, Shoes felt that Sengoku's idea was quite forward-thinking. No wonder he is called a wise general. Marshal Sengoku, the deep-sea prison is filled with the most vicious pirates. We can't take that risk, nor can we afford it. Shoes insisted on going to the deep-sea prison. However, He also assured Sengoku that he would handle things properly and return quickly, as the speed of the Seraphim fruit would not take too long. In the end, Sengoku agreed to Shu's request. As Shu said, certain individuals in the deep-sea prison must not be allowed to come out. One gold lion is already troublesome enough. Having a bunch more would be a real hassle. He only reminded Shu to make it back in time for the Marineford War and not to delay too long, as the Navy really needs him now. Shu nodded and bid farewell to Sengoku. Blackbeard had already acted a bit earlier than him. He couldn't afford to waste time on the road. Instead of taking a warship, he used his fruit ability to fly directly to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. To go to the deep-sea prison, he still needed to obtain the permanent pointer to the prison from the Marine headquarters. Although Shu was anxious, he also remembered the order of priorities. Meanwhile, the terrifying power of the world was correcting the world back to its original trajectory. Luffy, who was sent flying by Kuma, once again encountered Hancock by chance. With Hancock's help, he arrived at the deep-sea prison, fervently engaging in a liberation movement, unaware that he was brewing a disaster. Jinbei and Ace aren't here, are they? Luffy asked Jinbei beside him. He had reached the 6th level of the deep-sea prison, but there was no sign of Ace. Only the barely breathing fishman Jinbei. Ace has been transferred to Marineford for execution. We have to go to Marineford to rescue him. Jinbei, saved by Luffy, was completely unconcerned about his injuries, his mind occupied with how to rescue Ace. Then let's hurry to Marineford. Luffy didn't care about what he was doing or where Marineford was. He just wanted to save Ace. Straw Hat Kid, you should be more concerned about how to escape here. The guards are about to arrive, and I don't want to face Magellan here. The Revolutionary Army's Emporio Ivankov remarked. If one were to say that the Revolutionary Army didn't have many good-looking members, it would be an understatement. The oddities were frighteningly numerous. With a huge face and disproportionate body, deep purple explosive hair, long and thick eyelashes, light blue eyeshadow, and purple lip gloss, wearing fishnet stockings and a cloak, and a tight, ultra-low-cut bodysuit. The peculiar attire raised doubts about the Revolutionary Army's recruitment standards. Regardless, the Okama Queen understood the terror of Magellan in such a place. Having escaped a brief encounter before was already extreme luck. She didn't want to gamble again. Even if they weren't perverts, such reckless actions were not to be taken lightly. Luffy's expression was heavy. He knew how terrifying Magellan was, but he had to rescue Ace no matter what. This was his creed regarding his friends. Let's go. I must save Ace. Luffy walked forward resolutely. Jinbei staggered behind him, and Ivankov hesitated for a moment but chose to follow. After all, this was Dragon's son. After a series of back and forths, Shu arrived at the deep-sea prison. However, the ships docked outside the prison made his expression change. He hadn't expected the other party to intervene in this matter. Had he overestimated the pirate's sense of ethics? The black pirate flag, adorned with a necessary skull, crossed by 2 swords in an X shape, with 3 red claw marks on the skull's left eye, was recognizable by any faction. This was the flag of the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors ruling the New World. The red-haired pirates were known for their elite approach. Their crew was significantly smaller than the other 3 emperors, with each member being a capable individual. Thus, Shu's expression turned particularly grim upon seeing the flag. The movements of the 4 emperors must be strictly monitored. Shu never worried that the 4 emperors would come. If Shanks were present, the 3 admirals should also be here. But Shu had not detected any signs of battle from the 3 admirals. The 3 admirals were all Logia-type users, and the signs of battle were evident. Thus, it was clear that Shanks was not the one who came. However, the most fear beneath the emperors was the red-haired pirates, because they were the only pirate group with a vice-captain who was likely an emperor-level powerhouse. This was not good news. Shu did not want to engage with Beckman, as he was pressed for time to deal with the deep-sea prison. He had hoped to avoid this murky water, but it seemed the Navy had still discovered it. Gray-haired, long-faced with a pointed chin, a straight nose, and distinct facial features. He had a solid build, scars on his arms, was smoking, dressed in a black 3/4 sleeve shirt, draped in a spiral-patterned cloak, and wore a belt around his waist with a rifle attached. The one speaking was Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, whom Shu least wanted to encounter. As the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, who ruled the New World, Beckman was always by Shanks' side. If Shanks were likened to the sun for his cheerful and lively demeanor, then Beckman, who was few in words but carried an air of authority, was the moon. It was this man who revealed the terror of pirates to their enemies, possessing experience accumulated over a long maritime career, a clear thinking mind, and extremely high combat power. As someone whose strength could rival Shanks, even the strong ones in the New World would tremble upon seeing him. How about this, Navy? You stay here and wait a moment. Beckman said as he drew his rifle, aiming at Shoes. Don't think about running. My bullets won't be slower than lightning. Faced with Beckman's threat, Shoes indeed did not dare to be careless. He now understood that when Kizaru was pointed at by this gun, he was likely not acting, or the acting was minimal. The rifle in Beckman's hand truly possessed the power to intimidate them. The perception from observation hockey was not a lie, and he needed to be on high alert. Why? The red-hair pirates should know what's inside here. Those people must not return to this world. Shoes questioned Beckman loudly. The red-haired pirates were not like Luffy, the reckless youth. They understood what was inside and knew the dire consequences of releasing them. I originally thought Shanks was different from other pirates, but I didn't expect you would do something like this. Beckman was indifferent to Shoes' questioning and even took a strong puff of his cigar. Our captain is indeed as you think, and there are naive and romantic fools on board. But we are pirates. Do you think those can make one a king? Beckman exhaled a smoke ring, seriously watching Shoes' actions, not giving him a chance to call for help with a den mushy. The captain is just a place to store dreams. His role is more about gathering companions, allowing those with the same dreams to meet, but such people are really not suitable to be pirates. When it comes to Shanks, Beckman's face was filled with respect. This kind of disrespectful words and respectful attitude in one person looks particularly contradictory, but Shoes didn't see any problem with it and even understood this behavior. The pirate world is so distorted, where dreams are tied to evil, thus nurturing many people like Beckman, whose actions sometimes seem to go against dreams, but are actually the most steadfast guardians of those dreams. The Straw Hat Pirates have been at sea for too short a time and have not yet fully implemented this change, but from Zoro's future actions, one can already see Beckman's shadow. The vice captain is the one who implements the darkness of piracy and is also the final guardian of those dreams. You came here without Shanks knowing. He won't agree with your plan. Shoes let out a long breath and drew his sword. Sakura, 10. Stop it, Beckman. Don't bring the evil consequences to this world. Shoes made one last persuasion while also preparing for battle. The deep sea prison must not fall. Chapter 160. People are complex. How can it be said to be concealed? This is something beneficial to us. I just did what a pirate should do. Beckman threw his cigar on the ground and said seriously, if you hadn't shown up, no one would know I would be here. Someone would be willing to bear this evil consequence. And everything has nothing to do with our red-haired pirates. Then you know that the Straw Hat Kid Luffy is also inside, right? Making him bear the crime of destroying the deep-sea prison is also part of your plan. Shoes swung his sword at Beckman, who blocked it with a gun. Bang! Shoes' slash was shattered by the bullet fired by Beckman. It was an ordinary bullet, but the hockey covering it was much stronger than Van Oka's, proving that he was indeed a king-level powerhouse. 3 pairs of wings unfolded from behind Shoes, adjusting his breath, and he maintained his state at its peak. Luffy? Beckman said in surprise. How the hell did that brat get here? Damn it. Wasn't he arranged by Dragon to a safe place? Beckman's expression didn't seem fake. He really didn't know Luffy was here. After all, he and entered the deep-sea prison, and to get himself out, he couldn't deal with those inside. I'm really surprised that you made a deal with Blackbeard. Shoes speculated that it was Blackbeard who made the deal with Beckman, just relying on Luffy's abilities isn't enough to destroy the deep-sea prison. Only the Blackbeard pirates could achieve the results Beckman expected. Before this, it was hard for Shoes to imagine that the red-haired pirates would cooperate with the Blackbeard pirates. What's so surprising about it? Isn't it normal for pirates to cooperate with each other? Beckman didn't think much of it. He just believed that Blackbeard was a useful knife, and moreover, it was a knife that could stab in the right places. If something happened at the deep-sea prison, the Navy would at least send a vice admiral to handle it, which would greatly ease the situation of the top war. While the Navy was wary of their own losses, they didn't know that pirates were even more afraid of the Navy's terrifying high-end combat power. The 3 admirals are all king-level powerhouses good at large-scale attacks. Just releasing one of them would be a nightmare for the core strength of pirates. With this in mind, Beckman secretly contacted Blackbeard after realizing his interest in the deep-sea prison. He needed Blackbeard, who dared to act and could take the blame. As long as Blackbeard succeeded, Beckman would immediately change from a guard to a concerned citizen, notifying the Navy that the deep-sea prison had fallen. Then, as the representative of speed among the 3 admirals, Kizaru would be the most likely to come to the rescue, and Beckman's goal would be achieved. Kizaru's light fruit has a huge advantage in dealing with weaklings, making him the most threatening among the 3 admirals. He cannot be allowed to act freely. As for the consequences of destroying the deep-sea prison, Beckman didn't care at all. He stood from a perspective of pirates. The escapees from the deep-sea prison wouldn't have much impact on pirates, and might even be a good boost. What surprised him was that Luffy, a junior whom Shanks valued, was also inside. He was well aware of the significance represented by that straw hat and felt that this time it might have gone a bit too far. What a troublesome brat, Beckman muttered. At this point, he could only take it step by step. No matter what, Blackbeard must succeed. Beckman covered his arm with armament hockey to block Shu's incoming slash. Beckman's martial arts skills were surprisingly not much inferior to Shu's, and the two fought fiercely back and forth. Whenever Shu's tried to create distance to use a din-din mushy to contact headquarters, Beckman would snipe him with his rifle. And the din-din mushy in his hand was so scared that it didn't dare lift its head. Damn it, don't let anything happen. Shu's had no way out for a short time and could only silently pray in his heart that Magellan had listened to his suggestions. At this moment, in a conference room at the Navy headquarters Marineford, the high-ranking Navy officials were gathered together. With only 2 hours left until the execution, the movements of the two Emperor crews were as expected, leaving the New World. Since this time involved the cooperation of 2 Emperor crews, the Whitebeard pirates did not sneak in but openly confronted the Navy, and both Emperor crews had the confidence to do so. The red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates had already joined forces, only an hour away from headquarters, and there was a proposal to execute early. A vice admiral at headquarters suggested. Although executing early would somewhat damage the Navy's authority, the pressure from the 2 Emperor crews was indeed too great. Many familiar faces were missing among the high-ranking Navy officials gathered today. Several vice admirals he knew were absent, and below the 3 admirals, there was an unfamiliar blind swordsman whose identity was not detailed, only mentioned as a skilled fighter coming to assist. The vice admiral felt somewhat uncertain in his heart. Hence the suggestion. No, the execution time has already been announced to the world. The Navy will not change the time out of fear of pirates. Akainu sternly reprimanded the vice admiral, stating that executing Ace early would have a huge impact on the Navy's reputation, and they would become a joke in the world. Besides, the Navy's initial plan was not just to execute Ace so simply. Sengoku, seated in the highest position, nodded. The execution indeed could not be advanced. This battle has already begun, and there is no room for anyone to retreat. Admiral Tsuru, what final operational plan has the staff decided on? Sengoku asked Tsuru. Tsuru, sitting at the same level as a smile, was accompanied by veteran figures such as Zephyr and Garp, all of whom were the face of the Navy in this campaign. The staff ultimately decided to adopt Plan A, the crane wing formation. Tsuru stood up and moved to the curtain in the conference room, where the projection Din-Din Mushi had already displayed the prepared PPT. The decisive battle would take place in the bay in front of the execution platform, where the sides of Marineford would deploy the sky barrier fortifications, cutting off the pirates' escape routes like the wings of a crane spreading. The scene shows 2 arc-shaped city walls rising from both sides of the Marin Vendo harbor, transforming the originally semi-open harbor into a fortress. The walls are lined with dense artillery, like a porcupine bristling with spikes, looking particularly menacing. This is why the Navy chose Marin Vendo as the battleground. This war fortress built by the Navy over 100 years brings strategic advantages that rival even a powerful emperor. Is this approach too extreme? A cornered beast is the most terrifying, Green Pheasant said worriedly. Along with the 2 emperors from the New World, many notorious pirates have come, and many of these villains want to seize the opportunity to make a name for themselves. This fighting force cannot be ignored. Although the New World is ruled by the 4 emperors, there are also many pirate crews surviving in the cracks. Most of them are ambitious and capable pirates, dreaming of one day replacing one of the emperors. They are courting death. They used to hide like moles in the New World, and now they dare to show their heads. Akainu slammed his fist on the table, which startled the nearly dozing Kizura nearby, who sleepily said, "Oh dear, maybe they aren't plotting against us." Even the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates wouldn't dare to use them. After saying this, Kizura yawned and reluctantly supported his head. The recent overtime had tired him out. In fact, without Kizura's reminder, some of the big shots present already understood this matter. The character of pirates has always been driven by interests. For these disillusioned pirates, the prestige of conquering the Navy headquarters cannot compare to the reliable benefits of killing an emperor. They have long awaited Whitebeard's demise. That man was truly terrifying. Marco once said that the era belonged to Whitebeard, and this statement was not empty words in the New World. Although there are 4 emperors in the New World, Whitebeard is universally recognized as the strongest. His power is such that even the other 3 emperors must avoid him, as long as this man is alive. The waters of the New World are stagnant, and even other pirate emperors cannot stir those dead waters. Reno is right, but we must be fully prepared. This power cannot be ignored. Sengoku made a definitive statement, and the 3 admirals no longer argued. their gazes shifting back to Vice Admiral Tsuru on stage. Kazan's point about a cornered beast cannot be ignored, but pirates, as Reno said, cannot unite as one. Vice Admiral Tsuru first confirmed the opinions of all parties. Such operations cannot be done without certain bureaucratic experience. What we can do is to maximize our advantages based on our current forces. The image of a telephone bug switched, showing a personnel structure chart with two pyramids. The left pyramid represents the Navy, while the right pyramid represents the pirates. The two pyramid structures are similar, but their shapes differ slightly. The Navy structure chart appears top-heavy and weak at the base, while the pirate's chart is the opposite, a muscular body with a small head. This bizarre representation is understood by the big shots present. The pirates lack high-end combat power, and the Navy lacks mid to low-end combat power, which is also key to the upcoming battle. Whether it's Kazan, Sakazuki, or Reno, they all possess strong and effective area damage techniques. How to leverage this advantage is the key to our victory. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at the red, yellow, and blue trio before her, not knowing whether it was luck or destiny that the Navy's current 3 admirals were all powerful natural type users. The natural type indeed has advantages in certain aspects that other abilities cannot compare to, making it particularly suitable for overwhelming weaker opponents. Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at Zephyr and Garp, feeling fortunate that they were not the type to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Based on this principle, we need to spread out the pirates. We cannot allow them to gather together. Area attacks require a range. If you unleash firepower on the ground while the enemy huddles together, what is the point? Not to mention that the enemy also has powerful emperors. And within a certain range, they can still protect the pirates, so they must be separated. How can we force them to spread out? Asked a returning Vice Admiral. The harbor space is limited, and the pirates must have come by ship. There isn't any place for them to dock. The battlefield cannot be set in front of the execution platform, or our soldiers will mix with the enemy, making it impossible to deploy. Tsuru looked at the speaking Vice Admiral. Having ideas is good. This meeting is indeed for these returning Vice Admirals. The headquarters has already reasoned through the operational process multiple times. I will freeze the sea, forcing the pirates to abandon their ships and advance the main battlefield into the sea, Kazan said. I understand. Thank you for your explanation. The Vice Admiral nodded in gratitude. No one doubted that Akiji could freeze the sea, just as no one doubted that Kazuru would fall asleep during the meeting. Compared to the tense atmosphere at the Navy headquarters, the situation here with Shoes is quite heated, and Beckman's strength is indeed formidable. Judgment. Shoes didn't know how many times he had used judgment, but he threw one whenever it felt convenient. This thing could serve as a distraction. The flaming longsword swept through fiercely, but Beckman avoided getting entangled in battle as much as possible. However, the rifle in his hand was always aimed at Shoes, and taking a shot was of little use, merely a way to vent his emotions. Using the bullets from Cherry Blossom 10, Shoes gave up contacting the headquarters because the telephone bug in his arms had been knocked out during the ongoing battle. This is also why Shoes never carries a telephone bug close to him. The battle aftermath of an Emperor-level strong person is not something such fragile creatures can withstand. Even if Shoes tries to minimize the aftermath, he still cannot withstand the fact that the snail shell is too fragile. Beckman, what are you trying to achieve? Do you really have to release those villains? Shoes shouted angrily. Is there any point in saying that? Beckman chuckled lightly. I'm a pirate, one of those bad guys you speak of. For you pirates, what difference is there between me and them? ISNT this world, just like that? Where there are thieves, there are officials. Where there are officials, there are thieves. The class struggle that has not changed for thousands of years is the essence of this world. We are all trying to survive. Beckman sees it clearly. The conflict between pirates and the Navy is not about justice or injustice. It is about the respective positions each side represents, and that position will not change due to the efforts of certain individuals. Even if the Revolutionary Army overthrows the current world government, what difference will it make? Will the government formed after the Revolutionary Army's victory not have a ruling class like the Five Elders? Do you still think that at that time, no one will be forced to go to sea? The 80-20 principle is the most irreconcilable issue in this world. 20% of the people enjoy 80% of the world's wealth. How can you persuade the remaining 80% to accept that 20% of wealth? It is essential to know that the progress of the world has never been driven by empty and ethereal concepts, but by visible desires. The reason the 7 heroes of Sengoku fought in the Central Plains for hundreds of years is fundamentally due to the absence of a world map. If there had been a map, who would play in such a hellish scene? As for eliminating the 80-20 principle, the result would be even more terrifying. Just look at a certain period of the commune movement. Absolute fairness demands too high moral standards from people. The idea of a world in harmony is a false social structure. Regarding Beckman's question, Shoes did not know how to respond. This is also something he has been pondering recently. He had never thought about these things before, believing that the road must be walked step by step. But unknowingly, we have already come to this point, and I want to do something. Perhaps Beckman is right. Even if the Navy breaks free from the control of the world government and ends the era of great pirates, the world will still not be as they envision. Humans are inherently complex and contradictory beings. As long as we are alive, too many problems will arise. Chapter 161. The deep-sea prison falls. I don't know how to argue against you, but what you are doing is absolutely wrong. Shoes took a deep breath, a hint of red light appearing in his eyes. The battles between top-tier powerhouses are not something that can be resolved in a day. Akiji and Akainu fought for several days back then. Beckman is not a frail old lion. This will be a fierce battle. He can only use his awakened fruit ability to resolve Beckman at all costs. Before things become irreparable, he must stop the Blackbeard pirates in advance. I'll say it one last time, get out of the way or die. Shoes' body began to change, slowly transforming into that monstrous form of dragon and serpent. If the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates could deal with Beckman here, it would indeed be very valuable. Seeing Shoes' transformation, Beckman's expression darkened, but he stood firm in front of the deep-sea prison, showing no intention of backing down. Purification. A sunset glow appeared in the sky, with blood-red clouds radiating an enchanting light. The monster that Shoes transformed into carried the clouds toward Beckman, wherever the clouds passed. Even the hardest stones turned to dust in an instant. Beckman's expression turned serious, and his arms, covered in hockey, glowed with a pink light. In the blink of an eye, the clouds reached above Beckman, who raised both hands to block their descent. Under the immense pressure, Beckman's calves were pressed into the stone floor. Bloodline. Unbeknownst to Wynn, Shoes had transformed back into human form and appeared behind Beckman. The speed of his monstrous form was terrifying, almost like teleportation. A bright red thread appeared at the back of Beckman's neck. The same technique that had once instantly killed Tezzalo. Tezzalo couldn't evade this move back then, but that doesn't mean Beckman can't. Sneak attacks are never a good habit. Beckman did not turn around, but his observation hockey had already captured Shoes' attack trajectory. He grabbed the blood-colored clouds with both hands and forcefully swung them behind him. The dragged, blood-colored clouds swept across the top of the deep-sea prison, dissolving into dust like ice and snow under the scorching sun. Looking at the shining cut, it was unclear if it was burned by temperature or cut by force. It could be both. The blood-colored thread collided with the clouds in Beckman's hands. This was Shoes' first attempt at his killing move, and the experience was quite poor. Even though both energies originated from the same source, Shoes couldn't fully assimilate the two powers in such a short time. He could only use the more concentrated blood-colored thread to tear through the clouds, severely injuring Beckman behind him. However, after a brief delay, Beckman had time to react. His faint pink, hockey-covered arm grabbed the blood-colored thread and tore it apart. Although Shoes' attack failed, Beckman, who had taken the hit from the blood-colored thread, was not unscathed either. There was a clear cut on his hockey-covered palm, and a bit of bright red blood could even be seen. What a terrifying monster. The intensity of his attacks is not inferior to Shank's. Beckman looked at his hands in surprise, realizing how fearsome this fruit ability was. Without saying much to Beckman, Shoes, in his monstrous form, had very low emotional fluctuations, equivalent to a post-event sage state, likely immune to Hancock's petrification. Seizing the opportunity for close contact, he immediately engaged Beckman in close combat. Although he didn't use the Navy's 6 styles, every move was filled with their shadows. Shoes and Beckman grappled, tearing apart the structures on the ground of the deep-sea prison, like two dogs fighting over a piece of meat. I'm finally free. After a long fight, a person wearing prison clothes ran out of the deep-sea prison. Before he had time to excitedly shout, he saw the two grappling with each other. His scalp went numb, and he wanted to go back and extend his sentence. The world is as bitter as this. The prisoner thought he had escaped hell, not realizing he had left paradise. Who can explain why there are two such monsters fighting at the door? Is this a scam? The prisoner didn't have time to determine whether this was a new type of scam before being blown away by the aftermath of their battle. His last thought before losing consciousness was whether he should help. At the moment the prisoner appeared, Beckman knew he had achieved his goal. He immediately felt the urge to leave, unconsciously revealing some flaws in his defense. Heavy arm hammer. Shoes seized the opportunity and smashed down with a charged heavy arm hammer. Beckman hurriedly responded, but was at a disadvantage. Fortunately, his physique was strong, and he didn't suffer too severe injuries. after spitting out a mouthful of blood. He took the chance while being knocked back to escape the battlefield. Beckman pulled out his flintlock to block Shus's pursuit. Navy, I have completed what I needed to do. Now it's time for someone else to play with you. Without hesitation, Beckman jumped into the sea, completely unconcerned that this was the terrifying doldrums. Seeing Beckman leave, Shus did not pursue. He slashed out several fiery sword chi in the direction Beckman was heading, the heat waves evaporating large amounts of water vapor on the sea surface. However, such an attack clearly had no significance. It is very difficult to keep a top-tier powerhouse who is determined to leave, especially since Shus could not just leave. He could only vent his frustration by slashing a few times. Just as Shus prepared to enter the deep-sea prison, the ground trembled slightly. Bang! It turned out to be an explosion from a port. The pirate ship flying the red-haired pirate's flag had been destroyed. Just as Beckman had said earlier, the red-haired pirates had never appeared at the deep-sea prison, destroying this only evidence, and Blackbeard took the blame. Perhaps aside from Shus, no one would believe that the fall of the deep-sea prison was due to the red-haired pirates. Shus casually knocked out some fleeing pirates, the fastest ones to escape with a lower-tier waist, while the real villains were still behind. Looking at the wide-open gates of the deep-sea prison, it resembled a wild beast's open mouth, waiting for Shus to enter its belly. This is troublesome. It seems I won team make it to the Marineford War. Shus smiled wryly and shook his head, walking resolutely toward the deep-sea prison. At the same time, the Marine headquarters received an unfamiliar communication message. The deep-sea prison has been captured by the Blackbeard pirates, and the hellish villains will return to the human world. Along with it was the fixed-line information of the deep-sea prison. The deep-sea prison has fallen. Beckman of the red-haired pirates has intervened. No need to worry. I will send the villains back to hell. Please tell my uncle that I have not strayed from justice. Marine Major Shus, this is a serious matter. Almost immediately, these two pieces of information were sent to the frontline command center, and the expressions of the high-ranking officials darkened upon reading them. Akainu, where are you going? It's too late for you to go now. Sengoku angrily rebuked Zephyr, who was leaving the room. The anger was not directed at Akainu, but rather at the red-haired pirates. If it were just the first move, they might think it was a tactic to lure the enemy away, and the Blackbeard pirates alone wouldn't be able to break into the deep-sea prison. Moreover, Sengoku knew that Shios had rushed to the deep-sea prison earlier. It was precisely because of this knowledge that Sengoku's expression turned so grim upon seeing the intelligence from the deep-sea prison route. But we all know what is inside there better than anyone else. Akainu's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, and his body trembled with anger. That kid shouldn't have to face this. He's done enough already. I have to go save him, even if it costs my life. Bang! Carp smashed the table in front of him. He also wished he could rush to the deep-sea prison immediately, but the two Emperor crews were already heading to Marineford. Let that kid Lino go. His speed can match it. Carp looked at Kizaru, his eyes filled with barely concealed rage. Kizaru, at this moment, was no longer drowsy and appeared fully alert and ready to move. No, it's too late. Vice Admiral Thru vetoed this suggestion. The contact battle with the two Emperor crews is about to begin, and the three admirals cannot leave Marine headquarters. If we cannot maintain high-end combat power, the losses at the headquarters will be catastrophic. We can only wish that kid good luck. I believe in Shios. He embodies the justice of the Navy. I will make the red-haired pirates understand what they did wrong. Akainu said angrily, then stood up and left the conference room. Sengoku looked at Vice Admiral Tsuru. Tsuru, what do you think we should do now? He knew Tsuru's plan, which was also Sengoku's idea. But at this moment, someone needed to voice it, temporarily abandon the deep-sea prison and focus all efforts on the Marineford War. The Navy's fighting strength cannot be scattered. Otherwise, we will achieve nothing. Vice Admiral Tsuru said in a deep voice. Since Sengoku needed it, she would play the villain. Sengoku nodded. I agree with Tsuru's idea. From now on, all combat power of the Navy at the Admiral level and above cannot leave Marineford. Send a reply to the deep-sea prison. Even if the prison falls, we must ensure our own safety. Sengoku ultimately decided that the admirals could not leave Marineford. However, he issued an order under the headquarters name that allowed for immediate retreat, prioritizing self-protection and avoiding recklessness. Marshal Sengoku, the deep-sea prison cannot fall. If the criminals escape, it will lead to serious consequences. Please ensure that Major General Shios does his utmost to block them. I will gather my subordinates for support. A certain justice-filled Vice Admiral advised, looking as if he wanted to dedicate himself to the cause. Sengoku held his forehead, unsure what to say to this naive rookie. That kind of place was not somewhere you could just go. Even Vice Admiral-level pirates could form a squad there. Regardless, this spirit still needed to be encouraged. The headquarters had its own arrangements, and your fleet has more important tasks to do in the upcoming battle. Calm down these hot-blooded young vice admirals. Have they not seen that veterans like Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider don't even engage with this? They seriously lack social experience. Kizura yawned and left the conference room. He needed to prepare for the upcoming battle. Right now, Marineford was like a powder keg ready to explode, and the red-haired pirates had indeed made a bad move. The meeting ended with nothing more to say. Under Sengoku's orders, everyone returned to their respective battle positions, and a great battle at headquarters was imminent. Where is Major General Shio's fleet? Sengoku suddenly inquired. To deal with the formidable pirate crews, all major Navy bases in the Grand Line had dispatched soldiers to support the headquarters. Bases like the Alabasta Navy Base, which had sufficient combat power, also received mobilization notices. At the headquarters' third harbor, 3 warships were present, fully staffed. The Strategic Department quickly provided a reply. Such important combat units also needed to be accounted for. The Alabasta Navy Base sent half of its navy to support, not just the fleet led by Shios. Leave 2 ships behind and send 1 to the vicinity of the deep sea prison to stand by from Major General Shios. Sengoku issued the command directly. This was the maximum assistance he could offer Shios. After sending the last notification, Shios left the deep sea prison's communication room and officially entered the prison buried beneath the sea. The deep sea prison has 6 levels, divided according to the severity of the criminals. The lower the level, the weaker the criminal strength, which is why the first prisoners to escape were so easily subdued. The Red Lotus prison, the first level of the deep sea prison, had many prisoners gathered in the corridor, cheering for the long-awaited freedom, with some even venting their emotions by spilling the blood of other prisoners. Those who obediently returned to their cages were not held accountable. Shios couldn't be bothered with the prisoners at this level. They were a bunch of inconsequential characters, and he had no patience to deal with them one by one like a babysitter. Damn it, we're going to fight him. Those blood-soaked prisoners, having just fought with their cellmates, were now riled up. One by one, they called for a rebellion, reminiscent of the heroism of Chun Sheng and Wu Guang. However, before these prisoners could act, several flames of sword energy vaporized them. Shio showed no mercy in dealing with these guys. I won't say it a second time. Hurry back to your cages. Shios scanned the area, and the prisoners, afraid to meet his gaze, hurriedly fled into the still warm cages, receiving a 5 yuan freedom discount. After dealing with the first level, Shios made no pause and walked towards the second level. The real battle was just beginning. Beast Hell, Hunger Hell. Each was suppressed by Shios one by one. Although there were some minor incidents, the overall situation was manageable. Most of the prisoners were reasonable, and after a few died, they obediently returned home. Either go home or go back to their hometown. The 2 options were easy to choose. Warden Magellan, what are you doing here? In the 4th level, the Heat Hell, Shios encountered the prison soldiers led by Magellan. Stop, you damned turncoat. How dare you impersonate Major General Shios? Magellan clutched his abdomen, barely gathering poison gas, preparing to attack. Shios could sense Magellan's current state was very weak, just like when he had been restrained by sea prism stone bullets. You're injured. It was the work of the Blackbeard pirates. Ignoring the incoming poison gas, Magellan's gathered poison gas was weak at this moment. Shios felt that Smoker's secondhand smoke was more potent than this. He extended a finger, and a white flame shot from Shios' fingertip towards Magellan. Aimed directly at the abdomen he was clutching. Chapter 162, Suppressing Hell. At this moment, Hannibal, who was lying on the ground barely alive, wanted to block for Magellan, but his body simply couldn't support him. Moreover, upon seeing the shooting white flame, his eyes suddenly widened. This kind of fruit ability cannot be imitated. This person is truly Major General Shios. It was evident that Magellan realized this as well. He wanted to say something, but he was struck by the white flame shot by Shios and couldn't utter a word. Indeed, it's that thing. I didn't expect you to fall to this kind of thing. Shios shook his head. There are not many people with sea prism stone bullets, and he just happened to know someone here who did. The white silk flame expelled the sea prism stone bullet from Magellan's body, although the process was somewhat bloody. Magellan's condition improved significantly compared to before. Trembling, Magellan stood up, lowering his head, not knowing how to face Shoes. The last person he wanted to see now was Shoes. The warning Shoes gave him at their farewell was still fresh in his mind, yet he had still made a mistake. He shouldn't have released that man. He shouldn't have been so blindly confident in his fruit's abilities. I'm sorry, Vice Admiral Shoes, Magellan said in a low tone. You clearly warned me. Yet the impelled down still fell. This is all my fault. But those criminals must not be released. Please help me suppress them. Magellan's expression was serious. After checking on Hannibal and the others' injuries, he headed towards the 5th level, ready to atone for his mistakes with his life. Going to your death? Shu said bluntly. If you're going there with a mind to die, you might as well die here now, so I don't have to be distracted looking after you later. You. The severely injured Hannibal glared at Shu's, struggling to utter a word. What do you want to say? Do you think I insulted him? Shu's kindly released a strand of white flame. The healing effect of the white flame was limited for others, but it was still good as an emergency treatment. Magellan thought to himself, if understanding a problem could be achieved by dying, then there would probably be a long line of people wanting to end their lives. Shu's couldn't stand these tragic heroes. Many TV dramas were ruined by them. If Magellan's death could solve the problem, Shu's might hesitate for a moment before sacrificing him. After all, compared to fighting that group below, Magellan's suicide would be much easier, although it might involve some human rights and moral issues. However, this assumption was fundamentally flawed. Even if Magellan died, the situation below would still be unresolved. I will solve this matter. Finding a warden for Impel Down is not easy. You should atone for your sins in your next life, Shu said, not caring about Magellan's expression as he walked straight to the 5th level, having sensed that there were guests waiting for him there. Kill him. Kill Shiryu. He has completely fallen into darkness. Magellan's voice echoed behind Shu's, showing emotion, as it seemed he had finally come out of the dead end. Indeed, Magellan had released Shiryu of the Rain, the former deputy warden of Impel Down, imprisoned on the 6th level for harming the lives of prisoners. Shiryu had the antidote to Magellan's poison, and without his fruit abilities, Magellan was really not in a position to stand out and Impel Down. Indeed, his abilities had both helped and hindered him. Of course, Shu's believed it was also because of Magellan that he could keep his life. Blackbeard couldn't possibly put all his bets on Shiryu, and there was a good chance that the poisonous Q also had the ability to counteract Magellan. Moreover, Van Augur, who possessed Seastone bullets, could really restrain Magellan. The long-range attack capability was likely the ability Magellan feared the most in Impel Down. This was also what Shu's thought of after discovering that bullet. The corridors of Impel Down were too straightforward. It was also because they could deal with Magellan at any time that Blackbeard wasn't in a hurry, which allowed him to keep his life. The ones below are all serious criminals. I won't hold back. Some casualties are normal. Shu's didn't promise Magellan anything, but his meaning was already very clear. He came this time to quell the violence. No matter who the opponents were, anyone involved in this matter was a criminal, even if one of them was Luffy. Shu's originally thought he could stop this matter, at least prevent Luffy from getting involved, but due to Beckman's interference, all his plans would be in vain. The crime of Impel Down falling was far too great. So much so that even the red-haired pirates didn't want to bear this infamy. Only a thorough pirate like Blackbeard could not care less. As for Luffy, he was just a young bull, not afraid of tigers, blindly causing chaos. Magellan did not follow Shu's down to the 5th level. He needed to first settle Hannibal and the others. The healing effect of the white flame, although good, only helped Hannibal go from struggling to speak a word to being able to continuously mutter weakly. The 5th level of the underground, the extreme cold hell, housed pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. If Luffy's group of supernovas were imprisoned, they would most likely be held here. The pirates here were already prominent figures from the Grand Line, many of whom were much stronger than the supernovas, only having been stopped here because they were imprisoned too early. The cold air entered Shu's lungs, accompanied by a strong smell of blood and the sounds of beasts chewing, reminiscent of a chaotic burial ground in the dead of winter, sending chills down his spine. The entire extreme cold hell had no surveillance from a snail phone, and the lighting was especially dim, with pairs of bloodthirsty eyes glowing in the darkness. On the upper levels, prisoners would still fear Shu's vice admiral uniform. But on this level, the uniform only excited those prisoners. It was truly a strange allure of a uniform. In fact, once he reached this level, there was no need to continue going down. Shu sensed several overwhelming auras in the darkness. More terrifyingly, some of those auras vanished completely upon sensing his observation haki. At this point, there were two types of individuals who could block Shu's perception. The first was Blackbeard's fruit ability, which could negate observation haki. The second was the disruption by equally strong opponents. What a coincidence. Shu thought it was quite remarkable that these two types came together today, making his blood boil. Flames cut through the darkness as Shu launched a punch, sending a restless prisoner flying without holding back. The prisoner was embedded directly into the prison wall. This burst of fire seemed to signal something, as figures began to rush towards Shu, and the battle could not stop from the very start. Without using his strong fruit abilities, Shu planned to gradually eliminate a group of enemies. so he couldn't reveal too strong an individual strength to avoid being besieged by those powerful pirates. And not bad for a navy, having this level of strength at your age. If you die, that old man Sengoku will surely feel heartbroken, a grim male voice said, followed by a powerful fist. This was the strongest opponent Shoes sensed, so after clearing the surrounding prisoners, he focused on dealing with this guy. Suddenly accelerating at 50 times speed caught Shoes off guard, and a heavy punch hit his chest. He didn't brace himself, but rather flew back to dissipate the force of the blow. Of course, his image became quite disheveled, as he was deeply embedded in the prison wall. Shoes shot out from the human-shaped indentation, and his 3 pairs of wings spread out simultaneously. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger might actually make him a pig. Reaching for the sword hilt of Sakura 10. He did not use the awakened fruit ability to resolve the battle. The consumption of stamina for awakening the fruit was too great. He was not arrogant enough to think he could finish the fight in a short time. This was not just 1 or 2 opponents. It was a whole group. Fortunately, he had cleared out quite a few pirates before, so the pressure wasn't too great, but those who could be cleared out so quickly were generally not very strong. In short, the scene was not as good as Sengoku and the others had imagined. Shoes now felt a bit hasty. This truly wasn't something humans should do. Bursting out from a wall, Shoes swiftly reached Valdo's side, not using any troublesome moves, and directly punched Valdo on the head, sending the unlovable uncle flying. Almost at the moment Shoes unleashed his full power attack, the chewing sounds in the prison ceased. Those hidden, strong individuals in the darkness put down the flesh of the wolfhounds they were chewing and seriously stared in Shoes' direction. These are the prison dogs that, after escaping, became the food for these prisoners. The Emperor-level powerhouse, this time, is not just a rear admiral from the Navy, but a true Emperor-level powerhouse. Even they cannot be ignored. Barolik Ladefield, the noble Red Count, where are you sneaking off to? Sneaking away is not in your style. Shios slashed out a flame sword chi, blocking an old man who was trying to slip away from the shadows. Before coming here, he had done his homework at the Navy headquarters, and he remembered quite well the ruthless characters that shouldn't be let out. This Red Count was one of them. Looking at the somewhat emaciated old man, Shios smiled on the surface, but his heart was particularly vigilant. Anyone who could survive on the 5th and 6th floors is not a good person. This is not a senior citizen shelter, and those who survive rely on their own skills. Navy, don't create too many enemies for yourself. I just want to go out. Ladefield didn't mind Shios' rudeness. His time was running out. After years of persecution in the deep-sea prison, his body was already at its limit. Therefore, upon sensing Shios' emperor-level strength, he gave up his dignity and planned to sneak away. However, unfortunately for him, I came here to ensure you all stay put. Shios stood his ground, holding Sakura 10 in front of him. He really wanted to complain. He didn't know which bastard set the rule that the deep-sea prison was a weapon collection museum. It was enough to detain these pirates. Why should their weapons be kept here? Previously, the Golden Lion was able to escape with 2 famous swords, and now Ladefield's umbrella sword was also present. If Wardo brought out a cannon later, he wouldn't be surprised at all. This is really frustrating. Watching Ladefield elegantly draw his sword, Shios did not hold back and used a quick draw slash. Thank you very much, my old buddy. The sword chi missed as expected, and Shios didn't hold out much hope. At this level, the effectiveness of sneak attacks diminishes, and Shios' behavior was more of a habit than a practical effect. Didn't your elders tell you that you should announce your name before a duel, Navy brat? Ladefield evaded this attack with his excellent observation hockey. Looking at Shios with displeasure, he saw that Shios looked unfamiliar, not from their era. As the first person to die after his release, it was necessary to ask for his name. Shios, greetings have been exchanged. As Shios spoke, he drew his sword and slashed, his tone polite. But his moves were particularly insidious. No matter how displeased he was, Ladefield still had to face Shios' cautiously. His observation hockey was excellent, but his body was no longer at its peak. In close combat, even if he could foresee the attack, he might not be able to evade it. This is the sorrow of old age. His body couldn't keep up with his reflexes. At this moment, at the Navy headquarters in Marineford, the gates of justice had been opened, and countless artillery pieces stood menacingly. Is it appropriate to open the gates like this? Akiji muttered softly. It's not really useful anyway. I heard it was quite expensive. Kizaru said nonchalantly, the budget for this year's Marine Admiral has already exceeded the limit. There's really no money to replace such a thick door. Compared to this, should we just leave Sakazuki alone? He just rushed out in a huff. Akiji lazily glanced into the distance, disinterestedly saying, oh well, nothing major will happen anyway. It's just an early start to the battle. It has been long enough waiting here. It's better to finish early and rest. There's still a few days of vacation left this year. This is also because Sakazuki is not here. The two can chat leisurely. After all, for the admirals, their sense of involvement in such battles is strong, but their influence is minimal. An emperor-level powerhouse can act as they please, even if they put on such a grand display today. The Navy is only hoping to keep Whitebeard. As for the chance of catching red-haired Shanks while at it, that's nonsense and unrealistic. Meteor volcano. They saw many red, molten rocks falling from the sky, trailing red tails as they smashed towards the distant sea, even from a distance. The two felt the temperature rise slightly. This is really passionate. It makes me want to move a bit, Kizaru said with interest, but of course, this move didn't mean he had any intention of leaving his seat. It seems today can end early. Sakazuki really can't tolerate any nonsense. Akiji shrugged. Clearly, they're not on the same page. He wondered if they had mixed up their scenes, or if Sakazuki had changed alone. A pack of huskies had somehow mixed in with a real wolf. Was it pretending to be a dog or acting like a wolf? That's a philosophical question. The molten meteor did not smash down as expected. Instead, it was dissipated by a shockwave in midair, just as Vice Admiral Crane had said. If the kings and pirates are not separated, such area attacks will not have the desired effect. As for what Sakazuki did just now, let us just say it was like setting off a firecracker in front, hoping for a good start. Whoa, Akainu, your dog claws are a bit too long. A deep voice echoed from afar. Even in a state of severe illness, this sea emperor still refused to show a hint of fatigue. This is a gift for you. Please accept it. Chapter 163. The battle on the top begins. With a crisp, cracking sound, the distant sky twisted irregularly like wrinkled white paper, and a black thread appeared in the sky. The anger is really great. Kizaru transformed into light particles and disappeared, appearing in front of the gates of justice in the blink of an eye, stretching out his hands toward the air in front of him. He called back, "Be careful. The impact is coming soon." He had only time to say this before the roaring shockwave came crashing down. The guards at the gates of justice were pressed to the ground by the intense air pressure. Even the officers could not withstand the aftermath of this attack. Meanwhile, Kizaru at the forefront only took 2 steps back in midair, his clothes not even wrinkled, and then he transformed into light particles and disappeared again. This kind of hard resistance is really not my style. Clearly, this is Sakazuki's mess, yet I have to pay the price. Kizaru returned to his seat, looking displeased. Just as the Navy knows area attacks are ineffective against pirates, pirates are also aware that area attacks are ineffective against the Navy. They are merely a means of venting emotions. As for the 1 or 2 unlucky souls who die, it's just like the saying, when gods fight, mortals suffer. This is a cold-blooded world where the strong prevail. Who told us we can't fly? Our speed isn't as fast as yours. If you don't come for this emergency, who will? Akiji said lazily. After confirming that it's hard to develop a long-term hovering ability, Akiji had a great deal of resentment about flying. You two are really quite interested. You can discuss such a boring thing. Akainu sat unceremoniously in the empty chair in the middle, his expression somewhat gloomy, clearly dissatisfied with the previous attack. Kizaru and Akiji exchanged glances and wisely decided to temporarily act like wolves, suppressing their husky spirits. Whitebeard really is aging like fine wine. The previous attack still had considerable weight. Kizaru shook his somewhat numb palm. After spending so long in the low-scoring bureau, suddenly facing high-scoring players, he almost flipped over. It was quite a distance off. The previous shock only had a frequency of 9 times, which is far inferior to Whitebeard at his peak. Akainu said seriously to Kizaru, "You need to strengthen your ability to take hits. Do you want me to be your sparring partner? I just happen to want to train my reaction skills." Suddenly feeling a chill in the air, it must have been Akiji using his Devil Fruit ability. Kizaru instinctively shivered a few times. What a hellish thought. Akainu as a sparring partner? Is it something you can just agree to? Kizaru hurriedly ended the topic, while Akiji beside him wanted to laugh, but was afraid of causing trouble, so he could only maintain a poker face for now. Perhaps in this life, due to the intervention of Sabo, the relationship between the 3 admirals hasn't reached the awkward level it did in the last life. After all, the external pressure is quite significant, and there really isn't much time for infighting. No matter what kind of justice it is, at the very least, it is still justice. Much better than the Jolly Roger and the world government. They're all just a bunch of rats, and with Zephyr still alive and well, isn't it better to be harmonious? The battle is about to begin, and the frontline troops have already exchanged fire. After Akainu finished speaking, the sound of cannon fire came from a distance. Various shells were being exchanged without any cost. and Sengoku has always been generous when it comes to military supplies. In fact, Sengoku's stinginess is also because of this. He would rather use berries to exchange for pirate heads than let his soldiers risk their lives. It really feels festive, like celebrating the new year. The long-lost sound of firecrackers, Kizaru said with self-deprecation. At this moment, on the execution platform above the three admirals, Garp had arrived early and was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, preparing to send Ace off on his final journey. Aren't you going to take a look at him? If you go, I can pretend not to see, Garp said. Before the execution, it is necessary to avoid private meetings between Garp and Ace. But Sengoku understands his old friend. He won't do anything foolish. Of course, if he really wanted to, he would have done it long ago and wouldn't have waited until now. I'm not going. I'll just talk to him here when the time comes. There will be enough time for the execution. Garp's tone was a bit somber. He didn't expect that in his lifetime. He would personally send this father and son to execution, truly a memory that transcends time. Roger, I didn't take good care of Ace, and I certainly can't save him. Sengoku patted Garp's shoulder. Even the most carefree person has feelings, and besides, his old friend is inherently sensitive. The welcoming ceremony is always so warm. Under the mutual greetings of tens of thousands of cannonballs from pirates and the Navy, the red-hair pirates and the white-beard pirates enter the gates of justice one after another. Following closely behind, the 43 affiliated pirate crews under the white-beard pirates and other pirate crews from the New World rushed in, filling the vast inner harbor to the brim. And both sides fully displayed their formations. A massive pirate ship, as large as a whale, was at the forefront of the pirates. This was the Moby Dick, the flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, carrying the world's strongest man, Edward Newgate. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Whitebeard, holding his supreme blade, the 12 Clouds, arrived at the bow of the Moby Dick, where the world's attention was focused. The white captain's cloak billowed in the sea breeze. His strong body had not shriveled due to age. His bare chest was covered with countless scars, tokens of this great pirate's life of sailing the seas. Yeah, Whitebeard's momentum is really strong. The captain's presence is overshadowed. Jesus Burgess said with a smile, "Look at the grand pirate fleet. Our little ship really is quite unremarkable. Why don't we just merge into theirs?" Compared to the imposing Moby Dick, the red-haired pirates' red force was undoubtedly much more low-key. But who would dare to underestimate this seemingly ordinary pirate ship? Only this ship could stand level with the Moby Dick. And even the 4 replica subships had to take a step back. That is a senior who can be compared to the captain, a testament to the last era. Shanks didn't care that his presence was overshadowed by Whitebeard. He said confidently, compared to him, "I'm just a kid, a younger generation." Jesus Burgess didn't say anything more. He looked around, but still couldn't find the first mate, Beckman. Strange, why hasn't Beckman returned yet? We're about to fight. Jesus frowned. This was no minor character. Pirates need pillars of strength even more than the Navy. Don't worry about him. He should be busy with something. He'll come back when it's time. He's never let us down. Shanks explained. As captain, he had some idea of what Beckman was up to. After being at sea for so long, he wasn't the naive cabin boy he once was. To become a pirate king, he naturally had to see things clearly, but his principles in his heart made him reluctant to face them. Most of Beckman's actions were things he tacitly accepted. That's true. Jesus Burgess didn't want to think too much about it. Beckman was the most reliable guy, so there shouldn't be any problems. Looking through the scope at Ace on the execution platform, he really was young, about the same age as his own child. He heard that Ace had also gone to sea. Indeed, a man's dream is to roam the seas. Alalala. Ace, we're here to pick you up. As Whitebeard declared, the pirates erupted in enthusiastic cheers. They could hardly wait to start the battle. Whitebeard smiled and looked towards the distant execution platform at that moment. The main culprit, Port Gasti, Ace, was also being brought to the platform, tears streaming down his face as he looked at that tall figure. "Dad, don't save me. This is all my own doing." Mixed emotions of the desire to live and guilt towards his companions overwhelmed him. Very few people could withstand such complex feelings. And Ace lost control of his emotions. "It's all my fault for acting on my own and getting captured. This has nothing to do with you. I'm the one who is self-righteous. Don't risk your lives for me." Ace shouted desperately. He had already seen his familiar brothers and sisters around the Moby Dick. How many people would die in this battle? All because of him. Damn it. What an unlovable kid. Whitebeard scolded Ace. "It was clearly me who sent you. Don't take everything onto yourself. That bastard Teach must pay the price." "Yeah, Ace, don't take everything onto yourself. We agreed to let you go back then." Mythical, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, came to Whitebeard's side and glanced worriedly at him, shouting towards the distant execution platform. "No matter whose child you are, as long as you join the Whitebeard Pirates, you are our family." Marco knew that many of the pirates who came today were due to Ace's identity as the Pirate King's son. These people could be friendly or malicious. What pirate doesn't have a few enemies in the sea? But none of that mattered. The Whitebeard pirates would not abandon any crew member, would not abandon any family member. They were one big family. Yurala. Whitebeard was very pleased with Marco's words and laughed happily. His time was short, but knowing that his will would be inherited brought him great comfort. Let me do something for you one last time, even if it means paving the way for you with this frail body. With a bang, Whitebeard drove the 12 clouds into the deck, crossing his hands together. 2 spheres of white light appeared in his fists, and he slammed them to the sides. A roar echoed as his fists struck an invisible membrane. The crisp sound silencing the chaotic marine fort. Everyone was watching the man's every move. The wrinkles twisted, the space changed in irregular shapes, the sky sank, and the sea surged as huge tsunamis rose on both sides of the harbor, crashing toward the Navy's positions on the dock. What a terrifying power. No matter how many times one sees it, the heart-stopping feeling brought by such power is still shocking. Sengoku sighed and said, I hope the years have left their mark on him. The Whitebeard in his prime was truly terrifying. Seeing Whitebeard display his might. Even knowing that the other party was already gravely ill, Sengoku couldn't help but question in his heart. This kind of power is not something humans should possess. He used to think that Whitebeard's tremors affected the air or the sea, but he didn't expect that he was shaking space itself. Who could withstand such an attack? Shanks sighed as well. Since Roger's death, the older generation has been withdrawing one after another, and in this sea, no one can shake Whitebeard's position. It has been many years since he has seen him fully unleash his devil fruit powers. Facing this surging tsunami, the Navy soldiers instinctively recoiled, causing their formation to momentarily fall into chaos. Don't panic. Hold your positions. The Admiral will handle it, a Vice Admiral reassured. Just as he finished speaking, Akiji used Soru to leave his seat and appeared above the battlefield, creating 2 ice pillars that connected to the tsunami. Ice Age was originally Akiji's mission to freeze the harbor, and now he was just going with the flow. He couldn't go back without making a move. Since the opponent had already attacked, it would be embarrassing not to return the favor. Unlike the original story where he held back, Akiji conjured a massive ice axe in midair and smashed it toward the Moby Dick, the 100-meter-long axe suggesting a clean cut. Akainu silently nodded, thinking there was no need for theatrics. They were all good brothers. Whitebeard, who had just used his devil fruit power, had no chance to catch his breath before facing Akiji's strike. His body was struggling to cope with such high-frequency collisions. Marco clenched his teeth, deciding to take the hit. It might be a bit forced, but no one knew better than him the state of their father. Frequent collisions were exhausting Whitebeard's life force. Blue-green flames erupted from Marco, and with a loud cry of a bird, he activated the Mythical Zoan-type Phoenix Fruit. The burning blue-green flame phoenix soared from the deck, facing the descending ice mountain axe. That was the 1st Division captain, the Phoenix Marco. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates looked on excitedly as Marco rose into the sky, believing their captain could withstand the attack from the Navy Admiral, which truly boosted their morale. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the show, professionals watch the details. The faces of pirates at the quasi-admiral level were very serious, forming a stark contrast with the cheering subordinates. Why isn't the captain helping to block it? Everyone knows Whitebeard's body can't handle the burden of high-frequency attacks. Jesus Burgess looked at Marco, soaring into the sky, his tone tinged with regret. Marco can't do it. An Emperor-level serious attack is beyond our ability to withstand. He's playing with his life. As a sniper, Jesus Burgess observed the situation carefully. Akiji's attack intensity was at the Emperor level, and he wasn't holding back. The Navy was genuinely serious this time. I can't intervene. That ship belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. Shanks sighed and said, as pirates, a ship is like a home. How could one allow others to protect their home? Many pirates in the New World or present might want Whitebeard dead, but Shanks absolutely did not think that way. The reason he didn't intervene was precisely because of the previous point. If the Whitebeard pirates needed other emperors to protect them, it would undoubtedly be a slap in Whitebeard's dignity. Marco and the other captains would rather die than let their father be humiliated. What a pity. Jesus Burgess said no more, only feeling regret for Marco in his heart. He's a good seedling for an emperor, but unfortunately just a seedling. If he can't step up, it's all nonsense. In the midst of their conversation, the flaming phoenix had already collided head-on with the ice mountain, and the two were locked in a stalemate in midair, a large amount of steam obscuring the view below. No one knew what condition Marco was in now. Whitebeard looked up with concern. If it weren't for his own body having problems, Why would he let his son risk his life? But then his gaze firmed as he looked toward the execution platform in the distance. Chapter 164. There's no such reasoning. Even if it cost my life today, I must save that foolish son. Children, charge. Yura, without waiting for the outcome above, Whitebeard, holding his Bicento, declared the attack. Countless pirates descended from ships of all sizes. Just as Vice Admiral Crane had anticipated, the frozen harbor would become the best battlefield, forcing the pirates to scatter and attack the land, greatly increasing their operational space. Kizaru smiled slightly, understanding that it was time for him to make his entrance. Although all three admirals had area attacks, his attack speed was the fastest, making the first wave of attacks during the chaos even more effective. His form transformed into light particles and disappeared. Only those who couldn't fly would use Soru. A serious person wouldn't do such a foolish thing, as it was effortful and lacked style. Arriving above the battlefield, Kizaru crossed his hands, forming a delicate gesture, and in such a flamboyant pose, no one ridiculed him, as the dazzling light had already replaced his figure. At that moment, everyone thought a sun was rising slowly, and the approaching pirates instinctively closed their eyes, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yada no Kagami, full firepower. Today, no one is playing around. Anyone who holds back is a fool. With this mindset, Kizaru's Yada no Kagami no longer held back. And almost every few shots of light bullets could take a pirate's life, achieving the best performance on the battlefield. If it were a game, one would see the constantly rolling 300 gold coins and the rapidly increasing number of books, truly giving away heads. Unfortunately, joyful times are always short-lived. Before Kizaru could indulge for long, a sea prism stone bullet forced him back. Only the sniper of the red-haired pirates, Jesus Burgess, could achieve such a feat. The light's source dissipated, and Jesus Burgess took off his sunglasses with a reluctant expression, saying, "Captain, that bullet needs to be reimbursed. I spent a lot of money to get a batch of sea prism stone bullets, and some are even snatched away by Beckman." Mentioning this, Jesus Burgess looked pained. Only the red-haired pirates had 2 gun-wielding experts, and he couldn't even outfight the other side in hand-to-hand combat. Thinking of being bullied, it was truly useless to shout. "Got it. Keep an eye on Kizaru. We can't let him go wild like this," Shanks instructed. This kind of harvesting behavior was truly terrifying. If he hadn't reacted in time, the losses would have been unimaginable, and the title of Carry King would have fallen early. He criticized the Navy for their head-hunting behavior. How could they output small soldiers? A real man should engage in 1v1 battles. "No way, Captain. You don't think I can handle that?" "I don't want to do such a foolish thing," Jesus Burgess replied helplessly. "That's the fastest Kizaru, the one who kills the most in the 3 admirals. With the darkest heart. By the way, I've heard he holds grudges. I don't want to sleep uneasily in the future." The foolish Burr Marco, who was being ridiculed by Jesus Burgess, slowly descended from the white mist after a long standoff. A sea breeze blew, and the giant ice mountain had vanished. The pirates' howls rose, selectively ignoring the earlier rain of bullets. What a tough guy. Even with his wings frozen stiff, he doesn't make sound. Jesus Burgess looked at the dim flames on the Phoenix's wings, feeling deeply moved. Shanks's expression was heavy. He realized he had somewhat underestimated the 3 Navy admirals. They were not only at the Emperor level, but also among the best at that level. Marco, who was just a step away, couldn't possibly stop them. Previously, Momonosuke had struggled against the Golden Lion. At that time, the Golden Lion was not in his prime, let alone now when the 3 admirals were at their peak. Completely on a different level. Even though Marco is the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, just one face-off is a bit overwhelming. Of course, part of the reason is that Marco has to withstand Akiji's attack. Even so, the result is quite terrible. Shanks somewhat understands Beckman's actions. The Navy is indeed too strong. Hold off Kizaru until Beckman returns. After giving a brief instruction, Shanks jumps off the Red Force, proactively confronting Akiji, who intends to continue the pursuit. Watching his captain go down like this, Jesus Burgess can only comply with this seemingly terrible but actually worse task. He touches the pouch at his waist containing sea prism stone bullets, which are limited in number and need to be alternated with hockey bullets. "Beckman, you better hurry back. You bastard. Luffy, don't go down with them. Stay here and guard me." Jesus Burgess tells the chubby man in the green striped shirt who intends to jump off the ship. His name is Ricky Luffy, shortened to Luffy to avoid any offensive terms. "The captain told me to keep an eye on Kizaru, but if that guy gets too close, I won't have a way to deal with him. So you can be my bodyguard." Jesus Burgess's concern is not unwarranted. Kizaru's abnormal speed requires full attention, and if he gets too close, there's no time to react. He is not like Beckman, who can seamlessly handle both long and short distances against monsters. Following Kizaru from a distance is already the limit. Don't even think about switching between ranges. Speed is the fastest in nature, especially when moving in a straight line, which requires no thought. Rather than laboriously defending, it's better to outsource close combat and focus all energy on long-range combat. Don't be fooled by Luffy's large size. He's one of the top close combat experts in the red-haired pirates. Although not the best, Luffy's size is enough to shield Jesus Burgess. A sniper? The main thing is to hide oneself, not to find a large shield. Okay, Luffy said, dropping the large elbow he was holding and clumsily standing in front of Jesus Burgess. He had enough experience. You really don't hold back. Ace has some connections with you. Why not give him a break? Shanks meets Akiji with his sword, believing that the other party knows the relationship between Ace and Garp. He doesn't expect Akiji to stand by idly, but at least not to be so forceful. Didn't he see that Marco was almost beaten to death? It's a matter of duty, and besides, you guys have gone too far. You shouldn't team mess with the undersea prison. Akiji might have considered letting up before. Not to mention Kizaru, who is so understanding. Extending evil to the next generation does not align with Akiji's sense of justice, but the Navy's current plan must eliminate Whitebeard. Akiji is inclined to find a critical point, achieving the Navy's goals while handling things just right. However, the mistake was that Beckman moved against the undersea prison, which elevated the Navy's hatred to its peak. Even Akiji's good temper couldn't endure it. He immediately abandoned his previous thoughts and decided to engage in a real fight to warn the pirates not to be too unscrupulous. So Beckman's plan succeeded, but also failed. The undersea prison fell without any Navy admirals being redeployed, instead enabling the admirals to cooperate fully for the first time, allowing Akainu to feel the long-lost brilliance of humanity. Wanting to give Beckman an award for Best Supporting Actor, Shanks could only smile bitterly, his griffin meeting Akiji's condensed ice blade. He couldn't reprimand Beckman. Just like Whitebeard declared he sent Ace to seek revenge on Blackbeard, Shanks naturally wouldn't distance himself from Beckman. Isn't the captain supposed to take the blame for his crew? Moreover, Beckman did nothing wrong. From a pirate's perspective, he couldn't gamble on whether the three admirals would hold back. What was firmly in hand is the most reliable. Pirates never believe in others' good deeds. They only trust their own skills. Seeing the red-haired pirates entangled with Akiji and Kizaru, Akainu cannot remain on his high horse. He must confront the world's strongest man. Fearless because he is Sakazuki, because he is the Navy. Lava crawled up his face as Akainu moved. Some molten lava flames making him look fierce, but this expression reassured the soldiers fighting on the front lines. They had no reason to retreat. That man was heading toward the world's strongest. Dog of Hell. At a distance from the Moby Dick, Akainu suddenly sped up, his right hand completely elementalized into scorching lava. Taking advantage of the explosive power of the lava, he charged toward Whitebeard at the ship's bow. Diamond Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division, wanted to rush forward to block him, but was stopped by Whitebeard, although he didn't understand the molecular structure of diamonds. This level of attack was not something Jozu could withstand. The moves of the three admirals were all extremely fierce, their goal clear, to wear down Whitebeard, even if it meant they would be injured. Silently grateful to Beckman, the morale expert, for making this somewhat health-conscious Marineford war so bloody. Whitebeard, wielding his sword, jumped directly from the ship's bow. He didn't want Akainu to mistakenly injure the Moby Dick, their home. His fist, glowing white, met the lava arm, and the two didn't connect. At a distance of one body length, Whitebeard shook the air. The compressed air replaced Whitebeard's fist, avoiding the lava burns while venting all his brute force onto Akainu. Sengoku praised Whitebeard's physique, believing it to be a rare strong body in the world, not inferior to special types of Zoan. His reputation is not solely due to the Tremor fruit. Both aspects complement each other, making him the world's strongest man. Akainu's physical quality is already good, above average among the admirals, but he was still somewhat dazed by this sudden strike. He was somewhat awkwardly smashed into the ground by Whitebeard, not seriously injured, but it greatly affected morale. At this moment, Hawkeye on the sidelines of the battlefield was somewhat eager to try. He also wanted to see the distance between himself and the world's strongest man, a temptation that no one with male hormones could refuse. He glanced at the nearby blind swordsman. Fujitora, smiling, joined the Marineford War under Sengoku's arrangement. Since the start of the battle, he had been standing near the 7 warlords, without speaking, just silently standing there, casually dealing with 1 or 2 attacking pirates. Intimidation. This is a deterrent to the 7 warlords. Even Moria, who isn't too bright, doesn't dare to act recklessly, obediently dealing with the pirates without daring to behave excessively. If you want to strike, then strike. How can the world's greatest swordsman miss this opportunity? Fujitora said, very understanding. He felt no killing intent from Hawkeye. The other party was a pure swordsman, and the title of Seven Warlords was more of a forced addition by the world government. Hawkeye nodded. If conditions allowed, he would want to spar with this blind swordsman right now. Hee. Then can I move freely as well? Moria was quite tempted. This battlefield had too many strong corpses. It was simply his paradise. Without answering him with words, Fujitora lightly tapped his cane sword, and a purple halo enveloped Moria. A huge gravitational force pressed the ground into a collapse, and Moria was pressed to the ground like wallpaper. This direct effect on his body was extremely unfriendly to him. Someone with such a dirty mind should stay by my side. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Hancock looked at Fujitora with trepidation, fearing that the next one to be pressed to the ground would be themselves. Compared to Marlin's chaotic battles between soldiers and generals, the deep-sea Great Prison is much more monotonous. Shosi couldn't remember how many times he'd been knocked away by Valdo. This guy's sudden acceleration was truly disgusting, and it was too easy for him to resort to underhanded tactics. Before he could make more adjustments, Shosi rushed out to face Raidfield. This old guy was the complete opposite of the enthusiastic Valdo. If not kept an eye on, he would run away. The barrier between the fifth layer of the extreme cold prison and the fourth layer of the scorching heat prison had been broken through by the three, and the three-dimensional space provided by the two prison layers gave Shosi a better opportunity to exert himself, making his movements much more agile than before. What are you Navy really after? There are countless evildoers in this sea. What difference does one more make? Raidfield said angrily. Raidfield's physique was like Whitebeard's. This high-frequency collision was a matter of life and death. He didn't want to waste his limited life here when freedom was so close at hand. Raidfield angrily slashed out a beam of swordlight. He had had enough, and it was all because of this young Navy brat. With a strike using the Sakura 10 General Slash, Raidfield's strength was quite formidable, but his body had some hidden dangers that prevented him from fully exerting it. You're right, there are indeed countless villains at sea. Letting you go wouldn't cause any major issues, Shosi said plainly. With the reputation of the Red Count, he wouldn't do anything foolish like destroying the world. The Navy's archives had noted that the Red Count, Beloric Raidfield, was an arrogant man who never accepted partners or engaged in any alliances, capable of standing on par with Golden Lion and Roger all on his own. Shosi wasn't sure if this evaluation was exaggerated, but it was an undeniable fact that Raidfield had defeated the Navy's former fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong. After that great battle, the exhausted Raidfield was captured by Garp, which led to his detention in the sixth layer of the deep-sea Great Prison. Shosi held a deep respect for strong individuals, striving to leave Raidfield with injuries with each move, even at the cost of being knocked away by that idiot Valdo several times. What are you waiting for? Raidfield laughed, somewhat grateful for the good fortune he had accumulated earlier. Who said pirates had no use for reputation? Wasn't he the face fruit strong? However, before Raidfield's smile could fade, Shosi continued, but that's not a reason to let you out. Just because you pose a smaller threat doesn't mean you should be released. That logic doesn't hold. Yes, compared to someone like the Golden Lion, who had lost his mind, Raidfield was undoubtedly less threatening. But that's not the point. It's like if you made a pot of soup, you wouldn't allow someone to toss in dog feces just because they replaced it with smaller mouse droppings. Shosi had seen too many of these concept-switching traps in his past life. Chapter 165. Blood Battle. Taking advantage of the conversation, Shosi once again closed in on Raidfield, launching a flying dragon slash at him. This move was taught to Shosi by Longma and was quite powerful, unlike the forceful swordplay that relies on sheer strength. The flying dragon slash was a pinnacle sword technique designed specifically for targets with exceptional observation haki. The forced locking effect of the flying dragon slash could deceive observation haki, making it difficult for Raidfield to make effective judgments. However, even so, Raidfield managed to block it with his umbrella sword. This old guy's observation haki was incredibly troublesome. Shosi could barely be considered a great swordsman now, and the flying dragon slash he executed carried some essence of Longma. A great swordsman's understanding of ordinary sword techniques had reached an exaggerated level. To put it bluntly, Zoro could just name techniques in front of Shosi, and after just one mention, Shosi could perform all those techniques even better than Zoro. He just found it beneath him. Great swordsmen had their basic principles. However, at this distance, the flying dragon slash still couldn't hit Raidfield, which made Shosi feel an urge to just go all out. Damn observation haki, under a nuclear bomb. All lives are equal. As long as you can't escape the map, you'll die. This old guy's observation haki is ridiculously strong. It's said that as long as he makes contact, he can see a person's memories. Valdo laughed from the side. Unlike Raidfield, Valdo wasn't in a hurry to escape. After finishing off the army wolves, his condition had nearly recovered. Killing Shiosi was what he yearned for. Not crushing a Navy genius gave him a greater sense of revenge. Shut up. Raidfield took a deep breath. Haki is physical energy, and given his current physical condition, predicting the flow of time was quite strenuous. He glanced at Valdo with some disdain. Having such a teammate was truly a disgrace. Someone he wouldn't have even glanced at before. Raidfield didn't look down on Valdo. A punch amplified 50 times wouldn't do much against Shiosi. This impressive physicality was indeed somewhat beneath the surface. Valdo was inherently proud, or else, who would end up locked in the 6th layer. After being retorted by Raidfield, he immediately threw a brick. Under a 50-fold amplification, this brick was larger than a wall and moved much faster, defying physical definitions. Raidfield wasn't flustered by Valdo's sudden attack. Among pirates, there was no mutual trust. The big pirates here were always on guard against everyone present. A sword light slashed through the giant brick, which remained a brick no matter how big it got. Ultimately, it was still not something to be taken seriously. The ability of the Momo fruit was indeed bizarre, but such a powerful fruit couldn't catch the eye of a Pirate King level. At the Pirate King level, everything depended on oneself. Fruits were more for compensating for personal shortcomings, and Raidfield had seen too many worthless people like Valdo, who relied entirely on their fruits. If you want to die, I can fulfill that wish for you now. There are plenty of bad guys here, and we don't lack for one more like you. Raidfield said coldly. The 6th layer of the prison was filled with capable individuals. What they faced now was just Shiosi alone, and Valdo, a group attack expert, was of no use. There were many who could replace him, and many ruthless people were watching. Pirates were cunning. Raidfield sighed, realizing he had become the proverbial bird that stuck its head out. Who would have thought this Navy brat would be so perceptive and slip through the wall like that? Valdo certainly wouldn't be convinced and eagerly sought to challenge Raidfield to a duel. Shiosi was happy to see this, even somewhat encouraging these pirates to resolve things privately. He could even offer 1 billion berries as a prize for the victor to start their own business. Unfortunately, this was just a fantasy. There weren't many honest people like Valdo, and most pirates weren't foolish enough to go that far. With the mindset of wanting a few less Valdos and a few more theatrical versions, Shiosi was very eager to see Raidfield tear Valdo apart. Although Raidfield was currently in a disabled state, tearing apart Valdo was still not a problem. Shiosi assured himself that he would find the right opportunity to take them both out in one go. Sneak attacks required skill. Shiosi stated that he would shout before releasing his move, proving he still had a bit of dignity left. However, regrettably, even this small wish went unfulfilled, as someone Shiosi hated the most appeared. Shiosi, we meet again. Such emotionally charged words did not come from anyone else's mouth, but from one of the instigators of the deep-sea Great Prison Riot, Blackbeard. It is truly unexpected to see you here. Blackbeard stroked his chest, where a wound had been cleaved by Shoes. This was the most serious injury he had suffered in years. Even red-haired Shanks had only knocked out a few of his teeth. Blackbeard could not forget Shoes' kindness, and he would definitely repay him in kind. Look at the crew I've gathered. Do you still have confidence in defeating us now? Blackbeard turned sideways, showcasing his crew behind him, which included familiar faces as well as many newcomers. Seeing Blackbeard so pleased with himself, Shoes really wanted to tell him that there was no need to pose like this. The terrifying figure of St. Juan Wolf was just too conspicuous. It was hard to imagine that the over 3-meter-tall Blackbeard actually lowered the average height of the pirate crew. The height discrepancies in the pirate world were quite absurd. Very good, very strong, Shoes replied perfunctorily. He was more interested in watching Raidfield tear apart Vardo, and was somewhat uninterested in the flashy appearance of Blackbeard's crew. After all, everyone present, except for him, was an enemy. With so many deaths, a few more didn't make much difference, as they would have to fight sooner or later. Shoes openly showed his indifference, deeply hurting Blackbeard's feelings. The promised rise of the underdog, and yet people wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you. What, 30 years in the East? 30 years in the West? Don't bully the young and poor. You might not understand wealth fully. Even if you worked hard to reach the pinnacle of a worker like Jack Ma, compared to the Rothschild family, you would still be like a baby just learning to walk. Captain, I'll go kill him, said a prisoner with a large, bulbous nose. Blackbeard was about to stop him, but the prisoner was too eager to prove himself and instantly appeared beside Shoes, throwing a fist covered in armament hockey straight at Shoes' face. Come back. You can't be fought alone, Blackbeard's late warning. Buscared Chote's fist had already swung out, and it was too late to hold back. I didn't tell you not to make my face your target, Shoes said coldly. At once, a heavy arm hammer met Buscairchot's domineering punch, which was a pleasure only those with Imperial-level talent could experience. Even Beckman said it was good. As expected, Buscairchot's right arm disappeared. Even with armament hockey, he could not withstand a full force strike from Shoes. Watching his suddenly lost right arm, Buscairchot was momentarily dazed. But the pain that followed quickly brought him back to reality, perhaps due to the long period without combat in the deep-sea Great Prison. Buscairchot did not immediately take the correct action to create distance for his team's sniper to provide cover. Van Oka aimed his rifle, but Buscairchot's 5-meter-tall body completely blocked Shoes from view, making it impossible to find an opportunity. Shoot, use Sea Prism stone bullets, Blackbeard said directly. At this point, there was no choice but to abandon Buscairchot. After all, visibility is relative. Since Buscairchot blocked Shoes, Shoes couldn't see Van Oka either. Having been with the crew for quite a while, Van Oka understood Blackbeard's meaning and shot the Sea Prism stone bullet without hesitation. The bullet shot through the air, entering through the side of Buscairchot's body, avoiding power loss, and this was also the position of Shoes in Van Oka's memory. Even though Shoes' line of sight was obstructed, he had encountered this guy once before and naturally kept his existence in mind. Relying on the perception brought by observation hockey, Shoes was always alert to those hard-to-detect attacks. Before the bullet could fully enter Buscairchot's body, a flash of sword light sliced through the bullet, and the Sea Prism stone bullet, along with Buscairchot's body, was split in half, creating a gruesome scene. Flames evaporated the blood in front of him. Shoes did not want to appear as a bloodthirsty killer. After all, he was a just Navy officer. Indeed, the Sea Prism stone bullet was actually developed. In Raidfield's era, the application of Sea Prism stone was still quite limited. The technology tree was not highly developed, and the Sea Prism stone bullet piqued his interest. The gruesome scene before them did not disgust these big pirates. Some even licked their lips, looking at their companions with a fierce gaze. Don't be like that fool Buscairchot. This guy is quite terrifying, even if we all attack together. We don't have much confidence in killing him, Blackbeard said seriously, feeling only regret at Buscairchot's death. These new partners were all top-tier prisoners in the prison. Notorious villains who had proven their strength with the lives of many prisoners. Who would have thought they would lose one just by crossing paths? In fact, without Blackbeard's reminder, these newly joined pirates already understood Shoes' terror. Buscairchot was not weak. The weak had long been killed by them. Raidfield, let's hold back for now. Blackbeard acted as a mediator. Put aside the confrontation with Vardo for now. What matters now is escaping from here. He was a Navy Vice Admiral, and the 3 currently serving Navy Admirals were all terrifying Logia-type Devil Fruit users. You wouldn't want to miss this opportunity, would you? Blackbeard did not pay attention to Vardo. He was eager to recruit this person, but his personality did not blend well with the style of their crew. Whether it was Blackbeard giving Raidfield face or being wary of the 3 admirals arriving, Raidfield gave up on attacking Vardo and focused on dealing with the only anomaly here. Watching the escape group standing in a line, Vardo suppressed his anger under multiple threats, feeling somewhat unwilling in his heart. A good show was thus disrupted by Blackbeard. Shoes was quite displeased, but also admired Blackbeard's maneuvering skills. He might not be the strongest in the pirate world, but such mentality and tactics made people wary. Purely evil personalities were particularly troublesome. Without trying to provoke the alliance among the pirates, the factions and purposes of each side already represented everything. Saying more would only backfire. Better to let Blackbeard unite so easily. Such an organization would be more prone to collapse when faced with issues. Soon this large team was formed. Aside from Luffy and his group, and that lonely figure sitting in the corner, all the prisoners decided to unite against Shoes. Having not seen Luffy for so long, Shoes felt somewhat confident. This deep-sea great prison had a so-called 5 level, with passages that were quite interconnected. As the controller of the transvestite paradise, Ivankov would not give up such shortcuts. The Revolutionary Army did not like head-on confrontations. Not wanting to think too much about Luffy, Shoes would settle that score with him later. The figure sitting in the corner was the one he was concerned about. Barrett, aren't you going to join us? Blackbeard looked expectantly at that figure. This prison had 2 Emperor-level prisoners, Red Count Raidfield and Devil's Heir Barrett. All 3 were notorious pirates who made a name for themselves in the previous generation. Compared to Red Count Raidfield's battle record against the Navy Admiral, Devil's Heir Barrett had destroyed a country in his youth and later joined the Roger Pirates, becoming a power not inferior to Roger himself. He later went berserk after Roger was imprisoned, and the Navy, on the basis of issuing an extermination order, sent 2 Emperor-level talents, Garp and Sengoku, to imprison him in the deep-sea Great Prison. This treatment was unprecedented. Even Roger had never enjoyed the extermination order. When Shiosi initially took out this person's file, he felt a chill down his spine from the blood-red markings and the terrifying record of achievements. He couldn't understand why such a person wasn't executed back then. Leaving him in the deep-sea prison was a disaster, a bomb that could explode at any time. No, even a bomb couldn't describe this person. He was a nuclear warhead. Not interested, I only care about the admirals and the 4 emperors, and I don't like alliances. Barrett rejected Blackbeard. Unlike Radefield, who had physical issues, Barrett's 20 years of imprisonment didn't make him regress. Instead, he advanced even further, no longer looking down on ordinary characters. Shiosi breathed a sigh of relief. If Barrett joined the alliance, he would have to consider fleeing. The actions of the Red Count Radefield had exceeded his expectations. The Navy's records clearly stated that this person was proud, solitary, and never allied with anyone. Who would have thought that time's cruel knife taught him to compromise? Fortunately, Barrett's previous defeat had elements of betrayal from pirates, leading to his deep hatred for the pirate alliance and extreme arrogance about his own strength, making him indifferent to the admiral's support. When Shiosi noticed this, he thought about the powerful individuals captured by the Navy over the years. The pirate King Roger was a familiar face, a result of someone's betrayal. The Golden Lion also seemed to have a similar story. Then there was the Rocks Pirates, who were taken down by Roger and Carp together. Even without Shiosi changing the plot, Whitebeard's death was also due to betrayal from his own people. Pirates truly are the Navy's best third party. If it were Shiosi, he wouldn't dare to ally with such beings. In fact, this complexity is also related to the pirates. They are not simply disordered thugs. There will always be 2 fools who give up everything for their beliefs and ideals. Chapter 166 regarding Barrett's rejection. Blackbeard merely chuckled, not taking any action. Threatening Walder would naturally have no effect on Barrett. The strong have the power to be willful. Only the weak are coerced. Even without Barrett's inclusion, the power that Blackbeard had gathered should not be underestimated. This force was not inferior to any Emperor crew, and its ferocity was even more terrifying. Kill him. The Blackbeard pirates initiated the attack on Shiosi. The first to strike was not the sniper Van Oka, known for his speed, but the towering giant San Juan Wolf, who hit at the back. This giant, whose head could be seen above the sea, threw the first punch. Surprisingly, the fist, larger than a truck, came at an unexpectedly swift speed. If Shiosi hadn't been prepared, he might not have dodged it. Evading the punch, Shiosi gathered a massive flame sword and thrust it into the blood vessel on his hand. With a blood vessel as thick as a sewer pipe, even a blind nurse could hit it. Before Shiosi could withdraw, Bages and 2 martial arts experts surrounded him from the front and sides. Flame explosion. Forced to use a defensive technique, the scorching flames splashed out with terrifying heat. The attacks from the 3 martial arts experts were forced to dissipate, with the weaker one getting burned and falling. Despite this, Shiosi did not dare to relax, knowing that a viper was watching him. Boom! Taking advantage of Shiosi's thunderstorm technique, Van Oka fired a sea prism stone bullet. A sniper may not always strike first, but they always shoot at the most lethal moment. Van Oka was waiting for this opportunity. Now, Shiosi abandoned maintaining the flame explosion and drew his sword Sakura 10 to slash at the sea prism stone bullet. After splitting the bullet, Shiosi did not stop, instead striking backward. A heavily made-up female pirate had appeared there at some point, her sharp claws reaching for Shiosi's back, like a heart-excavating maniac from a certain movie. Sakura 10 struck against the claws, sending sparks flying. Surprisingly, it did not sever them. No wonder, she was a Zoan-type mythical beast, the fiercest female pirate, Katarina Devon. With a 50-fold Momo amplification, Walder suddenly exploded with speed. Unfortunately, this time Shiosi did not get knocked back. He had already adapted to this speed. His free left hand covered in armament hockey shone with a faint glow, clashing evenly with Walder's amplified punch. Interesting, Barrett said with interest, beginning to observe Shiosi seriously. He was a good opponent, the perfect gift for his reunion with the world. Walder was also surprised that Shiosi could take that punch so easily, making the subsequent attacking pirates feel a bit awkward, as there was only so much space around one person. Get out of the way. Radefield directly drew his sword and slashed at Shiosi. Idiot, can't you see what's happening? Previously, he had intentionally let himself be knocked back to train his reflexes and observation hockey. A sparring partner as good as Shiosi was hard to come by. Radefield lived up to his reputation as an old-school admiral. Regardless of his ethics, he still had vision. Earlier, when he and Walder faced Shiosi, Walder had only caught Shiosi off guard at the start. The rest were all by Shiosi's design. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental that every time he got hit, it was right at the moment Raidfield was attacking? This was also why Raidfield was furious with Walder, a literal pig teammate, utterly lacking in perception. With a burst of strength, Shiosi pressed Katarina Devon down with his right arm, then kicked Walder away. There was no time to play around. Being knocked away at this moment could mean being overwhelmed by others, and Shiosi didn't want to take a wave of attacks head-on. Explosive Flame Triple Slash. Shiosi used Peach Rabbit's slashing technique, unleashing 3 consecutive fiery blade slashes, temporarily suppressing the pirate's attacks. He couldn't just stand there as a live target. He needed to move immediately. Glancing around, Shiosi flapped his wings and pounced toward Raidfield. Faced with Shiosi coming directly at him, Raidfield instinctively chose to dodge. He truly valued his life and still wanted to navigate this era. I knew Raidfield would do that. Shiosi took the opportunity to dive into the gathering of pirates. The terrifying high temperature spread out, and the fiery sword energy began to reap the lives of the pirates. At this point, Shiosi had also opened the killing intent. The flame sword energy took away quite a few originally weak pirates in the 5th layer, with only a few strong ones managing to hold on. Blackbeard opened his dark water to absorb the flames, while the sword energy was intercepted by Poison Q, who held a scythe. Looking toward the Blackbeard pirates, he found that, as expected, this level of attack had no impact on Blackbeard. Those who could be cut down by the sword energy were merely weak prisoners to begin with. With his sword technique withdrawn, Shiosi did not hesitate and shot straight up into the sky. The characteristics of the Seraphim fruit made Shiosi one of the top aerial fighters in the pirate world, allowing him to maneuver flexibly, which was very helpful to him now. Don't let him catch his breath. Keep attacking. Blackbeard shouted from below. The darkness fruit was not particularly good at long-range combat, and he dared not approach Shiosi closely, fearing a close-range explosion from Shiosi would severely injure him. Knowing that many bad guys were present, Blackbeard needed to maintain his best condition at all times. Therefore, he boasted the loudest from below, but did not dare to engage in a real fight, behaving like a cowardly little brother. Although Blackbeard's behavior was despicable, the prisoners present said nothing. Even Raidfield tacitly accepted this behavior, merely looking at Blackbeard with some surprise, as if pondering something. The existence of the dark fruit itself is a threat to someone like Shoes, a user of abilities, and cannot be ignored. It can be seen that Shoes, when breaking out of encirclement, chose to use relatively less efficient swordsmanship to kill instead of opting for a larger and stronger flame bombardment. This is because the pure fruit ability can be countered by Blackbeard. Even if Shoes uses the awakened red flames of the fruit, there is still a possibility that Blackbeard could absorb it with his dark water, making it simply not worth the risk. Before he could catch his breath, Shoes had to continue facing various attacks. Whether it was the physical technique combination led by Bagus or the miraculous strength of Saint Juan Wolf, these attacks had little effect on Shoes. After such long training, Shoes' observation hockey has reached a terrifying level of perception of the outside world. Those complex attacks would present themselves in Shoes' mind, and this feeling was akin to entering God mode, observing the world from a very macro perspective. Of course, this also confirmed a certain rumor. Closing one's eyes does not reduce the number of enemies. It may very well increase them due to the expanded field of vision. With a sword swipe, he cut through the bullet shot by Van Oka. The most troublesome member of the Blackbeard pirates is Blackbeard himself, while Van Oka is the second most annoying person after him. His attack frequency is not high, but he finds the timing to be quite tricky, causing Shoes to spend nearly half of his focus guarding against this person. Van Oka is also aware of his role, alternating between using sea stone bullets and hockey bullets, and even occasionally mixing in a couple of regular bullets. This dirty tactic is quite nauseating, as whether through observation hockey or the naked eye, it is impossible to determine the properties of the incoming bullets. Watching the trajectories of the bullets in his mind, Shoes could only choose to dodge or shatter them. He didn't dare to gamble on what these bullets were, like playing Russian roulette. A slight mistake would result in a thunderous strike. In frustration, he hurled a flame, sword energy, at Van Oka. As expected, it was intercepted by Blackbeard, who easily absorbed the flame, sword energy with the black hole gathered in his hands. This guy has delved even deeper into the dark fruit's potential. The range of dark water is larger than before, and the amount it can absorb has increased significantly. This world does not allow for any slack. It truly is this fruit. Who would have thought it had resurfaced? Riderfield, who previously couldn't confirm, finally defined it after watching Blackbeard use his abilities a few times. The dark fruit. The ferocity of this fruit is unparalleled even in their era. It is rumored that Roxd, Zebek was a user of the dark fruit. A formidable figure that even a proud person like Riderfield would not dare to act recklessly in front of. However, it seems there is a misunderstanding. The fruit is merely a tool for the strong, not an irreplaceable object. Riderfield scoffed, "You don't really think that eating the dark fruit will make you like Roxy? Zebek, do you? Surely no one thinks that way, right?" Riderfield glanced at the prisoners following Blackbeard, recognizing several familiar faces, all of whom were proud individuals who would not easily submit to others. "What, do you fantasize about being Roger, the Golden Lion, or that Whitebeard guy?" Riderfield disdainfully remarked. "By the way, I've heard that in recent years, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have also become Sea Emperors. You have 2 more targets now." The names Riderfield mentioned are all top pirates from both the previous and current eras, but they all once shared a common identity as members of the Rocks Pirates. This is a terrifying fact. The powerful pirates of the past 2 eras all originated from that pirate ship. What kind of charisma did Captain Roxy Zebek possess to be able to command these people? Shoes also had a deep impression of Roxy Zebek, not because those people came from his pirate ship, but because of Roxy Zebek's own actions. He was someone who dared to challenge the world government, a historical experience that Shoes needed to learn from, with the goal of becoming the king of the world and taking action to eliminate the celestial dragons. Such lofty actions can truly be called villainous. Of course, Shoes approached this with the mindset of, what if I fall out with the world government, rather than planning to take any proactive actions. If Riderfield hadn't mentioned it, Shoes wouldn't have known that the previous user of the dark fruit was this guy. This information was not recorded in the Navy's files. Only the person's life and criminal history were noted, with very little description of their most critical strength. Especially regarding the God Valley incident, it was merely glossed over, as if deliberately hiding something. Blackbeard laughed foolishly, not bothering to say any pleasantries, which left Riderfield uninterested in continuing. He had only been reminded of past memories while looking down on his unprincipled cellmates. Suddenly, a heavy punch struck Shoes, sending him flying, followed by a flurry of attacks. Van Oka even used precious sea stone bullets. He cursed himself for being careless. Shoes was not unable to evade Vardo's 100-fold amplification. It was just that part of his focus had been drawn to Riderfield's story, causing him to misjudge Vardo's strength and lose his edge. Taking advantage of the backward momentum, Shoes flapped his wings behind him, planning to evade as he usually did. However, the old man Riderfield was precise in looking for opportunities to attack while retreating. He used his umbrella sword to stick to Shoes, forcing him to be unable to escape immediately. Meanwhile, the fastest sea stone bullet was already in front of him. He had truly let his guard down. There was no time to think too much. Shoes gave up on blocking Riderfield with Sakura 10, as the priority was higher for the sea stone bullet. He dared not let it hit him. This was not merely a matter of losing his fruit ability. If a user encounters seawater, their body will lose strength, and falling into such a state would spell great trouble. Covering his left hand with armed haki, thick and dark, was solely to enhance his defense. He grabbed Riderfield's umbrella sword with his bare hands, causing sparks to fly as the blade clashed with his haki, accompanied by a grating sound as Riderfield pulled his sword back. Fortunately, Shoes had trained his armed haki well. He was not cut off by Riderfield, though a faint white line was left on his armed haki. Riderfield's umbrella sword did not injure Shoes. The old man was actually holding back, exerting only half of his strength, giving Shoes a chance to endure. Even so, Shoes did not dare to hold on for too long, as Riderfield was already increasing his force. This kind of barehanded contest against the blade could not last long. Fortunately, Shoes only needed to withstand this moment. Sakura 10 had already split the sea stone bullet, allowing Shoes to continue using Sakura 10 to fend off Riderfield. However, Shoes never forgot that there were only the 2 of them present. Bagus and Catherine did not take the opportunity to follow up, as St. Juan Wolf's giant hand was already coming down from the sky. Riderfield ruthlessly withdrew his sword and dodged, so straightforwardly. It was reminiscent of something done after finishing a task. After splitting the sea stone bullet, Shoes' body had no time to adjust for a second. While he could still make small distance movements, it was impossible to use shaving for a burst of speed. How could he dodge the palm of St. Juan Wolf with just a small movement? That thing was not much smaller than an ordinary truck and was surprisingly fast. Perhaps because Shiosi's last act of stabbing angered his opponent, the wind pressure brought with it a howling sound. If it weren't for the enormous wind resistance caused by his size, this force would definitely have created a sonic boom. With a slap, Shiosi directly smashed through the floor of the 5th level of the deep sea prison, crashing into the 6th level. A mouthful of blood spewed out as Shiosi took a deep breath, using his hands to support himself against the giant hand, flapping his wings to escape this five-finger mountain. Standing in the 6th level of the deep-sea prison, above him was a massive black hole. He had just been smashed down to the 6th level from there, and the walls of the deep-sea prison were very solid. His body was in much worse condition than he had anticipated. To be honest, Shosi felt fear at this moment. With his current strength, he could not stop these guys from escaping. Chapter 167. Consuming the Thunder Fruit, Dual Fruit User. Shosi took out a dark purple fruit from his pocket. This was the Thunder Fruit he had been carrying with him. He still had no clear idea on how to obtain dual fruit abilities. However, right now, desperately needed new power to deal with those guys above. He hesitated. There were already people who had lost their lives verifying that a fruit user consuming another devil fruit would die immediately. Without clear information, this action was no different from seeking death. Not giving Shosi much time to react, someone from above was already chasing him down. It seemed he had no choice. These pirates would not let him leave the deep-sea prison alive. Shosi had never thought of leaving just like that. It looked like he had no choice but to take a gamble. Perhaps he was also a special physique person. He reached out and brought the devil fruit to his mouth, his heart racing with excitement. It was still not too late to regret. "Marine, where are you? I'm coming to catch you." Ha ha. The laughter of pirates reached Shosi's ears, and he had little time left. Taking a deep breath, Shosi bit down on the devil fruit. The unpleasant taste flooded his taste buds once again. At the same time, a domineering energy surged wildly within him. There was no immediate death as he had anticipated, which meant there was still a chance. Shosi focused on feeling this power, discovering that it was competing with the Seraphim fruit, not knowing exactly what they were fighting over. The two forces were at war within Shosi, neither gaining the upper hand, yet causing him immense pain. He could feel his cells being destroyed in their clash. This might be the ultimate fate of a dual fruit user. Cells were continuously collapsing and dying, intense pain stimulating Shosi's nerves. But what exactly were they fighting over? Shosi could feel that the fruit powers were not competing for his body. He didn't know how long they had been fighting. For Shosi, every second was unbearable. Eventually, the losing side fled to Shosi's head. It was as if something mysterious absorbed it. The fruit powers fused into that strange substance. Shosi opened his eyes, and he seemed to understand. It was another soul within this body, the boy named Shosi. The special aspect of Blackbeard might lie in the fact that he has more than one soul within him. He remembered that Red-Hair Shanks once said that Blackbeard, Marshall D. Teach, had never slept. How could a normal person not sleep? Shosi speculated that Blackbeard must have two souls taking turns to appear, allowing him to be active year-round. The devil fruit binds not to the body, but to the soul, which is also why Shosi was able to absorb the thunder fruit like Blackbeard. He already had two souls within him. One was his own soul, and the other was the original owner of this body, who was also the special physique mentioned by Blackbeard. Shosi raised his right hand, and a spark of electricity exploded in his palm. At the same time, he raised his left hand, and a golden flame burned in his hand. With unprecedented powerful strength, Shosi knew he could do it. He could send this group of bastards into a cage. With a long howl, Shosi transformed into a streak of lightning and flew out. Hannibal, lead the others to escape from the deep-sea prison. Magellan had mostly recovered at this point, watching the communication from the 5th level through the monitoring room. While shocked by Shosi's immense personal strength, he also felt ashamed of his previous blind arrogance. These villains truly could not be allowed to escape from the deep-sea prison. Thus, upon seeing Shosi being smashed to the 6th level by Saint One Evil Wolf, the warden made his decision. Damn it, do you want to die? Hannibal knew Magellan's thoughts. Even if death was the outcome, he should take me with him. The deep-sea prison would not allow anyone to escape. This was the promise they made together. This was the oath of every prison soldier upon taking office. Each of them swore under the banner of justice and vowed to uphold this promise to the death, which Magellan would never forget. Looking at the monitoring device in front of him, the man with the knife next to Blackbeard had also made the same oath back then, yet now he had become an accomplice to this group of villains. Even if Magellan personally sent him to the 6th level of the deep-sea prison, he never thought he would betray his oath. He thought it was just a matter of character, that this old friend still remembered his duty. That's why he released Shiryu of the Rain, the former deputy warden of the deep-sea prison, at a critical moment. Damn it! Magellan slammed his fist on the monitoring station. Without fruit powers to assist him, he simply couldn't stop that group of people, not even hinder them. Hannibal understood Magellan's rage. He had agreed to release Shiryu of the Rain back then, and even he thought Shiryu would not betray his oath. This was the bottom line for the guards of the deep-sea prison. You're not wrong, Magellan. We just could have done better, Hannibal comforted him. The other soldiers nodded behind him. Even the prison beasts nodded in response, not blaming Magellan. Actually, there was another way, not a good way, but it wouldn't make things worse. Magellan smiled bitterly. As the warden of the deep-sea prison, he knew many secrets. The deep-sea prison had a self-destruct program. Just as Shosi had guessed, the designer of the deep-sea prison had considered the worst-case scenario. This prison, built in the calm belt at the bottom of the sea, also housed a large number of sea kings. This was the deep-sea prison's strongest and final measure. As long as the self-destruct program was activated and the deep-sea prison sank to the bottom of the sea, all imprisoned prisoners would be buried along with the prison. Not everyone is Rayleigh and Beckman, who are strong but not fruit users, capable of swimming out of the calm belt. That guy, Redfield, has enough strength but can't sustain it. He can't swim out of the calm belt. Barrett has enough stamina, but he is a fruit user. Not one like Shosi who can fly. He would likely perish too. Don't even think about running out by stepping on Moonwalk. This is the sea, not a lake. Just because the calm belt looks small, it's actually a pressure zone as wide as a strip on a globe. Moonwalk is a high-consumption martial art. Continuously using Moonwalk in the air, there's no place to gain strength to run through a pressure belt. It feels like you all have some misunderstanding about the six forms, thinking this thing consumes very little. At this point, things can't get worse. Hannibal said nonchalantly. He was ready to martyr himself. How much worse could it get? It shouldn't be a matter of leaving behind a stench for eternity. Indeed, we have no choice. Magellan said with a bitter smile, the deep-sea prison has a self-destruct mechanism. We can perish together with them. While it may not kill everyone, the vast majority should not escape. There are plenty of flying abilities in the deep-sea prison, so some may get out, but the numbers will be very few, at most just a handful. What about Major Shoes? We can't just let him die with us. Hannibal doesn't care about his own life. However, Shoes came here to help, and it's a bit inappropriate for him to sacrifice his life for them now. How about waiting a bit longer? Major Shoes can fly out, Hannibal suggested. Magellan was somewhat tempted. He also felt that this matter couldn't be done this way, but after glancing at the monitor, he saw that those pirates had already taken off after knocking Shoes away. It was impossible to fight to the death. He would never do such a foolish thing in his life. Escaping from prison was all about freedom. Now that there was no one blocking the way, not running was definitely a sign of madness. As the organizer, Blackbeard called out a few times, realizing that it was futile, and decisively joined the fleeing crowd. He still needed to go to Marineford to pick the fruits. That was an important part of his plan. There was no time to wait any longer. It would be too late. Magellan said in a deep voice. The fastest, Redfield, had already reached the second level. At this speed, he would escape in just a minute or so, and it would be troublesome to execute the plan then. Silently wishing Shoes good luck, Magellan planned to activate the self-destruct sequence. But just as Magellan was about to make the sacrifice, a series of crashing sounds echoed, and something was rushing up from below. It's Major Shoes, look, it's Major Shoes, Chief Warden Domino said. As the beauty of the deep-sea prison, her excited call was thrilling, but the men were focused on the little lightning figure crashing through layer after layer of floor, flying upwards. Breaking through continuously, Shoes reached the surface faster than those prisoners. Without greeting Redfield, who had just come out, Shoes unleashed a massive amount of lightning into the sky. The windless zone was already established over the sea, with plenty of moisture. With Shoes' intervention, within just a few breaths, the sky was filled with dark thunderclouds. Thunder Prison. The lightning in Shoes' hand connected to the thunderclouds, and 4 black bolts of lightning spread out from below the thundercloud, quickly covering the entire island. A vast amount of current flowed between the 4 lightning pillars, forming a layer of black lightning membrane that enveloped the island. This was a technique Shoes had modified from Doflamingo's birdcage, a prison woven with lightning that was even more terrifying than Doflamingo's threads. Redfield looked at the black membrane in front of him and cautiously grabbed a pirate to throw at it, just like a mosquito hitting high-voltage electricity. It was just a spark, and nothing remained, with only a faint burnt smell left in the air. At this moment, Blackbeard, who had just run out, also wanted to try his hand, but after witnessing this experiment, he gave up on the idea. This left Shoes somewhat disappointed. He had wanted to take the opportunity to eliminate one. Although this was his first time using the Thunder Fruit, his own strength was there. Plus he had seen Enel use the Thunder Fruit. Therefore, Shoes grasped the usage of the Thunder Fruit immediately, even surpassing Enel, the original user. Thunder Prison could be considered an awakened technique of the fruit. By linking to the natural lightning, it released a high-pressure, high-temperature lightning cage. Even if it were the dark fruit, there was a limit to its devouring. This Thunder Prison relying on natural power could definitely satisfy Blackbeard. Although he released a wide range of Thunder Prison, Shuz's own state was not greatly affected. This technique, using natural energy, did not consume much physical strength, but was more exhausting mentally. Next, we could take our time to play. Shuz looked down at Raidfield and the others. He had said before that he wouldn't let a single one escape. He would not go back on his word. Damn it, Navy brat, you're looking for death, Raidfield said angrily. To withstand a technique like Thunder Prison, which relied on natural power, was a very irrational thing. The only two options in front of Raidfield and the others were to persuade Shuz to release the Thunder Prison or to kill Shuz. Obviously, Raidfield had been trying the former, but the effect was almost non-existent. Shuz would not let anyone escape from the deep-sea prison. You're forcing us to kill you. You can't withstand so many of us, not even Carp, Raidfield said stubbornly, his right hand already gripping his cane sword tightly. He would not hold back anymore. If they couldn't escape the deep-sea prison, all plans were in vain. Blackbeard also had a grim expression. By now, the Marineford War should have already started, and he could no longer waste time here. Let's join forces, Raidfield, Blackbeard said to Raidfield. What matters now is to kill this kid. Everyone needs to show their true skills. We don't have much time left. Although they had allied before, that alliance was like a child's play, just talking for fun. Otherwise, after St. Juan Wolf suppressed Shuz earlier, they should not have run away, but instead taken the opportunity to eliminate Shuz. No one wanted to force a Marine Admiral to the brink of death unless it reached a life-and-death level. Now, Shuz's Thunder Prison had completely pushed them to the edge. Okay, let's join forces, Raidfield scanned around. All the prisoners shared a common enemy. They really were filthy things. With a loud crash, St. Juan Wolf, the big guy, also emerged from the prison to the surface, signaling the prisoners to launch their attack. The first thing that caught Shuz's eye was a pink shadow. This shadow was moving too fast, and even its form seemed a bit transparent. With a thud, Shuz's chest was struck by this pink shadow. Seizing this moment, Shuz discovered that the pink shadow was a fox with 9 tails. Before Shuz could grab the foxtail of Catherine, this 9-tailed fox hurriedly escaped, and Shuz felt a wave of dizziness in his head. Poison. It's poison. Shuz realized that this 9-tailed fox was toxic. He had thought the 9-tailed fox fruit had charm attributes, but unexpectedly it was a toxin, and quite potent too. A bolt of lightning struck Shuz from the clouds, and a holy white flame ignited within him. Under the purifying effects of these two powers, Shuz had a very high resistance to the toxin. Soon, the toxin within him was evaporated by the flames, and the poison gas nearby was destroyed by the lightning. Shuz adjusted his state and launched another attack on the pirates. Little White Snake. He extended his arms, and hundreds of winged lightning snakes flew out from his palms. The lightning snakes spat electric arcs and emitted a piercing sound as they flew towards the encircling prisoners. Unlike ordinary lightning strikes, these lightning snakes were crafted by Shuz using mimicry lightning, and their attack methods were even more flexible. The attack methods of the lightning snakes were varied, and they even utilized some simple tactical combinations, such as the classic tactic of overwhelming the few with many and guerrilla tactics of feinting. Chapter 168, Barrett makes his move. In this deep-sea prison, where officers were as common as dogs and only a few ranks could shake things up, observation hockey was like cheap street goods. If they didn't come up with something new, they really couldn't catch these guys. Warden, what do you think about this? Domino tentatively suggested. Shall we wait for Major Shuz? The situation is still under control. Magellan nodded, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Dying heroically sounded glorious. But if it were himself, he would rather wait. If one could be a nameless hero, who would want to seize the fame of a martyr? Living was more important than anything else. Watching outside, as Seraph overwhelmed the children with a punch, Magellan began to face the reality of the gap between himself and the true emperors, feeling that the previous praises he received were somewhat harsh. If the true power of the emperors was like that of Major General Seraph, with his current fruit level, even with the terrain advantages of the deep-sea prison, he could not possibly hold back Major General Seraph. Indeed, he had been looking at the world from a narrow perspective. Hannibal patted Magellan on the shoulder, knowing what his old buddy was thinking. At Seraph's age, possessing such formidable strength, anyone witnessing the chaotic scene outside would doubt their life. It was inevitable to have thoughts of living their whole life like a dog. Raidfield was feeling this way now. He was clearly working harder than before, yet the situation was much worse. Damn, how does this kid still have lightning powers? For the natives of this world, having 2 fruit abilities was simply unfathomable. Even the well-informed Raidfield didn't think of Seraph as a dual fruit user at first, but rather as some strange race. believing the lightning or flames were one of their abilities. Even Blackbeard, who had fought Seraph before, didn't consider the dual fruit aspect. He knew Seraph was a normal human, and lightning couldn't be a racial ability, but he thought it was a mythic ability of Seraph's mythical beast fruit, which was much easier to accept than being a dual fruit user. However, was the animal-type mythical beast really that strong? Blackbeard was greatly moved by Seraph's heroic display, wondering why he was going to the Marine Ford War if it was just to get the Tremor fruit. If Seraph's devil fruit was so powerful, why not go for the fruit within Seraph's body instead of seeking something far away? In the end, Blackbeard decided to give up on the devil fruit in front of him. The temptation of the Tremor fruit was too great. Blackbeard had witnessed the era of Whitebeard firsthand. Just then, the sky darkened, and a thick bolt of lightning fell from the clouds, striking Seraph. His body began to swell, transforming into pure lightning elemental form. This was the thunder god form that Enel had used before, a move at the awakened level of a natural fruit. With Seraph's strength, executing this move was not difficult. To accommodate the characteristics of the Seraphim fruit, he didn't transform into the bulky thunder god form, but maintained the characteristics of the Seraphim form, only his height swelling to nearly 6 zhang. Blue-purple electrocurrents surged around Seraph, and the 3 pairs of wings behind him also transformed into pure lightning. Exuding en overwhelming aura. At this moment, Seraph was a god, the thunder god in the eyes of the world. After transforming into the thunder god form, Seraph's strength further increased. He was now not weaker than the 3 Marine admirals. In some respects, he was even stronger than the 3 Marine admirals. This was the terrifying aspect of a dual fruit user. The amplification from stacking fruits was not a simple 1-to-2 increase. Entering the pure, elemental form, Seraph's emotions were greatly suppressed, and his brain entered a state of pure, rational judgment, allowing him to better handle each person's attacks. He could even ignore attacks that didn't reach a certain intensity. Utilizing the Thunder Fruit for small-scale teleportation, he could even condense energy to avoid damage, which gave Sniper Van Oka a headache. Seraph didn't have to use Sakura 10 to cut through the bullets aimed at him. Many attacks that were clearly supposed to hit would just graze past, with no visible traces of displacement. Suddenly, a cannonball as large as an island appeared. This was the weapon Waldo had brought to defend the deep-sea prison. Compared to its amplification on himself, the Momo Fruit's amplification on objects was a true 100-fold increase, making Waldo's area damage ability very tricky. However, unleashing such power was a great threat to everyone. Damn, are you an idiot? Rayfield looked up at the cannonball blocking the sky and the thunderstorm enveloping the entire island, furious. This is a closed space. No one can escape the explosion's aftermath. You fool. Blackbeard was also taken aback by such foolishness. He didn't expect there would actually be such an idiot. Fortunately, Waldo had refused to join Blackbeard's pirate crew back then. Otherwise, carrying such a burden would not be enough for his life. Come to me. Hurry up and come to me. Blackbeard released the dark water to the maximum, a black vortex enveloping above the Blackbeard pirates, calling all prisoners to take refuge. It wasn't out of kindness. In the current situation, more power meant more hope. He knew that relying solely on his pirate crew wouldn't get them out of here. Rayfield unhesitatingly went to Blackbeard's side. With his strength, he could withstand the situation, but why not take advantage of others' efforts? Warden, should we run down? Hannibal suggested. Such a large cannonball was nerve-wracking to look at. They couldn't possibly go to Blackbeard's side, right? After thinking it over, running down seemed like the only option. After all, that's the principle of a bomb shelter. It's very scientific. Before Magellan and the others could run down, they heard hurried footsteps, followed by the sudden disappearance of the footsteps as a figure charged towards the giant cannonball. In fact, Seraph was also momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the cannonball, feeling a sense of a third party on their side. The bombs Waldo threw were just ordinary ones. Despite the 100-fold amplification, their energy level was still quite low. Although Seraph in Thunder God form couldn't say he was unaffected, he didn't need to worry too much. Instead, the prisoners were uneven, making the threat of this giant cannonball even greater. After a slight hesitation, Seraph decided to take action to deal with the cannonball. His remaining humanity still considered the injured Magellan and the others. Although he felt these guys weren't foolish and would most likely flee to the lower levels of the prison upon seeing the danger, it was better to be prepared, and handling this wouldn't take much effort. However, before Seraph could deal with it, Barrett's figure arrived in front of the giant cannonball, punching it. Seraph didn't have time to think much and moved back several steps. Barrett's brute force demolition mode was not meant to solve problems, who would use physical smashing to stop a cannonball from exploding. Wasn't that just asking for an early detonation? Even Seraph intended to quickly dismantle the bomb using Sakura 10, splitting it into countless small pieces and then swiftly dealing with it using lightning. The whole process was about speed. After retreating, Seraph shielded himself with his wings, only then noticing Barrett in front of him. The bomb didn't explode. After taking a heavy hit from Barrett, it shattered into pieces, raining down from the sky. A dud? It couldn't possibly be a dud. Setting aside Waldo's experience with bombs, in a sensitive location like the deep-sea prison, no one would dare mess with the military supplies here. Seraph believed the world government people weren't foolish enough to that extent. Eliminating all impossibilities, there was only one possibility. The bizarre problem solver of the pirate world. The Devil Fruit ability. Barrett altered the cannonball using the combined fruits ability. This wasn't impossible, even if it seems a bit unreasonable. The combination fruit can indeed merge matter into exaggerated constructs like war fortresses. Altering the internal structure of matter is merely a prerequisite for this project. It's naive to think that real-world objects can be assembled like Lego blocks, all sourced and homogeneous. Why stop me? I can blow this dome apart. Waldo pointed at the thunder prison covering the entire island, and such shallow understanding is embarrassing. The energy contained in lightning is not comparable to ordinary bombs. Even 10 or 8 of these bombs wouldn't pose a problem. Instead, they should consider what to do if the island sinks. Do they really think that the Sea Kings are mascots? With a half-hearted character like Waldo, even without seawater interference, 3 large Sea Kings would be enough to take him down. It's too noisy. I think this thing is too noisy. Barrett couldn't be bothered with Waldo and casually found a rock to sit on, entering spectator mode. Bastards. You all think too highly of yourselves and don't take me seriously at all, Waldo said angrily. He immediately opened the ammunition box in front of him, pulling out bomb after bomb, ready to blow things up. He didn't believe that Shoes would not escape from such a barrage of bombs. Waldo was not a reckless man. Watching Waldo dig out the bombs, Shoes understood why this guy had such a domineering title. The World Destroyer might describe not just his ability to rain down destruction, but also his impulsive behavior. In this day and age, one fears a reckless man with brains. It's impossible to understand their thought process, making communication quite difficult. Clearly, Waldo inadvertently angered all the forces present, an achievement no one had accomplished before. Shoes, whose form was ethereal, decided not to keep Waldo around. This troublemaker had to be eliminated. His body transformed into a streak of lightning and disappeared from the sky, the electric light moving rapidly, and in an instant he was next to Waldo. Spear of Hell, Piercing Strike. This was a move he remembered from the Thunder Shadows techniques, closely resembling the Navy's 6 styles. By reinforcing the spear's hardness with a piece of iron and using the rapid movement of lightning as potential energy, it transformed into a highly penetrating attack. Not only was Shoes attacking, but the pirates were also moving in. Swallow Cut, Crimson Poison, Leadfield and Catherine, along with a third person, all attacked simultaneously, targeting Waldo, who planned to throw bombs. The 3 of them had a good understanding, choosing different angles and guarding against each other to avoid being caught off guard. This was the first time Shoes saw Leadfield use a sword technique. It was hard to gauge its depth, but this Swallow Cut was as peak a technique as Shoes' Instant Shadow 3 cuts. In contrast to the simple and powerful moves of the 2, Catherine's Foxclaw was much more interesting, and Shoes noticed some charm abilities similar to the Sweet Fruit. Faced with the 3 deadly moves, Waldo was somewhat at a loss, not knowing how to respond. While he might have found a way to escape, the 3-pronged attack had sealed off his escape routes, and the unintentional cooperation among 3 masters was surprisingly harmonious. Now, Waldo had only 2 options: detonate the bomb in his hand, which would be somewhat glorious, or wait to die, experiencing the pleasure of being struck by a Trinity attack, which was also quite memorable. Clearly, Waldo still had the blood of a man. He directly activated the fruit to amplify the bomb in his hand, planning for a final celebration before death. Leadfield hesitated. He didn't want to be blown up at such close range. His body couldn't take it. But the sword move had been executed, and pulling back now would expose too many flaws. Shoes would definitely not let this opportunity slip. The hell-piercing strike directed at Waldo could easily turn toward him, so he might as well take a hit from a bomb, which was a legitimate royal-level attack. Catherine and Shoes also noticed Leadfield's dilemma and quickly understood what the other was worried about. Shoes' mouth curled slightly. He hoped Leadfield would retract his sword, as taking down this old guy would be a big win. Similarly, the fox-like Catherine was very excited. If Shoes attacked Leadfield, she would definitely go after Shoes. Of course, not to save Leadfield, but purely from maximizing her own interests. Waldo might not realize that his greatest act in life would end up being a self-destructive explosion. It was indeed quite ironic. In the end, Leadfield chose not to retract his sword. He decided to endure the bomb, but Waldo's bomb did not explode. In the final moment, Barrett made his move again. He first snatched the bomb from Waldo's hands, altered its material form, and threw it at the weakest Catherine to interrupt her attack. Then, with his right arm, he threw a heavy punch to meet Shoes' hell-piercing strike, while his left hand caught Leadfield's swallow cut, just like Shoes had done before. In an instant, he neutralized the three's offensive. Barrett's upper prison uniform had already torn apart, his bare torso shining with a black-red glow, the colors of hell. In the blink of an eye, he dismantled the trio's assault. Such a powerful physique even startled Shoes. "What do you want, Barrett?" Leadfield asked, looking at Barrett with some envy. Such perfect physical qualities, even Leadfield at his peak would be somewhat lacking. Truly a frightening young generation. "He can't die. I have use for him," Barrett simply replied to Leadfield, then tossed the two away. The lightning burned the black-red aura on his fingertips, which had just been intercepted from Barrett. Unlike hockey, it was a novel and unknown energy. Chapter 169. The terrifying Barrett truly merciless. He really takes himself seriously. Catherine's fox face was quite grim. The sudden bomb attack had caught her off guard, as her attention was mostly on Shoes, and she was hit squarely in the face by the bomb. As a woman, how could she endure having her face blown up? Ignoring the terrifying rumors about Barrett, Catherine immediately began to retaliate. "Stop, Catherine, don't provoke that guy." Blackbeard quickly stopped Catherine. Barrett was not someone they could mess with. In such a precarious situation, provoking such a ruthless person for the team was not a wise move. This can't be done, even if you want to protect him. You can't act recklessly. Leadfield was indeed a royal level and didn't fear Barrett as much as others. Unlike the previous public action of destroying bombs, Barrett intervening for Waldo was somewhat excessive. Since it was clearly stated beforehand that he wouldn't take action, intervening now required an explanation, no matter how strong you are. The battlefield doesn't allow for reckless behavior. "In that case, I will join you," Barrett said nonchalantly. He knew Leadfield wanted him to take a stand, but he didn't care about that. He understood the rules of the battlefield, and the reckless third party often gets eliminated first. Even though he didn't particularly like the Pirate Alliance, there were only two factions present, leaving Barrett with little choice. "Hee. Welcome to Team Barrett." Blackbeard, as the organizer of this alliance, was very excited about Barrett's joining. Unlike Leadfield, who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, Barrett was almost at the peak of his life, fully capable of standing up to Shoes alone. Ryderfield smiled slightly at the result. It was not bad. Dragging Barrett into the water was more worthwhile than killing Waldo. He had had enough of this stalemate. Sue's advantage under the sky was too great. It wasn't that Waldo wanted to cause trouble. Even Ryderfield himself felt that they would be ground to death by Sue. What a tormenting little demon. Unlike the carefree pirates, Sue's expression was serious, and the frequency of the electric waves on his body was somewhat chaotic. Barrett's joining put too much pressure on him. It was not merely a matter of 1+1. The effect was almost exponential. Fortunately, Barrett's joining meant Sue didn't have to consider this factor and could go all out. If he couldn't win, he could always blow up and run away. No matter what, Sue decided to create some distance. Staying on the ground was not conducive to his performance. He couldn't escape. Barrett swayed, drawing a black-red line, and instantly appeared above Sue, smashing down with both hands. Heavy arm hammer. Sue did not dodge. He immediately struck back with a part of his right arm, enhanced by lightning. The shock waves spread out around the two of them, and the ground beneath Sue collapsed further. Ryderfield, wanting to take advantage of the situation, paused his actions to see how things would unfold. Before the dust settled, a bolt of electricity shot out from the dust, closely followed by a black-red shadow. The electric light and blood shadow collided in the air several times, the aftermath of the battle causing heart-pounding tension. This was a true clash worthy of the sovereign level. Once again separating, Sue drew on the energy of the thundercloud to replenish his own losses, and Barrett did not obstruct him, tacitly accepting Sue's actions. "You're quite impressive. At your age, I wasn't as strong as you," Barrett said to Sue, acknowledging Sue's strength and accepting him as the first undead under his prison fist. Bang! Van Oka's gunfire rang out again. He wouldn't wait for Sue to recover like Barrett. At the same time, Ryderfield and Catherine launched their attacks, and even the San Juan wolf swung its giant palm. Sue initially intended to summon lightning to counterattack, but found that Barrett had moved, which made him hesitate to act, ready to interrupt and dodge at any moment. Unexpectedly, Barrett did not attack Sue, but instead intercepted the attacks aimed at Sue. With his bare hands, he crushed bullets covered in armament hockey, driving back Ryderfield and Catherine, and managed to gain the upper hand against the San Juan Wolf. This man seemed to harbor infinite strength. "Bear you." Ryderfield looked at Barrett with shock and anger, deeply fearing a collaboration between Barrett and Sue. If the two teamed up, they would surely fall here today, unable to stir a single splash. With his mind racing, Ryderfield recalled the pill that Poison Q had given him earlier. Did he really have to take that thing? That was playing with fire. Was a red count unwilling to accept this? I have something good here. After Ryderfield was repelled by Sue for the first time, Poison Q had taken out a red pill and handed it to Ryderfield. The Grand Line had many strange plants, and one such plant's roots could temporarily awaken an aging body, bringing a person back to their peak state. What are the side effects of this thing? If there were no side effects, it wouldn't be so obscure, Ryderfield asked very calmly. He had researched things that could restore the body, and the plant Poison Q mentioned was not on his list, so this herb must have significant flaws. Lifespan. It will shorten the user's lifespan, and after use, bodily functions will decline again. Poison Q did not hide this. He was not an old man who could be easily deceived with just a few words. He merely presented this option to Ryderfield, leaving the choice to him. If it came to a life-or-death situation, this old man would definitely take a gamble. Moreover, this pill was not prepared for Ryderfield. Sue's appearance in the deep-sea prison was an accident. Ryderfield had already taken the pill in hand. If the situation deteriorated to that extent, he would have no choice but to gamble. While I fight him, you all should not interfere. I want a 1v1 real man's battle with him, Barrett said. He then turned to Sue, seeing that he had finished charging. You should have replenished your losses by now. I won't hold back in the next battle. Ryderfield put the pill back, letting out a sigh of relief. As long as there was still a chance, he naturally wouldn't choose this path. Ryderfield could accept Barrett's challenge for a one-on-one fight, but Blackbeard's mood soured significantly. He didn't want to waste time on something so trivial. As a pirate, why bother with dueling? A chaotic melee where they could stab him to death was more to Blackbeard's liking. However, circumstances were beyond his control. Despite his displeasure, Blackbeard did not dare to confront Barrett directly and silently took note of today. When the day came for him to become a complete being, these high and mighty fellows would pay the price for their arrogance. He gestured to Van Oka beside him, who understood and quietly took out 2 sea stone bullets. His stock was running low. In the sky, Sue looked at Barrett. He actually didn't like one-on-one fights. It would be difficult to determine a winner at the sovereign level in a short time. Previously, when he was fighting Ryderfield, he could take advantage of the chaos to kill some pirates and relieve some pressure, while also clearing out the inventory of the deep-sea prison. But with Barrett as his opponent, that wouldn't work. This guy was not like Ryderfield, who would hold back half of his strength. The previous fierce battle had been truly intense, and Sue's arms were still a bit sore. Given the circumstances, it could be considered a stroke of luck that he wasn't besieged. Before Sue could think too much, Barrett's attack had already come. 2 beams of light began to intertwine and collide in the sky, occasionally mixed with 1 or 2 bolts of lightning striking down from the clouds, making it a fierce battle. Being young is great. The battle looks more beautiful. Ryderfield sat on a shattered city wall, watching the aerial combat with great satisfaction, showing no signs of wanting to intervene. Are you really just going to watch like this, noble Red Count? Blackbeard provocatively asked. Who knows when these two will finish fighting? By then, the Navy admirals will arrive, and we won't be able to escape. Glancing at Blackbeard, Ryderfield coldly replied, My old bones can't mix in. You can try it out. With the power of the dark fruit, you might achieve something. Let's wait a bit. I'm not in a hurry. Blackbeard chuckled and found a stone slab to sit on. I'm actually quite curious. I can sense that your body has excellent qualities, but your current state is quite poor. Ryderfield said, somewhat puzzled. Logically, you should be just a step away from the sovereign level based solely on your physical attributes. As long as you develop your fruit abilities well, you can definitely step into the sovereign level. What's the matter? Did you just get the fruit not long ago? So eager to recruit crew members on the 6th level. They aren't the kind of people who settle for less. Ryderfield quite liked Blackbeard. He was different from Roger and Whitebeard, willing to do whatever it took, which aligned with Ryderfield's pirate values. So he specifically offered a reminder. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. At least for now, we are all prisoners. It's better not to fight. Ryderfield's excellent observation, Hockey, sensed that when he mentioned Blackbeard's body, a thick killing intent erupted from Blackbeard, though it was quickly concealed. But Radefield believes he hasn't misjudged. Blackbeard truly wanted to kill him at all costs just now. After all these years, I still haven't recovered from the injuries sustained in battle. Blackbeard said with a smile. The truth of the matter is unknown, and Radefield doesn't intend to ask further. This kind of thing isn't really related to him. The audience fell silent again, while in the air, Shoes and Barrett continued to clash, neither intending to retreat, their fighting styles simple yet brutal. Kapu, your martial arts have the style of Kapu. Barrett took a hard elbow from Shoes with his right arm, and this familiar attack reminded him of Kapu, who had captured him. Although the elbow strike hit Barrett, it didn't gain much advantage. It was like striking an iron block. That was my martial arts teacher. Your fighting skills also bear his shadow. After their exchange, Shoes discovered that Barrett had also dabbled in some of the Marine's 6 styles. His fighting style was wilder, but one could still see some traces of Kapu. That was a part of an iron block, right? You actually applied the 6 styles to this extent. Shoes said firmly. He wouldn't mistake such a distinctive technique. Try this move, Storm. Barrett's feet slid in the air, counting as the wind blades gathered together to form a not-so-large tornado. Raging Foot. The life-returning level of Raging Foot. This move was very similar to Shoes' scythe, but the power between the two moves was vastly different. Barrett's Raging Foot not only formed high-pressure wind blades, but also underwent a secondary aggregation, making the energy convergence extraordinarily impressive. Finger Gun. Hell Stab. Shoes did not rush in. Instead, he gathered lightning and energy at his fingertips and shot out the Hell Stab from a distance. Although this would lose some force and be easier to expose, the advantages of long-range attacks for self-protection were self-evident. The lightning finger gun pierced through the eye of the tornado, and the electric current exploded at its center, sending winds and currents scattering everywhere, resulting in a draw. Indeed, you've learned the 6 styles and have integrated them, Shu said very calmly. But his heart was extremely shocked. Barrett was not like Enel and himself. He had undergone marine training along with guidance from Master to achieve such results. The ability to integrate the 6 styles was entirely due to Barrett's own research and study, which was a terrifying talent. When I fought with Kapu, his combat skills were impressive, so I learned a bit. Barrett said nonchalantly, to me, they're just power. There's no such thing as marine or pirate. Being usable is what matters. Shu suddenly felt like a useless person. Learning the Marine's 6 styles just by taking hits was an incredibly terrifying thing. Martial arts are different from swordsmanship. Swordsmanship is an outward expression, where a great swordsman can learn all the sword techniques below their level at a glance. However, martial arts are a way of bodily manipulation from the inside out. And the behavior of learning the Marine's 6 styles just by taking hits and observing was something Shoes had never dared to imagine. You are a genius, but unfortunately, you have taken a wrong path, Shoes said with regret. He felt sorry for Barrett's qualifications. Someone like him, if he joined the Marines and received proper guidance, would definitely become a master not inferior to the Marine hero Kapu. There are too many such outstanding talents among pirates, which the Marines cannot compare with. Wrong? Barrett sneered. In this world, there's only life and death. What do right and wrong matter? Doing the right thing can still lead to death, while doing the wrong thing might let you live. The black-red aura surged again. This magical power made Shoes very wary, as their previous encounter had already caused him much trouble. It was like a parasitic ability, filled with the ability to erode life. This was the most disgusting thing Shoes had ever seen. It was not pure armed color hockey. Shoes had seen advanced armed color flow Sakura and had mastered the flow Sakura hockey techniques himself. The flow Sakura hockey wasn't this strong. Its essence was still armed color hockey, but it leaned more towards attack penetration, falling short of Barrett's black-red aura. Chapter 170. The Devil's Gift. Facing the surging momentum of Barrett, Shoes did not intend to test any longer and directly drew his sword, Sakura 10, who said one must always engage in hand-to-hand combat. Haven't you heard the classic saying that no matter how good your skills are, a brick can knock you down? Since your physical condition is impressive, then I'll cut you with my sword. Shoes remembered that he still had the profession of a swordsman. He executed a greeting slash, and unsurprisingly, the flame sword energy was crushed by Barrett. Shoes' current fruit abilities were not limited to the Seraph. He also had the Thunder Fruit's lightning, which was perfect for trying to integrate lightning into his swordsmanship. Lightning Net. A flash of lightning wrapped around the blade of Sakura 10, instantly slashing out a dense mass of lightning sword energy. The lightning sword energy intertwined in the air to form a net that covered Barrett, who was about to launch an attack on Shoes. Although the closely packed lightning sword net enveloped Barrett, its actual effect was not significant. Facing Barrett, who was fully covered in armed color hockey, these low-quality lightning sword energies felt more like a massage to him. Flying Dragon Slash was a true technique inherited from Ryuma, representing Shoes' real means. Empowered by the Thunder Fruit, a blue-purple lightning dragon roared down from the sky, faced with a peak sword technique. Even Barrett did not dare to be careless. The black-red aura covered his arms. Barrett was already tall and strong. In the pirate world, if someone is described as tall and strong, they're usually over 3 meters tall. Standing in front of the dragon's head with such a physique was not to be underestimated. He spread his arms to tear open the dragon's mouth. With a roar, Barrett really managed to rip apart the dragon's mouth, wanting to tear the lightning dragon in half. However, Shu's sword was not just for show. The lightning dragon was merely a cover for the real killing move. The dragon's head exploded with red lightning, and then the entire dragon head was engulfed in bright red flames. In just a few breaths, the blue-purple lightning dragon transformed into a large red blood dragon. The entire dragon's aura turned fierce, and with a high-pitched dragon roar, the glowing Sakura tin was slashed from the dragon's mouth. Sword techniques require swords. Even a fierce flying dragon must be cut down by a sword. Shu's drew his sword. This move was the last nightmare of the evil dragon, the ultimate killing sword. The dragon-slaying swordsmanship of Ryuma was never created in the form of a dragon, but was meant to slay dragons. After today's fierce battle, Shu's swordsmanship improved significantly, integrating things he couldn't see back then. Oh no, Barrett has underestimated him. How could this kid advance so far in swordsmanship? Rayfield said in panic, instinctively rising to assist. But it was too late. Blackbeard sneered beside him, his heart becoming serious. He was well aware of Shu's strength. However, he did not expect that in just a few months, Shu's power had grown so much. Especially Shu's revealed lightning ability and swordsmanship that was far more refined than before shocked Blackbeard greatly. The sword attack was the reason Blackbeard had always avoided close combat with Shu's, fearing that Shu's might suddenly deal a heavy blow to him with swordsmanship. After all, fruit users secretly fear sword attacks that cannot be nullified. The group of pirates beside him, whom Blackbeard considered companions, were a great threat to him. He didn't dare to sustain too serious an injury to test his partner's loyalty. The flame-bathed longsword struck Barrett's chest, and black-red flames burned, resisting the blow. However, the longsword only paused for a brief moment before slicing through the flames. A diagonal scar appeared on Barrett's chest. The wound wasn't very deep because Barrett had managed to grasp the longsword at the last moment, and the flames had provided some temporary resistance. Shio sighed and raised a foot to kick Barrett's chest, using the reaction force to pull out Sakura. Even after such trouble, he had only managed to injure Barrett. To kill him, he would need a stronger sword technique. But the flying dragon slash was already the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and to go further, he could only use the swordsmanship attack that Lama had spoken of, an attack that changes reality with incredible will, governed by incomprehensible sword rules. Unfortunately, Shio's current level of swordsmanship was still far from being able to execute a swordsmanship attack. To kill Barrett, he had to think of another way. While Barrett was still not immune to his fruit ability, as long as the battle continued, Shio's believed his chances of winning would increase. Shio's could continue to fight Barrett, but for some reason, there was a vague sense of urgency in his heart, urging him to return to Marineford immediately. At his level, especially after being tempered by Wald's observation hockey, Shio's paid special attention to this kind of intuition, leading him to want to resolve the battle quickly. Just a glance at Blackbeard and the many pirates below reminded him that even if he killed Barrett, dealing with them wouldn't be easy. Moreover, when Barrett's life was truly in danger, these pirates would surely rush to his aid before Shio's could die. As for Barrett's claim of one-on-one, it was better to take it as a joke. Pirates could not be taken seriously. Looking at his wounds, Barrett's face revealed an excited expression. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a battle. He felt the blood in his body was burning. Unexpectedly, your swordsmanship has reached such a level. Barrett sealed his chest wound, and under the pressure of his strong chest muscles, the wound became a thin line of blood. I was careless, but that won't happen again. The wound makes me stronger. Barrett reached the ground, placing his hand into the rubble, and the walls that had fallen from the deep-sea prison began to change. In Shio's eyes, this transformation process was similar to that of a transformer. After multiple combinations and transformations, a rock arm, similar to Kid's magnetic arm, but much more aesthetically pleasing, appeared on Barrett's hand. This is about right. At least it could be considered a decent weapon. Barrett tried swinging it a few times, and, surprisingly, the speed of the rock arm was not much slower than Barrett's normal state, which was quite contrary to physics. After a brief difference, Shio's recalled Barrett's earlier alteration of the projectile's material structure. It was clear that he had also changed the material structure of the rock. His development of the fruit was not much inferior to his physical techniques. Could this be the descendant of a devil, a man strong to the core? That previous move is useless now. Unless it's a stronger slash, it's impossible to harm me, Barrett said confidently. Shios naturally did not believe Barrett's words. He needed to test the situation himself. Instant Shadow, 3 cuts. Using the peak sword technique, Instant Shadow, 3 cuts. Shios planned to use it as a test to see the strength of the rock arm. After incorporating the Thunder Fruit's ability, Shios' slash was faster than before. 3 simultaneous lightning sword energies merged in the air, transforming into a black-purple plasma line. The terrifying plasma line slashed downward, causing even the air to slightly distort as it passed. This was due to the high-heat electric current of the lightning evaporating the moisture in the air, creating a visual disturbance. Did you think I survived the Demon Slayer order by relying on something? As one who believes in strength, how could I abandon the Devil Fruit? Barrett swung the rock arm to strike the plasma line. The collision didn't create much noise. The plasma line calmly sliced through the rock wall. But its speed was very slow, and the residual force was quite insufficient. After sinking in 1/3, the plasma line vanished, which made Shios' heart sink. The effect was far too poor. That was the strongest slash Shios could produce, yet it couldn't even sever the rock arm. He couldn't imagine how astonishing Barrett's full defensive power would be. It's that black-red flame. His stone arm is connected by that flame, and its internal structure resembles a honeycomb, said Raidfield. Raidfield had been observing the battle above. Whether it was Shios or Barrett, both were opponents he needed to be wary of. In a deep-sea prison, Raidfield could coexist peacefully with Barrett and Blackbeard, but outside of it, they needed to be cautious of each other upon meeting. There can only be one Pirate King. Pirates can never form a true alliance, as they are inherently competitors. What Raidfield feared most about Barrett was not his extraordinary physical techniques, but this unknown black-red flame. This strange energy had an incredibly good combat feedback. In fact, without Raidfield's reminder, Shios had also noticed the honeycomb structure of the rock arm. After the plasma penetrated the rocky surface, the black-red flames filling the rock arm's crevices provided excellent cushioning, much like a well-known non-Newtonian fluid. It was impossible to cut through it hard. The rebound force of the flame was significant, and he could only proceed gradually, slowly penetrating. However, sword techniques emphasize speed. There is no such thing as slowly grinding a sword technique, thinking this is an old lady sharpening a needle. What exactly is this black-red flame? It can't really be the legendary ghost energy, Shios asked curiously. As a contemporary socialist model youth, Shios did not believe in gods or spirits. And the world of One Piece was quite scientific. No matter how absurd things were, they could be attributed to devil fruits. There were all sorts of strange devil fruits, but no tales of gods or spirits. Therefore, Shios was very curious about this exotic haki and wanted to know what it was, and if he could learn it, as it was indeed very practical. Ghost energy? Barrett chuckled lightly, saying its ghost energy sounds good. This thing is indeed not a product of the living, but saying it's a gift from the devil is incorrect. Rather than saying it's a gift from the devil, it's better to say it's the devil's acknowledgement. This is a power that can only be obtained by crawling out of hell. Barrett did not hide the origin of the black-red flame. If anyone wanted this power, they could go for it. Even he wished not to experience it again. I was initially a warrior fighting for my country. I thought I would protect this country for my entire life until death, Barrett said self-deprecatingly. But I didn't expect to be betrayed by this country, betrayed by my comrades. Do you know? The reason they betrayed me was that I was too powerful enough to frighten them, making them feel an insurmountable heart. During the speech, the cut on Barrett's rocky arm had already healed. I killed them all and destroyed my own country, becoming what I am now. Barrett extended his other normal arm forward, and a black-red flame gathered in his palm. What a dazzling and sinister color. Everything vanished, and it appeared. This is the devil's acknowledgement of me. I have become one of them. Barrett crushed the aura of his palm, which was both a power and a curse. Shoes took a deep breath, and Raidfield was also quite astonished, but only Blackbeard seemed amused by it. If what Barrett said was true, then this power was indeed an ominous thing. Even if this power was strong, Shoes intended to keep his distance. The cost was too high. For Shoes, the meaning of forsaking everything to gain power was questionable. Power was meant to protect what one cherished. If it was merely for the sake of becoming stronger, then what was the meaning of such strength? Shoes looked at Barrett with some pity. His heart had long since died. The moment this thing called ghostly aura appeared, his heart was already dead. At this point, did he still intend to hide it? Barrett said to Shoes, as a dual fruit user, your strength should not be at this level. Barrett excitedly continued, a monster like you is a rare beast. Although Shoes did not conceal the fact that he was a dual fruit user, he did not expect to be discovered so quickly. Even Blackbeard, who had fought him before, had not thought of him as a dual fruit user. He was surprised that Barrett could see through it. Shoes curiously asked, "How did you find out?" This could be seen as an admission of his identity as a dual fruit user, causing an uproar among the pirates on the ground. It was the first time they had heard of a dual fruit user. Only Blackbeard's expression fluctuated, as he pondered why Shoes could become a dual fruit user and whether his situation was similar to his own. Thinking of this, Blackbeard recalled their first meeting, where he had known about Shoes consuming the dark fruit. Could it be that he knew about his plans too? Blackbeard looked up at Shoes, not hiding the killing intent in his heart. His plan could not afford any mistakes. "Haha, I'm a warrior who has fought for years. Countless races have died at my hands," Barrett proudly declared. "I've seen races that control flames, but never one that controls thunder. Moreover, the taste of fruit abilities is very easy to discern. I'm not one of those useless fools. Use your full strength. Is there anyone here that you fear? Or do you think I'm still not strong enough?" After finishing his words with a roar, the walls of the deep-sea prison began to crack and collapse, gathering towards Barrett's body. They deformed and then transformed. The process was incredibly swift, as if growing out of thin air. During this time, Shoes had thought about stopping him, but the sword energy he unleashed could at most shatter some stones, while the number of stones in the deep-sea prison was astronomical. In the end, a stone giant, slightly smaller than the Saint Juan wolf, filled with a sense of mechanical beauty, appeared before Shoes. Chapter 171. Awakening of the Dual Fruits without much conversation. Barrett infused his emotions into his fists. The powerful friction caused by the fist wind made the entire stone fist resemble a flaming meteor, striking towards Shoes under Barrett's command. Shoes took a deep breath, completing a partial iron block with his right arm, and similarly threw a heavy punch in response. Before their fists even met, the compressed air waves from the punches collided, and the shock waves pushed against each other at the point of contact. If your strength hasn't reached Rear Admiral level, hurry and escape the battlefield, Raidfield warned, immediately moving behind the Saint Juan wolf in search of a heavy shield. Finally, their fists collided, and a dazzling light accompanied by scattered electricity erupted, resembling a small nuclear explosion. Half of the high-rise buildings in the deep-sea prison were shaken down, and Magellan felt heartbroken. They had just dug the foundation and now were demolishing the buildings. Who approved of this demolition? A figure shot out from the light source, crashing deeply into the island's surface, and at that moment, the light source dimmed. Barrett's stone fist had only created a large hole, with black-red, ghostly aura swirling at the opening. The stones from other parts of his body began to fill the gap, causing minimal damage. At the same time, a bolt of lightning shot out from the hole. The right fist of the thunder god had disappeared, and although it was quickly being repaired, the lightning was no longer as dazzling as before. Barrett's power was terrifying. After using his fruit ability, his strength had increased significantly compared to before. This was a man more violent than lightning. To subdue him, one could only use violence against violence. "As you wish, this is what you wanted to see," Shoes said flatly. "Flame prison, thunder god." Blood-red aura ignited around Shoes, and the thunder in the sky roared deafeningly. As a bolt of lightning struck down, Shoes' body began to change. His body swelled again, the powers of fire and thunder intertwining, and in an instant, he reached nearly 100 meters in height. His figure was no longer visible. Even the tallest Saint Juan wolf only reached his waist, and 3 pairs of fiery wings added a mythological touch to the giant. "What the hell is this?" Raidfield cursed. The damned world was not friendly at all to the elderly. This was the power that Barrett wanted to see. The awakened form of the Thunder Fruit and the Seraphim Fruit, with Shoes in full firepower mode. It wasn't just Raidfield who was shocked. All the pirates who saw the lightning giant looked dumbfounded. Such a massive monster, with an overwhelming wave of power. Was this a level that a human could reach? Even Barrett, this ruthless man, had a moment of daze. He had never expected that the power Shoes had been hiding was this terrifying. Although body size in the pirate world did not equate to strength, there was a limit to how large something could be. One only needed to look at how Jack was instantly defeated by the Elephant Master. Once something reached a certain size, it would need to consider the omnipresence of physics. Barrett was indeed strong, but with such a height difference. Did he expect him to jump up and hit his knee? What a joke. Did he not care about face? It was as if jumping up could hit him. The lightning giant moved. Its movement speed was slow, taking a long time from raising its hand to attacking. However, the wide-range attack was enough to make up for its lack of speed, as the lightning giant swung a fist down towards the sky gazing Barrett. Although Barrett responded in time, In the face of absolute power, such a response was no better than lying down to take a hit. Barrett, with both hands raised to the sky, took the punch head-on, his body showing no signs of bending, still standing tall. However, the island beneath him did not possess such resilience. The ground could not support such immense pressure, and the stone giant's feet gradually sank until its entire lower body was buried in the ground. Susanoo did not apply pressure. Instead, it raised its arm and slapped the Saint One Wolf on the head, directly knocking it to the ground. The massive body crushed several buildings, causing Magellan to wince in pain again. Refreshing. With a big guy bullying a smaller one, Shoes felt instantly rejuvenated. He wasn't holding a grudge. He just felt that the Saint One Wolf hindered air circulation. With such a height, it was like a wall, severely affecting his air quality for the 100 meters around him. Seeing the largest Saint One Wolf being knocked away, Raidfield's mouth twitched. The scene of a father hitting his son was surprisingly humorous. "You fought him before?" Raidfield curiously asked Blackbeard. "How did you survive back then? With your skills?" Blackbeard chuckled, realizing how fortunate it was that he managed to escape back then. Who could withstand such a giant of over 100 meters? But at that time, Susi clearly didn't have the power of the Thunder Fruit. Could it be that his dual fruit ability only awakened recently? Luck and chance had allowed him to escape. Blackbeard flattered. "Well, you really have good luck. You can join us on adventures in the future." Layfield muttered, "Barrett has really messed this up. This isn't something he can handle alone. We need to take action together." At that moment, Barrett also pulled himself out from the ground. His movements were not exactly graceful, resembling the act of pulling up a radish, and the stone giant's clumsy appearance was even a bit comical. Although he took a direct hit from Susanoo, Barrett didn't suffer much damage. After all, a 100-meter thunder giant wasn't as formidable as an elephant. The quantitative change didn't trigger an irreversible qualitative change. It was indeed strong, but if that's all it had, it was merely a big brute with no finesse. Barrett spoke up. "The giant effect applies to you as well. In your current state, you can't use any skillful techniques. The giant effect refers to the towering giant race, which, due to gravitational and atmospheric resistance, despite their immense strength, cannot perform overly agile moves. This is why giants typically use weapons like cleavers or spike clubs, purely relying on brute strength. If that's all it is." Barrett didn't think much of it. It was just a sea king that could land, something he had killed plenty of. "I think it's better if you don't say anything. I have a bad feeling about this," Laidfield said with some headache, feeling that Barrett's mouth was like a light switch, always getting him slapped in the face shortly after speaking. Although he too felt that if it was just this level, then this 100-meter giant wasn't that terrifying. Its attack power was sufficient, but its level was too low, just a larger sea king. He hadn't seen Barrett take a punch and still bounce back. It wasn't as frightening as imagined, nor was it truly unbeatable. But how should he put it? It was better for Barrett not to say such things. Sure enough, Layfield's worries were not unfounded. The Thunder Giant gathered a thunder spear in both hands and effortlessly twirled it, leaving Barrett, who had been boasting, momentarily speechless. It should be noted that although Su Si's body was enormous, it was composed of energy. The greatest characteristic of energy structures is their low mass, which doesn't exhibit the giant effect of physical matter. Thus, some skillful techniques can still be performed. Layfield helplessly held his forehead, wondering if this was some kind of poison. Barrett really did have a mouth that seemed blessed. Even Blackbeard, watching Barrett, had a somewhat strange expression. This guy was indeed cut from the same cloth as Waldo. And if he joined the team, it would only be a matter of time before they all got wiped out together. The Thunder Giant, wielding the Thunder Spear, quickly began the second round of fighting, and unlike before, it was almost one-sided. No matter how resilient Barrett was, facing the continuous onslaught, he still found it challenging. After dodging another spear attack, Barrett attempted to counterattack, the thick black-red aura enveloping the stone giant's arm, accelerating as he leaped up and slammed down heavily on Susanoo's knee. This was Barrett's experience in battling giant beasts. Targeting the joints was the most effective means, as long as he incapacitated its mobility. The giant beast would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Barrett succeeded. The Thunder Giant's massive size made it difficult to evade in the island's terrain, and the stone giant broke Susanoo's joint. I wonder, is this thing physical or elemental? Is this attack even effective? Layfield had been pondering this question earlier. The Thunder Giant seemed more like an elemental product. However, the Seraphim fruit was a Zoan-type fruit, making it hard to determine if this was an awakening of a Zoan fruit or pure elemental energy. Perhaps it was both before this. No one had seen such a strange fruit combination. Is there a difference? Blackbeard asked from the side. There definitely is. If it's in elemental form, Barrett will have a tough time. Layfield replied, just as the thunder giant raised the spear in its hand and thrust it toward the stone giant's chest. The stone hide only slightly blocked it, and the spear, charged with high-temperature lightning, pierced through the stone giant's chest, pinning it to the ground. Meanwhile, its knee, which had been heavily damaged by Barrett, had already healed. The joints of elemental beings were merely cosmetic, having no real function, pinning the stone giant to the ground. Susi planned to take advantage of the situation to finish off Barrett, condensing another thunder spear in hand, aiming for the stone giant's heart. Based on the previous attack's feedback, that was where Barrett was hiding. Disassemble. Barrett dispelled his rock armor, breaking free from the spear's constraints and escaping. Susi's strike missed. Waldo, amplify everything here quickly, Barrett shouted. He hadn't saved Waldo out of kindness, but rather had his eye on Waldo's ability, which could amplify objects 100-fold, serving as an excellent material basis for combining fruits. Without hesitation, Waldo began to amplify everything around him. Shells, cannons, walls, weapons, everything in the vicinity was enlarged by Waldo, and Barrett took the opportunity to position himself among these objects. Fruit awakening, killing beast. Various materials flew into the sky, reassembling under Barrett's control, forming a beast that was on par with Susanoo. If before it was Transformers, now it was like Pacific Rim, with Susi piloting a Gundam and Barrett controlling the giant beast, even reminiscent of Ultraman battling monsters. This world is too crazy, Layfield marveled again. After multiple complaints about this sudden change, Layfield had to admit that he couldn't keep up with the madness. It made him feel like a counterfeit in comparison to the royal-level powers. Hee, this is truly terrifying, Blackbeard said with a smile. I didn't expect Barrett saving Waldo would have such an effect. I thought he was just acting on a whim. So what? Pirates never do things without profit. Layfield said with interest. Has the sea's rules changed over these decades? Have pirates become warm-hearted big brothers now? Hee, Blackbeard chuckled twice and fell silent. At this point, being anxious was of no help. Blackbeard could only suppress his emotions and try to appear more composed. There was a backup plan if the primary one failed. If life was lost, then nothing would remain. The battle on the field had already transcended humanity. Even the giant race appeared as mere infants who had just learned to walk before these two. 100-fold cannon fire. The stone beast stabilized its form, shouldering a pair of 100-fold amplified cannons. Accompanied by a massive roar, steel projectiles shot out from the cannon's mouth. Now that's reckless. Susi controlled the flames behind the thunder giant's wings to defend, 3 pairs of fiery wings wrapping around its body like shields. The cannonballs were deflected by the wings, and a mushroom cloud rose on the island. The explosive flames and shock waves spreading outward, but were contained by the thunder prison enveloping the entire island, triggering a second impact. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it, can't they pay attention to the onlookers? Layfield hid beside the Saint One Wolf's feet. This shelling was causing heavy losses for the pirates. The island where the underwater prison was located was not small, but it couldn't withstand the two's reckless antics. The giant of over 100 meters occupies a significant amount of space, with Barrett and Shoes standing almost at opposite corners of the island, effectively turning the island into an arena. The space is limited, and the cannonballs that have been swept away have almost all fallen into their area. Truly a disaster that came out of nowhere. As the dust settled, Ryderfield looked at the few remaining pirates. These were the essence of the deep-sea prison. We can't let them continue like this. If the island sinks, none of us will be able to escape, Blackbeard proposed. As a devil fruit user, Blackbeard still harbored some fear of the Calm Belt. Why don't you try and see if you can stop them? Valdo mocked from aside. You might as well have let me blow up the island earlier. A bunch of people who don't understand art. I don't believe that if we blow this island to bits, that guy will still let us go. Shut up. Ryderfield interrupted Valdo. What a brainless guy. In the distance on the battlefield, the golden Susanoo clashed with Barrett's giant beast. The giant's fight can't be called spectacular, only an explosive beauty of mechanics. Barrett relied on the weapons originally from the deep-sea prison to arm himself from head to toe. Whether it was the huge cannon on his shoulder or the hidden blades in his arms, these created a lot of trouble for Shoes. Fortunately, after his body expanded, Barrett's black-red flames could no longer cover the entire beast, only protecting some relatively important areas. Stones continuously slid off the giant beast while new ones gathered on it. This perpetual battle was a contest of attrition. Chapter 172, Hall of Heroes. Back then, Akiji and Akainu fought for several days and nights before a victor emerged. Shoes wasn't sure how long he would have to fight Barrett. It might take even longer. Shoes wasn't worried about his current state. Although he had to maintain the consumption of his dual devil fruit awakenings, Due to the unusual awakening method, it consumed even less stamina than before. Moreover, with the power of the Thunder Fruit, even if his stamina was insufficient, he could use nature's lightning to recover himself. He wouldn't dare say more. Maintaining this form for a few days and nights was still not a problem, but the gloom in his heart was hard to shake off. That was the worry about Marineford. He had to return to Marineford, where he was needed. He must go back immediately. Sword drawn. The lightning giant reached out to the sky, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, transforming into a long sword in the giant's hand. You made a sword, and you still want to use sword techniques? Riderfield sneered. You probably can't even perform the most basic Iaido. Might as well just use a mace. A draw cut? How is that possible? Riderfield exclaimed in shock. He actually used a sword technique. A streak of light pierced through the heavens and the earth. The speed of the draw cut was far slower than a normal sword strike, but even so, it was enough. Barrett's giant beast maintained its attack posture but could not advance an inch. With a cracking sound, the upper half of the beast's body fell backward. There was a smooth cut at its waist, as if it had been cleaved in two, even though the critical area was covered in black-red flames. It still couldn't stop this astonishing strike. Impossible. The giant can't possibly use sword techniques, let alone its size being even more exaggerated than a giant. Riderfield felt a bit lost. This was a huge shock for a swordsman. It broke the norm, shattered Riderfield's perception, and refreshed his worldview. How is that possible? Even the Holy Wan Wolf was unusually surprised. Try to lift a stone pillar and swing it around. It could be considered impressive, but the moves were simple and clear. Just a case of brute force achieving miracles. Why? Why can you use swordsmanship? Barrett released his devil fruit power, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Even though that sword strike didn't injure him directly, the awakening state of the fruit spread his consciousness throughout the giant beast's body, still causing significant damage. There's no reason. I represent justice. Shoes couldn't be bothered to explain, who said that he had to answer when the opponent asked. Military strategy is all about concealment. Barrett swayed, as if shocked by Shoes' shamelessness. Stop showing off, Barrett. This guy's not something any of us can handle, even if we all attack together. There's no chance of winning. Riderfield drew his umbrella sword and stood in front of Barrett, fearing Shoes might come in for a finishing blow. Yes, we need to survive and leave here first. Blackbeard brought his pirate crew closer. Whether it was Van Oka, Poison Q, or later joined Shiryu and others, they all survived the aftermath and were in good condition. Although they didn't know how he used the sword techniques, there had to be significant limitations. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on to this point. Riderfield said, try to separate as much as possible, stagger your heights. You shouldn't be able to use misaligned sword techniques. Riderfield, being a seasoned swordsman, quickly analyzed Shoes' weaknesses. Even if Shoes could manipulate the lightning giant to use sword techniques, it was only limited to direct techniques like the draw cut, and he couldn't perform misaligned sword techniques like Thundernet. That kind of thing challenges aerodynamics too much. As long as there is a bit of mass, it still must obey physical laws. Barrett no longer refuted and accepted this action. The pirates surrounded the lightning giant from all sides. Looking at the densely packed crowd, Shoes smiled slightly. Now that they're playing a group fight, he's really not afraid. Let's see who can outnumber whom. Behind the lightning giant, a golden hall appeared amidst the rolling thunderclouds. The hall was towering and magnificent, with an architectural style different from this world, unlike anything human. The power brought by the dual devil fruit awakening to Shoes was definitely not limited to what was visible. The qualitative change produced by the fruit stacking was far from simple. For instance, the hall behind the lightning giant was a structure only found in mythology. The Hall of Heroes. Shoes shouted loudly, and torrents of lightning surged into the hall, illuminating it with brilliant light. The legendary Hall of Heroes is where the god Odin receives the souls of the dead in Norse mythology. Inside lived Odin's maidens, the Valkyries, and the hall contained warriors chosen by Odin from the battlefields of the world. They were valiant warriors, waiting in the Hall of Heroes for the coming of Ragnar K, ready to fight for the gods with their lives. Just as the pirates were gearing up for an attack, the doors of the Hall of Heroes slowly opened, and the Valkyrie, riding a divine steed, flew out first. The Valkyrie, riding a lightning warhorse and wielding a fiery spear, was clad in heavy armor. Behind them were boundless warriors, all soldiers honored in the Hall of Heroes. Warriors sleeping in the Hall of Heroes. Please awaken once more to fight for your homeland and for a better tomorrow. Shoes' voice echoed throughout the space. Looking at the countless heroic warriors, even a legendary pirate like Riderfield felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, how does this kid have so many strange abilities? Riderfield cursed loudly. It doesn't matter. As long as we kill him, everything will be resolved. What is the fundamental way to break superstitions? It's not self-comforting or praying to gods, but to drag the gods out and eliminate them. As long as we kill Shoes, everything will be resolved. That's the straightforward thinking of pirates. Charge! At the command of Redfield, all the pirates erupted into attack. Even Barrett joined in. Pirates who roam the seas have never believed in ghosts or divine spirits. They are all villains of the human world. Countless lives have been taken, and spirits, even for revenge, must wait in line. The rampant laughter continued as the pirates picked up whatever they could find to fight with, charging towards the boundless spirits. For these pirates imprisoned in the deep-sea prison, this was their only chance to rise again, and they could not give up no matter what. Shadows surrounded them, densely packed with people, an endless number of them. With his exceptional observation hockey, Redfield discovered that the entire island was filled with countless figures, an uncountable number. Arm the spears, join me in the fight, shouted Shoes. All the spirits wielded fiery weapons, a dazzling array of arms. Who says we have no clothes? Join me in battle. All the spirits donned armor of lightning, a unified samurai armor that covered tens of thousands of troops. Kill. The battle was about to commence. The method of beating was unchanged. Only the targets had shifted. Could this really be the souls of the dead? Blackbeard looked around in surprise at the figures, and before he could gather his thoughts, several flaming long swords slashed at him. Without activating the powers of the Yami no Mi, Blackbeard directly reached out to block. To his surprise, a seemingly ordinary strike knocked several spirits away, leaving Blackbeard a bit stunned, but he soon burst into laughter. These things are so weak, don't be fooled by them. They're just normal people. Since they could be harmed, and their strength was not strong, Blackbeard felt there was nothing to fear from this army of tens of thousands. This was a world of high martial arts. Normal people to them were almost like ants, and the idea of ants taking down elephants was simply ludicrous. Yes, just the level of ordinary people. Vardo threw a piece of stone, magnified 100 times by the Momo no Mi, instantly crushing a group of spirits. Eliminating the fear in their hearts, the pirates unleashed their full strength, clearing an area in a matter of moments, with the San Juan wolf rampaging within, waving his hand to obliterate hundreds of spirits. Even those seemingly powerful Valkyries were no match for these elite pirates. Being imprisoned in the deep-sea prison and surviving the previous great battle, these pirates were heroes in the New World. With their killing speed, even a million-strong army would not be enough. The pirates' rampant laughter echoed once more. Only Barrett and Redfield had heavy expressions, feeling out of place among the surrounding pirates. The former recalled some bad memories. He had destroyed his own country this way, slaughtering the entire army of his nation, which was the beginning of his nightmare. The latter couldn't understand why Shoes would do this. Looking at the spirits surging in the distance like a tide, these useless cannon fodder, was it just to wear them out? Redfield did not believe Shoes would make such a mistake. Even for someone like him, killing these things didn't consume much energy, and even the natural recovery of his body outweighed the consumption. It was as simple as breathing. If he didn't consider sleep to recover his spirit, Redfield could even go for an annual package. So what was the purpose of this? It couldn't just be for fun. In fact, Redfield was very close to the truth. Shoes did this simply because he found it amusing, fulfilling some unspoken middle school fantasy. Driving a Gundam and commanding tens of thousands of troops was the dream every man yearned for, and now Shoes was in a Gundam, commanding his own army. This joy was beyond words. Just thinking about it made one feel exhilarating. Wait, these spirits can regenerate, Redfield said in panic. They had clearly destroyed many. Yet the number of spirits had not significantly decreased, still densely covering the entire island. Redfield carefully observed the spirits that had been eliminated and found they merely dissipated into light points, then reformed not far away, resembling elementalization. They cover hockey. These spirits are very similar to elementalization, Redfield spoke. Previously, they had not covered their hockey because it was unnecessary to be so complicated against ordinary people. And maintaining the hockey consumed considerable energy, making it impossible to keep it activated all the time. After Redfield finished speaking, some pirates immediately tried to cover their hockey, and their attacks scattered the spirits. The dispersed spirits did not regroup immediately. Some pirates shouted, thinking they had found the key to victory. However, Blackbeard and Redfield both had grim expressions. Even the usually lively Vardo fell silent. This was not good news. If only hockey could disperse the spirits. Then these tens of thousands of spirits indeed posed a possibility of overwhelming them like ants taking down an elephant, which was truly not good news. They all understood that they had to face not only these spirits, but also the thunder giant wielding a long sword, who was the real threat that needed to be taken seriously. Who could guarantee that Shoes could not act now? What if this guy took the opportunity to start a massacre when they were exhausted? Barrett, can you still activate your fruit's ability? Redfield said, we need that giant beast. We needed to launch a strong attack on the golden giant. We'll find an opportunity to strike. This time, no one should hold back. I will also bring out my trump card, so don't let these ants wear you down. Barrett nodded, indicating that he could still awaken the giant beast. Vardo, you go with Barrett this time. Redfield instructed Vardo, try to see if the material reconstituted by Barrett can be doubled again. Barrett looked at Redfield in shock. Even he, the fruit user, had just recently speculated about this, yet Redfield could deduce it just by observation. Don't underestimate the old man. The bridges we VE crossed are more than the roads you've traveled. Redfield began to arrange positions for everyone. He had previously preferred to work alone, but when it came to coordination, no one in the place could surpass him. Remember, our opportunities are limited. Do not be careless, Redfield said loudly. And everyone immediately began to act. Vardo doubled the material again, and Barrett awakened the giant beast. The two together controlled the giant beast to face Shoes directly. Strong assault group, clear the obstacles. Redfield shouted. Poison Q, Shiryu, and Bagus leaped out, their hockey-covered attacks clearing a space and stopping the oncoming spirits. Go for it, Barrett. Redfield began to gather energy, ready to unleash his peak strength. The giant beast charged forward, crushing many spirits, but the spirits immediately reformed not far away. The thunder giant controlled to block the giant beast. Just as Redfield had guessed, Shoes was free to act. A blood moon rose slowly in the sky. This was Redfield's signature move and the origin of the Red Duke. Shoes was drawn to the blood moon in the sky. Even though the sword was about to strike him, he instinctively sighed. Redfield was a genius. He had walked a different path. The blood moon was not a purely sword attack, but its power was no less than the top sword techniques. Redfield had ultimately not entered the realm of traditional great swordsmen. You cannot be truly sincere with the sword. How could you possibly understand the way of the sword? The great swordsmen are not really just cheap goods. Even if Shiosi encounters many great swordsmen, it is merely due to his good luck. For the proud Red Count, the sword is just a toy. He would never allow a toy to overshadow him. He treats the sword as a servant. This blood moon is the essence of Redfield's life, merely expressed through the sword. If he wanted, he could even express it through his fists and feet. But that would be somewhat vulgar. In his era, there were too many rough men who used fist and foot techniques. He would not lower himself to their level. Chapter 173, The Twilight of the Gods. The blood moon struck the head of the thunder giant, where Shiosi was hiding. Redfield had estimated that this strike could definitely cleave the thunder giant. Dark purple lightning shot out, and the thunder giant was in direct contact with the blood moon. As expected, Redfield's blood moon cleaved through the thunder giant, leaving plenty of residual force. Shiosi did not dare to be careless. After all, this was a full-powered strike from a royal-level opponent and could not be underestimated. Now, the assassination team moves. Redfield, feeling somewhat drained, still shouted with all his might. Catherine, Blackbeard. Blackbeard jumped from a corner of the giant beast, while Catherine was responsible for restraining Shiosi to prevent his escape. Blackbeard was waiting for a chance to get close and disable Shiosi's Thunderfruit. Bang! The gunshot of Van Aoka rang out, and the Sea Prism Stone bullet was fired. He was also a member of the assassination team. Shiosi manipulated the Thunder Giant's arm to block, but the giant beast was firmly pinned down, and the St. Juan Wolf took the opportunity to hug the waist of the Thunder Giant. General Shiosi, Magellan shouted worriedly. The rapid changes in the scene left him somewhat overwhelmed. The giant battle had not been observed for long before another disaster struck. The situation flipped from disadvantage to advantage in an instant, and now they were again in a dire predicament. Magellan wished for a professional commentator, not necessarily an expert. Just someone of Redfield's level would suffice. His hand hovered over the self-destruct button, wondering whether to press it or not, feeling anxious. He really did not want to die. Fortunately, Magellan did not have to think for long. Shiosi did not find this situation difficult. He was not that reckless a person. As a dual fruit user, Shiosi's strength exceeded everyone's imagination. It was not arrogance, but he genuinely had the capital. I, Shiosi, am your nightmare. In the incredulous gazes of the crowd, the originally 100-meter-tall thunder giant rapidly shrank. The giant beast lost its target due to the sudden reduction in the thunder giant's size, and its massive body stumbled slightly. At this moment, all the lightning gathered on Shiosi, and the originally blue-purple lightning transformed into an almost tangible dark purple, with a black sheen flashing on his body, giving him a somewhat Dark Knight demeanor. The massive body suppression was merely to more effectively kill pirates. For strong individuals, the power concentrated together had greater deterrent force. The lightning shell attached to Shiosi was a highly concentrated amalgamation of all energy, and this reassuring defense made Shiosi feel a sense of security in this surrounded deep-sea prison. Ladefield's attack had not completely dissipated, but for Shiosi, clad in the armor of lightning, there was no need to pay too much attention to Ladefield's residual blood moon power. With a hand, Shiosi drew out Sakura 10 and slashed at Blackbeard and Catherine. The crescent moon sword energy slashed towards the incoming Blackbeard and Catherine, and at this moment, the blood moon collided with the lightning shell, accompanied by the sea prism stone bullets shot by Van Aoka. Blackbeard chuckled darkly. His and Catherine's attacks were merely a cover, while Van Aoka's sea prism stone bullet was the key. As long as they could briefly weaken this kid, they would have the confidence to kill Shiosi in an instant. In the incredulous gazes of Blackbeard and Catherine, the sea prism stone bullet actually shattered, and with it, Ladefield's blood moon dissipated. Impossible! How could this happen? Blackbeard turned his head and shouted at Van Aoka. Did you use the wrong bullet? How could this be? Clearly, Blackbeard knew that the bullet was indeed a sea prism stone bullet. At this distance, he would not misjudge it. But why did this happen? The sea prism stone itself is an extremely hard material, combined with its ability to negate haki and powers. It could be said to be the thing that strong individuals fear the most. Not to mention, the one firing the bullet was Van Aoka. This top-tier sniper was someone even Whitebeard had to treat with caution. In fact, Van Aoka's sea prism stone bullet was prepared for Whitebeard. He just didn't expect it to be used so much on Shiosi. Stop standing there dumbfounded, quickly retreat. Ladefield reminded. Since it failed, they should retreat immediately. Tactics are perfected through constant attempts. At least this time was not in vain, as it clarified that Shiosi was no longer afraid of sea prism stone bullets at this stage. At this point, Ladefield had lost his confidence. Holding that pill in his hand, Ladefield's thoughts were extremely complex. Could he really recover to his peak? With Shiosi's current performance level, he could completely wear them down. We're down. Shiosi never thought that way. Since he had used the awakened ability of the dual fruits, it meant he did not want to waste time here. He turned into a dark purple lightning bolt, charging towards the direction of Blackbeard. Seeing Shiosi charging towards him, Blackbeard naturally did not dare to be careless. He spread his arms to unleash two dark whirlpools, releasing the items he had previously swallowed to block. However, these did not have much effect. Shiosi ignored the flames and lightning that Blackbeard had absorbed, dashing toward him with agile speed. Barrett manipulated the giant beast to block. He now understood that Shiosi was not someone they could face alone. They had to unite completely. Momo, 50 times speed. Wald shouted. Even if he exerted all his strength, he could only give the giant beast a 50-fold boost. The giant beast's fist suddenly accelerated, but even so, it could not catch up to Shiosi. Its size was too large, and the surface of its fist had already produced flames from friction, resembling a meteorite. At a critical moment, Catherine transformed completely in her nine-tailed fox form, extending her golden tails to drag Blackbeard away. Shiosi did not pursue and ignored the giant beast's accelerating fist. Why would he be foolish enough to clash with that punch? He was not in his giant form anymore, trading punches. He was now at normal height and did not need to endure that suffering. Accelerating to evade the giant beast's fist, the meteor-like fist struck the island, causing the entire island to tremble, along with the surrounding sea area, which was stirred up into a tsunami. The tsunami crashed against the thunder prison, evaporating a large amount of water vapor, while Shiosi was now close to the ground. The pirates on the surface remained vigilant, fearing that Shiosi would take the opportunity to attack. However, Shiosi paid them no mind and flew straight towards the main structure of a deep-sea prison, leaving the pirates confused. Why would Shiosi, who clearly had the advantage, choose to flee? Was he really going to escape support? Or was this state not sustainable? Ladefield felt uncertain. In any case, whatever Shiosi did, they had to oppose it. Immediately, he summoned Poison Q and Shiryu to form a team, slowly approaching the prison's main body. Meanwhile, Shiosi, using the electromagnetic perception network of the Thunder Fruit, found Magellan and the others, and the Dark Knight flew straight to the control room. Looking at the tearful Magellan and the equally self-sacrificing guards. General Shiosi, are you unable to hold on? Magellan said, tears welling up. You should go. I will perish with them. Hughes looked at Magellan with a puzzled expression. After the prison guard's brief explanation, He realized that his previous guess was indeed correct. The deep-sea Great Prison had emergency measures in place. Since ancient times, plots have often been insidious, and the designers of the deep-sea Great Prison were no exception. It was useless. Even if they blew this place up, they wouldn't be able to kill them. Hughes had thought there was a chance before. But the combination of Barrett and Waldo was simply too explosive. The giant beast could easily cross the comm belt. So what should they do? Magellan felt a bit desperate. He had already prepared for mutual destruction, but now it seemed that at most, only his group would perish, and mutual destruction was out of the question. Why do you think I can't defeat them? Hughes said helplessly. He had clearly performed quite well. Then why are you here? Weren't you planning to buy time? Hannibal asked, somewhat confused. This thought was particularly similar to that of the pirates. He helplessly slapped his forehead. What was going on? He had clearly come to save these people. But who knew it would turn out so tragic? I'm here to take you away. This place is about to cease to exist. Hughes expanded his body again, wrapping Magellan and the others inside. The shell covering him was no longer just pure energy, but something even Hughes couldn't comprehend. It was something between the physicality of a Zoan type and pure energy of a Logia type. Even sea prism stone bullets couldn't easily pierce this layer of armor. Confirming that no guards had been left behind, Hughes leaped up, crashing through the ceiling of the deep-sea Great Prison and flying into the air. Hiss! Magellan instinctively gasped cold air. This was all burning funds. Truly, one doesn't know the cost of tea, rice, and oil until they're in charge. He looked at Hughes with a hint of resentment. More than half of this prison had been destroyed by Hughes, and he didn't know if he could submit it for reimbursement. Just as Hughes was flying away from the prison with Magellan and the others, Raidfield arrived with Poison Q and Shiryu. Looking at the huge hole above and the giant thunderous figure rising into the sky, Raidfield had a bad premonition. Why is Magellan up there? And that guy Hannibal too? Shiryu was especially familiar with Magellan. Even with just a simple outline, he could determine the other's identity. Are you sure? Magellan and those prison guards are up there. Raidfield exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, some I don't recognize, but some are pretty familiar, Shiryu said nonchalantly. Magellan's threat wasn't significant in such a wide area, especially since he had the antidote to Magellan's poison, so he didn't see any problem. Oh no, Raidfield said dazedly. What's the problem? Those guards seem pretty average besides Magellan, Poison Q asked. They can't provide any effective combat power. Surely they're 1TB combinations like Barrett and Waldo, right? Hughes was already a dual fruit user, so there couldn't be any chemical reactions from fruit stacking. Hurry back. Gather together. Raidfield led the way back, running while saying, that guy isn't seeking combat power. He is clearing the field in advance. He doesn't want to accidentally injure his companions. Raidfield regretted. He realized he had been careless before, thinking that as long as they gathered the power of all the pirates in the deep-sea Great Prison, one Hughes wouldn't be enough to contend with. It was just about what price he was willing to pay. Such confidence led Raidfield to not take hostages, and the proud Red Earl looked down on doing such things. But now it seemed that this decision was incredibly foolish. Even if they didn't use Magellan and the others to threaten Hughes, at least they could avoid some terrifying techniques. Now, they could only endure it, hoping Hughes was just bluffing. Or perhaps he just wanted to take people and run. Just as Raidfield burst out of the prison, he heard the cheers of Blackbeard and others. He really is scared. I knew it. Even an admiral can't do it. The barrier is gone. We can leave here. This is great. Laughter and scolding rang out, accompanied by the pirates' rising howls, with 1 or 2 loud whistles. The pirates were very excited. Raidfield surveyed his surroundings. The lightning barrier set by Hughes had disappeared, and the countless heroic spirits had vanished, leaving only the lightning palace in the sky. Could he really have escaped? Did I really overthink it? Raidfield was a bit dazed, but no matter what, he still had to leave this place first. Slowly disappearing, Raidfield planned to slip away amidst the chaos. At that moment, a dazzling red light flickered in the sky, causing Raidfield to stop and check. Could it be that the Navy's reinforcements have arrived? Could it be that Navy Admiral with the magma fruit? I heard he has already become one of the 3 admirals. Magellan and the others, who had just been taken by Hughes, looked at the disappearing lightning prison and thought Hughes was going to abandon this place. They felt some regret, but were powerless. After all, they didn't even have a means of mutual destruction now. They could only lament that they had salvaged their lives, which was somewhat comforting. Living is more important than anything. Shiryu, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. Magellan looked at Shiryu, who had turned into a black dot beneath him. He could also recognize this old friend. The current situation could be attributed half to Shiryu's betrayal, which rendered the strongest barrier of the deep-sea Great Prison ineffective. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance, Hugh said lightly. I will definitely work hard to change the properties of my poison and develop new toxins, Magellan said firmly, thinking Hughes was questioning him. That's not it. Actually, I have high hope for you, Hughes explained. It's just that today, you all have to be buried with this island. You won't have a chance to take revenge yourself. Ah, Magellan was shocked. Aren't we in a strategic retreat? Why does it seem like we're about to launch a full-scale attack? Hughes smiled slightly, not explaining, and began to recite slowly. The glory of the gods will eventually come to an end. Only the monument of light will endure, the twilight of the gods. The heroic hall in the sky emitted a dazzling red light, and a monstrous serpent with 3 pairs of wings coiled atop the hall, just as described in Norse mythology. The giant serpent would swallow the world, and the long sword in the hands of the fire giant would bring about the twilight of the gods. All the deities would perish. An ominous premonition enveloped Raidfield's heart, far exceeding the perception of ordinary people. His kin Bunchikahaki allowed him to foresee his future. It was a blood-red long sword, nearly 100 meters long, falling from an unknown height. The long sword would land in the center of the island. The massive shockwave would kill the vast majority of people, but these strong individuals would still survive. However, after the shockwave, the blood-red flames would burn the entire deep-sea great prison, erasing all life on the island. Chapter 174. He is Whitebeard. An indescribable fear enveloped Raidfield's heart. This time, the fear did not stem from his kin Bunchikahaki, but was truly a genuine inner dread. They would all die. Everyone here would die. At this critical moment of life and death, Raidfield realized that his kin Bunchikahaki had disappeared. This kin Bunchikahaki, which had accompanied him since he could remember, had actually vanished. Unlike Busashoka Haki, which could be improved through training and had clear high-level applications like Flowing Cherry, it was something entirely different. Observation Haki has always been a rather unique existence. The mastery of advanced observation Haki entirely relies on talent, and no amount of hard work can change that. It's worth noting that even the Conqueror's Haki, which is referred to as the kingly demeanor, can be improved through effort. Raidfield is one of those exceptionally gifted individuals, able to sense the hearts of others through observation Haki since childhood. However, the human heart cannot be looked at directly. Raidfield has seen too many dark sides of humanity, making it impossible for him to interact normally with others. Thus, the proud Red Count lived a life of solitude without friends. In his youth, he wished for his observation Haki to disappear, and now that his wish has come true, a bitter smile appears at the corner of Raidfield's mouth. Achieving his dream just before death, whether it is a carefree state of mind or a compensation from heaven, is hard to tell. However, he has now become accustomed to the convenience of power and currently has nothing but strength. Pirates are just a bunch of pitiful guys. Quick, try your observation Haki and see if it has disappeared, Raidfield shouted to the surrounding pirates while looking at his pitch-black hands. Since the armament Haki is still there, it's not a problem with his body. Raidfield could only eliminate possibilities one by one, hoping to find the source of the issue. Out of respect for Raidfield and trust in his ability to strategize, the pirates who were originally cheering to seize the ship stopped and began to feel their own observation Haki. Nothing, can't sense anything. What's going on? Why is this happening? Damn it. The sudden loss of observation Haki threw the pirates into chaos. For pirates who live by the sword, the importance of observation Haki surpasses even armament Haki. After all, no one knows if a teammate who was laughing and joking with you a second ago will stab you in the back the next. This is quite normal in pirate culture. Half of the purpose of observation Haki is to guard against teammates. Various curses erupted, occasionally mixed with a sense of relief that they hadn't learned observation Haki, wondering how such people had made it to the finals. The presence of such scoundrels is truly everywhere. What's going on? Blackbeard looked at Raidfield. His observation Haki had also disappeared, which made Blackbeard feel insecure. He silently moved closer to Poison Q and Van Oka, his original partners still worth trusting. As for Shiryu, the traitor, Blackbeard naturally brushed it off with a smile. Blackbeard behavior was not an isolated case. Observation Haki is the foundation of trust among pirates, and those powerful pirates also distanced themselves from each other, monitoring each other's movements. Shiryu was under even more scrutiny. His background was the most unsavory, and his actions were also unlikable. Raidfield looked solemnly at the sky, his intuition telling him that this was related to the Thunder Palace in the sky. The world-destroying giant sword had not yet fallen, but the final perception given by observation Haki could not be wrong. It was a predetermined future. Get ready to welcome death, Raidfield said. Though he said this, the noble Red Count would not simply sit and wait to die. He took out the pill given by Poison Q and swallowed it. Since death was inevitable, he would leave in a better posture. The shielding of observation haki was something Shios did not expect. He did not anticipate that fully unleashing Twilight of the Gods would have such an effect. Just as it is said in mythology, when Twilight of the Gods arrives, all deities will fade and die. This ability to shield observation haki is truly terrifying. Unfortunately, Shios cannot flexibly use this ability. It can only have such an effect when fully activating Twilight of the Gods. Moreover, the grand momentum of Twilight of the Gods cannot be hidden. It is truly regrettable. If this move could be integrated into swordsmanship, it would surely yield unexpected results. To shield the opponent's observation haki at the moment of striking would create countless memorable scenes among pirates. No more thinking about it. These things can be developed later. For now, he must first resolve the immediate trouble. World-destroying, Shios said in a deep voice. As Shios' words fell, the scene that Raidfield saw finally appeared. A giant, flaming sword, whose hilt could not be seen, fell from the sky, deeply embedding itself in the center of the deep-sea prison, penetrating layer after layer of the underground prison until it struck the solid continental shelf. To Magellan and the others, it didn't look like a sword at all, but rather a pillar reaching the clouds. They didn't have to wait long. A brilliant red light enveloped the deep-sea prison, with nothing able to obstruct it. It spread from the center of the island, without the explosive sounds of chaos, quietly melting the entire island. The sound of seawater rushing in awakened Magellan. The original location of the island had turned into a bottomless cave, and the surrounding seawater was flowing into it, everything returning to nothingness. The moment Raidfield saw the giant flaming sword light up, he crushed the pill. But the surge of power from his body did not provide him with any sense of security. Even so, as a great pirate who traversed the seas, Raidfield would not surrender easily. A desperate struggle might still offer a glimmer of hope, perhaps a 0.0001 chance. He glanced at the giant beast, witnessing the surging black-red aura erupting from it, and it seemed Barrett shared the same thought. The skin on the back of his hand became smooth as before. Raidfield thought this was quite good. His appearance could still be considered handsome. I am the Red Count. The Pirate King is mine. An even larger blood moon appeared in the sky above the island, but it was soon engulfed by the dazzling red light. All their efforts were in vain. This was Twilight of the Gods, burying an era. Raidfield finally took one last look at the collapsing giant beast formed by Wald and Barrett. The vortex, supported by Blackbeard, was disintegrating, and the body of Saint One Wolf was being torn apart. This is hell, their own hell. That kid really sent them back. The focus shifted to Marine Headquarters Marineford. Even Shanks did not expect this battle to be so bloody, making him question his face fruit. Everyone shouldn't be fighting so fiercely. They should just go through the motions for my sake. Why is it escalating so much? Kizaru has already pinpointed and killed quite a few pirates. Even with Jesus Burgess holding him back, it only slightly slowed down the frequency. The properties of the Pika Pika no Mi are truly troublesome. Paired with Kizaru's shameless admiralty, it's just filthy. Jesus Burgess, you go fight him. Ugh. Another one is dead. Locky Roo complained. Shut up. That bastard Kizaru is just too dirty. Jesus Burgess gritted his teeth. I've never seen an admiral so shameless. Specifically targeting those he can kill in one hit. He doesn't provoke anyone he can't kill in one hit. It's truly despicable. It's not just Locky Roo complaining. The less reputable pirate captains under Whitebeard have already been shot in the head almost completely, and Kizaru is now targeting the second-in-command of the pirates. The strategic targets are exceptionally clear, not at all overwhelming. Damn it, you stop right now. Jesus Burgess fired 3 shots in succession, blocking Kizaru's next move. However, Kizaru casually threw a pirate in front of him as a shield, shot another pirate captain with a laser, and quickly shifted his position, not dragging his feet at all. Beckman, where the hell are you? You damned thing. Jesus felt like he was about to collapse. His sniping skills were superior to Beckman's, but his physical combat skills were far inferior to Beckman's, which was also why he couldn't step into the Emperor's level. The Emperor level may not be the strongest in every aspect, but there would be no flaws in any area. Jesus was currently restricted by his physical skills and couldn't fully leverage his advantages. To deal with Kizaru, he needed to shorten the distance and minimize the opponent's reaction time, which would reduce the frequency of Kizaru's side jobs. However, Jesus didn't dare. If he dared to close the distance, Kizaru would hit him directly in the face, with a full eruption of an Emperor-level power. Whether Locky would be able to save himself was uncertain, so it was better for him not to join the fray. He didn't know if it was Jesus' sincerity that moved the heavens, but that man who usually annoyed him finally appeared. Backstabbing is not a good habit. It's time to hand over the baton. Beckman said slowly while smoking. It was surprisingly cold. None of the three admirals went to the deep-sea prison. Did they really trust that little brat so much? Oh God. Jesus excitedly raised his gun and left, not a hint of nostalgia in him. It's really great to see you. I'll leave Kizaru to you. Farewell. Jesus pulled Lockie away, who wanted to say hello to Beckman, but was dragged off by Jesus, stuttering without saying anything. Beckman shook his head, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and then extinguished the cigarette, but disappearing from the spot. Kizaru, who was delivering takeout to pirates, felt a sudden panic and instinctively dodged to the side as a bullet brushed past the corner of his clothing. This instantaneous speed. Has he finally lost control? His body turned into light and rushed towards the direction from which the bullet came, delivering a light-speed kickback, but was blocked by an arm. Oh, it's you, Beckman, Kizaru said without needing to look. There weren't many who could easily block his attacks. Jesus wasn't qualified. It's me. You're still as terrible as ever. Beckman mocked Kizaru for taking out those pirate captains, saying only Kizaru could put down his pride as an emperor level. Can't compare. Can't compare. I'm still far from you. But your journey is quite fast, Kizaru said in a sarcastic tone. Beckman didn't respond. He wouldn't mention a word about the deep-sea prison, as he had never been there. I don't care what your plans are. Sakazuki is the only heir. If Shoes dies, Kizaru said with a smirk, you red-haired pirates should prepare for the aftermath. Sakazuki will definitely go crazy and will stop at nothing to eliminate you. Kizaru distanced himself from Beckman. What he just said was all true. The red-haired pirate's involvement in the deep-sea prison was something even he, a nice guy, couldn't tolerate. If Shoes really died in the deep-sea prison, then the red-haired pirates would become the Navy's #1 enemy, to the death. Beckman's expression shifted slightly. The Navy, as the largest armed force in the current world, had no pirate crew that dared to claim they could withstand the Navy's wrath alone. However, this wasn't enough to make him afraid. The power of the four emperors had already reached the pinnacle of the pirate world, and the emperor-level strength was not afraid of any challenge. If the Navy were to take action against them, other pirate emperors would naturally not stand by idly. This was the unspoken understanding among the pirate emperors. Kizaru curled his lips. What do these pirates know? Shoes' solo defense of the deep-sea prison had already allowed him to replace Garp and become the Navy's new hero. The Navy would truly go to any lengths to retaliate against the red-haired pirates. The Amaterasu sword took shape in Kizaru's hand as he looked at Beckman, blocking his path. At present, he had no choice but to abandon the task assigned by Vice Admiral True, temporarily halt the sniping of the pirates' backbone forces, and focus on dealing with Beckman. Shanks, who was fighting Akiji, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Beckman take over for Jesus. No longer focusing on that battlefield, he gradually pulled back the situation that had been suppressed by Akiji, with both sides exchanging blows in a standard back-and-forth manner. With someone stalling, others had to work hard. Among the three admirals, the honest Sakazuki couldn't play this kind of back-and-forth game. While Whitebeard was prepared to fight to the death, their battle could be described as earth-shattering. Akainu, who had been knocked down to the ground by Whitebeard, didn't rush in immediately. He connected directly to the underwater volcano beneath Marineford, bringing lava that erupted from Whitebeard. This was a similar technique to Shoes', and while it didn't have the same high conversion efficiency as lightning, the power boost from the natural lava was also not to be underestimated. Akainu's ambush speed was very fast, and his angle was also very tricky, but at the Emperor level, there was no such thing as a sneak attack. There was no need for observation hockey to carefully sense. The scorching sensation underfoot represented a wealth of information. Whitebeard leaped up, swinging the Amaterasu sword downwards. At the same time, Akainu also burst forth from the ground. His lower body already fused with the underground lava, and his upper body only had half a face that appeared human. The lava fist of the great eruption collided with Whitebeard's Amaterasu sword, with red lava and white shockwaves locked in a stalemate. With a roar from Akainu, the underground lava was mobilized, flowing towards Whitebeard along the sides of the shockwave. Whitebeard snorted coldly, abandoning the vibration that obstructed the lava and directly inserting the Amaterasu sword into the lava. Then, the power of vibration erupted within the magma, directly affecting Akainu's body. Whitebeard knew Akainu wanted to exchange injury for injury. He could dodge Akainu's attack, but why should he? He was Whitebeard, even though he was old and frail. He didn't want to dodge, nor would he retreat even once. Chapter 175. This era, he really liked the sky. The battle between Akainu and Whitebeard attracted too many people's attention. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates worried about their captain's injuries, while the Navy anticipated the outcome of the clash. There were also some pirates looking to make a name for themselves, searching for opportunities. The lava trembled. The rising and falling magma resembled the waves of the sea. This instability stemmed from the continuous vibrations from the Amaterasu sword. Akainu's face, half covered in magma, looked ferocious. His body was enduring Whitebeard's shockwave impact, and the lava fist of the great eruption was also difficult to maintain. Finally, he steeled his heart, immediately breaking apart the lava fist and scattering it into various fire meteors that smashed down on the pirates on the ice. He was well aware of Vice Admiral Tsuru's concerns. If it was for the Navy's justice, Akainu could also disregard his own face. The fire meteors fell from the sky, and the scorching temperature and impact took many pirates away, slightly relieving the pressure on the Navy fighting on the front lines. However, such a change for Akainu came at a cost. He was facing the world's strongest man, the legendary Whitebeard. The Amaterasu sword slashed toward Akainu with shockwave ripples. Whitebeard was extremely angry at Akainu's actions. Stealing under his nose was truly annoying. Seeing this furious strike come right at him, Akainu had no time to dodge. His earlier actions of splitting the meteor had somewhat distracted his mind. In battles between Emperor-level powers, one could not be distracted. Whether it was Kizaru fighting Beckman or Akiji fighting Shanks, they all understood this principle deeply. Akainu wasn't ignorant, but he believed he could contribute more power, even if it came at some cost. Sakazuki. Sengoku wanted to say something, but hesitated and refrained from commenting. The Navy was not using their full strength yet. The pacifist War Peach Maru had not yet made an appearance, and the sky barriers on both sides had not risen. As the overall commander of this battle, Sengoku wants to fish out some big targets, some pirates hiding in the New World. Although 2 emperors have come to this battle, the Navy can at most leave Whitebeard behind, until they can confirm the kill of Beckman and Shanks. The Navy cannot afford to slaughter too many members of the red-haired pirates. After all, losing the restraints of an Emperor-level pirate would lead to retaliation, and the Navy bases outside the headquarters would be doomed, which is a huge cost. Therefore, the Navy's goal is the captains of the Whitebeard pirates and those wild pirates who do not possess Emperor-level strength. These are all frontline targets beneath Whitebeard. This way, it looks more realistic, and Akainu's ability to strike is also impressive, said Vice Admiral Tsuru beside Sengoku. The strategy of feigned injury has always been mainstream, and Akainu's injury can actually stimulate the pirates more. After all, Akainu doesn't have the acting skills of Kizaru. This kind of half-hearted performance gives the impression that he has tried his best, which is a major skill in today's workplace. Although both Tsuru and Sengoku feel that Akainu will be incapacitated and will suffer some injuries, Akainu himself does not think so. The dog-headed lava of Akainu's arm bites down on the blade of its Songyun-chia, using Jeppo to gather strength in the air to catch Whitebeard's furious blow. True, Doghead saves life. However, even though Akainu is experienced in battle and has excellent timing, it is still a hasty strike that cannot stop Whitebeard's attack. The Doghead shatters under the shock of Songyun-chia, and the blade's momentum sends Akainu crashing back to the surface. Ouch! Kizaru gasps in relief that his opponent is not Whitebeard. He doesn't dare to act in such a high-level situation. This is a matter of life and death. Don't lose focus. Even if you're acting, do it convincingly. There are plenty of people watching here, Beckman said, seizing the opportunity to punch Kizaru away, creating another human-shaped pit in the Navy's wall. Beckman knows that Kizaru has always been playing it safe. Both are aware that the problem does not lie with them, but rather in restraining each other's high-level combat power. In such a large-scale battle, the existence of an emperor is crucial, but also the least noticeable. To determine a winner would take dozens of days, and a battle cannot last that long. But they cannot let these Emperor-level pirates act freely. Emperor-level pirates who take more action can be described as wolves entering a sheepfold, but that would be an understatement. It's like driving a tank into a flock of sheep. When Beckman was absent earlier, Kizaru demonstrated what a gap in levels means. Even the cooperation of the quasi-admirals Jesus Burgess and Reikyu could not stop Kizaru's slaughter. That's a bit too much force, and also don't hit my face. Several laser beams shot out from the deep pit, one of which was thicker than usual. Beckman, with his arms covered in haki, intercepted these lasers. But the thickest beam suddenly transformed, and a large foot appeared out of nowhere. Have you ever tried being kicked by light? Beckman didn't have time to hear that statement before being kicked away at light speed, crashing through numerous pirates and creating another human-shaped hole in a pirate ship. The light condensed into Kizaru's form. He holds no grudges at all. The Polysolino family never holds a grudge overnight, and he doesn't know if Shoes has learned that lesson. Watching Akainu being blasted into the ground and Kizaru fighting back, Akiji felt somewhat bland. But he doesn't know how to act. He's not the kind of impulsive youth like Akainu, and it seems Shanks is not the kind of person to make a big deal out of things either. So he can only continue to fight step by step. At this moment, Akainu once again emerged from the ground, but this time he was not as spirited. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, quickly evaporated by the lava. He was injured, but could not show it. He is the fortress in front of those Navy soldiers. With a clear bird's cry, Marco finally recovered, and the flames of the phoenix reignited stronger than before. In fact, the mythical Zoan phoenix fruit is outstanding in every aspect, at least compared to other mythical Zoan fruits of the same level. His flames are not as strong as King S, and the increase in physical strength isn't as exaggerated as other mythical Zoans. And his performance has also been quite ordinary so far. Of course, unless we count that kick against Big Mom later on. After seeing King and Marco repel Big Mom twice, all the Emperors wanted her to leave the group. This is simply outrageous, not to mention the grudges of the Emperors. The truly terrifying aspect of the Phoenix Fruit lies in its rebirth. Each time he is reborn, Marco's strength increases. Although it is not as exaggerated as the transformations of Science, this is not a world where combat power is off the charts like Dragon Ball. The cumulative increase over time is already quite frightening. In fact, it wouldn't be a problem for Marco to advance to Emperor level through this point. It is important to know that up until now, no fruit has guaranteed that its user can absolutely step into the Emperor level, but the Phoenix Fruit can. As long as he ensures he is not truly killed each time, the enhancement of the Phoenix Fruit is stable and reliable. While it isn't a smooth path, this winding road is the pursuit of many for a lifetime. However, it is regrettable that Marco, who has been drifting at sea for so long, has still not stepped into the Emperor level. It's not a story of wasted potential. Rather, it is due to Marco's growth environment. The Whitebeard pirates are simply too comfortable. In these seas, no one does not recognize the flag of the Whitebeard pirates. With the prestige of the Whitebeard pirates and his own peak quasi-admiral strength, Marco has never found himself in a so-called crisis. Moreover, the corporate culture of the Whitebeard pirates is also there. It does not pursue power like other pirate crews. So Marco has been coddled and has not reached the height he should have. Originally, after the Marineford War, Blackbeard, who stole Whitebeard's throne, was supposed to have a decisive battle with the Whitebeard pirates in the New World. Without protection, Marco shone brilliantly in that battle. He managed to hold his ground against Blackbeard, who possessed 2 devil fruits. Although he ultimately could not escape defeat at that time, Marco had definitely stepped into the Emperor level. If Marco's and Barrett's living environments had been switched earlier, it wouldn't be impossible for a devil to appear. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Marco has never craved power as much as he does today. The figure that used to shield him from the wind and rain has now become particularly desolate. He really wants to stop Akainu for his father. But he knows he can't. He understands that under Akainu's hands, he wouldn't even have a chance to be reborn. The scorching lava would burn all the feathers of the phoenix, completely extinguishing the hope of life. Urahara, go save Ace, don't worry about me, Whitebeard said to Marco, who wanted to step forward. He knew that his child had given up on life, but why bother? The Navy would not let him go. Whitebeard knows this better than anyone. He came here with the intention of dying, never thinking about returning alive. Let the flames of the previous era add the final fuel to this era. He does not dislike the era that Roger started. Marco looked deeply at Whitebeard, tears in his eyes as he flew towards the execution platform. He wanted to save Ace and then leave here with his father. Oof. Akainu scoffed, wanting to intervene and stop Marco, but was interrupted by Whitebeard's attack. Akainu, your opponent is me. Whitebeard's powerful attacks left Akainu gasping for breath. But this was the situation the Navy wanted to see. At the peak of his life, Akainu shouldn't be outmatched by an elderly man on the verge of death, especially since this elder couldn't exert his peak state. Marco flew quickly, leaping over the ice cap and arriving above the Navy in an instant. With the 3 admirals being restrained, the biggest issue within the Navy's ranks was exposed. They lacked as many mid to high-level strong fighters as the pirates. With candidates for admirals, Peach Rabbit and T-Pig, absent, although some vice admirals had reached quasi-admiral levels. They were still much weaker compared to the peak Marco at quasi-admiral level. Various interception attacks continued, but they had little effect on Marco. A few vice admirals attempted to intercept him using Moonwalk, but were interrupted by the pirate side's artillery fire. Khalil, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 10th Division, was a sniper not inferior to Van Augur. Unlike Van Augur, who specialized in pinpoint sniper shots, Khalil was a firepower suppressing sniper, especially suited for the current situation. With rifles in both hands and a rocket launcher strapped to his back, Khalil was covered in firearms. It was rumored he had over 200 types of weapons. making him almost a moving armory. Currently, this human artillery was unleashing firepower recklessly, creating a dense firepower net that provided Marco with a relatively safe aerial passage. Just as Marco flew to the center of the Navy, intending to rescue Ace in one go, a figure leaped from the Navy's ranks, ignoring Khalil's gunfire, and struck Marco back with a wrist glowing with black light. Carp? No, it was Zephyr, the former admiral of the Navy, known as the Devil Teacher, who had trained 4 individuals to the level of Emperor. Don't think that just because my students are not here, you can act recklessly. Zephyr's expression was grim. He despised these pirates immensely. It was them again, this group of unscrupulous individuals, putting his disciples in danger. Although Zephyr had fallen from the Emperor level, he had seen the upper echelons, and, while not invincible at the quasi-admiral level, he was not far off. Noticing Marco being blocked, he smiled and put down his cane sword, as his identity was not suitable for too much exposure. At present, several film bugs were live-streaming the battlefield from different angles, sharing the developments of the Marine-Forward War with the world at any moment. Therefore, this battle had to rely on the Navy's own strength, as it was not a simple military operation. Whether in political significance or its impact on the current maritime situation, this battle would determine the future direction of the world, and the Navy needed to prove their capability to suppress the era of great pirates with their own strength. Feeling the passing of life around him, a smile appeared as he lightly tapped his right foot on the ground, causing the bullets shot by Khalil to stop midair above the Navy. Subsequently, they fell in neat rows. He could still help with some minor tasks. A smile crept across his face, which caught the attention of the nearby warlord, Alexander. Be careful. There may be a quasi-emperor level powerhouse hidden in the Navy's front line, Khalil warned. Could be Peach Rabbit and T-Pig. They are only a hair's breadth away from becoming quasi-emperors. Could you be mistaken? Said Vista, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 5th Division. With all 3 admirals already out, and Carp and Sengoku on the execution platform, how could there possibly be another quasi-emperor level powerhouse at the front line? It's not them. I've seen their fighting styles. And this ability has nothing to do with them, Khalil said nervously. If it's not a quasi-emperor, then it's someone with abilities specifically designed to counter snipers. The bullets I shot earlier were covered with haki, yet they were still intercepted. Vista's expression grew serious. Being able to intercept bullets covered with haki truly indicated, as Khalil said, either a counter to snipers or a quasi-emperor level. Clearly, Vista did not wish for it to be the latter. He really didn't know how to deal with another quasi-emperor. Did it really mean sacrificing lives to fill the gap? Slowly adjusting his energy flow, Vista maximized the perception of a swordsman, and amidst Khalil's renewed artillery barrage, he found the source of that energy. Damn it, you really hit the mark. Vista cursed inwardly, realizing Khalil was indeed right. Not only was it someone with abilities that countered snipers, but it was also a quasi-emperor he least wanted to encounter. A quasi-emperor level ability user. And the effect of such an ability on the battlefield was something Vista could hardly imagine. What kind of world was this? Wholesale quasi-emperors. Were they even going to let people live?